Family, who understands? I'm clearly just an 8-year-old kid, yet I was tied to the execution platform by King Old Deng, about to lose my head, all because I rejected an 80-year-old lattice marriage proposal. Just as the executioner raised his knife, he suddenly foamed at the mouth and fainted. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Brain-dead king, you can't kill me. With an exaggerated expression, let me tell you, that big knife was just 0.01 centimeters away from my neck, and that old Deng was shouting, "Execute." I thought it was over. I'd have to restart at 8 years old. This time travel experience card is way too short. Guess what happened next? With a loud clang, the executioner rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fell right next to me. I was dumbfounded. The knife was still on my neck. How did this guy faint first? This all started from the beginning. You have no idea how wronged I am. I, Simon, a hapless time traveler, was reborn in the world of One Piece as the only son of a duke. I was just hoping to survive and live a stable life. But our country's king is a pure judgment. A dicthy can't feel good unless he judges a few people each day. That day in the square, the scene was chaotic with drums and crowds. You'd think it was a concert by some top celebrity. But what was it really? It was to watch an 8-year-old kid being publicly executed, just because I turned down an 80-year-old grandma's marriage proposal. You heard that right. 80 years old. She was a diplomat from a neighboring country. I'm only 8. I thought the age difference was just a matter of companionship across the yin and yang. But then that brain-dead king happened to pass by and claimed I was ruining diplomatic relations between our two countries and harming the national integrity. So he arrested me on the spot for a swift execution. Family, who understands? This reason is just too abstract. So I was led up to that execution platform, which was higher than Logue Town, with a sea of onlookers below. The king sat on his throne, his face all lit up with glee, like he had just sniffed catnip. He grabbed a loudspeaker and started condemning me, speaking with such righteous indignation about lack of patriotism and deteriorating relations. I was about to vomit. When it was my turn to speak my last words, the king hypocritically asked if I had any questions. What questions could I have? I just wanted to ask if he had ever had his head caught in a door. But I thought, since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well ask for something practical. So I said, "Your Majesty, in these last moments, can I have a peach?" The king was probably stunned, but to perform his hypocritical kindness in front of the people, he actually had someone bring me a peach. Holding the peach, I felt a deep sense of sorrow and closed my eyes to take a big bite. The moment I did, the taste was bitter and astringent, like I had eaten socks that hadn't been washed for 10 years. I quickly opened my eyes to see that the peach had somehow turned into a purple fruit covered in spiral patterns. What the heck? Isn't this a devil fruit? Family, who understands? I just wanted to eat a peach before I die. But instead, I got a prop-line box. I couldn't care less. I gulped down the rest. Instantly, my mind filled with a ton of information. Paramecia justice fruit. The ability to create a judgment field within 5 meters. As long as I deem someone evil and the judgment is successful, I can impose any penalty. At that moment, I was in despair. The king was over 100 meters away. What use was this ability? Just as the new executioner was getting ready, the king ordered again, "Prepare for execution." I took a deep breath since I was going to die anyway. I couldn't lose verbally, so I shouted at him, "You better kill me today, or you won't get another chance." Maybe my stubbornness at the moment of death triggered some switch, because at that instant, I felt a surge of power explode within me. Yes, it was Conqueror's hockey. Do you understand what it means to be the chosen one? The new executioner was also a poor guy. Just as he raised the knife, he went clang and followed in his colleague's footsteps. I laughed madly. "Ha, brain-dead king, you can't kill me now." Just as the king was furious and about to call up a third unfortunate soul, my father, Duke Malachi, finally arrived with his men. His face was as dark as a pot bottom as he rushed in front of the king to confront him. The old king still had the nerve to say, "I am the king." My father roared, "I dare anyone to move." Not a single soldier dared to lift their heads. The old king turned pale. On one side was my father's army of 30,000, and on the other side was that ridiculous diploma that couldn't afford to offend either. In the end, he had no choice but to begrudgingly change his verdict. He picked up the loudspeaker and announced a more severe sentence of the flowing water punishment. When I heard that, I almost laughed out loud. The flowing water punishment sounds terrifying, but in simple terms, it means tying you to a raft and throwing you into the sea to fend for yourself. For commoners, it's a death sentence, but for a noble like me who wants to escape, it's basically a free pass. No bounty on my head, and I can leave this scheming country. What could be better than that? So I was taken to the port, and that 80-year-old lady was still chatting and laughing with the king, probably feeling relieved. I was tied to a small, shabby raft and drifted away with the current. Before I left, I saw my father standing next to the king, his expression complex. Speaking of which, a few months ago, I caught my father having tea with the commander of the rebel army at home. This old man was probably also playing a big game. But well, none of that matters to me now. Drifting on the raft with my hands still shackled by iron chains was unacceptable. I directly activated my fruit's power and judged the chains. In the name of Simon, I judge you. For binding my hands, you are guilty. I sentence you to break on the spot. As soon as I finished speaking, crack, the chains broke. Wow, this ability is too powerful. I tried again and found that once something's evil has been judged, it can't be judged again. All right, that's a limitation. So I drifted at sea for 3 days, turning into a dried fish, when suddenly the raft accelerated and was swept into a powerful current. My scant sailing knowledge told me that something was off, based on the current's speed and direction. Oh no, could this be the legendary wide-angle current? The one that leads to an island full of ferocious beasts that doesn't exist on any map. I got excited. Isn't this a tailor-made training ground for me? Sure enough, not long after, a shadow of an island appeared in the distance. The current was circling the island, and I seized the opportunity at the moment the raft was closest to the island. I used all my strength to kick off, and the raft flew through the air, crashing onto the beach with a bang. Just as I spat out the sand in my mouth, and hadn't even had time to feel happy, the weather on the island changed in an instant. 1 second it was springtime, the next it was a sandstorm, as if I had arrived in Alabasta. Then I remembered that legend has it there is an area on this island that is never affected by the weather. I needed to find that place immediately. As the wind and sand lessened a bit, I spotted a lake in the center of the island. Right? The book said that safe zone was by the lake. I sprinted towards the lake. But just a short distance away, I ran smack into a ferocious beast. It looked absurd, with a wolf's body, eagle's wings, and a scorpion's tail. Without a word, it lunged at me. I was no match for it, so I turned and ran, with the beast hot on my heels. It was so fast, I had to rely on frantic dodging to avoid its attacks. As I ran, whap, its scorpion tail struck my back, instantly numbing my entire arm. In excruciating pain, I used that force to propel myself forward even faster. Was suddenly filled with a sense of excitement and exhilaration. The world outside the safety of my little lake was harsh and unforgiving, but it was also full of opportunities and challenges. I took a deep breath, letting the cold air fill my lungs, and I realized that this was the beginning of a new chapter in my life. With my wooden sword in hand, I stepped forward, ready to face whatever dangers lay ahead. I had trained hard over the past 3 years, and I was determined to put my skills to the test. The rain poured down, but it only fueled my resolve. I could feel the power of my training coursing through me, and I was ready to embrace the unknown. As I ventured further, I couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The world was vast, and I was just a small part of it. But I was no longer the frightened child hiding by the lake. I was a warrior in the making, and I was ready to carve my own path. I feel like my body refinement speed has activated a super double card, skyrocketing at an incredible rate, more than 5 times faster than by the lake. At this point, I didn't even feel like looking for fierce beasts to fight. I quickly found a secluded spot and sat down to continue my training. But this place is not like a novice village. I had barely practiced for a while when I felt a chill on my back. Turning around, I saw a black bear that looked like a tank, covered in scars, clearly a tough one from the streets, staring intently at me. It let out a roar to bolster its courage and charged at me with a paw strike aimed right at my face. I thought to myself, let me see if this iron shirt I've trained for 3 years can withstand a hit. So I didn't T-dodge and took it head on. The result was a loud thud. I flew out like a bowling ball. Fortunately, I'm tough and didn't get hurt. But this made me realize that with my current strength, I could at most be considered a high-level security chief. Dreaming of going to the Grand Line? What a joke. I pat the dirt and stand up, looking at the black bear, grinning. Just right, I'll use you to test my fruit abilities. I was full of confidence at that time. With a single move of the benevolent sword technique, a sword energy shot out with a whoosh. But guess what happened? The sword energy hit Brother Bear, and it was like just blowing a breath of air. Not even a single hair on him was blown off. I was completely thrown off my game, really. Furious, I charged at him with my wooden sword, but when we clashed, his strength was so great that it nearly knocked my wooden sword out of my hands. Unable to win, I decided to activate my ability, Justice. That black bear was indeed stunned. Its eyes glazed over, giving me a full 3 seconds of output time. I was feeling on top of the world, thinking this was just an infinite combo control. As soon as it woke up, I shouted again. And what happened? Brother Bear slapped me right in the face, and I spun around 720 degrees, completely dazed. That slap was loud, It seemed this ability had a cooldown time. After going back and forth with it for a while, I tried again, and sure enough, I controlled it again. All right, test completed. I wouldn't linger any longer. The best strategy is to retreat, so I made a run for it. 7 years passed, and I went from a young boy to a bearded wild man. 10 years, a full decade. I was finally going to seek revenge on that wolf that chased me like a dog back then. This time I was no longer the rookie I used to be. With the 8th layer of the Arhut golden body, I could stand there and let it hit me. It wouldn't break my defense. I found it and walked over step by step, and its claws and teeth hitting me felt like just scratching an itch. But just when I was enjoying my show-off moment the most, it started to rain. Goodness, I felt the golden light on me dimming. That's when I remembered. Devil fruit users fear water. Although it didn't weaken me much, it was still too deadly. I couldn't delay any longer. So I took out a wooden sword and knocked it to the ground with a few strikes. Looking at its feeble state, I didn't kill it. Instead, I revealed an extremely wicked smile. I unleashed justice upon it. Let me tell you, the verdict I delivered at that time makes me feel like a genius when I think back on it. I sentenced it to partial dehumanization and absolute obedience to me, with no trace of resentment allowed. Then, folks, something outrageous happened. That giant wolf in front of me suddenly transformed with a zap into a beautiful white-haired girl with wolf ears, a scorpion tail, and wings. And she was, completely naked. I was dumbfounded at that moment. This ability was just too on point, right? It was simply the latest 2025 version of an AI wife generator. I quickly brought her back to my little cabin and named her Wolf Girl. With her around, I'm no longer afraid of falling into the water. I must set sail. The two of us set off in the shabby wooden boat I made, following a magical current. As a result, I was so focused on having a deep conversation with my wolf girl that I didn't pay attention to the road and ended up plunging straight into a large whirlpool. It took a tremendous effort to use my sword energy to push the boat out, and when I looked up, we had reached the shore. I inquired about it after arriving, and this place is called Laonian Country. As soon as I heard the name, my DNA reacted. Isn't this the hometown of that diplomatic envoy who screwed me over back in the day? Moreover, I heard that the grandson is returning to the country today to attend a state banquet. I originally planned to be a bounty hunter to make some quick cash. But now revenge. I must take revenge first. Coincidentally, I haven't been idle for the past 3 months. I've already gotten close to a little palace made in the royal palace named Xiao Luo. There's no choice. The island is filled with old folks. And as a young and handsome guy, I'm practically a game changer for her. The young girl is completely smitten with me. I made a call, and Xiao Luo came running out excitedly. After a few words, she came up with an idea for me to impersonate the prime minister of a country that wasn't coming today to sneak in. Once inside the palace, I was considering how to quietly take that old guy out. Poison. Yes, poison in the food. Suddenly, I remembered a culinary masterpiece from my past life, the 9 turns intestines. I quickly wrote down the recipe, specifically noting, to preserve the purest flavor of the ingredients, the intestines do not need to be overcleaned. Then I seriously handed the recipe to the chef, telling him it was a top-notch delicacy from our island lord. The chef looked at the recipe, his face turned green, and asked me, is this really serious about preserving the original flavor? I calmly nodded. This is the essence, understand? Don't ask foolish questions if you don't get it. As soon as I finished my act, I suddenly realized I hadn't brought any poison. While I was scratching my head, I found a packet of powder in my pocket. I thought about it, and remembered that this must be the aphrodisiac that Xiao Luo gave me. I couldn't kill him, but making him embarrassed in public seemed even better. I took out my camera bug, grinned, and decided to stream it live online. I hurriedly slipped into the banquet hall, started looking for that unfortunate diplomatic envoy's seat, and prepared to serve him a big dish. I glanced around and quickly spotted Xiao Luo buzzing around like a little bee plating dishes. He waved to her, and thinking I couldn't find a good spot to watch the show, she happily came over. I grabbed her and lowered my voice, saying, Xiao Luo, do me a favor. I want to be a server at the table of the Luojia kingdom. I tell you, Xiao Luo's expression at that time was like seeing a ghost. His eyes were almost popping out. Bro, are you okay? Do you have such a strong taste? Is this even possible? I was completely stunned at the time. What is this? Isn't it just serving tea and water? What's the problem? Then Xiao Luo gave me a science lesson, and I turned green all over. Does anyone understand? Here, the waiters literally serve. They accompany eating and drinking, and also have to accompany that. I wanted to slap myself at that moment. Is my brain flooded, or did I get caught in the door? I actually took the initiative to look for this kind of job. No, I absolutely cannot do this job. But how do I get out of it? I quickly asked Xiao Luo. So, who served the dishes? She pointed to herself me. Are you in charge of the table from Luojia country? Xiao Luo pouted a bit, feeling a little jealous. Why do you keep thinking about that Luojia country? Seeing the situation, I decided not to hide it from her and laid it all out. To be honest, I am a noble who was expelled from the kingdom of Luojia, and my enemy is sitting right at that table. Tonight is my night of revenge. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo's eyes lit up, and her earlier mood completely vanished. She patted her chest and said, "Oh, why didn't you say it earlier? This is exactly the kind of thing I love. Let's do it together. If we get found out, we can just run away together." I felt a warmth in my heart and directly pulled her into my arms. After we finish this job, come with me. She nodded seriously. All right, teammates are in place. The plan is on. I handed her the aphrodisiac I borrowed from her, and when she saw it, her face turned red. Isn't this my medicine? I awkwardly scratched my head and chuckled. What a coincidence. It's all a coincidence. In any case, please put it in the dishes down at Luojia country. Once everything was settled, I found the best viewing platform and prepared to watch the show like a director. After scanning the area, I was surprised to spot a heavyweight guest. Wasn't that the captain of the chest-hair pirate crew, Mauser, whom I had missed before? A pirate leader came to attend the state banquet, and no one was managing it? This is some deep water. It feels like it could be made into an 80-episode political drama. Before long, the banquet officially started, and the king gave a long speech, followed by the big dishes I had prepared being served. Xiao Luo secretly gave me an okay gesture from below. Everything was on track. The ministers in the hall looked at the plate of brown stuff, all looking confused. The king was curious too and directly called the head chef up. The head chef, upon hearing this, his vanity shot straight up to Mount Everest, and he immediately started freestyling, praising the dish to the skies, almost claiming it was an ancestral secret recipe. When the king heard this, he exclaimed, "Oh really? Let me have a taste." He took a bite, and his expression was something else. His brows knitted together like a Chinese knot, but it seemed not bad. Since the king ate it, how could those ministers dare not to? One by one, they swallowed hard, all trying to feign an expression of ecstasy, as if this dish was something only found in heaven. I was almost laughing my head off upstairs, holding a camera bug and recording the whole thing. This is not a national banquet at all. It's simply the 2025 Abstract Poop Conference. I stared intently at my target, that 90-year-old old witch, and sure enough, something was off. She was shaking as if she had a motor installed in her body. But I must say, her willpower was quite strong. She didn't have an outburst right then and there. At that moment, Mauser, that guy with the chest hair, he actually walked over to the old witch. I was wondering when Xiao Luo had come beside me, and she casually said, "Oh, Mauser is her son." Me? I was stunned. Family, I'm really going to thank you. There's such a twist. This is going to be quite the spectacle. As soon as the banquet ended, the mother and son rushed back to their room, leaving the door not even fully closed, and they directly put on a grand performance of maternal affection and filial piety. Let me tell you, the commotion lasted a full 5 hours. I didn't have the leisure to eavesdrop, so I quickly took little Luo and slipped away to enjoy a good sleep in this palace. The next day, we made our escape. Later, I heard that the recipe for that dish was leaked by someone, and the king was so furious that he executed that unfortunate chef. As for the old witch, she simply vanished without a trace. The king couldn't find her, so he shifted all the blame onto her son, Mauser, and put him on a nationwide wanted list. The bounty skyrocketed to 50 million belly. I originally wanted to chase after and see the commotion, but I found that my little broken boat couldn't compare to their rockets and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Well, this old boat needs to be replaced. Next stop, King Kong Island. I'm going to find a talented shipbuilder I knew when I was young. I heard he even built ships for Whitebeard, so it should be no problem to ask him for credit. I sped all the way and finally arrived at the sweet harbor of King Kong Island. I was greeted by a tough guy named Hani, who had a sweet voice and looked like a golden Barbie. As soon as he saw me with the two beauties, Xiao Luo and the wolf girl, his eyes were so envious they could pickle cucumbers. I greeted him, but he pretended not to recognize me. When I revealed my identity, he remembered, "Oh, you're that little Lucky who I scared to tears. Wow, can you not call me Lucky? This is definitely revenge. I'll get straight to the point. Uncle Hani, make a warship." He pushed me out directly. "Go to the evil harbor to find Jack." I thickened my skin and added, "By the way, I have no money. Can I get it on credit?" His sweet smile instantly froze, and he squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. "Get lost." After a lot of persuasion, he finally told me that the island owner might be at the tavern or the casino. I quickly took Xiao Luo and the others to look for him. As a result, we came up empty. The owner of the usual place said the island owner hadn't been there for 5 years and was now mingling in the evil harbor. Fine. Then let's switch our target to the evil harbor. As soon as we arrived at the evil harbor, I spotted the ship of the red-lipped pirates. Just as I was pondering how to deal with them, a sleazy guy sidled up to me and asked mysteriously, "Brother, are you also here to steal the sacred object?" I was completely bewildered. When he explained, my worldview was shattered. He said the sacred artifacts were the underwear that those female pirates didn't want. He said the ship was no good anymore, but it definitely had a room full of original flavored treasures inside. I originally wanted to curse him for being a pervert, but then I thought, this shipwright Jack from the evil port is also a lecher, so isn't this a ready-made gift? It even saves money. So we hit it off. He kept watch while I went in to stock up. Goodness, the smell nearly knocked me out. I stuffed a big bag, not even sparing the bedding. I split half of the spoils with that perverted old guy and quickly slipped away. Just in time, I ran into Xiao Luo, who was curious about what was in my bag. How could I let her see it? I quickly changed the subject, saying I was going to find a shipwright Jack. On the way, I also ran into the real red-lipped pirate crew, but I pretended not to see them, already planning how to deal with them. Finally, I met Jack himself, who looked quite abstract. As soon as he saw Xiao Luo and the wolf girl behind me, his eyes went wide and he nearly drooled, rubbing his hands as he came over. I quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Uncle Jack, Uncle Hani sent me." The way he reacted left me dumbfounded. Let me tell you, Simon really doesn't play by the rules. He just separated from that lecherous old guy and turned around to find the shipyard boss Jack. This Uncle Jack is also a character, looking all lecherous, smoking a cigarette with a vibe that says stay away. Simon went up to get close, saying, "Uncle Jack, I brought you a gift." Can you guess what Jack said? "A gift? I don't need it." He was so righteous about it. Then Simon pulled him aside and showed him that mysterious bag. Wow, let me tell you, his expression changed in an instant. 1 second he was all tough, and the next second he was all smiles, saying, "Oh Simon, Uncle suddenly feels that I can't refuse your kind gesture." Seeing that there was hope, Simon immediately pushed his luck, asking, "Then can Uncle give me a ship?" Jack's face turned green at that moment. He coughed a couple of times, and immediately was back to his righteous self, saying, "Cough, Simon, I can't accept this. You should take it back." He said that, but his eyes were glued to the bag. When Simon saw that a ship was out of the question, he quickly switched to plan B, saying, "Then, Uncle, tell me what the red-lipped pirate crew is doing here, and this bag is yours." Jack didn't hesitate this time, snatching the bag quickly and responding smoothly. They came to order a new ship, and it won to be ready for another month. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared with the bag, afraid that Simon would change his mind. I thought this matter was settled, and I could start planning. As soon as I stepped out of the shipyard, I was stunned. A dark crowd had gathered. The entire red-lipped pirates were blocking the door. That big sister named Flame had a gaze as sharp as a knife. Without saying a word, she commanded her subordinates to surround us. Simon, that guy, must have Oscar owing him a little golden statue. He immediately put on a weak and helpless expression, saying, "Sisters, what are you doing? This is Steel Island." Flame let out a cold laugh, clapped her hands, and one of her subordinates dragged someone out of the crowd. I focused my eyes and realized it was that lecherous guy who had just incited Simon to steal something. He was beaten up to a pulp, covered in bruises. Flame pointed at the beaten man and asked Simon, "Do you recognize this person?" Simon didn't even blink, his face full of sincerity. "Who is this? I've never seen him before. Not familiar at all." The beaten guy became anxious and was almost in tears. "Bro, it's me. We just parted ways." Simon shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Who are you? Don't try to claim a relationship. The guy was really desperate. Seeing that he was about to be treated as a fraud, he directly spilled a big secret. He stole your underwear. He had it in a bag like that. The scene fell silent in an instant, and all eyes suddenly turned to Simon. Flame licked her lips, her expression as if she had discovered something incredibly amusing. I have to say, Simon's mental fortitude is impressive. He hugged Xiao Luo and the wolf girl, then retorted to that guy, "Do I look like someone who needs to steal that stuff?" Everyone around, including the female pirates, instinctively shook their heads. Then Simon added another jab. "The bag you mentioned? Sorry, that's a gift for Uncle Jack, and it's already been given away." At this point, that guy's last hope was shattered, and he completely broke down. When Flame heard the name Jack, his attitude did a complete 180, and he smiled and apologized. "Oh, my bad, little brother. It was a misunderstanding. Not only did he let us go, but he insisted on getting a contact number." Simon was so scared he was almost sweating, quickly had Xiao Luo exchange numbers, and then pulled us away at lightning speed. After running a distance, Xiao Luo finally asked what just happened. Simon, with a serious face, grabbed her shoulders and said, "Don't ask. Asking is bad for your ears." Then he got stuck because he hadn't thought about where to go next. In the end, Xiao Luo, the foodie, casually pointed to a fruit store. "All right, let's go there." As a result, the wolf girl saw a strangely shaped fruit and took a big bite. The next second, she transformed on the spot, going berserk, turning into a giant beast I didn't recognize, howling frantically, which scared the shop owner into performing a quick escape. When the wolf girl finally returned to her original form, Simon, wanting to figure out what she had eaten, directly activated a big move. He stretched out his hand, and a bubble enveloped Xiao Luo and the wolf girl, then shouted wisdom equality. A light orb floated above their heads, merged for a moment, and then separated. The next second, the wolf girl, who couldn't even speak properly before, reported clearly, "Respected master, what I ate is the Inu no Mi, mythical Zoan Fenrir form." Wow, this ability is truly a blessing for the academically challenged. Once the ability was deactivated, the wolf girl returned to her silly self, and Xiao Luo also came back to reality, looking shocked. At that moment, the fleeing shop owner returned, calculating with an abacus and clattering away, saying that the damaged fruits, shelves, and emotional distress totaled 500,000 berries. Who's going to pay? We were all stunned at that moment, our pockets cleaner than our faces. Simon wanted to buy on credit, but the boss shook his head like a windmill. He wanted to take the boss to a friend to get money, and the boss reacted even more strongly, probably because he had been tricked by this tactic before. What to do? Let me tell you, Simon is a bit crazy. He bowed deeply to the boss and said, "Sorry, boss." Then he grabbed us and sprinted away like a 100-meter dash. The main strategy was to stay calm, as long as I ran fast. The bill couldn't catch up with me. We ran all the way to the port, but Simon felt it was no good. Without money, we couldn't move an inch. So, he decided, let's make money. Do something big. He took us to the dock to stake out, preparing for a black market deal. And he really got lucky. A shabby pirate ship swayed its way to the shore, belonging to the stubbly beard pirate crew, with a bounty of 3 million berries on the captain's head. I thought we had a fight, right? But Simon swaggered onto the ship, where there were only injured pirates. The captain, named Stubbly, just came out of the cabin, and with a wave of Simon's hand, a bubble of ability enveloped him, while he chanted, "Most heinous crimes. I sentence you to be a puppet for 3 days." Fighting? Not a chance. In less than a minute, the entire ship, along with its crew, was under Simon's control. He directly ordered the controlled pirates to set sail, heading for the nearest naval base, Den Island, to claim the bounty. On the ship, Simon bought a newspaper and found out that guy Mauser's bounty had skyrocketed to 90 million. Little Luo immediately said the report was fake, that the government was definitely up to something again, attacking the naval base and framing the pirates. This country is rotten to the core. The next morning, we arrived at Den Island. To test little Luo, Simon actually let her single-handedly escort an entire ship of pirates to the naval base to claim the bounty. Wow, this stirred up a lot of commotion. A pretty little girl followed by a string of fierce pirates like puppets. The scene was too beautiful for me to watch. The island's residents instantly erupted in a frenzy, with all sorts of gossip flying around, twisted and turned until, guess what? The version changed to, have you heard? That new, beautiful bounty hunter captured Whitebeard. I almost spat out my drink when I heard it. The stubble turned into a white beard. How ridiculous could this hearing be? But this news really did reach the naval base. A naval soldier rushed into the base commander's office, rolling and crawling. "Colonel Baby, it's bad. A bounty hunter has captured Whitebeard and is heading our way." The colonel named Baby was instantly dumbfounded, anxiously pacing in the office. "What the heck? Whitebeard? How could he be captured here? I can't handle this." He grabbed the soldier with a pale face. "Quick, send a message to the naval headquarters." I tell you, this news spread like wildfire, racing all the way to the naval headquarters in Marineford. Goodness, the entire headquarters was in an uproar. What? South China Sea? Whitebeard has been captured. This news spread like a virus, multiplying from 10 to 100, until it kicked open the door to the marshal's office. At that moment, the old man of the warring states was leisurely feeding his precious goat some paper, when suddenly the messenger soldier burst in, rolling and crawling. "Marshal, it's bad. Whitebeard has been captured in the South China Sea. Let me tell you about Sengoku. Who is he?" When Mount Tai collapses in front of him, he still waits for the sheep to finish being fed. He didn't even raise an eyebrow, calmly saying, "What's the hurry? Let me take a look." As a result, when he took the intelligence report and looked at it, his brows furrowed. He immediately asked, "What about the New World? Any movements from Whitebeard's hometown?" The report came back. "No news for now." "Oh, I see." Sengoku stroked his chin, sensing something was off. He immediately ordered, "Keep a close watch on the New World. Also, send Kizuru to the South Sea." The orders were given, but Sengoku was still feeling uneasy. What was Whitebeard doing in that corner of the South Sea? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it became. So he directly picked up the transponder snail to call the undercover agent in the New World. Guess what happened? The other side said, "Commander, what's going on? Whitebeard is just fine, drinking on his ship." Damn! Sengoku slammed the transponder snail down, his face turning green, and he hurried to the communication room. However, no matter how fast he rushed, he was still a step too late. The communication soldier had already contacted Kizuru. I tell you, that old fox Kizuru. His tone on the phone is always so nonchalant. Oh my, how scary. Whitebeard was actually caught by a newcomer as soon as the words fell. He turned into a beam of light and shot straight towards the South Sea. When Sengoku rushed into the communication room, Kizuru had already flown halfway out. Is there still no news from the South Sea? Sengoku was anxious, knowing it was a misunderstanding. But what if? He decided to stay here and wait for the first-hand news. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Kuta Island base in the South Sea, the scene was quite exaggerated. Colonel Baby dragged out all the cannons that could make noise from the base. A dense array pointed directly at the gate. It looked like they were about to go to war with the four emperors. Just then, a clattering sound came from a distance, and I came over with a bunch of pirates tied with ropes around their necks like walking dogs. Is this where I claim the bounty? I peeked my head out from behind that group of captives. Colonel Baby was so nervous that his voice cracked. You are the bounty hunter who caught Whitebeard?" I was taken aback at that moment. "Whitebeard? Who is that? Didn't I send someone called Stubble?" "Who? Stubble?" Baby Vice Admiral was completely stunned, his mind racing. "Stubble? Is that a famous pirate? Let me tell you, with that 3 million berries bounty." In the eyes of this Vice Admiral, he was nothing more than an ordinary person, unworthy of a name. I feel a bit embarrassed to say. It should be quite famous, right? After all, the bounty is 3 million. 3 million. The words Baby Colonel were almost shouted out, and he completely broke down at that moment, feeling like a clown. What the hell did I do to provoke the Navy headquarters? His mind buzzed, and suddenly he remembered. The messenger. The messenger. Hurry. Quickly send a telegram to headquarters. Say it's not Whitebeard. It was a mistake. Just a little loser. He had only one thought now, praying that his outrageous report hadn't reached the Admiral's desk yet. Once the messenger ran off, Baby Colonel felt as if all his bones had been pulled out, and he slumped down to the ground. I looked at him and cautiously reminded him, can you help me settle the bounty? As a result, he exploded, shouting at me, "Bounty? What bounty? You caused me to end up like this, and still want a bounty? Why don't you just go die?" My family, who understands, I immediately lowered my head. Simon, who was observing from a distance in a tall building, was so nervous he could barely breathe, fearing that I would really take his advice and go die. But then I raised my head, my expression had completely changed, and my tone was incredibly firm. What kind of mess you're in is none of my business. I brought the bounty criminal to you, so you have to pay me, not a single cent less. Goodness, let me tell you, I hit him with such a contrast that even Simon was stunned. I was completely different from the soft and cute little sister in front of him. Even Captain Baby was scared. He regretted shouting just now and quickly changed his tone upon seeing my stance. I didn't mean it that way. The bounty, I will give it to you. He trembled as he instructed his men to clear the 3 million berries for me, just as the money was in my hands. The messenger returned, holding a document, looking as if he was mourning. Captain Baby, a demotion order from the Navy headquarters. Captain Baby took the paper, his hands shaking, and ultimately had to leave in disgrace. I couldn't care less about him. I was so happy to get the money that I skipped all the way to the port. Simon and the wolf girl saw that I was fine and followed me. Meanwhile, in the sky, Kizuru was zipping through the air when suddenly my din mushy rang. Moshi Moshi, it's me, Borsellino. On the other end was Sengoku's roar. Sengoku, is there something urgent? You don't need to go to the South China Sea anymore. That was a false report. Whitebeard is still alive and kicking in the New World. Change course to Don Quixote Island. There seems to be something unusual happening there. Got it. Kizuru hung up the phone, turned the steering wheel, and with a whoosh, changed direction, doing everything at his own whim. After we regrouped, Simon kept praising me. Xiao Luo, you're amazing. I was so pleased, of course. I'm an all-powerful palace maid. There's nothing I can't do in the palace. Now that we have the reward in hand, let's head back to Gold Island, Simon suggested. And we still need to pay that boss 500,000 berries. Are we going back already? I thought we could play here for a few more days. What's so fun about this lousy place? It's more important to go back and build our new ship, Simon said confidently, but then suddenly froze. Wait, our ship. Seems like it can't sail anymore. We looked at each other, and the self-assured Simon finally looked confused. I chuckled, and at that moment, it was time to rely on Lord Xiao Luo. I patted my chest and proudly said, I anticipated this situation long ago, so I've already contacted the caravan. Taking their ship back to Diamond Island will be a piece of cake. Simon's eyes widened in disbelief. That's amazing. When did you contact them? How come I didn't know? On the way back, I replied. I ran into an old acquaintance, and after chatting for a bit, I found out she was also going to Diamond Island. So we made plans. An acquaintance? Simon immediately became alert. Does Xiao Luo have acquaintances? Male or female? He quickly put on a smile. Then shall we go meet your acquaintance for some fun? As soon as I heard that, my eyes lit up. Great. She didn't seem to have anything going on either. So, I set off on a journey with Simon and the wolf girl to find someone we knew. However, when we returned to the place where we had just met, the person was already gone. I was searching aimlessly when Simon reminded me. What are her hobbies? She loves to eat, and she absolutely won't move until she's finished eating. Isn't that a clue? I slapped my forehead and thought, right? But the question is, where's the food on Kudo Island? Simon recalled, I think there's a bakery that has a unique flavor. As soon as I heard there was food, I forgot about finding acquaintances and dragged Simon straight to that bakery. Wow, that place was pitifully small, but it was packed with people, all looking like hungry wolves. As soon as we pushed the door open, everyone's gaze instantly fixed on us, looking fierce. I was so scared that I directly hid in Simon's arms. Before Simon could comfort me, that group of people surrounded us, and one of them spoke up. You're the bounty hunter who caught the one with the white beard, right? I quickly pouted and corrected. It's not a white beard. Yes, we understand. It's that. They looked at us as if to say they didn't need an explanation. And surprisingly, they actively made way for us, allowing me to go to the front. Simon, that guy, wouldn't miss such an opportunity and immediately dragged me through the crowd. Those people were particularly enthusiastic, pulling out paper and pens from who knows where, insisting that I sign for them. There was no way out, so I had to grit my teeth and sign a few. Just then, the new batch of bread came out. The aroma was overwhelming, but no one dared to take any. They all let me go first. I felt shy and embarrassed. As a result, Simon, let me tell you, he had no sense of morality at all, and rudely grabbed half of it, paid, and dragged me off, leaving a bunch of people inside in disarray. Once we were outside, I shook off Simon's hand and angrily questioned him. Simon, how could you do this? Those people waited in line for so long and let us have the opportunity. How can you just take the stuff and leave? Simon tried to argue. If we don't take it, they won't move either. So, is that your reason for only taking half? I was even angrier, thinking, if you're worried about the owner, then just take it all. Then we can thank them properly. Running off like this is so rude. Simon was left speechless, probably thinking I was going to lecture him on some grand principle, but he didn't expect my thought process to be like this. He stood there, staring at me blankly, probably reflecting on whether he wasn't shameless enough. We found a quiet place, and I squeezed the bread. It was soft and fluffy. Simon said this shop has a history of 800 years, but unfortunately, part of the recipe was lost, otherwise it would taste even better. Just as we were talking, I smelled a fragrance, and a super cute girl with her eyes closed came over, following the smell of the bread like a little puppy. I turned around and shouted in surprise, "Ah, Puff!" The girl, who was Puff, opened her eyes and was also very happy. "Xiao Luo." She directly rushed over, completely ignoring Simon, who was next to her. "We meet again. What are you eating?" "The bread Simon recommended. It's super soft and fragrant." I was just showing it to her when she took a big bite, and the bread in my hand was gone. "It really is delicious." She even licked her lips. I was so angry that I was stamping my feet. "Puff, you did it again." Saw thee. As soon as she acted cute, I lost my temper. And Simon, let me tell you, he was completely dumbfounded. That girl named Puff, with her short top that exposed her belly button, a sunny orange headband, and a cute expression that was half closed and half open, looked like the perfect goddess straight out of his fantasies. He was probably already calculating in his mind. "Xiao Luo, you little tool, I'm going to make good use of you." He cleared his throat and pretended to be serious as he asked me, "Xiao Luo, can you introduce us?" I, this silly and sweet girl, happily introduced Puff to him. Simon immediately smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, Puff. I'm Simon, a bounty hunter." Puff also friendly shook his hand. At that moment, Simon felt his heart skip a beat. Could it be? This is the feeling of first love? Just as he was lost in thought, Puff suddenly smiled like a little devil. "Simon, I heard Xiao Luo mention you before, and it seems like you're not a good person." Simon's heart sank. He felt the hand he was holding was burning hot, and he hurriedly explained, "How could that be? Xiao Luo wouldn't say that about me, right?" He looked at me for help, but I awkwardly turned my head away. Now Simon was completely panicked. He felt a bit dizzy. He looked down at his warm palm and instantly widened his eyes, suddenly pointing at Puff. You actually drugged me." Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed straight down. Simon, I was terrified, no matter how much I called him. He wouldn't wake up, and I was so anxious that tears were about to come out. I turned to Puff and asked, "Puff, what's going on?" Puff innocently made a gesture. "Just a little prank. I understand, it's those strange medicines of hers again." I moved Simon to the lounge chair, letting him rest his head on my lap, scolding Puff while doing so. But when I saw her lower her head to apologize, my heart softened again. It was almost dark, and Simon still hadn't woken up. I was really panicking, questioning Puff about what kind of medicine she had used. Puff was also puzzled, saying it didn't make sense. He should have woken up by now. She pointed at Simon and said, "Don't worry, Xiao Luo, look." I followed her finger and saw Simon's mouth curling up wildly. His expression was incredibly lewd. I instantly understood, my head filled with black lines, and I slammed my small fist on his forehead with little strength. Ouch, that hurt. Simon covered his head and sat up, looking aggrieved. "Xiao Luo, why did you hit me? Now that you're awake, get up. Is pretending to be dead fun? Do you know how worried I was about you?" As I scolded him, tears started to fall. When Simon saw me crying, he immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, Xiao Luo, I won't do this again." Just when the atmosphere was getting a bit better, he added, "Next time if you want a neat pillow, I'll just tell you directly." Goodness, he completely ruined the warm atmosphere. Puff, noticing our awkwardness, quickly changed the subject, pointing at the wolf girl who was silently nibbling on bread. "By the way, who is she?" I explained that she was a wolf girl, brought out from the deserted island by Simon, and that she lacked any wisdom. As Simon listened to us, he suddenly remembered when I was knocked out. The wolf girl seemed to have no reaction at all, right? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he rushed over to start educating the wolf girl about love. I quickly ran over to stop him. At that moment, Puff suggested, the name Wolf Girl doesn't sound good. Let's get her a new one. I thought this idea was good, so I hesitantly told Simon about it. Simon thought it was another prank and was really nervous. But when he found out it was just this little matter, he immediately patted his chest and agreed. So the three of us gathered around and started brainstorming a new name for the Wolf Girl. I had no ideas, so I passed the ball to Puff. Puff confidently said, "Before naming her, I first need to know, Simon, why do you call her the Wolf Girl?" Simon sighed and explained the backstory of how the Wolf Girl is actually a transformed wolf beast. After listening, Puff and I curiously stared at the Wolf Girl, and Puff even reached out to touch her. She felt really good. Ahem. I quickly brought the topic back. So what should we call her? Puff stroked the Wolf Girl's head, her gaze suddenly becoming profound, as if lost in some kind of memory, and slowly said, "How about the name? Wolf?" I told you. As soon as Xiao, Luo, and Simon heard it, they immediately said the name was good and cute, with no objections at all. All right, it's settled then. Our Wolf Girl will be called Wolf. Puff looked at Wolf with a complex expression, full of stories, repeatedly reminding us to take good care of her. Simon patted his chest and assured us that Wolf was an indispensable partner, and Xiao Luo nodded vigorously, saying with Simon around, everything would be stable. So this matter was settled. Not long after, we finished all the bread we brought, and our stomachs were growling. Puff said, "Let's go. Sister will take you to find a place to grab a meal." Then she led us onto a giant, luxurious merchant ship. Goodness, I was stunned as soon as I stepped onto the ship. It was decorated splendidly, with jewels everywhere, as if afraid the pirates wouldn't see it. Right? When I asked, I found out this ship belonged to the Yu Qian family, and the captain was Mr. Hao Hao. Let me tell you, the Yu Qian family is incredible. The largest financial conglomerate in the South China Sea, controlling more than half of the wealth in the South China Sea. How wealthy are they? They are at the level where they have so much money they could burn it as firewood. As soon as Simon heard this, he became sour, pouting with a face that clearly showed he looked down on us capitalists. Then Puff started her antics, saying she would take us to rest, and directly led us into her room. I peeked inside and was instantly dumbfounded. Just one bed. Simon's CPU immediately overheated, and I bet his mind had already played out 800 episodes of family drama. His face turned red, and he couldn't speak clearly. In the end, Puff couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, pointing to a nearby empty space and saying, "Okay, I'm not joking anymore. Your spot is over there." Simon followed her finger and saw a glaringly bright, open space. Family members, who understands? Sleeping on the floor? Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. In the next few days, we wandered around the island with Puff and even visited a naval base. We even encountered an unwise little naval soldier with a terrible attitude, who was reported by Simon and was directly punished with a week of cleaning toilets, serving a grudge right on the spot. A few days later, we finally set sail on this luxurious merchant ship towards King Kong Island. Not long after leaving the sea area, I tell you, the excitement came. 3 pirate ships came swarming towards us, surrounding us. When I heard the name of the pirate group, I burst out laughing. What kind of wild dog pirate group? Little cat pirate group, running dog pirate group. Is this a zoo's annual meeting? Just as Simon was about to take action, Puff remained remarkably calm and stopped him, saying, "Don't rush, just watch the show." Sure enough, our ship's gunners were not to be underestimated. After 2 rounds of cannon fire, the Little Cat and Running Dog pirate group's ships sank like paper. Only the Wild Dog group remained, using cover to charge onto the deck with the captains and elites of the other 2 groups. At this point, the guards on the ship finally moved. A group of knights in pitch-black armor looked impressive and cool. But then, they shattered upon contact. In just a few blows, they were knocked down by the pirate leaders. I was dumbfounded, looking at Puff, thinking, "Girl, you might be exaggerating a bit." However, Puff had a look that said I was too young and urged me to look closer. Goodness, there was no one in those stripped-off armors. Just a pile of mechanical frames. It turned out to be remote-controlled. This ship owner is something else, playing quite fancy. Seeing the guards were so weak, the pirates became emboldened, howling as they charged towards the cabin. But just as they reached the door, bang, they were all kicked out by an invisible force. Then, a lazy and magnetic voice floated from the cabin. "Could I ask everyone to go die?" As soon as the voice fell, a handsome guy leisurely walked out. He was the owner of the ship, Mr. Hao Hao himself. The pirates were still shouting, but Mr. How How ignored them completely, pulled out something that looked like an old-fashioned camera from his pocket, placed it at his waist, struck a ridiculously dramatic pose, and shouted, "Answer my call. Judge the sins of those before me. Transform. I swear." With a flash of light, he was instantly covered in a layer of stunning red armor. Who understands this, family? Who can withstand it? Simon beside him was staring wide-eyed, turning red with envy. Just a moment ago, he was looking down on capitalists, and now he was probably already calculating how to become a half-brother to them. That wild dog captain swung a knife, but How-Ho raised his hand to block it, standing still without moving an inch. Another little cat captain got anxious, transformed on the spot into a furry beast, revealing that he was a devil fruit user. He thought he had it in the bag, but Mr. How-Ho just stood there and let him attack. The moment the cat's claw touched the armor, he meowed and fell powerless to his knees. Mr. How-Ho then spoke in a disciplinary tone. "As a pirate, you don't even know about sea prism stone? Wow." It turned out that this stunning armor was coated entirely in sea prism stone. It was simply the nemesis of devil fruit users. He stepped on the little cat's head while spouting quotes from Zuin, being incredibly arrogant. But just as he was getting carried away, that wild dog, surprisingly, had some brains. Realizing he couldn't win head-on, he quietly circled behind Mr. How-Ho and pounced, snatching the transformation device off his waist. With a swish, the armor was gone. 1 second, he was a war god. The next, he turned back into an unarmed nobleman. The situation flipped instantly, and How-Ho was surrounded and beaten up by the two. This guy still wanted to maintain his composure, shaking his collar and saying, "Friends, can we discuss the treasure?" But someone spat a thick phlegm at him, and it was a disaster. Just at that critical moment, the transformation device that had been taken off, guess what? It seemed to have eyes, tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the air, and flew right to us, landing perfectly in Simon's hands. Holding that thing, Simon's eyes almost sparkled. He was likely torn between being a good person or directly taking this divine artifact for himself. In the end, the thought of getting along with the wealthy prevailed. He quickly instructed little Luo, leaped into the air, and landed on the deck with a thud, crouching and holding the transformation device high like an Olympic torch. The two pirates saw this and immediately got scared, thinking another father figure had arrived. Simon cooperated perfectly, putting the transformation device on his waist and, imitating How-Ho's voice, shouted, "Transform." He looked really cool. With a flash of red light, the armor appeared. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. I tell you, he forgot he was also a devil fruit user. Wearing this sea prism stone armor was like giving himself a super weak debuff, right? He immediately felt weak all over, unable to stand, and could only grit his teeth and pretend to be strong, confronting them. He held on and said he actually longed for peace. The pirate leader, Wild Dog, was also clever. The more he watched, the more something fell off. After testing him a few times, he finally gave the order, and all his underlings charged at once. Simon was instantly knocked down by the crowd, like a broken sack. Wild Dog walked over with a disregard for kinship, grinning lewdly, and reached out to strip the transformation device from Simon's waist. Then, I tell you, the most explosive moment of the whole scene came. Once the transformation device was removed, Simon's strength instantly came roaring back. He suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed Wild Dog's wrist, and with a crack, twisted his arm at an odd angle. By the way, I should thank you. Simon's voice was as cold as ice. If you hadn't taken this thing off, I really couldn't move. Next was Simon's personal showtime. He activated the Arhut golden body, his entire body shining like it was coated in gold, impervious to blades and bullets. Those little minions he caught one by one, driving them into the deck like nails. The beastified little cat rushed up, and he slammed his palm down on its head, instantly knocking it out. Finally, he walked step by step to the Wild Dog, who was rolling on the ground in pain with a broken arm. Is this not enough? Simon kicked him away in displeasure then. With a loud thud, he stomped down hard on Wild Dog's waist, directly crushing him into a U-shape. Blood sprayed out of Wild Dog's mouth, and he glared at Simon fiercely. What kind of look is that? Simon grabbed Wild Dog by the neck and lifted him up. Is there still any dissatisfaction? But with such force, Wild Dog couldn't say a word. His eyes were starting to roll back. Let me tell you, Simon is really something. Just as the Wild Dog was about to roll its eyes, he shouted and sent it back to the deck with a clean and decisive move. Then, wow, the atmosphere changed completely. He turned around and faced Mr. How How, who had been beaten to a pulp, twisting his waist and raising his orchid fingers, and the tone of his voice turned sweet. "Oh, dear Mr. How How, you've suffered." I was watching from the side, and goosebumps covered me all over. Family, who understands? This guy was a fierce warrior 1 second, and turned into a little sweetheart the next. Mr. How How looked completely bewildered. Probably his CPU was overheating. And after a long pause, he said, "Ah, you've worked hard." He wanted Simon to help him up, but Simon pretended to be clueless. "Oh dear, what are you going to do with those dirty hands?" It was simply amazing. Such acting should win an award. After helping Mr. How How up, this little young master's desire for revenge kicked in, yelling to beat the pirates back. I thought, is that it? The sheltered little flower really doesn't have any fierce moves. As expected, Simon's smile turned villainous, and he started his performance. He mysteriously told Mr. How How, "Hey, I'm actually a devil fruit user." Then he began to crazily promote his pirate transformation plan, saying that making them work for you to repay their debts was the best punishment. The way he was going on, you'd think he was selling the latest model of cyber pets for 2025. Guess what happened next? Mr. How How pondered for a moment and replied, "What you said makes a lot of sense, but I want to hit first." After saying that, he charged forward and threw 2 punches. Simon was instantly petrified, and one word popped out his mouth. Wow. The deck was filled with cries of pain. Mr. How How was really hitting hard. Simon just stood by and handed the transformation device to little Luo, quietly explaining to her why he couldn't use it. I figured there must be some embarrassing side effects. When Mr. How How finished his beatdown and turned around, hey, he saw the transformation device in little Luo's hands, and his eyes lit up, ready to grab it. Little Luo, protecting her treasure, showed her little tiger teeth and refused to give it to anyone. Just as it seemed they would start arguing, Simon stepped forward and sternly interrupted. "Mr. How How, the pirate trial isn't over yet." Wow, this immediately stunned Mr. How How, who obediently followed to watch the show. Let me tell you, the next scene is truly spectacular. Simon stood there, raised his hands, and shouted, "Justice!" The entire deck was enveloped in a huge force field. The bound pirates were instantly lifted into the air like hanging sausages. Immediately after, black and red mist emerged from everyone. Ultimately, I was stunned at the time. This ability is just too impressive. Mr. How How was also dumbfounded, completely forgetting about the transformation device. Simon cleared his throat and began his ultimate judgment. "First, you traitor." He pointed at the leader. "You are extremely guilty. I sentence you to become a gray mutt for 100 years. As soon as he finished speaking, a gray light flashed, and a tail-wagging mutt appeared on the spot. Mr. How How's eyes were about to pop out. Really? Really turn into a dog? Don't be anxious. This is just the appetizer." Simon smiled, even more happily. He walked up to the burly man with a goatee called Xiao Mao. "Don't you like to touch Mr. How How's face?" He clapped his hands. "I sentence you to become a feminine cat-eared servant for 50 years. I have to tell you, that scene was too beautiful for me to look at. As the light faded, a strong man transformed into a delicate cat-eared girl. Puff was trembling in fear beside me. And what about Mr. How How? Goodness, he was drooling. He rubbed his hands together, looking excited. "So, this is the way you mentioned for revenge? It seems. Not bad at all." Simon, quick to act, pushed the cat-eared maid towards Mr. How How. "Mr. How How, do you like it? It's a gift for you." Mr. How How, while saying he couldn't accept it, was quicker than anyone else and pulled it over immediately. Next up was the wild dog, the one Simon had beaten up the most. "You stepped on me." Simon's reasoning was that simple and brutal. "So your punishment is a clean dog for a blanket for 70 years. Whoosh, another beam of light, and a brand new blanket dropped to the ground. Simon even thoughtfully handed the blanket to Mr. How How. "Here, this is for you too. So when you communicate with the cat-eared maid, he can feel a bit involved." Mr. How How was moved to tears on the spot, sobbing, saying he would repay Simon. But Simon, with a righteous look, said, "I'm helping you not for money, but because you transformed too handsomely." At that moment, I realized this guy understands human feelings. A stream of flattery made Mr. How How forget all about the transformation device and excitedly head off to prepare for the banquet. As soon as Mr. How How left, Simon's face instantly turned cold. He explained to us that keeping Mr. How How around would be useful and beneficial to his plan. Puff didn't believe it, saying Mr. How How wasn't that easy to fool. Simon just smiled mysteriously. That's because you haven't realized the terrifying aspect of my abilities. The banquet was extravagantly luxurious. However, Mr. How How was nowhere to be seen. I guess he had gone off to have an in-depth exchange with the cat-eared maid. With nothing to do, Simon surprisingly took off his shirt and said he wanted to give Xiao Luo and the others massages, almost getting into a fight with Puff again. Not long after, Mr. How How came out looking refreshed, even boasting to Simon. Simon also responded with hidden meanings. But that wasn't the point. The main focus was Xiao Luo, who saw the rum and acted like she saw her father, downing half a bottle in one go and getting completely drunk. Simon had no choice but to help the tipsy Xiao Luo back to her room, and before leaving, he asked Wolf to keep an eye on Puff, who couldn't move when she saw something delicious. I followed Simon back, and on the way, he stepped on a husky's tail, and at that moment, I thought it was strange. Where did this husky come from on such a luxurious ship? It was purely an eyesore. After settling Xiao Luo in the room. Anyway, 3 hours later, Simon came out in a change of clothes, signing that the taste of the wine was actually quite good. Just then, the ship's alarm went off. Puff and Wolf returned, angrily announcing that the ship had been robbed. What about Simon? He remained calm, saying it was a small matter, not to disturb Xiao Luo's sleep, and then went straight to bed. Early the next morning, I followed Simon to find something to eat and discovered the ship was in chaos. With everyone searching for the thief, there wasn't even a chef in the restaurant. Simon speculated that the ingredients might have been stolen. So he rushed to the kitchen and thankfully found that the ingredients were still there. He decided to cook himself, quickly whipping up a meal. Just as we were eating, that husky appeared again, stumbling around as if it was drunk. It came over, sniffing the smell, and fell right by Simon's feet. Simon picked it up and placed it on his lap. The dog, upon seeing Simon, was so scared it didn't dare move, acting adorably. Simon's heart melted, and he fed it a big piece of meat. After finishing the meal, Simon let it go. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into Mr. How How, who had dark circles under his eyes. Goodness, he had spent all night looking for the thief and looked worn out. Simon told him about the mysterious husky on the ship, providing him with a clue, and then slipped away. Before long, the ship arrived at King Kong Island. News came from Mr. How How that the treasure had been recovered, although the thief wasn't caught. It seems Simon didn't come up with any good ideas to deceive Mr. How How. So he simply took Xiao Luo and Wolf off the ship without even saying goodbye to Puff. We went straight to the fruit shop that owed 500,000 Bailey. When the owner saw us, he grabbed a broom and was ready to hit someone. Simon calmly pointed to the money behind him. When the owner realized we were there to pay back the debt, his attitude immediately changed, and he opened his mouth to demand 50 million in interest. Family, who understands? This owner knows about P2P. Simon laughed at that moment and directly told Xiao Luo to put the money away, saying, if you're going to talk like that, then we won't pay back this money. The owner even threatened, saying that if we didn't pay, we wouldn't be able to leave the island. Let me tell you, Simon's look at that moment was incredibly cool. He didn't even glance at the boss, just turned around and walked away. The boss wanted to chase after him, but Simon didn't look back at all, and his overwhelming presence just knocked the boss down. After resolving this matter, Simon asked Xiao Luo to contact the flame of the Red Lip Pirates. As a result, Xiao Luo took out the snail phone and blankly asked, Simon, what is her number? Simon was also confused. Didn't you remember it? No, you only told me to give her my contact information. I was dumbfounded at the time. After all that, we were just contact information movers. It turns out I was the pure tool. Simon was there scratching his head, trying to think of a solution. And then Xiao Luo innocently said, aren't they quite famous? Can't we just ask someone randomly? Simon was instantly stunned, probably feeling like his heart had cracked. Yeah, how did we not think of such a simple method? Without hesitation, we immediately started looking for people on the street, and we happened to see a lone pirate ahead. Let me tell you, Simon went up to him, trying to get friendly, smiling like sunshine, and guess what happened? That pirate had a face like he was constipated, holding his stomach and said, Bro, do you have any paper? I can't hold it anymore. Let's talk about your question when I get back. Goodness. Simon was completely thrown off. His first proactive attempt ended up being defeated by a poop situation. Where can you reason with that? Watching that guy walk away with his legs crossed, Simon darkened his face and directly gave up on the random street interviews and headed to the tavern. I have to say, fate is something else. We casually walked into a tavern and ran straight into the red-lipped pirate crew's big sister. Simon was stunned for a second, then put on his signature sunny smile and approached her. The big sister, named Flame, initially couldn't remember who he was. Simon introduced himself directly. Simon, a dreamer aspiring to be a bounty hunter. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere became tense, and the surrounding female pirates quickly surrounded him, hands resting on their swords. Claiming to be a bounty hunter in front of a wanted criminal was just pure provocation. However, Simon waved his hand nonchalantly and said, Hey, don't be nervous. I'm here to talk business." Flame crossed her arms, looking disdainful. "What is there to talk about with a little brat like you?" Simon lifted his chin and dropped a bombshell. "Although I'm not famous right now, believe it or not, in 3 months, the whole South Sea will be echoing with my name." I was listening from the side and thought this guy was exaggerating a bit. But guess what? That lady actually started to believe him. A woman's sixth sense is terrifying. She became a bit interested and asked Simon to explain. Simon started to introduce his plan about the foolish businessman with lots of money. But just as he began, Leanne interrupted him. "You're not talking about Mr. Howe, are you?" Simon was stunned. "Huh? How do you know?" Leanne rolled her eyes and said, "Duh. Who else could it be but the big fish that just came to the island? No need to say more. We have our own informants. We'll take this deal ourselves." After saying that, she waved her hand to send him away. I have to tell you, Simon is really quick-witted. As soon as he saw that someone had already set their sights on him, he didn't feel awkward at all. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, got up, and left. Confirming the information gap and achieving his goal, he slipped away. Shaluo, watching from the side, was completely confused and had no idea what this riddle-like maneuver was all about. We just stepped out not far when a voice suddenly came from behind. "Hey, brother, I'm back." I turned around and thought, what the hell? ISNT that the guy who just took a dump in the wild? He had changed his pants, wearing big shorts, with leg hair waving in the wind, and was enthusiastically insisting on answering Simon's earlier question. Simon had no choice but to casually make something up. "Do you know about TPX extreme ocean currents?" He thought he could stump the guy, but everyone else was clueless. The dude immediately transformed into a pirate version of Sheldon Cooper, going on and on about the formation of ocean currents and their naming history, giving us a lecture on ocean geography for over an hour. Simon was dumbfounded and could only applaud madly, probably thinking, are pirates this well-versed these days? Am I the one who needs to be educated here? This made Simon a bit self-doubting, but the biggest problem now was that the red-lip pirates were about to make a move. And we definitely couldn't steal their ship. We needed to find a new one, but where to find a shipwright? We searched all the taverns, but couldn't find anyone. Simon was getting frustrated and howled at the sea, and surprisingly attracted a bunch of clueless fish, which he took down with ease. With no other options, we had to look for our last hope, Uncle Hani at the shipyard. However, when he shouted, he scared Uncle Hani so much that he hit his hand with a hammer, and the guard dog next to him barked and charged over. Now we stirred up the hornet's nest. My wolf was about to transform into a disaster form to burn down the shipyard, but Simon quickly held him back. He explained to Uncle Hani, it's my wild dog that hasn't been trained well," pointing at Wolf. Uncle Hani's pupils instantly dilated, and his gaze towards us changed. He patted Simon's shoulder, looking at him like, "You young people play so wildly," and walked away looking quite haggard. Simon quickly changed the subject and asked where the island owner had gone. Uncle Hani, with a glint in his eye, leaned in mysteriously and said, "Exclusive intel. The island owner is a hardcore gamer. He went to the newly opened Game City, and he'll be back in less than 3 days. Just wait at the port." He spoke so sincerely that Simon believed him, and indeed, he settled down in the luxurious ship house provided by Uncle Hani. As it turned out, we waited for several days, until one day, while reading the newspaper, Simon and I were taken aback. The headline read, "Great Route News, Pirate Doctor in Heavy Fog, Bounty of 980 million berries. Escaped injured after fierce battle with Navy Admiral Kizuru." The person in the photo was none other than the dude who had just educated us about ocean currents a few days ago. Simon let out a long breath, relieved that not all pirates were so knowledgeable, or he would have lost his confidence. Just then, as we stepped outside, we ran into Mr. Howe. Let me tell you, this fat guy was super enthusiastic towards Simon, almost like he was seeing his long-lost father. On the surface, Simon was engaging in some business flattery, but behind the scenes, he activated a skill. I saw something like data streams flashing in his eyes, followed by a mischievous smile that suggested he had everything under control. Later, I found out that his ability was called justice causality, which was incredibly overpowered. Those he judged became the cause, and if anyone profited from this cause, like Mr. Howe did from the kitten, you know what I mean? Then Mr. Howe became the effect. Simon could pluck this effect however he wanted, and the other party would feel it was totally justified. It was practically the ultimate trick of pulling a wolf out of thin air. After dealing with Mr. Howe, we still had to wait at the port for half a month. Simon couldn't take it anymore and confronted Uncle Hani. This time, Uncle Hani was even more outrageous, saying the island owner might have gone to our old home, Luaja Nation, and even squeezed out 2 drops of tears, acting so convincingly. Simon believed him yet again. Just as we left, I heard Hani mumbling, daring to bully my dog and still want to find the island owner? Go blow sea breezes. Then he delicately went to feed the dog. Goodness, even the Oscar-winning actor would have to give you a seat. Simon waited for another 3 days, and just as Mr. Howe's fleet set sail, we hadn't even seen a shadow of the island owner. This time, he completely exploded. No more waiting. Xiao Luo, let us go. I tell you, Simon's face was as dark as a pot bottom, radiating murderous intent. We stormed back to the shipyard, his imposing aura nearly suffocating, making the entire shipyard feel tense. Uncle Hani sensed this too, put down the dog bowl, and unleashed his own aura, roaring, "Who dares to unleash their aura in my shipyard?" The two faced off, and the scene was something else. Simon walked over step by step, exuding pressure, and coldly said, Uncle Hani, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Explanation? What explanation? About why you made me blow sea breezes at the port for over half a month. Hani's rising aura suddenly faltered, but the old guy had a thick skin. Even when he realized his little scheme was discovered, he wasn't intimidated and retorted, "That's because the island owner hasn't returned. What does that have to do with me?" Simon didn't expect him to be so shameless, which made him laugh in anger. He began to ponder how to make him pay, leveraging his aura advantage, and started to sing to Uncle Hani. I was going all out at that moment, directing my fire at his old face. "Uncle Hani, don't play dumb with me. Who was it that insisted I couldn't go to sea to find the island owner? It was you, right?" The old guy still wouldn't admit it. I was just saying it casually. I was directly amused. Just saying it casually? Then what did you mean by telling me to go to the port to feel the northwest wind 3 days ago? Huh? Did you really think I went there to shoot some Renaissance-style personal photo collection? I told you my aura gets stronger the more I talk, while that old guy's neck shrinks shorter and shorter, and he can't even speak clearly anymore. In the end, I hit him with a bombshell. Today, this matter is unfinished unless we get a ship. Well, that sudden statement completely stunned Hani, and he was probably buzzing in his head, instinctively nodding in agreement. When he finally reacted, his face turned green. "Hey, wait a minute. Why should I give you a ship?" I immediately pointed at Xiao Luo and Wolf. "It's too late. Everyone heard it. The evidence is undeniable." They both cooperated exceptionally well, nodding like crazy. Hani looked so frustrated, her face turned a pig liver color, and finally squeezed out a sentence. "Well, that can't be given away for free. It's unreasonable if you don't give a single penny." As soon as I heard this, I understood immediately. "Hey, it's just money." I directly handed him the 3 million belly bounty. "Is this enough? If it is, hurry up. I need the ship." After saying that, I didn't give him a chance to back out, and I dragged little Luo and the others back to the room to catch up on sleep, leaving him alone in the wind, confused. This old guy, holding the money, watching our backs, probably regretted it immensely. But then he thought of something, his eyes twinkling, and he suddenly had a bad idea. He mumbled, "You want a ship, huh? Fine, I just happen to have a treasure in my warehouse, and you definitely won't be able to complain about it." After saying that, he laughed sinisterly and disappeared into a dusty warehouse. The next day, when I went to find him, he surprisingly told me the ship was ready. I was stunned, thinking this old guy still had stock. Such high efficiency? Along the way, he acted like a top salesman, excitedly bragging about how amazing the ship was. A masterpiece of him and the island master. I was suspicious. Who understands family? This old fox is suddenly so enthusiastic. It must be a trick. I had to check it thoroughly. When I arrived at the place and took a look, my eyes widened. The ship was simply perfect, too good to be true. From the keel to the deck, I couldn't find a single flaw. I was even more puzzled and directly asked him, "Uncle Hani, I've scammed you so much. Why are you still giving me such a good ship?" Guess what he said? He actually got profound, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with a melancholic expression, saying, "An excellent shipwright will not let a perfect work gather dust. This kid, named Yao, has been asleep for too long. It's time to set sail." As soon as I heard it, I was like, wow, there's a story? He started telling me that this ship was built by him and the island owner 5 years ago, but it turned out to be cursed, possessing a strange ability to attract pirates. Every time they set sail, they would inevitably encounter sea thieves, and there was no way to avoid it. Like it had a perfect navigation system for finding enemies. So the ship couldn't be sold at all and could only be left in a warehouse to gather dust. After hearing this, I was stunned. Wait, Uncle, you give me a moving pirate GPS. How am I supposed to quietly be a handsome guy? But he looked at me with an expression that said he had seen through me long ago. Didn't you want to be a bounty hunter? Isn't this just perfect? It automatically delivers heads to your doorstep. How convenient. Just as I was about to ask him how he knew, he said Mr. How How told him. Great. Turns out there's a mole. Fine. Since I'm here, I went through the paperwork, stocked up on supplies, and we officially set sail in the afternoon. An awkward scene happened when I said goodbye to Hani. As soon as the ship left the port, the wind suddenly stopped. Let me tell you, that scene was something. Hani and I were standing across the sea, waving at each other, looking at each other for a full half hour. We stared at each other for half an hour, sharing a moment of awkward companionship. It was simply unbearable. When the wind picked up again, we both turned around as if we were liberated, moving at the speed of light. Meanwhile, Hani at the port watched our ship sail away and finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Little brat, try to compete with me. I've already transferred the money, and as for that story about attracting pirates, he can't really believe it, right? Ha ha ha. I have to tell you, I actually believed it at that time. After drifting at sea for 3 days, not to mention pirates, I hardly saw a single seagull. But I unexpectedly discovered that the material of this ship seemed a bit special. When I practiced my Arhut golden body on the deck, the speed was like I was cheating, shooting up rapidly. So I sat in meditation on the deck every day, as if I was in a trance. Even when Shaluo called me, I didn't respond. After a few days like this, suddenly there was a buzzing sound, and I felt a wonderful power explode within me. I looked down at my arm, and it was black. Wow. Isn't this the armament hockey? Does anyone understand? I was just practicing, and it directly gave me armament hockey. And once I got a little familiar with it, I could cover my whole body. What is this 9th layer? Am I going to open a Gundam? After the breakthrough, a problem arose. I felt an energy inside me that was about to explode like a walking nuclear reactor, and I urgently needed a place to vent. Looking at the calm sea, I thought, it's been so many days without any trouble. It should be safe, right? So I pulled Wolf back to the cabin, preparing for, just as I got in for less than 2 minutes, there was a huge explosion, and a cannonball exploded right beside our ship. I was instantly furious. That uncontrollable primal force ignited my reason in an instant. My eyes turned red. Steam was coming out of my nostrils, and I charged onto the deck with my bare upper body, my muscles as hard as steel. Who is this? I immediately locked onto that luxurious ship not far away that looked particularly ostentatious. Without saying a word, I stomped on the air, and my whole body shot over like a cannonball. Shaluo on the lookout tower was dumbfounded. Simon has taken off. By the time I landed on the other ship, my reason was basically gone. I let out a beast-like roar, and with one punch, I broke their main mast. The group of guys dressed in servant clothes on the ship was quite arrogant, pointing at me and cursing. Where did this lowly commoner come from? You've disturbed Lord Bahamut. Quickly kneel down and apologize. I had a terrible headache at that time, and it felt like thousands of ants were crawling inside my body. The noble named Bahamut, seeing that I had hit the mast and then stopped moving, also started to act arrogantly, looking at me with a disdainful gaze. Lowly peasant. If you kneel down and lick the soles of my shoes now, I might forgive your rudeness. Lick the soles of the shoes? I tell you, it was this sentence that completely snapped the last thread of reason in my mind. I grinned savagely and punched the chatty servant next to me, smashing his head like a watermelon. Then a guard shot me from behind, but the bullet felt like a mere tickle against my body. Without turning my head, I swung my fist back, and a shockwave sent that guard, along with his gun, flying, carving a trench dozens of meters long in the sea. Bahamut was so scared that he peed himself, collapsing on the ground and incoherently begging for mercy. But I couldn't hear him anymore. I unleashed a furious onslaught and sank their entire ship in just a few moments. By the time Xiao Luo came to rescue me, I had completely lost consciousness. But the energy within me was still rampaging, instinctively gripping Xiao Luo's neck. Luckily, her calls brought me back to a semblance of clarity. Then, let me tell you, that scene was simply unimaginable. Anyway, it was a plot that cannot be described in 3,000 words. An hour later, Wolf joined the battlefield. 3 whole days. When I finally opened my eyes again, the sun was shining brightly, and I lay on the deck, reminiscing about the craziness of the past 3 days, letting out a deep sigh. This Arhut golden body has some intense side effects. I looked over at Xiao Luo and Wolf, who were so exhausted they couldn't even move a finger, and quickly carried them back to their room to rest. Back on the deck, I started pondering who I had wiped out in those 3 days. My memories were too fragmented. I only remembered something about Noble. Just as I was feeling puzzled, I noticed a flag floating on the sea. That pattern, as I thought about it, wasn't at the emblem of the Bahamut family, one of the 4 great families of the Ruth Isles. They were still related to the 3 sisters of the Red Lips pirate crew, but it didn't matter. I heard that their family was currently in a dog-eat-dog situation because of the Red Lips pirate crew, so they probably wouldn't have the time to deal with me. The biggest problem now was, where the hell was I? This vast sea had no reference points at all. Just as I was in despair, a news bird flew over. I had to pay 6 times the usual price to get the recent island locations out of this scheming bird's mouth. All right, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. I dug out a large stack of newspapers that Xiao Luo had saved up, preparing to see what major news I had missed in the past few days. I first picked up the one from the first day of departure. The headline read, "The Grand Return of the King Kong Island Master." I fell silent at that moment, a mouthful of old blood stuck in my chest. So they came back right after I left? What have I been fussing about these past few days? I poured a big jug of juice to calm my nerves and continued to read. I didn't expect it, but when I looked, I was shocked. The headline of the World Economic News said, "Defector Navy baby seizes golden treasure from the sky. Bounty skyrockets to 500 million Bailey." 500 million. My eyes turned red. If I could catch him, I wouldn't have to worry for the rest of my life. I put down the newspaper and picked up the local newspaper from the South China Sea. As a result, I burst out the juice I had just drunk. Red-lipped pirate crew attacks Haohua merchant fleet. Total bounty raised to 800 million berries. The bounty notice even specifically mentioned sponsored by the Yu family. Rich people really know how to have fun. What shocked me even more was that in the section for the ship's doctor, there was a clear print of Candy Puff's face, with a bounty of 400 million. Goodness, so she is the informant that Flame was talking about. Poor Mr. Haohua. He has been backstabbed by his own people. While I was eating melon seeds, I continued to watch, and there was a big news story on the South China Sea report. That chest-haired pirate group, S. Mauser, actually wiped out the joint fleet of the Lao Nianguo organization all by himself. The bounty has also risen to 300 million, but there's a particularly strange note at the back. Only death. Only kill. What kind of operation is this? They don't want them alive? I looked at this series of big news, all of which happened near the Loot Islands. All right, the target is clear. Let's go to the Loot Islands. 300 million Mauser, 500 million baby. I feel like I'm going to make a name for myself this time. With the target confirmed, I started to focus on sailing. I sailed all the way until night and finally saw the light of the lighthouse in the distance. By the time I docked the ship in the harbor, it was already late at night. The next morning, I was sleeping soundly when little Luo was chattering next to my bed, trying to wake me up. Let me tell you, the previously energetic me now felt completely drained, so tired that I could barely lift my eyelids. I waved my hand for her to go play by herself and turned over to sleep again. Little Luo had no choice but to pout and go find Wolf to complain about me. Wolf listened quietly, but if you looked closely, you would notice that there seemed to be data streams flashing in her eyes, as if her mind was engaged in a bizarre self-questioning. Who am I? I am Wolf. What am I doing? I am atoning. What is this person in front of me doing? She is speaking ill of her master. Should I take action? No, I can't. In the next second, it was as if Wolf's entire system blue-screened and restarted. Her head tilted, and she unexpectedly looked at little Luo, stuttering out 2 words in a newly learned electronic voice. Speak. Talk? I tell you, Xiaoluo's eyes were almost popping out. Goodness, that Wolf, who always looked like a high-end figurine, actually spoke. This was even more exciting than winning the lottery. She was so thrilled that she almost did a backflip on the spot and immediately wanted to run over to wake me up to tell me about this earth-shattering discovery. But just as she took a step, she abruptly stopped herself. Guess what? This little girl suddenly had a cheeky idea in her head. She thought, if I can train Wolf to be more human-like, won't Simon praise me to the skies? Family, who understands this damned competitive spirit. The little bit of maternal glow in Xiaoluo was instantly overshadowed by my ambition to be the sales champion. So, she stopped bothering me and directly became a little teacher. One dared to teach, and the other dared to learn. Wolf's learning ability was simply outrageous, like it had the latest AI chip installed, whatever Xiaoluo taught. It picked up in no time, and before long, daily conversation skills were mastered. But after teaching all this, Xiaoluo felt troubled again. She didn't want to teach her those maid skills, fearing Wolf would learn them and take her job. What a little worry. She scratched her head and thought, if only I had some combat skills. Just when she was about to pull her hair out in frustration, I woke up, yawned, and walked out of the cabin, immediately spotting Xiaoluo looking constipated in front of Wolf. I was just about to ask her what she was doing when she rushed over like she was presenting a treasure. Simon, look, Wolf can talk now. I taught it all. As soon as I heard it, I was stunned. When I looked at Wolf again, I couldn't believe it. This was no longer the dull wooden figure. Now she was a poised and elegant intellectual big sister, with that kind of Mona Lisa smile on her lips. I tentatively called out, Wolf? She immediately responded, I'm here. I tell you, my brain just crashed at that moment. What is going on? It's only been a few days. Has her intelligence level skyrocketed? I circled around her several times, examining her from head to toe. Her body hasn't changed, and there is nothing odd about her movements, but that gaze was so clear and curious like a newborn baby. She just stared at me with wide eyes, and then blurted out 2 words. Looking forward? Looking forward to what? Looking forward to me complimenting you? My mind was filled with question marks, and I instinctively reached out to pet her head. Goodness, she was so comfortable that her eyes were squinting, and her tail was wagging like a propeller. Xiaoluo, who was watching from the side, was melting and also started to pet her. This scene was adorable, but I was clear-minded. This was definitely not simple. In the past few days, we had been drifting at sea. Beside me making breakthroughs in my practice, nothing else had happened. Could it be that the energy flowing through my body has somehow mutated her through that thing? Oh, I can't even think about it. Forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Right now, we need to focus on the important matters. Xiaoluo, let us go. We're heading to the island. I called out and took the 2 of them ashore. As soon as we landed, the 3 of us were stunned. The port looked desolate, like the end of the world, not a single shadow in sight. As we walked toward the center of the island, it was a tragic sight. All the houses had collapsed, and the big trees had turned to charred remains, an entire war-torn ruin. But the strangest thing was, not a single corpse could be seen. There was still a faint smell of gunpowder in the air, indicating that this had happened not long ago. This place had no survivors. Were we supposed to ask for directions? We couldn't just drift aimlessly, could we? We rummaged through the ruins like headless flies for a long time, but didn't find any useful clues. Xiaoluo was so tired that she plopped down on a rock and started to protest. I realized this wasn't a solution, so I pointed at the distant charred giant tree and said, let's climb up there. The higher we stand, the farther we can see. Maybe we'll discover something. Xiaoluo looked unwilling, but still followed me over. The tree looked big, but in reality, it was as brittle as a cookie. I repeatedly reminded her to be careful. As it turned out, she climbed in a thrilling manner, with the branches creaking under her feet. Several times, I thought she was going to fall, but she somehow made it to the top without incident, just as she steadied herself up there and turned around to call me. She looked down and was stunned. There was no one below. As for me, let me tell you, I was only cool for 3 seconds. I had just climbed halfway when a branch snapped under my feet with a crack, and I went into a free fall, landing in a complete mess. I just got up from the ground, pondering whether I should charge in with brute force, when I heard a whoosh above me and Wolf fell down, landing squarely on my waist. To make matters worse, there was a sharp stone right under my waist. Oh no, let me tell you, that moment almost made my eyes pop out. My whole body jolted and I nearly cried out. Wolf realized she was on top of me and quickly tried to get up, but as soon as she moved, I had an even closer encounter with that stone. I was in so much pain that my face twisted, and I hurriedly yelled, "Stop! Don't move! Please don't move!" Wolf was obedient and immediately froze, but then she slipped and sat down even harder. Family, who understands that feeling? It was so painful that I felt like my soul was about to ascend. I gritted my teeth, struggled to arch my body to lift her up, and quickly pulled out that damn stone, which finally allowed her to get off me. We both lay on the ground in a big X shape, staring at the sky, feeling utterly despondent. I gasped and asked her, "Why did you fall down all of a sudden?" Wolf tilted her head and innocently said 2 words. "Accompaniment?" Hey, as I thought about it, I understood. So she jumped down to accompany me because she saw me fall? I felt both angry and amused and a bit touched. All right then, since you're down here, let us go up together. It's just in time to try out my new trick. I told her to stand still, then took a deep breath, kicked off the ground, and with a whoosh, I launched myself into the air, grabbing volume 5 in midair. My feet seemed to be stepping on invisible stairs. Bang, bang, bang. Each step made a thunderous sound in the air, crushing the burnt tree trunks beneath me as I violently charged up to the top of the tree. Little Luo was bored at the top when she suddenly heard a booming sound from below. As she peeked out, a dark shadow flashed past her eyes. By the time she reacted, I had already come down with volume 5 like a deity descending from the heavens, slowly landing before her while basking in the sunlight. Little Luo's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, wanting to play like that too. I had just mastered this aerial step and was looking for a chance to show it off, so I had to indulge her. I scooped up little Luo and took her on a half-hour aerial stroll, making her extremely happy. After having enough fun, I finally remembered the important matter. Standing at the edge of the treetop, I began to observe the shape of the entire island. As I looked, I couldn't help but gasp. The outline of this island looked so much like a chicken with a sharp beak. Suddenly, I remembered, isn't this the legendary Jean Island? The headquarters of the largest black material news agency in the South China Sea. Wow, it was completely taken down by someone, which is truly satisfying. I could hardly contain my smile. Just as I was about to take them back to set sail, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye of a cemetery on the other side of the island, and it seemed like something was moving. Little Luo followed my gaze, but saw nothing. I stared intently in that direction, feeling that something was off. Let's go check it out. We arrived at the cemetery, and just as Xiao Luo was about to step inside, I grabbed her firmly, my expression serious. Be careful, it's not that simple here. I lowered my voice and asked, have you heard the legend of Ji Yinshen? It's quite famous. It is said that many years ago, a rookie reporter who had been practicing for 2.5 years, in order to get a big scoop, consumed a fruit from the illusory beast category. As a result, their powers went out of control, infecting everyone at the newspaper. In the end, a passing big shot suppressed them right here in the cemetery. Since then, this place has been cursed. Anyone who has been inside will uncontrollably perform a strange Iron Mountain leaning action upon exiting. As soon as I thought of this, goosebumps cover my body. Isn't this just a large source of meme pollution? I really don't want to get caught up in it. I made a quick decision. I'm not going. Let's go. I must have been seeing things just now. I mean, who would go to such a creepy place? Not even a dog. Xiao Luo wanted to laugh at me for being so cowardly, but I didn't give her a chance at all. I picked up both of them and ran wildly towards the port. It was a straight line. I bumped into trees and kick stones, so wildly that even Xiao Luo was stunned. In just a few minutes, we rushed back to the port. And guess who we ran into? Mr. Hao Hao, the unfortunate merchant who was robbed by the Red Lips pirates. All he had left was a dog, a cat maid, and a blanket, looking utterly miserable. He looked just as bewildered watching us rush over like we were fleeing from something. Of course, I couldn't admit that I was scared out of my wits by a legend, so I could only awkwardly laugh it off. After asking, I found out that he had been thrown into the sea by the pirates and barely survived to drift onto this island. As soon as I heard that, my mind started racing. I smiled and asked him, "So, Mr. Hao Hao, what are your plans for the future?" He said he wanted to reorganize a merchant caravan. I shook my finger and said, No. A talented person like you shouldn't waste your abilities on business." He was taken aback by my sudden attitude. I decided to be straightforward and reveal my cards. "Mr. Hao Hao, a man like you, who comes with his own story and following, is a rare resource on the sea. I just want to live better." As soon as I finished speaking, I activated my ability. Justice cause cost repayment. Suddenly, a fruit the size of a mountain emerged from Mr. Hao Hao. I was stunned. "How many times have you created causes with your cat maid?" I quickly made a judgment. Cost judgment. News frenzy. After activating my ability, the fruit rapidly merged into his brain. When he opened his eyes again, he looked a bit dazed. I immediately stepped forward and began my Oscar-worthy performance, saying he fainted from excitement and that we had reached a consensus that his life goal shouldn't be the merchant caravan. With my persuasion, the already confused Mr. Hao Hao was completely rewritten. He tapped his head, and his gaze instantly became incredibly determined. "Simon, you're right. What I should do is run a newspaper. Promoting justice in this era is my true calling." Plan successful. I barely held back my smile as I brought him and his people aboard the ship. When I dropped him off at Jinri Island, I asked, "Can I submit articles in the future?" Without looking back, he passionately shouted, "I will promote all acts of justice to the entire world." Done. I had secured my future public opinion tool. Hunting bounties, isn't that the greatest justice? I was in a great mood and immediately ordered, "Target loot islands." Set sail. Our ship set sail again, leaving behind the island that was destined to become famous in the future. Meanwhile, near the Lut Islands, on a small island called Ju-E, 2 pirate ships were docked. A hot-tempered man shouted impatiently, "Is that guy baby not here yet? What is taking so long?" Next to him, a charming woman giggled and said, "Just be patient. Mao say, after all, he's a big shot who stole gold from the heavens. It's normal to be cautious." Just then, a warship slowly approached. A man in a naval uniform, though with a lewd demeanor, stood at the bow and shouted, Hey, is it really okay for so many high-bounty pirates to gather here?" As soon as the hot-tempered man named Mao Se saw him, his anger flared up instantly, radiating the terrifying aura of a 300 million bounty pirate. "Baby, you're late. Do you know that the fire in my heart is about to explode? Let me tell you, that guy named Baby is just unbelievable." After hearing this, he casually replied, "Sorry about that." Wow, that one sentence completely triggered Mauser's explosive temper. "What did you say?" He blew up right on the spot, his hair standing on end like steel needles, and with a whoosh, it all shot towards Baby, while he was shouting something about Superman type, fur fruit. But guess what? Baby didn't panic at all. He made a strange gesture with his hands and kept chanting barrier. Barrier. In an instant, a green, glass-like shield enveloped him completely. Mauser's attack hit it with a clatter, leaving not even a mark. I was watching nearby. My heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the so-called barrier fruit that boasts absolute defense? How did it end up in this kid's hands? This is going to be trouble. Just as those two were about to get serious, the big sister, Flame, finally spoke up. Her voice, let me tell you, was both charming and soft, almost magical, instantly captivating the souls of the two men, making them stop in their tracks. On our side, one was cleaning a sniper rifle, and the other was ready to draw a sword. Both of them sighed in relief. Only that food lover named Puff, who understands, surprisingly pulled out a new snack and was munching on it happily, while Baby and Mauser, with twitching eyes, could only pretend they didn't TC. Mauser's anger subsided, and he went straight to the point, asking Flame, "Big sister, why did you call us here?" Flame, that woman, with a shocking tone, slowly uttered 4 words. "Pirate Alliance." She said she wanted to form a pirate alliance to directly storm the New World and take down the 4-Sea Emperors. At that moment, I saw Baby's jaw almost drop to the ground as he pointed at Flame and said, "You must be crazy, just this few?" Flame was so calm and composed. With a slight smile, "Don't worry, do I dare to play like this without some hidden cards?" She then dropped a bombshell, saying the reason we were being hunted to death by that Yuqian family was that we had stolen their ultimate secret weapon, the mechanical armor. Mauser and Baby looked completely puzzled. Mechanical armor? What the heck is that? Flame didn't waste any time. She clapped her hands, and a bunch of robots walked down from her ship, all metallic, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Mauser, with his hot temper, rushed up to try it out without saying a word. Guess what happened? The moment his hair brushed against the robot, its eyes shot out lasers, and it drew 2 knives in a swift motion. In less than a minute, it had pinned the 300 million bounty Mauser to the ground. Baby's eyes nearly popped out. Only then did Flame leisurely ask, "So, do you think I qualify now?" Baby's attitude did a complete 180, nodding and bowing. Qualified. Absolutely qualified. He looked as if he had already seen hope in defeating Whitebeard. Mauser, now released, got up and asked how many of these things there were. Flame smiled mysteriously and said something that made everyone gasp. "Whatever you need, we have." Well, what else is there to say? They immediately formed an alliance and had a toast. Then Flame announced the first target, the Lutu Islands. She said she chose this place because she came from here and knew a shocking secret. She leaned in and whispered something to those two. I couldn't hear clearly from a distance, but judging by their expressions, I knew this secret must be related to enhancing those mechanical armors. The plan was set, and everyone returned to their homes to gather their forces. Once everyone left, only Flame remained on the island, laughing like a villainous boss, cackling maniacally, which was quite eerie. On the other side, our protagonist Simon was sailing his little shabby boat towards the Lutu Islands when he encountered a major incident on the way. Dozens of pirate crews were engaged in a massive battle, cannon fire lighting up the sky like fireworks. His boat was as fragile as paper, and he didn't dare to charge in. There was no choice but to hold back and prepare a big move. Let me tell you, at that moment, Simon's entire aura changed. He stood at the bow of the ship, closed his eyes, and felt all his spirit and energy condensing into that broken knife of his. Then, he slowly drew the blade, and a visible slash appeared out of nowhere, the surrounding air being sucked in. That slash disappeared with a whoosh, and 3 seconds later, the battlefield ahead fell silent. Dozens of pirate crews, along with their ships, were directly wiped out, turning into stars in the sky. One slash cleared the screen. The cost was that his little broken knife, which had been with him for so long, shattered into pieces on the spot. And it didn't end there. His little sidekick, Xiao Luo, rushed over in excitement, stepped on it, and turned it into dust. Simon watched helplessly as his beloved knife turned to ashes and went into a daze, his eyes rolling back, becoming dumbfounded. Xiao Luo was terrified and hurriedly did acupressure and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. When Simon woke up, his mind was foggy, and he felt a sweetness in his mouth, instinctively. Cough, cough. Anyway, when he fully regained consciousness, he realized he was holding Xiao Luo and nibbling on her. Family. The main theme is a blurred consciousness, right? To make matters worse, the power of his slash was so great that it disturbed the sea currents, and their ship was directly pushed between 2 large reefs. Suspended in midair, unable to go up or down. There was no choice but to rely on themselves. Simon called on Wolf, asking her to transform into that beastly form resembling a big dog, and the 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, physically lifted the ship, flew out from between the reefs, and then with a thud, threw it back into the sea. I tell you, that scene was just like 2 ants moving a grain of rice. Utterly ridiculous. Just as they managed to sort things out, a storm arrived. Fortunately, they were prepared and passed through without any danger. After the storm calmed, Simon realized that Wolf had actually been flying in the sky just now. He felt a pang of jealousy. Admit it, he was just jealous. The illusion beast fruit was just unreasonable like that. He immediately decided that he had to train Wolf well and not waste this talent. So for the next few days, it was hellish special training. pushing Wolf to the point of frothing at the mouth and fainting. Xiao Luo watched with a pained heart, but Simon said that to become strong, one had to pay the price. In this heavy atmosphere, he picked up the newspaper sent by the newsbird. Good heavens, the headline, "The world's greatest swordsman is born." The accompanying image was of red-haired Shanks and Hawkeye, Mihawk, clashing swords. The news said that Hawkeye had won. When Simon saw this, his heart sank. He knew that the gears of the new era had begun to turn. After calculating the time, he realized he only had 4 years left for his development period, and the pressure instantly mounted. Their ship had just arrived at the Rude Islands. Xiao Luo was so excited that she insisted on going ashore to play. Simon said no. They had to wait for Wolf to wake up. Once Wolf recovered, the three of them went to the island together. On the island, Xiao Luo began to show off the information she had heard from Pudding, saying there were 46 islands in this place. Simon, not wanting to lose face, insisted on showing off and asked if she knew about the 5 main islands. As a result, he annoyed Xiao Luo. Simon quickly backed down and apologized, saying he would buy her something delicious as compensation. He pointed to a stall and boldly said, "Boss, I want all of this." The boss quoted a price, 500,000 berries. Simon turned pale, trembling as he changed his words. Then give me 50. The boss rolled his eyes at him, took 500 berries, and then handed him I tell you, that thing looked like a cotton candy stick the size of a small house. Simon was stunned on the spot. How was he supposed to carry this? He stared blankly at the stick in his hand, then looked at the boss, unable to say a word. Xiao Luo was laughing her head off beside him, pulling him along, saying, "Simon, let's go." As a result, this guy, after just taking 2 steps, found that the pile of food in his hands was about to fall apart, and he froze in place, slowly moving like a turtle. Xiao Luo in front was laughing so hard she was almost in tears, shouting at him, "Simon, you look like a turtle. I tell you." Simon's face was so dark at that time, it was unbelievable. He stood there, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, exhaled, and after a series of operations, forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, shouting at Xiao Luo, "Stop laughing. Come over and help." Fortunately, Xiao Luo didn't make him wait too long and ran back to share the load, and that's when we could finally walk normally. As we were walking, Xiao Luo suddenly remembered something and asked, looking very conflicted, "Simon, didn't you say there were only 4 families in this place? How come there are 5 main islands?" As soon as Simon heard this, he got excited, munching on what he had in hand while saying, that has to do with the political system here. The 4 families take turns in power, but none of them submits to the others, so they can't just set the capital in any one family's territory, right? So they found another big island to serve as the governing island. Later, to elevate the status of their own island, they collectively referred to their island and the governing island as the 5 main islands. After saying that, he continued to eat heartily. Xiao Luo waited there for a long time, looking confused. And then, Simon looked even more confused. And then, there's nothing after that. I was almost fainting beside them. Xiao Luo was speechless and said, "Is this it? Just to show off? This is so boring." Guess how Simon responded? He looked at Xiao Luo very seriously and said, "Don't you think it's very interesting to forcefully elevate the status of your island? Who understands this, right?" Xiao Luo was completely stunned, and even the food in her hand didn't taste good anymore. She said, "Simon, do you have a huge misunderstanding of the word interesting?" Simon thought he understood it perfectly and patted Xiao Luo on the shoulder, saying, "Oh, I get it. You must not know how big the gap is between those islands. It's all about the information disparity, right, bro?" Xiao Luo had already given up on arguing with him, just agreeing the whole time. When Simon saw she didn't believe him, he became even more insistent and wanted to take us to see for ourselves. "Fine, let us go." The first stop was the ruling island. Let me tell you, it was not an island at all, just a wasteland. There was a dilapidated thatched hut on it. Xiao Luo's eyes nearly bulged out. Is this the highest power institution? The smell is so strong. Are you sure it's not some temporary shack? Simon was particularly proud. Is this surprising? You haven't seen the islands of the 4 great families yet. He said these 4 families fight among themselves every day, and they could form 7 small alliances, which is absurd, right? After leaving that broken place, we arrived at the territory of the Bright family. Wow, what a complete change of scenery. From a distance, we could see the lights and the party atmosphere. As we got closer, the streets were filled with beautifully dressed women and various outdoor stalls, and the sinful vibe was overwhelming. Simon's eyes were practically glued to the women, while Xiao Luo's face darkened, jealousy spilling over as she grabbed him and walked away without saying a word. Simon seemed quite disappointed. Hey, I haven't even told you the history of the Bright family yet. Xiao Luo rolled her eyes. What good history can this broken place have? But Simon insisted on telling it, even if he had to talk with no one listening. I caught a few keywords like gangsters, slaves, human trafficking, usury, fraud. Fine, it was a complete mess, rotten to the core. Xiao Luo's blood pressure shot up, cursing why this family hadn't been eradicated yet. Just then, we arrived at the Rump family's island. I tell you, it was like a different world. There were kids laughing and playing everywhere, and the walls were covered in fairy tale graffiti, an atmosphere of peace and happiness. Xiao Luo's mood instantly lifted, and she curiously asked what this family did. Simon perked up, proudly saying, "Look at this peaceful scene. They are, of course, a naval family." Xiao Luo was suddenly respectful, but then she quickly became puzzled, asking why only this island was so good, while the dozens of islands we passed were so miserable. Simon cleared his throat and dropped a bombshell. That's because everyone living here is from the Rump family. The atmosphere instantly deflated. The warm expression on Xiao Luo's face froze. After all this, these so-called prestigious families were just self-sufficient, only caring about their own little piece of land, completely indifferent to the floods raging in the outside world. The Bright family actually allowed outsiders to live there, but that was just to catch them for exploitation. Xiao Luo was thoroughly disappointed, and didn't he even want to see the remaining two families? Sighing sigh. I really didn't expect this country to be like this before coming. Seeing her low mood, Simon felt a bit guilty. But just 2 seconds later, Xiao Luo suddenly revived, cheerfully saying, "Hey Simon, let us go to Samba Island." Understanding these broken families is just a waste of time. The speed of her emotional switch was incredible. Simon looked confused. Samba Island? What's south that place? Xiao Luo was particularly proud. Oh, you don't know that? She kept him in suspense and refused to tell him, saying he would know once we got there. While the three of us were wandering around outside the sea area, the storm was already brewing. Several pirate crews had surrounded the area with their large ships. There were the chest-hair pirate crew, the red-lip pirate crew, and a naval veteran named Baby, with 3 groups prepared to launch a simultaneous offensive at the agreed time. Their goal was not to occupy these broken islands, but to lure the 4 great families away, to steal an ultimate weapon called Quantum Source Essence. What about us? We knew nothing about it, and happily arrived at Samba Island, as mentioned by Xiao Luo. As soon as we got here, I was dumbfounded, surrounded by all sorts of adorable little toys. Simon even praised Xiao Luo for having a childlike heart, but Xiao Luo completely ignored him and charged straight into the island. Just as Simon was puzzled, Wolf suddenly exclaimed, "I like it." While Simon was still surprised, a sudden booming sound of cannon fire echoed from multiple directions in the distance. His expression changed immediately, and he rushed to catch up with Xiao Luo, blocking her path and saying, "Xiao Luo, don't run around. Stick close to me. That cannon fire doesn't sound right." Xiao Luo, fully immersed in play, didn't take it seriously at all. "Oh, you're being too sensitive. This is the core area, and those pirates with bounties over 100 million are all your friends. What are you afraid of?" Her words left Simon speechless. All the boasting he had done earlier now served as evidence against him. Feeling extremely awkward, he pointed at a nearby doll to forcibly change the subject. Xiao Luo, "Look at that bear, it's so cute." Xiao Luo looked at him with disdain. "Isn't that a cute bear? I stopped playing with those when I was 6. Even more awkward. Just then, a scream suddenly came from the end of the street, and a large crowd of people was running towards us, crying for help, with a group of gun-wielding pirates chasing after them, firing their weapons as they ran. Simon instantly stepped in front of us. Xiao Luo peeked out from behind him. Furious, "This is too much. Simon, hurry up and take them out." Simon calmly asked, "Do these people have bounties?" As he spoke, he reached for his waist. The next second, his motion froze. "Huh, where's my sword?" He looked down and saw nothing but emptiness. Good heavens, that broken sword. The memories of his demise began to attack him fiercely. My sword is broken. Xiao Luo over there was comparing bounty notices and suddenly shouted, Simon, there, S1. Over 10 million. Over 10 million? The moment Simon heard this, the sorrow of losing his beloved sword vanished instantly, and his eyes started to shine red. Looks like fate wants me to get a new sword. Xiao Luo, which one is the lucky one? That one. The one with the gun, smirking. Got it. In a flash, Simon appeared in front of a handsome guy. The guy was being arrogant. Huh? Who are you? Before he could finish, Simon decisively judged it was him. With his right hand open, he unleashed a powerful welding machine, slapping him across the face. Grabbing his head and shaking it violently, and finally with a loud bang, he smashed the back of his head into an unknown mass by the roadside. Simon wiped his hands and turned to look at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo was frantically waving her hands. Wrong, Simon, wrong. It's that red-haired one. Too far away. Simon couldn't hear it all and only saw Xiao Luo's lip movements, thinking she was praising him, scratching his head in confusion. Then he turned his head and saw a group of colorful-haired pirates, and his anger flared up. You call yourselves pirates, but what else with those colorful hair? Are you mocking me? Without a word, he kicked out a right whip kick, striking a red-haired pirate right in the waist. The red-haired pirate was sent flying. Perfectly wedged between two walls, his body bent into a perfect C shape. Simon was still not satisfied and looked at the remaining green-haired, blue-haired, and purple-haired pirates, revealing a friendly smile. A flurry of sounds followed, and 3 letters appeared on the ground. Are you playing the ultimate version of Snake here? After the fight, Simon wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, puzzled, when suddenly a gunshot rang out and a bullet came flying towards the back of his head. The shooter was the red-haired pirate with a real bounty of 10 million. Xiao Luo screamed in fright, and Wolf sprang into action. However, the bullet hit Simon's head, and with a crisp sound, it bounced off and fell to the ground. Simon felt a slight itch on the back of his head and scratched it. When he turned around, he saw Xiao Luo running towards him with a face full of terror. Just as he was about to open his arms to welcome her, a series of heart-wrenching screams came from behind. He turned back in shock. Wolf was furiously beating the red-haired pirate who had fired the gun. The scene was brutal, each punch landing with a sickening thud, so bloody that Simon felt a chill down his spine. Xiao Luo rushed over, grabbing Simon's head and inspecting it repeatedly, muttering about not getting distracted during battles. Simon was completely bewildered. Gun? Hit? Did someone just shoot me? He listened to the red-haired pirate's agonizing screams behind him and suddenly curiously asked Xiao Luo, Hey, do you know why Wolf is beating that red-haired one? Xiao Luo replied, Maybe, because he just shot at you. Only then did Simon realize, looking down, that there was indeed a flattened lead bullet at his feet. He picked it up, touched his head, and fell into deep thought. Have my physical defenses become this high? Even a bullet can't get through? But instead of feeling happy, his expression grew increasingly serious. If he couldn't even detect a sneak attack from a small minion, what would happen if he fought a master? Wouldn't he be directly finished if they wrapped their bullets with hockey? It looks like it's time to work on my observation hockey. Having figured this out, he looked at Wolf beating the guy with a completely different mindset, cheering him on from the side. Good job, Wolf. Yes, kick him. Xiao Luo quickly pulled him back. Simon, if you keep hitting, he'll die, and we 1T get the bounty. Bounty? Simon was taken aback, and Xiao Luo quickly explained that the one on the ground was the real deal with a 10 million bounty. Simon looked at the guy who had been beaten into a twist, blood gushing, and losing control of his bodily functions, and his worldview collapsed. Him? 10 million bounty? He hurried over to stop Wolf and then picked up the bounty notice, carefully comparing it with the mess on the ground. The hair matched, the mouth matched. Even the mole was in the same position. It really was him. This non-mainstream pirate crew. It turns out those letters were an abbreviation of their ship's name. How tacky. Listening to the cannon fire and wails coming from all directions on the island, Simon's eyes sharpened, and he decided to do something. He walked up to the guy called Pure Cotton and activated his ability. Judgment, condemnation, but instead of directly judging him, he used a newly developed method. Judgment over time, sinful image. A virtual screen unfolded directly above Pure Cotton's head, with a data line inserting into his brain. Simon aimed to read his memories to see what exactly was happening on Root Island right now. Xiao Luo watched the screen beside him and quipped, "Simon, this time the image better not be just 7 seconds long." I have to tell you, 7 seconds? This time he really hit me hard, almost blinded me. Simon was anxious to prove he wasn't a true 7-second man, but when he released the memory image extracted from that red-haired head, I was instantly petrified. It was like a thunderstorm at the opening. Folks, the scene was simply the latest abstract art of 2025. A big man was screaming, "No, don't, brother," while another shouted, "It's brotherly love, just let me see." I tell you, the plot was so explosive that my CPU was about to overheat, and Simon turned pale, fast-forwarding at lightning speed. His hands moving so fast they were sparking. But the most outrageous part? Well, I turned to look at Xiao Luo and Wolf. They were watching like it was a weather forecast, not even blinking, and even asked Simon why he was changing the screen. I was stunned at that moment and asked Xiao Luo, "Aren't you shocked by this?" This thing? Guess what she said? "Isn't it abnormal? Who understands family?" At that moment, I really started to think about life. What on earth has Xiao Luo experienced in the palace? This kind of thing is actually her daily life. Simon also had to look like an old man on the subway staring at his phone, silently blocking this segment and directly fast-forwarding the timeline, skipping those indescribable scenes. We finally found something serious from the memory USB of that red-haired guy. Simply put, a madman named Mauser, I don't know where he got the courage, actually shook 18 pirate crews and wants to team up to push through the entire Loot Islands. At that time, I had only one thought. The fun is coming. Simon also thought it was ridiculous and asked Xiao Luo what she thought. Xiao Luo, being purely a fun-loving person, said to fight, the harder the better. Preferably both sides perish together. Well, it seems I can't count on her for ideas. Simon sighed and thought, well, Mauser was already the target. And now he delivered himself to our door, saving us the trouble of looking for him. Without hesitation, he snapped the red-haired guy's head off, casually found a bag to put it in, and said to Xiao Luo, "Let's go, time to clock in for work." Xiao Luo was still confused and asked what job. Only then did Simon remember he hadn't told Xiao Luo that his life goal was to become the world's most famous bounty hunter. When Xiao Luo heard this, she immediately understood and took out her photography bug to enter professional shooting mode. As I tell you, while we were packing over here, Mauser was already fighting with someone over there. The scene shifted to Island 13. Mauser was being chased and beaten by how should I put it? A Barbie doll in a ballet skirt. That guy was sprinting like a person with a demon, his leg hair almost sparking, kicking Mauser until he was searching for his hair all over the floor. Mauser got so angry that he unleashed his ultimate move. His black hair grew wildly in an instant, tying that Barbie doll into a big zongzi, and then he started to whip it, showing off his power. Just then, a sword energy flashed by, and Mauser was cut off. A seemingly young little swordswoman rushed over, pointing at Mauser and shouting, "Evildoer, I'll come back from hell to kill you." Mauser saw this and laughed. Wasn't this the rookie girl from the fleet he had wiped out back in the day? Still alive? He laughed like a madman. Then the most explosive moment came. That Barbie doll, named Phone Cly, after breaking free, executed a 320,000 circle spinning kick and charged up. As a result, Mauser's hair entangled him again, but Phone Cly was spinning too fast to stop. The two of them merged into a giant blacktop, and with a whoosh they spiraled upwards. Really, in a physical sense, they spiraled up into the sky. Phone Cly shouted from above, urging that little swordswoman to quickly cut Mauser's hair. But the girl, named Xiao Xiao, experienced PTSD at a critical moment. Her hands trembling like she had Parkinson's, and she didn't dare to draw her sword. As Phone Cly was about to run out of strength and the top was about to fall, Xiao Xiao finally closed her eyes and swung her sword wildly. Guess what? Just with that awkward swing, as the top fell, she actually grazed a corner and sent a clump of black stuff flying, like playing golf, directly heading northeast. With faint screams still audible, Mauser was sent flying like that, and when Phone Cly fell, he and Xiao Xiao decided to team up to chase Mauser in the northeast direction. At this point, we had just set off, and Xiao Luo was still taking pictures with her photography bug, just in time to capture a black blob flying in the sky, and she pointed out to me, "Simon, look what is flying in the sky." Simon didn't even lift his head. Don't talk nonsense, just a trash bag. Who would have thought that was actually our main target for this trip? Then Simon started his scavenger work. The first pirate crew was called the Cannon Fire Pirates, led by a captain named Ada the Deer, with a bounty of only 800,000 berries. Simon looked down on it and made a face. But even a small mosquito is still meat. He dashed onto the ship, and while the captain was still busy saying that cannon fire is art, he executed a throat lock, snap, and the head was gone. Then he unleashed his aura, and everyone on the ship rolled their eyes and collectively lost power. The world became quiet. After that, he even arrogantly asked Xiao Luo if the shot looked cool. But let me tell you, Xiao Luo's photography skills made me want to thank her. The shots of Simon were either blurry or had motion trails. And one shot was so poorly composed that Simon almost thought he walked into the wrong set, looking just like a BL comic screenshot. Simon broke down on the spot, snatched the photography bug and said, "You took great pictures, but don't take any more." Of course, in the end, the photography bug was still taken back by Xiao Luo. Then we swept through, charging into a battlefield of tens of thousands, with Simon charging in like a wild bull, shirtless, pulling out 3 pirate captains and running off, focusing on efficiency. The most outrageous part was on Island 25. We encountered an alliance of 6 female pirate captains, all with high bounties. Simon actually hesitated. I could tell from his expression that he was struggling again about whether to go for the bounty or for his Arhut golden body technique. In the end, he heartbreakingly decided to give up the bounty. As soon as he walked over, those 6 women pounced on him like hungry wolves. One hugged his arm, another pressed against his back, and one was shooting sparks at him, making the scene extremely chaotic. I didn't even dare to look. Simon was completely stiff, unable to shake off the pressure. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and knocked them all down with a punch. Xiao Luo asked him why he didn't kill them, and he actually made up some nonsense without blushing. Our team needs people, and besides, they were just a bit mischievous. Bringing them back to be your maids is just right. I don't believe you. Then he used some kind of desire repayment judgment on those 6 women. When they woke up, they were all as obedient as little kittens, all calling him captain in unison. Just as we were talking, a giant LED screen suddenly descended in the square, and Mauser's big face came up, ready for a live broadcast across the island. I leaned over to take a look, and wow, this guy was still alive and was about to be publicly executed. The ones tied up on the platform were none other than that little swordswoman Xiao Xiao and the Barbie doll Phone Cly. Mauser was still arrogantly shouting, "The consequence of challenging me, the great pirate Mauser, is death." Just as he was bragging, the floor beneath him suddenly exploded, and a female pirate named Flame jumped up with her crew, causing Mauser to fall flat on his face. I tell you, at that moment, the live broadcast across the island fell silent. Flame was laughing so hard she was shaking, while Mauser's face turned liver-colored, still having to smile and ask her not to make a scene. Now it was lively with all kinds of pirates like Flame, Baby, and Puff, famous in the South Sea, gathered together like they were having a year-end meeting. Mauser called out his 7 subordinates from the pirate crew to hold the fort, then ridiculed Xiao Xiao and Phone Cly, who had their mouths blocked in a self-satisfied manner. It was simply unbearable to watch. Mauser's live broadcast directly angered bounty hunters across the whole island. Everyone saw this was nothing but a blatant provocation. So bounty hunters from all directions silently picked up their weapons and gathered towards the island of Brait, where Mauser was located. Of course, we are no exception. Simon looked at the arrogant Mauser on the screen, sneered, and led us along with the 6 newly recruited maids directly towards Bright Island to fight. A big brawl was about to break out. Let me tell you, as soon as we landed on the island, the scene was absolute chaos. It was like gods were fighting and mortals were suffering. A guy with a bounty of 40 million, named Mingo or something, was rampaging around, but then he ran into a tough opponent, a hunter named Bluebird Mark. This guy, incredible, has the ability of the animal fruit and transformed into a giant bluebird, relentlessly pecking at Mingo, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. Just then, a guy at the base of the platform couldn't take it anymore. Who was it? The legendary pedicure swordsman, Corn's Hawk. Folks, who understands that nickname? It's so down-to-earth. Everyone around was shocked, saying, "You, a pedicurist, want to get involved?" Hawk replied, "I just want to give it a try." And then guess what? He spent a full 3 minutes building up a powerful move aimed at Bluebird Mark, slashing out a 5-meter-long sword energy. I tell you, that sword energy had an extremely potent vibe. Everyone who smelled it, whether pirate or hunter, was clutching their feet and howling. It was practically a biochemical attack. Just as this fragrant sword energy was about to hit Bluebird Mark, suddenly, with a bang, a little giant covered in gray-black blocked the attack, sending the sword energy soaring into the sky. This guy was Brick George, a superhuman with the brick fruit ability, specifically designed to counter such flashing moves. Hawkeye's old rival and charged in with no hesitation. Then, things got even crazier. Another pirate captain, the eerie Moonlight Leah, grinned sinisterly and activated his ability, causing a forest of horns to sprout from the ground, launching countless people into the sky, stringing them together like human skewers. It was at this moment that we finally made it to the scene. Simon looked up and saw his childhood playmate, Xiao Xiao, tied up on the execution platform, and his eyes instantly turned red. I tell you, at that moment, the killing intent radiating from him made my hair stand on end from a distance. Without a word, he started walking step by step toward the execution platform, with me, Wolf, and the 6 newly recruited female captains flanking him. What a presence. There were some clueless pirates blocking the way ahead, right? Simon didn't even bother to lift a hand. He unleashed his conqueror's haki, sweeping through like a Wi-Fi signal. And one by one, they collapsed, eyes rolling back, all falling asleep. The commotion was so loud that the onlookers, including Puff, were stunned, dropping the snacks in their hands. The fiery guy on the platform also noticed, his face growing serious. The funniest part was that guy named Baby, the former Navy officer we had beaten before. When he saw us, his temper flared up immediately, thinking we were there to humiliate him. He let out a roar and charged down for the platform straight at Simon. At that moment, Mauser on the platform still didn't realize the severity of the situation and was laughing, saying, "Wow, Baby is so eager." Xiao Xiao also spotted Simon and was frozen, forgetting to cut the ropes. Just as time was of the essence, Baby's fist, the size of a cooking pot, had already slammed into Simon's face. I tell you, Simon didn't even break his stride. He casually raised his right hand and slapped Baby with a casual flick. It was like swatting a mosquito. The next second, the 500 million bounty Baby was sent flying at a speed that defied the laws of physics, plowing a trench along the ground for dozens of meters, and finally, with a loud thud, he was buried inside a building, his life status unknown. The entire place fell silent. Really, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to sync with Simon's footsteps, thud, thud, thud. Mauser on the platform couldn't laugh anymore, and the fiery guy stood up abruptly. In front of us was a female captain named Paul Cook, who turned pale with fear, her delicate fingers trembling. When we reached the base of the platform, an even funnier scene unfolded. Crocodile Kuro and the fishman Shenzhong, upon seeing Wolf, immediately dropped to one knee, their heads bowed like quails, directly surrendering. Paul Cook, in a moment of madness, turned around and prostrated before us, performing a full-body bow. Simon completely ignored them and walked straight onto the platform. Mauser still wanted to clap and say something heroic, but Simon didn't even acknowledge him. Walking around to untie Xiao Xiao, the two reunited after a long time. Just as they embraced, that oblivious Mauser shouted again, "Hey, kid, that is my trophy." Simon probably couldn't be bothered to deal with such a small fry and shot Wolf a glance. Got its seal lifted. Wolf's long-suppressed wildness erupted instantly, transforming before Mauser. Mauser was still cocky, roaring for the minions to retreat, using his hair fruit ability to bind Wolf tightly. But the next second, the hair-binding Wolf suddenly caught fire. Amidst the flames, a fully beastified Wolf emerged, fangs ablaze, with fierce eyes, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. He lunged and bit off Mauser's left arm. Mauser was scared out of his wits, just as he wanted to use his ability to pull himself away. Wolf's claw slashed across his left eye, leaving 3 bloody marks. Then Wolf took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, instantly turning Mauser into a smooth boiled egg. The screams were beyond thrilling. But just then, Baby, who had been slapped away by Simon, charged back. Goodness, he was wrapped in a layer of green barriers, blocking all of Wolf's flames. This guy turned out to be a barrier fruit user. Seeing someone come to his rescue, Mauser didn't think twice and turned to flee. Could Simon let him escape? He accelerated and caught up, pressing his right hand against Mauser's neck, slamming his head into the ground. Then he looked back at Baby, frowning. Shouldn't that barrier fruit be in another location? Could be the butterfly effect? Baby, with a turtle shell on his back, shouted that he had been careless earlier and hadn't dodged, then began manipulating the barrier to attack Simon with all sorts of bizarre shapes. But the speed was too slow. Simon dodged them as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. With a quick thought, Simon shouted to Wolf, "Fire at full power." He guessed that the barrier needed oxygen. Wolf immediately unleashed all his firepower, engulfing Baby along with his shell and flames. But that wasn't enough. There was a dead angle that the flames couldn't reach. Simon's eyes lit up. He had an idea. He began to act, deliberately slowing down. He let the barrier's spikes graze his waist, then let out a cry of pain, clutching his waist as he stopped, looking painfully distressed. Baby saw this and believed it. Thinking he had landed a hit, he excitedly manipulated the barrier to jab at Simon like a machine gun. Simon had secretly activated his armament hockey, lying on the ground and taking the hits like a massage. For a full 10 minutes, Baby got tired and stopped, panting heavily. Seeing Simon supposedly dead, he spat and turned to deal with Wolf. He moved the barrier away from himself, turning it into a large ball to cover Wolf. The opportunity had come. Just as the barrier left his body, Simon's hand shot out like a ghostly claw, silently piercing through Baby's chest from behind. Baby looked down in disbelief at the hole in his chest. His hand trembled, and the barrier shattered with a crash. He turned to say something fierce, but blood gushed out, and he could only manage to utter, "Tricked me," before he breathed his last. Simon wiped the blood off his hands, sneering, "All is fair in war, Baby." But then, his coolness lasted less than 3 seconds. On Wolf's side, he was freed, and the flames he had accumulated exploded without restraint, forming a massive fire tornado that charged straight at Simon. Simon exclaimed in surprise, grabbing the unconscious Mauser and Baby's corpse from the ground, and with a flash, he returned to our side. The fire dragon was out of control, rampaging across the island and turning the entire battlefield upside down. Countless pirates were swept up in it, including the horned Moonlight Rhea, who was knocked into the flames by his own horn. At that moment, Flame, who had been watching the show, walked over with her crew, and the atmosphere became a bit tense. She was about to say something when the glutton Puff from her ship rushed out, hugging little Luo's arm and saying, "Here, have this, it's really good." Instantly, the tense atmosphere dissipated. Flame was speechless and yelled at her. Later, when it was found out that we knew Puff, the hostility lessened. She also tried to recruit Simon, but Simon directly refused, saying they weren't on the same path. Flame didn't press the issue and took her crew away. Once everyone had left, Simon looked at the stunned pirates below, took a deep breath, and unleashed his conqueror's hockey, instantly clearing the area. "Little Luo, get ready to take a photo." Simon weighed the 2 trophies in his hand, preparing for a cool pose shot for the newspaper. However, little Luo's photography skills were a disaster. Just when Simon was feeling a headache, a frail figure swung over on a web, claiming to be a reporter. What a coincidence! Our newly recruited crow wanted to stop him, but disrespected Simon and was swiftly taken down by Simon, who said, "You think you have a right?" Then he smiled and helped the reporter, named Parker, up. Parker was someone who had seen the world and immediately got into work mode. Let me tell you, professionals are different. With a few clicks, a photo was taken. The composition, the lighting, under the dim sky, Simon held the necks of Mauser and Baby in one hand each, standing on a pile of pirate corpses with bounties in the millions. The scene was perfect for the master's task. When Simon saw the photo, his mouth almost reached his ears, saying, "If this photo goes to the World Economic Journal, my fame will spread worldwide." After Parker finished taking the photos, he hurried off to write the article. Simon was still immersed in joy when little Luo pointed at the fisherman who had been kneeling and asked, "Simon, should we kill this fish?" Simon thought for a moment and figured it was useless to keep him. So he said, "Kill him for the bounty." Little did he know, this angered the fisherman, who shouted, "Do you really think I have no temper?" he suddenly jumped up and launched a fishman karate technique. The 3,500 tile punch, aimed at Simon. Simon was caught off guard by his resistance, and, in a hurry, took the punch head-on, being pushed back 3 meters by the immense force. The pain in his arm made Simon excited for the first time in a while. This old fishman was still trying to act tough, saying he just wanted to live peacefully. Let me tell you, I was speechless at that moment. Big brother, if you want a peaceful life, what are you doing as a pirate? Why not go home and fish? Why are you trying to play deep with me? I took off my upper garment and couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I went straight to it. As soon as I activated my armed color, I was shining like gold, as if I had put on a layer of skin. I call this move the golden skin robe, and it looks cool. That's all that matters. That old fishman was still stubborn, shouting about how I was just a little brat who hadn't experienced cruelty, and then he unleashed a wave attack at me. Hey, I didn't even bother to dodge much. I just sidestepped and got right in his face, delivering a heavy blow to his kidneys. I said, "Your petty issues can't be an excuse for your evil deeds." With that punch, he was sent sprawling, foaming at the mouth, kneeling on the ground, clutching his waist, singing a song of defeat. Seeing he couldn't win, he still tried to talk tough, saying something about how humans were despicable. I kicked him, sending his wretched life packing right there. Honestly, I was in a good mood, and he ruined it all. So I went up and kicked him a couple more times for some relief. All right, at this moment, I remembered that the ballet dancing guy, Von Clay, had already said goodbye to Xiao Xiao and gracefully slipped away with his swan-like steps. I was so caught up in the fight that I didn't have time to pay attention to him. After the battle ended, I picked up the pile of heads on the ground one by one. They were all money. We returned to our base and headed straight for the nearest naval branch. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. I, Xiao Luo, and Wolf each carried a few heads and walked right in. The Navy guy at the entrance was quite polite at first, but when I threw that pile of trophies on the ground and said I wanted to exchange for the bounty, he looked down and saw the first one was that 300 million miser. The little Navy guy's CPU immediately short-circuited. He stammered and crawled away to find his superior. Before long, a chubby branch chief came out, and when he saw the pile of heads on the ground, he gulped hard. His attitude was incredibly good. He was moving tables and pouring tea. Then he started counting them one by one, and I tell you, his voice started to tremble. Chest hair pirate crew miser. 300 million berries. Navy trader baby. 500 million berries. The more he read, the happier I got, and in the end, he calculated a total amount of 963 million berries. Over 9 small goals, folks. That branch chief, sweating profusely, told me that the money was too much and he had to report to headquarters. What could I say? Just wait. After all, he didn't dare to default on my bill. Before long, headquarters approved it and a check for over 900 million was handed directly to me. As soon as we left, I could hear that branch chief laughing maniacally behind us. He probably thought he would get promoted based on my performance. Back on the ship, we had to throw a party to celebrate. I personally mixed the juice and shouted, "Cheers to my successful debut," making a name for myself in the world. And we directly entered party mode. As a result, those 6 female captains, I don't know if it was the atmosphere, actually started to perform talents. The first was AI Luo, the girl with the steel body, and she performed the chest-breaking stone trick. I watched as a huge rock shattered the moment it hit her chest. Seriously, girl, is that your chest or some kind of antimatter armor? I leaned in to take another look, and the stone cracked the moment it touched her body. It was truly ridiculous. Then Bai Chi started dancing, twisting like crazy. I didn't really understand it, but it was quite energetic. Song Kong made a funny face at me, which made me laugh. When Bai Chi saw me laughing, she wasn't happy and insisted on getting closer to me. I tried to dodge while backing away, but my foot slipped and I stumbled backward. I thought I'd reach out to brace myself, but unfortunately, Do Raku was right underneath me doing a jiu-jitsu move, and my hand landed perfectly on 2 soft and bouncy ovals. The feeling, well, you know what I mean. In short, the ship was a complete mess. And in the end, everyone played games all night long. The next morning, I went to the deck with dark circles under my eyes to grab a newspaper. The newsbird was pretty dedicated, not missing a day. When I opened it, good grief, the whole world had exploded. The headline was about me. South China Sea super bounty hunter Malachi Simon sweeps the Lut Islands. It described my feats of taking down the 300 million and 500 million bounty pirates in an extravagant way. I tell you, once this news broke, the whole world recognized me. All my old acquaintances like Hani and my old king dad saw it. Those who didn't know me had even more interesting reactions. There was a pirate named Beso who had previously escaped from me. After reading the newspaper, he was so scared that he packed his bags overnight, saying he wanted to escape to the Grand Line. Even Zorro glanced at the newspaper in the EC, saw that I wasn't a swordsman, scoffed, and threw it away. Unbelievable. Various bounty hunter organizations also started inquiring about me, wanting to recruit me. With this wave, I can say I've truly become famous. By noon, everyone finally woke up. The first thing we did was go to the bank to cash that over 900 million check. 6 big boxes packed full, with 6 captains each carrying one behind me. What a scene. Once the money was in hand, I asked Xiao Luo where that interesting place was she mentioned earlier. She took us back to the 38 Island. On the way, we passed a toy store, and I don't know what got into me, but I just couldn't move in front of a teddy bear in the window. Without a second thought, I rushed in and bought it. Xiao Luo looked at me like I was an idiot who spent 900 million cash on a QQ show. Who understands, right? Holding that bear, I felt all my fatigue was healed. Finally, Xiao Luo took us to the entrance of a clothing store called V. As soon as I saw this place, my heart sank. My last experience here wasn't too good. But since I came, I had to muster the courage to go in. When I pushed the door open, I was stunned. Inside was a whole new world, and there was a sign for an idol club. My eyes lit up. Seeing my clueless expression, Xiao Luo disdainfully said, "This is just the beginning." She led us through the crowd to a particularly large room, which turned out to be a professional workshop. Xiao Luo then revealed the mystery, saying that here we could customize our own battle uniforms. She looked at me with anticipation, and her meaning was clear. But I usually take off my clothes when I fight. What do I need battle uniforms for? However, seeing her excited expression, I swallowed my words and suddenly had a bright idea. It's boring to make just one for me. Why not make uniforms for the 3 of us? Xiao Luo thought that was an even better idea. The 3 of us, along with Wolf, huddled our heads together and started designing. We finally decided to use a scale to represent my justice fruit, a wolf's head for Wolf, and add a camera symbol to represent photographer Xiao Luo. The 3 elements combined became our team's logo. I was happily imagining myself in a uniform, taking the design to find a store owner. But she silenced me with one sentence. "I'm sorry, there was an incident at the factory recently, and we ran out of materials, so we can't make it now." What? I was just like an old person on the subway, looking at my phone. After all that, I was just disappointed. Xiao Luo got anxious and slammed a box of money on the table, saying it was a deposit, and please make it happen. But the store owner was principled and said she couldn't take on that responsibility until the factory was back up and running, and firmly refused. Seeing Xiao Luo about to cry, I quickly rubbed her face to comfort her, saying it's okay, we can wait. Just in time, I was also planning to do something big, establish our own guild. Xiao Luo's eyes lit up when she heard this. We exchanged contact information with the store owner and agreed that she would notify us as soon as the factory was back in operation. After leaving the shop, Xiao Luo shyly asked me if starting the guild was just to comfort her on a whim. I laughed and told her that I had planned this long ago. It's just that now it's time to start. The first step of the plan is to relax a bit. Don't always think about fighting and killing, I told Xiao Luo. Today, let's focus on having fun. Come on, I'll take you to a great place. What I'm talking about is that legendary idol club. I had only heard about it before and never had the chance to experience it, but today I had to see it for myself. Guess what happened? Standing in front of that magnificent golden door, I spent a full 10 minutes mentally preparing myself. Let me tell you, the excitement, the trembling hands. I was just a step away from pushing the door open. I kept mumbling to myself, "I'm going to push it. I really am going to push it." Xiao Luo next to me was almost dying of anxiety. "Just push it, man. Don't act like you're constipated." "All right." With her words, I gritted my teeth, closed my eyes, and suddenly pushed the door open. Wow, it was like a chaotic dance of demons. The dazzling lights made me dizzy, and the music shook my heart and organs as if they were all dancing. An MC dressed in flashy clothes, holding a microphone like a pyramid scheme leader, came up and gave me a whole spiel about the fan frenzy, the intersection of dreams and reality, the last pure land in the world. Does anyone understand? I almost thought I had entered some mysterious organization and they were trying to recruit me. I was still in a daze when suddenly the whole crowd went wild, uniformly shouting a name, Zindali, Zindali. I followed their gaze and saw a blonde with big waves dancing on the big screen. Xiao Luo leaned in and whispered in my ear, "This lady is Victoria Zindali, the hottest dancing star in the world right now." I stared for a long time, thinking to myself, why does this name sound so familiar? But in my 19 years of memory, I really didn't know this person. To be honest, her dancing was just okay. It felt like she didn't have the energy of our Biki. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that it was way too loud in the venue, especially a guy with pink hair in the crowd. His voice was like a built-in bass speaker, shouting louder than the MC's microphone, making my head buzz. I frowned at the time, thinking what a terrible place this was. The MC was like a pyramid scheme promoter, and the fans were acting like crazy people. Their quality was really lacking. But guess what? My disdainful expression was actually caught by that MC, who was acting like he was on steroids. He pointed the microphone at me and exaggeratedly shouted, "Oh, dear sir, why do you look so gloomy? You need to be happy here, baby." With that shout, all the spotlight suddenly hit me. At first, everyone was puzzled, wondering who I was. Then someone took a closer look and shouted, "Hey, isn't that the bounty hunter Simon from the news this morning?" That's right. It's him, the hero who saved our country. Instantly, the crowd erupted. Those who had just been drooling at the screen rushed towards me. The MC was also good at seizing the moment and immediately changed his tune. Wow. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome our hero, Mr. Simon, to the stage. Family, who understands this? I was down below, secretly complaining. How did I end up on stage out of nowhere? These people were way too enthusiastic. They literally cleared a path for me. Now that it had come to this, I couldn't back down. After all, I was also a celebrity now and had to maintain my image. I took a deep breath, bracing myself against the deafening cheers that could blow the roof off, and walked onto that dazzling stage. The MC handed me the microphone, and when I looked down, there was a mass of people, their eyes sparkling. To be honest, at that moment, I felt like my soul was about to transcend. I cleared my throat and said into the microphone, "Hello, everyone below." There was another wave of wild cheers. I raised my hand to calm them down, striking a pose of someone who had been through it all. "I know you all wanted to say something, but please don't rush me. Let me share my feelings first. First of all, thank you all so much for being so enthusiastic. Actually, just like you, I'm also a fan. However, there is something I want to remind certain people." At this point, I locked my gaze on that guy with pink hair. "Your shouting is way too loud." To appear magnanimous, I even added, "Of course. Let me clarify, I'm definitely not talking about any specific pink-haired person. Some people shouldn't take it personally." At that moment, I thought my speech was humorous yet dignified, simply perfect. But when I finished my passionate speech and opened my eyes, I was shocked to see that, whoa, where did everyone go? There were only a couple of kittens left in the audience. Most people were looking at me with expressions that screamed, "Are you crazy?" A few diehard fans of Zindali even started cursing. "Who are you? If you're annoying, just go home." The huge contrast left my mind buzzing, and I was blank. I looked at the few pairs of eyes still watching me in the audience, sighed, and brought the microphone to my mouth, softly saying, "I'm Simon, and my dream is to become the most famous bounty hunter." After saying that, I walked off the stage dejectedly, dragging little Luo, who had been holding back laughter to the point of internal injury, and left without looking back. As soon as we exited the club, little Luo couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter, shaking uncontrollably. "Oh my God, Simon, what were you doing up there? That pink-haired one almost rushed up to beat you." I still had an innocent expression. Was I really that crazy? I thought I was being quite serious. Little Luo was laughing so hard that tears streamed down her face. "You were serious? I thought you were just performing some comedy." Sigh. What a loss of dignity. I felt like everyone on the street was laughing at me. I couldn't stay on this wretched island for another moment. I pulled little Luo towards the direction of the boat, but just then I saw a shop with the flamboyant sign Divine Weapons. The pretentiousness of it immediately silenced me, and my feet uncontrollably moved towards it as if I were under a spell. Once inside, a boss with a Mediterranean hairstyle, sporting 3 strands of hair, approached me, holding a rusty old sword and speaking to me in a theatrical tone. "Oh, hero, look at this sword. Within it sleeps an ancient spirit. You are its destined one. I picked it up and weighed it in my hand. And good grief, isn't this just a rusty piece of iron? I got angry right away and slapped the table. Boss, who are you trying to fool? I'm a sword master. The boss also had a bad temper, and when he heard this, he glared at me. I'm a great sword master too. If you want to buy it, buy it. If not, get lost. When we get angry, we end up challenging each other to a duel at the store entrance. Let me tell you, during that scene, I was ready to unleash my strongest move, the 23rd sword of ultimate power. On his side, it was even more dramatic. As soon as he drew his sword, the sky changed and dark clouds rolled in. I thought to myself, oh no, I've run into a master. And what happened next? A bolt of lightning struck with a crack, hitting him squarely. It turned him into a charred humanoid shape, with just 3 strands of hair on his head, still stubbornly waving in the wind. I was dumbfounded at the time, wondering what was going on. Is this a scam? But then that lump of black coal actually moved and stood up. I thought he was going to unleash a powerful move, but instead he stubbornly turned his back to me and said arrogantly, "Young man, you're strong. My sword follows you. It won't be buried. Come in and pick one with me." Well, I had already fought and caused a commotion, so I followed him inside. This time, he brought out some good stuff. A lightweight flowing light and shadow sword, and a heavy solid earthdraw sword. I didn't like either. One was too light and the other too ugly. The owner turned pale, and I directly said, "I'll pay double." He immediately ran into the back room, eagerly bringing out an ancient wooden box. "This is the treasure of my shop, the great knife, 21 crafts, Nebula." I tell you, the moment that box opened, my soul was almost sucked in. The dark blue blade, adorned with specks of crushed stone, seemed to merge the entire starry sky into it. It was simply the sword of my dreams. My hands were shaking a bit as I carefully picked up the sword, and the moment I gripped the handle, I was stunned. It felt as if this sword instantaneously became a part of my body. My master once told me that top-tier swords have souls and can merge with a swordsman who is perfectly compatible, achieving unity between the person and the sword. I didn't understand back then, but now, holding this nebula, I completely get it. How much is it? I couldn't take my eyes off the sword. The owner rubbed his hands together, the dirt and grime on his face falling off. Considering our fate, 5 million berries. I didn't even blink and directly had Xiao Luo pay for it. Of course, when I left, I also took the 2 swords I wasn't interested in, the Flying Shadow and the Diamond, just to ensure I didn't suffer any losses. I just got my beloved knife and still don't know it yet. On the other hand, ridiculous news about me has already started brewing. In a newspaper office, a reporter forgot to remove the lens cap and took a bunch of exclusive photos of me in pure black. He had just been scolded and sent out, and then his cousin came in. Good grief. Not only did he take photos of me at the Idol Club, but he also recorded my embarrassing speech. As a result, his editor cousin shook his head after watching it and said the news was no good. It lacked a highlight and was missing the photo of the fan with the dyed hair that I had confronted, which meant it couldn't create any conflict or topic. You see, professionals are different. They know how to set the tone. Just when they were in distress, a delicate little cousin jumped in, snatched the photos and recordings, and then burst with inspiration, quickly writing 50 short pieces of love and hate about me, which were sent off for printing. Anyway, by the time I found out about this, it was already too late. At that moment, I was holding my Nebula on the boat, laughing foolishly and mumbling Nebula my treasure hee, completely immersed in the joy of getting my dream knife. Let me tell you, my hysteria lasted a full 3 days. For 3 whole days, I was like a fool, happily hugging my Nebula blade every day. Until the morning of the 3rd day, my mind suddenly clicked, and inspiration struck. I abruptly drew the sword, facing the vast ocean, and with a surge of youthful exuberance, I shouted, "With one sword, I can split the vast sea." Goodness, I didn't even know what had gotten into me at that moment, and I swung the sword. The sword energy, I tell you, sparkled with starlight and split the sea in half with a whoosh, leaving a gap that wouldn't close for ages. I was stunned, looking at my Nebula, and suddenly realized, who understands my family? I am the chosen swordsmanship genius. I must sit in the position of the world's greatest swordsman. Ha ha ha. Just as I was immersed in my extraordinary talent, ready to practice swordsmanship madly, a news bird fluttered its wings and flew over. I was quite amused. thinking I'd check out which unfortunate soul made the headlines this time. But when I grabbed the newspaper, I was dumbfounded. What is going on? Why is this such a thick stack? It must be a joint release from a dozen newspapers, right? My heart sank. The last time I saw such a spectacle was when some big star was exposed for a scandal. I was secretly gloating, thinking, let me see which little darling has collapsed. But when I opened it, the gigantic name on the front nearly sent me away. Simon. Why is it me? What do I have to report on? Is the newspaper trying to boost its year-end performance? My heart instantly jumped to my throat. Based on my past experiences, such reports were definitely not a good thing. I gritted my teeth and read on, and good gracious, the titles were explosive. Shocking. Supernova Simon actually said this. Dominant Simon. Disdainful of everything. He said pink-haired. He must have me in his heart. Too invested. Simon actually advised me not to be too loud. By this point, my blood pressure had skyrocketed. What kind of outrageous words are these? I thought I'd explode with anger. Which little genius wrote this? My lifetime reputation, now ruined. I originally wanted to interact with you all as a cool and aloof bounty hunter, but instead, I got this treatment? Fine, no more pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. Fame, well, black or red, it's still fame. Perfect, taking advantage of this wave of publicity. I will establish my hunter guild. No time to waste. I immediately took out my phone bug and called my friend Mr. How from the newspaper. As soon as the call connected, I got straight to the point. Mr. How, what do you think about those recent reports about me? On the other end of the line, Mr. How was extremely excited. Oh wow, Mr. Simon, you are now a big celebrity. I'm even preparing to write something to ride on your coattails. As soon as I heard it, I thought, wow, isn't this a coincidence? He actually has his own ideas. I quickly said, that's great. I want to make this even more popular. Mr. How, you know what I mean, right? Can you work on it? Mr. How hesitated for a moment, but soon agreed, saying that as long as I had the material, he would ensure I made the headlines every day. Perfect. My exclusive news tool is now online. After hanging up, I started thinking about how to get the material. First of all, it couldn't be something that could be misunderstood again. It had to be healthy, positive, and showcase my strength. So, I took off my shirt and flexed my muscles in front of the camera, doing all sorts of cool moves like push-up punches and Iron Mountain style. Looking so handsome. Next, I showcased my beloved knife, Nebula, with a close-up holding the handle against my chin, gazing into the distance with a melancholic expression. So cool. Absolutely stunning. Finally, hey, how can you get famous without some sensational news? I gathered my 6 captains, found a little corner, and took several photos that could easily be misunderstood. Then, without even looking at them, I sent them all to Mr. How. I was having a great time, but little did I know that Mr. How was giving me a super double dose of reading comprehension. After looking at the muscle photos and ambiguous pictures I posted, he immediately concluded that I was determined to take the black-red route. Without saying a word, he called in his 16 best gold medal editors for a meeting, using my photos and letting them run wild to create stories for me. Goodness, these people are all kings of the bestseller list. At this point, I really can't clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Of course, I didn't know any of this at the time. After posting the photos, I pushed it to the back of my mind and started focusing on more serious matters, finding a base for my future guild. I was wandering around this recently war-torn country with Wolf, trying to find a destroyed, deserted island. But not long into my search, I unexpectedly bumped into a cat-eared little girl eating a lollipop. As she walked past me, she suddenly looked up and screamed like she had gone mad. Meow, meow, meow. It's Lord Simon, meow. I was so scared that I shivered and quickly said, can you be a little quieter? Guess what happened? She actually blushed, cupped her face, and said, meow, Master Simon actually wants me to be quiet. He family, this generation of netizens really knows how to play with flashy literature. I was speechless at that moment and pulled Wolf away to run. Later, I found out that this girl was the one behind those outrageous reports. By running away, I inadvertently provided her with new inspiration. As I ran like crazy, I didn't even know how I ended up at a place called Shurhai Island. The island had been bombed into a peaceful state, lacking any strategic depth. It was useless. I began to think about the main islands left by the exterminated nobles. After ruling out a few, I set my sights on Tiam Island. I hurried overexcitedly, but when I got there, I was dumbfounded. Where's the island? Where's the big island that should be here? TM Island, which was supposed to be here, had vanished into thin air. Not even a trace was left. I was stunned. What kind of terrifying power could wipe out an island like this? I figured it must have been that crazy group of women from the Red Lip Pirates, and a shadow immediately fell over my heart. There was no choice left. I could only go to that dilapidated Ruling Island. I sighed and accepted reality. When I arrived at Ruling Island, thankfully, the island was still there. Although there was just a broken house and a pile of rubble, the terrain was good, easy to defend, and hard to attack. With some proper renovations, it would be absolutely perfect. I just didn't know where the land deed for this island was. I hoped I wouldn't run into trouble again. I walked into what was said to be an old office, and wow, it was quite shocking. The moment I touched the desk, it fell apart. The chairs were full of holes, and the bookshelves were covered in cobwebs. It must have been hundreds of years since anyone had come here. Just as I was worrying about how much it would cost to renovate, I suddenly noticed that the books on the shelf, although covered in dust, looked quite intact. Adhering to the principle of not wasting knowledge, I thought I should tidy up a bit. But little did I know that tidying up would lead to quite a surprise. There was the Arhut and the Witch, the mystery of the birth of the Lud Island, the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and even one titled A Guide to the Use of Male Dogs. My eyes widened in disbelief. Out of curiosity, I first flipped open the Arhut and the Witch. Wow! It turned out to be the romantic escapades of my senior from the kingdom of Loajia, detailing how he was imprisoned by a witch named Blade and eventually ran off with her. Quite romantic indeed. After reading this, my eyes couldn't help but glance at a guide to the use of male dogs. I frantically made excuses to myself. Well, Wolf is also a canine, right? It makes sense to learn how to get along with her, right? It's definitely not, because I want to read it. In the end, I couldn't resist and tremblingly opened the book. After reading it, I clasped my hands together with a face full of reverence. Thank you for the hospitality. The student has grasped the essence of life. Wow, this knowledge didn't just enter my brain, it went straight into my DNA. I felt radiant with holy light. Talk is cheap. Practice makes perfect. I turned to Wolf and said, Wolf, come, let's practice. 40 minutes later, while tidying my clothes, I couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, I needed to learn more, as there were so many positions I didn't know before. After my studies, I continued to explore. There were 4 family-specific rooms in this building. I first went to the room of the Rumtur family. As soon as I pushed the door open, whoosh, years of dust accumulated on the door beam flew right into my face. I was furious and turned the room upside down, but ended up finding nothing useful. In a fit of rage, I drew my sword and slashed wildly, delivering over 3,000 strikes in a second, completely demolishing the room. Oh, that felt good next. I set my sights on the room of the Blate family, the witch's family that specialized in that sort of business. I figured there must be quite a few good things inside. To avoid getting dust in my face again, I got clever this time and smashed the door open with one punch. As a result, the dust was even worse than before, and the whole room looked like a sandstorm scene. After waiting 10 minutes for the dust to settle, I walked in and saw that the decor was quite atmospheric, but it seemed there were no contraband items, which was a bit disappointing. Just as I was about to leave, I caught a glimpse of a statue out of the corner of my eye. Suddenly, I felt like this thing looked familiar. So I quickly pulled out the Arhut and the Witch, flipped to an illustration, and compared it. Oh my, the Witch's dungeon. The mechanism is this statue. I was so excited, about to see the private space of the predecessors and the Witch from 500 years ago. Trembling, I turned the mechanism, and a passage slowly appeared on the wall. As soon as the passage opened, a swarm of mice rushed out, followed by an indescribable stench hitting me. I was completely unprepared and fainted from the smell. When I woke up again, it was over half an hour later. My mind was blank, and in a daze, I seemed to see a bridge. And an old lady wanted to invite me to drink soup. Did I just visit the Naya Bridge? I was so scared and fortunate that I didn't drink that bowl of soup. But the problem is, I can't remember how I fainted at all. All I recall is opening the passage, then a swarm of mice running out, and then it went blank. My mind feels like it's been wiped clean, and I'm brainstorming like crazy, but I just can't figure it out. I don't dare to go down into that dungeon. My life is at stake. Just when I was about to explode from thinking too hard, I suddenly turned around, and there was Wolf sitting cross-legged like it was no big deal, looking so dignified. I quickly called out to her, "Wolf, do you know what just happened?" Guess what she said? In a calm tone, with her intelligence suddenly taking over. She casually replied, "Poison gas, I realized it at that moment. Let me tell you, I understood everything. It must be those mice. When they rushed out of the hole, they brought out the toxic gas that had been sealed for 500 years. This mechanism was definitely designed by that crafty one. It's so sinister. But then again, it's quite absurd that these mice could survive in the toxic gas for 500 years. All right, since I know it's just toxic gas and not some kind of monster, my adventurous spirit is revived. Just be careful and it will be fine, right?" I immediately wrapped myself in a layer of armament hockey, like I was wearing a chemical protection suit, and slowly made my way towards that dark hole. After passing through a narrow and long passage, I suddenly found myself in a super large room. Let me tell you, that room was something else. The walls were adorned with various extremely bold outfits. Strange props were displayed on the shelves, and there were candle holders whose purpose I couldn't even guess. This witch sister really knows how to have fun. She feels like an ancient version of a subculture queen. After touring this exhibition room, I continued deeper inside and soon heard the sound of dripping water. Pushing open a nearly rotten wooden door, I was greeted by rows of prison cells with eerie white bones inside, instantly setting the atmosphere. I headed straight for the last cell, the one where that legendary elder supposedly stayed. I went up and banged on it with 2 fists, but the iron bars didn't budge at all. Taking a closer look, wow, this thing isn't even iron. It's made from the power of devil fruit. So this witch is actually a user of the cage fruit ability? No wonder no one has discovered this place in 500 years. I pulled out my sword, wrapped it with my aura, and with a clang, I cut it off. I rushed in to see the result. Nothing at all. Just an ordinary prison cell. Not even a carving that said I was here. What a disappointment. I thought I might find some Easter eggs left by predecessors. The pilgrimage to the Holy Land failed, so I had to leave in a dejected manner and casually explored the remaining rooms. The first few were completely empty, resembling bare shell houses, until I pushed open the last door. Does anyone understand? I was immediately overwhelmed by a room full of books. At first, I thought it was some unparalleled martial arts manual, but when I casually picked up one, The Little Slave of Count Mark, then I looked at another, The Young Lady Stuck in the Dungeon. Wow. This Hamu family. Turns out this is what they do. This is not a library. It's simply an archive of human cultural treasures. These are all valuable. They must be hidden well. Where to hide them? Hey, that secret dungeon from earlier is just perfect. It's both concealed and safe. Without hesitation, I huffed and puffed, moving all these thousands of books into that display room, then blocked the door with stones. Perfect. I had just hidden the treasure and returned to the ship, feeling quite satisfied, when I sensed something was off as soon as I stepped onto the deck. Xiao Luo and Xiao Xiao were staring at each other, looking as if they were about to fight. Upon asking, I found out that Xiao Xiao had returned at some point and insisted that my swordsmanship was divine, claiming I had an overwhelming sword aura and wanted to take me as her master. Xiao Luo explained that the other day I used not sword energy, but conqueror's haki, but this girl simply didn't believe it, and the two of them ended up in a deadlock. As soon as I saw this, I thought it wouldn't work. These are all my wings. How could there be infighting? I slammed my hand on the table, startling both of them. I first agreed to teach Xiao Xiao how to sword fight, and now Shaluo started to chatter about it, saying, "Oh, newcomers replacing the old ones unlike me. I can only practice alone." As soon as I heard this, I quickly gave her a loving hug to comfort her. Then she started to cry and told me that the transformation device I gave her had a problem. As soon as she put on the armor, it would automatically cancel the transformation whenever she moved, making it impossible for her to fight. I tried out and it worked fine. I had Wolf try it too, and it was no problem. I was puzzled at the time, wondering what kind of mysticism this was. There was no other way, so I had to seek help from outside. I made a call to Little Cat and asked her to help me check the manual for this thing. Before long, the information came back. Oh wow, we cracked the case. It turns out this armor is an amplification armor, which requires the user to have enough energy to drive it. In other words, it needs dominance. Little Luo hasn't practiced dominance, so her energy isn't sufficient, which is why the endurance is lacking. Isn't this just a classic case of not having enough blue bars to unleash the ultimate move? When I mentioned this to Shaluo, her eyes lit up when she heard that she needed to learn to use the armor I gave her. She even provocatively glanced at Xiao Xiao and immediately said, "I want to learn." All right, problem solved. Xiao Luo decided to learn from me. Just in time, let's talk about serious matters, building a guild. As soon as I mentioned the location being on the governance island, Xiao Luo sprayed orange juice all over my face. I didn't have time to dodge, and I caught it all, smacking my lips. Hey, it was pretty sweet. She was shocked and asked me why I chose that place. I gave her a thorough analysis, talking about how it's easy to defend and hard to attack, and its advantageous geographical location, leaving her a bit dizzy. Then we started planning what facilities the guild needed to build, and the two of us were chattering away about everything, like the training grounds and the Grand Assembly Hall, arranging everything clearly. Coincidentally, Xiao Xiao also knew a master builder who had the ability of the construction fruit. Wow, isn't that just a walking construction crew? It's a perfect match for the profession. I just arranged for the construction team, and then I called Mr. How to let him start creating some buzz in the newspapers about my plans to build a guild. The next day, while I was lounging on the deck chair, suddenly I felt a darkness around me. When I opened my eyes, a guy in a full white robe and wearing a mask was standing in front of me, with a big character on the mask. I recognized the outfit at a glance. It was CP0. I became vigilant at that moment, thinking, what do these lackeys want from me? As a result, when this guy opened his mouth, it wasn't to fight. He was there to deliver a gift. He pulled out a land deed for a governing island and said that as long as I was willing to be the king of this country and lead it to join the world government, the island would be given to me for free. I narrowed my eyes at that moment. Family members. This outrageous wealth just appeared out of nowhere. CP0 actually took the initiative to support me as king. What on earth is this all about? Let me tell you, who can resist this temptation? A pie falling from the sky, or rather, CP0 personally handing it over. I don't care what kind of scheme is behind it. I'll just go for it first. If I can pull this off at the World Conference, the benefits are simply unimaginable. I made the decision on the spot, took the land deed, and said to that CP0 agent named GI, all right, I will be the king. But sister, you can't just watch and not practice. You have to help me manage this country. You, come be my governor. As soon as I said this, her legs started shaking like they were on vibration mode, and her face turned as red as a monkey's butt. She probably started thinking about all the perks of getting promoted and making money, realizing that being my governor was way more exciting than anything else. Without a second thought, she agreed, even giving me an ultimatum that I had to get it done within a month, or some entities would come to stir trouble. It was only after she left that I realized what that meant. What? Is there someone trying to take my throne in this broken place? I already put the 4 great families out of commission? Could it be some internal office politics within CP0? Aren't they just tools? Is workplace power struggle becoming a trend too? But none of that was important. What mattered was that my mind went blank. I suddenly remembered something crucial. A chill ran down my spine, and when I looked down, oh no, did I just get exposed by her? No wonder she was shaking earlier. She was holding back her laughter. Family, who understands? My lifelong reputation, socially dead on the spot. It's over, it's over. I can't wash this clean, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Anyway, for the past couple of days, I've been feeling off, unable to focus on anything. Even when practicing swordplay, I had to hold my waistband tightly with one hand, afraid something would happen again. Xiao Luo and Xiao Xiao thought I was acting strange and kept asking me every day. I was really annoyed by the questions, so I decided to go all out and drop the bomb. I'm done pretending I'm going to be the king. I thought this would shut them up, but Xiao Xiao had a knowing expression and said, King, Uncle Malachi is finally going to pass the throne to you? Are you going back to your country? I was dumbfounded at the time. Which country should I return to? Isn't my dad a duke? Where do you get a throne for me? Xiao Xiao looked at me as if I were a 2G network user. Simon, don't you know? Your dad, Uncle Malachi, is now the king of Luojia. What the heck? My dad a king now? I was directly shocked. My entire family. Xiao Xiao immediately educated me about my father's glorious achievements over the past few years. Wow, my dad is truly the Dragon King. Taking advantage of the old king attending a world conference, he launched a rebellion, took the entire nation in 3 days, and even held a live broadcast to execute the former king. Later, he married the 12th princess of a neighboring country and led the nation to rejoin the world government. I cried at that moment, really just 1 year away. If I had known my dad was this impressive, I wouldn't have gone to see it all. But this old man really knows how to have fun. 12 princesses, TSK, TSK. All right, since I can't go back home, I'll confront them and say, I want to be the king of the Lewd Islands. Little Luo's expression was as if she was about to send me to a mental hospital. I talked until my lips were chapped, and she was only half convinced. But the problem came back around. What does being a king have to do with you holding your waistband every day? Help! This conversation was going nowhere. Fortunately, just as I was about to admit that I was a weirdo, the person we were waiting for arrived. The great architect, Hao Jian, made a dazzling entrance. Let me tell you, when this guy showed up, my eyes almost got blinded by the bling. Gold crown, gold earrings, gold nose ring, gold necklace, gold belt. He was shining all over, making a jingling sound as he walked. I was afraid someone might rob him halfway. When he opened his mouth, he had that nouveau riche vibe that made my head hurt. He looked at me as if I didn't have a nose or eyes and asked me what my name was at sea. Hey, I have a bad temper. I shot back at him. Don't he go online? Which newspaper headline is me lately? Just as it seemed we were about to have a real-life showdown at the dock. Xiao Xiao hurried over to mediate. Let me tell you, the speed of his face changing would make a Sichuan opera master hand over a cigarette. As soon as this wealthy guy saw Xiao Xiao, his face lit up with a smile, so wide that he could squash a mosquito, and he hugged my shoulder saying, Hey brother, it feels like we've known each other forever. Impressive, really impressive. When we got to the construction site on Governance Island, this master contractor's demeanor changed again. He reached out for the blueprints, the planning, and the money. I was stumped. I didn't have any of that stuff. I only had a little notebook with what I wanted to build written in it. I had to sheepishly hand it over, saying we're all acquaintances. So could you help me plan a bit? His face turned dark, and it seemed like he was about to explode. But then he turned around and saw Xiao Xiao and Xiao Luo bringing food over. Instantly, his expression changed again, gritting his teeth and saying, of course, no problem. We're all brothers. I immediately understood. Grabbing onto his weakness, I had to take full advantage of it. In front of Xiao Xiao, I shouted loudly, Xiao Xiao, did you hear that? Master Hao Jian is so nice. He's actually going to help us design the entire plan for free. Hao Jian's face turned green, but he could only force a smile in front of Xiao Xiao. That's right. I'm the best at this. Even more incredible, Xiao Xiao added, saying she wanted to build her house across from the guild. Wow. As soon as those words came out, flames ignited in Hao Jian's eyes, switching from a perfunctory mode to one fueled by love. I almost ended up with a shoddy project. Thank you, Xiao Xiao, for saving my life. Then it was time to eat, and I have to tell you, this meal completely refreshed my worldview. Hao Jian, as long as Xiao Xiao served him food, he could eat from noon until dark. He ate grain by grain, and after each one, he had to close his eyes and savor it for 3 minutes. The expression was simply unbearable. I thought to myself, stay away from this lowly loving uncle. That dinner, I absolutely wouldn't let Xiao Xiao lift a finger again, or else I would probably be building this guild into the next century. The next day, when we returned from the hotel, everyone was dumbfounded. Just one night. Yesterday's deserted island had directly turned into a neatly planned town today. Houses, roads, streams, everything was there. This is not just a master builder. This is a construction maniac. I hurriedly snuck back to the room where I had hidden my things, fearing that my treasures would be discovered by him. Fortunately, the mechanism was still in place, and my books were all intact, but the entire dungeon had been lavishly redecorated by him. Even the cell had become luxurious. It was then that I understood why he was so wealthy. With such skills, he must be making a fortune on construction projects. When I stepped outside, I realized that my room was directly across from the newly built guild hall. I suddenly remembered that Xiao Xiao had said she wanted to build her house across from the guild. It dawned on me that the house next door must have been built by this pervert for himself, to pursue Xiao Xiao. He had literally set up his home right next to hers. Later, when we found the extravagant building on the island, this guy had collapsed from exhaustion, lying on the ground unconscious. Seeing him so spent for love, I actually felt a bit of admiration. A master, truly a master, so dedicated. After settling this building fanatic, I began my next plan. I donned a purple cloak that I had acquired from somewhere and started patrolling the 46 islands, fighting crime, upholding justice, and crazily grinding for reputation. In no time, Lord Simon's name echoed throughout the archipelago, and everywhere there were my admirers. I have a clear understanding of what's going on. CP0 must be behind this, stirring things up. This manipulation of public opinion is too skilled. As a result, the public opinion exploded, and there's no way to stop it. A crowd surrounded me, shouting King, like a large fan meeting. I threw off my cape and slipped away right on the spot. This won't do, if this continues. The Hunter Guild I built will turn into a King support club. I quickly contacted Mr. How from the newspaper I spoke to earlier, asking him how the press release was coming along. He replied that it would be published worldwide in 3 days. Wow, they're going all out. I thought to myself, since it has come to this, I might as well go all the way. I directly called the sender and asked her for the contact information of the world government. I just dialed the phone. Hello, sis. Give me the contact information for the world government. On the other end, she was already fighting with someone wearing a cat-faced mask. I could hear the sound of punches and kicks over the phone, but she still laughed and gave me the number and even mocked her captain in the process. That cat-faced captain seemed to be provoked and went all out, knocking the guy out in just a few hits, then charged over to my side. At that time, I didn't know any of this. I just called the number I got. As soon as the call connected, I was drenched in sweat. Family, this is not a regular department's phone. This is the direct line to the 5 elders, the 5 people at the pinnacle of power. My heart was pounding like a drum, but I had to hold my ground. I cleared my throat and got straight to the point. I'm Malachi Simon, a newly minted bounty hunter, and now the new king of the Elemental Nation. I want to talk to you about the matter of joining the nation. And guess what? Those old geezers huddled together and flatly rejected me. I was confused at that moment. Why? Don't I meet all the conditions? Is there some huge secret about this place that I don't know? I was just pondering when suddenly, bang, the door was kicked in from the outside. A CP0 member wearing a cat face mask rushed in, and without saying a word, lunged at me with a finger gun aimed right at my heart. Let me tell you, the speed was outrageous. I almost got taken out on the spot. I narrowly dodged to the side and pushed him away. My heart skipping a beat. This cat face. It's not the same as the previous one. This guy was attacking like crazy, his moves fast and dense, raining down like a storm of slashes. There was no way to dodge it, absolutely impossible. I immediately activated my Arhut golden body to tank it, just like a golden bell shield. While he was frantically attacking, I noticed a tiny opening for just a fraction of a second, and I shot out a starburst, instantly slicing off one of his ears, sending him crashing into the wall, momentarily stunned. The opportunity had come. I dashed forward, grabbing his neck with a big hand, and fiercely asked, "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" I had just finished a conversation with the elders, and now CP0 showed up right after. It seemed there was a significant secret in this place. In that brief moment of distraction, the cat face suddenly broke free from my grip, shouting, "This country cannot be ruled by one person. The unexpected must be eliminated." As he spoke, a hardened arm enveloped in hockey swung toward my waist. I lifted my leg to block, and my anger rose. Did the 5 old stars send you? But this guy's mouth was sealed shut, not saying a word, just standing there. Fine, you want to speak, huh? My patience is worn thin. Suddenly, I took a big step back, took a deep breath, and performed Itto, Nebula Slash. In an instant, the blade flashed, and it felt like time had stopped. When I came to my senses, that cat-faced figure was already sliced into 3 sections. Completely done for. I swung my knife, sheathed it, and walked over to his corpse, pondering what was the point of all this. Isn't it better to be alive? To get to the bottom of things, I directly used the technique Judgment, Evil Image on him, which simply reads memories. 10 minutes later, I was stunned. This guy's mind held nothing but that ridiculous order about not allowing the Elemental Nation to be ruled by one person. The key point is, he wasn't even sent by the 5 Elder Stars. Now things were getting interesting, and I began to doubt the girl who helped me rise to power. Was she genuinely helping me, or did she have ulterior motives? No, I am determined to join the world government. The World Conference is too important for me. I waved my hand to clean up the body and turned ahead to CP0's base, where that girl named G was still injured. After finding her, I looked at her unconscious form and directly used a power derived from Judgment, Truth. I asked her, "Why do you want me to be the king of this country?" And guess what she groggily said? Single-handedly pushing for Lord Simon. Me? What is this? Single push? What kind of slang is this? Although I didn't understand this term, after an hour of questioning, I finally figured it out. This girl in front of me has no ill intentions towards me. And she's actually my diehard fan. Does anyone understand this wonderful development? My attitude towards fans is much better. I personally bandaged her wound and helped her to bed to rest. Before long, she woke up, and when she opened her eyes and saw me, she was so excited that her voice became hoarse. Am I dreaming? I handed over a cup of water and got straight to the point. The matter of joining the world government has failed. Those old men, didn't he agree? Ji Ting immediately got anxious upon hearing this, struggling to sit up. How could this be? It shouldn't be. I pressed down on her, my tone unconsciously becoming domineering. Lie down. Don't move. We'll talk when you're healed. Hey, surprisingly, it worked well. The girl immediately obediently lay down, her face turning red. After leaving her, I felt overwhelmed. Without the official endorsement of the world government, convincing an entire archipelago on my own would not be easy. Could it be I also need to do a live stream? It seems that every time I create a big stir since crossing over, it's been streamed live. I'm practically a live streaming expert. Although I'm reluctant, this really is the best way right now. So let's do it. I returned to the ship, ready to ask the captains for help. To my surprise, little Luo and the others had all returned. So I quickly asked, where's that pervert Hao Jian? He left. Apparently a chicken steak shop is looking for him for a big project. Phew. Luckily my lowly captains weren't seen by him, or I would be disgusted to death. I immediately made a decision. Perfect, since you're all here, 3 days later, in the guild hall of the governing island. I'm going to do a live stream for the whole island. Everyone, split up and prepare the equipment. To get professional equipment. I heard there was a well-known newspaper on Urki Island, so I went there myself. The newspaper's environment was quite refreshing, and I walked straight to the innermost office with a DBG sign hanging on it and pushed the door open. Inside, a man didn't even look up, assuming it was his little cousin, and impatiently complained, "Little cousin, I've already told you this can't be done. Don't come." After waiting for a while with no response, he looked up, saw me, and exclaimed, startled, jumping straight out of his chair, the fish tank behind him nearly landing on his head. I watched this amusing scene and felt a bit embarrassed. May I ask if it's possible to rent some equipment here? Yes. The guy, holding a fish tank, was so excited that he was speechless. Mr. Simon, feel free to take whatever you like. You can take it all. Wow. His enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming for me. After asking, I found out his name is Big Cousin, the young master of this newspaper, and he's also my fan. We discussed the rental time, and I quickly slipped away. I felt like I was going to be melted away by his enthusiasm if I stayed any longer. I had just left, and his little cousin arrived right after. As a result, the usually indifferent older cousin suddenly acted like a different person, serving tea and pouring water, making his little cousin so confused that she thought he had a problem. When she heard from the older cousin that I had just been there, the little cousin exploded, shouting that she had to personally go to deliver the equipment for such a close encounter with an idol. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, every newspaper in Nanhai had headlines about me, such as super popular bounty hunter Malachi Simon establishes the first hunter guild in Nanhai and the gospel for the suffering. Simon issues a call to arms. To the point where I almost believed it myself, feeling like I was about to usher in a new era for bounty hunters. On the day of the live broadcast, the equipment was set up, I tidied myself up and walked up to the high platform. Ahem. Greetings to everyone in the Lutetia Islands. I am Malachi Simon. I was about to give an impassioned speech to establish my fair guild, calling on all hunters to join us in judging pirates. But before I could finish my sentence, the crowd below suddenly went wild. Starting from the outermost islands, a massive wave of people surged towards me, all dressed in uniform clothing, holding up huge banners, and chanting in unison, "Simon, Simon, King, King." The banners read, "Lord Simon, please become the king of this country." I was stunned at that moment, standing on a high platform, watching the live broadcast of dozens of islands below, all filled with crazy crowds for me. What is this overwhelming wealth about? Then I realized it was my little cousin down there, the president of my fan club, who had pulled off this incredible event. Although it felt a bit strange, I couldn't pass up this throne that was handed to me. I raised my hand, and the entire venue fell silent. Thank you all for your support. I, Malachi Simon, hereby take over as the king of the Yuan Su Kingdom. Oh hi! The entire archipelago, No, the whole South Sea was in an uproar. Of course, the local bullies on the islands, like the Ghost Fire Group from Jiogui Island, the Huang Mao Gang from Air E Island, and the Beggars Alliance from Shirchi Island, probably turned green with anger. As soon as the live stream ended, my little cousin leaned in with a mischievous smile. Your Majesty, just crowned. Do you want to take a few concubines? I have plenty of connections. I was taken aback. Can this be said in broad daylight? I quickly refused. Don't speak recklessly. Little friend. However, since you have connections, help me recruit some guards to maintain order. I said this in such a tactful way. My little cousin's eyes twinkled, thinking it would be fine to have the sisters from the support group act as guards, and she dashed away in a flash. I walked into the empty guild hall and suddenly realized a critical issue. Xiao Luo asked me, Simon, didn't you hire anyone to handle guild affairs? We can't just let the few of us do it, right? Huh, I didn't realize we needed to hire people. The thought of being stuck with these papers made my scalp tingle, so I quickly shouted, hire people. We must hire people. Xiao Luo rubbed his forehead and asked, so have you thought about the guild system? I fell silent again. She was completely speechless, took out paper and pen, and in 10 minutes drafted a set of perfectly crafted guild regulations that she slapped onto my face. Promotions, punishments, benefits, everything was covered. As expected from a court lady, I pulled out, very professional. The three of us then discussed and came up with a hunter ranking system from gray robe to purple gold robe, where capturing the 4 emperors would allow one to wear the most impressive purple gold robe. Xiao Luo was worried this might attract the 4 emperors' attention, but I waved my hand, saying that our little antics wouldn't catch their eye. 3 hours later, my little cousin returned with over 10,000 beautiful girls. The scene was lively and fragrant, and my mind went blank. In the end, I selected 4,600 as guards and recruited over 200 guild staff from the remaining people. The main theme was one of being pleasantly surprised. 3 months passed in a flash, and both the guild and the kingdom's guard team were on the right track. One day, I received a call from the person I sent to inquire. She said she couldn't find a reason why the world government rejected me. As expected, I directly asked her to come back and appointed her as a governor of the kingdom. As soon as she returned, I sent her the information on the 3 rat dens on the island. Go and clear them out for me. You can mobilize the guards on the island as you see fit. Let me tell you, this girl is really ruthless. The Ghost Fire Group selling fake liquor has been wiped out. The yellow hair gang that harassed good women has been cleaned up so thoroughly that not a single yellow hair can be found. And she even created a human scarecrow that frightened passing little girls. In the end, only a beggar alliance remained on Wi-Fi Island, living in a place more luxurious than a palace. The leader is an old monk who chants scriptures, but engages in activities that ruin other people's families. When he was attacked, it was just a flurry of kicks, but when the dust settled, the old monk was completely fine, covered by a layer of shield. The old monk is a user of the shield fruit ability, and he remained calm, thinking that as long as he didn't team move, he was invincible. Wow, absolute defense. Huh. Just when the attacker was feeling a headache, the old monk suddenly couldn't help but sneezed, and in that instant, the shield disappeared, although it quickly restored. The flaw had already been discovered by the attacker. This fruit ability has limitations on self-protection. As soon as he moves, the shield will disappear. Understanding this point, the attacker became patient and started to wear the old monk down, waiting for the moment he couldn't hold back and moved. 5 hours passed, and the old man remained as steady as a mountain, even mocking the attacker. You should give up. My longest meditation record is 3 years. The attacker smiled slightly, full of confidence. You could do it before, but you definitely can't do it now. After saying that, she focused intently on the old man, and based on her observations, this old fellow was about to crack. Meow, I tell you, just that one cat call scared the old man so much he shuddered. It was simply a godsend opportunity. One of my subordinates, G, reacted incredibly fast, executing a gale step, great slash in one move, and with a snap, the old man was split in half. G even spat on the corpse and cursed him for having too many guilty deeds, saying he deserved it. After it was done, G came back to report to me, and I immediately dumped all the messy kingdom affairs on him. Goodness, that pile of documents was thicker than my skin. I was finally liberated. After months of not moving my muscles, I felt like I was about to rust, so I had to go out and have some fun, looking for bounty missions to warm up. The next morning, I was leisurely drinking tea and reading the newspaper. On the front page, the world government had created something called the Seven Warlords of the Sea: Hawkeye, Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, Jinbe, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Wow. ISNT, this just an official recognition of great pirates? As I read further down, I chuckled. It said that the Sand Crocodile had challenged Whitebeard in the New World and failed, but the newspaper reported it as a successful retreat. No way, no way. In this day and age, failure could be described so refreshingly and uniquely. What kind of new electronic pickled vegetable is this? It's too cheap. Little Luo sleepily walked out, surprised to see me so relaxed. I proudly told her that from now on, we are free people, able to go wherever we want to play. Little Luo was so happy that she immediately did a little dance for me. Just then, I suddenly heard a flapping sound outside. I looked up, and oh my goodness, there were thousands of newsbirds, as if they had gone crazy. This commotion definitely meant something big had happened. I quickly bought another newspaper, and the headline left me speechless. The red-haired pirate's flame had actually gotten into a fight with the Four Emperors, Kaido. The title was even more shocking. Sea Monarch? New pirate defeats Kaido and captures an island. I was dumbfounded at that moment, my mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. This script is wrong. Kaido was driven back by a newcomer? Does anyone understand? My memory bank, as a time traveler, just returned a 404. This butterfly effect is too intense, right? I pondered carefully. Flames, the mysteriously disappearing island, the world government's concerns. Damn, she must have gotten some secret weapon from that country. Thinking about how the old geezers from the Gorosei probably have green faces now, I felt a surge of satisfaction inside. All right, I won't think too much about it. I took Xiao, Luo, and Wolf with me, and as soon as we stepped out, we ran into Xiao. So we decided to team up and head to the guild hall to take on a quest together. As for me, I already had someone in mind. I pulled out a task I had hidden away long ago, acting as a bodyguard for the Phantom Songstress. Xiao Luo rolled her eyes so hard they almost went to the back of her head. You just want to chase stars, don't you? Hee, she saw right through me. When Xiao heard we were setting sail, she hesitated for a moment but decided to join us, probably afraid that if I ran off, no one would teach her swordsmanship. And just like that, we were off. I changed into a newly tailored silver robe, adorned with little stars. My Chinibu flaring up as I shouted, "Silver Robe Hunter, move out!" Then we headed straight for my beloved ship. After a few months, my 6 beautiful captains were still as amazing as ever, and the ship was shining brightly. I stood at the bow, full of spirit, and waved my hand. Set sail. Destination: Asang Island. The ship sailed for 3 days, and the newspaper came again, announcing that Crocodile had officially become a warlord of the sea. Looking at this increasingly familiar, yet somewhat strange plot, I felt a bit unsettled. The variable of flames was too significant. Would the Paramount War 3 years later still follow the original plot? Should I intervene? Forget it. Thinking too much gives me a headache. I still don't have the power to stir up the storm, so I'll just lie flat. Since I had nothing to do, I started checking Xiao Luo's homework. You know what? She was improving rapidly. She was quite skilled at using armament hockey. She eagerly asked me what her level was now, and I thought for a moment, honestly telling her, well, probably worth about 8 million berries, a bit stronger than that girl named Ida. As a result, Xiao Luo immediately became emo, feeling a huge blow to her life, mumbling about hockey, saying this was hockey, and she was completely out of it. 3 more days passed, and we finally arrived at Asang Island. Let me tell you, the scene was bustling with drums and fireworks, a sea of people. I was excited, but when I took a closer look, something was off. Why was everyone holding up signs for a star named Zindali? Rosie and I had been thinking about. I instantly got angry. I came to chase stars happily, but all I saw were fans of my rival. How frustrating. Watching these people blocking the road. My temper flared up, and I unleashed a dominant aura, pushing everyone aside in one go. The road was clear, but the way people looked at me was as if they wanted to eat me alive. I hadn't walked far when I just calmed down my aura, and someone crashed right into me. Before I could even start yelling, the other person fell down and kept apologizing as they got up. I took a look and realized, oh, isn't that the genius Surgeon Hogabach? I've seen him in the newspaper. I was about to say a few polite words, But as soon as he heard who I was, he chuckled a few times and then suddenly said with a worried face, "I'm sorry. I have to go pick up my beloved Sindoli." After saying that, he dashed off towards the dock like a gust of wind. I was speechless at that moment. Another brainless fan of Cyndi Lauper. What kind of magic does this woman have? Can her voice be cuter than my aunt's? The little respect I had for him vanished in an instant. Xiao Luo pointed to an open-air stage in front and asked if it was there. I looked and saw it was exactly the same as in the information. I got excited, my legs moved like a whirlwind, and I rushed over while shouting, smoothly drifting to the center of the venue, flashing a standard smile with 8 teeth at a staff member. "Excuse me, is this a concert venue?" The person rolled their eyes at me and replied, "This is Victoria's Cyndi Lauper's dance exhibition. Sir, what do you need?" I just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Social death is just that. I covered my face and ran back. But didn't T pay attention to where I was going and bumped right into Wolf, nearly suffocating me. When I regained my composure, Xiao Luo and the others slowly came over. I patted my pocket and panicked even more. The commission document was missing. Just when I was anxiously pacing, Xiao Luo pulled out the document from her bosom. "Didn't you ask me to keep it?" I slapped my forehead. How could I forget about this? I checked the document, and sure enough, it was the right place. Xiao couldn't take it anymore. If you can't figure out, why not just go ask directly? All right, why didn't I think of that? We found the hotel where we were staying, and after some notifications, we finally met in who was having afternoon tea. My goodness, she was 1,000 times cuter in person than in the photos. I was completely mesmerized at that moment, with a pure, silly grin and drool trickling down the corner of my mouth. Xiao Luo couldn't watch anymore and quickly nudged me. My image in front of my idol was totally ruined. I quickly tried to explain that I was there to handle security. However, An looked dejected and told me that the concert was canceled because Sindoli was coming. This little singer had to make way. My heart broke when I heard this. What kind of situation is this? But it was really nice and even tried to comfort me, saying we could hold it somewhere else. I had a sudden idea and immediately sent out an invitation. Come to my loot island. I promised that no one would dare to cause trouble. After discussing with her agent, and surprisingly agreed, she said we could set off in a week. I was absolutely thrilled. My idol was going to hold a concert on my territory. Once in, and the others went off to get busy. Xiao Luo couldn't hold back any longer and questioned me about what was going on, saying we came out to have fun, so why were we going back? Moreover, she felt that ever since I arrived on this island, I'd been acting strangely. My emotions were particularly agitated, and my intelligence seemed to have dropped significantly. At first, I didn't believe it, but even Xiao nodded in agreement. Only then did I close my eyes to think carefully. It seemed I really was a bit overwhelmed. All the calmness I had before was gone, and it felt like I had become a different person. I was emotionally agitated. Could it be that being a fan really lowers one's intelligence? Looking at the worried expressions on Xiao Luo and the others, I felt I should calm down a bit. Let's go shopping. Let me tell you, Simon's way of thinking is definitely a bit off. Everyone on the island went to see that big star, and the port area was as crowded as the subway during rush hour. But he insisted on dragging us to stroll down a deserted street with not a soul in sight. I just wanted to say, are you serious, man? The street was empty. I felt like we could just set up a feast right there, focusing on a cyber-haunting theme. Xiao Luo's face was so glum, like an eggplant hit by frost, and the whole person was almost spiritually transcended by this boring atmosphere. I could see Xiao Luo's patience running thin, and my heart was pounding. If we kept wandering around like this, we might end up putting on a grand show of friendship sinking right there. Just when we were about to be overwhelmed by this awkward atmosphere, it was Xiao who saved the day. She suggested going to a place called the AI Dojo, which reportedly offered free lessons in swordsmanship. I thought, sure, that's better than being a wandering ghost here. Xiao Luo finally perked up a bit, and our group finally had a legitimate destination. Guess what happened next? On the way, we ran into a heavyweight. The 7 warlords, Moonlight Moria. That big figure looked like a purple-skinned onion come to life, standing in the middle of the road with a quirky smile. Wow, my battle radar went off, and my hand instinctively went to my sword. This guy was also some kind of abstract artist. Without saying a word, he unleashed his skills, and shadow bats filled the sky, making it look like a spider cave. I quickly cast a starlight waltz to protect everyone. Just as I was about to reason with him, he suddenly asked me, "Do you want to be my partner?" What do you know, family? What kind of new workplace bullying is this? Can't beat me. So you want me to join? I was about to unleash my ultimate move, but he suddenly used a shadow spell to switch places, and he vanished. Just like that. It was all about I'm here, oh, I'm gone, leaving us all dumbfounded. Xiao Xiao looked in the direction Moria disappeared, her face pale, probably shocked. She clenched her fists and said she had to learn that ultimate technique and get stronger. All right, having a goal is always good. We headed north and finally found that legendary AI dojo. Let me tell you, that place was so run down. It looked like it had been abandoned by time. The sign was crooked and the walls were covered in moss. I politely knocked on the door and wow, the door just shattered and I ended up performing a dramatic death on the spot. We braved our way inside. The leaves in the yard piled up high enough to reach our ankles. The desolation was so intense that I began to wonder if we had mistakenly entered some ancient tomb. After some difficulty, we finally spotted a living person in the backyard, a white-bearded old man lying there. I just wanted to go up and ask, but that old man was sleeping like a dead pig. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Get up!" And even the tiles on the roof shook and fell. He didn't move an inch. In the end, Xiao Xiao timidly approached and quietly asked, "Grandpa, I want to learn the ultimate skills." Miraculously, the old man suddenly opened his eyes shining brightly, and shouted like he was chanting, "Little lowly." The look on his face was so lewd that it was almost unbearable. Xiao Xiao was so scared that she immediately closed her eyes and started swinging her sword wildly. As a result, the old man just used 2 middle fingers, one from his left hand and one from his right, in slow motion, effortlessly blocking all the sword energy. I looked at him and thought, wow, a master. Could he be the legendary Liu Ying? I quickly went up to help and struck with my move, Nebula, First Form, Universe, but guess what? He still managed to hold it steadily with those 2 middle fingers. I was shocked. The old man suddenly changed his demeanor, becoming all ethereal and serious as he introduced himself as the curator AI Muti, asking us if we were here to learn the ultimate secrets. The speed of this transformation could make a Sichuan opera master hand over a cigarette. We were all silent. The amount of information was overwhelming, and my CPU was overheating. After 3 minutes of silence, the old man grew impatient and started to shoo us away. He even turned the tables, claiming he had just woken up to see us pointing knives at him. My blood pressure shot up. Wasn't he just messing with us? I couldn't hold back my temper and immediately unleashed a combo attack on him. Strangely enough, the old man, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, was now just dodging without fighting back, looking incredibly awkward. In the end, I knocked him down with 1 punch, and he passed out. At that moment, I thought he was just pretending, so I kicked him twice more. But then Xiao Xiao held me back, insisting he was really unconscious. I didn't believe it, and accidentally slipped, stepping right on his vulnerable spot. And he didn't move an inch. All right, I believe it now. This old man is like a glass cannon. We waited foolishly for 5 hours, and it was already dark, but the old man still hadn't woken up. Just as I was about to fall asleep, a voice suddenly came from a loudspeaker outside, with a girl shouting for us to hurry and leave, saying that something bad would happen at the dojo tonight. As soon as Xiao Luo heard this, she was already fed up. So we quickly woke everyone up and slipped away, saying we would deal with it tomorrow. Before leaving, I kindly covered him with a tattered blanket. We reached the door and then realized that the one calling out was a little girl with pigtails. When she saw us come out, she let out a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and said, "Ah, you're out already. That's great." I was puzzled at the time and said, "Little friend, how do you know we can't stay here at night?" When I asked, she didn't know either. She just said it was the old curator named AI Muti who said that staying in the dojo at night would lead to particularly bad things happening. I thought to myself, this old man is acting all mysterious. Is he trying to scare the little girl? But it was indeed dark, and that place was really eerie. So we didn't think much of it and hurried back to town. Let me tell you, we left, but the story in that dojo was just beginning. That very night, the old man I covered with a blanket was struggling like crazy in the backyard, making beast-like howls and screaming all night long. But what is absurd is that no matter how much he thrashed around, that old blanket seemed to be glued to him, not budging at all. He was still shouting. I, Tim, refuse to accept this. Old man, you're out of your mind. Why can't I get out? Unfortunately, this midnight horror show went completely unnoticed. The next morning, I was doing exercises on the boat when I looked down at the dock, and wow, that group of crazy fans was back. Seriously, who understands? Don't they have jobs? Is it really necessary to clock in every day for a dancer? Are the people on this island a bit too ahead of their time? Xiao Luo and the others also woke up, and as soon as they came out of the cabin, Xiao Luo excitedly said to me, "Simon, I invited Ailey to hang out. She said there's a super interesting place. Are you going?" I was shocked at the time. When did these two become so close? But I was still thinking about the dojo, so I said, "You guys go ahead, I want to check out the dojo again." Mainly, I was worried about Xiao Xiao being alone, and that little girl's words yesterday had sparked my curiosity. We acted separately and met up with Ailey and the others in the small grove. As soon as Xiao Luo saw Ailey, she rushed over and started a mess with her double ponytails, and the two were being all affectionate. I was worried about Xiao Luo and the others, so I sent 6 of my captains over to act as bodyguards. Then I took Xiang Xiang and headed straight for the II dojo. As soon as we entered the backyard, I was dumbfounded. That old man, Aimu Ti, was still lying on the ground in the same position as yesterday, completely motionless. I thought, oh no, could it be that he really died from a slap? I told Xiang Xiang to keep her distance and went over to take a closer look. The scene was quite bizarre. The blanket was fine, but the hair on the old man's head was a mess, looking like a bird's nest. And there were traces on the ground as if someone had struggled. I was puzzled. If he was awake, why was he still lying there? If he wasn't awake, then who dug the holes on the ground? No, I had to wake him up. I called out a couple of times, but there was no response. I reached out to check for breath, and thankfully, he was still breathing. My temper flared up immediately, and I thought, I can wake him up physically. I said, "Sorry, old man," but I didn't hold back and slapped him hard. What a loud sound. Xiang Xiang, who was watching beside me, was stunned and ran over to say, "Brother Simon, why did you hit him again?" I confidently replied, "This is a wake-up service. I can't let him sleep to death, can I?" Xiang Xiang weakly asked then, "What if you knock him out again?" I thought to myself, hey, that makes sense. If this old man faints again, where would I go to ask for secrets? I considered getting a bucket of water, but I couldn't find one. At that moment, an even bolder idea flashed through my mind. But looking at the old man's face, I thought better of it. It was too inhumane. Just when I was at a loss, I suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Don't I have the ability of the justice fruit? Isn't it just right for dealing with a sleeping criminal? So I decided to go for it. I prepared to use my skill on the old man. Justice. Judgment domain. But then something even more ridiculous happened. As soon as my ability domain touched that worn-out blanket, poof, it just disappeared. I was left dumbfounded. Can my ability really be interrupted? What is this blanket? Does it contain sea prism stone? I reached out to touch it, but it felt just like an ordinary rag. Then my hand slipped through a hole. What the hell? That familiar feeling of powerlessness. It really is sea prism stone. I was shocked at that moment. This place is too luxurious, right? Every random tatter blanket is made of Hailu stone. I instantly figured it out. This old man must be a capable person. He probably woke up in the middle of the night, realized he was covered by a Hailu stone blanket, felt weak all over, struggled for a long time, but couldn't get it off, and then fainted from exhaustion. Ha ha ha. I couldn't help but laugh out loud at that moment. This old man is too unfortunate. But wait, if he fainted from exhaustion, why didn't he react to that slap I gave him earlier? Forget it. I can't figure it out. Since I know it's the blanket's problem, can't I just avoid it? This time, I reduced the range of my ability, only covering his head. The next second, I was stunned. 2 characters for crime clearly appeared on the old man's head. I was left with the expression of an old man on the subway, looking at his phone. What was going on? Buy one, get one free? My ability only allows for 1 sin per person. If there are 2, it only means one thing. There's another person hiding inside this old man. My curiosity was completely piqued. I decided to directly activate my third eye to see what memories were playing out in his mind. Justice, evil images. Activate. Goodness. A family ethical suspense drama unfolded in my mind. To put it simply, many years ago, this old man had a young disciple named Tim AI. This kid suddenly went dark for some unknown reason and slaughtered everyone in the dojo, surrounded by strange black mist. The old man had no choice but to beat him into submission. In the end, the kid turned into a mass of black mist. And to prevent it from harming others, the old man absorbed it into his own body, sealing it away in his body as a prison. I instantly understood everything. That lewd behavior toward Xiao Xiao yesterday was not the old man himself. It was that thing inside him called Timmy, causing trouble. After watching the movie, I had one thought. I must wake the old man up and ask him clearly. I operated on his head for a while, and surprisingly, I discovered a new use for my ability: remote awakening. The old man's eyes opened wide, and when he saw my face, he shivered in fear. Wanting to move, but unable to. I'll get straight to the point. Old man, I just want to ask you, if I let that thing inside you out now, do you have the confidence to suppress it? The old man was taken aback at first, but then he quickly reacted. His face turned pale, and he excitedly asked, "He didn't cause any trouble yesterday, did he?" Then he glanced at the high-loose stone blanket on him, sighed deeply, and understood. He no longer insisted on coming out, knowing that in his current state, he couldn't suppress it at all. I wanted him to explain what was going on, but he was reluctant, saying it would be harmful to me. I tried to persuade him for a long time, but he just wouldn't say anything. Guess what happened next? Xiao Xiao, who was nearby, saw us at a standstill and softly asked, "Sir, could you tell us?" Everyone in the family was clueless. This old man completely changed his attitude, as if he had been energized, and immediately agreed. "All right, since this young girl wants to know, I guess I'll share a bit." I was speechless at that moment, totally dumbfounded. This old man definitely had some peculiar preferences, a thing for Lolas, perhaps. Then he started giving me a history lesson, telling a legend from 500 years ago. He said there was once an invincible war god who fought against a witch surrounded by black mist, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. In the end, the war god won and sealed the witch in a massive rift formed by their battle, warning future generations not to go in. However, later some reckless young people, not believing in the warning, went inside and came out just like the witch, surrounded by black mist and attacking anyone they saw. Since then, that great rift has become a forbidden place. After he finished, he looked at me with great pride and asked, "Is this what you wanted to know?" I was so frustrated that I pointed at his nose and said, "Who asked you about the Forbidden Land? What I want to know is what that black energy in your body really is." He looked at me with a dumbfounded expression and said, "Isn't that just a byproduct? Haven't you heard the legend?" I was truly speechless. Who can understand this? Just when I was almost dizzy listening to the old man recounting stories, things were heating up on Xiaoluo's side. The so-called interesting place that Ailey took them to, guess where it was? It was the Forbidden Land that the old man just mentioned, the Battle Rift. When Xiaoluo arrived there and saw the desolate surroundings, she felt a chill in her heart. However, Ailey seemed brainwashed, particularly excited, continuously saying that Uncle Abi said it was very safe. And Uncle Abi said there were secrets here. The more Xiaoluo listened, the more uneasy she felt, sensing that this little girl had been fooled. But she couldn't just leave her alone, so she could only grit her teeth and follow her in. They climbed down the cliff and entered a cave that looked like a temple. Xiaoluo immediately spotted a huge historical stone tablet, and just as she was in awe, Ailey had already turned into a narrower path, and her surprised voice came from there. "Wow, this is it. Uncle Abi really didn't lie to me." Xiaoluo hurried to catch up, only to see Ailey dancing in front of stone statue. The statue depicted an angel with wings. Xiaoluo asked Ailey, "Did you come here just to find this?" Ailey replied with a look of devotion, "This is the statue of the pure white angel. Uncle Abi said she could bring the island back to the past. I tell you, as soon as I heard that, my DNA reacted. What pure white angel can go back to the past? Who understands my family? As soon as I hear those two words, I know for sure that this sister has been completely fooled. Simon had already educated me about this. In this world, even the devil fruits can only jump into the future. Want to rewind? Dream on. I thought to myself, this won't do. I can't just watch her worship a stone lump here. What if something happens?" While that statue didn't respond for a long time, and Ellie was doubting her life, I quickly went over to her and gave her a heartfelt reasoning. What exactly did I say? Anyway, after a set of persuasive arguments, 10 minutes later, she finally walked away with a face full of disappointment. On the other side, Simon and the others figured out the situation too. Goodness, that old man Aim Tai finally revealed the truth, saying that the so-called black mist, guess what it is? It's a whip. A superhuman whip that has eaten the shadow fruit. This fruit is amazing. It can emit an aura that makes everyone around it collectively EMO and fall into a dark state. I was shocked at that moment. Has the technology to feed objects devil fruits existed for 500 years? This tech tree is really skewed. But then the problem arose. And Simon directly hit the nail on the head. Didn't that thing enter your body? How come you're acting like nothing happened? Imtai had a bitter expression, saying he was a charger of the charged fruit, and in a moment of impulse, he had treated that broken whip as a power bank and charged it into his body. The expression on his face was full of regret. It was like a large-scale impulsive consumption failure. And guess what Simon said next? I tell you, his words practically fried the CPUs of everyone present. He said, since it's a whip that has eaten a devil fruit, isn't that a superhuman? Just throw it into the sea, and it's done. Oh wow, right? Aimtai was completely stunned at that moment. His expression was like someone hearing for the first time in 2025 that cola is sweet, utterly incredulous. He probably had been pondering this issue for 500 years without figuring it out, and Simon's one sentence broke the spell. The old man was so excited that he immediately wanted to go to the seaside to solve this historical issue. Simon is also a man of action. Without saying a word, he threw the old man over his shoulder, yelled, "Let's go," and headed straight for the seaside. Xiao Xiao watched from behind, completely confused. Thinking they were discussing history, why did it suddenly fast forward to throwing it into the sea to commit suicide? We had just arrived at the seaside with the old man, when, guess what? We happened to bump into me and Ellie. As soon as Ellie saw the old man in the blanket on Simon's shoulder, tears started streaming down her face, and she shouted, "Grandpa, curator." Wow. It turned out to be an acquaintance. The two of them started reminiscing, and the scene was truly touching. I quickly exchanged information with Simon. As soon as he heard about the strange canyon and the pure white angel statue, his face turned pale. He lowered his voice and said to me, "That place is the forbidden area where the cursed whip is sealed." Fortunately, the old man sealed that thing within his own body. Otherwise, if Ailey worships there, who knows what kind of world-destroying demon might emerge. Thinking of this, Simon became more determined. We must make that whip disappear from the world immediately. He directly interrupted the touching scene between the grandfather and grandson and said to Aimt, "Curator, stop chatting. Can we start throwing it now?" Aimt also knew that the serious matter was urgent, took a deep breath, and his gaze instantly became sharp. "Let's go." Simon shouted, "Attention, I'm lifting the blanket." And then with a swift motion, he pulled off the blanket. I tell you, as soon as the blanket was removed, the old man's state immediately became off. His eyes started to become dazed, and he stumbled as if he had drunk fake alcohol. But he held on, muttering, "Piece of the island, come back." Then, the old man began to unleash his big move. Release. He forced all the dark energy within him into a giant black orb, in which the shadow of a whip could vaguely be seen. As the black orb grew larger, the old man's complexion also improved. Finally, he shouted, "Ha!" And the black orb shot into the depths of the sea like a laser, not even causing a bubble to rise. After it was done, Imp's legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Ailey hurried over to help him. The old man waved his hand, saying it was fine, just a bit exhausted, and then looked at the sea with a relieved expression, saying, "Great, now there are no more forbidden areas on the island." However, as soon as Ailey heard forbidden area, her curiosity was piqued, and she asked him what a forbidden area was. The old man recounted that segment of sealed history to Ailey. After hearing it, Ailey was dumbfounded. "Huh? That canyon is a forbidden area? But Uncle Aby said there are pure white angels there." Upon hearing the name Aby, Imp's expression instantly changed. "Aby? Didn't he die 3 years ago?" As soon as I heard it, I knew this matter was not simple. It was very deep. The old man grasped it but didn't say anything. Just as the atmosphere became a bit tense, Xiao Xiao didn't care about any of that. She had only one thing on her mind. "Brother Simon, can we learn the ultimate secret now?" Simon slapped his thigh and said, "Oh right, I almost forgot about the main business." He went over to Aim Tai and mentioned it. As soon as the old man heard he was going to teach the ultimate secret, he completely forgot about all the schemes and stood up eagerly to take us back to the dojo. Ailey also excitedly followed along. thinking that the dojo would finally regain its past glory. When we arrived at the training ground in the backyard, Imtai's eyes lit up upon hearing he would teach the girl. He rubbed his hands together, ready to teach Xiao hands-on. At that moment, I slid over to intervene, and Simon was even faster, grabbing the old man's inappropriate hands with a forced smile, and said, "Old sir, I can handle teaching my sister. You can teach me." The old man clicked his tongue, his face long and unwilling, pointing to a spot. "Stand there. I'll demonstrate once. This is the ultimate secret that can destroy an island with one sword." As he grasped the sword, the aura instantly changed. He was definitely a top-tier master. I was ready to scream, but then he crossed his two middle fingers in front of his chest and shouted, "Ninin," wailing in the Yellow Springs. Then a huge X-shaped sword energy shot out, and the sky went dark. I was stunned at the time, and Simon directly lashed out. "Old man, who do you think you're fooling? ISNT this your fruit ability? Are you cosplaying here?" The old man felt a bit awkward and said that this move was him imitating his most powerful disciple, the sorrowful swordsman Tira's strongest sword, and that the power of his imitation was less than 1/10 of the original. 1/10. Upon hearing this, Simon's eyes widened. That earth-shattering move was actually only 1/10 of its power. His attitude turned 180 degrees on the spot, and he bowed respectfully. "Director, please be sure to teach me this ultimate technique." The old man felt quite flattered and finally began to teach seriously. Guess what happened? In half an hour, Simon learned it. He was stunned himself. Was it really that simple? The old man was still boasting, saying this was just the basics and far from being able to destroy an island with one sword strike. Simon wasn't listening at all. He remembered his swordsmanship instructor's words. The ultimate technique is achieved through enlightenment. He closed his eyes and recalled the mindset he had when he executed the move earlier, right? It was the displeasure towards this old man. Anger. Anger combined with the sorrow of the sword move itself was the core. He immediately tried another sword strike, shouting, "Sorrowful sword." Anger at the useless. Holy crap, this time the sword energy was more than twice as strong as before. AI Muti was so shocked that his jaw dropped, muttering about genius, unparalleled genius, then fell into fantasies of the dojo's revival, grinning in a rather lewd manner. After Simon practiced enough, he called out to him a couple of times, and the old man finally woke up. However, he was still in a state of being treated respectfully by Simon, stroking his beard and saying, "What's wrong, young friend? Do you find it difficult? Want to stay in the dojo for further training?" Simon rolled his eyes. "Old man, has your CPU overheated? I've already learned the ultimate technique. What further training nonsense are you talking about?" The old man exploded on the spot, threatening with a puffed-up face. "You're done for, even if you beg me. I won't teach you anymore." Simon was speechless, looking at him like he was an idiot. He couldn't be bothered to waste more words and directly called us. "Xiao Luo, Xiao. Let us go." AI Muti thought Simon was just playing hard to get, but he watched us leave without turning back. He sat alone in the dojo, utterly confused. The shouldn't he be? With such a powerful ultimate technique, shouldn't he be begging me on his knees? When we returned to the ship, Simon asked Xiao Luo, "You didn't say goodbye to AI Li. Are you okay with that?" Xiao Luo slapped her forehead. "I forgot about her." But after thinking for a moment, she said, "Forget it, we're not from the same world anyway." Meanwhile, Xiao had already changed into her training outfit, tied her hair into a ponytail, and was eager for Simon to teach her the ultimate technique. Days passed in a flash. One morning, the dock was bustling, and Simon walked onto the deck cursing, discovering that a big celebrity named Victorious Sindori had arrived. Just as he turned away disinterestedly, he suddenly spotted Moria. That guy was sneaking around, staring at a doctor named Hogaback. My mind buzzed. This was it, Moria, Hogaback, the female celebrity. ISNT, this the crew of the future, terrifying three-masted sailboat? Could it be that Sindori is that unfortunate soul who accidentally falls to her death? I was hesitating whether to remind them when Xiao Luo shouted that it was time for breakfast. Forget it, an unknown dance star. What does it have to do with me? 3 days later, and finally returned. Full of energy, she jumped onto the boat and said, "We can set sail tomorrow." We were all extremely happy. Xiao Luo curiously asked and what her fruit ability was. and smiled and said she was a phantom fruit user, capable of turning pictures into illusions. As soon as Xiao Luo heard this, she got excited and grabbed the newspaper from Simon's hands, handing the illustrated page to him. "Hurry, show me what you can do," and activated her ability, and the image on the newspaper instantly became three-dimensional, with a flame appearing out of thin air. I was stunned on the spot with Simon. "Fire Fist, Ace!" After the phantom disappeared, Simon snatched the newspaper back, and the headline read, "Fire Fist, Ace rejects the invitation from the 7 warlords." Simon was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "Is the plot already at this point? No, Moria hasn't even captured Hogback yet. How could Ace refuse the 7 warlords?" After thinking for a while, he could only come to one conclusion. Who the hell is driving this world line like a bulldozer? Although he couldn't make sense of it, the current plan wasn't significantly affected, so Simon could only temporarily suppress this confusion. After playing here for a few hours and left for the time being. The next day, early in the morning, let me tell you, that scene happened again. At 9 o'clock, and her manager showed up on time, dragging several large boxes. My mouth felt like it was sealed with glue. I couldn't utter a single word to him. It was little Luo who stepped in to save the day. Goodness. Just as the ship set sail, I finally relaxed. But guess what happened? Just as we left, a guy in a black robe appeared at the port, completely covered up, as if he had something to hide. He stood there muttering towards our ship, saying it was better to leave, to change targets, and even mentioned that the Star Dancer had an accident, which must be big news, and then he let out a weird, sinister laugh. If I had seen him at that moment, I would have definitely punched him, making you laugh so hard. He had a bat mark on his face. Clearly not a good person. This matter was definitely not that simple. The ship was sailing on the sea, and I was flipping through the newspaper. Wow. The headline was about the pirate Empress Hancock setting sail for the first time, with a bounty of 80 million. I couldn't help but laugh. That old Morgan must have run out of news to write. Blowing so much smoke, the world's most beautiful, really? But speaking of which, the daughter country, I suddenly had some bold ideas in my mind. As I turned my head, I met Wolf's clear yet foolish dog eyes, tilting his head at me, as if to say, "Your expression looks so lewd." I was startled and quickly sat up straight, cough, cough. A big shot should have the demeanor of a big shot. I cleared my throat, was just about to put on a show and sigh that today is also a peaceful day in the South China Sea. But before I could finish my sentence, bang, bang, 2 cannon sounds came directly from the southeast. Does anyone understand? This slap in the face came faster than a tornado. I hadn't even finished my act yet. I leaned forward to take a look, and good heavens, a pirate ship was chasing a small wooden boat. That little boat had the emblem of our Justice Guild flying on it, right? My anger flared up instantly. How dare they chase me on my own turf? Am I just a decoration as the boss of the South Sea? I rushed to the bow of the ship and yelled at those captains. "Get closer. We must teach them a lesson today." At that moment, the 2 brothers on the small wooden boat were almost in despair. The younger brother, Mika, was trembling, while the older brother, Miku, was still trying to encourage him. "Hang in there. Lord Simon is just ahead. We're saved." When he looked up, he really saw my ship, and he shouted so loudly that it almost startled the seagulls. "Mika, look! It's Lord Simon's ship. We're saved." The 2 of them, as if energized, paddled like mad. On the pirate ship, Captain Dakona looked through his telescope, and the next moment, the telescope clattered to the ground. His face turned pale, and he trembled as he shouted, "Quick! Quick!" His gang of little genius subordinates thought the captain had ordered a full attack, and, all excited, shouted as they sped up the ship. Dakona was almost in tears, yelling, "No, run! Run! That's Malachi Simon's ship." Unfortunately, it was too late. At this distance, even a deity couldn't escape. As our ship got closer and we pulled the 2 brothers aboard, they hugged us and cried. It was quite a sight. I had Xiao Luo check on the other side. They were called the Black-Haired Pirates, and their bounty was only 800,000. I was puzzled. Who gave these little punks the courage to chase me? Without a second thought, I drew my sword, Nebula, and unleashed a massive sword energy at them. With a loud bang, their main mast snapped in response. Captain Dakona plopped down on the ground, muttering, "It's over, it's over." One of his clueless subordinates, named Jeffrey, was still stoking the flames. "Captain, what are you afraid of? Maybe he's just famous and all talk." You wouldn't believe it. Dakona's thought process was truly unique. Upon hearing this, he thought, Hey, that makes some sense. He figured that with his 800,000 bounty, if he exchanged a few moves with Simon, maybe his bounty would go up. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, completely forgetting that he had just been scared to death. He stood up, raised his arm, and shouted, "Boys, grab your weapons. We are pirates." His crew was swayed by his enthusiasm, and they all got fired up again. Only Jeffrey wore a look of despair, thinking the captain was hopeless. He quietly crept to the edge of the ship and, with a splash, jumped into the sea to escape. I saw their ship stop and thought they might have run into some tough trouble. Maybe there were old silver coins on board trying to bait me. I felt extremely alert, and my armed color hockey quietly enveloped me. As the two ships drew closer, the captain named Daco pointed at my nose and shouted, "Malachi Simon, today I'm going to let you know that strength is more important than reputation at sea." I just jumped onto their boat when he came at me with a black fist raised. I thought to myself, is he that brave? All right, let's play. I immediately unleashed a series of starlight slashes, and in a flash, I was behind him. 3 seconds later, he thudded to the ground, turning into a pile of parts. I picked up the sword, looked around, and asked with a unique flair, "Who else is there?" The silence was so profound that you could hear a pin drop. In the next moment, the entire crew of pirates on the ship screamed as if they had seen a ghost, throwing down their knives and guns and jumping into the sea. I was at a loss for words. Weren't they the ones who stopped the ship to challenge me? Why did they all run away when their leader died? It turned out there were really no skilled fighters. Anyone daring to chase me still wanted to escape. With a swift motion, I drew my sword, and in less than 2 minutes, there wasn't a single survivor left on the ship except for me. I stood on the deck, getting angrier by the minute. How dare this bunch of brainless fools not take my Justice Guild seriously? It seems I've been too low-key lately, allowing these little minnows to forget who calls the shots in the South China Sea. When I got back on the ship, I asked those two brothers what was going on. They tearfully said they were just passing by, but that group of pirates saw our guild's emblem and relentlessly pursued them. After hearing this, I fell silent. This was no longer provocation. It was a blatant slap in the face. It seems I need to make some big moves to ensure the entire South China Sea remembers the name Justice Guild. Just as I was pondering future plans, Xiao Luo suddenly ran over with a broken box, saying he found it on the pirate ship. At first, I scoffed, thinking what treasure could this little group possibly have? Maybe a devil fruit? Xiao Luo mysteriously opened the box, and inside was actually a treasure map. I was even less interested. How much could a treasure from these poor folks be worth? Then Xiao Luo said, "This isn't theirs. It's the treasure map of the strongest swordsman in the legend from 300 years ago, Simter." I was intrigued and thought, oh, a legendary figure? I have to take a look. When I opened the map, I was dumbfounded. What on earth is this? These abstract lines. This bizarre composition. I dare say my 3-year-old nephew could draw better with his feet. I looked at it back and forth for a long time, but couldn't make heads or tails of it, so I had to ask Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, being straightforward, simply said, "I don't know." However, she did provide a clue, saying that the island Simter visited most often was called Glacier Island, located in the Aurora Sea. That place was too far away, so the treasure hunt had to be put on hold for now. 5 days passed, and we finally returned to the Lud Islands. The news in the papers these days has been quite explosive. Clockdale has become a warlord, Fire Fist Ace has entered the New World, and that dancing star Victoria Sindoli, alas, suffered a stage accident. It seems the grand narrative of this world continues as usual. As soon as we arrived at Blackwind Island, Anne's eyes lit up at the sight before us. I led her straight to Governance Island, where G was already waiting, saying the stage had been prepared long ago, and was astonished and exclaimed, "It's only been a few days. The efficiency is incredible." When she saw the stage for herself, her jaw nearly dropped to the ground. I tell you, that stage had an oval canopy, an enormous background screen, lights dazzling like a nightclub, and various rotating small scenes. It was simply the pinnacle of concert stages, and could hardly believe it, stammering, "Am I really going to sing on such a great stage?" I patted my chest and assured her absolutely. It's a concert. It has to be exciting. Only then did she get excited and followed Xiao Luo to the backstage to prepare. Next, I discussed the publicity with her manager and then found the island's big cousin at the newspaper office to help stir up the atmosphere. Once everything was arranged, G handed me a document saying it was sent by the world government. When I opened it, wow, it was an invitation for our Yuan Su country to join the World Coalition. This was an unexpected delight. I thought I would miss this World Conference. I immediately had G reply, agreeing to it. I entrusted her with all the remaining matters. 5 days later, the concert officially began, with a big cousin's crazy promotion. The entire island was in an uproar. All activities were canceled, and everyone was waiting to see just how amazing the songstress recommended by me, Simon, would be. Backstage, and was dressed in her performance outfit, full of confidence. I went on stage and said a few words to introduce him. I tell you, as soon as I appeared, the screams from the female fans in the audience nearly blew the roof off. When it stepped on stage, she radiated charisma. She reached out and conjured 2 cartoon dragons flying in the sky, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Then she began to sing, her voice light and playful, making everyone feel euphoric, washing away all worries. This concert lasted a full 6 hours. By the end, the entire audience was wildly shouting for an encore, and had no choice but to return to the stage for another song. After the concert, I was so excited that I could hardly speak, continuously praising it. At that moment, Xiao Luo suggested that since it had been a while since we had a celebration, we should throw a banquet. I was a bit hesitant, worried that it might be too tired, but Xiao Luo's words convinced me. You wouldn't want to leave tomorrow without even having a farewell meal, would you? As soon as I heard that, I thought, no way. It must be held. Right away. I immediately went to find my 100-man guard and instructed them to prepare the ingredients. As a result, the commander named Jingji, upon hearing about the banquet, had his eyes light up and revealed a smile that sent a bit of a chill down my spine. At that time, I didn't think much of it. As soon as I left, she immediately gathered all 99 female guards, as if connecting with an underground party, and announced, "Sisters, Lord Simon has a big plan tonight. We are having a banquet." The women instantly went wild. Zheng Ji then organized the tasks in a very orderly manner, instructing them to spread the news and notify their families in the support group, and specifically reminded them that the ingredients must be well prepared. Then, a very bizarre scene appeared on the island. All the shops selling eggs and nourishing tonics were completely cleared out by the girls on the island. I tell you, this has really upset the old gentleman on the island. An 80-year-old man, with deep-set eyes like a skeleton, pointed at the oyster shop owner and yelled, "Out of stock? You said there would never be a shortage. Without this, how am I supposed to deal with that little demon at home tonight?" The shop owner also looked troubled. Who would have thought that all the girls on the island would come out en masse to shop? Another man in his 70s came over, and the two of them exchanged information. Goodness, it wasn't just oysters. Everything with some special effect, like chive boxes and big kidneys, was cleared out by the girls. The two old men looked at each other, sighed, and felt like life had lost its color. The scene shifted to the evening. To celebrate the success of the concert, Simon specifically organized a celebration banquet for him. As soon as I arrived at the venue, I was dumbfounded. What on earth? This wasn't a celebration banquet. It was like a conference of the Kingdom of Women. In the open space at the center of the island, it was packed with people, all female guards of our kingdom, at least tens of thousands, each one with long flowing hair, their eyes sharp like wolves, making me feel quite uneasy. I quickly pulled Simon aside and whispered to him, "Dude, what's going on? Why such a big deal?" Simon looked just as confused and helpless, shrugging his shoulders. "Don't ask me, ask my head guard. She said it's to reward everyone." All right, since we're here, we might as well go with it. As the banquet started, I totally understood why all those nourishing items had sold out during the day. Who could understand the scene? It was simply unbelievable. A crowd of girls surrounded Simon, holding plates in their hands. Their enthusiasm was like a fan meet and greet. "Lord Simon, try my fried eggs. Lord Simon, my oysters are so fresh. Lord Simon, you have to try these chive pockets. I told you the stuff on that plate is all about nourishing and tonifying." And they were crazily shoving it into Simon's mouth. At first, Simon politely took a few bites, but after a while, his face started to look a bit off. His body's reaction was skyrocketing, and the guy was immediately stuck, making an excuse to take a walk and quickly slipped away. But the girls wouldn't let him go, and the scene behind was simply chaotic. I won't go into details about what happened, but the next day, Simon sent and off with 2 huge dark circles under his eyes. After sending and away, Simon turned around, and his expression instantly changed, filled with killing intent. He returned to the Justice Guild and, without saying a word, directly issued a high-level bounty recruitment order with the goal to cleanse the entire South Sea. As soon as this command was given, the whole guild erupted. In no time, bounty hunters in gray and green cloaks rushed to the loot islands like dumplings. Eventually, even 6 top blue-cloaked big shots showed up, including the quick-draw Colonel and the seductive Chi-Chi, who were obviously tough characters. These big shots gathered together, their words dripping with sarcasm, and a few clearly looked down on Simon, the young president. Once everyone was gathered, Simon slowly walked out. As soon as he took the stage, the aura he exuded was impressive. The purpose of gathering everyone today was to hold a grand hunt in the South Sea. The crowd below was a bit stunned to hear this. Simon didn't waste time and directly dropped the bombshell. The era of pirates is also the era of bounty hunters. To make those pirates recognize their place, I have decided to lead everyone to plow through the entire South Sea. The pirates you catch will have their bounties go to you. And I, Simon, will personally take down the pirates and their bounties. Will all be shared with everyone present. With a bang, the whole venue exploded. All the hunters' eyes turned red. Didn't this mean they were going to make money alongside the president? Cheers of "Long live President Simon" echoed loudly. The large troop set off in a grand manner. I looked at Simon's route map, and wow, it was densely marked with islands. This was going to be a thorough cleaning of the entire South Sea. However, when we arrived at the first stop, Firelight Island, the islanders saw our fleet of over 10,000 people and were so scared that they ran around in a panic. Thinking the pirates had come again, Simon's face darkened, and he waved his hand. Go promote the guild. Let them know who is here to establish order. The hunters went to do the ground promotion, while Simon and I found the village chief here. This old man was interesting, while everyone else ran away. He sat there calmly drinking tea. When Simon asked him why he wasn't running, he stroked his white beard and said with a profound expression, "Old man like me, I've accepted my fate. As for pirates, as long as you stay steady, they are also reasonable." I felt something was off about the old man at that moment. Sure enough, little Luo, the curious baby, was already running around in the village chief's house. The next second, she lifted a carpet and shouted, "Simon, look, there's a tunnel here." The smile on the village chief's face instantly froze. Immediately after, little Luo discovered a strange mirror in a corner. "Simon, look, this thing can see the ships out at sea." I exchanged a glance with Simon, and we instantly understood each other. Wow, a telescope that can scout enemy movements in advance, an escape tunnel leading straight to the back mountain. And on top of that, this old man has the steady acting skills of a seasoned pro. This isn't just accepting fate. This guy has the escape plan ingrained in his DNA. We just came out from the village chief, feeling both amused and bewildered. When we returned to the ship, we saw a pirate ship in the distance, flying a skull flag, heading our way. At the bow stood a one-eyed captain named Duhua, shouting at his crew that they must capture the old man named Huodi this time. A new intern, Jeffrey, was curious and asked an old pirate next to him why they were so intent on catching an old man. The old pirate chuckled and started gossiping. In short, during the captain's last visit here, he took a liking to the village chief's incredibly fierce granddaughter, Huru. When he tried to flirt with her, she took him down in one move. The captain couldn't swallow this humiliation and found out that this girl listens to her grandfather the most. So he wanted to capture the old man to threaten her. I tell you, as soon as that new crew member named Jeffrey heard it, he was stunned. Another brain-dead captain sending people to their deaths. He thought to himself, without saying a word. He grabbed a mop and sneaked to the side of the ship, quietly lowered a lifeboat, and ran away. Just as Jeffrey took off, the troublesome ship docked on the other side. He even thought he was clever, telling his subordinates to hide, and he changed into a suit, shouting at his men, "Everyone act civilized. We are playing the role of merchants this time." Just then, Xiao Luo and I were nearby. She innocently tugged at Simon. "Simon, look, a merchant ship has arrived. Let's go say hello." But as soon as we got closer, we heard the merchant leader lecturing. Xiao Luo was stunned and quietly asked Simon, "Are all merchants like this?" The guy had sharp ears. He turned around and shouted at us. "Not like a merchant? Who said that? What is not like it?" I was stunned at that moment. No. What kind of logic does this guy have? Xiao Luo and I had already made our point, and he still dared to retort? The question he asked was simply a self-destructing truck. Without saying a word, I took a quick step forward and executed a powerful grappling move, grabbing his thick-headed skull and slamming it down to the ground. Wow, the world instantly became quiet. When his little brothers saw their captain being taken down by me in an instant, they erupted, all of them screaming and charging forward. I was annoyed, furrowing my brows and glaring, releasing a wave of pressure. The next second, that group of lowlifes fell like dominoes, all collapsing with their eyes rolled back, not one of them standing. As a result, my little Luo was not happy and tugged at my arm, shaking it. "Simon, what are you doing? Even if they don't act like businessmen, you can't just resort to violence." I took a deep breath and thought to myself that my silly daughter-in-law was too naive. I turned around and sat on the back of this pirate leader, using him as a human stool, and explained to Xiao Luo, "Darling, can't you see? He isn't a businessman at all." "How do you know that?" Xiao Luo still looked confused. "Think back to what he shouted when he just rebutted you." I guided her patiently. Xiao Luo thought for a long time, but still shook her head. "I can't believe it. This is an easy question," he said. "Where's it not like that?" Listen to his wording. Where? This is a rhetorical question, full of guilt. A real businessman, when questioned, would first present evidence and loudly say, "I am a businessman," instead of asking you where it's not like that. This guy was instantly burned out by my words. You know, little Luo was stunned, and although he didn't seem to fully understand, he looked at me with starry eyes. "Wow, Simon, you are so amazing." Just then, a girl with peach-colored twin tails suddenly popped up next to me, holding a big peach, looking at me excitedly. "President Simon, this is the peach I just picked. Eat it." As soon as I saw the peaches, my eyes lit up. I said, "How embarrassing," but my hands were already honestly grabbing the peaches. This girl, named Xiao Tao, is our guild's peach-color warrior and also my die-hard fan. She looked at the guy under me and curiously asked, "President, who did you catch? Is he a high-bounty pirate?" I guess. Maybe. I honestly didn't know how much this guy was worth. Xiao Tao got excited. "President, turn him over so I can take a look. I know all about the wanted criminals in the South Sea." All right, with a professional on hand. It saved me some trouble. I got up and flipped the guy over. Xiao Tao leaned in and examined him for a long time, then suddenly gasped. That face shape, those scars on the right cheek. Oh my God, this is none other than the captain of the 50 million berries bounty Duhua pirate crew. The real Duhua. 50 million. Xiao Luo beside us had her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. She didn't expect that her casual remark would actually catch such a big fish. She asked in confusion, "A 50 million bounty pirate? Is he blind? Didn't he see the Justice Guild flag hanging on our ship? How dare he? Hey, you know what?" Her words reminded me. I came out to sea to make a name for myself, right? This is a perfect opportunity to use this living example. I need to ask him what gave him the courage. Was it Liang Jingru? I waved at Xiao Tao and asked Xiao Tao, "Do you have a rope?" I needed to thoroughly examine the heart journey of this pirate gentleman. As a result, Xiao Tao pulled out a shiny circular chain from somewhere and, in a flash, skillfully tied Duhua up in a tortoise shell bind. Seriously, family, who understands? That was so professional, so authentic, it was clear she was an experienced second-dimension enthusiast. I couldn't help but wonder what this girl usually studies. Once the binding was done, I contemplated whether to use force or just rely on my abilities. Xiao next to me said, "If it can be simple, then let's keep it simple. There's no one else around. Why make it so bloody? I think it makes sense. It's not good for the newspaper to publish this." So I quietly activated my ability, Justice Truth Serum. Only after confirming he was affected did I let Xiao Tao bring over a bucket of ice water and splash it on him to wake him up. Duo Hua jolted awake, realizing he was tied up like a big crab, and immediately started cursing. "Who did this? Let me go." From his reaction, it seemed like he didn't recognize me at all. I cleared my throat and asked, "Duo Hua-san, do you know who I am?" He was about to curse. "Who are you?" But suddenly lost control and, with a look of terror, blurted out a series of information. "Malachi Simon, president of the Justice Guild. Strength unknown." After he said that, he was stunned himself and exclaimed, "How could I? What did you do to me?" Once he processed what he had just said, he finally realized and looked at me in horror. "You're that super bounty hunter." I nodded in satisfaction. It seems my reputation is still relevant. I got straight to the point. You saw the banner of our Justice Guild. Why didn't you hide? Under my pressure. He honestly replied, I don't know what the Justice Guild's banner looks like. Goodness. The logo that Xiao Luo and I worked so hard to design, and no one recognizes it? I held back my anger and continued to ask. So what is supporting you to keep sailing? It's love. I almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Love? A 500 million bounty pirate talking to me about love? I suppressed my desire to mock him and asked him to elaborate. It turns out this guy was previously defeated in one move by a girl named Horu on some island. Unable to beat her, he found out that her grandfather, the old man Huati we encountered before, lived here, and he planned to capture the old man to threaten his granddaughter. After hearing this twisted and ridiculous love story full of loser vibes, I was greatly shocked. At the same time, I developed a strong interest in Horu, who could take down a 500 million bounty pirate in one move. I definitely needed to recruit such a powerhouse into my guild. Understanding the whole story, this troublemaker was no longer of any use, so I dealt him another heavy blow, putting him back to sleep. Then, I rushed back to the old man Huati's yard with Xiao Luo. The old man was still leisurely drinking tea, and when he saw us, he acted as if nothing had happened. Oh, you two are here again. I laughed and got straight to the point. Village Chief Wodi, I have something to tell you. I just caught a pirate at the port. The old man stroked his beard, unconcerned. Isn't it just natural for bounty hunters to catch pirates? No, no, no. I shook my finger, looking mysterious. This pirate is related to you. The old man's expression changed instantly, and he said sternly, Chairman Simon, please do not spread rumors. I, Wodi, conduct myself with integrity and do not know any pirates. As soon as I saw that he misunderstood, I quickly explained, it's not that you know him. It's that that pirate wants to get to know you unilaterally. I told him everything about the incident with Duohua. And guess what? This old man's focus was incredible. After he finished listening, he didn't care at all that he almost got kidnapped. Instead, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. What? Fire Root actually got into a fight with someone outside? Why didn't she tell me about this? I'm so dumbfounded. Big brother, is this the point? The point is that someone wants to catch you to threaten your granddaughter. The old man, fiery and eloquent, said, hasn't he already been caught by you? What is there to worry about? I want to solve the problem from the root. It's my granddaughter. She doesn't tell me anything. I was almost led astray by his peculiar logic. After a while, I finally remembered the purpose of my visit and tried to persuade him in a tempting tone. Village Chief Huatai, you wouldn't want your granddaughter causing trouble every day, would you? Why not hand her over to me? I promised to raise her into a sunny and cheerful young person. The old man fell silent for 5 seconds, then gestured for me to leave, starting to chase me away. Well, this path is blocked. I had to settle for second best. Then, Village Chief, can you tell me which island Horu is on now? The old man stared at me for a long time, and finally relented. She seems to have gone to Jungle Island recently. I heard there was some kind of magical pet appearing there. With the key information in hand, I immediately slipped away with Xiao Luo. 3 days later, after we replenished our supplies, we set sail again. As it turned out, the pirates in this sea area were coming at us like dumplings, one wave after another. Xiao Luo curiously asked me what was going on. I was lying on the chair, sipping juice and leisurely explaining. Of course, it's because the annual pirate festival is about to start. All the pirates are gathering in one place to prepare for a crazy party. So, are we going to join in the fun? Yes, of course we are. I grinned, grateful to these caring pirates, who were making sure I could hear them as they shouted about the meeting's content. The festival location is on Bear Island, and I wasn't going to hold back. We would directly give them a complete annihilation package. Meanwhile, my few blue-robe subordinates were having a small meeting on another ship. The two big guys, Mantis Faitien and Chaos Ordayo, were worried, thinking that going to Bear Island was a death sentence since it was the pirates' lair, with several groups having over 100 members. They were mocked by the only female blue-robed member, Flirtatious Kiki. Are you two out of your minds? In this war, we're just here to make up the numbers. The outcome is decided by the chairman alone. Have some self-awareness, okay? Just as they were about to argue, the cheerful sharpshooter colonel came in, tossing out a bombshell. What are we analyzing the situation for? A friend from my newspaper has secretly followed the chairman for several months, and the conclusion is that the chairman alone can take down Bear Island. As soon as this was said, The other three were instantly petrified. Fei Tian was so excited that he came up with a bold idea, slapping his thigh. No, I need to find the chairman to become his disciple. Without caring about anyone else, he rushed over to my ship. The remaining three exchanged glances, also feeling moved, and followed him over. At that moment, I was busy boasting to Xiao Luo, lamenting the unpredictability of life. Back in the day, my dream was just to quietly be a noble. Before I could finish my sentence, Fei Tian rushed in front of me, looking excited, and stammered. Chairman Simon, I want you to take me as your disciple. No, that's wrong. I want to be your disciple. Oh no, not that. I watched him fumble and stammer, thinking to myself, is he here to pay homage or perform a skit? I really couldn't take it anymore. So I helped him straighten out his tongue. You want to take me as your master, right? As soon as he heard that, it was like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He nodded vigorously like a garlic peeler. Yes, that's it. President Simon, is that okay? His little eyes were filled with both anticipation and anxiety, and his legs were shaking like they had motors installed. I was just trying to organize my thoughts, pondering how to politely decline him, when I suddenly heard a sweet voice calling from behind. President, do you have time? I turned around and saw to you to... And that girl named Chi-Chi all coming over. Fei Tian was dumbfounded, saying, weren't you just advising me not to come? Why are you all here now? Do you scratch his head and chuckled, well, we wanted to give a try too. You never know. I was completely baffled. You guys want to give a try too? Try what? As a result, when Chi-Chi saw me chatting with those rough guys, she immediately became unhappy, rushed over, and called out, President, in a voice so sweet it could make anyone cringe. Then, let me tell you, she directly hugged my arm. Family, who understands? It was so soft. Ahem. I instantly stood up straight and became serious. Of course I have time. Miss Hunter, what can I do for you? She squeezed her voice, sweet enough to give someone diabetes. I also want to be your apprentice. Is that okay? Apprenticing? Another one? I squinted at the three strong men. Wow. These three looked increasingly guilty. The big guy straightforwardly admitted, that's right. Okay, I finally understood. They came in a group to seek apprenticeship. I paused for a moment and directly laid it out. Everyone, let's forget about the apprenticeship. I really don't have the spare time. Upon hearing this, their faces instantly fell, looking like withered eggplants. Seeing their disappointed expressions, I felt a bit sorry. So I changed my tone, but whoosh, for pairs of eyes instantly lit up, staring at me like searchlights. Since our trip at sea will be long, I can still teach you a few tricks along the way. I told you. As soon as the words came out, there was a 2-second silence at the scene, and then it erupted into cheers like a tsunami. These people were like they had won the lottery, almost lifting me up and throwing me high in the air. That girl Chi-Chi was still not giving up, leaning over and whispering, President, can you teach me alone? I really don't want to be with these stinky guys. I looked down at her, felt a sensation on my arm, and gently blew a breath near her ear. Right? Come to my room when you have time. I'll teach you step by step. Chi-Chi's face instantly turned red. And I don't know what colorful nonsense was going through her mind. Anyway, when I called those big guys to the training room, she was still standing there in a daze. In the training room, I demonstrated a set of boxing, swordplay, and spear techniques for each of these three lively characters. It was fast, precise, and ruthless, making them shout out loud. An hour later, I asked if they had learned it, and they nodded like they had seen a ghost. We've learned it. We've really learned it. I still feel like I haven't had enough. It feels like I haven't fully enjoyed it yet. Is that true? Why do I feel like you guys haven't mastered it? Should I go through it again? The three of them were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they quickly stood up to show me a set. Wow. Maybe their survival instinct unleashed their potential, and they actually managed to perform at a level of 5 or 6 points. I looked and thought, wow, their understanding is pretty good. It seems I need to teach you some real skills. As soon as they heard this, they almost knelt down. No. President, we think this is enough. It's really sufficient. I was speechless at the time. How can these people have no ambition at all? They are wasting their great talents. But there's nothing I can do. If they don't want to learn, I can't force them. I supervised their practice for an afternoon and then let them go. As soon as those three left, Chi-Chi came over again, clinging to my arm and acting cute. President Simon, what about me? What should I learn? I glanced at her captivating eyes and said succinctly, You? It's not convenient here. Come to my room. At that moment, Chi-Chi was stunned, her mouth slightly agape, wearing an expression of disbelief at my directness. I didn't care about her hesitation and turned to leave. Just as I was about to disappear around the corner, she stomped her foot, bit her lip, and followed me. The next morning, let me tell you, the scene was something else. Chi-Chi came out of my room with her hair all messy like a bird's nest, walking with a limp, her body covered in bruises, and cursing, "Beast, you're inhuman. You kept me up all night. You have no regard for a woman's feelings." Xiao Luo happened to be getting up for breakfast, saw this scene, and her eyes widened in surprise as she ran over, gossiping Simon. "What did you do to her?" I was completely baffled at the time. What to do? Teach her how to use her dominance, of course. What else could I do? Xiao Luo looked skeptical. Teaching dominance can cause this much damage? Don't lie to me. I just realized, oh, so that's what happened. Hey, her talent isn't as high as yours, is it? Can't escape it. And isn't it just a bunch of injuries? To encourage her, I specially emphasized, don't underestimate yourself. You only learned to be domineering for a few months. I took a whole year back then. As soon as Xiao Luo heard this, her confidence soared, and she felt invincible. But this wasn't over yet. Chi-Chi, looking like a mess, walked on the deck and instantly became the center of attention on the whole ship. Everyone looked and said, "Isn't this our guild's goddess, Mei Yin Chi-Chi? How did she end up like this? What happened yesterday?" Then, I don't know which genius shouted, "Wasn't she with President Simon yesterday?" Boom! The crowd erupted. A group of hot-blooded hunters felt that their goddess had been defiled, and they were all indignant, ready to take up arms and demand an explanation. Fei Tian, as Chi-Chi's #1 sycophant, saw Chi-Chi's appearance and went crazy on the spot, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Chi-Chi, who did this? That acting could earn him an award for Best Actor. He raised his arm and called out, leading a large group of people fiercely toward me. I was drinking juice when I saw Fei Tian leading a large group of people rushing onto my boat, pointing at my nose and questioning, "President Simon, what happened to Chi-Chi? I almost spilled my juice. What's wrong with her?" Fei Tian shouted in anger and sorrow, tears streaming down his face. She was violated. The entire place fell silent. I was dumbfounded. This rumor was too outrageous. I quickly asked him to calm down, then randomly pointed at a blonde guy and told him to explain what happened. The blonde guy trembled as he recounted what he saw that morning, not daring to embellish the story. As soon as I heard that, I was completely speechless. All right, this is a big misunderstanding. I quickly stepped forward, clear my throat, and explained loudly, "Everyone quiet down. Listen to me. Chi-Chi was not XX. She just learned a new move from me for a whole night. Everyone please disperse." After hearing this, the crowd revealed that kind of knowing, lewd smile, and then they happily left. In the end, everyone left except for Fei Tian, who stood there with red eyes, looking at me with tears in his eyes. I was puzzled, and then he suddenly choked up and said to me, unlocking moves, "President, I wish you both happiness." After saying that, he ran away in tears. I'm filled with questions. What on earth is going on? What kind of thing brings happiness? This mess has finally come to an end. A day later, our fleet finally arrived near Bear Island. The scout Dakian and Dehur returned with news, looking excited as they said, "President, this time, it's incredible. There are over 100 million pirates on the island, and there are as many as 13 of them. There are more than 50 at the tens of millions level." I was stunned when I heard that. 13 over a billion? What does that even mean? Apart from not having the top-tier strength of the 4 emperors, this configuration is almost comparable to an emperor-level crew. I quickly had them bring over the bounty notice, took a glance, and wow, the highest one called Enlightenment is already 250 million. And there's another one called Little Sweet, whose name is quite cute, with a bounty of 170 million. It's a bit tricky, but not a big problem. I actually felt a bit excited. Just right, I can try out my newly developed ability. As the fleet approached Bear Island, I directly ordered, "You don't need to go ashore, just stay at sea and make sure no pirate ship escapes." However, as soon as I issued this command, my few good disciples were not having it. Fei Tian, Chi-Chi, Dazwa, and Dio one by one, they all said it was fine, but I bet they were already calculating how to sneak ashore and get a piece of the pie. I couldn't be bothered with them. So I jumped on a dock by myself and said to Wolf beside me, "Wolf, today is your day. This island is your playground. Go wild." Wolf let out an excited howl and transformed into a black shadow, rushing into the island. I wasn't idle either. I randomly chose a direction, saw the pirates, and drew my sword to slash. One sword strike for each, as easy as chopping vegetables. At first, those small fries didn't react. Seeing that I wasn't using any big moves, they foolishly charged at me. 10 minutes later, with bodies lying all over the ground, they finally realized something was wrong. A monster. He's a monster. Quick, go call the captain. Oh, I've been found out? I smiled and thought, then I won't hold back. I directly executed a starry waltz. The sword light flashed, leaving only a dazzling red blood flower in place. At that moment, a gunshot rang out and a bullet flew towards me. Without even turning my head, I easily dodged it. A big man with a beard raised his gun and shouted at me, "You dare to kill my subordinate. State your name." As soon as I saw that he wasn't one of the 13 on the wanted list, I got playful and introduced myself in a pretentious manner. Malachi Simon, president of the Justice Guild, pleased to make your acquaintance. The big man looked at me with disdain and said, "What the hell? Never heard of you." After that, he fired another shot. I twisted my neck, sheathed my sword, and walked toward him step by step. Oh dear, being unknown has its downsides. Even random people dare to provoke me. The burly man saw me approaching and suddenly pulled a stunt. He actually spat a thick glob of phlegm at me. I was so disgusted at that moment that I almost couldn't hold back. This operation completely broke my defenses, and all thoughts of teasing vanished in an instant. I suddenly drew my sword, and a massive sword aura of over 50 meters was instantly unleashed. As a result, perhaps I was too angry and my hand trembled, causing the sword aura to veer off and only chop off one of his arms. I watched this scene and suddenly found it amusing. Unable to help but smile. Do it again. Another sword strike. It missed again, brushing past him from the other side. Oh dear, it missed again. Why can't I hit you? I said, my smile growing wider. The big man was already trembling in fear, his teeth chattering, unable to speak. Every time I unleashed a sword energy, I deliberately made it pass dangerously close to him until he finally rolled his eyes back and fainted. TCH, is that all? I boringly delivered another sword strike to send him off to the afterlife, then continued walking towards the center of the island. Meanwhile, my chaotic sword energies had plowed through the entire island. The hunters watching from the sea were dumbfounded, all shouting that the president was amazing. One of the sword energies, precisely aimed, crashed into a tavern, shattering all the wine jars inside. A man named Longzwa, one of the 13 captains with over 100 million, got furious on the spot and rushed out with a knife. Following the sword mark, he came face to face with me. So, quickly encountering someone with over 100 million? Longzwa, right? I glanced at his appearance, and hey, this is really Taipant spicy. I kept moving forward without stopping. Longzwa also noticed me, and without a word, he directly assumed a stance for a draw. Oh, you want to play the draw game with me? You got guts. Just as we closed the distance, I had a thought and tried to wrap my justice fruit ability around my sword like hockey. Jeu de mon sword technique, submission. I swung my sword. Just as Longzwa was about to draw his blade, his body suddenly stiffened, and his gaze went blank, as if he had been sentenced to death. He couldn't even react, and I cleave him in half with a single stroke. Not bad. It was about what I imagined. It's just that taking him down in one strike felt a bit lacking in satisfaction. I was pondering the use of my new abilities when on the other side, the completely unleashed wolf had transformed into a fiery disaster, charging into a party venue of a group called the Ding Ding Pirates, wreaking havoc. The host of the party, a brawny man with a bounty of 140 million, saw his place being destroyed and roared as he put on his gauntlets and rushed forward. He threw a punch, and the force of it actually blew away the flames that Wolf had shot out. Seeing this, Wolf decided not to engage directly. Instead, he leaped high, circled around to the back, and with a powerful kick struck him in the chest, sending the brawny man coughing up blood. Wolf was about to deliver a fatal blow when suddenly a sharp flash of sword light forced him to halt. He turned around fiercely to glare at the person who had drawn the sword. The sneak attacker, seeing Wolf fixated on him, was scared out of his wits. "Whoa, don't look at me. I'm just a passerby. Please spare me." Before he could finish his sentence, I tell you, Wolf didn't care whether you were just passing by. Once locked in, he zoomed right after him. The guy named Day took off running, and at that speed, I thought he could compete in the Olympics. But guess what? It was useless. With one move, Wolf unleashed a fire fong, and with a whoosh, pierced right through his neck. Clean and quick, not a second wasted. He even waited cautiously for over 10 seconds to confirm a guy was dead before turning back to find a brawny man named Dolly. At that moment, Dolly was clutching his chest, coughing up blood, finally managing to catch his breath. When he looked up, and lo and behold, that fiery lady was back. This time, even more ferocious. She charged with the momentum of her sprint and knocked Dolly away like a bowling pin, crashing through several streets. And by the time she stopped, Dolly was completely out of commission. Just then, I tell you, the climax arrived. From a balcony across the street, applause suddenly erupted. A figure in a black robe was clapping dramatically, saying something like, "Whose little puppy is this? Why didn't you say you were coming to my tea party?" I thought to myself, dude, your tea party is a bit hardcore, starting off with 2 deaths. As soon as Wolf heard the voice and saw him, she immediately exploded with rage, letting out a deep growl from her throat. The man in the black robe, named Shadow, and was not afraid. In fact, he became even more excited, saying, "Oh, you want to fight me? How brave." He had sharp eyes, quickly spotting Dolly's corpse at Wolf's feet, and got even more pumped up, thinking, "You managed to take down Dolly? I want that." What a fierce declaration, folks. Wolf wasn't going to waste time talking to him. Sensing he posed no real threat, she opened her mouth and shot out a massive fireball. Shadow and chuckled lightly, saying, "Children shouldn't play with fire." And then from his own shadow, a horde of faceless black soldiers emerged, blocking the fireball directly. But that wasn't the end. Wolf fired a rapid succession of small fireballs like a machine gun. Shadow maintained his indifferent demeanor, not moving an inch, as even more shadow soldiers surged out from his shadow like a tide. Although they were scattered by the fireballs, they just kept coming endlessly. As these 2 deities fought, the surrounding area suffered greatly. The entire street was demolished by their battle. After nearly half an hour of fighting, there were no living beings left at the scene except for the 2 of them. Suddenly, Wolf stopped and let out a howl. At first, I thought she was charging up for a big move, but as she howled, her body began to change. She stood up, flames swirling around her, and her eyes actually showed signs of intelligence. Then, she spoke, enunciating each word. "I, Wolf, invincible, bringing disaster to the world." I was stunned at that moment. Can this actually transform? The shadowy figure let out a sigh of annoyance, saying, "So after all that, it's a fruit user? I thought it was a purebred beast. What a waste of my feelings." After saying that, he unleashed his ultimate move, and the shadow erupted, ready to take down Wolf in one blow. But he certainly didn't expect that in the next second, with a smirk on his face, Wolf disappeared from his spot and instantly appeared behind him. The shadowy figure was dumbfounded, his body covered in goosebumps, and the powerful attack he had prepared was still coalescing at his feet, but unfortunately, it was too late. Wolf's claw engulfed in flames, pierced through his left chest with a puff, and he was still holding a beating heart in his hand. The shadowy figure looked down at the heart. His mouth moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. Then, with a blank expression, Wolf tightened his fingers and crushed it, pulling back his hand. The shadowy figure's corpse fell straight down. Wolf licked the blood off his hand and, with a look of ecstasy, said, "So weak is everyone on this island like this? That's just fantastic." After saying that, he burst into laughter and walked away leisurely. On the other side, our protagonist Simon was still mechanically swinging his sword and cutting people down, his face stiff from it. Suddenly, he was attracted by a booming piece of music. Looking up, he saw a small house called the Passion Energy Station. He wondered what kind of place this was, his expression becoming particularly subtle, and he sheathed his sword and walked in. Let me tell you, it was simply a large-scale dance party inside. The sound waves were so strong that Simon couldn't help but start swaying along. Just as he was getting into it, at a booth nearby, a pirate wearing a green bandana was nervously reporting to his captain. "Captain Raj, not good. There's a monster swordsman on the island going on a killing spree." That captain named Raj simply responded with an "O," then waved his hand to the green bandana, and that gesture, well, you know what it means. The green bandana turned pale and mustered up the courage to say, "Captain, I have hemorrhoids." And guess what? Captain Raj looked excited. "Hemorrhoids are great. I love that. Goodness, this guy knows his XP." With no other choice, the green bandana could only sit down with a face full of despair. Simon danced for 10 minutes, feeling refreshed and thought it was time to get down to business. He held his sword and unleashed a powerful move on the whole venue. Starlight Meteor Shower. With a flurry of stabs, the entire disco hall was instantly filled with red liquid and abstract art. He scanned the area for any survivors and spotted the two people at the booth. In the flashing lights, he clearly saw the green bandana's face twisted in pain, completely frozen. Just then, the music stopped, and the green bandana let out a horrified scream that echoed throughout the venue. Simon immediately vomited. What the heck? My eyes. Cursing, he picked up his sword and cleaved the two in half with one strike. And it was said that Raj died with a face full of bliss. Simon rubbed his eyes and left, finding it dirty, without even confirming their identities. As soon as he left, the lieutenant and the big guy followed in to collect the bodies. The big guy flipped through the corpses and found dozens with bounties over 10 million. But when he reached the booth, he was shocked, unable to speak. The lieutenant leaned in to take a look and was also dumbfounded. Isn't this the one with a bounty of 150 million, Raj? He silently took out his camera bug and started snapping photos like crazy. The big guy felt that looking at it any longer would blind him, so he abandoned the other bounties and ran off. The lieutenant was still there looking for angles, saying he wanted to sell this explosive news to the newspaper for the front page. Meanwhile, Simon, after coming out from that lower area, was feeling quite displeased and continued to hack people down on the island. Suddenly, he stopped as 5 big shots walked past him in a line, each with bounties over 100 million. Simon became excited, thinking that finally some challenging opponents had arrived. But what happened? Those 5 people didn't even look at him and just walked right past. This infuriated Simon, and he yelled, "Are you looking down on me?" Without a second thought, he swung his sword at them. This stirred up a hornet's nest, and the 5 instantly surrounded him. One of them, named Liver Chun, didn't even open his eyes as he blocked Simon's sword, clearly a master of observation hockey. Another person questioned him if he understood the rules of the festival, to which Simon retorted, "You think I'm going to follow the rules with a bunch of pirates?" Hearing that he wasn't a pirate made those guys even happier, and without another word, they started to fight. I have to tell you, these 5 guys work really well together. Punching fist, big mouth compression, elephant leg. With one combo, Simon could only use the moonwalk to jump into the air to avoid their attacks. He already felt it was a bit tricky, and when he looked down, he found there were only 4 people on the ground. Where's the 5th? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a huge force came from his waist, and a guy named Big Bird Shishout dropped from the sky, kicking him down from the air. Simon knew he was in trouble and instantly covered himself with armament hockey. Sure enough, as soon as he landed, the 4 of them launched a series of attacks at him, but he managed to endure it. Just at the moment when the 5th person joined the attack, Simon suddenly burst out with a surge of power, justice, judgment domain. Conqueror's hockey mixed with his devil fruit ability instantly put all 5 of them into a dazed state, with the words guilty appearing above them. Simon didn't give them a chance to react and directly declared, "Justice, sentence, death penalty." The air seemed to freeze for a second, and then those $5 billion bountied pirates fell down like puppets with their strings cut. Simon sat down on the ground, laughing wildly. He finally found the right way to use his ability. As long as he used Conqueror's hockey to intimidate the opponent's mind, he could instantly declare the death penalty. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wolf was encountering a new situation. She was playing with fire like a child when a cute voice suddenly called out from behind her, "Excuse me, big sister, please stop." Wolf turned around to see a little girl with pigtails. She didn't care about anything else and immediately unleashed a burst of flames. However, the little girl, named Sweetie, waved her small hand gently, and the flames were extinguished. Wolf immediately became alert, realizing this was a master. Without hesitation, she trapped Sweetie in a flame vortex, then extended her claws with blades, her rationality quickly disappearing as her wild side took over, roaring as she charged forward. Just then, the flame vortex suddenly vanished, and Sweetie made a cute cat paw gesture at her, softly calling out, "Meow, cute, charm." At that moment, Wolf, who had rushed up to her, stopped just a millimeter from Sweetie's nose, then squatted down like a docile puppy. Sweetie patted her flat chest and sighed in relief. That was close. Then she petted Wolf's head and said, "Now you're Sweetie's pet. Okay?" After that, She led the fierce flame giant wolf, who had just been so ferocious, towards her pirate crew. On Simon's side, with his newly developed ability, his confidence had swollen to the extreme, feeling invincible. He began searching for the remaining 4 billion bounty pirates. Guess what he saw? He saw 3 guys, Brother Wolf, Spider Silk, and Pig Pound, fighting wildly. The scene was abstract to the extreme. They were pulling off moves that were just eye-watering to watch. In the end, Spider Silk took the opportunity when the other 2 were hit, injected them with venom, stood on them laughing maniacally, declaring his victory. Simon watched from the side, and when he finished laughing, he struck with his sword, piercing Spider Silk's chest directly. Then he casually delivered a finishing blow to the other 2 on the ground, perfectly harvesting them. The surrounding pirates saw him swooping in and became enraged, cursing him for being despicable and not following the rules. Simon couldn't be bothered to argue with them, casually saying that they were scared, while casually unleashing a sword aura that knocked down a bunch of people. One captain wanted to ask him for his name, and Simon directly replied, "Are you out of your mind?" Then began a one-sided massacre. 3 minutes later, he was the only one left standing. Rubbing his sore shoulders, he complained about why these people couldn't just line up for him to cut down. Meanwhile, Sweetie, who successfully took Wolf away, had already returned to her sweetheart pirate crew, showing off her new pet to her animal crewmates. She felt that the island was no longer interesting, waved her hand, and ordered the ship to set sail. But not long after the ship left the port, it was surrounded by countless hunter ships on the sea, with cannon fire raining down. Sweetie was unhappy and stomped her foot hard. Instantly, an invisible shockwave spread out. The sea became calm, but the cannon fire continued. However, not long after, the calm sea suddenly erupted, and a gigantic sea king flipped over all the ships in front. Hunter Feitian shouted in the air for everyone to be careful and called for the colonel and the others for support, but no one paid him any mind. Just then, a warrior in red armor, Shaluo, fired an energy cannon at the Sea King, blowing a huge hole through its body. Sweetie on the ship saw this, and her eyes lit up. Wow, so cool. She decided not to summon the Sea King anymore and stood at the bow of the ship, waiting for the red-armored warrior to board. After confirming that the hunters were all fine, Shaluo focused her gaze on Sweetie's pirate ship. She quickly spotted Wolf beside Sweetie. Although she didn't understand the situation, Simon had said not to let any pirate escape. She jumped down in front of Sweetie and asked, "Are you a pirate?" Sweetie smiled brilliantly, "Yes. My bounty is 170 million. Hearing this, Shaluo replied, "Oh, that's good." Then she opened her arms and gave Sweetie a big hug. Sweetie had no resistance to beautiful things and hugged back, but the next second, she felt all her strength drained, collapsing softly into Shaluo's arms. It turned out that Shaluo's armor was made of sea prism stone. Shaluo held the big pirate who was as powerless as a child, with a big question mark appearing on her forehead. Is this done? Finally, back to Simon. He had scoured the entire island 5 times, but still couldn't find the last few billion bounty pirates. Just as he was wondering, Colonel and the others came dragging a huge bag, excitedly reporting to him, "President, great victory. All the pirates have been captured." Simon was confused. "All done? Didn't you say there were 13 billion bounty pirates?" Dakian confidently replied, "Yes, there are 13. Simon thought for a moment, realizing he had only taken down 9. Could the rest be taken out by Wolf? Has she become that strong now? Although he found it hard to believe, he had to accept this explanation since he couldn't find anyone else. He pointed to the big bag they were dragging and asked, "What's this? Is it important?" Without hesitation, Simon's attention was drawn to what they were dragging. "Master, this is the heads of the bounty pirates. There are many." Dakian, following Simon's gaze, explained about the bag behind him. "Oh, so that's it. Indeed, it's better to collect them." After hearing this, Simon praised the few people in front of him. Since the hunt on Bear Island was complete, he suggested having a feast on the island. President Simon, you still need to go to the dock." Seeing Simon starting to organize a feast, Chi-Chi paused for a moment and then told Simon about Shaluo's situation. "Shaluo caught a big pirate, and she can't move?" Listening to Chi-Chi's strange explanation, Simon couldn't understand what was happening. Driven by this ridiculous curiosity, Simon walked towards the dock. What is going on?" Looking at the armored Shaluo holding a little girl, Simon was very confused. "Simon, come here." My hand is about to cramp. She is an ability user, a bounty of 170 million, a pirate. After seeing Simon, Xiao Luo hurriedly cried out to him. A 170 million bounty pirate? There's actually one alive here? With a somewhat gloomy tone, Simon slowly approached. What do you mean? The last living pirate. Although Sweet Sweet couldn't move her body, she could hear everything and was startled by Simon's words. Who are you? What happened? On the island? Her voice was soft and weak, and Sweet Sweet was eager to know what had happened. Since you asked sincerely. Crap. I almost blurted it out. Hearing Sweet Sweet's question, Simon reflexively almost said that classic line, but stopped at the last moment. However, at this time, Simon had also come to Xiao Luo's side. While she's actually a cute little loli after seeing Sweet Sweet's appearance, Simon no longer wanted to kill her, as he had a thing for this type. You, Simon? Oh, you know me? But what Simon didn't expect was that this little Sweet Sweet seemed to know him. It's really you. I'm Xia Yutian. Don't you remember me? Upon hearing Simon's acknowledgement, Sweet Sweet immediately revealed her real name. Huh? Xia Yutian? Who is that? Seeing Sweet Sweet so excited, Simon was confused, as he had no impression of that name at all. It's Xia Yutian by J. in Emming Lake. We even promised to be together for life. Have you really forgotten? Heartbroken, Sweet Sweet seemed not to expect Simon to be so heartless. J. in Emming Lake? Is there such a place? Seeing that Sweet Sweet's reaction didn't seem fake, Simon began to recall whether there really was such a place. Closing his eyes and stroking his chin, shaking his head, distant memories echoed in Simon's mind. Simon, can you hurry up? I can't hold it anymore. I need to go to the bathroom. Xiao Luo, who was in armor, really didn't expect Simon to leave her in deep thought. At this moment, her cramps and urgent need to urinate combined made her feel super uncomfortable. Xiao Luo, saw thee, I'll free you. Judgment, justice, immobilization. With a three-step operation. Before things became clear, Simon first used his ability to immobilize Sweet Sweet. At this time, Xiao Luo, who was finally freed, said nothing and left after removing her armor. Looks like she really is in a hurry. I really am too sinful. Watching Xiao Luo's strange walking posture, Simon felt a pang of conscience. However, at that moment, Sweet Sweet, who had released the Hylu seal, smiled slightly. My abilities are back, hee-hee, then I'm not afraid anymore, Wolf Sister. Save me taking advantage of Simon, not noticing her abnormality. Sweet Sweet shouted directly. Wolf Sister? Startled by the voice, Simon stared closely at Sweet Sweet, not knowing what she was up to. A woo, but Simon's question was quickly resolved. In response to Sweet Sweet's call, Wolf transformed into his giant wolf state, instantly igniting flames and changing into a goddess-like beast form. Once transformed, Wolf aimed a fire punch at Simon, but the punch did not land. What? Why? Watching Wolf's fist stop just 5 centimeters from Simon's head, Sweet Sweet looked incredulous. Hee-hee, so that's how it is. Glancing at the fiery wolf, and then at the immobilized Sweet Sweet, Simon understood everything. You want my dog to hit me? You must not understand the priority of my abilities. With a cold chuckle, Simon squatted down and patted Sweet Sweet's little face. Abilities? You're also an ability user? How could this happen? With a dazed expression, Sweet Sweet regretted her judgment for the first time. If I had known, I would have kept pretending to be a familiar person. Who would have thought? Silently complaining in her heart, Sweet Sweet lay flat, not planning to resist anymore. Is this how it breaks down? Your mentality is too weak. Is this really the 170 million bounty pirate? Watching Sweet Sweet, who had completely lost her reaction, Simon felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He then stood up and looked at Wolf. To be affected by other ability users. It seems I need to deepen the setting. Just when there was no one around, it was a good time to celebrate. Training in progress. After 48 minutes and 37 seconds, Simon completed the setting for Wolf and patted Wolf's head with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. You actually managed to hold on for this long. It seems, Wolf, your strength has improved. After finishing with Wolf, Simon looked at Sweet Sweet and found her with a disdainful look, filled with a sense of hopelessness. What kind of look is that? Haven't you seen someone educate their own dog? Dragging Sweet Sweet's face, Simon spoke in an unfriendly tone. All right. What you said is all true. Nervous and scared. Sweet Sweet didn't dare to say anything hostile, as the earlier scene had truly frightened her. TCH, boring, this chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Not getting the answers he wanted, Simon boredly let go of Sweet Sweet and continued to think about Jay and Emming Lake. There's indeed a lake in Luajia country, but that lake is called Lotus Lake. That's the residence of the Inspiration Master. But I haven't been there many times. Could it be another kingdom? But I haven't been out many times either. After thinking for a long time, Simon couldn't recall where there was a place named Jay in Emming Lake. Could she be lying to me? I want to survive using this method. Glancing at Little Sweet, Simon felt that his guess had some truth to it. Give it a try. Justice, truth, or dare? What is your real name? Very direct. Unable to come up with an answer, Simon used his ability, Xia Yutian. Unexpectedly, Simon did not expect that Little Sweet's real name was indeed Xia Yutian. The strong impact made Simon momentarily dazed. Have we really met at Jiming Lake? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Simon asked nervously, We have. The affirmative answer from Little Sweet made Simon's eyes widen. No way. Could it really be someone who is destined for life? His scalp tingled, and Simon did not dare to continue asking. Silence, silence, still silence. Time slowly passed for 10 minutes. Where is Jiming Lake? After careful consideration, Simon asked about this place name that had troubled him for a long time. It's here? What? Not very sure. Simon asked again. Here? Clear and straightforward, confirming that it was true again. Simon was speechless. This situation was something he had never thought of. What is Jiming Lake? With indescribable emotions, Simon eagerly wanted to know what this was a boat. This boat is called Jiming Lake. After hearing the explanation, Simon facepalmed in silence. This was another path he had never imagined. So mischievous? It seems education is needed. Justice Dash? After a while, the sky darkened. Now is just the right time for the banquet to start. Simon, the banquet is about to start. Stop playing, helping Simon with his outfit. Xiao Luo came to the boat. Simon? Scanning the area, Xiao Luo surprisingly did not find Simon. Puzzled, she walked towards the cabin. Don't. Just as she arrived, Xiao Luo heard a very familiar voice. Her hand paused as she was about to push the door open. This is doing that, right? When did it start? Licking her lips, Xiao Luo pushed the door open and entered. An hour later, Simon, everyone is waiting for you. If you don't go now, they will come looking for you. Helping Simon straighten his clothes, Xiao Luo reminded him, Don't worry. Just now, my observation, Haki, seems to have awakened. They definitely can't sneak over. With a smile on his face, Simon was not concerned about Xiao Luo's worries. Even so, making them wait too long isn't good. Everyone is very excited. All right, I got it. Now I'm going ruffling Xiao Luo's hair. Simon stepped off the boat. Simon, President, amidst the cheers, Simon arrived at the center of the island, where 6 blue-robed figures have been waiting for a long time. Make yourselves comfortable. We don't have that many rules. Seeing the 6 blue-robed figures actually stand up, Simon pressed his hand down, signaling that it didn't need to be so formal. That one do. We can't miss anything that should be there. Regarding Simon's statement, Dazwa was the first to disagree. As the one who dealt with journalists the most, his sense of rules was quite strong. That's right. No rules means chaos. If we all become lax, how can we manage the people below? Dazwa's friend, Dayo, shared the same view as Dazwa, enjoying this slightly higher treatment very much. Is it that serious? We're just a guild, not some strict family. As long as we're happy. Regarding Dazwa and Dayo's perspective, Chi-Chi did not quite agree, as the hunters here gathered because of Simon's fame and strength, and very few cared about rules. Exactly. The sycophant Fei Tian was very concerned about Chi-Chi's opinion, although in his heart he thought Chi-Chi might have something with Simon. He didn't care. Everyone, don't be like this. Today we are having a banquet to be happy, not to cause trouble. Seeing the atmosphere becoming subtle, Simon quickly mediated. Yes. What President Simon said is right, as expected of the president. Just as Simon finished speaking, several people who were about to argue immediately restrained themselves, agreeing with Simon's words. He's a bit awkward. Not wanting to linger in front of the awkward 6. Simon directly went to the position of the 6 captains. Everyone should be happy. The first stop of the hunt. We succeeded. Taking the loudspeaker from Ailua's hand, Simon announced the star of the banquet. Oh, long live good, strong, invincible the carnival. This is a celebration belonging to the hunters. Each hunter showcased their skills, enlivening the atmosphere. At this moment, in front of the campfire of the 6 blue-robed figures, Dazwa, where did you guys run off to before? Why didn't I see you when Little Sweet escaped? After a few drinks, Feitian couldn't contain his inner frustration and asked, "We were on the island, right? What, you weren't there?" The response to Feitian was not an explanation, but a sarcastic rhetorical question, right? When we went to find President Simon, it seemed he wasn't there. Dio also seemed to remember something, asking everyone present, Now that you mention it, it really seems that way. Dakian and Dio also expressed their agreement. You guys, didn't everyone agree to intercept the escaping pirates? Why did you all sneak onto the island? What if a pirate escaped? Feitian couldn't believe that among these people, he was the only honest one. Let them escape. Then, it's just right to promote us. This little chapter isn't finished yet. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Facing those powerful pirates, what can we do? Chi-Chi, who was exceptionally clear, used a laid-back style of persuasion. Brilliant. Chi-Chi, how did you come up with such perfect words? Stunned, the colonel did not expect Kiki to summarize it so perfectly. It was amazing. It was simply the most correct explanation. Absolutely flawless. The other people on site also agreed, but only Feitian looked dazed, unsure what to say. So, is that how it is? I thought. Silently, she kept drinking, feeling like a clown. Family, do you know, I actually had close contact with Chairman Simon. By a campfire not far from the 6 blue-robed figures, a slightly drunk Xiaodao was boasting. Wow, so great Xiaodao is the best her companions, who understood the whole situation, praised her, raising the atmosphere to its peak. Aha, on my Xiaodao has the best luck. If you don't believe it, argue with me. Hands on her hips. Xiaodao was feeling proud. Xiaodao, do you like Chairman Simon or not? This has been discussed for days. A newcomer who didn't understand the situation curiously asked, "Oh, what's wrong? Is there anything strange about that?" Seeing the reaction of everyone present, the newcomer was confused. She thought she was right. If it wasn't love, why say so much? Mimi, some things can't be said casually. What if? No, I do like Chairman Simon. Xiaodao's companions looked at her, making bold claims, and fell silent. Ha ha ha, Xiaodao is so cool, awesome. After a moment of reaction, those present decided not to do anything else, and just kept praising Xiaodao. At the banquet, there was also a pair of brothers, the most active ones, constantly moving around to different campfires, promoting their fantastic experiences. Hey, do you know why Chairman Simon is holding this South Sea hunt? Do you know the secrets behind it? Every time they reached a gathering area, one of the brothers would hug a hunter and ask this. Is there any secret? Do you know? Curious. All the hunters were particularly interested in the brother's words. This is exclusive information. The mysterious 2 brothers always knew how to create an atmosphere. No one could refuse what they wanted to say. Hurry up. This has got me curious. Pour the brothers some wine. The hunters' responses varied, but they basically became quieter. After the atmosphere had been sufficiently built up, the brothers began their tale. It was a sunny morning, and we 2 brothers were preparing to check out Joy Street. Who? Ha, before they could say much, the hunters present all laughed knowingly. Who would have thought that suddenly a villain appeared? The black-haired pirate group. We 2 brothers had an important mission. How could we fight at this time? Right? After a moment of silence, the brothers continued, pausing at this point, raising their eyebrows at the hunters present. The hunters initially did not react, but after thinking about it, they understood the beauty of the situation and instantly laughed happily. Then we ran, and they chased. We ran, they chased. This chase lasted across 2 sea areas. They got addicted to chasing, damn. However, at that moment, guess who we encountered? The 2 brothers understood interaction. At this critical moment, they paused, waiting. Chairman Simon? Your mother? The Navy? Celestial dragons? Admirals? Each time, some naive hunters would bite the bait and answer this question. But their answers varied from reasonable to completely absurd. That's right, it was Chairman Simon. We 2 brothers just happened to run into Chairman Simon at that time. What a coincidence. The corners of their mouths slightly curled up, their eyes flowing with pride. Not pretending much, but the air of triumph was rampant. And then, what happened next? But the hunters clearly were not very interested in their boasting. Then, Chairman Simon got furious. With one sword, he shattered the black-haired pirate group. Although the brothers were interrupted in their bragging, they continued telling their story. After Chairman Simon learned the situation from us brothers, he actually bluntly said he wanted to take care of all the pirates in the South Sea. Brothers, since Chairman Simon is so good, shouldn't we spread his reputation? Their words were sincere and their spirit genuine. The two brothers were completely captivated by Simon. Oh, that's so reasonable. My brother's publisher. I'll ask him for help. My cousin is in the Navy. I'm here because of her. Me. Just how far can the vast network of relationships among hunters go? All of this is unknown. The focus returned to the banquet's protagonist, Simon. He watched the interactions among the hunters, feeling very good. The era, the future, I seem to see a glimpse of peace. After drinking cup after cup of good juice, Simon surprisingly felt a bit tipsy. Simon, why didn't you let Wolf come to the banquet? Although she made some mistakes. That wasn't her original intention. Xiao felt that Wolf's situation wasn't that serious and that Simon's punishment was a bit harsh. Huh, Xiao, you misunderstood. Wolf just fell asleep because she was too tired. She worked very hard in today's battle. Surprised for a moment. Simon then patted Xiao's head and said this to her. Is that so? After hearing Simon's explanation, Xiao still felt a bit puzzled but didn't intend to delve deeper. The rest of the banquet didn't have anything strange. Everyone was just reveling. A new day, afternoon. Hunters, our hunt is not over yet. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The latter part is even more exciting. The pirates on the sea are still living carefree. We must make the pirates fear doing evil. Once again, it was a simple oath-taking ceremony, and this time the hunters were very confident, no longer thinking about making a quick buck and leaving, but instead aiming to take down the evil pirates, earn high bounties, shouting a slogan whose origin was unknown. The hunters set sail. In the days leading up to their departure, they could still find lone pirates, but just a few days later, the pirates began to avoid the ships of the Justice Guild upon seeing them, which made the hunters quite uneasy. After all, chasing pirates was wasting time. Simon, why are you laughing? It's getting harder to catch pirates. Seeing that Simon was not worried at all and was still laughing, Xiao asked, puzzled, ha, of course. It's because I've achieved the desired effect. Their avoidance just shows that the Justice Guild's reputation has risen. Simon, who was waiting for today's newspaper, laughed and explained to Xiao, what use is that? Won't the income decrease? Xiao seemed to have lost her mind in training, unable to understand such a simple matter. Xiao, do you think safety is more important or income? After a moment of silence, Simon posed this philosophical question. Well, safety should be more important, right? Xiao, who was not short on money, answered that safety was indeed very important. Now do you understand why I'm happy? Simon didn't directly tell Xiao the answer. He wanted her to figure it out herself. I don't get it. However, Xiao clearly did not understand what Simon meant and just shook her head. Come. Let me explain it to you properly. With no choice, Simon had to detail everything to Xiao, using example after example, story after story, applying everything he had learned throughout his life. After what felt like an eternity of education, Xiao finally understood. Oh, so that's how it is. If you had said so earlier, I would have known. It's just that everyone doesn't have to worry about retaliation, right? Why make it so complicated? After understanding, Xiao instead started picking on Simon's faults. Sai, how to put it? Simon was left speechless, opening his mouth but saying nothing. At that moment, today's morning newspaper finally arrived on Simon's ship. Justice Guild President Malachi Simon, displaying great power to pacify the South Sea pirates. The headline was outrageous. As soon as he opened the newspaper, Simon saw this ridiculous title. Who exactly is it? When did I pacify the South Sea pirates? Just seeing the title, Simon's brow furrowed tightly. The headline was simply too provocative. According to friends of the author, on July 28th, Simon led all the hunters of the Justice Guild to annihilate all the pirates present on Bear Island. Among them were 13 notorious pirates with bounties over 100 million, including Longzhua, Chi Ming, Wolf Brother, and Spider Silk. Additionally, nearly 100 pirates with bounties in the millions perished on Bear Island. Detailed intelligence revealed that this operation was triggered by a pirate provoking members of the Justice Guild. I am Little Spider, bringing you a different news report. Suppressing the urge to complain about this article, Simon finished reading it, and after he was done, his tightly furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile could not help but appear on his face. Ha, well done, not bad. Not bad. The more Simon read this article, the happier he became, even unable to put it down for an entire day. The speed at which the newspaper spread was astonishing. Within just one day, everyone in the South Sea already knew about this super outrageous big news. Oh, thank God, Simon is simply an angel. The loyal followers on Nun Island knelt before the cross, praying for Simon's blessings. How did you see? I gave that ship on Diamond Island. Honey from a sweet shipyard happily pointed to a corner of the picture, bragging to the shipbuilders. Malachi Simon. Jeffrey, who had just landed on Yak Island, stared at the report in the newspaper with his eyes wide open. Not bad. Awesome. Lord Simon on islands, such as Dodo Island, Cake Island, and Clay Village in the South Sea, people were very happy. However, some people did not see it this way, like the short-sighted Mark the Bluebird. Wow, that's a big deal, but hunting so many pirates at once, won't it make the competitors uncomfortable? Mark, who had just received a bounty of 10 million, had a grim expression, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Mark, what should we do? According to the Colonel's intelligence, their hunt isn't over yet. Should we take this opportunity to make some money? But Brick George had a different view from Mark. He thought this was the best time to hunt pirates. Make some money? Sounds good, let's do it. After pondering for a while, Mark realized this was indeed an opportunity, smiled, and began preparing to work hard. The rumors on the sea temporarily did not have a significant impact on Simon and their progress. After several days of encircling and intercepting the pirates, the large fleet of the Justice Guild had arrived at Yak Island. Wow, what a clean island! As soon as they disembarked, Xiao Luo immediately began to express her amazement, her happiness evident on her face. Hey Simon, let's go check that out. Suddenly, Xiao Luo seemed to have spotted something she liked, pulling on Simon's arm and asking, Where? Simon, who was contemplating whether to stir things up on this island, turned his curious gaze toward Xiao Luo. Over there, that auction house. Excitedly pointing to the auction house across the dock, Xiao Luo couldn't help but jump up. Auction house? Oh, it can be like this. Looking at the auction house, Simon's eyes sparkled with ideas. After a moment, as if he thought of something, Simon slapped his left hand into his right fist. Can I go? With a hint of trepidation, Xiao Luo asked again. Of course you can. It's not a strange place. In fact, it's just right. With a mysterious smile on his face, Simon and Xiao Luo headed to the Ike auction house. On their way there, they bought 3 apples, 2 bananas, and 1 persimmon. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Welcome to the Ike auction house. Ike, providing you with a different experience. Reciting the welcoming speech skillfully, Jeffrey felt pretty good. He was making piles of cash every day, and his work was easy. Welcome. What the hell? No way. Hearing footsteps, Jeffrey looked up to say the welcoming speech, and to his surprise, it was Simon. Could he be here to silence me? No way. My luck can't be that bad. With his eyes wide open and mouth agape, Jeffrey momentarily saw the former captain in the afterlife. Let me tell you, Xiao Luo, the most powerful thing about the auction house is still the Chambord Islands. The things you can buy there are truly abundant. Talking with Xiao Luo, Simon didn't pay much attention to the somewhat strange auction house doorman and quickly walked past Jeffrey. Not here to look for me? It wasn't until several minutes after Simon left that Jeffrey snapped out of his daze and slapped his cheek. Hey, what was that? I scared myself. A big shot like him wouldn't know a nobody like me. Once his stiff body recovered, Jeffrey felt great, as if the heavy stone weighing on his heart had disappeared. Welcome. What brings you here, good brother? Are you here to transfer me? Just as he continued to greet the guest, he found that this guest was actually his good brother. The island master, Ike the Seventh, is going to do a challenge tomorrow, and the entire island is on holiday. I was worried you wouldn't know, so I came to tell you. Holding a stale cigar, Jeffrey's friend, Fu Jia, stood beside him. A challenge? A challenge that makes the whole island take a holiday. What kind of challenge is that? Curious about this challenge, Jeffrey's inner gossip started to stir. Who that's? Hard to say. You'll understand when you see it tomorrow. Taking a big puff from his cigar, Fu Jie showed a difficult expression, not revealing what the challenge was. His good brother wouldn't say, and Jeffrey couldn't ask further. He could only wait in confusion for the event to unfold. Inside the Ike auction house, Simon and Xiao Luo, who arrived early, sat in the front row closest to the exhibition stage. Oh ho ho, so awesome, the atmosphere is electrifying, getting excited. Xiao Luo was already thrilled. The atmosphere, after looking around and not seeing anyone else. Simon really couldn't answer Xiao Luo's peculiar obsession, but they didn't sit there for long before people started entering one after another. During this process, Simon and Xiao Luo also enjoyed stunning songs and dances. It's starting. Simon, it's starting. Calm down, Xiao Luo, calm down. It's just the opening introduction. The auction hasn't started yet. Hearing Xiao Luo's shout, Simon looked up at the stage and only saw a middle-aged man with a small mustache as the host. Wow, cool, Cool, but Xiao Luo clearly had no intention of reining in her excitement, her eyes shining as she stared at the exhibition stage. Hello, everyone. Good evening tonight. Erhua will conduct the auction of the items. Without further ado, let's welcome our first item for sale. The host didn't waste much time, probably knowing that everyone wasn't interested in seeing him, this middle-aged uncle. Soon, a beautiful woman pushed a small cart to the center of the stage. This auction item is quite something. Want to guess what it is? As she reached for the white cloth on the cart, Erhua paused for a moment, teasing everyone's curiosity. But the audience didn't give Erhua this courtesy and erupted in a chorus of boos. Ahem, looks like everyone's in a hurry, then there's no need for more words. What could the first auction item be? Tada! This wasn't the first time encountering such a situation, and after awkwardly coughing, Erhua directly lifted the white cloth off the auction item. After the white cloth was lifted, the venue suddenly fell silent. No one spoke, as if everyone was stunned. I believe everyone has seen it. This is tonight's first auction item, a chamber pot. But this chamber pot is not an ordinary one. It was used by the soft and cute master from Cake Island. Meng Tang. I believe everyone here wouldn't want to miss this relic, right? With a hint of disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, Erhua could already envision the chaotic scene below. The soft and cute master, Meng Tang. Oh, just a moment later. Many enthusiasts who reacted began to breathe heavily and get excited. 100,000 berries. A bid was made by a skinny young man who looked like he often rewarded himself, tremblingly raising his paddle to start bidding. 500,000 berries. This time the bidder was a chubby fat guy, and just by the way he pushed his glasses, you could tell he wasn't an upright person. 501,000 berries. 1 million berries. 5 million berries. 1 billion berries. In just a few minutes, the bidding surprisingly reached an astonishing 1 billion berries. Is Simon's chamber pot really worth this much? Isn't this thing only 500 berries each? Confused, Xiao Luo was greatly shocked. She couldn't understand how something worth only 500 berries could be hyped up to a sky-high price of 1 billion berries. How to say it? Fan culture. Yes, that's right. Fan culture. Those bidding are all fans of Meng Tang. It's not unusual for fans to collect merchandise. Trying to stay calm, Simon made an effort to convince himself. Oh, so that's how it is then. It's normal. Xiao Luo, who wasn't so extreme, listened to Simon's explanation and nodded in realization. 5 billion berries. During the conversation between Xiao Luo and Simon, the fans on site had raised their bids to 5 billion berries. But after reaching this amount, not many people continue to bid. 5 billion berries. Is there anyone else bidding? If not, this relic of Meng Tang will belong to this gentleman. On stage, Erhua watched as the number of bidders decreased and began the final countdown. 3, 2, 1. Sold. Congratulations to this lucky gentleman for winning our first auction item today. After the countdown ended, no one else continued to bid. It seems this price is the highest they can accept. Dear guests, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. A reminder to everyone, after completing the payment in the back end, you can take home our auction items. Now, let us start our second auction item. Please take a look. After the wonderful lady just pushed the cart down, another sister in revealing clothing has come with the cart. This auction item is, does anyone want the underwear of our island lord, Ike the Seventh? Holding his nose, Erhuan uncomfortably shouted. After Erhuan finished the introduction, the scene fell silent, Only the sound of the uncle who just won the relic could be heard walking. Ah, is there any bidding? Not knowing how to introduce this item, Juan could only repeat the previous segment. Quiet, still quiet. There was no sound for a full minute. No one bid, and the item went unsold. Now, please bring out the next item. A light tap of the hammer, and the new auction item was presented. Oh, this item is incredible. It's actually the title of a count from the Kingdom of Bash. Is anyone tempted? Now, starting the bidding. This time, Juan didn't ask if anyone wanted it. He knew this item would definitely not go unsold. And indeed, the bidding trend accelerated quickly. Soon the amount broke 10 million belly, and in the end, the title was won by a passerby for 30 million belly. Congratulations to this person. Next, let us continue with the auction. The next item is... The stage is very lively, but Shaluo seems unable to stay any longer. Simon, why are we selling so many useless things? Is this an auction? It doesn't seem that interesting. Shaluo, a normal excellent auction, would have an auction list. Having a situation like this in an impromptu auction is already quite good. Simon wanted to see what other oddities would come next, temporarily calming Shaluo down. Time always passes quickly when having fun, and before long, the auction reached the last item. I believe everyone has been waiting for a long time. This last item can be said to be a rare treasure. This auction item is Thomas Bailey from Dodo Island. Bailey is the user of the Superman type, Steam Train Fruit. Have you ever experienced the Steam Princess? The opportunity is only once. Let me see your enthusiasm. After introducing the final item, Juan stepped back behind Bailey, not blocking anyone's view. Chio so cute 1 million belly. The chubby boy who started the bidding let out a roar, ready to go all out. But the others wooed and let him have it easy, starting to raise the bids. 50 million belly. 60 million belly. Simon, why don't we buy her? She looks so pitiful. Looking at Thomas Bailey on stage, with tears in his eyes, Shaluo felt a soft spot in his heart was poked. Huh? Buy her? Why? Just because she is pitiful? Simon didn't immediately agree with Shaluo. He didn't want to waste his money on these meaningless things. Buy it. Hey, unable to think of a reason. Shaluo used his cute tactics. Sai, I really can't do anything with you. All right, but it's not a purchase. In the end, Simon still couldn't resist Shaluo and agreed to the suggestion of taking Bailey, but not buying? Then what to do? Shaluo, whose mind wasn't working, couldn't think of a way to let everyone give it up without buying it. Just wait a bit more, it's not time yet, Simon. Not revealing what he was calculating, said this mysterious sentence. With a head full of question marks, Shaluo could only continue to watch others bid. After all, Simon hadn't gone back on his word yet. 300 million belly. It was still that chubby boy. He couldn't stop the drool from the corners of his mouth. 310 million belly. The reward youth gritted his teeth and said the highest price he could afford. He was tired of living a life of self-reward. 311 million belly. Emptying all his assets, the chubby boy didn't care about how he would live afterward. Hearing this price, the reward youth chose to give up. After all, that price was simply beyond his means. 5 seconds with no bids. Hurry up and knock the hammer. What are you waiting for? The chubby boy saw that Juan was still hesitating to start the countdown, and in his agitation, he shouted out loud. But what he didn't expect was that his voice woke up the gentleman who had just won the first relic. Huh? What happened? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, this gentleman asked the reward youth sitting beside him. The last auction item has now reached the high price of 311 million. Although the youth was already disheartened, he still had a good impression of this big shot who spent 500 million belly on a relic. What? The last auction item? 500 million belly. Hearing this shocking news, this gentleman didn't think twice and directly offered 500 million belly. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent, and Juan, who was just about to call out one, became emotional. This gentleman bids 500 million belly. Is there anyone higher? Anyone higher? While saying this, Juan cast a disdainful glance at the chubby boy. Who is this? Why do they suddenly bid so high? Can't you refrain from being so ruthless when others have the most hope? If you have money, why not bid at the first moment? Do you know how much harm your actions have caused me? Emotionally broken, the chubby boy couldn't accept this fact and started cursing at the auction house. While the 500 million gentleman, as a big shot, looked at the chubby boy's insults with amusement, not even changing his sitting posture. Is there anyone else bidding? If no one bids, today's last auction item will belong to this gentleman. On stage, Eru ignored the insults directed at Fatty and continued with the final conclusion. Puffing, too much bullying. Bailey is mine. Unable to endure such humiliation, Fatty's face turned red. He gasped for breath, took off his glasses, and stood up to walk towards the stage. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. While I didn't expect to gain something unexpected just in time, I don't have to expose myself. Go. Little Chubby following Fatty's steps, Simon was very satisfied. Simon, it's already this time. Aren't you going to make a move? What are you waiting for? Waiting for our hero to bring Bailey over. Touching Xiao Luo's head, Simon said mysteriously, Hero? It's getting weirder. Xiao Luo no longer understood what Simon was doing. Shouting, Fatty reached the front of the stage, just 5 meters away from the stage. Sir, please stay rational. Guards, where are the guards? Looking at Fatty's crazy appearance, Eru was not afraid. After giving a word of advice, he immediately called for the guards. No sooner had Eru called than a strong man pressed Fatty's head and slammed him to the ground. Is that it? Chubby, you're so weak. But that's okay, I'll make a move. Seeing Fatty being taken down in one move, Simon felt a bit disappointed, stretched his neck, and prepared to act secretly. Now's the time. As Fatty shouted in anger, Simon's eyes widened, and his conqueror's haki instantly enveloped the strong man. In just a moment, the strong man's eyes turned white, and he fell down. Noticing the force pressing on the back of his head loosen, Fatty didn't think much and stood up with both hands on the ground, then continued walking towards the stage. You. Aren't you afraid of the Yak family's revenge? This is the Yak family's territory. Watching Fatty getting closer, Eru was now panicking. He, who was powerless, couldn't fight this fat guy. Bailey is mine. Mine. Fatty seemed to have gone crazy. Now his eyes were only on Bailey. He didn't care about anything else. Don't come over crawling and rolling. Eru no longer dared to stand on the stage. Bang! With a gunshot, Fatty, who was walking towards Thomas Bailey, paused, touching his bleeding left arm, his gaze blank. Xiaozhua, my Xiaozhua. Without you, how can I? Heartbroken, Fatty found it hard to accept the loss of Xiaozhua. But he stopped. The auction house wouldn't stop. From somewhere, a man in black emerged, holding a small pistol, and began shooting at Fatty. Pia. Oh no, this is troublesome. Why is this brother so useless? Why don't you keep charging? Watching Fatty get shot into a honeycomb, Simon reluctantly stood up. Really don't want to make a move. I'm the elegant president, not wanting to expose his intentions. Simon chose to use the Conqueror's haki, a quick and straightforward method. Under the haki's impact, no one present could stand. All were fainted on the ground with white eyes. Xiao Luo, let's go. It won't be good when they wake up. Still pondering who the hero is, Xiao Luo was momentarily confused when he heard Simon say this, but still followed him. Arriving on stage, Simon didn't open the cage containing Thomas Bailey, just quietly looked at the child. What's wrong, Simon? Aren't we supposed to leave quickly? Seeing Simon stop here, Xiao Luo asked in confusion. Xiao Luo, do you feel she looks like someone? Touching his chin, Simon felt that this Thomas Bailey looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. Like someone? Why can't I tell? Who does she look like? Staring at Thomas Bailey for a long time, Xiao Luo didn't feel anything familiar. Maybe I was mistaken. After thinking for a long time and not coming up with anyone Bailey looked like, Simon decided to stop thinking and just leave this place. Grabbing Thomas Bailey, Simon and Xiao Luo left the auction house. So scary. Malachi Simon, is he really that powerful? After Simon and the others left the auction house, Jeffrey, who had been pretending to be faint, let out a heavy breath. However, did he come here just to take that girl? Then why didn't he make a move at the beginning? Unable to understand, Jeffrey was somewhat baffled by Simon's thought process. Is this island going to be chaotic too? Why can't I have some peace for a while? So hard. Staring blankly at the sky, Jeffrey wondered if it would be better to join Simon's Justice Guild. Not long after, the people in the auction house also woke up. Where's the steam girl? That huge steam girl. Just waking up, Eru started shouting wildly, going crazy over the disappearance of Thomas Bailey. Just then, the reward youth and the 500 million god came to his side. I need an explanation. Where's the steam girl I bought? As soon as he arrived, the 500 million god began questioning Eru, his tone very unfriendly. Exactly. Where did you hide my brother's steam girl? Do you know how much my brother bid? After some exchanges, the reward youth had completely become the 500 million god subordinate. Who is it? Did they grow? Sir, I'm sorry. We are also investigating. Don't worry, as long as she's still on the island, she'll definitely be found. The irritable Eru only flaunted for a moment. Immediately put away his arrogance upon seeing the 500 million god. This wealth god could not be offended. Wait? You want me to wait? Do you know how many holy relics are waiting for me to bid on? Am I going to wait here while you waste time? Hearing that he still needed to wait, the 500 million god's temper flared, pointing his finger at Eru and starting to scold him. What's going on? Why has my auction house turned into this? Just then, the owner of this place, Yak the Seventh, suddenly arrived at the auction house. Lord Island Master, a strange situation occurred on site, and we are still investigating the cause. Upon seeing Ike 7, Jiao couldn't care less about the feelings of the 500 million male gods and immediately ran to Ike 7 to explain the situation here. Oh, what is so strange about it? With an unfriendly expression, Ike 7 wanted to see what Jiao could come up with. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Just now, it seemed like there was some strange impact, and then everyone passed out. When they woke up, the last auction item, Thomas Bailey, had disappeared. Not many knew about it, so Jiao could only tell Ike 7 what he knew. What? Thomas Bailey disappeared. What did you do? Hurry up and find him. Ike VII's face looked somewhat grim. He did not expect that Thomas Bailey had not been auctioned off, but had disappeared instead. Could it be that she arrived? Damn, how could this happen at such a critical moment? Cursing inwardly, Ike 7 hurriedly left. At that moment on the street, Simon and Xiao Luo were laughing and chatting. Simon, aren't you tired carrying her like this? We're already here. You can put her down now. Seeing Simon's awkward posture, Xiao Luo didn't know how to comment. Just advised him to put her down and discuss it on the ship. It's not good to change positions now. Besides, I feel like the people from the auction house will come out soon. Continuing to walk, Simon ignored Xiao Luo's suggestion to put Thomas Bailey down. Then, I'll help too. Saying this, Xiao Luo came to Simon's back and supported Thomas Bailey's body, step by step, and soon they returned to the suspended ship. Wolf, come, help out. Seeing Wolf blowing in the wind on the deck, Simon was pleasantly surprised and called out to her. Upon hearing the call, Wolf happily ran over, her tail wagging as she moved. After handing Thomas Bailey to Wolf, Simon finally felt relieved. Quick, quick, quick! Don't miss any places. The island master, Ike 7, has issued the highest order. We must find the steam princess. About 10 minutes after Simon and the others returned, people from the auction house began to appear near the port. Because these people had very bad attitudes, they quickly clashed with the hunters from the Justice Guild. Let go of my brother. Do you know what you are doing? The older brother of the twin brothers, Miku, shouted at the group of strong men across from him. What are we doing? Of course, we are searching. Step aside. We need to check. I suspect you are hiding things from our auction house. Perhaps used to being arrogant, these searchers showed no politeness at all. Hiding? We haven't left here. Okay. I think you're just looking for trouble. Clenching his fists, Miku was already ready to fight. You say you haven't left, so you haven't left? If you're not guilty, why not let us search? The small leader, unaware of the seriousness of the situation, continued to provoke. Breathing heavily, veins popping, Miku was engaged in a final psychological struggle. Yo, Miku, what happened here? Do you need help? The hunter who had heard the story of the two brothers noticed the situation and walked over with their swords drawn. Everyone, just let them release my brother. Don't fight. It will make the president difficult. Gratefully looking at the hunters coming to help, Miku did not directly ask them to take action. He didn't want trouble Simon over such a small matter. Hey, you over there, did you hear that? Hurry up and let him go. Yao Jin, holding two giant hammers, raised his head towards the opposite side. Let go? Haha, no way. Don't think just because you have more people, I'll be afraid of you. Do you know where this is? Ike Island. This is the territory of the Ike family. Not a place for you to act wild. With an arrogant tone, this small squad leader did not take the hunters here seriously at all. Miku, can you endure this? I can't endure it anymore. Brothers, let these damn guys see the wrath of us hunters. Raising his giant hammer, Yao Jin charged forward, His temper was not something he could suppress. And if worse came to worse, he could just accept a scolding later. Charge, brothers, charge. The strongest in the South Sea of the Justice Guild. During these days, the hunters' hearts burned with the flame of violence due to continuous pirate hunting. Everyone, thank you everyone, with tears of gratitude in his eyes. Mika charged forward as well. Bang, bang. In battle, the hunters coordinated very well, their movements flowing smoothly, and in just 3 minutes, they knocked down these arrogant people to the ground. Slap, arrogant? Why are you not so arrogant anymore? What happened to that rebellious attitude just now? With a heavy slap, Yao Jin struck the small squad leader, who had just been so cocky. Oh, you will regret this. The Ike family will not let you go. The squad leader, with a swollen face, kept kicking and retreating in fear. Haha, let them come. Let us see in the end who is the coward. Remember my name, Yao Jin. Don't get revenge on the wrong person. Kicking him in the chest, Yao Jin's face was full of disdain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The small squad leader, holding back the curse he wanted to shout, limped away. Nothing at all. Seeing the squad leader so cowardly made Yao Jin even more disdainful. Thank you all. I really appreciate it. If it weren't for you, the battle was over, and the two brothers, Miku and Mika, kept thanking the hunters present. No need. Too polite. We're all family. There's no need for thanks. Exactly. We're all brothers. No need for such formalities. The scene was very lively, as if it had returned to the time of the banquet. Everyone, it's so good to have you. After chatting with everyone for a while, the two brothers went to Simon's suspended ship. Oh, you guys fought with the Ike family? Thomas Bailey was settled into the cabin, and Simon, who hadn't had a chance to drink some water, encountered the twin brothers on deck. It was their provocation that started everything. We've never even seen a steam princess. In front of Simon, the two brothers expressed their grievances. Steam princess. I understand the situation now. Go get the blue robes to come here. You did well. Seeing that things had developed to this point, Simon felt that a certain idea in his heart needed to be brought forward sooner. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Well, the two brothers couldn't believe that such a serious matter had passed so simply. As they walked out of the suspension ship, their feet were still floating. Although they were somewhat unclear about the situation, they didn't think too much and quickly found 6 blue robes. Sit, sit, sit. Everyone sit. There was a small round table on the deck, and Simon signaled the blue robes to sit down and chat. President, what do you want to gather us for this time? Is there another super plan? Fei Tian asked eagerly. After all, he had been quite out of place last time. No, it's not a big plan. It's just an idea. Once the 6 captains served the tea, Simon picked up his teacup and leisurely spoke. It seems President Simon has a big idea. It's quite a grand occasion. The colonel, who had seen the world, had many guesses in his heart as he looked at what was laid out on the table. Colonel, aren't you just stating the obvious? If it's not a big idea, why would the president gather us? If there wasn't too much to gain, the president could have gone alone. Recently, Daju has also been overfed, and whenever he thinks of Simon, he thinks of money. TCH, just a greedy guy with only money in his eyes, unlike me. Chi-Chi was not interested in the man whose eyes were full of the smell of copper. Her gaze fixed on Simon. Wanted to have a private lesson once. Daho, what do you think? In the corner, Dakian and Daho sat close together. Just do it. Following the president is definitely the right choice. Daho didn't have any thoughts of his own. He just wanted to enjoy the final result. After some casual chatting, Simon finally got to the main topic. Today, I gathered everyone because I want to talk about this island. Additionally, I want to expand our business. After saying a few sentences, Simon observed everyone's reactions. Expand business? President Simon, do you want to establish a branch here? Sensing the sensitive atmosphere, the colonel asked as soon as Simon finished speaking. No, the business I'm talking about, isn't that. Shaking his head, Simon chuckled, but still didn't reveal what the business was. If it's not about establishing a branch, then what is it? There aren't any other businesses we can do, right? As someone who had just stepped into the bounty hunter circle not long ago, Fei Yin really didn't understand what other businesses there were. It's not a big business. It's just about making some extra money together. There's plenty of bounty. Seeing that everyone's patience didn't seem very high, Simon felt it was time to reveal what this matter was. I believe before coming here, you must have heard about the conflict between the auction house and us. What I want to say here is that the Justice Guild is not something others can provoke. Coincidentally, the island owner here, Ike 7, is a big shot with a bounty of $3 billion. We have no reason to let this money go. After finishing these words, Simon quietly drank his tea, not saying what to do next, just watching the reactions of the blue robes. Go after the island owner? President Simon, if we do this, won't we be wanted by the Navy? After hearing Simon's words, Daju hesitated a bit. He just wanted to make some money, but if he got wanted for this, he wouldn't want to do it. Don't worry, I am the king of a member country of the world government. This operation can be classified as a royal dispute. Simon had already thought of Daju's question. The documents for declaring war might have already reached the five elders' desk. A royal dispute. President Simon, if you're confident, I have no objections. Knowing he wouldn't be wanted, Daju fell silent again, not expressing any opinions. President, just tell us what to do. I believe no one will have objections. After all, who would refuse such a good thing of getting money for nothing? Fatian had no interest in these twists and turns and wanted to proceed to the final step directly. Ha ha ha, since no one wants to withdraw, then I'll say it. This operation was only a spontaneous decision. It might be a bit rushed, but everyone rest assured, there are no experts here. His bounty is high, just because he has many enemies. Before starting to talk, Simon first briefly mentioned the difficulty of this operation. So that is how it is. Then, we need to liven things up. Fatian suddenly got excited, as if he could see himself showcasing his prowess. Tomorrow morning, Ike 7 will conduct a tour around the island. At that time, all the residents on the island will stay at home. There is no need to worry about accidentally harming civilians. It's our best chance to act. What you need to do is to guard the 6 exits that Ike 7 might escape from. As for the soldiers on the island, the hunters will help. Now, everyone go prepare. I'll look forward to everyone's performance tomorrow. The plan was explained very roughly, but it was just right for this kind of operation. The few blue robe hunters exchanged glances and then left. The next day, the streets of Ike Island were very quiet, with no one in sight. Due to Didi, accompanied by festive music, the current island owner of Ike Island, Ike 7, began his island tour. Simon, is there really no problem? Do we really not need to worry about the world government? Although the operation had already begun, Xiao Luo still felt uneasy. After all, this matter was too rushed. There's absolutely no need. The world government doesn't have control over here. The order in the South Sea isn't that good. Not at all intimidated. Simon was now starting to let go of himself. After all, no one cared about his story. Really? But I find it quite strange, why are we suddenly doing such things? Xiao Luo has nothing to do for now. So he comes to discuss the upcoming developments with Simon, because they need to quickly end this island. After all, I have lost my patience. Let's end the world quickly. I'm tired. While telling a story about something unknown, Simon is now feeling a bit confused. Come on. You are the best. In the meantime, X7 is already approaching the square. Xiao Luo, wait here. I'm going to wait for him over there. Looking around, Simon, carrying the nebula, walked out of the hidden place and slowly walked toward the center of the square. Beep, beep, ding, ding, top, top. I don't know why X7 likes this sound so much. Simon just feels it's too noisy. That person is. Just as Simon stepped into the square, he suddenly noticed a figure in the shadow. It has nothing to do with me. It won't disrupt my plan. After only 3 seconds of attention, Simon no longer cared about her. After all, Ek had already passed the last intersection. Ding standing with his sword, Simon looked at the entrance of the square. Beep. The moment X7 arrived at the square and saw Simon, the noisy music stopped, and the marching procession also came to a halt. Who are you? Why are you here? Don't you know there's a parade of mine today? Taking a few slow steps, X7 questioned Simon. I am a hunter, also a avenger. I'm so wild. I won't tolerate a grain of sand in my eyes. While giving a nonsensical self-introduction, Simon didn't even know what he was saying. Hunter? A bounty hunter? Aren't you targets pirates? What are you doing here? There's no bounty for you to earn. Worried about a certain character? X7 doesn't want any fight to break out now. Hey, kid. You must know your own bounty, right? With so much little money, do you think I would give up? Waiting for the hunters to give him a signal, Simon hasn't made a move yet. Looks like there's nothing to talk about. Do we really have to fight? Seeing that Simon wouldn't listen, X7 started to call for help. At this moment, the figure that had been hiding in the corner suddenly rushed out with a sword. What? No way. Stunned, Simon truly did not expect this situation. The person who rushed out actually chopped off one of XVII's arms with a single strike. Oh, it's you. You really came. After a painful wail, X7 quickly hid behind his subordinates. Give me back my steam girl. Where have you hidden her? Thomas Lily showed no signs of stopping, swinging her sword while inquiring about the whereabouts of the steam girl. How could I give her back to you? Baka, sticking out his tongue. X7 hid behind his subordinates, grinning sinisterly. Go, hurry up. If we catch her, the bounty is millions. At this moment, X7 had no regard for Simon. Does anyone know how long he has been worried about this woman? With a command from X7, more than 10 skilled followers surrounding Lily sprang into action. Ha ha ha, oh ho ho ho, just surrender obediently with their claws and strange shapes. How could these people be so arrogant? Steam train, pirate train. Superb swordsmanship often comes with very complicated names. Thomas Lily's sword technique was incredible. In an instant, countless steam locomotives charged from the tip of Lily's sword toward the surrounding mob of skilled fighters. Ouch, my foot, don't do that. Oh, crying out. These so-called skilled fighters couldn't even last a second. Kwakwa. With the steam train clearing the way, Lily quickly reached the front of X7, pointing her sword at his neck. Where's the steam girl? Don't force me. I can do anything. Seeming to have some mental issues, Thomas Lily struggled to hold back her hand that wanted to strike down. Gagaga, who would tell you? Are you afraid to act? You wouldn't dare. Right, noticing something was off with Lily's state, the once very scared X7 immediately became arrogant. Gritting her teeth, Lily gasped for breath. Hey, why is there no movement? What is wrong with this woman? Leaning on the nebula and watching the scene, Simon saw that both of them had stopped moving, and many question marks popped up on his forehead. No way, why did she put down her sword? Are you really here to fight? What happened next left Simon even more speechless. He truly did not expect that this woman who suddenly rushed out, after gaining the absolute upper hand, would actually. This is what you chose to give up. XVII's bounty. Don't come looking for me later. Although he really wanted to complain about this lady's actions. The bounty is still better. The time is almost up. The hunters should be ready by now, raising the nebula. Simon slowly approached the anxious X7 and Lily. Haha, that's right. You wouldn't want anything to happen to the steam girl, right over here. X7 was delighted to see that Thomas Lily really put down the sword that was on his neck. If I had known you were this kind of person, why was I hiding this ISNT? Unable to contain his smile. X7 had truly never seen such a naive person. Go wait for me in my room. Before X7 could finish being arrogant, Simon cut off his other arm with a single strike. X sang, you forgot about me. I would be very troubled. Am I really that inconspicuous? Stepping on a small lump, Simon looked down at X7 from above. My hand. Swinging left and right, X7 was like a maggot. TSK. I don't see how impressive you are. Why are the people on the island so afraid of you? XVII's performance really made Simon look down on him. How could someone like this be worth so much bounty? What have you done to make her give you so much bounty? Tell me, so I can be happy. With a smile on his lips, Simon looked at the squirming figure beneath his feet. You don't have any martial virtue? What you're doing will bring you retribution. Do you know that? After wriggling for a while, X7 said fiercely to Simon, retribution? Are you talking about me? I feel like you're joking. Very disdainful, Simon even stepped on the unknown object beneath his feet again. Hey, that woman. If you don't want something to happen to the steam princess. Enduring unbearable pain, X7 really couldn't take it anymore. Thomas Lily fell silent, unsure how to face Simon, who was on X7. Hey, what are you waiting for? Don't you care about the steam princess's life or death? At this moment, X7 really seemed a bit flustered, repeatedly mumbling, ha ha ha, hey, X7, are you joking? The steam princess is no longer with you, right? Laughing even more happily, Simon really couldn't understand how X7 could have such thick skin. How do you know? This should. In an unexpected turn of events, X7 didn't expect Simon to actually know about this matter. Why? That's of course because the steam princess is on my ship, ha. Seeing X7 so confused, Simon was truly overjoyed. Suddenly, A knife was pressed against Simon's neck. Miss, what are you doing? It's not good to hold a knife to my neck like this, right? With a deep voice, Simon, interrupted while trying to act cool, was not very happy. The steam princess will come back. Thomas Lily did not lower her knife because of Simon's words. Her voice was like a person holding onto the last glimmer of hope in despair. Holding a knife to my neck like this makes it hard for us to talk, not giving Lily a good face. After all, he still didn't know what this woman's true intentions were. Stop with the nonsense. Hurry up. Otherwise, growing increasingly anxious, Thomas Lily seemed to be worried about something. Otherwise, what will happen? Are you going to kill me? You can't do that with malicious thoughts rising. Simon felt like teasing this woman a bit. Clang woo wah, but things seemed to exceed Simon's expectations, as Thomas Lily actually dropped her knife and covered her face, crying. I didn't mean to do this. For a moment of panic, Simon felt an impulse to hold her in his arms. There's a flaw. Just then, Ike 7 beneath Simon's feet turned his gaze and saw a glimmer of hope for escape, directly executing a fierce maneuver to break free from Simon's grip. He didn't expect that, huh? Kid, you actually dared to step on that place of mine. I will make you pay the price. After escaping from Simon's grip, Ike 7 suddenly became confident, as if the terrible state he had just been in didn't exist at all. You're so awesome hearing this. Simon had nothing to say but to praise him. You can only continue to be arrogant now. Wait until I take that thing out. You'll be unable to smile anymore. Being mocked like this wasn't a 1 or 2 day affair, so Ike 7 didn't make any particularly big moves. Oh, so good, the anticipation just skyrocketed. Since Ike 7 wanted to play, Simon decided to play along. After all, there were still 3 days until the next departure. Although Simon and Ike 7 were fighting fiercely, Thomas Lily on the side showed no signs of calming down. Oh dear, can you not do this? I didn't want to do anything. Helpless, Simon was still so awkward around girls. Woo-woo, but Lily seemed to have thought of something sad, and her sobbing didn't stop. The steam princess is at the port. Stop crying. Once this is all settled, I'll take you to see her. Not saying too much, after all. Simon still didn't know what Lily's relationship with Bella was. Really? After receiving Simon's response, Lily was surprised for a moment, but then looked at Simon with confusion. Of course it's true. I'm the president of the Fairness Guild, a famous bounty hunter in the South Sea. I wouldn't lie. Simon didn't know why he was being so narcissistic. How could someone believe just because of a name? Okay, confusion wasn't Lily's characteristic. She glanced at Simon a few times and then chose to trust her instincts. You. Ha. Just as Simon was about to say something more to Lily, Ike 7 in the distance seemed to have made some new progress and started laughing wildly. Wakaka, now you're really done for. Do you see what this is? You've never seen it before, have you? Are you scared? Touching the unknown object. Ike VII's expression was quite something. One word. Cheap. Simon had never seen such a cheap look before. What a lunatic. Just what is that tall, big, thick thing? Isn't it just an iron rod? Looking at the object near Ike 7, Simon found it hard to comment. After all, that thing was too abstract, completely beyond human aesthetic understanding. An iron rod? Ha, kid. You haven't been wandering the seas for long, have you? You don't even know about this thing. This is a treasure that has been passed down for nearly 500 years on Ike Island. It's not just any iron rod. Seeing Simon so ignorant, Ike 7 couldn't help but feel a bit smug. A treasure from 500 years ago, with a tone of surprise and an unbelievable look. Simon immediately piqued Ike VII's desire to show off. Haven't seen anything like this, have you? Of course not. Just a hunter looking for a bounty. What could you possibly have? Oh dear. Shaking his head, Ike 7 felt like he had everything under control now. Hold on. Just wait a bit. We'll talk about this thing later. Suppressing the urge to kill Ike 7 with a single sword strike, Simon continued to ask Ike 7, "Can you tell me about this thing? I've never heard of it before. Are you really not just talking nonsense?" Excellent hunters often appear in the form of their prey. What? Are you saying I'm talking nonsense? Do you know who I am? I am Ike 7, the most renowned island master of the South Sea, the ruler of Ike Island. That's impossible. Ike VII's eyes widened in disbelief at such statements. Most famous? I don't see it. Why, haven't I heard of you? Stimulating him, Simon the pirate kept provoking Ike 7. Hey, you don't believe me, huh? Let me show you something today. face is a good thing. Having face is essential in the sea, and Ike 7 is among the highest in this regard. Give me a healthy body. In the distance. Simon couldn't quite hear these words, but under Simon's astonished gaze, Ike VI's severed arms and legs were visibly regenerating at an astonishing speed. What the hell? What kind of treasure is this? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. So powerful. His body is regenerating. Simon was stunned. He never expected to see such an incredible treasure. He really wanted it. He surprised now? Wait, are you about to kneel down and beg me? Ike VI's heart raced as he caught a glimpse of Simon, feeling a long-lost thrill. This feeling reminds me of 15 years ago, when I first got this thing, how nostalgic from his toes to the tips of his nerves. Ike 7 felt like he was tasting forbidden fruit for the first time again. Swallow. How could this happen? So intoxicating. I want his mind flooded with yellow thoughts. Ike 7 couldn't help but lick his lips while looking at Simon. Ugh, so disgusting. What is he planning? A chill ran down Simon's spine as he looked at Ike 7, feeling nauseous. He stopped. Is he done? At that moment, Simon suddenly saw Ike 7 cease his actions, placing his hands on his waist and gazing in his direction. That hunter over there, I'll give you one more chance. If you can submit to me, today's matter can be overlooked. Otherwise, like a tyrant. Ike 7 was truly arrogant now. Is he out his mind? What is he thinking? Is his body not fully recovered? Frowning, his wrinkled flesh could squash a mosquito. Hey, what are you waiting for? Aren't you coming over to lick? Seeing Simon standing still like a wooden block, Ike 7 was dissatisfied. This was not how he imagined it would go. No hope. It seems like 7's brain isn't functioning well. He already said he wouldn't talk, although still somewhat amused. Simon no longer wanted to play with Ike 7. It was getting boring. Be careful. That big thing of his. It's something left behind by a super warrior from the kingdom of Luaja hundreds of years ago. It seems to have some unique magical power. Just as Simon was about to attack Ike 7, the hardly noticeable Thomas Lilly suddenly spoke to Simon. What? Which senior is this again? How much has he left behind? Simon felt numb. He thought no matter what news he heard about that senior, it wouldn't be hard to understand anymore. All right, I got it. I'll be careful. Due to the previous explorations of the treasures left behind by that senior, which had not led to any unexpected situations, Simon didn't take Lily's words seriously, thinking it's just a prop that can restore the body. This level isn't even as fast as my self-healing. After brushing off Lily, he charged forward with his nebula. In the world of nebula, a single sword can sever a dog's head. Feeling the wind in his steps, Simon was incredibly fast, and in just a few seconds, he reached Ike 7's side. In your next life, keep dreaming. Casually saying this, Simon swung his sword toward Ike VI's neck. Clang, seeing Simon's sword coming at him, Ike VI's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped in shock. But this expression lasted only a moment. Once he saw Simon's sword blocked by something massive, he regained his defiant demeanor. As long as I'm near this thing, you can't harm me at all. Laughing and shaking, Simon couldn't help but worry about when he would fall over. Does this thing have so many functions? It has a shield too? Taking a step back, Simon couldn't quite understand this object. It didn't seem like something that should exist in the pirate world. That sensation just now seemed somewhat similar to the Golden Bell shield. Could it be that Senior has managed to condense the Arhut golden body externally? This shield has piqued Simon's interest so much that he even forgot about the barking Ike 7 in front of him. But that's not right. The golden body 9 layers can achieve that. How did he manage to do it? Since he was close to reaching the 9th layer himself, Simon could explain this thing a bit. Could it be that I misunderstood? Or is there something above the 9th layer? Strength is still the most important thing. Simon had completely immersed himself in the fantasy of increasing his power. At this moment, on the 6 main roads of the Ike Square, groups of small minions were rushing towards the square, all energized. This is our first time truly fighting alongside the president. We absolutely cannot let these people reach the president's side. Fatian was very excited, completely immersed in the war. Just you guys? Do you know who I am? You want to stop me? You must be joking. However, the person opposite Fatian, after hearing his words, stopped his intention to leap away and prepared to exchange a few moves with Fei Tian, the tortoise fist. Fei Tian, already high on adrenaline, didn't care whether the person in front of him was a master or not, and bravely swung his fist forward. Slap, hey, 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 is this how you disrespect me? I'm also famous on the sea. All right, at least respect me by stating your name. A big hand enveloped Fei Tian's fist, and the tortoise fist leaned in close to Fei Tian's face, saying, "Gulp who? Who are you?" Never having been this close to a man, Fei Tian felt a bit flushed and his heart raced, his voice trembling. Huh? You little brat, do you look down on me? Didn't I just say my name? Pretending not to hear, opening his big mouth, the tortoise fist continued to intimidate Fei Tian from above. Hey, don't come so close. Are you gay? Anger surged within Fei Tian. He really didn't expect the person in front of him to be so outrageous. He could even see the person's Adam's apple. Wow, you're getting angry. How you're so cute, he smiled. And the tortoise fist even patted Fei Tian's cheek with his free left hand. The story isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. What has happened? I seem to. Stunned, Fei Tian's mind went blank. He didn't anticipate things would develop to this extent. Oh, I'm not clean anymore. You little brat. Gritting his teeth, Fei Tian truly regretted not retaliating with his power right away. But it wasn't too late. He lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. Once, I had a wish. That person told me, as long as you think, nothing is impossible. Originally, I wanted to leave that thing for him. But, how dare you? Whispering something incomprehensible, Fei Tian's eyes changed, and the green light was so dazzling that it made the tortoise fist cover his eyes. Super jet spiral conversion invincible flowing sky fist. He pulled his right fist to his waist, spun around to gather strength, and then suddenly punched out, striking the tortoise fist's chin shell. Once, I was also. Posing victoriously, Fei Tian thought of his lost youth. Perhaps this is life I have grown up to not knowing how to express his feelings. Fei Tian's education level wasn't particularly high, and what he said was, "So kids on Ike Island, are you ready to face my wrath? I won't be gentle like before." Filled with anger, Fei Tian truly unleashed a killing spree this time. Wherever he went, no one could withstand his punch. The Sky Fist is really powerful. Shifting the focus, the other hunters were also performing spectacularly. First, we see Colonel Ruan Jian chasing a dog and hacking wildly. Stop right there. Today, if I don't pull out your dog's fur, I won't share your surname. While hacking, he was saying some outrageous words. Woof, 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 the dog kept running, as if it heard a hilarious joke, barking back at the colonel before becoming even more reckless. Stop. Give me a break. In a mindless rage, the colonel couldn't do anything to the dog at all. Woof, 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 the rhythm increased, and the dog even started dancing the flamenco. Oh my gosh, this is too much. It seems I really need to show some real skills. Do you really think I'm just a slacker? His lungs were about to explode. Realizing this wasn't working, the colonel stopped and began preparing his lifelong ultimate skill, aiming for a decisive blow. Woof, seeing the colonel stop, the dog also halted, silently watching to see what this two-legged creature was up to. Hey, you can only be arrogant now. Wait until I'm ready. Just wait to end up in my belly. With fierce eyes, the colonel placed his sword against his left abdomen. I have a sword. It's a beautiful story. He once told me. There is a secret he needed to tell me. The rest no other way. Are you ready? Damn dog. Absolute heaven meteor invincible megatorrent slash. His lifelong learning indeed had a different impact. This sword actually covered the entire street. At the moment, the sword light appeared. The hunters here and the unknown guards on the island all froze in place. This is too strong. Woof, woof. But the dog, seeing the sword light, didn't panic at all. After disdainfully sneezing, it turned and walked away, completely disregarding it. Boom crash, the sword light fell, destroying the street, leaving only the ruins of buildings in sight. Damn husky. Now you see my might, right? Realizing there wasn't even a single dog hair left in front of him, the colonel felt he must have defeated the dog, and a happy smile appeared on his face. What happened to this street? Is everyone okay? But after laughing for a short while, the colonel suddenly remembered what he was originally supposed to do here. And for a moment, he felt a bit flustered. There shouldn't be any problem, right? I should have control of the well, right? Looking around, the colonel really didn't see any figures. At this moment, He was genuinely worried. Hello, is anyone there? Can anyone talk? Make a sound recalling the positions of the hunters before he swung his sword. The colonel searched for the hunters who might be buried. Squeak, 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 squeak. A loud explosion of sounds erupted after the colonel said this, and suddenly a continuous squeaking noise came from under his feet. No way, really. The sudden squeaking sound startled the colonel, and when he looked down, he discovered that it was indeed a bunch of mice. Mice? Why are there mice here? That shouldn't be the case, right? Looking at the group of mice at his feet, the colonel couldn't figure out why this was happening. Crash. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. That direction is. The sudden sound interrupted the colonel's thoughts. He glanced in the direction of the sound and found that it was actually his good buddy, Dayo's position. Dayo should be able to handle this. I'll continue looking for the hunters. It wouldn't really be an accident. Would it not wanting to pay further attention to that direction, the colonel chose to continue with his own business. Switching his gaze on 3rd Street, Dayo was staring vigilantly at a cloud of smoke in front of him. Oh my mamma mia, what is going on? I didn't hear you would be here, the chaotic, curly-haired Beezy. After a moment of silence, Dayo's tone was very emotional. He really didn't expect to run into this familiar face. Ha, Dayo, you're still the same. Being a hunter is not about making money. Why not come work for Yak the 7th with me once the smoke cleared? Beezy laughed heartily as he tried to persuade Dayo. Shut up. The things I want to do are none of your business. I won't be a dog like you. ISNT freedom better? Why do something you don't like? Beezy's expression was a bit complicated. He hadn't been like this before. He used to be the person who loved freedom the most. Freedom? Dayo, you're still so naive. There is no such thing as freedom in this era. Pirates are everywhere. Isn't it good to have a place of peace? A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of Beezy's mouth. He didn't quite agree with Dayo's view. Who knows what Beezy has experienced during these years at sea. Beezy, what have you been through all these years? If something happened, just say it. Aren't we the best of friends? Seeing Beezy like this, Dayo truly felt heartbroken. Why did that optimistic Beezy, who wanted to wander the entire route, become like this? There's nothing to say. Get out of the way. I want to give up this job. Dayo's question left Beezy silent for a long time, but in the end, Beezy still chose to respect his own thoughts. Seeing Beezy like this, Dayo knew that even if he forced him, it wouldn't work. Is it really not possible? Can't we wait a moment for the result inside? But knowing is one thing. Dayo still didn't want his friend to step into the deep abyss. Dayo, you should understand. Everyone has their dreams. Don't interfere with me. Okay, it was already a pleading tone. Beezy didn't want to take action against his friend right now. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Today is the most important day for me. I can't give up. Sometimes, fate is so merciless, and Dayo couldn't let Beezy go. That's how it is. You really are still you. I really like you the most. Hearing Dayo's response, Beezy smiled, as if the last stone in his heart had fallen. He began to prepare to forcefully break through. First, let me say this up front. I become much stronger. If you don't give it your all, the one who will lose will be you, with an expectant glimmer in his eyes. Beezy raised his fist and ran towards Dayo. There is not just one person who has gotten stronger. I'm not standing still either. Fired up, Dayo no longer cared about the issue of positions. He just wanted to have a good fight with Beezy. Soon, the two clashed together. A flash of light passed, and Dayo and Beezy collided tightly. Not bad. It seems that during this time, you really have made good progress. This strength has increased by several times compared to before. Feeling the force coming from his arm, Dayo smiled even more happily. He was genuinely happy for his friend. Your strength. Why has it only improved so little? Aren't you a genius? Why? But unlike Dayo, Beezy wasn't very happy. According to his estimation, Dayo's current strength should definitely not be at this level. Don't hold back. Use your full strength. Feeling that he was being ignored, Beezy, somewhat irritated, activated the power of the devil fruit he had obtained not long ago. Little Master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Blast fruit, strong, explosive fist. This punch was super strong. Dayo didn't expect that Beezy had actually eaten a devil fruit, and for a moment he couldn't completely defend himself. Boom, a loud explosion, and Dayo was instantly knocked back dozens of meters. Cough, cough, Beezy. You actually ate a devil fruit. Why? What about your dream? Are you going to betray your vow? The physical pain was indeed severe, but what Dio found even more incredible was BZ's performance. Dio, people, change, vows, or whatever, just treat them as a dream. Sometimes the promise is made, just one to be fulfilled. Life sentiments. Our company was never really artistic. Perhaps the life of wandering at sea has left some impressions. He no longer dares to think about his past vows. They won't be realized. BZ. Grit your teeth. Anger surged. Dio could no longer tolerate BZ's current state. How could he forget the promises he once made? Bang! A large hand seized Dio's hand tightly, and BZ said, Dio, if this is all you can do, you will never surpass me. Step aside. If this continues, I might lose control and cause harm. His words completely dismissed Dio, indicating that BZ had truly changed. Is this your answer? And what am I even doing? Why has it turned out this way? Is the sea this cruel, not knowing who he was asking? Dio really didn't want to continue like this. After all, I still want to know about your experiences. Finally determined, Dio was ready to stop holding back. In this situation, not only he but also the hunters around would be in danger. Raging Windblade, drawing out two swords he had never used before. Dio prepared to unleash his strongest technique. BZ, wait for me to win, then tell me everything, okay? He lowered his head and didn't look at BZ because Dio knew that if he did, he wouldn't be able to deliver his strike. Huh? Defeat me? Dio, do you still think you have a chance? No way, no way. It was clear that BZ no longer regarded Dio as a threat. All this confidence came from the devil fruit. Wait, you'll find out soon enough. The devil fruit can't make you the strongest in the world. Without your own strength, you are still that weakling. With both swords swinging, Dio's movements were graceful, resembling a performance with no hint of lethality. In the South Sea, there is a person invincible with dual swords. Not me, nor him, when you see my sword. You'll understand. Raging Windblade. Dio's hand speed was incredibly fast. In just a few seconds, he gathered all the wind from the island here. The gathered wind quickly transformed into wind blades, starting to cut into BZ. You, how did you do that? Such power. Where did you gain it? Unable to believe it. BZ never expected Dio to hide such powerful swordsmanship. He had never heard of it before. Slash. Without a response, Dio was afraid that his mindset would change. So he slashed down fiercely. Oh no, don't. Boom, a super sword light flashed, and BZ's fruit ability began to unleash uncontrollably, causing shockwaves that rippled across the entire island. The other hunters nearby couldn't help but focus their attention here. At this moment, seeing that BZ had lost the ability to move, Dio retracted his swaying swords. BZ, you lost. Just stay here. After the battle inside is over, tell me your story. Standing in front of BZ, Dio did not immediately ask for his story, knowing that without a conclusion, he wouldn't speak. Ha, you really are strong. I really am too weak. Laughing, he suddenly cried. BZ had thought about how far he could fall, but when he truly lost, he felt it was unbearable. BZ. Seeing BZ like this, Dio was momentarily at a loss for what expression to make. The turmoil here had ended, but what would happen on the 4th Street? Would there be exciting stories there as well? Yo, ha, is this all you can do? So weak. How dare you stop me, TCH? You really are weak at this moment. A strong man with a muscular build and abs was speaking. On the ground lay one of the 6 blue-robed members of the Justice Guild, Longhand Dakian, who at this moment never thought he would be in such a predicament. His messy hair, twitching arms, and that right leg that wanted to move but couldn't made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Is this really my true strength without my backer? Can I really not survive alone in this sea? Again and again, he tried to get up, feeling his helplessness. Get up. Who are you showing this pathetic state to? You are one of the 6 masters of the guild. You can't let people look down on you in a place like this. Listening to the sounds of battle around him, Dakian knew he absolutely couldn't fall here. But reality could be so cruel. After being beaten by the strong man, his body could no longer muster any strength. The strong man looked at Dakian writhing on the ground, finding it very amusing, even forgetting to head to the plaza for reinforcement. Yo, still struggling here. You don't really think you can. Boom! Just as the strong man was about to mock Dakian, a super loud explosion suddenly rang out from afar. Interesting, shifting his gaze. The strong man became curious about what was happening on the 3rd Street and lifted his foot to head in that direction. Slaps suddenly. Dakian grabbed the strong man's ankle. Feeling the resistance on his foot, the strong man looked down at Dakian. No, I'm not letting you go anywhere else. I am a glorious bounty hunter. Breathing heavily after every word, Dakian looked anything but threatening. The strong man, seeing Dakian's interception, merely sneered. At this moment, his interest in Dakian had significantly waned. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the strong man mercilessly shot Dakian in the left hand. But Dakian didn't make a sound of pain, still gripping the strong man's foot tightly. Oh, what significance does this have? Lying down honestly isn't bad, right? Seeing Dakian so resilient, Mr. Mighty licked his teeth and felt a slight thrill of excitement. Ahem, I should do cough. Before Dakian could finish his words, Mr. Mighty stepped on his right little finger, causing Dakian to cough up blood in pain. Persistence? That kind of thing is worthless on this island. The loser must look like a loser. After stepping on him for a while, Mr. Mighty kicked away Dakian's hand that was grabbing his ankle. Exploding fist, mount high. After kicking away Dakian's hand, Mr. Mighty felt uncomfortable for some reason, so he rained down blows on Dakian lying on the ground. I am a hunter, a great hunter. At that time, with his promise, I will not lose. The world will not. Enduring blow after blow, Dakian was already seeing stars. The beautiful garden in his memory was so lovely, one blow after another. Mr. Mighty was really fierce, striking for so long without showing even a hint of fatigue. It felt like he hadn't even started warming up. Spit. You think delaying me for a bit will help? You're still lying here like a dead dog. A thick phlegm was spat just 3 centimeters in front of Dakian's head. Extremely humiliating. TCH trash. After saying some trash talk, Mr. Mighty stopped paying attention to Dakian and lifted his foot again, heading towards the 3rd Street. Slap. Still the familiar feeling, still the same strength. I won't let you leave. With his eyes barely open, Dakian continued to hold onto his beliefs. TSK, get lost. Unlike the first time, Mr. Mighty seemed to have a bit of an elevated temper this time, starting the process directly without much chatter. Crack bang, thud rhythm master. Mr. Mighty may not have many muscles, but his movements were truly awkward. One blow to Dakian's left arm, another to Dakian's left arm, yet another to Dakian's left arm. But Mr. Mighty's attacks did not make Dakian let go. He was still stuck to his feet like glue. Great, you kid, after taking so many of my attacks. You still have the energy? I'm a little moved. Although he said that, Mr. Mighty showed no signs of stopping his actions. A punch to Dakian's head. A kick to Dakian's tail. Dakian's head was spinning, unwilling to let go. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Mighty kicked the nitrogen. After a series of combos, Dakian finally let go of Mr. Mighty's hand. His trembling lips also stopped shaking, as if he were dead. Ha, amazing. It's been a long time since I fought this satisfyingly. Kid, I will remember you after this. Wiping his sweat with satisfaction, Mr. Mighty again lifted his foot towards the 3rd Street. Slap, slap, slap. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Mr. Mighty walked slowly, as if waiting for something, but unfortunately, this time there were no strange hands reaching out. Sigh, shaking his head, Mr. Mighty, relieved yet somewhat disappointed, continued his steps, but just a few steps later, a husky suddenly appeared in front of him. This husky was not an ordinary dog. It actually bit one of Mr. Mighty's abdominal muscles fiercely. Wow, this is really awesome. The interlaced fangs and the shiny belly formed a wonderful combination, and Mr. Mighty found it surprisingly pleasant for a moment. Ow, ow. The husky, having tasted blood, showed no signs of stopping, continuously attacking Mr. Mighty with bite after bite. However, Mr. Mighty's combat awareness was strong. The moment he indulged, he quickly entered a fighting state. Where did this dog come from? How dare it be so rampant? It seems I must teach you a lesson. Having suffered such a big loss, Mr. Mighty was determined to retaliate. Even if it was just a dog, he was a man of dignity. Mighty, bedroom fat Mighty, starting off very well. Mr. Mighty unleashed a secret technique he had never used on a person before. How about the husky? Upon seeing Mr. Mighty unleash his technique, suddenly took a step back, escaping from Mr. Mighty's range. Huh? Boom! With an incredulous look, Mr. Mighty's technique slammed into the ground, sending dust flying, and he ended up in a very hard-to-describe position stuck in the ground. Ow! After watching Mr. Mighty S swaying lower half for a moment, this husky, whose origins were unknown, executed a spinning kick, perfectly hitting the spot. After doing all this, it swaggered away from Mr. Mighty, while Mr. Mighty, stuck in the ground, endured unbearable pain, his arms straight, feet standing firm, as stiff as if frozen. The wind was calm, and the sunlight was exceptionally beautiful. After thoroughly teaching Mr. Mighty a lesson, the husky approached Dakian. It looked curiously at Dakian, who had 3 sections of arms, and sniffed the smell of blood emanating from him. The husky slowly opened its mouth. A chew woof woof before the husky could get close. A fragrance wafted over from somewhere, causing it to sneeze powerfully. After sneezing, the husky stood dazed, its head very confused, completely forgetting what it was about to do. Shaking its head back and forth, it couldn't remember what it wanted to do. Before long, it gave up on this meaningless thought, as it had many things to do. After all, it was a chosen dog. Lifting its elegant little paw, it was about to leave, but at that moment it frowned slightly, looking a bit embarrassed at the unconscious Dakian on the ground. Do I really have to do this? That's not good. I'm not that kind of casual dog. In a dilemma, the husky seemed to be talking to someone, but after a while, it suddenly brightened up as if it had received some incredible news. The confusion in its eyes vanished instantly, and confidence surged up. He consider yourself lucky. I have never done such a thing to anyone else. If it weren't for, I wouldn't do it. The Tsundere husky ultimately succumbed to some mysterious power. He slowly walked over to Dakian's head, raised his tail, and let out a big fart. Woof woof. After the fart ended, the husky's expression instantly twisted, straining hard. As time passed, the husky's expression gradually became more grotesque. Suddenly, he howled loudly, as if he had encountered the most pleasurable thing. Then, a lump of indescribable substance fell from the husky's tail. With a crisp sound, it splattered all over Dakian's head, releasing a foul odor. After letting it out, the husky quickly left, his footsteps so fast that even a motorcycle couldn't catch up. We could see that the substance on Dakian's head was quite runny, indicating that this husky's stomach hadn't been well lately. After the husky left, the street returned to complete calmness, not even a single person standing around. A gentle breeze blew, and the nauseating feeling slowly brought Dakian back to consciousness. Ugh, what? After waking up, he involuntarily gagged once, but nothing came out. Once he became a bit more aware, he exclaimed, who did this? Ugh, it was better not to get excited, but upon getting excited, the liquid on his head dripped down to his nose. Damn! In this situation, Dakian immediately stopped his somewhat dangerous actions and cautiously looked around. Phew, thank goodness. No one saw. Wait a minute. Not long after he felt relieved, Dakian immediately sensed that something was off. It seemed like he had blocked someone. Who was it? Did I fall over and block him? A deep sense of responsibility made Dakian temporarily forget about the stuff on his head as he pondered blankly. I must guard this street. What is that sticking out over there? Could it be that muscular man? Remembering the previous scene, Dakian felt guilty and wanted to swallow something, but at that moment, he suddenly saw the mighty man impaled in the ground from a distance. With a nervous heart, he wiped his head with his clothes and walked towards that direction, hoping it was him. I don't want to be the only hunter who failed to guard. I am Long-Armed Dakian, the only blue-robe hunter. The faster he walked, the quicker his heartbeat became, and Dakian began to doubt whether there was something unclean in the food he had just eaten. Moving quickly, Dakian finally saw who was impaled in the ground. It was the mighty man. It really was him. But why? Did someone come here? Looking at the bite marks on the mighty man, Dakian fell silent, as he had no memory of reinforcements coming. Wait, these marks? Why do they look so familiar? Just then, Dakian suddenly noticed the exposed arm of the mighty man with those familiar marks. A dog? He was defeated by a dog? Which dog is so strong? How could it render him completely unresponsive? This is hard to understand. In Dakian's memory, there were no famous dogs in this sea area. No, if it really was a dog, then the thing on my head is stuck. Originally feeling relaxed, Dakian now felt something strange churning in his stomach. Desperately wanting to throw up, the perspective shifted away, as the recording entity didn't want to continue watching the dog poop here. The rapidly spinning perspective soon arrived at 5th Street, which was diagonally opposite 2nd Street. Here, Dahu was looking at the trace left by a sword light that had just passed by him. How interesting, I didn't expect that among us. There are people with such powerful abilities, how should I put it, truly worthy of Simon's. At this point, Dahu suddenly shut his mouth, as if he had said something he shouldn't have. Oh dear, these things cannot be revealed otherwise. Those people might get anxious, haha. With a smirk, Dahu thought of something very happy. However, it really is too strong, truly worthy of. Although Dahu had already tried to control himself and not say too much, his feelings of admiration were completely uncontrollable. Smack! He slapped himself hard, realizing that if he continued talking like this, he might be erased. When can I do whatever I want? This feeling is so uncomfortable. Standing up, Dahu focused on the movements in the square, enjoying the secret that only he knew. TSK. These minor characters still haven't recognized their place. Over and over, can they not get it right? After just a few seconds of observation, the sounds of battle came from behind him again. Dahu turned around and saw, as expected, those island soldiers who had been reversed. Rewind, let's go back to that distant time again, not in the mood to battle. Dahu had no desire to attack these minor characters. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and squeezed hard. Immediately, all the people on the street vanished, leaving it so desolate that even a bug couldn't be seen. Phew, seriously, why can't they learn their lesson every single time? Oh, I forgot. You don't have memories, he. After complaining, Dahu chuckled to himself, laughing heartily, his body shaking with joy. However, if this continues, it won't be good. I can't even see Simon. I need to think of a way. The quiet street gradually calmed Dahu down as he looked at it, contemplating those persistent island soldiers. Dahu thought about whether to unlock some things as rewinding time, although it consumed nothing, couldn't change anything. At least I could use a powerful expert against such a group of minor soldiers. It would be too demeaning to make a move. Despite the complaints, Dahu knew this was impossible. After all this time, any skilled fighters who were going to come had already arrived, and there wouldn't be any experts left wandering around. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It seemed like the sound of clock hands echoed in the air, and not long after that, the missing island soldiers reappeared. So soon? Was my power too low? Seeing these people come out so quickly surprised Dahu. According to his estimation, they should have returned in 5 seconds. Could it be that new people had mixed in? Were they experts? With a hint of hope in his heart, Dahu decided not to use his rewind immediately and waited for the unknown experts challenge. They were getting closer, and soon the island soldiers, who had been unreachable from afar, stood before Dahu. When they saw Dahu blocking the way alone, their steps slowed by 0.01 seconds. Stop! Stop! With his left palm forward, Dahu made a stopping gesture, and miraculously, everyone on the opposite side halted all their movements. I can't move. That person, is he an expert? Could he be a devil fruit user? At the end of the island soldier line, the third expert, AI San, stared wide-eyed at Dahu in the distance. What power! How incredibly strong! Who on earth is making a move? For the first time, AI San felt powerless. As the third expert on Yak Island, he had experienced many battles, but those enemies had never made him feel so helpless before. It seems I can move? Is it just my illusion? Just when AI San thought his life was about to end here, he suddenly felt his body regain some movement. He could feel the friction of his clothes. Thinking he couldn't just die so confusedly, AI San decided to trust his feelings. He struggled fiercely, his strength gradually increasing, and slowly, AI San realized he had indeed returned to his normal state. Although I don't know what is happening, since your turn is over. It's my turn now. Equipping the claw that he had fought with for many years, AI San darted through the bodies of the island soldiers and charged towards Dahu. At that moment, Dahu felt disappointed because none of these people in front of him had managed to break through a stop. Sai, as expected, wanting to find an expert is just a delusion. How could there be experts in a place like this? With a sigh, Dahu prepared to rewind again. After all, he was a person of principles. If there were no experts, he absolutely would not waste his own prestige. This is fine too. It's just a bit of a hassle. It's no big deal. With his hands crossed over his chest, Dahu readied himself for the rewind's basic attack. Just then, AI San, who had been hiding his presence, finally reached Daho's front and delivered a fierce punch. Open. As AI San's fist was about to hit his forehead, Daho suddenly opened his eyes wide, and an invisible force blocked AI San's fist. He can actually break through. Wow. Following the clawed fist in front of him, Daho saw AI San's face twisted in rage. Recognizing his identity, Daho stopped charging his rewind and wanted to see what was going on. Claw meteor shower. AI San had very high battle experience. When one strike didn't work, he didn't retreat, but quickly launched a series of rapid punches. Bang, 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 very fast. This AI San must have some extraordinary side job. His hand speed is incredible. He not bad. Not bad, he can actually create ripples. This is the expert. I wanted. Daho was deeply satisfied with AI San's performance. This person already met his minimum standards for an expert. While very hardworking, is that what you're thinking? It seems I need to satisfy this thoroughly whenever something happy happens. Daho couldn't help but feel a little nauseous, and for some reason, his tone would automatically change to this. The dimension has a secret. Annihilation is not the only outcome. Do you want to see the scenery of hell? Do you want to know the height of heaven? Do you want to go to the end of the other shore? The higher the dream, the greater the power. Dimensional annihilation dream shatterstrike. As Daho's lightly spoken words fell, ripples slowly scattered to the sides. This wave was no joke. It was truly too powerful, and everything it touched was ground to a particle state. In just a few seconds, all the annoying things disappeared. Sorry about that. You've worked hard. The other world should be happy too after releasing the move. Daho smiled broadly, looking at the place where AI San had vanished. So refreshing. Is this the feeling of cleaning up trash? Awesome. After feeling greatly satisfied, Daho turned and jumped onto a tall building to observe the changes in the square. Finally making a grand entrance was the only woman among the 6 in blue robes. Kiki, what had she encountered on the 6th Street? Was the story exciting? As he spoke, our recorder also shifted his gaze here. Bitch. You're such a bitch. The one speaking here was obviously not Kiki. It was the first expert, AI, who had accidentally fallen into Kiki's trap and was tied up, furious. Let's go. Otherwise, you'll regret it. You say something too. Continuously throwing out threats, but getting no response. AI chose to look at Ale, who had been rather inactive. AI, can't you say a little less? We can't give her anything good in this situation. Accept your fate. Ale was a more clear-headed person. He never did anything meaningless. Just like how he never thought of escaping while tied up now. Ale, think about the 7th king of Yak in the square. He is still waiting for us. What will happen to him if we don't come? Do you know? Angry at his inaction, AI was too furious. Although he knew Ale's character was like this, he still couldn't help but want to explode with anger. And Ale, he stared at AI, who was throwing a tantrum, and for a moment fell silent. The island master shouldn't need our rescue. Right, you know his strength better than anyone. After struggling for a long time, Ire finally faced AI and revealed the unwanted truth. This. Even so, we can't give up. If we are tied up like this, who knows what that BTCH will do? Don't you care even if we end up like this or that? Feeling awkwardly choked up, but AI is not the type to give up, quickly finding a new direction, which is to talk about the wickedness of Chi-Chi. However, as soon as AI said this, Ire became even more speechless. After thinking for a moment, he decided it was better to say something. AI, is it possible that she won't do this or that to us? And even if she does do this or that to us, wouldn't it still be quite good? Not sure what happy thought crossed his mind. Ire actually revealed a mysterious smile. Confused. Ire, how can you think like that? She's the evil one attacking the island. How can you expect anything? Thinking about everything will only harm you. I can't take it anymore. Really can't take it anymore. Before this, AI really didn't know Ire was this kind of person. If he had known, he definitely would have talked to him properly. Give up. AI, isn't it good to just lie flat like this there, S? Such a cute girl accompanying you, you wouldn't want to face that terrible man. Right, Ire's heart had already surrendered. He didn't want to see that old man Yak 7 so soon. He really wanted to take a break. Ire's words struck AI like a sharp sword, hitting him right in the chest. He fell silent, speechless, deep in thought, and he understood. I really want to. No. No way. Ire, have you brainwashed me with your abilities? At this point, why can't we do something meaningful? Just as AI was sinking into despair, he suddenly understood something. This Ire, who had always been slightly weaker than him, was actually helping an outsider deal with himself. TSK found out, Ire didn't expect AI to react so quickly, and for a moment, he closed his eyes and mouth, falling silent. Hey, answer me. Don't play dead, Ire. Hey. In competent rage, AI's current appearance was really too ugly. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, who had been watching from the side, didn't know when she had moved over a chair and table, happily eating watermelon and sunflower seeds, occasionally laughing cheerfully. This is really too interesting. Is this the characteristic of this island? I wonder if the president over there is also in such a situation. After downing a cup of juice, Chi-Chi looked at the foul-mouthed AI, hoping he would have some new and exciting performance. However, the situation that followed disappointed Chi-Chi. AI was no longer that aggressive. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. He was very quiet, just leaning against Ire, as if he had fallen asleep. Why aren't you talking? Keep making me happy. It's so boring guarding this empty street. No mistake. There was only Chi-Chi guarding this street. As for the other hunters, they had chosen to distance themselves from Chi-Chi because they couldn't stand their own bodily reactions. They wouldn't have collapsed. Would they can't be just for such a small matter? After waiting for a long time without seeing any movement from the two experts, Chi-Chi felt it was better to do something. After all, without any melons, this melon really isn't tasty. Come on, what to do? Why not try something the president taught me? Stretching out a big yawn, Chi-Chi slowly got up, heading in the direction of AI, and Ire. What did the president teach me? How did I forget some of it? Oh no, this is bad. It seems I really can't remember. Saying some strange things. Chi-Chi's expression didn't seem like someone who truly forgot. What to do now? So troublesome, why not try a little bit, perhaps recalling her wild night? Chi-Chi's smile gradually turned twisted. Oh dear, just thinking about it makes me excited. I'm such an evil person. Slowly. Chi-Chi approached the unsuspecting AI, and Ire. However, these two didn't really have any chance to resist. After all, they were tied up so securely. How could they resist? It's coming. It's coming next. It's the plot I've been looking forward to. Come on. I can't wait. Ire had already heard the footsteps, and he was very much looking forward to what Chi-Chi would do next. Just thinking about the stories he had seen in those books made him twitch uncontrollably. This is getting interesting indeed. Beautiful women are interesting. As for Yak 7, just go aside like Ire. AI also heard Chi-Chi's footsteps, and at this moment, he didn't care about being angry anymore. Ire had actually read quite a few of those books. Dong, as Chi-Chi's footsteps got closer, the heartbeats of the two also quickened, the sound almost deafening. Why does it feel a bit strange? These two. Just when Chi-Chi was within 5 meters of AI, and Ire, her brows suddenly furrowed, sensing something was off. Rising air currents, strange air pressure, and heartbeats. As a seasoned hunter, Chi-Chi easily noticed the tricks of the two in front of her. Pretending you want to use this method to make me let down my guard and then escape? Dunave. Thinking that she had guessed all of Chi-Chi's secrets, she didn't approach any further. After all, from this position, she could also do some practice. Since you all love to pretend so much, just keep pretending, trying to fool me? You're a million years too early. With her left arm raised to shoulder height and her right arm tilted at a 45-degree angle, Chi-Chi was doing her warm-up exercises. A turn, a flip, high knees, and little kicks. Just a simple warm-up, and Chi-Chi had been at it for nearly 10 minutes. This made AI, and Ire anxious. They really wanted to turn around and see what was going on behind them, but because Chi-Chi's voice hadn't stopped, they had no courage to do so. Come on, don't keep going. I can barely hold it in. Their bodies felt like ants crawling. And Ire was already struggling to control his movements. AI's situation wasn't much better. He had almost shouted out in frustration more than once. At this moment, Chi-Chi finally finished her warm-up and was ready to practice. What's wrong with these two? They seem a bit. Just as I thought. Their patience is too poor. They still want to fool me? TCH, after noticing that AI, and AI Air were not in a good state, Chi-Chi couldn't help but ridicule them. Well then, since you both want to take a break, are you ready to accept Chi-Chi's special time to stimulate the two of them? Chi-Chi raised her voice, intending to make them panic, but when AI, and AI Air heard her, they actually got excited. After all, Chi-Chi's voice was truly enchanting. Come on, come on. I can't wait. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The important moment was finally coming, and the ants inside AI Air's body were crawling even more vigorously, with his hips even slightly lifting. Not to mention his reaction, Chi-Chi was really about to start reviewing now. The president had said, to master the armament hockey, constant pounding was necessary. That night, my body had been pounded nearly enough. Now I needed to familiarize myself with this strange energy after briefly recalling some of Simon's teachings. Chi-Chi clenched her right fist in front of her chest, trying to wrap it in armament hockey. The sound was very small. If you didn't listen closely, you wouldn't hear it all. In contrast, the armament hockey that Chi-Chi was using was really too weak, almost invisible to the naked eye. TCH, I really am too weak. I can't even do this. Despite feeling a bit disappointed, Chi-Chi still faced the two in front of her and threw a punch she had been charging for a long time. Puff this punch. I really don't know how to evaluate it. It's just two. Chi-Chi's punch had some height, surprisingly. A small black line could be seen leaving her delicate fist. Of course, this punch really had no power. AI, and AI Air didn't even feel a breeze. This doesn't seem right. When I watched President Simon fight, it was like this. Why is there no reaction when it comes to me? There's a huge gap between fantasy and reality. Facing the punch she had thrown, Chi-Chi's mouth twitched, unable to smile even a little. No, it must have been the angle of my punch just now. There's no reason I could do it back then, but not now. It has to be this way, absolutely this way, no doubt about it. Repeatedly affirming herself, a blazing flame ignited in Chi-Chi's heart. First, she calmed her mind, quiet, then gathered the mysterious energy in her body, gather next. She guided it to her fist, go, move, don't stop. With her eyes closed, Chi-Chi was frustrated with the uncooperative hockey. Her brows furrowed as she called out to the stubborn hockey again and again. That's right, it has to be like this. Be good, line up one by one. In her impatience, Chi-Chi inexplicably realized something, making the disobedient hockey line up like an army of ants. As the hockey gathered, Chi-Chi's right hand became darker and gradually hardened. She opened her eyes fiercely, locking her gaze on her right hand, her expression very serious. Hockey coding, the most basic hockey technique, I've mastered it. The serious corners of her mouth slowly curved into a slight arc. Chi-Chi didn't expect that she would realize this before even making a move. Such a happy thing. Of course, she had to tell President Simon quickly. As for these two, I'm sorry, I don't want to waste too much time here with my joy. So, could you please go die? Saying such outrageous words with a smile on her face, Chi-Chi looked terrifyingly happy. Not really. While speaking, she had already thought of how to deal with these two opposing foes. Bang, bang. Very simple and very effective. Chi-Chi shot the two unknowing experts with two shots. There were no screams, nor groans. AI, and AI Air left very peacefully, still entranced by Chi-Chi's charm, even fantasizing about the next process until the moment they left. Few easy after all. I'm the strongest. Blowing on the gun muzzle, Chi-Chi stepped lightly, slowly walking toward the square. As her gaze turned, in the square, Simon was deep in thought in front of a gigantic stick-like object, while beside it, AI K7 was no longer shouting arrogantly. It wasn't that he was scared, but it seemed he had already waited for what he wanted. Hee-ha, President Simon, it's still not too late for you to regret. Don't be ungrateful. He still smiled that same smile, but his arrogance was no longer as unfounded. Now he was full of confidence, completely believing that nothing unexpected would happen. Suddenly interrupted by AI K7. Simon's thoughts were broken. He frowned, sizing up the coldly smiling AI K7. AI K7, can you think before you speak? Do you hear what you're saying? The person being surrounded now is you. What face do you have to say that? The more Simon looked at the appearance of Yak 7, the more uncomfortable he felt. So he simply stopped thinking about it. After all, once he defeated Yak 7, wouldn't this thing belong to him? At that time, he could research it however he wanted. Ha ha. Surrounded? Trapped? All of this is just an illusion. You think you're trapped by me, but in reality, the one who is trapped is you. With a hint of questioning tone and a bit of explanatory truth, Yak 7 moved his wrist, preparing to show off his skills. He lightly tapped his toes, extended his legs slightly, and his hands danced wildly as if in madness. The times are always remarkably similar. I am here. I am a pioneer of the times. Surely there will be successors in the future. Listening to Yak 7 reciting these incantations, Simon was stunned because it was actually the language of the Dragon Star. This incantation could be left by that senior? Due to the overwhelming amount of information, Simon did not interrupt Yak 7 until he finished his incantation. Oh, so that's how it is. As he listened, Simon began to understand what was going on. The Yak family turned out to be the weapon collectors of that legendary warrior from the Lajia Kingdom. This giant stick was nothing strange, just a container filled with Arhut inner strength, suppressing demons and monsters. It seems this senior was also a traveler, but where did he come from? He must be from a very high dimension. After all, such magical artifacts can be made. Although Yak 7 was still reciting the warrior's quotations recorded by their family, Simon had lost interest in wasting time with him. From the records of the Luajia Kingdom, he had seen that these so-called magical artifacts could be recognized by bloodlines. As long as he gained the recognition of this thing, Yak 7 would have no way to harm him. Not to mention, the Arhut golden body he practiced was of the same origin as the inner strength within this thing. The outside world is very dangerous. Future generations don't think about leaving this world. Yak 7 had no idea what Simon was thinking. He only knew that while reciting this thing, he couldn't be distracted or he would miss the hard-won opportunity. The warrior's magical artifact. It seemed he had only heard about it being used in combat with fists. What is the recognition process for magical artifacts? Although he knew that the magical artifact could be received in his hands, Simon was still confused. He had not understood how to gain the recognition of the magical artifact. He could only wait for him to finish reading. Then would it be the same origin recognition? It seemed it could only be that way. The ambition and aspirations disappeared in an instant, and Simon felt ashamed of his earlier thoughts. He never expected that after going around in circles, he would still have to wait. Let's wait and see. I haven't seen this thing yet. What will it be like? Will there be any spiritual marks? Just like in the novels. After putting aside all distracting thoughts, Simon listened again to what Yak 7 was saying and surprisingly heard a lot of explosive content. The planet is round. The universe is vast. There are no good raccoons in the 4 seas. The shipping routes are not unique. Will time stop? What is Joy Boy? Listening to these things, Simon's mouth twitched crazily, although he understood some of it. What kind of nonsense is this? What has this senior been thinking all along? This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Is the universe involved? Are you thinking too much? And what is a good raccoon? Why haven't I heard of it? And when is that time? He even mentioned Joy Boy. You haven't been brainwashed by that woman, have you? There are too many points to criticize. And Simon was enjoying the solo commentary. The next things Yak 7 said were mostly mundane matters, nothing worth remembering. He didn't know how Yak 7 could remember so many things without any strange places. That's how it is. Did you finish listening? When you're done, get lost. You blind thing. Hiss damn. Hearing Yak VII's last statement, Simon's worldview instantly exploded, and he could no longer look at Yak 7 directly. TSK, how tragic. Yak was actually like this hundreds of years ago. Ha ha ha. I'm done. Simon really couldn't take it anymore. This is too ridiculous. How could someone pass down insults like this? Moreover, it has been passed down for so many generations. Is there really no problem learning this? Hey, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't surrender, I'll really take action. At the moment Simon burst out laughing, it seemed Yak 7 also finished reading this record, tilting his neck to speak to Simon. But Simon was still immersed in the previous matter, unable to stop. It seems you have already made your decision. Then I'm sorry. Prepare to face the judgment of the ancient weapon. Enraged and embarrassed, Yak 7 did not expect Simon to give him such little face. He had already prepared to this extent, yet he was still laughing. No. Ha ha ha. I didn't mean that. Ha ha. He never expected that just laughing a few times would lead to a fight. Simon immediately tried hard to hold back his laughter, wanting to understand more. But how could he hold back such a happy thing? His laughter just wouldn't stop. The more he tried to hold it in, the more he wanted to laugh. He not that meaning? I see you mean exactly that. Talking is useless. Prepare to take the hit. Not wanting to give Simon a chance. After Yak 7 said this, one hand supported the giant stick while the other pointed at Simon. Shockwave. Damn. Stunned, Simon was shocked. Yak VII's action truly caught him off guard. But now that things had come to this, what could he do? He could only brace himself and take it on, armed, invincible. Gathering all his armed hockey, Simon chose to endure it. Since he was unsure how much damage this thing would do to him, he decided to use all his hockey to resist. Ding-wo. Unexpectedly, this attack truly caught Simon off guard. When he collided with that shockwave, he felt an irresistible, powerful force. His stable body was suddenly propelled high into the air, moving rapidly backward. What is this? How can there be such immense strength? Who can withstand this? While in the air, Simon couldn't stop complaining about this thing, and it was already evident how outrageous it was. However, is this thing just a shockwave? Why didn't I feel any pain at all? Does it really have lethal power? Although his body was continuously moving backward, confusion gradually arose in Simon's eyes. He only felt the impact. He didn't feel any pain. Could it be that my defense is too high? But that shouldn't be the case, right? Isn't this that person's weapon? It shouldn't have no damage at all, unable to perform any actions due to the force. Simon began to ponder a very philosophical question. Unlike the relaxed Simon, the current Ike 7 was extremely exhausted, feeling as if he might collapse at any moment. Just hold on a little longer, just a little longer. He hadn't disappeared yet. He couldn't stop. The feedback from the giant stick indicated that Simon was still unharmed. So even if Ike 7 wanted to give up, he couldn't. After all, he had no idea what Simon's situation was. Hoo cough. Why is it taking so long to finish? Who the hell is he? Struggling to catch his breath, Ike 7 spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already at his limit and could barely hold on. He can't just fail like this, no. Absolutely not. He must be close to his breaking point. Just hold on. If only he could last a little longer. His head was already spinning. Ike 7 was now completely disoriented, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. At that moment, Simon, who had been flying, finally landed on his feet. Bang! Oh, the force has lessened? Could it be that I've made it through? The feeling of his feet touching the ground gave Simon a bit of control, but he didn't push himself to stop. Squeak! The friction between his feet and the ground produced a very crisp sound. Just then, the distracted Thomas Lily arrived behind Simon, supporting his body, causing Simon to come to a halt. Turning his head, Simon looked at Lily in confusion, not understanding why she was helping him. Looking at her determined expression, Simon opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. She must be the steam princess. It seems she really wants to help, ignoring this meaningless thought. Simon continued to ponder his own matters. As time gradually passed, 5 seconds soon went by. At this moment, Ike 7 could no longer hold on. His legs went weak, and as he spat out blood, he collapsed against the stick, passing out. When he stopped, the continuous shockwave also ceased. Hey, what the hell? Piaggi. The resistance suddenly disappeared, and Simon was forcefully pushed down by Thomas Lily. I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Not expecting this to happen, Thomas Lily hurriedly pointed her fingers. It's no problem. You. How could Simon blame Lily in this situation? She was just too cute. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. With a helpless sigh, Simon organized his words, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't say anything. If it's nothing, let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, when Ike 7 reacts, a hand grabbed Simon's hand, not giving him time to react. Lily pulled Simon and ran. Hey, this. Huh? His mind was momentarily blank. Simon was just passively being dragged by Lily, without any resistance. Why am I running with her? Hasn't Ike 7 already run out of means? Is she really serious? As they ran, Simon's intelligence gradually kicked in. Looking at Lily leading the way ahead, he considered whether to break free from her hand. But this direction isn't toward the dock. Though, what is this person trying to do? Unable to resist the soft hand in his, Simon let her pull him along. After all, Ike 7 couldn't do anything now. Step, 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 step. The footsteps of the two were very synchronized. soon arriving at a street corner. Bang! Crack! Just as Simon and Lily were about to enter the street, they collided head-on with someone. This unexpected encounter was indeed surprising. After the impact, Simon's vision was obscured, but he could smell a familiar scent. So fragrant, so soft, so familiar. Who could it be? This scent seemed familiar from not long ago being blocked by a large object. Simon had no idea who was the person suffocating him. President, this is really too coincidental. Did you know I was coming here without waiting for Simon to enjoy the moment? The person on him revealed her identity. No doubt about it. This person was the sultry Kiki, who came to report to Simon. Ah, Kiki? How could it be you? Aren't you? Leaving the comfort zone, Simon looked at the deep ravine in surprise, not understanding why Kiki appeared here. This wasn't how the plan was supposed to go. There was no one left. This street has already been cleared. And President, do you know? I actually mastered that excitedly. Kiki stood up and couldn't wait to share her joy with Simon. That? Is it really that? With surprise in his eyes, Simon stared at Chi-Chi for a long time. He never expected Chi-Chi to master that thing so quickly. After all, according to his guess, it should have taken several months. Just that thing. That day we were in that room. Huh. Just as Chi-Chi was happily sharing with Simon, Thomas Lily directly pulled Simon back, stopping only after retreating 5 meters. That woman. I've never seen her before. What does she want to do? Is she trying to do something detrimental to the president? Narrowing her eyes at the unfolding situation, Chi-Chi adjusted her collar, wondering if she should go save Simon. Hey, what do you mean that woman? Not acting rashly. Because Chi-Chi noticed that Simon had no signs of resistance. She felt there was a story here and chose to confront it head-on. Stare without speaking. Thomas Lily just fixed her gaze on Chi-Chi, her expression completely guarded, not a hint of relaxation. This Lily, that's from my guild. No need to be so defensive. Caught awkwardly between the two, Simon had no choice but to shake off Thomas Lily's hand. After all, the situation with Ike 7 was still unclear. Let's go together. Otherwise, should he raise his hand to stop Lily from saying anything further, knowing that if they didn't clarify things, she might take some serious action. There's no need to worry. So much Ike 7 is no longer a threat. I'll handle it. Although Simon wasn't clear on what Lily was worried about, he had complete faith in what he had heard, as it was something completely incomprehensible to this world. Stare, Lily stared at Simon for quite a while. Really, Ike 7 has that thing. That thing is completely. Under Simon's determined gaze, Lily retreated. Although she chose to believe, she still felt a bit anxious. I know. He no longer poses any threat to me. I already understand what that stick is. Patting Lily on the shoulder, Simon walked over to Chi-Chi. He still needed to explain the current situation to her. Stick? Not that one. He has another one. Watching Simon's back, Thomas Lily suddenly froze. She realized that Simon was not talking about the same topic as her. Thinking that if something happened to Simon, the steam princess would lose contact, she immediately quickened her pace to catch up. At this moment, Simon had already reached Chi-Chi's side, explaining the current situation to her. Blah blah, that's how it is. Do you understand now? After a flurry of explanations, Simon completely ignored Chi-Chi's strange gaze. Ah, maybe, probably. I understand now. Not expecting things to change so quickly, Chi-Chi initially wanted to confront Simon, but now with the situation like this, how could she get angry or do something excessive? Good. As long as you understand, Ike 7 hasn't completely lost his ability to act yet. I'll go take a look. Seeing that Chi-Chi was no longer thinking about Lily, Simon thought he should quickly finish off that thing. After all, too much time had already been wasted. But bumping into a beautiful girl at the corner, the development of events always seems to head in the most ridiculous direction. Just as Simon turned around, Lily, who was running over, happened to arrive behind him. Without stopping, Lily jumped, tried to leap over Simon, but pop, clever. Too clever. How could things be so coincidental? The two perfectly bumped into each other, staring at each other in silence. Neither of them expected things to develop this way. This was just an accident. I didn't mean to. Although they both wanted to indulge in the moment, now was not the time for such things, especially since Chi-Chi was watching, and little Luo on a certain high building was not blind. Ike 7 has other means. We can't beat him. Let's run. Surprisingly, Lily did not show any extreme anger. Instead, she immediately began discussing Ike 7 with Simon. Other means? Besides that stick, there are actually other things. Lily's words helped Simon come out of his embarrassment. After all, if she didn't mind, it would be too awkward for him to act overly concerned. Once out of the awkwardness, Simon expressed his doubts about Lily's words. He really didn't know the specific information about Ike 7, thinking that stick was his last resort. That is something absolutely impossible to resist. I've seen it with my own eyes. He used that thing to destroy 3 warships. That thing is definitely not something that stick can compare to. With eyes full of resistance, it was clear that Lily didn't want to recall that terrifying memory. 3 warships. Lily's words left Simon silent as he calculated what level of attack power that might be. Yes, it seems I can also do that just at this level. It seems I can give it a try. Stroking his chin, Simon didn't take long to think. He believed that at this level, he would have no problem. Chi-Chi, I'll leave this one to you. I'll be back soon. After clarifying his thoughts, Simon pulled Lily and pushed her into Chi-Chi's arms. With Simon's maneuver, both Chi-Chi and Lily were completely stunned, never expecting things to develop this way. But Simon walked away very casually, leaving both of them dumbfounded, with no intention of rebuttal. And so, the brave Simon embarked on a journey to defeat the evil thug's fog. Lightly stepping, filled with emotion, Simon soon arrived at the place where Ike 7 had fainted. TSK, TSK, TSK. Fainted? Did someone make a move in such a short time? It can't be that he was drained, right? Looking at the oddly shaped Ike 7 on the ground, Simon couldn't stop himself from marveling. It was just too funny. But after laughing, Simon encountered a problem. He couldn't open the seal on the stick and could only watch from outside, unable to get in at all. Damn, what a fanatic. Is it necessary to protect this thing so well? This power is even stronger than the original. Through constant attempts, Simon gradually understood some things. The protective layer outside this stick is not its original function, but something imposed later. Thinking about what Ike 7 said, Simon easily deduced that this was created by the much maligned Ike I. Ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. Would a sane person do this? It's disgusting. Simon didn't even know how to describe his current feelings. It was truly terrible. Do I have to wait for him to wake up? No way, that would be such a waste of time. What happened to the blitzkrieg? Frustrated, Simon really couldn't think of a way to deal with this protective thing. After all, this thing doesn't have the user's weaknesses like the barrier fruit. There are absolutely no loopholes to exploit. No, absolutely not. Having already wasted so much time, he couldn't just continue to slack off. He had to end this quickly. Surely, many people are waiting for the upcoming festivities. Despair was inevitable, but Simon wasn't the type to wallow in it. Thinking of the hunters waiting for his news, he knew he had to pass through here quickly and start the next island adventure. But, even though he said that, it seemed he didn't have anything to break through this super barrier. What kind of technology could be so powerful after his grandiose speech? Simon could only sigh helplessly at the stick. His attacking methods were truly too lacking. Wanting to break through such a strong barrier was really difficult for him now. He had to give it a try. He couldn't keep going like this. Waiting would only make him passive. If he didn't break through this, how would Ike 7 let him out? With a clear mind, Simon knew he only had one way to break through here. If he couldn't break through, he wouldn't be able to handle Ike 7 at all. As for how to break through this thing, Simon actually had an idea, which was the domineering advanced technique flowing cherry blossoms. He had unintentionally used this once before, but afterward, he had no clue how to replicate it. Now was a perfect opportunity to push himself a bit, because practicing this kind of thing still required a bit of motivation. Yo, Simon's martial art class is starting. The next subject is flowing cherry blossoms. Taking a stance, Simon didn't rush to throw his punch. He was reminiscing, recalling that feeling from before, so big, so white, so soft, calming down. Simon began to recall, but it seemed he had remembered the wrong thing. Thinking of that soft, white, big thing, he almost drooled. At this point, Simon suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, and looked ahead speechlessly. TSK, what time is it? Why am I still thinking about this? Didn't I just experience it? Am I still not satisfied or something? Feeling ashamed of his shamelessness, Simon harshly criticized his dirty thoughts. Be serious. This is a war. Once that kind of thing is over, isn't up to me how to deal with it. Focus. Focus, concentrate. There is only one thing to do now. Break through this blockade. Reprogramming his mind, Simon began the flowing cherry blossoms test again. This time, His posture wasn't as standard because he realized that in the preparation phase, any posture seemed to work. The so-called domineering is a special kind of energy. When we don't use it, it often hides in various parts of our body. If we can control it freely, we can cause the greatest power by destroying from within the enemy. Finally, he recalled something useful. This was something he had seen translated by a fellow enthusiast before his transmigration. At that time, he had mocked him quite well, never expecting he would use it himself. One could only say that the world is unpredictable. Special energy. How could there be none? Hadn't he felt it before? The more he meditated, the more agitated Simon felt, unable to find anything at all. Damn! Anger gradually built up, and finally, Simon couldn't stand it anymore and unleashed an angry strike. This blow, imbued with armed color domineering, collided fiercely with the barrier. The moment they met, arcs of electricity burst forth continuously, creating a scene reminiscent of a clash of conquerors' hockey. Ziz-bang as the flickering arcs of electricity slowly diminished with Simon's mood calming down. The last arc exploded against Simon's fist. Just now. Looking at his fist, a wave of doubt surged in Simon's heart. It seemed he had felt something just now. Was it an illusion? Or, staring at the tall stick ahead, Simon fell silent. The doubts in his heart prevented him from quickly starting a new meditation. Let's give it a try. After a moment of silence, Simon decided to act on his feelings and directly started practicing punches violently. After all, didn't Carr practice punches on mountains? Who had ever heard of him doing any meditation? Staring at the barrier in front of him, Simon imagined it as a great mountain and put himself in Carp's shoes to throw mechanical punches. Bang, bang, bang. One punch after another. Simon was very serious. Right now, he only saw the colorless barrier in front of him. With each punch, the domineering within him was slowly depleting. In this continuous flow, he gradually felt something different. Persistence, struggle, punching, intimidation, damage, strengthening. The more he punched, the more enjoyable it became. For the first time, Simon experienced such a comfortable feeling. This punching bag was simply too satisfying. How could it be so comfortable? Carp, truly amazing. How did he come up with such a strong training method? While feeling delighted, he could also understand the flow of domineering, truly a master. After just a short while of training, Simon had already noticed he was completely different from before. Now, he could skillfully control the flow of domineering. Hey, Yahoo! With one punch after another. Simon couldn't stop himself. The collision of his fists with resistance, the clash of dominance and emptiness, all of it gave Simon a wonderfully strange feeling. Immersed in his punches, Simon didn't notice the passage of time. He just kept throwing punches, skipping through time. Bang! With a loud noise, Simon stopped his swinging fists. Just now, he couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at a shallow pit next to Yak 7 on the ground. For a moment, Simon doubted if he had really done that. How did that punch happen? It seemed like this. Doubt wasn't the solution to the problem. So Simon chose to seize his inspiration while it lasted and try again, that punch. He focused his mind, gathered his energy, and, after charging up, Simon struck out with a powerful punch filled with hope. Roar! This punch was so fast that it couldn't even be seen with the naked eye. It was fast. It was close. And the hopeful punch perfectly intertwined with the barrier. No, it didn't. Simon's fist didn't even touch the barrier at all. Could this really be the legendary flowing Sakura? The scene unfolding before them made the observers exclaim in awe. It was truly remarkable, a historic moment. Boom! The force was immense. The stick within the barrier had no chance of being unscathed. The strike hit the bottom of the stick, shaking its balance. Bang! Boom! Wobbling and swaying, the stick, having lost its balance, collapsed to the ground, devoid of its imposing stature. What a coincidence! Did I just conquer this level? Though unexpected, it was still within the realm of possibility. This situation was a result of Simon's hard work. Looking at the giant stick on the ground, Simon couldn't help but take a few steps closer. It should be fine now. Everything has already fallen. There is no reason for that thing to still be protecting it with a nervous heart. Simon approached the territory he had never reached before. Step! I knew it. Standing speechless in midair, Simon shook his head, looking down at the emptiness below. This thing is a protective mechanism. How could it be so easily cracked? It seems that I still need the correct method to break it. Knowing that this thing hadn't been broken yet, Simon prepared to continue his flowing Sakura. As the most important goal now wasn't to break this thing, but to render Yak 7 completely incapable of resistance. What should I do? Kill him from afar? That seems too difficult. With my destructive power, I probably can't do that. Looking at the pit beside Yak 7, Simon had already assessed his damage. To think that he could kill Yak 7 with this damage was simply wishful thinking. What to do? Am I really stuck here? Looking up at the sky, Simon was surprised to find that it was already evening. Have I really been punching for this long? I hope all the hunters aren't watching me now. Feeling like he had realized something, Simon swallowed hard and stiffly looked towards the several street entrances leading to the square. Oh, go for it, the president is the best. Things were just as Simon thought. By this time, the hunters had already completed their suppression of the street and were now watching Simon's live performance. Slap. What the hell? When did this happen? How could it be like this? My face. Covering his face hard, Simon felt he had lost all face in front of everyone present. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. What have I been doing all this time? In this situation, if they come over, he couldn't think any further. Simon was too scared to continue. He felt that if they looked at him one more time, he would explode. Calm down, Simon. Calm down. This isn't the worst situation yet. As long as I end everything here, there's still a chance. Being flustered and confused was not Simon's character. He was someone who understood how to manage himself. Quickly, he realized what he should do. Use flowing Sakura to get this person away from this thing. If I can't get in, I don't believe I can't get him out. Standing directly above Yak 7, Simon had an idea. If he couldn't interfere with the stick, could he not interfere with an unconscious Yak 7? Here it comes. Whoa. With practice makes perfect, Simon was now very skilled at using flowing Sakura. We could see Yak 7 on the ground, rolling around chaotically. To the left, then to the left. Just a bit up? Yes. Just like that. Adjusting Yak VII's movement direction little by little, Simon soon managed to get him very close to the edge of the stick barrier. Is it coming? Is it really coming? Will it succeed? Swallow. At this point, Simon actually became nervous, swallowing his last gulp of saliva as he threw out a determined punch. Bang! Got it! Simon's punch hit perfectly, sending Yak VII's body rolling towards the edge of the barrier. Bless it, bless it. You must get out. Don't stop. Don't stop. His feelings of anticipation were at their peak as Simon stared intently at Yak VII's trajectory, his heart racing. Gulu spinning nonstop. His heartbeat didn't stop. Yak VII's figure was exceptionally captivating. He was still spinning, round and round, almost there, it was about to happen. Could he succeed? Would it really be this simple? Just at this tense moment, Yak VII's final spin began, and his hand was nearing the barrier that Simon couldn't break through. He made it. Yak 7 passed the test and came out. This is truly amazing. Watching Yak VII's arm protrude from the barrier, Simon was on the verge of tears. What kind of spirit is this? What a miracle. Just as I thought. I really am a genius. Tears lingered for just a millisecond before Simon quickly regained his rebellious demeanor, proudly crossing his arms and jumping in front of Ike 7. Since things had come to this point, it was simple without this thing's protection. What do you have to resist? Ike 7. It seems your fate has come to an end with one foot on Ike VII's arm and a steel fist aimed at his forehead. Simon was ready to give him the most comfortable way to die. Goodbye in that world. Take care, there's no need to waste any more time. It's almost time for you. The wind from the punch brushed Ike VII's hair, and Simon halted his fist at the last moment, as if he had another thought. This. Can I go in? Why? Wasn't I not able to just now? Looking at his hand that had already entered the barrier, Simon was very puzzled. He had thought there would be some resistance, but there was none at all. Could it be because of him? Following his body, Simon wanted to discover any differences. After looking around and around, the only thing Simon could think of was that he was stepping on Ike VII's foot. It can't be true. Should I give it a try? This peculiar situation made Simon develop some inappropriate thoughts. He was very covetous of that giant stick with his eyes darting around and thoughts jumping. Simon ultimately couldn't resist the allure of this treasure. Just a little test. Maybe I'm just misjudging anyway. I won't suffer any loss. Right, not knowing who he was talking to after a moment of self-talk. Simon withdrew his hand and moved his foot off Ike VII's arm. Okay, the preparations were complete. Now, it was the moment he had been looking forward to. With a nervous heart, Simon reached out his hand toward Ike VII's head. Just as he imagined, Simon's hand was blocked. And there was absolutely no way to break through this barrier. It's confirmed. It's him. There's no need for further explanation. Simon could now basically conclude that his entry here was entirely due to Ike 7. What is the principle? How can I enter just by touching him? This doesn't make sense even if he understood everything. Simon still didn't quite get what this was. As Simon lingered here longer. The hunters from the 6 streets grew increasingly impatient. They had already started dancing around. It seemed time was tight. No more wasting time. I don't know how many times I've mentioned this, but this time Simon was serious. He absolutely meant it, with no hint of insincerity. If there is, then, so be it. Casting aside the cheers of the hunters, Simon grabbed Ike VII's hand and headed toward the stick. Did I really come in? The warning in his heart was still a bit insufficient. He actually paused for a moment upon entering the barrier, which was truly unexpected. Confusion was only reflected in his heart. The pause didn't exceed 1 second. Once inside, Simon didn't let go of Ike VII's hand, as he still wasn't sure if everything was completely normal here. Without stopping, Simon quickly arrived at the stick, gazing at the long object, seeing traces of history and feeling a calling that resonated with him. Will accept me? Is there really no problem? It wouldn't reject me, would it? With nervous excitement, Simon reached out his hand toward the giant stick. Rua, its smooth exterior had a not-so-strange texture. The moment he touched it, Simon was completely immersed in it. It was incredibly comfortable. Phew, this feeling. It seems this senior's aesthetic sense isn't bad. I wonder if I can replicate. It feels so I can't put it down before touching it. Simon hadn't expected it to be this comfortable. This is too incredible. He couldn't let go of his hand and couldn't describe his feelings at that moment. This comfortable sensation even made Simon forget about Ike 7. Oh, my head hurts. Being distracted always causes some accidents, and at that moment, Ike 7 unexpectedly regained consciousness. Shaking his painfully throbbing head, Ike 7 wanted to see what was going on, but as he turned his head, he saw someone who shouldn't be there. He. How could he be here? Isn't this supposed to be inaccessible? His eyes widened in shock. Ike 7 was truly stunned. According to the legacy he received, this was absolutely impossible. Dad didn't say it like this. Unreliable. I really can't trust these inherited things. Pouting, Ike 7 was secretly thinking about how to escape Simon's clutches, using his last resort. Meanwhile, what was Simon doing? He was struggling with the giant stick, already feeling something calling out to him. Sure enough, this thing is what that senior left for me. With a wicked smile, Simon was very aware of the changes inside his body. Come to me. I am your ultimate destination. Following the strange energy changes within him, Simon began to try to connect with the stick. Bing, the sound of fantasy echoed in Simon's ears. He could now feel the stick's sensations. There's a chance. I'm running. In a moment of distraction, Ike 7 found an opportunity. He and T missed this rare chance, quickly springing away from Simon's side. The moment Ike 7 fled, Simon instantly reacted and immediately turned his gaze toward Ike 7. But it seemed a bit late. Ike 7 had already escaped quite far, a full 3 meters away. Simon, not taking the chance to finish me off just now was your mistake. You've lost your opportunity. Next, I will show you what true hell is. Staring into Simon's eyes, Ike 7 remained arrogant, as if he didn't know what it meant to be intimidated. Is this person broken? The treasure is already gone. What else does he want? Silently watching the performance of the 7th Ek, Simon is not worried at all, because just now he has completely gained control of this awesome power. He can feel how much his abilities have been enhanced, to a degree he never dared to imagine before. It's really terrifying. Giving him a chance might really cause some trouble. Everyone is watching now. Better finish this quickly. I am a bit tired. I want to go play with Xiao Luo. With the confidence brought by the weapon, Simon really doesn't want to waste time anymore. Dragging this out is too exhausting. This should be the way to do it. Let me see how much I can amplify. Repeating the gestures that the 7th Ek made in his memory, Simon channels all his strength. What does he want to do? Does he really think he can do what I can do just like this? Watching Simon mimic his own pose, The seventh ek is filled with question marks. He looks at Simon as if he is an idiot. Forget it. It doesn't team matter. Let us just wrap up this farce quickly. It's already this late. There are still things to do next. To avoid any strange accidents happening next, the seventh ek is also not planning to do anything uncertain anymore. He is about to reveal his last resort. This should be the first time I'm using it in front of so many people. It seems I can't hide it anymore. I don't know how the news will spin this next. So annoying, although he says he is troubled. The actions of the seventh ek show no sign of worry. He actually seems pretty happy, since both of them are in preparation mode. This period is skipped. 5 minutes later, Simon has completely understood the attack pattern and is ready to fire the energy cannon. Let us end this here. What should we eat for the celebration banquet later? The 6 captains seem to have not come out for a long time. I miss them. Boom. Without hesitation, as soon as Simon's move is ready, he uses it directly. It's clear he really doesn't want to continue. At this moment, the seventh ek, who has been fiddling with something, also reveals his trump card, a small gun. Although he doesn't know what this small gun is for, the seventh ek is not nervous at all seeing Simon successfully use his move. He actually did it. I said that thing is unreliable. I don't know what kind of madness our ancestor had to make us carry it with us. Staring at the energy ball slowly approaching, the seventh ek remains calm, even striking a pose with disdain. Oh, not bad, very impressive, but not as powerful as me. Let me show you the super weapon I spent billions of berries on. Don't be scared, raising the small gun in his hand. The seventh ek aims at the center of the energy ball. He is ready. He fires, bang. With a soft gunshot, an invisible air bullet rushes towards the energy ball. In this tense matchup, all the spectators hold their breath, focusing intently on the outcome of this clash. What will happen? Will it lead to that kind of situation? Fatian's gaze shifts slightly upward, recalling scenes he once heard about masters clashing. It's over. It's already over. There is nothing to see now. Let us prepare to celebrate. The major confidently starts to walk towards the square. He has already seen the result. It's the final moments. I'll go to, what should I say, later after seeing Simon's expression. Dio also understand the outcome. Just as he hesitates, he sees the moving major and thinks he can't fall behind. So he also starts to approach the square. Little master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. That gun. Why does it seem like I've heard of it somewhere? Is it my illusion? Clearing his mind, when he sees the small gun in the seventh ek's hand, he frowns, as if recalling some bizarre story. That thing. Why is it here? What are those people doing? Like Dakian, Dahu also furrows his brow, but he doesn't make any moves, quietly standing on a high rooftop, waiting for the final result. Get down. Quickly get down. Something big is coming. Here at Chi-Chi, when Thomas Lily sees the seventh ek take out that small gun, she hurriedly pushes Chi-Chi down, covering her head with both hands, repeatedly telling Chi-Chi, "What's going on? It's just a small gun. Is it necessary to be so worried?" Looking at Lily, who is protecting her so carefully, Chi-Chi feels quite puzzled, but thinking of what Simon had said to her, that he would leave Lily in her care, she does nothing but stays here with Lily. At this moment, the air bullet fired from the small gun finally collides with the energy ball, boom, like a nuclear explosion. The moment they collide, a mushroom cloud rises instantly. A super powerful shockwave carrying tremendous force rushes towards the 6 streets. Is it this strong? It actually blocked it. Seeing that his energy ball didn't achieve the desired effect, Simon is stunned. He never expected that even after being enhanced so much, it would still turn out this way. Narrowing his eyes, that small gun, Simon blocks the incoming shockwave. Squinting at the small gun in the seventh ek's hand, lost in thought. Boom! In that moment of contemplation, the shockwave perfectly ripples across the entire island. In this wave, both the Major and Dio, having no protection and standing too close, are hit the hardest, unable to stand up. The square is extremely quiet. Everyone is silent, as if they are stunned by the current situation. No, it can't be. How could this happen? Why didn't it go through? There is no light in his eyes. The seventh ek cannot believe the current situation. He really can't believe it. Looking down at the small gun in his hand, the seventh ek cannot suppress the unwillingness in his heart and raises it again. There must be something wrong. Things absolutely won't be like this. There's no reason for me to lose. This thing is definitely invincible. Hysterical, Ike 7 was messing up his hair, his eyes red and drooling. Crazily pulling the trigger. Go to hell. This island does not allow people like you to appear. Bang! Like a demon. Ike 7 finally had some deterrent power at this moment. Now he looked like a leader. His gaze turned to Simon. And since he had been watching Ike 7, Simon had a bad premonition the moment Ike 7 raised his small gun. This thing has no cooldown. It won't fire continuously, right? The asymmetry of information made Simon dare not be too confident. After all, he had just seen the power of this thing. Better to be conservative, use all my strength. I hope I can handle this ghostly thing. With both hands drawing circles, Simon gathered all his hockey in his palms, mimicking the moves of a superhuman. How block it? Block it for me. Supporting this thing, Simon did not shoot out, as that would be easier to control. Bing, bing, the air bullets collided with Simon's palm. The strong impact made Simon's eyes widen. This is actually the strong. This is just the South Sea. Can I really make it to the New World? I won't even be able to pass the Grand Line, right? Doubting life. Simon couldn't help but feel confused about his previous thoughts. It should just be a matter of luck. The world can't be this terrifying. Holding the hockey-infused ball in his palm, Simon waited for the cooldown of Ike 7's small gun. Pia, pia, pia. The crazed Ike 7 showed no signs of stopping. Continuously going pia, pia, pia. Disappear. Leave. Why hasn't it passed yet? Emotionally collapsed. Since getting the small gun, Ike 7 had never encountered an unsolvable situation. Zizi Bayahons. Scrapped, the constant firing caused the small gun in Ike 7's hand to suffer from high temperatures and shatter. It's over. His body stiffened. Ike 7 was like being frozen, unable to move. Bing, bing, holding on. Simon's veins felt like they were about to burst. He was already struggling. But his endurance proved superior, managing to hold on until the end of the small gun. The force has weakened? Is it over? Still not daring to relax. Simon used his hockey to extinguish the air bullets emitted by the small gun. But upon careful thought, it didn't seem that strong, this thing. Just a momentary strength. Easily blocked with hockey when the true extinguishing began, Simon finally discovered the special aspect of the air bullets. It seemed only the first wave was strong. I take back my previous exclamations. This thing is completely technology. So disappointing. During the extinguishing process, at a certain moment, Simon suddenly noticed that the air bullets disappeared. Very suddenly, with no warning at all, deceiving my feelings. Is this it? This little thing is so confident. Who gave you that? Holding the giant stick, Simon stepped towards Ike 7. Hey, you were so arrogant before. What do you want me to do? Kneel? Or lick? From a height, Simon cast a large shadow over Ike 7's entire body. You. This. With a blank stare, Ike 7 could no longer speak normally. His ability to organize language and manage expressions had completely gone offline. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. TSK, is this it? This psychological quality is lacking. No wonder you can only bully people on this island. Despicable. Simon looks down on people like this the most, only able to bully their own kind. Goodbye. Thank you for your company. For so long, I will take your bounty. There is no need for more words. It really can't go on any longer. No. Although Ike 7 finally reacted at this moment and begged for mercy, Simon had already struck his last palm. Slap. Soon, Ike 7 lost his breath and fell to the ground, ending his sinful life. Dome. 3 billion berries get. Mission complete. Placing the giant stick beside him, Simon said the concluding words he hadn't uttered in a long time. I can't believe it took me so long to deal with a person like this. Really unexpected. This is really amazing. Looking up at the sky, Simon awaited the arrival of the hunters, believing that the hunters who would witness his victory would come soon. The leader is so strong, he actually put on such an exciting battle. I even saw the sky splitting. The first to arrive was Fei Qian, who ran particularly fast. And when he arrived, the longing on his face was completely uncontrollable. Oh, so that's how it is. Awkward. Simon didn't know how to respond to Fei Qian. He could be so direct. Leader. Compared to Fei Qian, Dahu was much more normal. After arriving, he only greeted Simon and stood aside waiting. Shifting his gaze to Dahu, Simon nodded slightly, and then there was nothing more. The leader is really strong, indeed worthy of being the strongest bounty hunter in the South Sea. That kind of operation just now was invincible, right? Dakian came after Dahu, and when he arrived, his face was full of smiles, looking very happy. You don't say. The leader is definitely the strongest one. Without waiting for Simon to respond to Dakian, Fei Tian spoke to Dakian first. You, forget it. I want to argue with you stumbling a bit. During this happy moment, Dakian chose not to argue with Fei Tian. After all, there was no need. Hey, what do you mean? Don't argue. Can you be quiet for a moment? Just when Fei Tian was about to continue his rant, Chi-Chi also brought Lily over. The two of them could be said to be a beautiful sight. Chi-Chi, listen to me, that's not what I meant. As soon as Chi-Chi spoke, Fei Tian lost his temper. He didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of his goddess. However, Chi-Chi merely gave him a disdainful glance and shifted her focus entirely onto Simon, wanting to continue talking about what she hadn't finished bragging about. Simon, it's so good that you're okay. Whoa, I. Before Chi-Chi could speak, Shaluo ran to Simon's side at an astonishing speed, hugged him, and began to act cute. It's fine, I'm doing well, right? Don't worry, the familiar feeling returned. Indeed, Shaluo was the best. While stroking Shaluo's head, Simon felt he had been healed. President Simon, we're here. We were a bit slow on the way amidst the cheerful atmosphere. The last two blue-robe hunters returned, but they looked somewhat strange. You guys. Looking at Dazwa and Dayo like this, Simon opened his mouth but found it hard to comment. They looked like they had just come back from prison. What? What's wrong with us? There's nothing strange, right? It's a normal occurrence. The battle was just too intense, pretending to be confused. The two wouldn't admit they had been blown away by the first wave of attacks. Everyone, the matter is settled. His bounty. Seeing that Dazwa and Dayo didn't want to say anything, Simon didn't push them. After taking a deep breath, he shifted the topic to Yak 7. President Simon, can I go collect his bounty? This was the first time Dahu had interrupted Simon, and he spoke quite proactively, his eyes shining with determination. Looking forward to your good news, having agreed. Simon still trusted this somewhat mysterious blue-robed hunter. Can I go with you, President? Hearing Dakian's words, Simon looked at him in confusion, unsure why he suddenly said that. You, come back early. But in the end, Simon didn't say anything. After all, he still trusted these two. Yes. You know I get things done after receiving Simon's consent. Dakian pulled Dahu and was ready to leave. It seemed like he remembered something. Wait. Why do you want to go with me? You. A hint of vigilance appeared in Dahu's eyes. He felt that this person might not be with him for the bounty. We could talk about this on the way. I believe you understand, WJ. You. Stunned, Da didn't expect to hear that code. After hesitating for a while, he chose to silently follow Dakian and take Yak Vai's body with him. Is this okay? But the two of them, watching the two leave, Dayo, who usually loved money, felt that something was off. Why was such a large bounty just released like that? Dayo, what are you looking at? Just say what's on your mind during this joyful occasion. Dazwa, who had always paid attention to Dayo's actions, immediately expressed his concern when he saw Dayo's troubled expression. Are you that free? Is it not better to listen to the president? Very speechless, Dayo's mood, which had been there, was instantly disrupted by Dazwa, and he felt like he was overthinking. He turned around, wanting to hear what new arrangement Simon had. This. I just wanted to... Looking at Dayo, who had turned around, Dazwa's mood was very complicated. How could it be like this? He hadn't done anything strange either. So what else can I do? I can only sigh helplessly. I've really been so unlucky lately that I keep encountering strange things. The next departure is in 3 days. In these 3 days, everyone should have a good time after that. Hunting at sea might not be so easy with nothing else to say. Simon made a brief speech and then disbanded the crowd, starting to walk towards the suspended ship. Let's disperse. Everyone take some time to explore the island at this time. There wouldn't be anyone foolish enough to cause trouble. Only he remained at a relatively high position, and Fei Tian had to calm the emotions of the hunters on site. However, the hunters on site weren't looking at Fei Tian at all. They all fixed their eyes on Simon, admiring this legendary figure. Simon, Steam Princess, can you finally tell me the whereabouts of the Steam Princess? Following Simon in silence, Thomas Lily finally asked the question that had been weighing on her mind as they approached the port. We'll see her soon. I hope you really know her. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Simon paused for a moment, but continued walking forward, his tone very serious. After all, the steam princess was saved at Xiaoluo's request, and he didn't want anything to happen to her. Of course, I know her. Do you know how long I've been searching for her? Hearing Simon say this, Thomas Lily's emotions surged, ready to start. But after thinking about it, she felt it might not be appropriate, so she fell silent, waiting to meet the steam princess. What is going on? This little episode made Xiaoluo curious. During the time she had left Simon, what had happened? The more she thought about it, the more she felt restless. At a turn, she couldn't help but tug at Simon's sleeve, whispering, "Simon, what steam princess? Is it that one? Who is this person?" Whispering in his ear, Xiaoluo completely hugged Simon, looking like a pair of lovers deeply in love. A person who claims to know who that is. According to her, she has been looking for that by Li for a long time. I don't know what the situation is. There's nothing that can't be said. It's just about time. So, taking this opportunity to explain things to Xiaoluo might make things go more smoothly. Oh, so that's how it is. She came here alone. Her strength should be quite impressive, right? After glancing at Lily a few times, Xiaoluo felt a bit of admiration for this beautiful, strong woman. It's about that level, maybe a bit above the top in the South China Sea. Not super strong, but still strong. Simon couldn't evaluate Thomas Lily's strength much since she hadn't shown much of it, and there wasn't much reference. President and I heard about the steam princess before at the port. What is she? It seems like everyone on the island is talking about her. After leaving the main group, Chi-Chi couldn't help her curiosity about this gossip she had just heard. She really wanted to know. Ask her. She knows the most. Simon didn't answer Chi-Chi and directly told her to find Lily, who was following behind them, since their relationship wasn't close enough for that yet. Rolling her eyes awkwardly, Chi-Chi didn't expect Simon to be so clueless about the mood, but she had no choice but to go find Lily for answers. Blah, 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 the journey and time slowly passed amidst the group's gossip, and soon they arrived at the suspended ship. Chi-Chi, are you really going to come aboard? Do you need to think about it again? Before boarding, Simon stopped and confirmed with Chi-Chi. What's wrong? What is there to think about getting on this ship? Not understanding what Simon meant, Chi-Chi was immersed in Lily's story about the steam princess. Yes, Simon, what's strange about her getting on the ship? Like Chi-Chi, Xiaoluo also didn't understand why Simon suddenly said that. No, it's not strange, but some people seem to write something messy seeing that no one got his point. Simon decided not to dwell on it anymore and shifted his gaze back to a small alley in the distance. What messy writing? There are no other people here, right? Although Simon had made himself clear, it was obvious that the others didn't understand what was going on. Since there were no more questions, they boarded the suspended ship. Phew, you scared me. Why is this person so sharp? Mr. Parker didn't say this before. A few seconds after Simon withdrew his gaze, Peter, who had been secretly taking pictures, was still feeling a lingering fear as he patted his chest. However, these photos should fetch a good price. Those crowds should be unable to wait for my goods, right? It's been a long time since I've updated my scoop. Let it explode. After confirming and checking the collected photos, Peter didn't linger there any longer. He needed to quickly convert these into text, or the attraction would diminish over time. Back on the suspended ship, an epic meeting was about to take place. With the super swordsman Thomas Lily from the south pursuing the traces of her friend, and to the north, the accidentally captured steam princess Thomas Bailey. The VIP spectator seats were occupied by Simon and the others. Lily, why are you here? Thomas Bailey, pulled out from the cabin by Simon, was confused. She didn't expect to see her best friend, the sword princess Lily. Bailey, I finally found you. Do you know how I've been these past few days? Crystal tears fell from her eyes as Thomas Lily's complex feelings erupted at that moment, and she couldn't stop crying. Lily Bailey, perhaps due to the depth of their emotions, the two looked at each other for a few seconds, stepping toward each other while calling each other's names. Boo-hoo-hoo, so touching, young master. There's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Simon, this is really great seeing this touching scene. Xiaoluo was the first to lose control, jumping into Simon's arms and starting to cry. Yes, it really is so great. Feeling the softness in his arms and watching the lilies bloom ahead, Simon found it hard to describe his complex emotions at that moment. President Simon, so you like to see this kind of thing. Why didn't you say so earlier? I also... Boo-hoo, not finishing her sentence. Chi-Chi was covered by Simon's hand, leaving only muffled sounds. Chi-Chi, it's okay. Don't talk too much. Some things aren't what they seem. Keeping his gaze on Lily and Bailey, it seemed that Simon genuinely liked this scene. Bailey, why are you on this ship? Did he do anything? The moment she hugged Bailey, Lily whispered into Bailey's ear, not caring about anything else. Lily, don't think of him like that. He is a good person. He rescued me from the hands of Ike 7. We should be grateful to him. Besides, he has so many beauties. He wouldn't do anything to me, perhaps due to the excellent service from the 6 captains. Thomas Bailey had a good impression of Simon and didn't feel anything negative. That's so. That is good so. Do you want to leave with me? After relaxing, Lily wondered if she could take Bailey away from here. Of course, we're going together. What are you talking about? Lily, I'm the best steam princess on Dodo Island, amused by Lily's words. Bailey hadn't expected her to ask such a question that didn't require thought. Bailey, I knew it, after getting Bailey's reply. Lily was happy. Her head kept rubbing against Bailey's chest, feeling that long-lost sensation. And what was Simon doing at this time? He actually took out a long-and-used camera bug and kept taking pictures of the two. Not bad, just like that. The friendship is so good. I love friends the most during the shoot. His perverted gaze kept looking for angles. And at that moment, Simon found joy in sugarcoating. The sun gradually disappeared, and the stars slowly occupied the night sky. On the suspended ship, there was no one around, and no lights were lit in the cabin. Where is everyone? Where did everyone go? The aimless recorder turned his gaze in search of the missing Simon and his group. To the left, nothing. To the right, nothing. Around the island, still nothing. Just when the recorder was at a loss. A super loud cheer suddenly came from the center of the island. Sensing it was worth recording, the recorder quickly shifted his focus there. Everyone, good evening and have fun tonight. We have completed 1/3 of our journey, fame, money, and status. We are about to reach the peak in the South China. See, everything in the future will be ours. Getting more and more excited, Simon stood on the highest platform, shouting to the fervent hunters below, "Yeah, the strongest, the Justice Guild, is invincible. Whatever the idol says goes." And the hunters, who were already hyped up by Simon, wouldn't care what he was actually saying. They just followed along with the cheers. As Simon's speech came to an end, the banquet that wasn't far away also started again, still a carnival atmosphere. The recorder had seen this scene more than once and was looking for something more interesting. His gaze moved slowly, scanning all the familiar faces but finding nothing new, just things he had recorded before. Lily, no, there's so many people here at that moment. The scene froze. The recorder found the place he wanted to record, Lily's. Relax a bit, Bailey. They're all celebrating. No one will notice us. Let me see if you have. Bailey's appearance was truly unbearable for Lily. It was just too tempting. Having not absorbed Steam Princess energy for a long time, Lily no longer cared. Lily, if you keep this up, I'm going to fight back. Can't we come back at night instead? Unable to endure this humiliation, Bailey crossed her arms tightly, escaping from Lily's grasp. Hey, that's not going to happen. There are other things to do tonight. Just obediently come into my hands with a mouth full of strange laughter. Thomas and Lily showed no signs of stopping. No humph, one dodge, and Bailey quickly avoided Lily's attack, then turned her head sharply to the left, giving Lily a dissatisfied look. So cute, how can you be so cute? Isn't this making me want to commit a crime? With her scalp tightening. Seeing Bailey like this, Lily really couldn't take it anymore. He was already forgetting about the night's events and just wanted to give Bailey a good "Are-you?" Just the "Are-you" should be fine. Right, after all, this banquet is going to last a long time. How about just? The rationality in his heart was collapsing continuously as Lily's footsteps slowly approached Bailey. Huh? Lily? What are you going to do? You can't be serious. Bailey, who had turned her head back by chance, felt a bad premonition rise in her heart after seeing Lily's expression, and she unconsciously took a few steps back. It's just a hug. I won't do anything. You don't know me. How could I do that in front of so many people? Licking her lips, Lily didn't stop her steps, still approaching. Stop right now. Otherwise, I won't leave with you. The feeling of something bad was rising, and in a moment of panic, Bailey blurted out. The moment Bailey said this, Lily stopped, looking at Bailey with disbelief in his eyes. Bailey, why would you say something like that? Didn't we? A bit flustered, Lily didn't expect his actions to lead to such serious consequences, and he didn't know how to make up for it. Lily, isn't it good to enjoy this banquet together? Why do you always have to do those things? Isn't that causing misunderstandings for others? Due to Lily's voice being too soft, Bailey didn't hear him and continued lecturing him. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Not daring to speak, Lily really didn't know what else to say now. He was truly afraid that he wouldn't be able to do anything tonight. Lily, why aren't you speaking? And why are you in such a low mood? It's not like I wouldn't let you, right? 10 minutes of silence made Bailey feel a bit uncomfortable. When she was with Lily before, the quietness never lasted more than 5 seconds. Bailey, why did you say you wouldn't leave? Could it be? Hearing Bailey's question, Lily still asked this question that had been bothering him. He didn't understand, really didn't understand. It was just in the heat of the moment, I didn't mean it. I was just anxious understanding the reason for Lily's abnormality. Bailey felt a bit embarrassed instead. She didn't expect that a casual remark would make Lily feel so upset. In the heat of the moment? Really? You're not lying to me? Looking into Bailey's eyes, Lily looked at her expectantly, wanting to see that indulgent gaze. Of course our home is on Dodo Island. Not here, what would I stay here for? With a bright, sunny smile, Bailey shone like a goddess at that moment. Lily. With her mouth slightly open, as Lily saw Bailey like this, his mind came to a halt, just staring at her, his heart racing with wild thoughts. Our home, he, she said our home, she must be. Your smile is so disgusting, can you act normal, Lily? Not having seen this expression from Lily before, Bailey was a bit overwhelmed. No. I'm going to smile like this after an awkward second. Lily rejected it. She was feeling very sweet at that moment and wouldn't think too much anymore. Sigh helpless. What else could Bailey do but sigh in resignation? But at that moment, Lily took advantage of Bailey's inattention and sat right next to her, very close. Bailey, after we go back to Dodo Island, let's go to that CAF. It's been a long time since we went. Picking up a piece of cake in front of her, Lily shifted Bailey's attention. CAF. That is true. I wonder if that boss still remembers me. Hearing this from Lily, Bailey suddenly fell into memories. What she didn't notice was that Lily's hand was not so honest. She must remember, we are regulars there, and there are even our posters. Raising a glass of fruit wine, Lily handed it to Bailey, looking at her with expectation. Well, with a sweet smile, Bailey and Lily began to enjoy the party. No more strange things happening. The party continued. During the intermission, Simon left with 6 captains. By midnight, the hunters were basically drunk. In the latter half of the night, the round moon hung high in the sky. Rustling, pretending to be drunk, Lily opened her eyes at that moment, observing the environment of the party. Not there. None of them are here. A perfect opportunity. Now is the time to leave. Perfect. Scanning the surroundings, Lily was very satisfied. There were not many experts present, and they couldn't stop her at all. Slurping a perfect body, No, this is not the time to think about that. Resisting the urge to lick, Lily picked up Bailey and ran towards her little boat. Since the people at the scene didn't know Lily well, no one stopped them. Simple. If I had known it would be this easy. Why did I wait? What a waste of feelings. The unobstructed path gave Lily no sense of achievement. However, it seems that the hunters from the Fair Association are not bad people. If there's a chance, let's meet again somewhere. I'm leaving now, safely reaching her hidden boat. Lily sighed and began to row slowly towards Dodo Island, while Bailey on the boat was still sound asleep, with a sweet smile on her lips. The time reached noon the next day. Simon, who had been busy all night, was doing warm-up exercises on the deck. Hey, how 1, 2, 3, 4, hey. The flowing sweat made Simon clearly wake up. He looked at the sea today, wondering if he should take a fishing rod to catch a fish. Maybe not instead of that. I should study that giant stick. After thinking for a while and shaking his head, Simon finally gave up, feeling that antiques were more interesting. Stretching his fully active muscles, Simon searched for a place to start studying this hard-won, mysterious treasure. After a round of inspection, he chose a lounge chair close to the sea surface. Let me see what this is about. What secrets does this thing hold? Taking out the giant stick, Simon began to observe it carefully. The feel was like white jade, but it looked like gold in his line of sight. Just looking at the surface, it was just a very luxurious item. The surface analysis didn't provide Simon with any useful information. He could only conclude that it was something of considerable value. Let's try the golden body. I have a feeling that this time I can definitely advance. The perfect 9th layer. Am I about to step into that invincible realm? Unable to figure anything out, Simon gave up this mindless research and prepared to test his golden body's advancement. He placed his hands on the giant stick and began to mobilize the inner strength of the golden body that he could already control skillfully. It should leave me something like an all-knowing senior if you leave something. It shouldn't just be nonsense at the moment the inner strength began to touch the giant stick. Simon fell into a meditative state. As if something in his mind was about to come out, the golden body Arhut can become the Arhut fruit position. 123. What is to be done cannot be said. The wonderful door opens. The skill is perfected. In Simon's mind, no one knew what words this invincible senior left him, only that there was this segment. Is it really like this? I thought. Looking up at the sky, Simon's expression was very complex, as if he had learned something he shouldn't know. Why me? I wanted to say it, but didn't. After letting out a sigh by himself, Simon chose to bury this secret deep in his heart, never to speak it out in this world again. However, I didn't expect that the 9th layer was not the limit of this skill. As expected, just as he was lamenting but hadn't finished, Simon suddenly thought of something and stopped speaking. With this 9th layer, there is nothing in this world that can harm me. What should I do next? Suddenly becoming invincible. How troubling feeling the state of his body now. Simon couldn't think of anything that could destroy this immortal body of his. No. It seems that some devil fruits could still do it. The rules of this world are devil fruits. Steady. There are quite a few strange fruit abilities. Invincible doesn't really mean invincible. Fortunately, Simon was not overwhelmed by this sudden, powerful advancement. At the last moment, he calmed his mindset. Devil fruit. It seems I still need to get the devil fruit encyclopedia. Without information, I feel I will always be very passive. What if I get ambushed? There would be no place to argue. When he thought of devil fruits, Simon remembered his fruit ability, which seemed to have not appeared for a long time. Let's find someone to test the ability. It feels like using it has become unfamiliar, stroking his chin. Simon thought this was quite interesting, and then he stopped thinking about the information he got from the senior and stood up to go to the island. This time, let's invite Wolf. The little dog still deserves a reward. Before heading to the island, Simon suddenly thought that it seemed like a long time since he had played with Wolf. Feeling that they should get familiar with each other's relationship, Simon went to the warehouse to call Wolf out. Wolf, today's goal is to find some unlucky ones. Let me know if you have any ideas. Carrying Wolf down the ship, Simon said to Wolf, although Wolf might not understand him. The two walked and paused, and soon arrived at the starting point of the island story, the Ike auction house. Oh, there should be some experimental items here. Let's go in and take a look. Just getting a little closer, Simon felt an urge to take action, not knowing why he had this thought. Welcome to the Ike auction. What? Why? What greeted Simon was still the constantly fleeing Jeffrey, who was very nervous at this moment. He had learned about the events that occurred in the square yesterday, which were truly terrifying, as the person in front of him had killed Ike 7 without any hesitation. You. Why do I find you so familiar? It seems like it was you last time, too. As soon as Jeffrey spoke, Simon's attention was drawn to him, and upon closer inspection, he realized this person was actually an old acquaintance. Yes. It's the little one, begging for food. Seeing that Simon actually started to talk to him, Jeffrey quickly lowered his head, flattering him respectfully. TSK, not bad. Not bad, keep it up. I believe in you. When had he experienced this feeling? Simon thought this person was not bad, an interesting person. Skirting past Jeffrey, Simon and Wolf officially entered the interior of the auction house, where Simon was surprised to find that there wasn't a single person. Where's everyone? Wasn't it said that there would be special items auctioned today? Unable to believe his eyes, Simon had come here because he heard there would be items for auction today, only to find he had been deceived. Did they cancel it at the last minute? But shouldn't such things be announced beforehand? Walking around with Wolf for a long time, there was still not a single person, not even any staff. Strange. So strange there is no one here. What is that person at the door guarding? The air? With doubts that needed answers, Simon thought of the only living person remaining and boldly walked towards the door. In just a moment, he stood before Jeffrey. Is there something you need? Feeling dry-mouthed, Jeffrey thought he was done for, as the person in front of him did not look as good as when he entered. Hey, where's everyone? Why is there not a single person inside? Just standing there, Simon did not threaten Jeffrey. No one. That's impossible. Today is a work day. Not knowing what was happening, Jeffrey was just a doorman. and he didn't know much about what was happening inside. I'm asking you why there is no one inside. Isn't a work day? Seeing Jeffrey's irrelevant answer, Simon emphasized again. I don't know, I'm just a doorman. Fear took over Jeffrey's brain, and the fluent words he usually spoke completely escaped him at this moment. He could only fidget with his fingers, staring at Jeffrey for a long time, feeling that this person didn't seem to be acting. Simon decided not to make things difficult for him any longer and took Wolf to the next place. After Simon left, Jeffrey then thought about entering the auction house to see what was going on. Oh, really no one? Why? My good brother didn't tell me anything. The empty exhibition hall before him left Jeffrey puzzled. After thinking it over, he still needed to find his good brother. After leaving the auction house, Simon and Wolf arrived at the venue where the banquet was held yesterday. Here, Simon wanted to see how the two Lilies were doing. Really? Why aren't these two coming back to the ship? Can they sleep well here? Lily and Bailey weren't hanging on the ship, which Simon only found out about at noon today. Out of humanitarianism, he also wanted to check. Wolf, can you find Bailey? The person you moved on the ship before, since the scene was very chaotic, Simon couldn't find her quickly, so he decided to leave this task to Wolf, who had special abilities. Hearing Simon's words, Wolf confidently raised his nose and began to sniff the steam lady's scent. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. How should I put it? Wolf truly lived up to being a wolf, finding information at super speed. And in just a few seconds, he started leading Simon to move. Wow, very nice. So, fast following behind Wolf. Simon was very satisfied with Wolf's performance. Let's go. And slowly Simon began to doubt Wolf's trajectory. Why are we heading towards the back mountain? The banquet venue isn't in the back mountain, right? Although he had doubts in his heart, Simon still did not doubt Wolf's professionalism and silently followed. After about 20 minutes of travel, they arrived at a concave bay. After circling a few times here, Wolf opened his eyes and pointed to the sea. Bailey's scent is on the sea? At a loss. Simon couldn't figure it out. Had she already left? But why not say goodbye? That is, looking at the sea, Simon had something he didn't know whether to say. Just as he was about to shout, he suddenly saw a piece of rag in the distance. This rag was neatly laid out here, looking very new. What is this? Who threw it? Suddenly, Simon's curiosity was piqued, and he lost interest in expressing his indescribable feelings. He slowly walked towards the piece of rag. It looked like just an ordinary rag. A piece of rag. But the style is a bit strange. It seems like I have seen it somewhere before. Where exactly? Arriving in front of the rag, Simon carefully examined it and felt a sense of DJVU splash accompanied by the sound of flowing water. He brushed aside the rag in front of him. Hey, Dodo Island? Is this something from Dodo Island? By chance, Simon discovered an inconspicuous logo, which instantly triggered some memories for him. Thomas Bailey. I remember she seems to be from Dodo Island, right? So they really left from here? Holding onto a corner of the cloth, Simon didn't know what to say. It was quite unexpected. So why did they leave so suddenly? At least they could have said something. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, Dodo Island is on the way ahead. I can go find them and ask later. There's no need to feel melancholic. Now that he understood they didn't disappear for no reason, Simon felt relieved. Putting down the rag in his hand, he didn't stay here any longer. After all, his main purpose wasn't this. The 7th Ek has been operating here for so many years. There should be some reserves. It's a perfect opportunity to scavenge some loot. Calling to the tail-wagging wolf, Simon headed towards the center of the island. Along the way, he could see the residents here were all smiling, looking genuinely happy. How about I buy you some premium dog food, Wolf? You seem to have lost some weight lately. You should bulk up. As he walked, Simon's attention was drawn to a dog food store. This is world-famous super dog food. It's said that dogs who eat this food can. Wolf, hearing Simon's words, Wolf just whimpered, clearly not understanding what Simon meant. So never mind your meat eater. Let's skip the dog food. Staring at Wolf's innocent face, Simon sighed and gave up on the idea of making her eat dog food. After all, his dog wasn't a real dog. Reluctantly leaving the dog food store, Simon and Wolf continued towards the palace of the 7th Ek. Oh wow, is this the palace that has been passed down for so many years? It looks really nice. There should be a lot of valuable things to be obtained. Standing in front of the palace steps, Simon was already starting to feel excited. Creak gently pushing open the closed big door. What came into view was an empty courtyard. There was nothing here, just a vast emptiness. Did I come to the wrong place? This is a courtyard that has been inherited for hundreds of years. What's going on? Standing dumbfounded at the door, Simon couldn't figure out if he had opened it incorrectly. Why was it like this? Not believing his eyes, Simon closed them and then opened them again, only to find that nothing had changed in front of him. Did I come too late? Did someone else get here first? After thinking it over, that seemed to be the only possibility, especially since quite a bit of time had passed from yesterday until now. If someone from the 7th Ek had escaped, it would be possible. Lili, how could this happen? Just one night late. Feeling as if he had eaten something unpleasant, Simon's mood was quite miserable. But despite this, a glimmer of hope still lingered in his heart. What if there is still a secret room? And it can't be that everything was taken in just one night. Let us take another look. Unwilling to give up, Simon took Wolf into the first room in front of him, Crack pushing the door open. The situation here was still as Simon had expected, still in a state of nothingness. How so quick, not leaving a single chance. Why didn't they just take the doorway too? Although he had anticipated this at this moment, Simon's mood was not good. It was just too frustrating. Anxious, Simon started to search by knocking and tapping, thinking that this way he might uncover some useful information. Wolf. Excited, seeing Simon's behavior that resembled a home demolition, Wolf became extremely thrilled. After howling loudly, she also joined the demolition team. Klats, bang, clatter, the two dismantled their way from the south room to the north room, leaving no intact place in their wake. Nothing? How can there be nothing? It shouldn't be like this. In a person's home like this, there can't be no secret room. They had turned this place upside down. Yet Simon still hadn't found the secret room he was looking for, and he began to doubt his own judgment. However, Simon stopped, but Wolf did not. She was happily continuing her demolition. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Boom. Crack. Wow, Wolf is really amazing. This demolition speed is faster than a professional company. Wolf. The constant noise made it difficult for Simon to think clearly, and he couldn't help but speak up to stop Wolf's actions. Crack. Stunned by the shout, Wolf halted abruptly, sliding quite a distance, and as she stopped, it seemed she stepped on something. With a crack, a door opened just like that. Ah, well done, Wolf. Extra dinner tonight. Looking at this situation with a head full of question marks, Simon immediately retracted his scolding words and instead smiled, giving Wolf a thumbs up. Woof, woof. Hearing about the extra dinner made Wolf happy, and she immediately leaped into Simon's arms. Good girl, good, comfortably stroking Wolf's head. Simon enjoyed this reassuring feeling. Let us go, Wolf. Let us see what's inside. There should be a lot of good stuff, after all. It's hidden in such a secret place. Immersed in thought for a moment, Simon began to stroll into this mysterious secret room. What would he find here? Would there be any magical items waiting for him? It could be or might not be, but if there were, as he stepped deeper inside, Simon's anticipation grew higher and higher. Soon he saw one amazing thing after another, and that thing was a treasure chest. Wow, it's actually a treasure chest. The excitement just skyrocketed. Seeing that the center of the secret room has a treasure chest, Simon was incredibly thrilled, matching perfectly with his love for blind box surprises. What could be inside? What strange things might there be? Captivated by the chest, Simon didn't notice what else was in the room and walked straight up to it, ready to open it, full of anticipation. Give the kid some good luck. Yeah. After clasping his hands in prayer, Simon struck the chest with a palm. As for the key, what is that? Do I need it? Crack. With a crisp sound, the lock on the treasure chest fell apart completely. What could it be here? I come licking his lips. Simon slowly opened the lid of the chest. Bayou, bayou, bayou. As soon as the lid opened, golden light burst forth, dazzling Simon's eyes so he couldn't see what was inside. After waiting for a moment, Simon looked and exclaimed, "What the hell? What is this golden dog poop? Why is such an awesome chest filled with this? I'm crushed. I don't want to keep looking. There's only an eternal record pointer inside this chest. What bad luck. If I had known, I would have prayed longer." Staring at the pointer, Simon had no idea what use it would be to him. He wouldn't follow this thing to find anything. Forget it. Better put away him. Glacier Island? This pointer is actually for Glacier Island. When he put away the pointer, Simon suddenly saw a few small words written on it. It actually said Glacier Island. My goodness. This is getting interesting. I can go look for that treasure map from Xiao Luo. Knowing where this pointer led to, Simon carefully stored away. After all, he had previously been dismissive of Xiao Luo, and he had no idea about the Aurora Sea area. What a great harvest, I'm glad I came. Otherwise, if I had missed this thing and Xiao Luo brought up the treasure map later, I wouldn't know how to explain it. After placing the pointers safely, Simon began to examine the rest of the secret room. Sharp knives, comic books, adult books, books. Is there no treasure here? That shouldn't be the case. Why build a secret room without leaving anything behind? After a round of inspection, Simon saw nothing but books, and he didn't understand why there were so many here. Double secret room? No way, there can't really be one more. He looked at these books. The stranger he felt. They weren't valuable books, yet there were so many here. ISNT that obviously cover up? Maybe there's a mechanism. Let us find out. Flipping through one book after another, Simon was searching. Found it. This is it. After relentless effort, Simon finally discovered a peculiar spot. Twisting and pulling on it made the book wall crack open. Wow, so much. This is more like it. How could there be no treasure in someone's secret room? That's just impossible. Looking at the treasures before him, Simon nodded in satisfaction, especially pleased with this haul. After dealing with these items, Simon and Wolf continued searching for someone to experiment with fruit abilities. Spinning around, they searched the entire island, only to find ordinary civilians remaining, with all armed forces completely gone. No way is the only power on this island the Ike family? That's just too domineering. What will we do if we encounter a pirate attack next? It seems necessary to establish a branch. It was truly surprising for Simon that the island had turned into this state. Being kind-hearted, how could he let the people here suffer? Without needing to think, he directly designated this area as his territory. It had been a while since he last contacted Mr. How How. He must be waiting for my news anxiously, and the nearby hunters must be eager to join the Fair Guild family. Feeling that his idea was brilliant, Simon quickly contacted the relevant personnel, reminding them to be more impressive in their actions, making sure the entire sea region knows about it. After finishing this, the two returned to the hanging ship, as Simon wouldn't use ordinary civilians to test his abilities. Days passed, and soon 3 days had gone by. On this day, Simon stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the sea. It was the day to set sail again. Simon, I feel like our speed is too slow. We've only passed 3 islands in such a long time. The pirates at sea must not be scared anymore. Xiao Luo, with nothing to do, always like to overthink, already worrying about the results of this hunt. Keep a long line to catch big fish, Xiao Luo. Don't be so narrow-minded. The matter of Bear Island just passed. Not long ago, the pirates now, 1T, just show themselves so easily if we go too fast. Some people might slip away. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, a slight smile appeared on Simon's lips. He had already planned for this, and he had considered it. Is that so? Simon smiled, and Xiao Luo couldn't handle it anymore. His thoughts were completely disrupted, leaving only astonishment, and he unconsciously crossed his hands in front of his chest, putting on an admiring pose. Ha 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 ha, you still have a lot to learn, Xiao Luo. Pay attention and learn well on the way. With a bit of interaction, Simon enjoyed Xiao Luo's admiring look and couldn't help but puff out his chest. As noon approached, all the hunters were ready, except for the 2 bounty hunters who hadn't returned. Hunters, a new challenge is coming. The scum at sea has gradually relaxed their vigilance. Now is the time for us to act. The hunting area will be significantly expanded. Goodbye, Lost Island. After finishing his speech, Simon set sail from the island, while the hunters slowly spread out, forming a massive net, heading towards Lost Island. In the sunset, Wolf was waving her fists on the deck, while Simon leisurely drank an iced cola on the deck chair behind her. Uncle Hani is lying. This ship obviously has no characteristics to attract pirates. It's been so long since I've seen a pirate. Why is Simon so relaxed? The reason is that he was mistaken. He really didn't expect pirates to be this cowardly, not even raising their flags, and not a single brave pirate crew in sight. Sai, I really want to take action. At least let one come, so I can try out my new abilities. Thoughts are just thoughts. Right now, Simon's reputation among the pirates of the South Sea is too great. His vehicle has been thoroughly studied. How could anyone be foolish enough to challenge him? Naive. However, unlike Simon, the hunters on other routes really have pirate crews to fight. Each one is particularly excited. Simon, isn't this peace? What's wrong with not having pirates? This way, we can establish rules. Little Luo, now in cool clothes, slowly walked over. These days have been really pleasant for her. She gets to spend every day with Simon. You're right, such days can really lead to complacency. Wrapping his arm around little Luo's waist, Simon stretched lazily, not wanting to think about these things for now. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. It will be better to catch up on the news. I've been so busy lately that I haven't had time to read the news. I don't even know what the world has become. While stretching, Simon inadvertently spotted a seagull flying in the sky, which reminded him that he hadn't read the newspaper recently. Huh? Simon, do you want to read the newspaper? I'll go get it for you. Upon hearing Simon's suggestion, little Luo immediately stood up to get in the newspaper, but Simon didn't let her leave. He pressed her back down. I'll go. I just need to grab some drinks. This one's finished. After pressing little Luo down, Simon raised the empty cola cup to show her. Staring blankly at Simon, little Luo didn't say anything. She didn't know what to say, so she just kept looking at him. After showing little Luo the cup, Simon got up to look at the newspapers he hadn't read these days. It was just on the way. Soon, Simon arrived in the cabin and found a pile of newspapers he hadn't looked at. So many have there been, this many messages these days. I didn't feel like the world had changed at all. How can there be so many? Looking at the stack of newspapers, Simon couldn't help but marvel. It really seems like the curtain of the era is about to rise. It was only a brief moment of silence, after all. Simon knew that most of the news in there was stuff he was already aware of. There wouldn't be much news of interest to him. Preparing a large bucket of iced cola, Simon walked back to the deck. It's been too calm lately. Simon, it seems like the 6 captains have been doing something mysterious lately. Should we pay attention to it? After Simon sat down next to little Luo, she seemed to think of something and said to him, "Mysterious things? Those 6 captains?" Hearing this, Simon raised his eyebrows slightly, but then sat down nonchalantly. No need, they're still under control. They can't do anything too outrageous. Randomly pulling out a newspaper, Simon indicated that little Luo's worries were really unnecessary. There is no need to spend so much effort worrying about those being controlled. Huh? Is that so? Then I want to worry about it. It seems like what they're doing isn't dangerous. Seeing that Simon didn't seem very concerned, little Luo decided not to think about it anymore. After all, what she had seen were just some pretty harmonious scenes. The sea breeze was gentle, and the sky was very beautiful. Simon was gradually finishing reading all the newspapers. Sure enough, as imagined, they were all things he was already familiar with. It seems the plot hasn't undergone any significant changes. It's still the same as before. I told you this little butterfly can't possibly create such a huge effect. Having learned these things, Simon gradually relaxed. He was really afraid the world would turn into something he didn't recognize. Flipping through the pages quickly, Simon didn't delve too deeply into these events that were bound to happen. Whoosha! What is this? Just as Simon was about to skip over a certain report, he suddenly saw news about the Flames. Red Lip pirate crew disappears. The legend of Flame King Island shattered. Once a candidate for the Emperor, suddenly missing? It said that someone saw CP on Flame King Island. After reading this report bit by bit, Simon's evaluation was nonsense. The entire article had no focus, just speculation. Has the threshold for news become this low? This can even be published? I've never seen such a headache-inducing report. What on earth is this? Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. What can readers see? Flames. Could it be a surprise attack? It's not impossible that there are CP people involved. After all, her power seems to rely solely on that mysterious weapon. After cursing the newspaper, Simon began to ponder the story behind it. Were they captured? Or? His gaze became deep as Simon thought about whether he should go to Impelled Down to take a look. As a king of a member country, I should be able to enter Impelled Down, right? Should I go? I want to go. But there's no compelling reason to do so. After all, I still don't know what the situation is. If I go and don't see anyone, that would be awkward. Let us wait a bit. With that woman's intelligence, she shouldn't be so easily captured. Maybe she has some plan. After thinking for a long time, Simon ultimately chose not to go to Impelled Down. He decided to trust that somewhat powerful flame. After all, Flame King Island hasn't sustained any damage at all. If it really was a surprise attack, at least something would have disappeared. Adjusting his mood, Simon continued to look through the newspapers to see if there would be any twists. One by one, he quickly finished reading all the newspapers. But not a single one contained anything he didn't already know. It seems they haven't captured anyone. Otherwise, the bounty wouldn't have gone up. Haha, so useless. Putting down the bounty notice mixed in with the newspaper, Simon began to mock the inefficiency of CP. He wondered why CP had been so useless lately. But since they had escaped, why was there no news? Could something else have happened? As he laughed, Simon fell into deep thought again. With Blaze's personality, she wouldn't be the type to swallow her anger. After suffering such a big loss, would she really let it go? Wait, no news. Could this person be planning something huge? Suddenly thinking of a possibility, Simon straightened up, his eyes filled with shock. What's wrong, Simon? What has surprised you so much? As Simon sat up, his companion Xiao Luo was jolted a bit off balance. Xiao Luo, something big might happen in the new world. That Blaze seems ready to make a move. Handing the newspaper to Xiao Luo, Simon's eyes were fixed on the horizon, as if he could see the other side of the sea. Blaze? She's the captain of the pirate crew that Puff belongs to, right? Didn't they just establish a base in the new world? Are they about to create big news already? Filled with curiosity, Xiao Luo looked at the newspaper Simon handed over, wanting to see what was going on. CP attacks Flame King Island. How could this happen? How could they take action? The Red Lip Pirates are just an ordinary pirate crew, right? After a quick glance, Xiao Luo couldn't comprehend what was happening. In her mind, CP was incredibly powerful. Simon, there's nothing mentioned here about a big plan, right? How did you figure out they have a big plan? Although she didn't understand, Xiao Luo didn't want to know too much. She only wanted to ask how Simon knew about that non-existent big plan. 6 cents. In some speculation, it was too troublesome to explain, so Simon chose not to elaborate, attributing everything to his intuition. So hasty. Xiao Luo was left speechless by Simon's answer. No matter how she thought about it, she didn't expect such a response. Really? Boom. Sometimes, things just happen to be coincidental. Look, isn't something reckless coming our way? A ship flying a strange pirate flag was firing cannons at Simon's vehicle. Xiao Luo, I'm going to stretch my legs. I'll leave their intel to you. Excitedly grabbing the nebula, Simon quickly ran across the sea, not giving Xiao Luo a chance to react. Hey, it's always like this, can't we wait for the ship to get closer before acting? Although she complained, Xiao Luo obediently went to the lookout room upstairs to gather intel on this pirate crew. Meanwhile, Simon sprinted gracefully, and the pirate crew was shocked enough to stop firing. Thud thud boom. Successfully landing, Simon descended onto this mysterious pirate crew. Yo, pirates, you've got some courage. Are you ready to face your doom? Of course. It wouldn't be that simple to strike. After all, Simon cherished this experimental opportunity and hadn't encountered pirates in a long time. Malachi Simon, don't think that just because you have the power of a devil fruit, you're invincible. Today, I'm going to shatter your invincible myth. As soon as Simon finished speaking, the captain of the ship, Tyler, stepped out of the crowd and shouted at Simon, looking as if he had Simon under control. Oh, who are you? So confident? Squinting his eyes, Simon didn't rush to attack. After all, the ship had stopped firing, and it was fine to stall for a while. Ha ha ha, I am the supernova of the South Seas new generation, known as the beastly crocodile Tyler, a super pirate with a bounty of 80 million. After introducing himself, Tyler was visibly excited, talking so much that Simon nearly fell asleep. 80 million? You dare challenge me with such a small bounty? Do you have some special backing? Upon hearing Tyler's bounty, Simon didn't laugh. He remained vigilant, as a bounty didn't represent everything. Let's test him. Due to his caution, Simon didn't approach Tyler for a fight. He chose to use sword energy to probe and see what Tyler's backing was. I slash. A plain, simple strike, devoid of any advanced techniques, was just a straightforward basic attack. Whoosh. Accompanied by the slash, a simple sword energy shot from the tip of the nebula towards Tyler. Haha, already scared. Huh? As expected, I'm better than you, Tyler. Seeing Simon move after just a few words, Tyler sneered, believing Simon must be afraid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have started attacking so quickly. Roar. After sneering, Tyler began to transform. He was actually a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user. This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. That bit of sword energy can't hurt me. Use your ability, Malachi Simon. In his beast form, Tyler completely ignored Simon's sword energy as if it were just a puff of air. A Zoan-type Devil Fruit? This feels like a mythical Zoan. Upon seeing Tyler's transformation, Simon halted his retreat, somewhat surprised. But what kind of mythical beast is this? Staring at Tyler, Simon showed no intention of attacking further. He was quite interested in this fruit. Hey, can you hear me? I'm telling you to attack. If you don't attack, I'm going to start my assault. After a while of staring at each other, Tyler couldn't stand the peace anymore and raised his paw to charge at Simon. Control him. I need to know what this fruit really is. It's just a mythical Zoan. Does he really think he's invincible? It had been a long time since someone had shouted at him like this. Simon decided not to think too much. Whatever happens will be revealed during the trial. Judgment Domain. Opening a familiar yet strange ability domain, Simon prepared to start a super experiment here. This is... As Simon opened his ability field, Taylor became serious, cautiously observing the strange field enveloping his body. Hey, it's too late to be careful now with your worthless ability that relies solely on a fruit. You cannot escape my judgment. Seeing Taylor's cautious demeanor, Simon smiled. He had roughly figured out where Taylor's confidence lay, which should be in this devil fruit of his. Judgment of sin, immobilization. With both hands clenched, Simon's gaze never left Taylor, applying pressure on him in this way. As Simon's ability activated, Taylor was instantly marked for judgment and immobilized in place. What? How could his ability be so strong? I am the invincible ability user. With only his thoughts able to move, Taylor refused to accept this reality. He was well aware of the rarity of the devil fruit he had consumed, which was even rarer than the invincible Logia type. I will not lose. I still want to become the invincible overlord of the seas. Move for me, perhaps due to the characteristics of Phantom Beast type or Taylor's own potential. When he shouted, he actually broke free from Simon's remote judgment. What? No way. He broke free? Is the field judgment this week? Seeing Taylor charge towards him, Simon was not the least bit flustered. After all, his abilities had just begun to unfold, and he still had many powers left to use. Judgment, Sin Replica. Since the judgment mark had not disappeared, Simon could still use his ability remotely. After shouting the name of this ability, Taylor, who was running, fell into a state of stagnation once again. Is this also a control effect? I thought it would bring the replica into reality. Regarding the current situation, Simon was not that satisfied. The effect of this ability overlapped with others, adding one more layer without making a significant difference. What should I try next? How about testing an attack? It came out again, and it seems to have become stronger. Just as Simon was contemplating what to do next, Taylor once again broke free from Simon's ability, and even the force field around him became more intimidating. Why? What is the principle? The sudden change made Simon's mind almost fry, completely forgetting to prepare his next ability. In just that brief moment, Taylor reached Simon's front, roar, "D, your strange ability can no longer restrain me." Not knowing what he encountered in the judgment illusion, Taylor was now extremely angry, and between his claws, one could see transparent energy blades. Armament, enhancement. Raising a hand, Simon firmly caught Taylor's claw without breaking a sweat, and at that moment, he was still thinking about the previous Sin Replica. Swallow. With Taylor's claw in Simon's hand, Taylor was extremely flustered. He didn't expect that his furious strike wouldn't even qualify to make Simon take him seriously. No way. You caught it so easily. This is my full power, hey. Not daring to make any other moves. Taylor no longer wanted to compete with Simon in physical strength. He genuinely couldn't match up. However, even though Taylor had given up on competing in physical strength, it didn't mean he had lost hope. After all, he was a devil fruit user of the Phantom Beast type, with extraordinary powers still at his disposal. Taking advantage of Simon's lack of offensive action, Taylor seized an opportunity to leap away. Malachi Simon, I admit you are strong, but how will you respond if I use this move? Thunder of all directions. After jumping away, Taylor quickly awakened the superpower within him, generating an enormous amount of thunder and lightning on his surface. Billy Billy pa la, the noisy sound of electricity awakened Simon, who had been immersed in the judgment replica. He stared at Taylor in the distance, slightly surprised. A phantom beast that can control thunder. Could it be? It is. His mind couldn't even fathom it. How could one guess such a vague phantom beast? He didn't know many phantom beasts. Forget it. Not thinking about it. Let's continue experimenting with abilities since you are using long range. I must properly try my defensive techniques. My fruit ability is not just about control. Long range exchanges. This combat style Simon had envisioned. And for this, he had thought up many ideas. So first, let you know the majesty of the Judgment Hall. This is not a place where anyone can act recklessly. Silence. With a clear command, the ability field enveloping Taylor and Simon began to change. The area of coverage no longer moved with Simon's movements. It was completely fixed in place, and the lightning that had been erupting within the field gradually disappeared. Now, how will you respond to my approach? Seeing the operation effective, Simon stood still, watching Taylor, looking forward to him bringing something new. Damn, don't get too happy too soon. My true power has not yet been unleashed. Just wait. Seeing Simon's arrogant demeanor, Taylor was furious. Why did this person in front of him seem limitless? Why couldn't all his methods take effect? However, despite the situation, Taylor still had a mysterious confidence. He believed that his ultimate ability could definitely defeat Simon. Although you rely on the devil fruit, you are indeed a strong person. To show my respect, next, I will use my final trump card. Be grateful. You will die in this technique that dominates the world. Phantom God, Thunder Beast. With his hair swaying in the wind, Taylor was truly unleashing his final trump card, which was the real invincible thing of his devil fruit. While thunder strikes, lightning flashes. So cool. This fruit ability is impressive. Unfortunately, I already have abilities. Looking at Taylor's current appearance, Simon felt a bit envious. He also wanted to look this cool. Not wanting to be unprepared, Simon was simultaneously preparing his next offensive ability while watching. After all, this strike from Taylor looked very powerful. The Judgment Hall does not allow any fighting. No matter how strong you are, once you enter this domain and become the judge, you will never have the chance to leave safely. Judgment Domain, Moment of Justice. Waiting for Tyler to unleash his ultimate move, Simon then activated a power he had only imagined in concept. Clang. It was as if the sound of a clock echoed in the air, and with this sound, a virtual judgment platform appeared around Simon, seemingly waiting for his verdict. Boom! On the other side, Tyler's ultimate move rushed over with sparks and lightning, about to hit Simon. Death penalty. Calmly watching the incoming attack, Simon slowly uttered 2 words. After Simon spoke these 2 words, Tyler's body froze in the distance, the sin on his forehead flashing incessantly. And the ultimate move seemed to be neutralized by something, vanishing into thin air. You. Tyler only left behind this one sentence before losing all consciousness, becoming a dead man. Oh, not bad, so powerful. It ended so quickly. Simon was very satisfied with this ability. After all, it was a long-range operation, and its future extensibility was immense. Just right. There are some pirates here. Let's continue to experiment if it can be done without being in the domain. The big head had already bowed down, so Simon had no reason to waste time here any longer. He didn't wait, directly starting to use his ability to clear the crew here. Remnant. Break. Determine. Eliminate. With each word he shouted, Simon lightly tapped his fingers, and with each tap, a microdomain bubble would appear. This bubble was not simple. Upon touching a person, it would instantly complete the conviction. Whoosh, whoosh, clap, clap. The mere pirate crew had no chance to resist at all. In just a few short minutes, Simon had completely conquered this ship. Well, how should I put it? It was very simple. What were these people even here for? It was too easy, so easy that Simon hadn't even reacted before the battle was over. He couldn't help but wonder where Tyler had recruited these people from. They were too weak. After a while, Simon's ride hook came over, and on the deck, Xiao Luo was waving a bounty notice at Simon. Seeing the distance was about right, Simon leaped back onto his ship. Simon, this is the bounty of this pirate crew. Did you know? They were actually pirates from 100 years ago coming to Simon's side. Xiao Luo excitedly shared her new discovery with him. Huh? Pirates from 100 years ago? Xiao Luo's words successfully ignited Simon's interest. How could he not understand such a magical thing? Let me take a look. Taking the bounty notice from Xiao Luo's hand, Simon carefully read it. Captain of the Beast Pirates, Crazy Croc Tyler, bounty of 80 million berries. Year of the Sea Circle 1402. It really was a bounty notice from 100 years ago. But why? Tyler doesn't look very old. Comparing this bounty notice, Simon found that the Tyler from a distance looked exactly like the one on the notice. Even the wrinkles on his forehead were not misaligned. Was it his fruit ability? What kind of mythical beast was so powerful? Looking at the bounty notice, then at Tyler on the ship in the distance, Simon now regretted being so decisive. How did this person have such a secret? Alas, a mystery of a life lost since the matter had already happened. What could be done? Reluctantly accepting it, after all, it couldn't be changed. Simon, do you know what I saw when I found this bounty notice? It was actually a rumor about Lost Island. After waiting for Simon to look for a while, Xiao Luo began to tell him about her findings while searching for Tyler's bounty notice. A rumor? Hearing Xiao Luo say this, Simon also raised his head, looking at her expectantly. It's just a rumor, and it's quite something. It is. 50. Leaning close to Simon's ear, Xiao Luo narrated this wonderful story. What? Lost Island is actually such an island? Why hasn't any rumor spread out? After hearing Xiao Luo's words, Simon's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect the truth to be like this. He had been thinking that the result was Tyler's fruit ability, but it turned out to be the rainbow magic mirror. I didn't expect it to be here. I thought it was only in that place. Time is truly incredible. Tyler actually is. Wait, if the rainbow magic mirror is here, then isn't it very dangerous? If we treat this place as a meeting point, will we be sent to the future by the magic mirror? After marveling for a few seconds, Simon suddenly thought of something. The place where the Justice Guild was going next was Lost Island. If they encountered this rainbow magic mirror, wouldn't that mean total annihilation? This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. No way. It's too dangerous. Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, what are you doing? Just as Simon was about to tell Xiao Luo to notify everyone to change the meeting point, he suddenly saw Xiao Luo searching for something among a pile of bounty notices on the ground. I'm looking for that thing. It seems to be a diary that records the rainbow magic mirror. Hearing Simon's words, Xiao Luo did not stop, still rummaging with her, but in the air for the diary that was nowhere to be found. Stop looking. We need to change our course. This rainbow magic mirror is too dangerous. We cannot continue to head towards Lost Island. Realizing it was not something particularly important, Simon quickly urged Xiao Luo not to bother and to inform everyone to change course. Change course? Why? Aren't we already heading to Lost Island? Xiao Luo, who had just found that diary, looked at Simon in disbelief, not understanding why he suddenly said this. The rainbow magic mirror, such a dangerous place. How could so many people come together? Isn't that a death wish? No way. The rainbow magic mirror seems to open once every 100 years. After hearing Simon's words, Xiao Luo cautiously explained to him that there was really no danger at the moment. It was truly a safe period. Is that so? I'm a bit confused. Simon doesn't have a deep understanding of this rainbow magic mirror, and he doesn't know if it's correct. Of course it is. It's all recorded here. Seeing that Simon really seemed unclear, Xiao Luo handed him the diary she had just found. Time record. XX. It really is. After reading it bit by bit, Simon felt completely relaxed. It turns out this rainbow magic mirror is a miraculous phenomenon that occurs once in 100 years. After that period, this island would be just like any ordinary island. And judging by the situation Taylor just encountered, it's absolutely impossible to encounter this magic mirror recently. It's a very safe time. How about that? Doesn't it feel amazing? The rainbow magic mirror is super cool. Xiao Luo, who has seen little, kept asking Simon for his opinion while he was reading, genuinely wanting to share her joy. It's pretty cool, but it's just that much on the Grand Line. There are still many magical islands. Here, it can only be considered average after fully understanding. Simon thought this island was just SOSO. The time span was too long. Hey, really on the Grand Line, there are so many magical islands? I didn't know that upon hearing Simon's words, Xiao Luo's interest gradually peaked. Having been trapped in the palace of the Kingdom of Prison Thought, she never had the chance to see any interesting places. Of course, not just the Grand Line. The New World has many interesting islands too, and there are even more islands there with better fun. The topic gradually shifted, and the two of them were chatting happily. They were getting close to the Lost Island, unaware that, on Lost Island in the jungle, a strong man wearing a tiger skin skirt was watching the sea with a homemade telescope. Someone is coming. And there are so many. Looking at the ships scattered across the sea, who was so shocked that he almost lost his balance on the branches below. Are they not afraid coming here at this time? The rainbow magic mirror is about to appear soon. Feeling he couldn't just watch so many people disappear into the rainbow magic mirror, who swung on the vines and headed towards the coast, hoping to persuade them to leave quickly. Just as he was doing this, the fastest swing boat had already reached the shore of Lost Island. We're here. We're here. Simon. Quick, look. We've arrived at Lost Island. When the leaves above blocked his view, Xiao Luo stopped the topic and was filled with anticipation for the magical experience on this island. I know there's no need to be so excited. It's just an ordinary island. We even see the rainbow magic mirror. Seeing Xiao Luo like this, Simon was a bit speechless. He didn't expect Xiao Luo to already know the truth about this island and still be so excited. Don't say that, Simon, since Lost Island can give birth to this wonder. There must be some secret. I have a magical premonition that there's definitely something undiscovered here. Hearing Simon's words, Xiao Luo turned her head helplessly and shared her wonderful feeling with him. Premonition? Unfound secrets? As long as you're happy, what can Simon say? He couldn't interrupt Xiao Luo's enthusiasm. After all, he hadn't seen her so happy in a long time. Oh, Simon, why are you like this? Hurt by Simon's perfunctory tone, Xiao Luo pouted and playfully complained to him. My fault. How about we get off the boat and take a look at the island? It should take a while to come over. Facing Xiao Luo like this, Simon had no resistance at all. A light bulb went off in his head, and he thought of a perfect solution. Just the two of us? That's not good. Not expecting Simon to respond this way, Xiao Luo was a bit stunned and hesitated for a moment about whether to go play so freely. It's okay. There are still 6 captains on the ship. If something happens, they can definitely handle it perfectly. Sensing Xiao Luo's desire to go to the island, Simon continued to insist, not wanting her to give up for any unfounded reason. This. All right, unable to resist Simon's insistence, Xiao Luo chose to accept this journey and smiled happily. Soon, after arranging the things on the ship, Simon, along with Xiao Luo and Wolf, landed on the island. Let us go without a specific direction to move forward. As soon as they landed, their movement direction became quite random, crossing the dense forest by the coast. Gradually, they got lost in the woods. Simon, why do I feel like we've been here before? Look over there, that place. While walking, Xiao Luo suddenly stopped, staring curiously at a large tree. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The later parts are even more exciting. Been here before? Yes, it really seems so. Turning his gaze to the direction Xiao Luo pointed, Simon also had a very deep impression of this tree. After all, someone had stayed under that tree for a long, long time. We're not lost, right? Just a few steps? Not believing this fact, Simon couldn't accept that he was lost. Wolf, have we been here before? With all his questions, Simon chose to ask the keen-nosed Wolf. Who? After sniffing for a while, Wolf nodded at Simon, indicating that they had indeed been here before. They really have been here. Why do I have no feeling at all? With Wolf's words, Simon finally believed he was lost, but he couldn't figure out how the 3 of them ended up turning back together. What should we do, Simon? How we leave here? Already lost. It was impossible to continue walking. Xiao Luo looked at Simon, waiting. It's fine. I'll go up and take a look. It must be that this forest is too dense. Looking up at the tall trees, Simon thought he should be able to find a way out from above. Swish, swish, swish. With a few empty steps, Simon quickly reached the top of the big tree. Standing on it, he surveyed the other directions. How do we end up here? From the highest point of the tree, Simon was surprised to find that they were now on the other side of the island. But wait, that tree was indeed one they had encountered before. It shouldn't be so quick to. Confused, Simon really couldn't understand the situation on this island. It truly exceeded his knowledge. Could it just be a similar tree? And this wasn't the same tree they had seen before? But Wolf's nose wouldn't lie. Standing there, Simon's brain was on fire. What a bizarre situation. How could this happen? To figure out what was going on, he chose to observe from this tree, hoping for a perfect explanation. However, time passed second by second, and nothing strange happened on the island. It still looked calm. These trees haven't moved either? How could this happen? Touching his head in confusion, Simon truly didn't know how to explain this bizarre situation. Simon at that moment. Little Luo called out Simon's name from below the tree. Feeling that staying in the tree wasn't a solution, Simon came down. What's wrong? Is there a new discovery? Truly obsessed, the first thing Simon thought about after coming down was this. Look here. There's nothing here. Leading Simon to a place where he had once stayed alone. Little Luo told him, if there's nothing here, this is not the place we passed through. After hearing this, Simon's mind began to spin rapidly. And soon he thought of a possibility. But why would this confuse Wolf's nose? Could be these trees? With doubts, Simon walked to the tree and sniffed, finding no unusual scent. Can't smell anything. After standing there dazed for a long time, Simon chose to move forward. After all, staying here wouldn't help him understand the truth. He paused occasionally, always letting Wolf sniff the scent of the place. And after sniffing, Wolf's response was always been here. So that's it. I understand everything now. This island has a magical fragrance that can interfere with the sense of smell of strong-scented creatures, making them confused. These trees are just somewhat similar. Confidently stating his judgment, Simon felt like the world was his at that moment. So, are we still lost? Not expecting Simon's sudden outburst, little Luo looked at him speechlessly, not knowing what to say. With his eyes blinking wildly, Simon finally remembered what he truly needed to do. Right, we are lost. I'm supposed to find the way, not the reason. Realizing this, Simon jumped back up the tall tree to look for the right direction. Soon he jumped down again. The path to the middle of the island is this way. Our boat is over there. So where should we go? Not having a decided direction, Simon asked little Luo for her opinion. That way, facing Simon's choice. Little Luo chose the center of the island without hesitation. She didn't want to go back so soon. She hadn't had enough fun yet. To the highest point? Okay. As expected of little Luo, her choice was not surprising at all. Little Luo's choice was within Simon's expectations, so there was nothing surprising about it. Once the goal was confirmed, it became very simple. They just had to keep jumping high and see if the route was correct. Using this method, they quickly reached the highest peak of this lost island, where they were amazed to find a house. Someone actually lives here? In such an easy-to-get-lost place? Amazement was not enough to express Simon's shock. It was truly unbelievable. I told you, there must be something else on this island. My intuition was indeed the most accurate. Behind Simon, little Luo felt immense satisfaction. She couldn't wait to explore this house. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Is anyone home? Maintaining good manners, Simon knocked on the almost non-existent door before entering. The sound was quiet, with no response. Even the sound of insects had disappeared. It seems no one is home. Let's go in and take a look. Saying this, Simon stepped inside, and it was evident that his politeness didn't seem very polite. Amazing. So amazing. Words couldn't express it. Watching Simon's actions, little Luo could only say she had gained new knowledge. What a bizarre ritual, clearly visible inside. Yet he still had a knock on the void? And even if he knocked, couldn't he wait a bit longer for a response? What if someone was inside? Although little Luo was speechless, she still followed Simon in. After all, how could there be anyone on a deserted island? It must be remnants of history. After a few people entered, they meticulously searched the items here. Something's not right here. These things are all so new. Could there really be someone living here? Putting down a stone bowl, Simon began to doubt whether anyone was here and had reasonable evidence for it. The natives of the Lost Island. Impossible. There can't be anyone living on this island. How could anyone not be afraid of the wonders of the rainbow magic mirror? However, even though there was already a lot of evidence suggesting that there were indeed other people here, Simon still abandoned that idea. After all, it was too absurd to survive here. Little Luo, do you think it's possible that someone has been living here all along? Well, faced with Simon's sudden question, little Luo was momentarily stunned. She didn't know how to respond to Simon. After all, according to what she knew, there absolutely couldn't be anyone here. But while searching in the house, she found a diary, which made her hesitate. There is. Simon. There must be someone living here. And they've been living here for 30 years. After a spark of ideas collided, Xiao Luo gave Simon a super accurate answer. Huh? How are you so sure? Xiao Luo's response left Simon puzzled. Why was she so confident and mentioned such an exact time? I found this in that room. It's actually someone's diary. Holding up the diary, Xiao Luo indicated to Simon that she was so sure because she had read this diary. Why is it another diary? Xiao Luo, you found a lot of good things lately. Is someone looking out for you? Looking at the diary in Xiao Luo's hand, Simon didn't know what to say anymore. How is it this thing again? They've been entangled with this diary for days, right? But even if he was speechless, he couldn't give up on such easily obtainable information, so he decided to take a look. After quickly skimming through the pages, Simon fully understood why Xiao Luo said that. The rabbit pot. I didn't expect the scientist who disappeared 30 years ago to actually be on this island, and to have lived here for so long. Respectfully placing the diary on the table, Simon no longer had the desire to continue exploring. After all, this rabbit pot is a great figure. He has uncovered numerous wonders of the world. Xiao Luo, we don't need to explore this island any further. There are already no secrets left. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the fact was that since the rabbit pot was here, all secrets couldn't be hidden. Moreover, the diary clearly recorded everything about this island. Simon, how about we go find the rabbit pot? You should have some very interesting stories to tell. Seeing Simon's somewhat downcast expression, Xiao Luo suddenly thought of going to find the rabbit pot. After all, these diaries only recorded events up until a year ago. What if something super interesting happened in this year? Looking for the rabbit pot? Hearing Xiao Luo say this, Simon lifted his head in confusion, seemingly pondering the significance of doing this. Yes, let's go find the rabbit pot. Tyler only came out of the rainbow magic mirror this year. The rabbit pot must have first-hand information. Xiao Luo had long noticed that the diary didn't mention anything about the rainbow magic mirror. She believed there must be some magical reason why the rabbit pot didn't record these things. Stroking his chin, Simon pondered the year the rainbow magic mirror appeared. The rabbit pot didn't record it, and the utensils here seem as if they were just used a few days ago. Could he be here? After thinking it over and over, Simon still couldn't make up his mind. After all, on this easy-to-get-lost island, finding someone who may have entered the rainbow magic mirror was not so easy. But seeing Xiao Luo's excited demeanor, Simon felt he might not need to think so much. Let's go. We should find a rabbit pot. This super scholar will surely answer all our questions. Grabbing Xiao Luo's hands, Simon's words were already as excited as Xiao Luo's. But even though the idea was good, once they stepped out of the house, they were confused about where to find the rabbit pot. Simon, can we see outside from that tree? And there are vines hanging down. Still confused, but not stopping, Xiao Luo eagerly led the way. Soon she discovered a very unusual tree. It seemed like some creature had been climbing on it. I'll go take a look. Rather than guessing, it was better to see it with his own eyes. Simon didn't think much and started to climb the tree because he couldn't stand the mindless walking below anymore. Following the vines, Simon quickly reached near the top of the tree. Here, he saw footprints. There were actually footprints here. Did the rabbit pot come here before? Staring at the obvious footprints on a sturdy branch, Simon felt a surge of excitement. This was truly an unexpected delight. The direction of the footprints is, the coast. After determining the direction of the footprints, Simon was quite shocked. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. Let's go take a look. What if I'm wrong? After all, this forest is very deceptive. Without drawing any hasty conclusions, Simon quickly used his air step to jump to the top of the tree. From there, he could see only boats on the sea. Hey, I can really see the sea. That rabbit pot scholar wouldn't really have gone to the coast, would he? The information became clearer. It felt like there was no need to do anything further. They just needed to head toward the coast. After coming to this realization, Simon climbed down. Simon, how's it going? Did you find anything? As soon as Simon landed, Xiao Luo eagerly began to ask. Big discovery. I might already know where the rabbit pot went. Before telling Xiao Luo, Simon kept her in suspense for a moment. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Oh, Simon, hurry up and tell me. Is it interesting to keep me waiting like this? Not expecting Simon to stop mid-sentence, Xiao Luo was anxious her little fists continuously hitting Simon. All right, I'll say it. After enjoying a moment of the little punches, Simon decided not to continue like this. After all, staying in such a dense forest wasn't an interesting experience. I saw some footprints in a tree. These footprints undoubtedly lead towards the coast. And I also saw our guild's ship, which is constantly approaching. So I suspect the rabbit pot must want to go to the coast to find us. After chatting excitedly, Simon shared all his discoveries and thoughts. So what are we waiting for? Let's hurry back. What if he runs away again? As soon as Simon finished speaking, Xiao Luo began to anxiously pull Simon to hurry, as if they wouldn't see the rabbit pot if they didn't return now. Being pulled along without a word, Simon had some things he wanted to say, but held back. Round and round they went, with Xiao Luo pulling Simon through the forest for a long time. Phew, why have they run for so long and still haven't reached the shore? Why? I'm so exhausted. Xiao Luo leaned against a big tree, gasping for breath. Xiao Luo, have you ever thought that we might be lost? This forest is not just an ordinary forest. Simon's voice was gentle and slightly teasing as he leaned beside Xiao Luo. But inside he was almost unable to hold back his laughter. This. Suddenly startled by Simon's words, Xiao Luo finally remembered the magic of this forest. Her eyes darted around, seemingly trying to ease the awkwardness, but upon seeing Simon's expression, she instantly refused to back down. Saying directly, I just forgot. What's the big deal? Haven't you been like this before? Caught off guard by Xiao Luo's outburst, Simon was momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Luo, let's hurry to the coast. We've already wasted a lot of time. If we stay here any longer, we might run into more trouble. Simon thought that mentioning the rabbit pot might normalize the situation, but after saying that, Xiao Luo rolled her eyes several times at him. Xiao Luo, why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Simon was confused by Xiao Luo's expression, thinking he must have said something inappropriate. Yes, you're right. So where are we going now? If you don't look for directions, how are we supposed to go? Unable to criticize Simon, Xiao Luo could only cover her face and sit down, leaving the remaining matters to Simon. How awkward. I didn't expect it to be this. After calming down and understanding everything, Simon glanced around at the trees and went to check the route. After all, they needed a direction to continue. After checking the direction, the group set off again, this time smoothly without any unexpected situations, and they quickly returned to the hanging boat. Hey, why does it feel like something is different here? It's such a strange feeling. Upon returning, Simon sensed something was off, as if it didn't match his memories. Simon, what are you daydreaming about again? We're already here. What are you waiting for if you're not getting on the boat? Xiao Luo, unexpectedly bumping into Simon from behind, complained while covering her nose. Xiao Luo, do you feel that the atmosphere here is off? Holding Xiao Luo back from heading towards the hanging boat, Simon suspiciously surveyed the area. Off? What's off? Isn't it normal? There's nothing strange here. Hearing Simon say that, Xiao Luo only frowned slightly. She hadn't noticed anything different and thought Simon was being paranoid. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Besides, there are 6 captains on the ship. What could possibly go wrong? After Xiao Luo spoke, Simon felt he might have been too sensitive. How could there be so many issues? With no other thoughts, they started boarding the ship. But when they got on board, they saw. What is going on? Looking at the heavily bound, muscular man in a tiger-striped skirt on the deck, Simon's mind struggled to grasp the situation. Who is this person? How'd he end up here? This person. Looks a bit like the rabbit pot. Just as Simon was about to approach to ask the 6 captains, he suddenly noticed that this person resembled the rabbit pot he was looking for. Well, I'll ask the 6 captains first. Let's wait on this person. The man was unconscious and didn't seem like he would wake up anytime soon. Walking around the bound, muscular man, Simon turned his attention to the short Captain Alo. This lowly captain wouldn't be like the others, with so many things to say. Alo, can you explain this? What's going on? Sitting in her special chair, Simon wrapped his arm around Alo's shoulder and pointed at the man on the ground. This person tried to steal our ship, and then we beat him up. Then he said something about the rainbow magic mirror about to unfold. We thought he might be useful. So we knocked him out in just a few short sentences. Simon vividly understood the sequence of events. At this moment, he looked at the unconscious man on the ground with a strange expression. The rainbow magic mirror had the only possibility of knowing about this thing and being on this island is you. You're the rabbit pot. I didn't expect you to be here. I was planning to find you after having a drink. The feeling was very complicated. Who could understand? A few minutes later, after replenishing her energy in the cabin, Xiao Luo came back to Simon. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Let's go. I have a feeling that we're about to find a rabbit pot. Patting her small bag, Xiao Luo was now extremely confident and fearless. Ah, Xiao Luo, I have something to tell you that you might not believe. The rabbit pot has already been found. Looking at the excited Xiao Luo, Simon didn't directly mention that the person on the ground might be the rabbit pot. Huh? Found it? When did that happen? Didn't we come back together? With her mouth agape in disbelief, Xiao Luo couldn't believe that Simon had already found the rabbit pot. It's hard to explain. Just take a look and you'll know. Knowing that he couldn't explain it clearly, Simon pointed to the muscular man on the ground, indicating Xiao Luo to take a look. Look and you'll know. What is it? Filled with confusion, Xiao Luo approached the unconscious muscular man and looked at him. Her eyes widened. It seemed Xiao Luo had realized that the person on the ground was indeed the rabbit pot. Simon, is he really the rabbit pot? What is he doing on our ship? The fun of treasure hunting was gone. Xiao Luo looked at Simon, hoping to get a good answer. I don't know. Who knows what he is doing here? Simon spread his hands, indicating that he was also clueless. This person hadn't left behind a few words. So how could he possibly know? Then, should we not wake him? After learning that Simon also had no information source, Xiao Luo hesitated and asked this question. Should we just wake him up directly? We should respect scholars, right? Simon felt that he should respect those who dared to explore the unknown world and did not want to wake the rabbit pot on the ground roughly. So what should we do? Just wait? What if he has something urgent to find us for? Someone like him shouldn't just come looking for us for no reason. Xiao Luo had to admit that her intuition was still spot on. That makes sense. Maybe he really has something urgent. After thinking this way, Simon immediately stopped hesitating. After all, compared to his own life, any respect was not worth it. He instructed the 6 captains to prepare a wake-up package, and Simon tried one by one, quickly completing the wake-up service for the rabbit pot. What is this? The rabbit pot opened its eyes in confusion and tilted its head in surprise when it saw Simon's big face in front of it. You're awake. Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Seeing that the rabbit pot was not very agitated after waking up, Simon asked with concern. Isaim fine. Just a little pain in the back of my head. It feels like I had a concussion. The rabbit pot, which originally felt nothing, suddenly felt the pain in the back of its head after hearing Simon's words. Please sit here, sir. It's all my subordinates' fault. I have already given them a good lecture. Supporting the rabbit pot to sit on a small stool nearby, Simon apologized to him. It's okay. I just didn't explain clearly. Since Simon had said this, the rabbit pot had nothing to say and could only accept it. After all, he was just a scholar. I haven't asked yet, what is your name? After gaining the rabbit pot's understanding, Simon nervously began to inquire about his identity. I am a scholar. There shouldn't be many people who know me now. I was once quite famous. When Simon asked this, the rabbit pot couldn't stop talking. However, it had been a long time since anyone had heard the rabbit pot mention its name. Sir, wait a moment. What should I call you? Seeing that the rabbit pot was about to talk about its childhood, Simon quickly interrupted him and directly asked the most crucial question. So you wanted to ask this? Why didn't you say it earlier? If you had said it earlier, I would have known. Oh, dear young people these days. Rabbit pot, that's my name. After entangling for nearly half an hour, Simon finally learned the true identity of the rabbit pot. This was too difficult. Rabbit pot, then what are you doing here? After learning the name, Simon could finally proceed to the next question, but it was really too hard. Me? Oh no. I came to get you off this dangerous island. Hearing Simon's question, the rabbit pot was momentarily stunned. But after remembering its purpose, it regretfully slapped its head. Not really, the rabbit pot is not really. What on earth happened? Why did it say this island was dangerous? After stopping the rabbit pot's self-harming behavior, Simon began to ask why it reacted so strongly. The rabbit pot looked at Simon, sighed helplessly, and said, This lost island has a very dangerous phenomenon called the rainbow magic mirror. This mirror travels across the seas, and those who mistakenly enter, it will be sent to an unknown future. It is about to show itself soon. The island is no longer safe. We must leave quickly. Although the rabbit pot didn't he know how persuasive its words would be? It still hoped Simon would believe it. The rainbow magic mirror will appear soon? But it just appeared not long ago. Could it appear multiple times? After hearing the rabbit pot's words, Simon's confusion increased. He didn't understand why what the rabbit pot was saying was different from what was written in the diary they had found. Scholar Rabbit Pot, may I ask if your judgment is correct? What is it based on? Obviously, Simon, who still had to wait for the hunters to gather, would not simply leave the island based on the rabbit pot's few words. Of course, it's based on my observations over the past 29 years. Could it be my wild guess? You really have an interesting way of speaking. Haha. Hearing Simon's question, the rabbit pot replied unkindly. Seeing the rabbit pot's attitude, Simon suddenly didn't want to talk to him anymore. How could this person be like this? Simon, is it possible that he has already entered the rainbow magic mirror? Just then, Xiao Luo suddenly pulled Simon and expressed her guess. Entered it? That's not impossible. The diary on the island seems to be missing a year. After Xiao Luo said this, Simon instantly felt it made a lot of sense, as if the truth of the matter was exactly this. Xiao Luo, that diary. He initially wanted to ask about the diary on Xiao Luo's side, but suddenly remembered that the diary was in that room on the island and didn't bring it out, so he didn't continue. Huh, the diary? Is it the one that records the rainbow magic mirror? Hearing Simon mention the word diary, Xiao Luo thought he was going to look for that diary. Ah, right. Let him take a look at this diary too. Unexpectedly, Xiao Luo actually mentioned this item. After thinking about it, Simon felt it was indeed very good, so he didn't refuse and let Xiao Luo go find it. Scholar Rabbit Pot. What is wrong? Are you done whispering? What do you want to ask me now? Without waiting for Simon to say a word, the rabbit pot couldn't wait to speak, as if it hadn't talked to anyone for decades. Calm down, Scholar Rabbit Pot. If you keep talking like this, I might have to take some coercive measures. I really can't stand the way Rabbit Pot is acting anymore. Simon had no choice but to issue a threat of force. Coercive measures? Go ahead. Do it. Well done. Before Rabbit Pot could even get up in his arrogant manner, he flinched, and the reason was that a sword was pressed against his neck. Rabbit Pot Scholar, may I ask how long you've been on this island? Do you even know what year it is now? Which year? It should be 1517, right? Not expecting Simon to ask this, Rabbit Pot started counting on his fingers. Little by little. Rabbit Pot Scholar, you are wrong. This year is 1518. You have had a year stolen from you. Hearing Rabbit Pot's answer, Simon lowered the sword he had against Rabbit Pot's neck and revealed this shocking truth. 1518. How could this be? Upon hearing Simon's words, Rabbit Pot's eyes nearly popped out, but slowly he seemed to remember something. Torrential rain. Rainbow light. So that place is the rainbow magic mirror. With the memory over, Rabbit Pot, who almost understood everything, couldn't believe he had fallen into this trap so easily. So now this island is safe. The rainbow magic mirror won't appear until after 100 years. The light in his eyes had nearly faded. Rabbit Pot was truly unwilling, having waited here for 29 years just for this opportunity. But how did it end up like this? Why did it suddenly turn out like this? What happened? I just asked for the time. Looking at Rabbit Pot's state, Simon was stunned. He hadn't asked anything inappropriate. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. With both of them lost in their own worlds, time passing peacefully. However, this calm scene was shattered when Xiao Luo returned. She came to Simon's side and handed him the diary that recorded the rainbow magic mirror. Here, the diary you wanted. Luckily, I didn't lose it, but it was really hard to find. When handing Simon this item, Xiao Luo didn't seem very happy. The process of searching for this diary was truly interesting. Thank you for your help, Xiao Luo. You've really worked hard. Why don't you sit here and take a break? After taking the diary, Simon pushed Xiao Luo on his chair while he stood up and walked in front of Rabbit Pot. Rabbit Pot Scholar, it's just a year gone. Look at this diary. I believe you'll be interested. Holding up the diary, Simon wanted to comfort Rabbit Pot, but what he didn't know was that his comfort is just a year. But that's 100 years. What do you know? NF, DLS. Internally cursing wildly, Rabbit Pot didn't say it out loud. And it was definitely not because he was afraid of that sword. A diary? This can't be my diary. After venting, Rabbit Pot noticed how the diary in Simon's hand resembled his own diary. Thinking of this, he quickly snatched the diary from Simon's hand. Your diary? Of course not. How could I show your diary? This was simply impossible. When Rabbit Pot took the diary, Simon also heard what Rabbit Pot said. He twitched his lips and explained to Rabbit Pot, "Who knows? What if you guys are just those kinds of people with a bad sense of humor?" Not believing Simon's explanation, Rabbit Pot silently mocked him in a very low voice. Soon he opened the diary, and when he saw the contents inside, he paused for a moment, then started flipping through the pages frantically, falling into madness. Unseen research materials. This. Grandfather? As he flipped through, Rabbit Pot gradually noticed something strange. This diary looked so much like it was written by his grandfather. But wait, this diary looks so new, it couldn't possibly be something from 100 years ago. Although doubts arose in his heart, the newness of this diary still left Rabbit Pot unable to judge. "Mr. Simon, what exactly is this diary about? Where did you find it?" With curiosity about the diary surpassing that for the Rainbow Magic Mirror, Rabbit Pot put down the diary and asked Simon. "On a pirate ship, but this pirate crew is not ordinary. They are pirates from 100 years ago." Simon told Rabbit Pot the truth without any need for concealment. "Pirates from 100 years ago? Which pirate crew?" Upon hearing Simon's words, Rabbit Pot suddenly recalled something his grandfather had said. His grandfather was robbed by a certain small pirate 100 years ago. Which pirate crew? This seems to be the Beastmaster Taylor, right? Suddenly asked like this, Simon's mind went a bit blank, almost forgetting Taylor's name. Taylor, that's the one who can turn into this and that. After hearing this, Rabbit Pot became even more excited. He was almost certain that the diary in his hand was indeed his grandfather's. That's the one who can turn into this and that, right? This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Rabbit Pot's description was very abstract. If Simon hadn't really seen it, he might not have understood what he was saying at all. "Wow, this is really great, grandfather. The experimental diary you lost is back." Overjoyed to tears. He thought he had completely lost the chance to solve the mystery of the Rainbow Magic Mirror, but unexpectedly got his grandfather's diary back. This was truly too surprising. "Thank you, Mr. Simon. If it weren't for you, this diary wouldn't have come back." Red Bean paced arigato. Bowing 90 degrees, Rabbit Pot Scholar was full of sincerity. His task no longer needed to be continued, and he could study other things now. Although I don't really understand what's going on, I accept your thanks." Helping Rabbit Pot up, Simon indicated that there was no need to be so humble. He could just act normally. "Rabbit Pot Scholar, do you still think we should leave this island quickly? The Rainbow Magic Mirror shouldn't appear anymore, right?" After finishing his humility, Simon began to joke about the Rabbit Pot. "Well, it's hard to say. I can only say that the likelihood has greatly decreased. If there are abnormalities with the Rainbow Magic Mirrors in other places, it's possible that they might appear here again." Stroking his chin, the Rabbit Pot didn't give a definite answer. After all, such wonders can be affected by other similar phenomena. Other places' rainbow magic mirrors? Can these things also be influenced by external forces? Of course. The rainbow magic mirror is a fantastical phenomenon that spans the entire world. You don't really think that this wonder only exists here, do you? No way, feeling he had caught Simon's ignorant weakness, the Rabbit Pot began to laugh heartily. However, how could Simon let him laugh like this? After all, he didn't really not know what this thing was. What to say, Rabbit Pot Scholar, I still know about the rainbow magic mirror. I even saw it with my own eyes once with the roles reversed. It was now the Rabbit Pot's turn to feel uncomfortable. He never expected that someone who had experienced the rainbow magic mirror would be standing right in front of him. Where? Oh, come on. The Rabbit Pot held the diary with both hands, his eyes fixed intently on Simon, almost rushing forward. Well, I seem to have forgotten a bit. Where was it having finally made this loquacious scholar show such a posture? Simon would not let this wonderful opportunity slip away. He was considering whether to tease this fellow a bit. However, what Simon didn't expect was that the Rabbit Pot was only curious for 2.5 minutes before he returned to his leechy demeanor. "Mr. Simon, I must speak frankly. This island is still very dangerous. We should leave this island 30 nautical miles. Otherwise, that magical rainbow magic mirror will take us to a future we do not wish for." Clutching the diary and pushing up his glasses, the Rabbit Pot's eyes gleamed with wisdom. Looking at the Rabbit Pot in this state, Simon for a brief moment truly believed him and wanted to get the hunters off the island. However, considering how difficult that would be, Simon felt that it was still okay to take a risk and stay on this island for a while. Rabbit Pot Scholar, I appreciate your suggestion, but I must refuse. The probability of an accident with the rainbow magic mirror is very low. There is no need for me to do such troublesome things. After refusing the rabbit pot, Simon turned and left. The significance of this scholar to him was now almost non-existent, and he had learned almost everything he wanted to know. Good luck, powerful Mr. Simon. I am leaving. I don't want to head into an unknown future again inexplicably. Staring blankly at Simon's departing figure, the rabbit pot hesitated for a while, but still did not continue to persuade him. After leaving those blessings, he got off the ship and disappeared into the jungle. Simon, shouldn't we care about him? Isn't it very dangerous for him to go out to see alone little Luo, who was lounging in a chair with Simon? Couldn't he help but mention the departing rabbit pot to Simon? Him? No need a person who can survive on a deserted island for more than 20 years. Do you think he can't navigate by himself? With just a faint glance at the rabbit pot, Simon didn't continue to look, as it wasn't something he needed to worry about anyway. True, why worry about him? Boring person. The image of the rabbit pot only flashed in little Luo's mind for a millisecond. And then this cheerful person began to discuss the next island's plans with Simon. The next island is Jungle Island. We should be able to meet that person there. Right, I wonder what kind of person they are. They should be good looking. As they chatted, little Luo thought of the village chief they encountered on Firelight Island, and then remembered that his granddaughter might be here. Perhaps compared to her appearance. I want to know her strength more. After all, a certain pirate was easily dealt with by her. Seeing little Luo actually discussing this, Simon instantly became alert and began to analyze seriously as well. Time quickly passed. The continuously hunting hunters gradually gathered on this magical island. At this moment, on the hanging ship, four blue-robed individuals were reporting to Simon about their recent gains. Really not bad this way. Everyone can earn a lot of bounty. The hunting results were quite good, slightly exceeding Simon's expectations. Just like this, Mr. Simon. The hunters are really in high spirits now. I think we should speed up the hunting pace. As a bounty enthusiast, couldn't wait to set off again after finishing his report. Speed up? Do you think the current pace is slow? Hearing to use words, Simon paused for a moment and then looked at the other blue-robed individuals to see if this was everyone's opinion. It can't be said to be slow. Just a few days to hunt so many places is already quite fast after all, when he was alone before. It took several months to hunt a single pirate after thinking for a while. Fei Tian felt that this speed was okay. He had no opinions and was already very satisfied with the harvest. I think we need to speed up. Mr. Simon, the World Conference is about to start. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. If we continue at this speed, we definitely won't make it in time for the World Conference. After Fei Tian finished speaking, the colonel immediately took over, stating that he believed this was the right approach. The World Conference. The colonel's words made Simon fall into contemplation. He had indeed not calculated the timing of the World Conference. He originally thought that this speed would just make it in time for the start of the meeting. Mr. Simon, I also think it would be better to speed up the hunters now of bounties. If they calm down, they might not have such a strong drive. While Simon was thinking, Kiki slowly walked up behind him and whispered in his ear. With a big step, Simon avoided Kiki, and after glancing around at the four blue-robed individuals, he made his judgment. Rest for a day, then set off again. Destination, Jungle Island. In the upcoming voyage, we should all spend time at sea. The departing blue robes informed all the hunters about Simon's decision, and everyone was very happy to hear it, thinking it was truly wonderful. The next day, after completing all the preparations, Simon stood at the bow of the ship once again. Xiao Luo, do you think it's worth doing this for the World Conference? With a hint of complexity in his eyes, Simon suddenly felt that this might not be the best course of action. It is worth it. Look how happy everyone is. And at the World Conference, many suggestions can be put forward. If a great bounty hunter proposal is approved, wouldn't that be much better than this hunt? Having undergone palace training, Xiao Luo always viewed issues from the perspective of those in power. However, she was not wrong this time. A useful proposal was indeed much better than this. Is it really necessary to think of a good proposal? After hearing Xiao Luo's words, Simon stopped dwelling on his concerns and looked up. seemingly gazing at Mary Geos on the distant red Earth continent. Following Simon's ship, the hunters left Lost Island. Just as they were about 40 nautical miles away, Lost Island suddenly became enveloped in a rainbow. What is that? Why did Lost Island change like this? Look, it's a rainbow. Oh, could it be that mysterious? Oh, this miraculous natural phenomenon instantly stirred the once calm fleet. The hunters on the ship rushed to the deck to watch Lost Island in the distance. Meanwhile, on the ship, Simon was dumbfounded, staring in shock at Lost Island. Simon, that must be the rainbow magic mirror. It actually appeared again. Fortunately, we left. Xiao Luo, somewhat scared, shouted at Simon, slapping her not-so-wealthy chest. Simon? After calling out multiple times without a response, Xiao Luo looked at Simon in confusion, wanting to understand what was going on. Hey Simon, why are you gaping like that? And who are you showing this to? Watching Simon display expressions he had never shown before, Xiao Luo's mouth curved into a wild smile, momentarily forgetting the danger of the rainbow magic mirror. Ahem, this matter it's not. Xiao Luo's laughter successfully brought Simon back to normal. Feeling a bit awkward, he tried to explain the current situation. I had already anticipated this. I'm just surprised by this coincidence. Yes, that's it. As he spoke, Simon quickly convinced himself this was definitely the real truth. But Simon, your eyes were about to pop out. Although Simon made a good point, Xiao Luo, having witnessed his expressions, clearly wouldn't believe his elaborate excuse. I just choked. It's normal to widen your eyes when you choke. Defending himself, Simon adamantly refused to admit he was truly frightened. Choke. TSK hoo ha ha. It was unclear what struck Xiao Luo's funny bone with that statement, but she began to laugh uncontrollably and couldn't stop. Because of this, the matter was quickly brushed aside. Few finally managed to talk my way out of it. How did she manage to notice so closely? Wiping the slight sweat from his nose, Simon's mood gradually calmed down. But what an incredible coincidence. The rainbow magic mirror really appeared. How did the rabbit pot predict this? Gazing at the distant rainbow, Simon suddenly recalled the words of the rabbit pot before it left. How could things align so perfectly? Did that person still hold something he hadn't seen? Rainbow magic mirror. What other secrets do you have? Standing on the deck, Simon felt an impulse to rush over, but ultimately suppressed this dangerous thought. He was no longer alone and had some ties here. Unlike Simon, the hunters had fewer concerns. A spectacle was ultimately just a spectacle. After admiring the rainbow magic mirror for a while, they left this place, as these things seemed less important compared to a bounty. The ship continued to sail away, and Simon eventually lost sight of the rainbow magic mirror. He gazed back from the stern with a complex expression. Simon, it's already out of sight. What are you still doing here? The hunters are already fighting pirates. Xiao Luo was genuinely exasperated. How could someone think for so long about something? It's just a spectacle. Is it really necessary to act like we've missed something monumental? Xiao Luo, I'm thinking. Has the rabbit pot already grasped some patterns of the rainbow magic mirror? Otherwise, hearing Xiao Luo's voice brought Simon back to reality, but halfway through his sentence, it seemed he thought of something and didn't continue. Otherwise what? Have you already figured something out, Simon? Unhappy with Simon's half-finished thoughts, Xiao Luo felt she had to get to the bottom of it. No, I didn't think of anything. I just said it casually. Let's go back to the cabin. We'll be busy soon. Let the matter of the rainbow magic mirror pass. Simon had more important things to do now. Oh, Simon, you always do this, sighing at Simon's back. Xiao Luo was about to complain when Simon suddenly covered her mouth and carried her back to the cabin. Switching perspectives, we now focus on Qian and Ho, who were collecting bounties. I didn't expect you to be from there too, but with such weak strength, how did you sneak out? After some indirect inquiries along the way, Ho finally confirmed Qian's identity, not expecting him to come from the same place as himself. So what if I'm weak? Don't you have moments of weakness? Strength doesn't represent everything. It's about the background when you're out here. Got it. Listening to the sarcastic remarks from Ho, Qian couldn't hold back. He wasn't the kind of person who would swallow his broken teeth. The arrogance in his words was something others really found hard to imitate. Background? How would the chaotic sea spare you a life just because of your background? With your strength, you can only stay in the South Sea. Seeing Qian's demeanor, Ho couldn't help but laugh. Where they came from, he already knew. Background? That's hilarious. You, what if you're strong? Aren't you still here in the South Sea with me? If you have the ability, why don't you go to the New World? What are you being arrogant about here after being choked for a moment? Dachien quickly thought of a retort. Every word hit the Ho's sore spot. Do you even understand what you're saying? A bounty hunter going to the New World? Is there money to be made there? Is it as easy as here? Perhaps feeling that his words lacked convincing power, Daho's voice gradually lowered. Easy? Yo, if you want to stay here easily, you'll never become a strong person. So pathetic after hearing Daho's explanation. Dachien looked down on the person in front of him. Without an invincible heart, he wasn't worthy of standing with him. Squinting, he furrowed his brows, and Daho's eyes narrowed as he sized up Dachien, seemingly wanting to do something. Forget it, not worth arguing with him. People like him will never understand my fun. In the end, Daho didn't make a move. At that moment, he realized he was of a higher caliber and didn't need to get entangled with someone of such low level. Right, you're absolutely right. So, can this potential strong person of yours go back now? Feeling that the time was about right, Daho began to urge them to hurry back to Simon's side. Go back. Haven't you been wasting my time here? If it weren't for you causing trouble, we would have gone back long ago. How could anyone say such a thing? Dachien was speechless. Then let's hurry up and go. In a little while, President Simon will arrive at Jungle Island. Confirming that Dachien wouldn't drag his feet, Daho immediately headed towards the small boat. Not wanting to waste time on meaningless things. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Shifting the perspective, a few days later, on the vast ocean surface, a large ship was leisurely sailing. Simon, we're almost at Jungle Island. Let's speed up, seeing the shadow of an island in the distance. Xiao Luo knew they were heading to Jungle Island, urging Simon to go faster. Don't rush. Why hurry so much if we get separated from everyone? How can we provide quick support? They're still fighting without a hint of panic. Simon lay steadily in his lounge chair, not speeding up just because they were about to arrive. But Sahi wanted to say something, but clearly Xiao Luo hadn't thought of any reason, so he could only let out a helpless sigh. Slowly and leisurely, despite not speeding up, they still arrived at Jungle Island within half an hour. Simon, look, huge. Not approaching the coast, Xiao Luo couldn't wait to stand at the railing and gaze at the island. What? Huge? Where is the huge? Suddenly, Simon was no longer sleepy. With this thing to look at, who needed to rest? Wow, it's really big. Who made the statue? How could a person be this big? Could be that they secretly added materials. While admiring this excellent sculpture, he also harshly criticized the statue's lack of realism. Simon sighed. There's a stele over there we could just go see and find out, of course. I thought of that. It's just a sigh after all. This thing is really too absurd, occasionally being a bit coy. Simon wouldn't honestly accept other suggestions. 3 minutes later, the suspended boat steadily docked on the sandy beach. Let's see who designed this thing. It must be someone with a grand vision. Holding Xiao Luo's small hand, Simon couldn't contain his excitement. What if this thing was sculpted based on a real person? Assuming that others' ideas aren't wrong regarding Simon's statement, Xiao Luo didn't quite agree. How could something of this magnitude not be real? A real person? This big? This thing is already as big as my head. It's impossible to think that way. And the waist is so thin. Can it hold up? Shaking his head, Simon still insisted on his viewpoint. Such a figure absolutely couldn't be real. If it were real, then he would, right? After browsing the inscription, Simon no longer held onto his stubbornness. He was now purely curious. It really is a real person. Horu. Is this person really the granddaughter of that old man? Is she really the expert who knocked down a 50 million bounty pirate in one strike? Everything seems so coincidental, making it hard for Simon to believe this thing. It just seems impossible. Let's go see and find out since there's her statue here. And her grandfather said she was here. If we find her, won't we understand everything? Looking at Simon's incredulous expression, Xiao Luo was very much looking forward to the moment he saw Horu. To find. Do we really have to go find her? Why not rest for a day on this beach and then set off again? Xiao Luo's enthusiasm certainly couldn't be for anything good. Simon thought for a moment. He was just a bit curious about Horu. Whether they found her or not didn't matter. No way. She's a great expert. Wouldn't it be great to have her join our family? There's still a whole day's time. Xiao Luo didn't want to waste her time blowing sea breezes. This makes sense. The Justice Guild is in need of experts right now. We can't miss out on such a great expert. Unable to resist Xiao Luo's repeated requests, Simon eventually gave in, leaving the statue behind. The two of them began to think about heading into the depths of the jungle. According to the hints from the inscription, there should be a village inside this island. Xiao Luo, once we find Ruru, you go talk to her. I'm waiting for your good news. After officially entering the jungle, Simon said this to Xiao Luo, leaving her with a lot of question marks on her forehead. Me? Why? Can't you say a lot of things? I don't understand why Simon, who always charges to the front line, so timid this time. Your words might be easier to say. Without much explanation, Simon left this short sentence and quickened his pace. Huh, I can talk better? What can I say? Looking at Simon's back, Xiao Luo felt confused and even saw a hint of awkwardness. They walked on and on after passing through the dense jungle. Simon and the others saw a village made entirely of stone buildings. Xiao Luo, keep it up. I believe you can do it. At the entrance of the stone-walled village, Simon stopped, turned to look at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo was speechless. She really didn't expect Simon to be serious. She thought he was just joking with her. But although she was speechless, Xiao Luo didn't say anything and brushed past Simon to enter the somewhat solemn village. Okay, I'll go in and take a look too. The human world is magnificent, and I want to see it. After Xiao Luo entered, Simon stayed behind for about 30 seconds before catching up. Although he was worried about his state when he saw Ruru, his curiosity was not so easily suppressed. From Xiao Luo's perspective, one statue after another, each one felt almost real to her. However, what puzzled her was that until now, she hadn't seen a single living person, which was clearly very abnormal. Where is everyone? Why isn't there a single person? Is anyone here? After searching several rooms without finding anyone, Xiao Luo couldn't care about being elegant anymore and started shouting loudly, hoping for a response from the villagers here. But apart from their footsteps, there was no other sound, as if this place was a deserted village. Is anyone there? I'm from a sea. People from the front of the village to the back. Xiao Luo shouted until her throat was hoarse. But she didn't see a single person come out. Simon, why is it like this here? Did they move away, unable to stand this aimless searching? Xiao Luo turned around and went to Simon to complain. How would I know? I just got here too unable to answer. Simon really couldn't respond to that question. Although he followed all the way, he didn't see anything unusual either. So what now? We can't find anyone. What are we supposed to say? Why don't we go back? This village, I always feel it's strange. Without a solution, Xiao Luo was out of options. She didn't want to stay in this weird village any longer. Strange? Where? With a slight doubt, Simon couldn't see what was strange about this place at all. I don't know, although it feels a bit strange, Xiao Luo couldn't pinpoint exactly what was odd. It was just a feeling. It must be your illusion. Xiao Luo, although there are many statues here and no people, it's obviously just an ordinary village. Originally, Simon wanted to comfort Xiao Luo, but as he spoke, he began to notice some strange things. Many statues, no people, a neat village. Could it be a possibility emerged in Simon's mind? And his hair stood on end. No way, there are so many people here. It can't be that. With doubt in his heart, Simon thought about checking the state of these statues to verify his thoughts. This posture looks a bit like it. Let's take a look at the others. After carefully observing the statue in front of him, Simon felt that the possibility was very high. But to make a more certain judgment, he looked at several more statues. The same, still the same. The postures of these people are completely as if they were sealed when they didn't react. After verifying his thoughts, Simon was now stunned. Wait, if all the people here are real, then the one by the coast is really Ruru? At that moment, Simon didn't even care about these people anymore. All that occupied his mind was that magnificent figure by the shore. My goodness, it's actually a real person. His mind short-circuited, constantly flashing the statue by the shore, and Simon couldn't speak. Just then, Xiao Luo, who had been watching Simon fiddling around, curiously walked over. Simon, what are you doing here? Is there something strange about these statues? Without caring about Simon's current state, Xiao Luo asked right away. Xiao Luo, what did you come over? How come I didn't hear a sound? Interrupted from his thoughts, Simon clearly hadn't recovered from his short circuit. He had already forgotten that he came here with Xiao Luo. When did I come over? I've been here all along. And you still haven't answered my question. Rolling her eyes, Xiao Luo didn't know if Simon was pretending or being serious. Isn't this awkward? I know. How could I not know what was your question? Speaking vaguely, Simon awkwardly asked about the question he hadn't heard. The statues. You've been looking at these statues for so long. Have you found anything? Emphasizing, loudly stressing. Xiao Luo's thirst for knowledge was almost unstoppable. There is, and it's a big discovery. Xiao Luo, do you know? The statues here are not carved by humans. With one finger pointing upwards at a 67-degree angle, Simon mysteriously said to Xiao Luo, not human? If it's not carved by humans, could be ghosts? Simon, can you finish your sentence in one go? Riddlers are the most annoying. Xiao Luo, who wanted to know what was going on, completely got no enjoyment from it. Could it be that you interrupted me? Xiao Luo, I just wanted to swallow, not to stop. Although I could tell that Xiao Luo was a bit unhappy, Simon still felt the need to correct her thoughts. After all, he had no intention of being a riddle master. Absolutely not. Simon, that's exactly what you mean. If I don't speak, you definitely won't continue. Xiao Luo had no intention of accepting Simon's explanation. After spending so much time with him, she knew him too well. Cough, cough, prejudice. This is just prejudice. Poor me. Oh, dear, are you going to say it or not? If not, I'm leaving. It's so boring here. Not wanting to continue wasting time with Simon, Xiao Luo directly gave him an ultimatum. Speak. Well, didn't I just say it? Actually, these statues might be the effect of devil fruits. Not wanting to make too bold a statement, Simon was afraid of being proven wrong later. Devil fruit? You mean? Hearing this, Xiao Luo still didn't fully understand. She didn't know much about devil fruits. The statues here are actually the villagers. They were sealed in stone because of the abilities of devil fruits. What? These are people. Hearing Simon's explanation, Xiao Luo's hair stood on end. She finally understood where that strange feeling was coming from. That's right. The statues you see are all residents here. Having confirmed Xiao Luo's doubts, Simon didn't continue speaking because he knew she would definitely ask more questions. Is there a way to turn them back? Being trapped in those statues must be very uncomfortable. Xiao Luo said it casually. She wasn't that concerned about the life or death of these people. That might be very difficult. If it's a permanent effect of a devil fruit, only the person who caused them to become like this can undo it. Reflecting on the characteristics of paramecia devil fruits, Simon wasn't very confident about rescuing these people. What if it's not a permanent effect? Can it be undone then? Very perceptive, Xiao Luo immediately picked up on the loophole in Simon's words. I don't know, but most abilities can't be undone by external forces. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting ahead. Thinking carefully, Simon could only think of one paramecia ability that could be undone by external forces. Yes, that onion. How about we give it a try? If we don't do anything, they might really be left unattended. Hearing Simon say this, Xiao Luo became quite interested. She couldn't wait to see how to use external force to undo the ability. Let's go back to the coast. Horu is there. If she really turns back, we'll come back here. Thinking of a very nearby statue at the coast, Simon didn't want to bother himself anymore and decided to use that experiment over there. Horu is there? How come I didn't know? Hearing Simon say that Horu was at the coast, Xiao Luo was momentarily stunned. How did she miss that? It's the first statue we saw. We can't find anyone. Obviously, that one is Horu. Seeing that Xiao Luo still hadn't caught on, Simon had to explain to her. Oh, so that's it. Oh, I get it now. I understand completely. As soon as Simon said one sentence, Xiao Luo understood everything. Stop, let's go quickly. That ability user might not have left yet. Although his words urged her on, Simon didn't leave Xiao Luo's side. His eyes kept scanning surroundings, as if he wanted to discover something. As for Xiao Luo, she just glanced at Simon before heading towards the coast. She had no interest in staying here. The journey was very calm, with no unexpected events occurring. What should we do? Do you need my help? Yes, only you can do this. I can't do it. Facing Xiao Luo's question, Simon replied, only I can do it. What is it? When Simon said this, Xiao Luo, while excited, had many doubts in her heart. She really wanted to know what it was as soon as possible. Before I tell you, let me explain why we need to do this. It's very important. You must remember this. Not rushing to explain to Xiao Luo what she was about to do, Simon slowly turned to her and began to educate her about devil fruits. Xiao Luo was very cooperative, opening her big eyes and looking at Simon with a pure expression. Cough, cough first. I want to tell you about what devil fruit users are afraid of. As we all know, users are hated by the sea. No user can escape this curse. Sea stone can temporarily nullify a user's ability. Similarly, users become powerless in seawater and cannot use their abilities. Blah, blah, blah. Once Simon started talking, he felt particularly impressive and went on for a long time. As for Xiao Luo, even if she was interested, she had lost her focus. Her eyes were dazed, moving up and down, and her head was swaying. Gradually, she fell into a dream. Time passed, and finally, after a long while, Simon finished explaining some things about devil fruit users. Xiao Luo, do you understand? Huh? Xiao Luo. When Simon asked Xiao Luo, he suddenly realized she had fallen asleep while sitting. At that moment, Simon's expression was quite helpless. He didn't want to wake Xiao Luo, not wishing to disturb this adorable creature. And so, time passed again until the sunset appeared, and Xiao Luo rubbed her sleepy eyes and woke up. Oh hey, Simon, you finished talking? I didn't fall asleep on purpose. After waking up, Xiao Luo saw Simon leaning against a monument, admiring the beautiful sky. It's okay, it's okay. I could just say it again. Hearing Xiao Luo's voice, Simon put away his dreamy story about the sky and prepared to educate Xiao Luo once more. Huh? No, right? I already know it. There's no need to say it again. Simon's words startled Xiao Luo. What she hoped for was for the interesting statue to turn into a person, not these boring and strange bits of knowledge. Got it. Are you really sure? What I'm talking about is very useful at sea. Listening again really isn't too much. Although Xiao Luo didn't want to listen anymore, Simon was still not satisfied. He really wanted to clarify this matter. Let's talk about it later. We're not trying to see if we can restore them right now. If we wait any longer, the sun will set. Absolutely not listening anymore. Xiao Luo expressed that she didn't need this knowledge about abilities. Fine, then I won't talk about it anymore, Xiao Luo. Come over and lend a hand. We need to put her in the sea. Accepting this fact, Simon walked to the right foot of the Horu statue, signaling to Xiao Luo to look up. All right, here we go. Hearing this, Xiao Luo immediately regained that excited feeling and quickly came to the left foot of the Horu statue. And the two of them worked together to lift the statue and walk towards the sea. Since the distance was very close, their actions were also very swift. And within a few minutes, they had completely placed the entire Horu statue into the seawater, leaving only the head above water. Is this enough? Can she turn back like this? Looking at the statue in the water, Xiao Luo's expression was blank, clearly. This simple method made her feel like she had been tricked. I don't know, but it's possible. The seawater can some abilities. Simon didn't say it would definitely succeed. After all, only a few could have their abilities in this way. Well, how long do we have to wait? Waiting is very boring, and Xiao Luo wanted to know the exact time. It should be soon. Those who can have their abilities this way will be fine in a little while. Reflecting on the story of Moria, Simon felt he must be right about what he said. After receiving a reply, Xiao Luo fell silent again, and they both waited for Horu's restoration. After 3 minutes, Xiao Luo couldn't stand the silence anymore and couldn't help but ask again, Simon. Her head is above the water. Is that why she hasn't restored yet? After hearing this, Simon thought it made some sense and then, well, Xiao Luo, why don't you put her entire body into the seawater? You know, I can't go into the sea. This chapter isn't over. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Agreeing with Xiao Luo's opinion, Simon also proposed a solution. All right, hearing this, Xiao Luo didn't hesitate at all. She walked slowly to the Horu statue and laid her flat down beneath the surface of the sea. While moving the statue of Horu, Xiao Luo noticed that the statue's body seemed a bit soft. Just as she was puzzled, the statue, which had just completely sunk beneath the surface, suddenly moved. Phew, ha ha ha, I almost suffocated the restored Horu's surface, gasping for fresh air, and at that moment, Xiao Luo was stunned. This sudden change startled her. After a while, Horu had shaken off the suffocation and began to assess the situation. Was it you who saved me? The first thing she saw was Xiao Luo beside her. Looking at this cute person, Horu's heart raced a few beats. Yeah, still dazed. Xiao Luo nodded adorably. Kawaii, how can there be such a cute person? Xiao Luo as performance instantly touched Horu's girlish heart. She couldn't help but cover her chest, feeling a bit breathless. "Thank you, you're so nice," to express her gratitude. "I'll treat you to a meal." Not wanting to miss the opportunity to spend time with Xiao Luo, Horu thought about how to achieve her goal. "Huh, no need, I was just curious." "Oh, don't be polite with me, let us go, we're going back to the village." Seeing Xiao Luo's humble demeanor, Horu couldn't help but pat her shoulder, but as she spoke, she suddenly seemed to remember something. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking?" Horu's sudden pause made Xiao Luo want to know why. "How did you save me? Tell me, this is very important to me." In her excitement, Horu directly grabbed Xiao Luo's shoulders, her eyes filled with urgency. Don't do that. The method is very simple. Why don't we go ashore to talk? I'm all wet here, facing such a fearsome person." Xiao Luo still felt a bit uncomfortable, desperately wanting to return to Simon's side. After Xiao Luo said this, Horu indeed felt it made some sense and followed Xiao Luo ashore. But when she got up, the first thing she saw was Simon, who was looking at them with a smile. "Pervert, look at this. Who told you to look?" Perhaps recalling the men who had harassed her, Horu threw a furious punch. "Wait, that's not." Slapped before Xiao Luo could finish her sentence, Simon directly blocked Horu's punch. He wouldn't let anyone hit him so easily. "Horu, calm down. Although I don't know why you said that, I can assure you, I'm definitely not a pervert." With a fierce look in his eyes, Simon was feeling a bit dry in the mouth at that moment. "Huh? How do you know my name? Who are you?" Warily pulling her hand back, Horu stood in front of Xiao Luo. "I'm a bounty hunter currently hunting in the South China Sea." Straightening his clothes, Simon smiled elegantly. "That's right. Horu Simon is not a bad person at this time." Xiao Luo also began to explain to Horu. You know each other?" Xiao Luo's words were very useful, quickly making Horu look back and forth between the two. We're together. The method to save you is thought of by Simon." With questions and answers, Xiao Luo would not miss any opportunity to show off her Simon. That's right. I'm asking about this. How is it done? Quickly tell me." Fire Ru looked at Simon several times with confusion, and slowly she eagerly looked at the two, wanting to know how to turn back from a statue. "Don't rush. The method is very simple. Just soak all the statues in the sea." Simon pressed his hands down, signaling Fire Ru to calm down. Her excitement could easily cause someone to lose their cool. "Soak them in the sea." "Thank you. Once I rescue all the villagers, I'll come find you." After learning the method, Fire Ru quickly left. From her back view, it seemed she was heading towards the village full of statues. Is she just leaving like that? We could help too. Simon stared blankly at Fire Ru's departing figure, feeling quite speechless. Why was this person so impatient? He originally wanted to help. "Xiao Luo, what do you think?" It wasn't until Fire Ru's figure disappeared into the woods that Simon turned to ask Xiao Luo for her opinion. "Use your eyes." Xiao Luo rolled her eyes in response. Not in a good mood. Seeing Xiao Luo like this, Simon was a bit puzzled. What was going on? Why did she suddenly change like this? Did he do something? "Xiao Luo, why are you suddenly unhappy?" Not wanting the awkward atmosphere to linger, Simon asked. "It's nothing. I'm just hungry. Let's go back to eat." Xiao Luo pouted, quickly returning to her normal self, as if the unhappy person just now wasn't her at all. Eat? All right, fine." Although Simon didn't understand why Xiao Luo was like this again, he didn't say much and turned to head towards the hanging boat. Baka walking behind Simon, Xiao Luo muttered unhappily. Soon, the two returned to the hanging boat. After asking the 6 captains to prepare dinner, they waited at the edge of the deck. Not long after sitting there, they saw Fire Ru coming over with a pile of statues. There were really too many. "Simon, her strength is incredible. She can actually lift so many statues with one hand." Staring at Fire Ru's figure in the distance, Xiao Luo was stunned. She never expected that Fire Ru, who seemed like she would break her back if she exerted herself too much, would have such great power. "That's pretty impressive." Simon didn't comment much. He never spoke ill of those with strength behind their backs. "Hey, Simon, do you think her strength is innate or developed later? Is there any chance I could have such strong power too?" As she watched, Xiao Luo was tempted. She also wanted to have such great strength. It should be innate. With her body structure, it doesn't look like it's developed through training. Simon didn't dare to make a definitive judgment on such matters. After all, who could say for sure? It was also possible that she trained hard for it. Huh? Why like this? I still wanted to ask for advice. Looking down at her chest, Xiao Luo felt a bit disappointed. Even if your strength isn't as great as hers, Xiao Luo, you still have that armor. You're already very impressive. Simon's attempt at consolation was quite inappropriate, and as a result, Xiao Luo's expression darkened. Ding ding, dinner bell rings. It's time to eat. Xiao Luo, let's eat. We'll talk about asking for advice tomorrow. It's already late. Hearing this voice, Simon stopped looking at Fire Ru below. Now it was time to reward his stomach. Got it. I'm not a child anymore. I know this little bit. Simon's motherly tone made Xiao Luo feel uncomfortable, as if she were being chased around as a child. Although she felt uncomfortable, Xiao Luo still obediently turned around and quietly ate. Meanwhile, down by the sea, Fire Ru had already placed all the villagers into the water. She was waiting for everyone to recover. Village chief, you can explain things to everyone later. Okay. I'll make it clear to everyone. Rubbing his beard, the respected village chief nodded at everything in front of him. It was definitely right to release the village chief first. Otherwise, how long would I have to explain to so many people? After hearing that the village chief had taken on this task, Fire Ru breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to explain it multiple times. Oh my gosh. Not long after, everyone who had been soaked in the sea had returned to normal. However, their initial confusion plunged the crowd into chaos. Ahem, quiet. Feeling that the timing was right, the village chief began to speak. He was already prepared. Walla good oil horse. However, it was quite awkward, as everyone was still in chaos and hadn't come back to their senses. The village chief couldn't even start his speech. Quiet. The village chief, irritated, called out 3 times, each louder than the last, quickly stabilizing the situation. Everyone quieted down, silently waiting for the village chief to speak. Everyone, listen to me. 3 days ago, we encountered a bad person who did terrible things. He actually, blah blah blah. Luckily, we had how. Everyone must thank her. The village chief's speeches always took a long time, but since they were the ones being saved, the villagers in the sea didn't interrupt him. When they heard how, everyone immediately understood that she was the one who saved them, and they all looked towards Fire Ru on the shore, their eyes filled with gratitude. However, at this moment, the village chief continued speaking. I understand everyone's feelings. I'm the same as you. We all have the same experience. We should, next time. The villagers didn't understand what the village chief was saying. Didn't he see everyone soaking in the water? Village chief WCM, if you can't come down and soak with us. The voice came from a wild brother who couldn't stand the situation any longer. He was usually a decent bully at the village entrance, working hard every day, but who could bear to stay in the water listening to an old man talk? Can you? The village chief, who was speaking passionately, furrowed his brows upon hearing those words and wanted to see who was pretending. When he looked, he was surprised to find that it was the honest man. Instantly, the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. He knew how fierce that young brother was. Everyone, it's getting late, hurry home, take a shower, and go to bed. Tomorrow we will gather at the village entrance and talk more. Then the cautious village chief glanced at the already risen moon, turned, and headed back to the village without daring to linger for a moment. After the village chief left, the villagers by the sea expressed unusual admiration for the bully who had just bravely spoken out against him. Good, it should be like this exactly. We can't let that old man be so arrogant. As they spoke, everyone had already left the water and walked onto the shore, where they stopped in front of Horu. Thank you. There was no need for many words. They understood that this was enough. For Horu, who didn't particularly like these villagers, this might have already been the limit of what she could accept. Everyone, hurry back to your warm beds. What are you doing here? Get lost. Although she wanted to say some comforting words, Horu knew she couldn't show even the slightest smile to these troublesome villagers. Otherwise, she would be the one getting entangled. All right, you two, let's go be happy. Take care. Hearing Horu's words, everyone exchanged smiles and collectively bypassed her, heading towards the village. After a flurry of footsteps, the sounds completely faded away, leaving only the sound of the waves. Horu stood alone, gazing at the sea, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. Sigh again, why can't everyone just hate me? She really wanted to sever her ties with everyone and chase after the person who turned them into statues. But the villagers' behavior made it hard for her to make that decision. If it weren't for these lovely villagers, she wouldn't have been stuck here for so long. Hey, right? Where are those two? Aren't they supposed to be waiting for me here? Just as she had a moment to sigh and lower her head, Horu spotted a small object left behind by Xiaoluo. She remembered. Upon recalling this, she instantly perked up, looking around to see where Simon and the others had gone. A boat? Why is there a boat here? Could it be their boat? Upon closer inspection, she discovered Simon's hanging boat. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Feeling the need to check it out, Horu got up and walked towards the boat. At that moment, on the boat, Simon and Xiaoluo were still eating, but they were nearing the end of their meal. Gulp after swallowing the last bite of rice, Simon put down his bowl, leaned back, and contentedly rubbed his belly. Full eating is indeed the most comfortable thing. Enjoying Wolf's napkin service, Simon had no regrets today. Simon, how can you eat so fast? I'm only halfway through. Xiaoluo, who was taking small bites of her food, felt a bit unmotivated seeing Simon had finished. Eating alone is so boring. Just take your time, I'm right here besides. I haven't had dessert yet. I'll keep you company. Knowing very well what Xiaoluo's situation was, Simon calmly responded to her. You better. Although Xiaoluo knew Simon might be just teasing her, she accepted his words and continued to eat slowly. As for Simon, after resting a bit, he wanted to see how things were developing on the shore, so he turned his head towards the direction of the coast. Hey, it's already over? So soon? People disappeared so quickly at this sight. Simon suddenly felt he had missed out on a lot, as only the calm beach remained. So let's leave it at that. I'll go check the village tomorrow. Retracting his gaze from the shore, Simon leaned back in his chair, quietly enjoying watching Xiaoluo eat. Oh, you guys are here. I thought you had left. Just then, Horu, who had been searching all the way, boarded the boat and saw Xiaoluo and the others. How'd you find your way here? Weren't you supposed to go back to the village? Hearing the voice, Simon turned his head and was very shocked to see Horu, who he thought he wouldn't meet until tomorrow, appearing here. Xiaoluo, are you eating? Can I join? Unfortunately, Horu ignored Simon and quickly walked to Xiaoluo's side, sitting down without any courtesy. Hey, I'm talking to you. Respond. Simon, who had never been ignored like this, was instantly taken aback, propping his hands on the table and leaning forward to stare at Horu. Oh, Xiaoluo, could you please, after giving Simon a casual response. Horu turned back to chat with Xiaoluo, completely indifferent to whether Xiaoluo responded. Horu, you should be a bit more polite to Simon. This is his boat. If he doesn't agree, you won't have any food. Xiaoluo, who was sipping soup, had already noticed Simon's current demeanor. She understood that at this moment, she had to give Simon a lot of face. Huh? Is it that serious? What do you do? Upon hearing such a serious rule, Horu was taken aback and blankly asked Xiaoluo what Simon did. A bounty hunter, right? Didn't I tell you before? Didn't you hear? Horu's question made Xiaoluo lose her appetite. How could this person not listen properly? Of course. I remember that. I just spaced out for a moment, bounty hunter. Huh? You came here for the bounty? In just a moment of laughter, Horu brushed aside the awkward question and shifted to another one. No, we came here for a layover. There are still partners who haven't arrived yet. Although Xiaoluo didn't know what Horu meant by that question, she wasn't afraid at all since she had so many people on her side. Partners? Don't they have a ship with you? Seeing the topic opened, Horu continued to delve deeper. She really enjoyed chatting with beautiful girls. Why would they need a ship? The hunters under their guild have their own ships. Perhaps it was the food that blocked Xiaoluo's thoughts. She actually didn't hear clearly what Horu meant. Guild? Do bounty hunters also have guilds? Why have I never heard of this before? Listening to this unfamiliar term from Xiaoluo, Horu was confused. Has she been sealed for too long? Huh? You haven't heard of it? Our Justice Guild is quite famous, and Simon is the president. At this point, Xiaoluo had completely lost her appetite and only wanted to educate this ignorant girl about the Justice Guild. Huh? He's the president? He doesn't look like it at all. Does he have any significant achievements? Upon learning that Simon was the president of this guild, Horu scanned Simon with her eyes several times in surprise. But she didn't seem to notice anything different about him. Of course there is. Let me tell you. Blah, blah, blah. Pulling Horu along, Xiao Luo was very happy as she shared. Nothing is more interesting than sharing your wonderful treasures. Meanwhile, Simon was alone, watching these two happily chat, feeling a bit left out. Why aren't they including me in the conversation? I want to join in for a bit too. But thoughts are just thoughts. Simon ultimately didn't join the conversation. After all, with that weapon present, he couldn't focus, could he? So no way, I guess I can only enjoy this, quietly bringing the 6 captains and Wolf back to the cabin. Simon started to enjoy the nightlife. The long night, with no intention to sleep. The cabin was filled with breathtaking scenery. Nighttime always passes especially quickly, and soon it was the next day. When the sun rose, Simon, who had been busy all night, still hadn't woken up. He was still asleep. Huh? Haru, why are you awake so early? Don't you want to sleep a little longer? Unlike Simon, Xiao Luo woke up very early. Just as she was about to prepare breakfast, she saw Haru stretching her body on the deck. Of course, we need to exercise in the morning. Exercising at this time can really awaken the dormant power within. And Haru's half-finished sentence successfully caught Xiao Luo's attention. Although she didn't really like it, she still asked, "This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content, and it will get bigger." After achieving her effect, Haru didn't pause and directly said it, while also stretching her waist. "It will get bigger." Following Haru's weapon with her eyes, Xiao Luo's mind was a bit shaken. "How about it? Do you want to exercise together?" Seeing Xiao Luo like this, Haru's mouth revealed a slight smile as she slowly approached Xiao Luo, seemingly wanting to do something. I. No, thanks. I'm fine like this." Xiao Luo was very conflicted. She really wanted to, but when she felt Haru's unruly hands, all thoughts vanished. She really couldn't handle this. "'Tis too eager, huh, but so cute." Holding her face in her hands, Haru felt Xiao Luo's scent and fell into deep obsession. After leaving Haru, Xiao Luo ran to the kitchen and slammed the door shut. How could this happen? She actually has that kind of hobby. If she recruits me into the guild, will I be bothered every day? Leaning against the door, Xiao Luo felt a bit regretful. If she had known, she shouldn't have persuaded Haru to join the guild so quickly. But she had already promised, and it wouldn't be right to let her go. Sigh, how could such a fiery sister have such a strange hobby? Helpless, what could be done? Since it's already done, she can only accept it. At most, she'll just avoid her more in the future. Grumble. Let's eat first, it's just a quirk. I've always been by Simon's side. There won't be any problems. Getting up, Xiao Luo started looking for food in the kitchen. She no longer cared about future matters. She was a woman living in the moment. How about making a breakfast for Simon? It seems like it's been a while since they ate breakfast together. Reflecting on the chat they had last night. When it was just her and Haru left, Xiao Luo felt she should do something to make it up to Simon. And so, she happily decided to make a delicious dish to conquer Simon's stomach. Clapping her hands in determination, Xiao Luo transformed into a chef mode and began her culinary journey. An hour later, Simon, who had rested enough, also came out of the cabin, preparing to start his morning exercise. Huh, this woman, why hasn't she left? Why is she training here? Just as he reached the cabin door, Simon saw Haru stretching her waist on the deck. What to do? Should I casually join her in practice? Thinking about the possible consequences of doing that, Simon fell silent. He silently turned around and chose to give up on today's morning exercise. After all, some things are better left unmisunderstood. Now where to go? Should I sleep a little longer? Aimlessly wandering in the cabin, Simon was walking around, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. Sniff, huh? It smells so good. Is someone cooking? As he walked, Simon suddenly caught a whiff of delicious food, and all his thoughts disappeared. Now, all he wanted was to eat. Changing his route, Simon quickly walked toward the kitchen. Creak with a crisp sound, Simon opened the kitchen door. Xiao Luo, are you cooking? What are you making? It smells so good. After realizing who was cooking, Simon was shocked. It was actually Xiao Luo. He had never seen her cook before. Huh, Simon? I'm making an egg roll, and... Upon hearing Simon's voice, Xiao Luo turned around and indeed saw the familiar figure. She then began to introduce her delicious dishes that she had worked hard to prepare. Wow, Xiao Luo, you can make so many dishes? That's amazing. Hearing about these dishes she had never even heard of before, Simon was greatly shocked. Slowly, he sat down at the dining table, waiting for the meal to begin. Oh, it's nothing special. After being praised by Simon, Xiao Luo instantly felt shy. She didn't expect that just making a simple meal would earn such high praise from Simon. Since it's made by Xiao Luo, then it's definitely not ordinary. When can we eat? Looking at Xiao Luo with affection, Simon was really enjoying this moment. About 10 minutes, this last dish will be ready. Soon after glancing at the oven, Xiao Luo estimated the time and then sat beside Simon, starting to wait with him. Ding, 10 minutes passed quickly. The oven timer went off, and Xiao Luo hurriedly got up to take out the food from the oven. Without any exquisite plating, Simon, "We can eat now. It seems like a breakfast just for the two of us is quite rare," after placing the last dish on the table. Xiao Luo sat beside Simon, smiling happily. "Yes, I wonder who it is that can't get up in the morning when it's a rare occasion. It's better not to say too much about it." Simon just teased her a bit and then focused all his attention on the delicious food in front of them. Definitely not me. I, Xiao Luo, was once a palace maid. How could I possibly oversleep? Absolutely impossible." Facing Simon's teasing, Xiao Luo quickly defended herself, unaware of what Simon was implying. Yes, Xiao Luo got up the earliest. "Don't just look at me. You eat too," unexpected response. Simon, having taken a few bites, suddenly noticed that Xiao Luo hadn't touched her chopsticks. How could that be? He immediately told her, not saying much. Xiao Luo enjoyed the atmosphere at the moment. Breakfast was just a simple meal, and there wasn't really any other story to tell. An hour later, Simon and Xiao Luo finally finished their wonderful breakfast. Simon Horu has agreed to join the guild. Are we going to take her with us? After finishing breakfast, Xiao Luo told Simon this happy news. She has already agreed? So soon? What did you two talk about yesterday? Hearing this, Simon was stunned. He never expected that just one night would lead to this outcome. "We didn't talk about much, just a simple discussion about some things, not going into detail." Previously, it seemed insignificant, but now thinking back, Xiao Luo felt that Horu's behavior last night was really off. A simple discussion? So that's how it is. Although there were still some doubts in her heart, Simon felt it unnecessary to ask further, since Xiao Luo seemed somewhat reluctant to share. If she wants to go together, then let us go. It's a good opportunity to give her some recognition. Simon had no objections to Horu following. Rather, the more unknown experts, the better. So, can she sit on someone else's boat? After hearing Simon's decision, Xiao Luo asked somewhat anxiously. Sit on someone else's boat? Xiao Luo, why would you ask such a question? Of course. She should sit on someone else's boat. My boat can only be for my partners. Simon had to critique her for asking such a question. Although Horu had a good figure, that alone wasn't enough to hitch a ride. "You're the best, Simon." After hearing Simon's words, Xiao Luo showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, she happily leaped into Simon's embrace. What just happened? Caught off guard by Xiao Luo's sudden action, Simon was taken aback. The situation was developing too quickly, like a whirlwind, and he found it hard to comprehend. However, the already very happy Xiao Luo was unlikely to explain what was going on. After some time, they finally separated and came to the deck. "Hey, Horu, why are you still here? Do you need to practice for so long in the morning?" Seeing Horu still active, Xiao Luo was shocked. She didn't expect this woman to still be around. "Oh, good morning. Is there anything to eat?" "I'm so hungry." With a graceful turn, Horu stood confidently in front of Xiao Luo and Simon, her assets swaying. "Good morning. Didn't we just see each other? And if you're hungry, can't you just go home and cook for yourself?" Xiao Luo was very blunt with this person who had special preferences. She didn't want to get close to her at all. "Hey, why are you speaking to her like that? Yesterday you were calling her." Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Horu immediately reacted as if she had been wronged. "Who called you? Don't spout nonsense." As soon as Horu said that, Xiao Luo became anxious. Simon was still there, and she didn't want him to misunderstand anything. Seeing Xiao Luo's reaction, Horu's eyes narrowed, as if plotting something malicious. "Ahem, Horu. I heard you've agreed to join the Justice Guild." While watching the drama was enjoyable, Simon didn't want things to continue this way. After all, some matters had their limits. "Oh, that's right. What's wrong?" With a flat tone, Horu completely lost the cheerful demeanor she had when interacting with Xiao Luo, becoming like a block of ice. I have something to ask you." "I don't know." Horu's indifferent reaction made Simon feel a bit. "No time. Go find someone else." "Have you ever seen someone so unreasonable?" Before Simon could finish his sentence, after being talked to like that, even with Simon's thick skin, He couldn't continue and could only stare at her in silence. Horu, mind your attitude. This is the president. He is Simon. When Simon feels wronged, it's just like he himself is wronged. Xiao Luo couldn't stand it any longer, and the only thought in her mind was to properly educate this person. After Xiao Luo said this, Horu was taken aback for a moment, but soon she understood how to approach the situation. Sorry, my question, just some doubts. We can still chat about it. With a proper attitude, Horu now faced Simon just like a normal person, without any coldness or distinction. Okay, Horu's change really puzzled Simon. What was going on with these two? How did Xiao Luo's single statement make Horu change so much? However, since they were already in this situation, not asking would be a bit unreasonable, especially since Simon was quite curious about what was happening on this island. Soon, the three of them arrived at the place where they had dinner last night. There were several perfect lounge chairs here, and they all just lay on them. Go ahead, what do you want to know? Horu said, I should mention in advance that there are some things I won't talk about. Before they started, Horu first reminded Simon, indicating that she must have been asked many things she couldn't disclose. The things I'm asking shouldn't be off limits, although I don't know what you misunderstood. Horu's words prompted Simon to speak up. He didn't want to be misunderstood as that kind of person. Oh, that's best with a flat tone. It seemed Horu really didn't like men. Perhaps this situation was already her limit. Meanwhile, Simon also decided not to waste any more time and asked directly, do you know who turned this place into what it is? This was the only thing he was interested in, and he was genuinely curious about what kind of ability user it was. Is that it? That's what you want to ask? Horu looked at Simon in disbelief, shocked that he was asking such a serious question. Is that strange? Feeling insecure under Horu's gaze, Simon thought there might be something odd about his question. TSK rare, but since you asked, I'll tell you the one responsible for this situation is a woman. She was originally the best sculptor in the village, but one day, since it was just this question, Horu had nothing to evade and calmly told this magical story. Yeah, sculpture fruit? This sculptor did such a thing because the village wouldn't buy her works? After hearing the whole story, Simon was greatly shocked. It was truly bizarre what could happen at sea, and such a strange story turned out to be real, which was quite absurd. Is it really that strange? Artists are like that. Horu felt very disdainful about Simon's reaction. She had encountered similar situations many times before, and this was already quite mild at sea. Then Horu, since she is from this village, you must know what she looks like. Little Master. There's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Can you tell me? Someone with such a personality would definitely be quite famous at sea, and Simon wanted to know who that person was. She is not tall, has pink hair, often carries a small backpack with her sculpting tools. Inside her name is Maradi. Coca-Cola, there was nothing to hide about someone who needed to be taught a lesson, and Horu quickly finished describing the sculptor's characteristics. Her name actually has a D in it. It seems she's not simple hearing this alias. Simon squinted his eyes, no longer underestimating this character. This name. So familiar it seems I've heard it somewhere. Unlike Simon's vigilance, Xiao Luo looked a bit dazed after hearing the name, as if she recognized this person. Xiao Luo, do you know her? Upon hearing Xiao Luo's words, Simon immediately focused on her, eager for more information. A bit familiar, but I can't seem to recall. Closing her eyes, she tried hard to remember, but couldn't. Don't rush, think slowly. The more you hurry, the less you'll remember. Seeing Xiao Luo like this, Simon didn't urge her. He understood that feeling of familiarity, but being unable to recall. Nodding in agreement with Simon's view, Xiao Luo thought she should relax for a bit to remember, so she lay back on the lounge chair and began to sway. Horu, besides these things, is there anything else? Like any famous rumors about her? Xiao Luo leisurely recalled, while Simon turned his gaze to Horu, wanted to see if she had anything more to say. Nothing. She's a recluse, hardly has any social interactions. Imagining that lovely figure, Horu really couldn't think of any good stories worth sharing about her. A recluse. Someone who did such a big thing is actually a recluse. Simon truly hadn't expected that such a powerful master would be like this. I thought of it. It's her. Hearing the keyword recluse, Xiao Luo suddenly sat up straight, realizing where she had learned about this person. Quickly tell me, where did you hear about her? As soon as Xiao Luo spoke, Simon's attention shifted back to her, eagerly watching her. A bounty notice. It's a bounty notice I saw a few days ago. This person has a bounty of 130 million, with one finger pointing upwards. Xiao Luo's expression was very serious at this moment. 130 million? What did she do to have such a high bounty? Upon hearing this bounty, Simon was also shocked. Is it true? Can someone with such a high bounty appear in the South Sea? It seems she broke into the palace of the Bash Kingdom and turned the country's only prince into a statue. Even kidnapped the only princess. However, the name on the bounty notice was Mara Coca-Cola, without the D. After finishing her story, Xiao Luo suddenly seemed to remember something, and a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. Is there still that bounty notice? Bring it over and let Horu take a look, then we'll know after all. We haven't met her, right? Although I already have a basic idea of this person's identity in my heart, confirming it further wouldn't hurt. There's still some time before we leave this island. The bounty notice? I might need to look for that hearing Simon say this. Xiao Luo didn't give a definitive answer. After all, she saw that bounty notice at the headquarters of the guild on Lud Island. Do you need help? It might be faster with two people searching for something, right? No, it's fine, I can do it by myself. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Luo declined Simon's invitation to team up. She felt that she would be more efficient on her own. After saying that, Xiao Luo stood up and walked towards the cabin, seemingly intending to start searching right away. Hey, I want to go too, wait for me. Seeing Xiao Luo leave, Horu couldn't sit still any longer. She quickly stood up and was about to chase after Xiao Luo, but Simon wouldn't let her go. Wouldn't that go against Xiao Luo's wishes? After all, he couldn't even go with Xiao Luo himself. What do you mean by that? Looking at the hand blocking her way, Horu's expression instantly turned vigilant. She wouldn't trust someone so quickly. Xiao Luo wants to be alone. Can you please not disturb her, okay? With his eyes closed, Simon didn't even look at Horu. His attitude was resolute. Am I going to disturb her? What can I disturb? I will only speed up her actions, all right? After trying several times, Horu couldn't break through Simon's blockade. She could only glare at him helplessly and return to her original position, her gaze fixed on the cabin door. Sensing that Horu had sat back down, Simon also withdrew his hand blocking her. 10 minutes later, two people boarded Simon's suspended boat. President Simon, the bounty has been collected, so much the one who just boarded, Daho, ignored Horu and reported to Simon. That's right. President, you have no idea how exciting the story was when we went to collect the bounty. Chien boarded the boat behind Daho. As soon as he arrived, he wanted to share the stories from this trip. Since the bounty has been collected, let's share it with everyone. He was about to say something else when Simon suddenly paused. After glancing at Horu a few times, he continued. Tomorrow we set sail again, heading to the next island. Since the Chien and Daho are back, there's no need to linger here for too long. Just one Horu isn't enough. Yes, understood. Without any hesitation, the Chien and Daho moved quickly. It's no wonder they are the best. Soon the two disappeared from the boat like a gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Hey, are you leaving tomorrow? Why can't you stay a bit longer? Horu, who had been listening to everything, shouted unhappily at Simon. Because we need to hunt pirates. The recent pace has already been slow. We need to speed up. There are still many arrangements to be made. And why linger here? There is no one here who needs to be punished. With an incredulous look, Simon glanced at Horu, realizing she genuinely wanted to know, so he briefly explained. Is that so? After hearing Simon's explanation, Horu couldn't say much. After all, the reason was quite perfect, and she couldn't force Simon to stay. Why do you ask like that? Do you not want us to leave so badly? Seeing Horu's face darken, Simon thought it might be the girl's reluctance, so he asked, Who is reluctant? That's not the case at all. Okay, let's go. Horu, already in a bad mood because of the situation, immediately yelled impatiently after Simon spoke. I just asked a question. Is it that serious? I didn't say anything excessive. Faced with Horu's outburst, Simon was at a loss for words. He didn't understand or grasp the woman's thought process. Let's wait for Xiao Luo to come back. This woman is really hard to communicate with. The atmosphere remained awkward, with Horu unhappy and Simon confused, creating a very strange vibe between them. However, this strange atmosphere didn't last long, as Xiao Luo quickly returned. Simon, I found it. It's this bounty notice. Look, she handed the bounty notice she found to Simon and plopped down next to him. After receiving the bounty notice, Simon glanced at it and then turned his gaze to Horu across from him. This bounty notice, in his view, really looked like the person Horu mentioned. Horu, can you help take a look and see if this is the amazing sculptor? Saying this, Simon placed the bounty notice on the table between them. However, Horu didn't move, still keeping her head down and looking very unhappy. Horu, seeing that she was being ignored, Simon thought perhaps Horu hadn't heard, so he called out again. But the result was no different from before. Horu still didn't respond. What's going on? Simon, did something happen between you two after I left? Seeing such a bizarre scene, Xiao Luo no longer enjoyed the comfortable seat and curiously moved her little head back and forth between Simon and Horu. I don't know, it was like this just now. Then it ended up like this, with Horu not responding and Simon unable to do anything. He slowly explained to Xiao Luo what had happened during her absence. It's not a big deal, right? What's going on with her? After hearing Simon's account, Xiao Luo couldn't understand. She also couldn't figure out why Horu's attitude had changed like this. Simon, wait for me. I'm going to ask her about this. Curious and anticipating Simon's praise, Xiao Luo secretly came to Horu, whispering something. What are you doing? So mysterious? Can't I hear what you're saying? Watching Horu's emotions slowly rise, Simon couldn't understand the situation. How did Xiao Luo manage to do this? Is her social skill that impressive? But all of this is a secret Simon cannot know and will never know. The time Xiao Luo spent talking with Horu wasn't long, but also not short. Simon only knew that after Xiao Luo returned, Horu was no longer so entangled. Simon, I understand now. She just doesn't want to leave this island. That's why her emotions were so low. After returning, Xiao Luo quietly told Simon the reason for Horu's emotional change. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder everything makes sense now. Simon no longer puzzled over what the problem was. However, Xiao Luo, we won't extend our stay. If she can't keep up, then there's nothing we can do. Understanding what Xiao Luo meant, Simon replied softly. After hearing this, Xiao Luo was momentarily stunned but then hugged Simon's arm and sat down. She had already gotten her answer. Horu, can you take a look at this bounty notice now? Since Xiao Luo didn't cause a fuss, Simon didn't pursue it further and asked the now normal Horu again. Oomph. Without replying to Simon, Horu snorted lightly and took the bounty notice from the table. After just a quick glance, Horu had already determined whether the person on this bounty notice was the one. It was definitely her. I won't mistake her backpack. Throwing away the bounty notice, Horu nonchalantly said, as if she wasn't surprised by this matter. Oh really, wow. Receiving this conclusion from Horu, Simon felt very satisfied. The feeling of finding out so quickly was truly delightful. So, Horu, do you want to teach her a lesson? She did something excessive. It wouldn't be good not to teach her a lesson. Although he already knew Horu was reluctant to leave this island, Simon still wanted to tease her. Thank you for saving me. I'll come play when I have time. I'm leaving now. Not long after Simon's words fell, Horu stood up, said these words, and left without giving Simon and the others time to react. Huh? She's just leaving? What the heck? Horu's reaction truly left Simon baffled. Why is this person so hard to communicate with? Xiao Luo, Horu is gone. Do you have any clues? Has she always been like this? The confusion in his heart needed someone to confide in. Simon thought that Xiao Luo, who had talked to Horu for so long, might know something. I don't know. I don't understand anything, but Xiao Luo didn't seem to intend to answer Simon. She was immersed in the joy of monopolizing Simon and couldn't extricate herself. She's clinging again, unable to stand Xiao Luo like this. How could he continue to ask? Time quickly slipped away like this. The next morning, the hunters were ready to continue the battle. Still no sign of Horu? Is she really not coming? Standing on the deck of the hanging ship, Simon looked eagerly at the coast, seemingly wanting to see a certain person's figure. Simon, she won't come back. She won't leave this island so easily. It's almost time for us to go. Standing next to Simon, Xiao Luo responded to his question. Ha ha ha, that's right, an island that can't be let go of. Leaving isn't that simple. Life has dreams. Each is wonderful in its own way. Although he had already decided not to wait any longer, Simon still didn't start the boat. He wanted to wait another 3 minutes. Exactly, people always have so many things they can't let go of. Following Simon's sentiment, Xiao Luo quietly stood there, seemingly touched by something. By the way, Simon, we're about to reach Cake Island, right? I've heard there's a famous soft and cute master there, do you know? As the 3-minute mark approached, Xiao Luo seemed to suddenly think of something and curiously asked Simon, "Soft and cute master? I've heard of her. Isn't she the one who was crazily sought after for a night pot?" When Xiao Luo mentioned this person, Simon recalled the auction on Ike Island, which was truly insane. "Is that all? Aren't you curious about what kind of person she is?" Seeing that Simon only knew this much, Xiao Luo couldn't believe it. "This is the soft and cute master. Huh? Why should I care about her? Does she have any unique charm?" Simon was puzzled by Xiao Luo's question. Why would he care about this person? It's not like that, it's just, she's super cute. So cute that anyone who sees her would want to commit a crime. Lacking vocabulary, Xiao Luo exaggeratedly described her. "Xiao Luo, do you think I'm that kind of person? Just because she's a bit cute, I would study her thoroughly?" Of course, Simon had to sternly admonish Xiao Luo for her bad impression. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what she might do in the future. I was just saying. I didn't mean." With a hint of guilt, Xiao Luo avoided Simon's gaze. No, next time. Looking at Xiao Luo like this, Simon didn't say much more. After leaving a sentence, he turned to look out at the sea. 3 minutes had already passed. Simon is the best. With a silly grin, Xiao Luo followed him. The fleet didn't continue to stay. After confirming their departure, they didn't wait another second and quickly set off. After Simon and the others left, Horu emerged from behind the stone tablet, gazing far at the receding ship. "Xiao Luo, I will not give up on you. Wait for me. Once I catch that person, I will definitely come find you." Standing here until the shadow of the ship completely disappeared on the sea, Horu finally turned back to the village. She had to prepare to go out to sea. 3 days later, the time came to 3 days later, and Simon's hunting team was almost at Pastry Island. The harvest in the past few days had been quite abundant. Simon, have you heard? Today is Pastry Island's dessert day. It is said that you can taste the works of the masters for free. Just as Simon was leisurely drinking cola and basking in the sun, Xiao Luo hurriedly approached him with a newspaper. "Huh? Dessert day? Free pastries?" As soon as Simon heard this, he instantly felt awake. He took the newspaper from Xiao Luo's hand and started reading. "Adorable Master Meng Meng Candy's major decision on her birthday. Free desserts all day today. Lucky individuals can receive a custom pastry from Meng Meng Candy. What are you waiting for? Come and taste the pastries together." Simon had never seen such an exaggerated newspaper. It was basically a magazine. How grand was this event? "Xiao Luo, inform everyone to speed up. I must get that exclusive pastry." With a craving for desserts, who could refuse a master's exclusive pastry? Anyway, Simon couldn't refuse. "Understood, Arabit salute." And Xiao Luo happily ran off. Seeing her so happy, she must be super excited for this free birthday party. After discussing advanced acceleration techniques, by noon, the massive fleet finally arrived at Pastry Island. Wow, what a fairy tale island. It's like arriving in a fairy tale world. Even before docking, Xiao Luo was already captivated by the buildings here. It was too dreamy. It's really nice. So adorable. Seeing this scene for the first time, Simon was also very shocked. Although he knew that Big Mom's place might be better, he had never seen it. "Simon, want to have a competition? Let's see who can eat Meng Meng Candy's exclusive pastry first." As the ship was about to dock, Xiao Luo eagerly looked at Simon. "Competition? Sure, but what happens if we lose? There must be a stake for a competition, right?" Simon, who was extremely confident in his luck, didn't believe he would lose. The loser can only eat desserts for a week. Suddenly needing a stake, Xiao Luo couldn't think of anything outrageous at the moment. Seeing the ship had docked, she quickly made a request and jumped off the ship. No, I haven't agreed," yet watching Xiao Luo's decisive back, Simon retracted his outstretched hand, shook his head, and ultimately chose to accept the challenge. After all, he wouldn't lose. "Very well, now I'm ready to start too. I wonder how that lucky person is chosen after stretching." Simon instructed Wolf to have free time before dashing towards Pastry Island. "Desserts, I'm coming." Time jump, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. From the south of the island to the north, then from the east to the west. Simon finally checked all the desserts on the island. "Am I so sweet I can barely eat anymore, but it smells so good with his stomach full and his mouth sweet." Simon couldn't help but want to eat a little more when he smelled the freshly baked pastries. The chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I wonder how Xiao Luo is doing. She shouldn't have checked in as many desserts as I did, right? The aroma was tempting Simon, but he decided to take a break. If he ate too many desserts now, it might not be good when it came time to taste Mang Mang Candy's exclusive pastry. But what is luck? I already have so many numbers. Could be a lottery? It shouldn't be that simple, right? Why did Simon have such doubts? Of course, it was because when he passed by the central stage of the island, he didn't see a lottery machine. But what do these numbers mean if they're no draw? This was the source of Simon's constant worry. Burp so full free food is so delicious with a big burp. Simon realized he really couldn't eat anymore. If he didn't take the time to digest, even if luck really came his way, he wouldn't be able to enjoy it. Let's take a look around. I've been eating desserts and haven't really explored this island. Such a marvelous island. It would be a pity not to appreciate it with so many number tags on him. Simon was actually not anxious. After all, he had done all he could. In worst case, he would just eat desserts for a week. Besides, was Xiao Luo really the lucky one? Maybe neither of them would have that fortune. After wandering around, Simon arrived at the only place on the island that was decorated differently from the others. This place was a forest? Would such a dreamy island really have a place like this? It seemed completely out of place. Standing in front of this dark, shadowy forest, Simon was very curious about how there could be such a place on this island. Checking the time, he found there was still some time before the lucky winner would be announced, so he decided to explore inside. I have a feeling there must be something special here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. With no regrets, Simon slowly stepped into the forest filled with uncertainty. Rustle, rustle, the leaves on the trees gently swayed, with each leaf just blocking the sunlight that came through, keeping the forest dark. This place is so scary. Do people really come here? After walking a short distance, Simon felt goosebumps rising. The atmosphere here was so intense. After walking for a long time, still surrounded by dark woods, Simon felt it was getting boring, but just then he suddenly smelled something. Sniff, sniff, the taste. It has a sweet flavor that tempts Simon step by step, following the scent. Simon is completely unaware of the path he is walking on. Is this the place? That magical smell, the fragrance grows stronger. And Simon finally arrives at the place where the scent is coming from. Here stands a small wooden cabin, and strangely, only this spot is bathed in sunlight, while the surroundings are filled with dark shadows. Knock, 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 is anyone there? Approaching the cabin door, Simon knocks on the neat wooden door. Knock, knock, someone is coming. Continuing to knock. It isn't long before a soft, cute, and heart-tugging voice comes from inside. While this voice hits the lowly in my heart, no doubt about it. Just hearing the voice sends shivers down Simon's spine. He loves it so much. Who understands the excellence of a lowly with a nervous heart? Simon waits to see what kind of adorable lowly will come out. Creak, who? Who are you? What are you doing here? When the door opens, the person who comes out is exactly to Simon's taste. Oh, what a perfect lowly. Is this an angel? Staring at the cute Meng Meng Tang in front of him, Simon is left speechless, his eyes gradually becoming hazy, and he just stands there dazedly looking at her. Huh? Are you all right? Hey, Meng Meng Tang, who had been waiting for Simon to respond, sees him just staring blankly and starts to call out to wake him up. I'm okay, the child wants we. But Simon, already entranced, has completely lost his awareness, not even knowing what he is thinking in his fantasy. Pervert. Hey, hearing Simon's perverted remarks, Meng Meng Tang falls silent for a moment, then pulls out a super big hammer from her fluffy skirt and strikes Simon's head hard. Bang, with a crisp sound. Although this hit was powerful, Simon's defense is incredibly strong, and this little force cannot break through his defense. However, thanks to this hit, Simon finally wakes up from his lowly fantasy. Blink, blink, with confused eyes, Simon looks at the lowly holding the big hammer above him, momentarily thinking he is seeing an illusion. Hello, sorry to disturb you, although he has forgotten the earlier illusion, given the current situation. He knows it is his fault, and Simon awkwardly apologizes, definitely not because the other person is a lowly. Who are you? What are you doing here? Are you up to no good? Seeing that Simon can finally communicate, Meng Meng Tang leans her big hammer against her side and questions him. No, I'm not that kind of person. How could I let such a cute creature misunderstand? Simon explains so quickly that even his observation can't predict it. I was in the woods and smelled a very sweet smell. I followed it here, perhaps recalling that fragrant smell. Simon's face is filled with ecstasy, feeling that he might just ascend to heaven in the next moment. Is that so? Meng Meng Tang accepts this reason. She knows how powerful her desserts are, and it's reasonable to come over smelling the aroma. Can you tell me what that fragrance is? The temptation of food briefly surpasses Simon's love for Lolis, and he shifts the topic to food. No way what is made here is meant to be eaten by lucky people at night. It's not allowed to know in advance, shaking her little finger. Meng Meng Tang refuses to tell Simon what the dessert is. Lucky person at night? Isn't that the work of the soft and cute master Meng Meng Tang? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. You wouldn't be the soft and cute master Meng Meng Tang, would you? Thinking quickly, Simon comes up with a particularly outrageous possibility from Meng Meng Tang's words. That's right, I am indeed the soft and cute master herself. Hearing the title of the soft and cute master, Meng Meng Tang can't help but puff out her chest and tilt her head with pride. I can't believe it really is. Is this the soft and cute master? I actually didn't know beforehand. I'm such an idiot at this moment. Simon feels a bit regretful. He has missed out on such an unbeatable lowly. All this time, who will make up for the happiness he has lost? Master, how can I become that lucky person? If I can't eat this thing, I will die. Unwilling to miss out like this. The unbeatable dessert Simon pleads with the angel in front of him to show some mercy. Is it that serious? But this dessert can't see air beforehand. Simon's sincerity has earned Meng Meng Tang's recognition, so she truly believes him. How about this? I'll give you this. Scratching her head. After thinking for a while, Meng Meng Tang finally comes up with a pretty good idea. She hands Simon a card with a shining star on it. This is, with a head full of question marks, Simon takes this thing, looking at Meng Meng Tang in confusion. Lucky card with it. You can take the main stage tonight. You must have special luck to come here. So giving you one more card is not a problem for Simon, who broke through the dark forest to come here. Meng Meng Tang thinks this is a kind of luck, especially since he loves desserts so much, and today is his birthday. It must be that heaven is helping him. This is that lucky card, so it looks like this. Looking at the complex card in his hand, Simon never expected to receive it in this way. If there's nothing else, could you please leave? This is a private place. Not open to guests, please. Without waiting for Simon to sort out his complicated feelings for a few seconds, Meng Meng Tang began to urge him to leave. After all, she lives here alone and is very scared. See you later. Looking forward to it, unable to refuse the angel in front of him. Simon turned and left. He was afraid that if he looked back one more time, he would sink into fantasy again. Step by step, Simon's figure slowly disappeared into the dark forest. Phew, that scared me to death. How could someone come here? After confirming that Simon had really left, Meng Meng Tang sat down with a thump, patting her little chest in fear. No way. Next time, I need to change the venue. The defenses of this venue are not good. That's right, Meng Meng Tang is a power user, and her ability is vision conversion. Soon, Simon walked out of the woods easily, as if all the trees were making way for him. How magical. The soft and cute master is actually such a lovely person. Smiling, he glanced back at the woods behind him. This incredible experience really left a deep impression on Simon. The lucky card has been obtained. It seems that I will win this competition. Xiao Luo. Are you ready to eat desserts for a week? Patting his chest where the lucky card was kept. Simon had already thought of many ways to humiliate Xiao Luo. The time is about right. Let's head to the central stage and wait. I can't wait to see the expression on Xiao Luo's face when I go up. There's no point in staying here any longer. It's better to go to the stage and prepare early. With a stride that showed no infatuation, Simon walked towards it. Sweet tiramisu, want to have one dessert bomb conquer you. Along the way, Simon once again felt the enthusiasm of the afternoon, but he didn't eat anything, saving his stomach for that invincible pastry. Hey, Simon, you're here too. Did you get the lucky card? Not long after arriving at the main stage, Xiao Luo bumped into Simon. The first thing she asked was very sharp. You would a joke. Of course I got it. How could someone as lucky as me not get it? Get ready to eat desserts for a week. Simon didn't back down at all in response to Xiao Luo's words and quickly fired back, completely unaware of how Xiao Luo knew about the lucky card. Yo, so confident? Just wait. Don't embarrass yourself. Embarrass myself? Don't joke around. Forget it. I won't argue with you. Simon didn't like what Xiao Luo said. Embarrass himself? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're anxious. You must not have received the lucky hint, right? No way. No way seeing Simon like this. Xiao Luo was happy. She could already imagine Simon's super confused feelings. Am I anxious? Don't joke around, I'm super calm. Okay. Not wanting to explain too much to Xiao Luo, he believed that when he was on stage tasting the pastries, Xiao Luo wouldn't be so happy anymore. Blah blah, you coffee. Simon quieted down, but Xiao Luo had no intention of giving up. There aren't many moments when Simon is defeated, so of course she had to tease him well. Time always flies so fast in the noise. And soon it came to the most important part of the day, Soft and Cute Master's birthday dessert party. Boom boom, fireworks burst in the sky, marking the official start of the evening. First on stage, a cute little girl appeared, holding a microphone and announcing the start of the birthday party. Mina, did you enjoy the desserts today? Were you satisfied? With her adorable voice and energetic dance moves, the atmosphere on site reached max. Super satisfied, loved the responding voices seemed to shake the entire island. The last time Simon felt such a scene was during a concert. I believe everyone is also looking forward to who today's lucky person will be, so let's reveal it now. Is everyone ready with their number cards? Without dragging it out, this revelation segment was too fast, completely breaking Simon's impression of this occasion. Here, ready, it's me. I have collected all the number cards, just like a fan meeting. The crowd wanting to know who would get the custom dessert from the Soft and Cute Master Meng Tang responded with a super high shout. So, who will today's lucky person be? Please look at the big screen with a wave of her little hand. A card with a stamped moon pattern appeared on the screen behind. If you have collected this card, please come to the stage. The lucky person is you. After revealing it, the cute girl on stage held the microphone and began to scan the crowd below, seemingly searching for this lucky person. Is this the lucky number? Unlike the lively music on stage, the crowd below fell silent. Everyone looked at the card on the big screen, then at the number card in their hands, feeling as if they were being played. This card doesn't exist at all. Did the Soft and Cute Master really think about custom making? Because no one had taken the stage for a long time, the crowd below, which had been eagerly waiting, began to cheer. Hee, this is indeed the most exhilarating moment. At that moment, Xiao Luo, who was beside Simon, suddenly laughed, her face flushed for some unknown reason, and she slowly walked towards the stage. Simon, I won this match. A week's worth of desserts. I hope you won't get tired of it, leaving behind a declaration of victory. Xiao Luo walked up to the stage without even looking back. Which card is the lucky one? Then what is this one in my hand? Staring blankly at Xiao Luo's departing figure, Simon looked at the card on the screen on stage in disbelief. Is she lying to me? Isn't she Meng Tang? In that instant, Simon thought a lot, almost confronting that person in the woods. Oh, our lucky one has already come out. Let's congratulate. The little cutie on stage locked onto her as Xiao Luo moved, and Mike followed her movements. Oh, I can't believe the lucky one is such a cute girl like Xiao Luo. Half of the people in the audience are cheering for her, seeming to think this is quite nice. Is this what it feels like to be in the spotlight? How wonderful. Simon is looking at me as Xiao Luo walked onto the stage. She didn't care about what the little cutie opposite her was saying. She was enjoying the feeling of the moment. Now, please have this lucky sister take a seat over there next. It's time for the Soft and Cute Master Meng Tang to make her appearance after a long silence. The little cutie came to Xiao Luo and invited her to sit at a delicate little table. Refusing was obviously not an option, and soon Xiao Luo sat down, waiting for the desserts she had been longing for. Ding ding, the indescribable music background made the feeling all the more wonderful. Soon, an angel that Simon had seen before took the stage. Meng Tang? Is it really her? But why is this card she gave me not the one that can take the stage? Once again, captivated by the irresistibly cute, lowly angel, Simon didn't understand why the card he received from her didn't make him the lucky one. Such a cute person wouldn't be lying, right? It must be true. Gripping tightly the star card that Meng Tang had given him, Simon hoped for a turn of events. Welcome everyone to my birthday party today. March your first 1,001st day, accompanying me delicious desserts. Thank you for being here. Those who have crossed countless numbers and gained the moon's favor can qualify for custom exclusive desserts. Now, let's hear what our lucky one wants for dessert. For everyone who came to support, Meng Tang first expressed her gratitude, and after that, she came to Xiao Luo and asked her what dessert she wanted to eat. Anything I say is fine. Having never experienced a custom-made dessert, Xiao Luo was clearly a bit confused. She thought she would just eat whatever came up directly. That's right, anything goes, just express your thoughts. And I will create a dessert that will leave you wanting more Meng Meng Tang was unafraid of challenges, believing that everyone's creative ideas were the best way for her to improve. Though she said that, at the moment, Xiao Luo couldn't think of anything. The unlimited custom dessert clearly left her in a dilemma. She couldn't figure out what she wanted. Anything goes right now. My feelings, the things I want, any wonderful rumors I've heard can work. Meng Meng Tang was unafraid of the challenge. Fulfilling a lucky person's dessert request on her birthday was her strictest demand for herself. If possible, I would like something that shines. Meng Meng Tang's words reminded Xiao Luo. She wanted Simon to feel a sense of defeat, and if she shone brightly, wouldn't that greatly stimulate Simon? Shining. How very simple. You will definitely be the most dazzling person tonight. Hearing Xiao Luo's request, Meng Meng Tang smiled slightly. This request was too simple. The challenge level hadn't even reached 5 yet. Sweet spirits of the dessert world, let us create a shining dessert for the shining world together. Ha 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 ha. Meng Meng Tang's method of making desserts was not ordinary. After saying these words, fuzzy little fairies really appeared in the air. Accompanied by the dancing of these fairies, one dessert after another was being processed in the air. So smooth, so elegant. Is this the master's technique? Watching this beautiful production process, Simon gradually forgot about the star card, his eyes only on Meng Meng Tang. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a dance lasting 8 minutes, a bouncy dessert resembling the starry sky appeared on the plate in front of Xiao Luo. Starry Shine. That's its name. I believe its taste will let you understand the meaning of shining with one hand behind and one hand in front. Meng Meng Tang looked like an elegant gentleman at that moment. Swallow this is. With her eyes on the starry shine in front of her, Xiao Luo couldn't help but drool. She was already conquered by the flavor even before tasting it. Taking a bite, Xiao Luo's face flushed with color, and she felt as if she was walking in the starry sky, all the stars dimming because of her. Who gently exhaling, a rainbow floated out of her mouth and suddenly disappeared into the air 3 seconds later. What was that just now? A rainbow? Little Luo, still dazed from the starry sky, was shocked to find a rainbow coming out of her mouth. She didn't even know who she was anymore. To see that rainbow, she exhaled again, but this time the rainbow was faint. Only she could see it. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, took another bite, and then exhaled forcefully, instantly enveloping the entire stage in this rainbow. Wow, how magical! Because this dessert stayed in her mouth for a very short time, little Luo didn't lose her focus. She clearly saw these rainbows drifting and then transforming into her own image, sparkling hee-hee at this moment. Simon must be stomping his feet in envy. Little Luo was very satisfied with this effect. She could already imagine Simon's regret. But was Simon really feeling as little Luo imagined? The master is indeed a master. This dessert could create such effects. It's almost like divine skill. Simon was calm, yet not entirely so. Besides marveling at this wonderful scene, he was also thinking about whether he should go find Meng Meng Tang to clarify things later. However, I really want to experience it. That dessert must be very good indeed, just as little Luo thought. Simon regretted not barging into that little house to taste that cake and getting the star card from Meng Meng Tang. But the red county card wasn't very useful, so what does this mean for me? Recalling this, Simon thought again about what happened in front of the little house, gripping the star card even tighter. Oh Yahoo! Unlike Simon, everyone present was very happy, watching the dazzling scene on stage, feeling very satisfied. Influenced by the atmosphere in the venue, Simon gradually got into the groove. Oh ho, wow, his body swayed and his spirit soared. After showcasing this special dessert starlight, little Luo, as the birthday party's protagonist, spoke again. The wishes of the lucky month have come true. And the theme of today's birthday party has been set. Let's shine together tonight. Everyone is a shining moon. The celebration officially began after Meng Meng Tang finished speaking, and the stage was temporarily handed over to professional performers. During this time, little Luo returned to Simon's side, but after she came back, she kept reminding Simon of the rules he had to follow. Simon, I went up there, and I got to eat the super delicious dessert. Isn't there someone who has to fulfill something? The victorious posture made little Luo show off to the fullest, her nose almost reaching her forehead. Little Luo, Isn't it better to enjoy this birthday party happily instead of talking about this now? Even though she lost, Simon felt he still had a chance, thinking of ways to buy some time. And the other reason was that the birthday party's program wasn't bad. Hey, is someone trying to renege? No way, right? In little Luo's eyes, filled with the bet, she ignored the current performance, desperately wanting Simon's response. It definitely won't happen. I, Simon, am a trustworthy person. How could I renege on a bet? Absolutely impossible. Simon didn't want to continue engaging with little Luo, but she kept buzzing in his ear about this matter, and disturbed, he chose to respond directly. Really? Is it really true? Little Luo seemed to be obsessed or something, insisting on getting a clear answer from Simon. Yes. Yes, from the moment we returned to the ship, the bet was established. ISNT at just a week's worth of desserts. Let's do it. Knowing he couldn't delay any longer, Simon accepted reality. He wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose. He just wanted to know what the star card in his hand was for. Time continued to pass joyfully, and soon the birthday party reached its conclusion. After the last program ended, Meng Tang returned to the stage. Hello everyone, it's nice to see you again. I'm sure everyone is looking forward to today's final segment, I know. You must be very excited, perhaps reluctant to part with everyone. Meng Tang's speech became quite lengthy, taking a long time to get to the point. These years spent with everyone. Thank you all for 10 continuous minutes. It was all Meng Tang speaking to the audience, supporting her. But for outsiders like Simon and little Luo, it was quite boring. So everyone, on this special day, I have something new to share with you. It's a new product made by Meng after the lengthy chatter. Meng Tang finally revealed what she wanted to say. Oh, new product, as her words fell. The venue suddenly erupted with excitement, and everyone's enthusiasm peaked. My goodness, so exciting, it's just a new product. Is it that serious? Startled by the noise, Simon couldn't understand the madness of these people. However, about that new product, could it be that one? Am I not finished yet? I have to say, what Meng Tang said at this moment reignited Simon's thoughts about the possibility of winning. With everyone's passionate shouts, Meng Tang didn't keep them in suspense for long, and soon had a cake-shaped cart rolled out, on top of which was a beautifully crafted plate. Before unveiling today as dessert, I have to tell everyone something, that this dessert will be tasted first by our lucky star. So, who got the star card? Her sweet voice rang out as Meng Tang waved her hand upwards, revealing a glowing point with star dust, which slowly floated towards the big screen behind. As the light point disappeared, a card with a star pattern appeared on the screen. Oh, little master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Lucky star. Everyone clearly knew it wasn't their own, calling out for this special lucky person, eagerly wanting to know what this new dessert was. Lucky star? There's even this? Simon, who do you think it will be? Upon hearing this news, Xiao Luo, who has already tasted the exclusive custom dessert from Meng Candy, felt it was quite unbelievable. Not only did she look at the stunned Simon, but she also exclaimed, "It's actually here. So what you were talking about is this." It really happened. Although she had thought that she might actually get on stage, when this opportunity truly came to her, Simon was still super surprised. Simon, you know, Xiao Luo, sometimes it's better not to be too happy too early, just like now. Did you ever think about it? Without giving a direct response to Xiao Luo's question, he left her with a puzzled expression and stepped towards the stage. What does that mean? Why is he walking that way? And this scene looks so familiar in the end. She didn't follow Simon forward. She wanted to see what Simon was up to. He went up. Simon went on stage. Her gaze followed him, and as Xiao Luo watched Simon walk onto the stage, she still couldn't figure out what was going on. Why? No way. How could this be? Why did Simon also go up on stage? Confused, Xiao Luo couldn't understand. Wasn't this birthday party only for Lucky Month? How could a lucky star suddenly appear? And that lucky star was actually Simon. But no matter how much Xiao Luo couldn't accept it, the situation had already become a fait accompli. Simon was indeed another lucky person. On stage, Simon had now arrived in front of Meng Candy. Hello, I didn't expect you to be. Approaching this angel, Simon was at a loss for words. What should he say? Surprising. Right, do you understand the shock I felt the moment I opened the door and saw you without any intention of avoiding the audience below? Meng Candy casually mentioned this shocking matter. What did the master just say? It seemed like, damn, how could this happen? Who was that man? Oh my god, the scene was in chaos. What Meng Meng Candy revealed left the young dreamers feeling the power of the bull-headed man. Just a little bit, however. In this situation, shouldn't we stop this? It's hard to answer. Can I really talk about my own mental journey? And given the current situation below, it looks like it's bound to go wrong. Them? And no need, there's nothing that dessert can't heal. As long as they see my new product, they'll definitely calm down regarding the enthusiastic shouts from the crowd below. Meng Meng Candy expressed that she was completely unconcerned. Her desserts had magic. No one could resist the healing of desserts. So, since that's the case, hurry up. Let's unveil the new dessert. I've been looking forward to it for a long time, worried that Xiao Luo below might encounter some danger. Simon thought it was better not to let the people below make too much noise. Oh my, I didn't expect you to be so impatient, but you have a point after all. Today is my birthday. It's better not to make too much noise at this moment. Meng Meng Candy also stopped her prank. She felt that she had had her fun, and it was about enough. The two of them reached an agreement and came to the cake-shaped cart. You open it. I believe this fragrance will definitely calm them down. With her hand on the cart, Meng Meng Candy was about to open the lid when she stopped, looked around a few times, and left the opportunity to Simon. Me? Pointing to himself, Simon displayed a puzzled look, but he didn't refuse. He quietly opened the lid. A gentle breeze blew, and a familiar aroma filled Simon's entire nasal cavity. He was so enchanted that he momentarily lost himself while holding the lid. As the breeze passed, the crowd below gradually caught a whiff of the unusual fragrance. The scent left behind was a complete silence. Everyone who was smelling this aroma for the first time could not resist the delicious spirit. How about it? I wasn't wrong. Right, as long as this dessert appears, everyone will still be very quiet. Meng Meng Candy's words brought Simon back from the delicious aroma. He turned to look at the crowd below and found that it really was like this. The people below were completely immersed in the scent of this dessert. How did you do it with this level? It shouldn't just be the power of the dessert, right you? Just by relying on one dessert to make everyone on the island fall into this state? It's absolutely impossible. In this pirate world, there is nothing so outrageous. Huh? You found out? That's right, I am the legendary devil fruit user. How about it? Isn't it super cool? Meng Meng Candy showed no signs of nervousness about being discovered, as if she really didn't care about such matters. Cool is indeed pretty cool. But didn't you think about covering it up a bit? Is it really okay to just say it directly to me like this? Overwhelmed by Meng Meng Candy's straightforwardness, Simon's speech became hesitant. Cover up? Why would I do that? This is not something that can't be seen. Seeing Simon like this, Meng Meng Tang was puzzled. Although ability users are not very common, it shouldn't be to the extent of being unmentionable, right? Besides, aren't you going to eat now? If you wait a little longer, they will come up hearing this. Simon looked back in confusion and found that everyone below, lost in delight, actually started to move slowly forward, which startled him. What the why is it like this? Didn't they say it was very safe? Could it be? There was no time to think more. If they really came up, what use would it be for him to get this lucky star? Moreover, he had already endured for a long time. He hadn't even tasted what this dessert was like. How he swallowed the entire dessert in one bite. And at that moment, an indescribable feeling spread in his mouth. It was somewhat soft and glutinous, somewhat silky, and at the same time accompanied by a cool sensation that surged from his tongue to the top of his head. At the moment he swallowed it, Simon felt as if he had been cleansed. Incredibly refreshing. What a delightful dessert. He felt completely soothed. What is this new product generally? Simon wouldn't specifically ask for the name of a dessert, but this time it was different. He loved it too much. Not only was the aroma wonderful, but the texture was also delightful, refreshing, and uplifting. A little cutie came up with this name for me. I think it's great. Having finished the dessert, the crowd below gradually returned to normal, watching intently. Refreshing and uplifting. This name, difficult to evaluate. Simon didn't have much to say about it. Although it was quite good, it wasn't that amazing. All right now is not the time to get hung up on names. Everyone is still waiting for your feedback. How's my new product? Boldly tell everyone. Seeing Simon speechless and about to say something, Meng Meng Tang quickly stopped him and shifted his attention. I really have to say it? Can I not say it? Originally, Simon had no fear. But when he saw the expressions of the people below, he felt it wasn't so great. Of course not. This is my upcoming new product. Everyone needs to know about it. You've already finished it. You don't want to take any responsibility at all, do you? Regarding Simon's coy thoughts, Meng Meng Tang expressed a serious warning. Wanna not say it? No way. Sigh, all right. Seeing how determined the angel was, Simon didn't say much. He looked down at the audience. What are you all looking at me for? I just found Meng Meng Tang's little home and stayed for a bit. It didn't do anything. Really, just seeing the expressions on these people's faces, Simon knew what they were thinking, but he really hadn't done anything, and he had already been healed by the aroma of the new dessert. Isn't that enough? Everyone from Cake Island, I am a lucky star. I'm so happy to have tasted the only new dessert. Not bad. Really not bad, he with a cheeky expression on his face. Simon smiled happily. He didn't want those who were giving him bad looks to feel better. TSK, he was so cheeky, brothers. Is anyone coming up to beat him with me? With Simon's arrogance, of course, some people couldn't hold back. A hot-tempered brother swung his fist, ready to come up. Count me in, add strength. Add. Soon. The number of people agreeing to come up and teach Simon a lesson reached an astonishing 30. It was truly surprising. Slap, what did you say? Don't you know today is Meng Meng Tang's birthday? Let's see who dares to cause trouble. Before these people could stand up and make a ruckus, a loyal fan of Meng Meng Tang stopped this chaos. Otherwise, the consequences for these people would be unimaginable. Big brother, I didn't mean to make him. The young man who was about to be beaten covered his face and looked at the big brother who was hitting him, wanting to explain for a moment. But when he saw the big brother's face, he gave up. The big brother's expression was really not good. The interruption below didn't disturb Simon's performance on stage. He was still frantically promoting to the people below. It's really true. I absolutely did not lie to you. Once you taste it, you will never forget it. It's the taste of home, no matter how exaggerated he described it. Simon elevated this new product to a height that didn't belong to him. At this moment, Meng Meng Tang behind Simon couldn't stop her mouth from twitching. She seemed to have not expected Simon to be like this. What a sin if it goes on like this. The orders are going to skyrocket, Sai. So although she said that, Meng Meng Tang was very satisfied with the promotional effect this time. It was probably better than finding someone herself. Talent, why didn't I think of promoting it this way? I have to say, Simon's description today provided Meng Meng Tang with new ideas. She felt that she might. So refreshing is this, the happiness I have that you don't. This feeling is truly intoxicating. Simon even wanted to chat here for a whole night, but there was no possibility for that. Seeing that the effect was almost there, Meng Meng Tang took over the entire scene. The microphone on Simon was no longer in use. It's over. There are no more activities. Let's go back. I guess Xiao Luo has been waiting for a long time. There was nothing left for him to do here. And Simon didn't want to stay here as a third wheel. He quickly finished and returned to Xiao Luo's side. The crowd at the scene, immersed in Meng Meng Tang's cuteness, didn't pay attention to Simon, which made his departure very smooth. Not long after leaving the stage, Simon found Xiao Luo sitting on a small stone at the edge. Yo, look who it is. Isn't this today's lucky moon? What's wrong? Why does your face look not so good? As soon as he approached, Simon saw Xiao Luo pouting, and he immediately began the usual. Simon, how did you get that thing? Is there some unmentionable secret with that her? Simon's winning the lucky star was unexpected, and Xiao Luo couldn't accept this result. Oh, Xiao Luo, how could you think like that? I got this opportunity thanks to my own luck. How did it become so pitiful in your mouth? Although responding positively to Xiao Luo wasn't a problem, Simon still wanted to tease her. Impossible. You absolutely couldn't have gotten that thing by luck. Puff told me there won't be a second lucky winner at Meng Meng Tang's birthday party. I firmly disagree with what Simon said about it being due to his own luck. Others might not know, but Xiao Luo definitely does, considering she's Puff's close friend. Puff. Xiao Luo, what does this have to do with Puff? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Can you explain it in detail? Hearing Xiao Luo excitedly mention Puff's name, the sensitive Simon immediately thought of some possibilities. What Puff? You must have misheard. Puff is in the New World. What could she tell me? After Simon said that, Xiao Luo suddenly realized she might have said something wrong, her gaze starting to drift. Oh really? I don't believe it. We need to discuss this matter thoroughly. Seeing Xiao Luo like this, Simon knew his guess was probably correct. There were too many people here to talk. So he picked Xiao Luo up and headed back toward the boat. Xiao Luo, who was being carried on Simon's shoulder, realized she might not be able to hide it anymore, desperately reaching out to the stage. The street was very quiet, with no one around. And after passing through the lantern-filled street, they finally returned to the boat. Xiao Luo, can you explain how there can't be a second lucky winner at Meng Meng Tang's birthday? With both arms supporting his body, Simon leaned down, slowly applying pressure on Xiao Luo. Swallow I don't know. Simon, you must have misheard. How would I know about Meng Meng Tang's birthday party? We don't even know each other. Yes, that's it. Looking around, Xiao Luo felt her reasoning was sound, and she even slapped her palm after finishing. Clap, clap, clap. Well said, but do you think I believe you? Simon's gaze fixed sharply on Xiao Luo. He didn't expect that even at this point, Xiao Luo would still act like this. You should believe it, isn't that normal? There's no need to. Unable to continue, looking into Simon's piercing eyes, Xiao Luo's voice of justification grew smaller. The atmosphere of the scene quieted down, and no one continued speaking. An hour later, speak up, what's going on? Why are you so sure about this birthday party's lucky person? With a lollipop in his mouth, Simon leaned against the side of the bed, speaking seriously. Puff had told me about the situation here before, and besides, Meng Meng Tang is Puff's cousin. Everything was revealed, and after Simon's education, Xiao Luo disclosed the entire story. Puff's cousin? Why didn't I hear you mention that before? So your intel is fully disclosed. Simon never expected this would be the outcome. This competition had already had a result before it even started. If it weren't for his particularly good luck, I already knew I could get that lucky card. Everything was just to make you, Simon. The situation wasn't much different from what Simon guessed. This competition was indeed something Xiao Luo did to fulfill a small thought in her heart. Xiao Luo, did you go through all this trouble just to make me eat desserts for a week? It can't be that simple, right? Simon fell silent. Although he didn't like Xiao Luo's cheating behavior, he was still curious about the punishment for this competition. Why think of such a punishment? I just wanted you to try the desserts. I learned if every day is dessert. Although she didn't finish her sentence, it was understood. Xiao Luo meant just that. Is that all? Sai, if it's just that, you could have said it clearly, Xiao Luo. I'm not that kind of person. Simon didn't understand why Xiao Luo would have such a mentality. Could it be that their recent interactions had decreased, making her unhappy? Simon, I was wrong. I won't do this again. Next time, please forgive me after this series of events. Xiao Luo truly realized her mistake. She really felt she shouldn't have done that. Sai, can't do this anymore. Is there anything that can't be discussed properly? Doing these things and getting caught in the end isn't very bad. Here, such a lovely Xiao Luo, of course, chose to forgive her. Was it just a prank? It's nothing. Got it. It absolutely won't happen again. Anything that happens will be said. The lecture ended, and this matter concluded here, happily. After a while, Xiao Luo, how did you get the lucky moon card? Did you get it from Meng Meng Tang? Suddenly, Simon thought of something. When he first saw Xiao Luo, she was walking toward him from the opposite side. If Meng Meng Tang gave it to her, the possibilities seemed small. Well, no. I got it from my friend, little cutie, she's the host today. Xiao Luo revealed an unexpected answer to Simon, suddenly introducing a new character that had not been mentioned before. Little cutie? That host. Please elaborate. Curious, a bit curious. Wasn't Xiao Luo just a palace made before? How come she has such a wide circle of friends? It seems like she has friends everywhere in the South Sea. We met 2 years ago when I was cleaning a room in the palace, and she suddenly appeared. She was so. After a series of events, we became friends because she really loves desserts. She mentioned wanting to come to Cake Island to do something. Later, I found out through our communication that she's an employee at the Meng Meng candy store, so it's quite normal. ISNT it? The details are omitted. And Xiao Luo quickly finished telling her story with the little cutie. I see, so Xiao Luo, you also knew in advance that today, as birthday luck would be given by her, right? Gradually understanding everything, Simon also figured out why Xiao Luo had that strange demeanor on the ship. I didn't know. I originally thought she had a clue. I didn't expect this year as luck would actually come from her when I found out. I was happy for a long time. This little chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Shaking her head, Xiao Luo expressed that she didn't expect to be so lucky. Everything was a pleasant surprise. Oh, by the way, Simon, where did you get that lucky star from? I've never heard of such a thing. With this, Xiao Luo began to inquire about Simon's lucky star, something she had never heard of before. It's normal not to have heard of it. This is something only super lucky people can obtain, an ultra-rare thing. It probably won't appear again. Hearing Xiao Luo say this, Simon smirked, showing a very proud expression. Ultra-rare, what's going on? Feeling nervous, Xiao Luo seemed as if she was listening to gossip. The story begins in a forest. It was a deep forest where no sunlight could be seen. I got lost in there, but at a certain moment, I smelled a scent that was hard to describe. What is this? Curiously, I slowly walked deeper into the forest. Suddenly, I saw a little house. The sunlight was shining down freely here, and the fragrance was coming from inside. I slowly approached. After knocking on the door, a few minutes passed, and the door opened. A beautiful girl appeared inside. The story abruptly stopped here. Simon took a breath. And then, of course, Xiao Luo wanted to know what happened next. How could it stop here? And do you know who she is? You definitely wouldn't guess. She is actually Meng Meng Candy. After some communication, I got the lucky star. Short, too short, something hidden for so long. Simon finished telling it so quickly. Too short, is that it? Nothing exciting? Not exciting at all. Simon's storytelling skills are really hard to comment on. Xiao Luo didn't feel anything exciting at all. There was no emotional ups and downs. The truth of the matter was just like that. Nothing exciting happened. Do I have to embellish it? ISNT, that's spreading rumors? Simon didn't agree with Xiao Luo's view. What he said was indeed correct. Boring, I'm going to sleep. Sleep, unable to continue the conversation. Xiao Luo, who didn't hear the gossip she wanted, chose to sleep. Let us talk about things tomorrow. I'm tired. Looking at Xiao Luo falling asleep immediately. Simon also didn't expect things would change so quickly. They were just chatting a moment ago. Messy. His mind was a bit overwhelmed, and Simon stopped overthinking. Gradually, he also entered into a dream. A night passed, a new day. Not many people were out and about. It seemed everyone went a bit crazy yesterday. Today is also a beautiful day. Let us practice early, waking up early. Simon didn't waste the good mood of the moment and started his day with morning practice. 1. Each training item made Simon feel fulfilled. Quack, quack. While practicing the morning routine, news birds arrived at this place. Seeing these birds, Simon knew today as training should be ending. It's been a while since I watched the news. Let me see if there's anything new after training. Reading a newspaper felt indescribably comfortable. Taking out some Bailey, Simon bought a newspaper and went to his exclusive lounge chair, ready to catch up on today's news. The World Conference is approaching. The Navy has new movements. In today's newspaper, Simon couldn't quite understand. It seemed to say something, but also seemed to say nothing. Anyway, Simon couldn't understand. Slapping, he placed the newspaper on the table and began to gaze into the distance. Those reporters seemed to be reporting on something trivial. It seems the world has been relatively peaceful recently indeed. Is it the calm before the storm? Standing at the bow of the ship, Simon thought a lot. He started to miss the times when there were big news events. Soon after the World Conference, there should be big news. If not, then I want to hold back with a big plan. Simon no longer wanted to drift aimlessly. For such a long time, he and even left the South Sea. That shouldn't be the case at all. The Grand Line, the New World. If I don't fight, my strength won't improve. Strong people are not afraid of battle. After the Marineford War, I will become the overlord of the New World. With a determined gaze, Simon had made up his mind. He couldn't waste any more time. Simon, what are you doing there? Moving this way and that. Are you going crazy? Simon's lofty ambitions hadn't been displayed for long before Xiao Luo interrupted him. Looking helpless, Simon turned back to look at Xiao Luo. What are you doing? I didn't say anything wrong. In a morning like this, anyone seeing it would think the same, right? Seeing Simon again, just like yesterday, Xiao Luo felt guilty and a bit scared. However, she thought to herself that she hadn't done anything wrong, so she mustered her courage and said, Xiao Luo, if we are fine, let's go do something, okay? Why are you nitpicking at me here? I haven't even told you in detail about Meng Meng Candy, the cute little one, and Puff yet. I don't know how Xiao Luo ended up like this. Weren't things fine before? Saiha, didn't we already clear things up? What else is there to say? Isn't this matter already in the past? When Simon suddenly brought this up, Xiao Luo couldn't accept it. She had explained so much yesterday. Was it really all for nothing? Oh, really? Xiao Luo, do you really think this matter is over? Regarding Xiao Luo's claim that this matter is over, Simon had a new perspective. He still had many things to understand. No, No. Hasn't everything that needed to be said already been said? What else? Xiao Luo didn't know. Hearing Simon's firm tone, Xiao Luo felt less confident. Could it really be that there was something she and T noticed? Puff Xiao Luo. May I ask when you heard Puff mention last year's birthday party? The last time we met Puff was about a year ago, right? With reason and evidence. Simon firmly believed that Xiao Luo definitely still kept in touch with Puff. A year ago? I didn't pay attention to that, but what does it matter? I don't know why Simon suddenly brought this up. It's completely unrelated, right? What do you think you don't know the current situation of the Red Lip Pirates, do you? You're not telling me any news, right? Simon had some things in his mind, and the way he spoke was so strange. What news? I didn't tell you anything. How would I know? Besides, my last contact with Puff was 3 months ago. Xiao Luo felt wronged. She was really feeling wronged. How was she supposed to know the current situation of the Red Lip Pirates? Puff couldn't be contacted at all. Huh? Is that so? When did Puff mention this birthday party? It felt like she had guessed wrong. Simon's voice became quieter. Of course, she mentioned it when we tasted bread together last time. Talking about desserts, she mentioned her cousin, which is normal, right? You wouldn't expect me to tell you everything we talked about. Hearing that she had the upper hand, Xiao Luo's words became much sharper. That's not necessary. My fault. Sorry, Xiao Luo, as compensation. I'll make you something super good, okay? A good thing? You can cook too? Before Simon's words had even finished, Xiao Luo was already very surprised. She had never heard that Simon had this skill. I'm the super awesome person known as. How could it be such a simple thing? Simple. With an unknown title and Simon's inexplicable confidence, things became tense all of a sudden. Really? The things you make one tea taste bad, right? Still not believing. In Xiao Luo's impression, Simon was just someone who could eat. She had never seen him make anything. That definitely won't. The things I make will definitely amaze you. Just wait and see. After saying this, Simon took Xiao Luo toward the kitchen, and it was clear he was going to show off his cooking skills. Following Simon, Xiao Luo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It seemed quite interesting. Soon, they arrived at the kitchen. What kind of magical dish would Simon make? Meat, vegetables, fruits. Great, everything is here. After confirming the ingredients, Simon began his cooking journey, showcasing his superb skills from chopping vegetables to stir-frying. Woha bang! After a dazzling display of operations, Simon's dishes were ready. They looked pretty good, but she didn't know how they would taste. Xiao Luo, come and try dishes from another world. They will definitely be delicious enough to make you drool. Plates of food were carefully arranged by Simon on the dining table, waiting for Xiao Luo to taste. What is this? It looks very colorful. Sitting down, Xiao Luo didn't rush to taste the dishes. Instead, she first inquired about their preparation. This dish it's a cuisine from the northern part of another world. It looks so colorful because it contains a very delicious special sauce. After so many years of crossing over, how could Simon possibly remember what this was? He just said something casually, "Oh, let me try," not fully understanding. Xiao Luo began to taste the first dish. However, as soon as it entered her mouth, her expression changed. She widened her eyes and said, "So spicy." Simon, how much chili did you put in? How can it be this spicy? Is this even edible? Her tongue kept flicking around, and she grabbed a bottle of milk from the table and started gulping it down. Is it really that spicy? It can't be. Seeing Xiao Luo's exaggerated reaction, Simon was also stunned. Although there might be some differences in taste, it shouldn't be this far off. Moreover, he had controlled the spiciness. Doubting Simon picked up chopsticks and tasted the dish himself. Chew. This isn't spicy at all? How can something so sweet be called spicy? After swallowing, Simon didn't feel any spiciness whatsoever. Did this dish really have a spicy flavor? Seeing that Xiao Luo couldn't eat this dish, Simon quietly finished it himself. Xiao Luo, try the others. The others should have no problems. They're not spicy. When Xiao Luo stopped after finishing the milk, Simon thought this couldn't be, and of course, he had to let Xiao Luo continue tasting. Really? You're not lying to me, right? Is making these things actually a punishment? Seeing Simon eat the spicy dish alone, Xiao Luo realized it might be her problem and didn't continue to dwell on the issue of the previous dish. However, she also didn't dare to confidently taste the next dish, as her taste might be different from Simon's. Of course it won't be. I'm just not that kind of person. Let's try these below. They definitely won't be a problem. Simon repeatedly emphasized this, finally making Xiao Luo compromise. Looking at the beautiful dishes on the table, she started eating. Yum, munch, munch. Fortunately, the next dishes, although a bit heavy in flavor, were still edible and not as outrageous as that spicy dish. Simon, your cooking is great, but don't do it again next time. This stuff really isn't that delicious. After eating a small half, Xiao Luo couldn't continue. She really couldn't eat anymore. It was too salty. Okay. From Xiao Luo's expression, Simon already knew everything. He had wasted his thoughts on conquering the world with food. After mealtime, the two of them exited the cabin again. Once on the deck, they saw that the hunter ship was almost ready. Cake Island. It's really nice if we have the chance to come back in the future. We must savor it properly. Next time, we shouldn't be in such a rush to fill our stomachs. After taking a last look at the island, Simon gave the command to set sail. There was no need to linger on this island. A simple resupply would suffice. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Oh, by the way, Xiao Luo, do you need to say goodbye to that friend? Is it okay for us to leave like this? Having already left the port, Simon suddenly remembered that Xiao Luo still had a friend she hadn't said goodbye to, and quickly asked her, Simon, what do you mean by asking me this now? Are we supposed to go back and say goodbye before leaving? What are you talking about? It's just ridiculous. She didn't understand what Simon was thinking. Did she just complain about his cooking, and he was so vengeful about it? Oh no, the ship has already set off. How could they go back? Plus, the hunters are all ready to fight, so there's definitely no turning back. Realizing he'd asked a pointless question, Simon fell silent. He thought that continuing the conversation might lead to something bad. So, Simon, do you have any plans to make it up to me? Like a week's worth of desserts, or something taking this opportunity? Xiao Luo brought up the idea of a week's worth of desserts again. No way. Eating only desserts for a week would ruin your stomach. But once a day is okay. He refused, but not completely. Since Xiao Luo kept bringing it up, Simon thought he might as well indulge her a bit. After all, he had been so unreasonable. Hey, really? Is that really okay? You're not just accommodating me, right? If you don't want to, then forget it. Seeing Xiao Luo doubt him so much, Simon shrugged indifferently, ready to give up on the idea. But no, once a day is a delightful decision. Xiao Luo wouldn't give up this super tempting opportunity and loudly stopped Simon from abandoning the idea. Speechless, he had nothing to say. But now it was still okay. Time at sea wasn't recorded anyway. It hadn't been many days. On this day, the Fairness Guild's fleet arrived near the coast of Greetown. Xiao Luo, do you know why this place is called Greetown? Have you heard the rumors about it? After finishing today's customary dessert, Simon suddenly started chatting with Xiao Luo about the legends of this town they were about to reach. I don't know, isn't this just a town? What legends could there be? I don't know, and I don't want to know. This kind of historical issue has nothing to do with me. Xiao Luo wasn't interested. You actually don't know this. This is the hometown of the legendary brother Higher Brothers. Seeing that Xiao Luo didn't know about this, Simon looked at her in surprise. Higher Brothers? Who are they? Are they famous? Seeing Simon's surprised expression, Xiao Luo was also confused. Who are the Higher Brothers? And are they really that famous? Of course they are famous. They conquered half of the South Sea 100 years ago. Their powerful strength once forced the Navy to retreat. They are truly super pirates. Talking about this made Simon very excited. He had studied this history for a long time. Super pirates? Simon, you're a bounty hunter. Is it really okay to be so excited about pirate legends? Xiao Luo was speechless. Why was he so excited about every legend? What did it have to do with them? I'm not excited. I just want to say that there's a very big treasure here regarding Xiao Luo's statement. Simon disagreed. He didn't have any admiration, just thought of the treasure. Treasure? There's actually treasure here? But Simon, are we really bounty hunters? Why does it always seem like we're treasure hunting? Is this really okay? Although very interested in the treasure, Xiao Luo had wanted to say for a long time that their actions might have some issues. Is there a problem? Aren't these things done on the way? Otherwise, will we just keep hunting pirates? That would be so boring. Simon didn't feel there was anything wrong with his actions. He thought it was quite normal. Isn't going out to sea just for enjoyment? Can't you enjoy it however you like? All right. So in this Greek town, are we going to start treasure hunting? But don't we only have one day? Not debating anymore. Xiao Luo just went along with Simon's words. She had no other thoughts about the island since she wasn't familiar with it. One day is enough. This town is small, and there are plenty of places to hide treasures. We'll find it quickly. Regarding Xiao Luo's concerns, Simon could only say she was overthinking it. It would even take an hour to walk around this small town. First, Simon, are you sure the treasure is still there? If, as you said, it's this small, can the treasure really be hidden here? Xiao Luo quickly found a flaw in Simon's words and retaliated fiercely. It should still be there. That place is very hidden. It's something no one would think of. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Simon felt that there really seemed to be a bit of a problem. But after thinking carefully, the problem wasn't that big. It was still possible. I hope it's true. Let's not talk about it anymore. The ship is already close to the port and is about to start this round of resupplying. The ship docked, and the hunters orderly went to the tavern and casino. Simon, where's the treasure? Let's go quickly. After getting off the ship, Xiao Luo kept chattering beside Simon. TSK, why the hurry? Can't I think about it for a moment? I know, but Simon wasn't very clear about the location of the treasure. Based on his research, he only had a rough idea of its position. Deep in thought, he pondered again and again, wait for me. I'll go take a look. After thinking for a long time and coming up empty-handed, Simon, with his bad temper, decided to stop thinking. He quickly returned to the cabin and pulled out a map of the town. Okay, let's set off now. I have a feeling we'll find it soon. Holding the map, Simon felt no embarrassment at all. He just picked a general direction and set off. Is that it? Isn't there no information at all? He spoke so confidently. I thought. In surprise mixed with a hint of disdain, Xiao Luo shook her head and followed behind Simon, walking slowly. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The two crossed a wide street and quickly arrived at the back mountain of the town. Here, there was nothing but wild grass, not even a cave. This is it, the legendary super treasure left by the High Air Brothers. Climbing over the mountain, Simon confidently said at the foot of the mountain near the coast. Simon, are you really sure? There's nothing here. Besides sand, it's just a flat mountain wall. Where could the treasure be? Hearing Simon's words, Xiao Luo looked around and found nothing strange. It was just an ordinary mountain foot. It makes sense that there's nothing. Xiao Luo, if this place were obviously different from others, wouldn't it be telling others that there is something here? Shaking his head with a sigh, Simon expressed that Xiao Luo's understanding was shallow. Treasures aren't that simple. Yes, that's true. Now that you mention it, it does seem quite normal, like a sudden revelation. Xiao Luo became wide awake. She no longer doubted the existence of treasure here. Right, let's look together. We should be able to find it quickly. The records I've seen say water, mountain, stone. Although I can't understand what it means, it probably refers to this place. Searching aimlessly? Your information isn't detailed at all. How long will it take to find it? After hearing Simon's hint, Xiao Luo was stunned. With such vague hints, how did Simon think there was treasure here? It won't take long. This place is so small. We can find it quickly. Ignoring Xiao Luo's doubts, Simon firmly believed in the existence of treasure here. This. Sighing, looking at Simon's back as he searched for treasure, Xiao Luo gave up trying to persuade him. There was no way to talk him out of it. Xiao Luo also joined the search. The two searched from the water's edge to the overgrown foot of the mountain, really turning over every place, but they found nothing, not even a valuable stone. It shouldn't be like this. The biography says this is the place. There's no reason for there to be nothing. Confused, Simon couldn't understand why this place was different from what he'd seen. Could it be that there's something I haven't figured out? Realizing that searching aimlessly wouldn't yield results, Simon made Xiao Luo stop. He began to think if there was something special he had overlooked. Water, mountain, stone, and the description of the location. It's all about this place. But why can't I find it? His mind was racing, thinking from 100 years ago to a second ago. The sound of the waves echoed in Simon's brain. So that's it. That book wasn't their biography. It was a fantasy of characters. The lost memories hit Simon hard, and he finally realized that what he had seen was someone else's fictional legend, not true history. It was something like a little book among nobles, not at all reliable. Xiao Luo, I have to tell you that. Enlightened, Simon turned to explain the situation to Xiao Luo, but at the moment he turned and saw Xiao Luo looking a bit tired. He hesitated. What to do? Is it really okay to explain this to Xiao Luo like this? I won't get lectured, will I? Recalling Xiao Luo's previous warnings, and then thinking about his stubbornness. Simon felt like he was deeply in the wrong. But if I don't say anything, do we have to keep wasting time here? Wouldn't that be worse? Torn between two sides, Simon felt extremely conflicted. After hesitating for a long time, he finally decided to speak. Actually, what? Simon's inner thoughts seemed long, but in reality, only a few seconds passed. Actually, I remembered wrong. What is here ISNT treasure? It's a fantasy. The name of that book is before the High Air brothers became famous. Honestly confessing, Simon blinked his eyes. Oh, I knew it. I wondered why I had a little impression. It turns out it was this book. Shallow's response was beyond Simon's expectations. She had actually read this book. You've read it? Of course, Simon had to ask. Did someone really read such an obscure book? I flipped through it a bit. When I was bored, it wasn't interesting at all. Shallow thought for a moment. She had indeed flipped through it, so it could be considered that she had read it. It was pretty dull. This book caused Simon to lose such a big opportunity, and he would never admit that it was interesting. Shallow, let's go back. There's nothing to do here. I came here excitedly looking for treasure, but I didn't expect the outcome to be like this. Simon has no reason to stay here any longer. Back to the ship? I think we should explore this town properly. I don't know where Simon is talking about going back to, but Shallow doesn't want to board the ship so soon. She wants to relax a bit. The town? This town doesn't seem to be anything special. It's just an ordinary little town. Simon doesn't seem very interested. And I don't know if he's been hurt by this treasure hunt. What's wrong with being ordinary? Even in a town like this, there must be fun to be found. Staying on the ship all the time, don't you find it boring? Let's go, since it's the hometown of the Sea brothers. There must be something special about it. Shallow doesn't want to hear Simon's excuses anymore. She pulls him straight into the town. Hey, I'm not ready yet, Simon. Being pulled along leaves behind a string of miserable echoes. After crossing this mountain again, Simon and the others returned to the streets of Greetown. Did Simon see that? A seahorse. I can't believe we can see something like this here. Just back on the street, Shallow discovered something amazing, a seahorse in a glass tank. And it looks so lively, it's really wonderful. Not bad. How do they catch it? Seahorses live far from the ocean surface, right? How they go down to such deep waters. This is also Simon's first time seeing a seahorse. He had only seen pictures before. And it said that this creature only exists in the deep sea. Let's go ask and we'll know. I believe the friendly shopkeeper will definitely give us the answer. Why do I say that? The reason is that Shallow saw the friendly old grandpa in this shop. Without hesitation, Shallow pulled Simon into the shop. Shopkeeper Grandpa, how did you catch that seahorse over there? I've never seen one before. Is it exclusive to here? Asking this question is simply because Shallow wants to keep one. Huh? What did you say? Margot. The old man's hearing is really poor. He clearly didn't understand what Shallow said. I said, seahorse. That's seahorse. Having been around Simon, Shallow knows what Margot means. After a moment of silence, she shouted loudly at the old shopkeeper. Oh, it's a seahorse. I caught that in the back mountain. That was 30 years ago this time. The old shopkeeper finally heard clearly, and he didn't hide where he caught the seahorse. The back mountain? Can you catch seahorses there? Hearing this news, it wasn't Shallow who was excited. It was Simon. He immediately felt that there must be something wrong with this. Seahorse. Back mountain. Where? Caught. Knowing that the old shopkeeper has poor hearing, Simon extracted keywords and asked loudly. Hey, Simon, why are you shouting so loudly? My ears are almost deafened by you. Simon's sudden shout startled Shallow, who wasn't prepared and kept rubbing her ears on the side. I'm sorry. I just wanted the old shopkeeper to hear, clearly not expecting that his previous behavior would hurt Shallow. Simon awkwardly apologized to her. Next time, remember to say something first. Such a sudden thing will definitely scare someone. Seeing Simon admit his mistake with a good attitude, Shallow forgave him. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. Understanding that Shallow wasn't blaming him, Simon turned his attention back to the old shopkeeper. At this moment, the old shopkeeper slowly widened his eyes, looking at the two of them with interest. Shopkeeper Seahorse. Where to catch? Seeing that the old shopkeeper didn't hear what he said, Simon repeated it again. Where catch? I said it already. Back mountain. Caught. This question left the old shopkeeper helpless, and he had no choice but to repeat it again. And no, I was asking. Hearing the old shopkeeper's response, Simon was about to complain, but suddenly remembered that he hadn't specified where in the back mountain. TSK, what a hassle if your hearing is this bad. Why are you even running a shop? There was no other way. If he wanted to know what he wanted to know, he had to ask repeatedly. Simon held back his patience and asked many times, and finally, he clearly asked what he wanted to know. There's a cave in the back mountain that leads underground. At the bottom, there's a small pond where seahorses live. After hearing the old shopkeeper's news, Simon was greatly shocked. He didn't realize there was a cave in the back mountain. Shallow, how about we go back to the back mountain again? There's new information. This time Simon still hasn't given up on the treasure. He has already confirmed that what he saw was not true history, yet he insists on finding it. No, it's just a small pond with seahorses. It might have been dug out by this old gentleman. Shallow wasn't interested in Simon's treasure hunting proposal. She thought going to the back mountain wasn't as interesting as hearing gossip here. Really not going? That's a passage to the deep sea. She really wants to go, but going alone feels pointless. Simon wanted to pull Shallow along. Simon, can't you wait a little longer? Since we got news about the back mountain here, can't we get more news about it? What if we go this time and find nothing, then have to come back again? Isn't that a hassle? Shallow felt helpless. She had just come back from the back mountain, and going again now would make her previous trip pointless. So she thought of a reason to persuade Simon. When Simon heard it, it seemed to make some sense, so he didn't continue to say anything. Old shopkeeper, is there anything interesting you can share? Since he felt he needed to gather information, Simon set up a little stool, ready to learn one by one. As for rumors, there aren't any. Nothing at all. I'm not saying you guys, the C brother story is fake. Don't believe in any treasure. It doesn't exist at all. What Simon didn't expect was that, after asking a question, he actually gained unexpected information. The old shopkeeper surprisingly mentioned the name of the High by brothers. Really? I don't believe it. Does the old man have any detailed explanation? Simon's intuition told him that this old gentleman must know a lot of things that haven't been passed down, perhaps even from personal experience. Should I really listen? If you really want to hear it, I can tell you. But, you see, it's hard to speak without something in my mouth. This is no longer a hint. It's already been made clear. Simon, of course, was not someone who lacked insight, so he quickly picked some leaves from a tree by the roadside, brewed some tea, and offered it to the old gentleman. Not bad, it tastes great. You are thoughtful while drinking the slightly bitter tea brewed by Simon. The old man knew he couldn't show weakness, so he suppressed his urge to vomit and praise Simon. Since you're so thoughtful, I will tell you, have you heard of the book Before the High by Brothers became famous? Actually, I wrote this book. The treasures mentioned in it are also fabricated by me. Those were traps I set to sell the seahorse. The old man spoke confidently, as if what he said was true, but Simon noticed something unusual. When the old man claimed that he wrote the book, there was a slight abnormal twitch in the corner of his eye, clearly indicating that he was lying. Old shopkeeper, since you say this is your trap, why are you telling us now? Aren't you afraid we will spread it? Following the old man's words, Simon expressed the doubt that should have been voiced. Yes, this chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. What you said doesn't make sense. It's completely contradictory. Luo also had doubts about the old man's claims and really couldn't understand. Haha, I'm old now. There's no point in keeping the secret anymore. The increasing number of customers is really overwhelming for me. This reason seems reasonable, but it actually doesn't hold up. Not everyone who comes to this island is attracted to it. Moreover, the old man's explanation seems to suggest that he doesn't want people to believe that the treasure is real. Old shopkeeper, if that's the case, why not hire more people? I see there's only you in this shop. Hiring an assistant wouldn't tire you out. Just pulling, Simon believed that at some point the old man would reveal a flaw. No need, I'm old, and I won't live much longer hiring an assistant. What if something unexpected happens? Shaking his head, the old shopkeeper spoke ambiguous words. Continuing the conversation, Simon didn't learn much more. Only knowing that this old gentleman just wanted to guard his shop alone. Not normal. Absolutely not normal. Then what if someone wants to repent, but only tells a little to those who come here? His statement has issues. The sense of incongruity was very strong, but Simon couldn't directly point out the old man's faults. Oh, so what will happen to this shop afterwards? Are we just going to let go to waste? From the old shopkeeper's words, Simon felt that he seemed not to want this shop to be passed on, which puzzled him. Haha, the old shopkeeper smiled without answering Simon's question. The atmosphere became awkward with both sides running out of topics, and the air became suffocatingly quiet. Simon, let's go somewhere else. This old man doesn't seem like a good person. At this moment, Xiao Luo, who had finished touring the shop, came over and whispered in Simon's ear. Hey, why do you say that? Did you discover something? Due to the earlier speculation about the old man, combined with Xiao Luo's current suspicion, Simon immediately guessed that Xiao Luo knew something. No, I just don't want to stay here anymore. It's so boring here. But Xiao Luo just shook her head and didn't mention any of her findings, really seeming just bored. Just now, you were the one who excitedly dragged me here and now. Sign not getting the answer he wanted, Simon's mood wasn't great, and he spoke with a hint of complaint. What's wrong? Can't I say it's boring? How would I know it would be boring before I came in? Pouting. Xiao Luo also felt a bit wronged. Xiao Luo, where did you learn this? You weren't like this before. Facing the cute Xiao Luo, Simon couldn't resist and lost his temper in an instant. I learned it from reading. How is it? Isn't it cute? Not expecting Simon to see through her so quickly, Xiao Luo stuck out her tongue and made a peace sign with her fingers in front of her right eye. So cute, I really want to take a bite. Making a claw gesture, Simon playfully frightened Xiao Luo. A help perhaps thinking of something fun again. Xiao Luo shouted for help in a weak voice and slowly ran towards the store exit. Oh, don't run away. Come into my arms with a quick thought. Simon soon understood Xiao Luo's meaning and chased after her with a strange smile, leaving the old man behind, speechless and watching. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Showing off? What are you showing off? How annoying. The old man, who had been single all his life, couldn't bear to watch this scene. After Simon and the others left the shop, the old man immediately got up to close the shop door and even hung a sign that said "Closed for today" at the entrance. The old man's follow-up is unknown, but now the focus shifts back to Simon, where the two of them engaging in such behavior in the street is quite unethical. Soon, two righteous men couldn't stand it anymore. Brother, look, there's a beautiful girl calling for help. She's so cute. Under the streetlight, a burly man with a full beard took out the lollipop from his mouth and pointed at Xiao Luo, saying to his brother, who was licking an ice cream beside him, There's magnesium aluminum. Where's magnesium aluminum? Triggered by the keyword, the brother, forgetting to lick his ice cream, turned his head to look in the direction Xiao Luo was pointed at. His 99. 9. Oh, brother, I see love. This must be a gift from heaven. With hearts in their eyes, my brother couldn't hold back anymore. He is going to propose. Brother, can't you see she is in distress? And you're still thinking about these things? This is really speechless. As for my brother, Light, too, had nothing to say. Every time he saw a pretty girl, he would act like this. That's reasonable. Little brother, are you ready? Looking back at his younger brother, Light, I extended his left fist. He was already prepared. With a slight smile, Light, too, bumped his right fist against it, completing their agreed signal. The two brothers quickly positioned themselves behind Xiao Luo, blocking Simon's path like a gate. You two seeing the two brothers suddenly appear, Simon looked confused. He didn't know what they wanted. Shut up, you wicked criminal. In broad daylight, you dare to tease a beautiful girl. Is there no law? Not giving Simon a chance to speak, Light-Eye interrupted him fiercely the moment he opened his mouth. Oh, what are you two playing at? I don't understand a word you're saying. Teasing you must be mistaken. Although Simon didn't know what misunderstanding these two had, he thought that if he could clarify things, there shouldn't be a problem. These two should be good people. No need for excuses. We, the Light brothers, have seen everything. You're doomed. This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Turning back, seeing that Xiao Luo was safely leaning against the streetlight watching over, the brothers' adrenaline surged, and they turned to charge at Simon. As for what Simon had just said, sorry, I didn't hear it. How come wow? The brothers came at him, and of course, Simon had to dodge. But just as he dodged, he suddenly realized a problem. These two coordinated perfectly, and they had already taken control of the rhythm. Bang, 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 Light brothers had some skills. If Simon wanted to end the fight without contact, it was simply impossible. Sorry about that. If you continue to let them hit you like this, it could be very bad. After all, everyone on the island is mine. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw some hunters starting to gather here, and Simon knew he couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, it would probably lead to big trouble. After dodging Light-Eye's right hook, Simon was preparing to use his ability. Evil Judgment retreating all the way back. Simon had now reached a corner and was in a no-retreat situation. Ha ha ha. Take this. You wicked flower thief, seeing Simon cornered by the wall. Light 2 felt he had found an opportunity and kicked out with a left front kick. Judgment. And at that moment, Simon's ability was fully prepared, and he quickly touched both of them. At the moment of contact, the Light brothers were frozen. Can we talk now? You too. Fixing his gaze on the two before him, Simon was preparing for the next stage of his ability. I have nothing to say to those who bully women. Although he didn't know why his body couldn't move, Light I, devoted to becoming a guardian of beauty, would never back down. Brother, did you misunderstand something? I wasn't teasing her. We know each other. Seeing Light I like this, Simon knew he couldn't resolve this situation alone, so he waved to Xiao Luo, who was watching from a distance. Excuses. Light I had seen many like Simon. He wouldn't be fooled. TSK. Little brother, you're so stubborn. It's impressive you survived this long, at sea speechless, really speechless. I've never seen someone like this. I've really gained some knowledge at this moment. Light 2 seemed to understand something. No way. Did we mess up again? How did it turn out like this again, sir? Can you guarantee what you just said? Do you really know that person? Although he had guessed it might be another misunderstanding, Light 2 wanted to confirm. Little brother, why be so polite to someone like this? We can't back down. Otherwise, how will we survive in the future? Hearing his brother's spineless words, Light, I was so angry his head was smoking. So, can you explain the situation, sir? Glancing at his brother, Light 2 chose not to reply. It was best to understand the situation first. Wait a minute, she's coming over soon. For the accommodating Light 2, Simon didn't show any displeasure and spoke kindly. Before long, Xiao Luo walked over slowly. Xiao Luo, please explain to them what just happened. It seems there is a bit of a problem with these two brothers coming to the back of the two brothers. Simon leaned in close to Xiao Luo's ear and gestured towards his head. Ha ha ha, you made me laugh to death, Simon. You actually have a day like this from Simon. Xiao Luo learned that these two brothers were like this, and she laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Stop laughing, stop. Laughing wasn't it all your fault? With two black lines on his forehead, Simon had nothing to say. All right, if I have to explain, sigh, TSK, shaking her head. Xiao Luo went to the front of the two brothers and briefly explained the situation, without going into too much detail, just clarifying the relationships. It turned out it really was Wu brother. I've lost my love hearing that the beautiful flower had an owner. Light, I had tears in his eyes, reminiscing about the love he never had. Is he okay? Why are there tears in his eyes? Not understanding why Light, I had no love. Xiao Luo looked curiously at Light 2 beside her. Oh, this lady, it's fine. My brother is just like that. I'll be fine in a bit. Don't mind it explain this thing. It's really hard to say, especially with the event's protagonist right here. It's even harder to say. After politely responding, Xiao Luo immediately left the corner. These two brothers were nothing worth their concern. Look how it's already made clear in front of Simon. Xiao Luo couldn't wait to urge him to leave. Oh, okay. Then let's go. Although these two brothers were quite strong, Simon wasn't in the mood to recruit anyone right now. And thus, the Wright brothers' attack incident came to an end. In the time that followed, Simon and Xiao Luo wandered around the entire Gree Island together. Is it really like this? At the western edge of Gree Island, Xiao Luo exclaimed in surprise. That's right, if you heard the old man at the seahorse shop, definitely don't believe him, he's lying. The seahorses are all gifts for me. Seeing that his persuasion had some effect, the fishing rod shop owner felt quite pleased. Boss, do you have any evidence that his seahorses are all from you? He said there's a passage to the seabed in the back mountain. Upon hearing the boss's words, Simon wavered again. What this person said sounded so true. Could it really be as he said? A passage to the seabed in the back mountain? When did that happen? It doesn't exist at all. You weren't tricked, were you? I've lived so many years and have never heard of it. The boss paused for a moment when he heard Simon's words, put down the fishing rod in his hand, and looked over with confusion. Really not? Then do you know if any famous people have come from the back mountain before? Since this boss looked older than the seahorse shop owner, Simon thought it might not be impossible. No, how could there be anyone famous on this island? Everyone is just small fishermen. It's impossible. The refusal came quickly. The boss answered Simon's question without even thinking about it after hearing his words. Really not? Boss, why don't you think about it again? Hearing the boss say that there are no famous people in this town, Simon began to doubt. If there were none, then what about the high air brothers he heard about? They are figures known throughout the South China Sea. Think. Is there even a need to think? If I had heard of any famous figures, would I not know? Trust me, there are really no famous figures in this town. The boss outright rejected Simon's suggestion to think about it, saying he had spent his life in this town and such things need not be considered. Boss, I don't know if you've heard of the high air brothers. Seeing that subtle hints were not going to work, Simon directly asked about this very famous legend of Gree Town that he knew. High air brothers? Who are they? If you mean the right brothers, I know a bit. Unlike Simon's expectation of enlightenment, this boss truly did not know the high air brothers. However, it was not without gain. Simon actually heard the name of the Wright brothers from this boss. He had just encountered them not long ago. Wright brothers? Boss, you actually know them? Can you tell me what kind of people they are? You're quite good. Young man, I see you have a bright future. Simon's words hit the nail on the head, and the boss was delighted, pulling over a chair to chat with Simon. These Wright brothers, I watched them grow up. They walk around the town every day, rescuing poor girls. The most common thing I hear here every day is that the Wright brothers have punished another villain, reflecting on the past. They also. Once the topic started, the boss couldn't stop talking, going from 10 years ago to 10 years later. And it was clear from his words that he genuinely admired those two brothers. Oh, then boss, why are you so familiar with these two brothers? Is there something? Knowing that the two brothers were not bad people, Simon believed that this boss was not a bad person either, and what he said was likely true. Ha, they're my sons. With such outstanding sons, there's really nothing I can do, ha. Simon's words seemed to touch some funny bone of the boss, who's proud. Hearty laughter was thunderous. Those two brothers are actually your sons? I can't see it at all. At this point, Simon was genuinely surprised. This refined boss looked nothing like those two bearded brothers at all. You aren't here to pick a fight, are you? What do you mean by that? What does that mean? No male creature hears this without reacting. Although the boss was already old, the kind of long-formed authority still had a bit of a scary effect. Boss, please put the cup down first. I didn't mean it that way. I just thought they two brothers, like this, like that, don't really look like you. There was a tiny bit of doubt, truly no other meaning. Although Simon had tried to say it as tactfully as possible, it seemed he hadn't been very tactful. TSK. Although many people say this, you kid are the most direct. Sigh. It's all a karmic relationship. Having seen Simon's sincerity, the boss finally sat down. After taking a big sip of water, he slowly lay back on a lounge chair, reminiscing about stories from his younger days. It was a sunny morning. At that time, I was the most famous fresh grass in the town. That day I was walking by the seaside, happily picking up shells. But who would have thought? There were actually bad people. I just blacked out, and when I woke up again, I found myself on her bed. Can you imagine how desperate I was at that time? Who was it? It was the black bear. Can a person grow to look like that? Impossible. At this point, the boss quietly took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. I thought about ending it all, but I didn't have the courage. I thought about letting her face punishment, but she was the strongest in the town. I thought about hiding, but she could always find me. Again and again. The child has been born, and I am exhausted, so I can't continue. The boss is now sadly starting to shed tears. This experience, it's too tragic. The elegant elderly boss in front of me, and the Wright brothers I met not long ago, comparing them, Simon immediately knows what the town's top expert looks like. This boss wouldn't lie. What he said must be true, but if that's the case, then what the owner of the seahorse shop said is false. Why would he say that? Simon has now heard several versions of the story about the back mountain, and he is a bit confused about who is telling the truth. Sigh. Seahorse brothers. Do you really exist? Unwilling to believe that the legend he has long yearned for is false, Simon sighed to the sky. They exist. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Simon. Oh, so they exist? Exist? After instinctively responding, Simon suddenly realized that there were only Xiao Luo, the boss, and himself. But that voice was clearly not theirs. Realizing someone was behind him, Simon turned around to look. Hey, it's you guys? What are you doing here? As soon as he turned around, Simon saw the Wright brothers, who he had met not long ago. He was about to ask them why they were here when he suddenly remembered that this seemed to be their home. Is what you just said about the Seahorse brothers existing true? Taking advantage of the fact that the two brothers hadn't reacted yet, Simon quickly threw out a question to shift their attention. Of course they exist. They have been a legend in this town for a long time. It is rumored that there is treasure left by them in the back mountain. The Wright brothers were very certain and believed that the Seahorse brothers definitely existed. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Is it true? But your dad said he didn't know the conversation between the Wright brothers and the boss didn't match. So what exactly went wrong? Dad? What are you talking about? We don't have a dad. Hearing Simon mention their dad, the Wright brothers were puzzled. Ever since they could remember, they only knew they had a mother and had never heard their mom mention where their dad was. With an incredulous gaze shifting back and forth between the Wright brothers and the boss, Simon's mind was about to explode. Wait a minute. You don't have a dad? Who told you that? Everyone should have a dad, right? His thoughts were in disarray, and now Simon just wanted to sort out what he understood. It's our mom. Who told us? She also said not to ask or look for Wright too felt a bit embarrassed about what he did to Simon earlier, so he was more polite here. Oh, then may I ask what your mother looks like out of curiosity? Simon no longer cared about etiquette. He asked directly. Your mother. Wright too fell silent. While Wright, I became irritable. The two brothers had never encountered someone so bold. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I just heard about these things and wanted to ask. The reaction of the Wright brothers made Simon realize he had misspoken, and he quickly explained. Really? After hearing Simon's explanation, the expressions of the Wright brothers relaxed slightly, but their eyes still held suspicion. Trust me, those were all things I heard. Xiao Luo can vouch for me. Having finally passed this hurdle, Simon had a witness. What? She? Upon hearing that Xiao Luo could vouch for him, Right Eye immediately perked up and turned to look at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, on the side, was quite speechless. How did a good conversation turn into this? It's too difficult, but when she saw Right Eye's gaze, she still reluctantly nodded. At this point, Right Eye genuinely no longer doubted whether Simon had other intentions. There was nothing more convincing than the approval of a beautiful girl. So, what about that person who claims to be our dad? Take us to meet him. Since the conversation had come this far, it would be rude not to meet this person. After confirming that Simon was not joking, the two brothers became curious about this person who dared to call himself their father, knowing that their mother was the town's top expert. Do you really want to meet? Didn't you say you weren't allowed to ask about it? The topic shifted, and although Simon was very happy, he felt a bit guilty about bringing the two brothers to find a boss like this. Brother, what do you think? Simon's words indeed stumped Right Eye. He couldn't make a decision and wanted to hear his brother's opinion. I think it should be okay after all. Mom said we can't go looking for her ourselves. But now someone has acknowledged it. We can't just sit here without making a move, right? After much deliberation, Right too decided to meet this warrior. Although they had never seen their father, not just anyone could be randomly recognized. Okay, take us over there. We brothers have already discussed it. With his brother's thoughts aligning with his own, Right Eye readily put his arm around Simon's shoulder, urging him to introduce them to the person who claimed to be their dad. That person is him, and please don't put your arm on my shoulder. Silently pushing Right Eye's arm away, Simon pointed to the boss lying on the nearby recliner and said to Right Eye, Just him. He said he is our dad? No way, just him. Receiving this unexpected answer, the two brothers were stunned. They couldn't believe that this boss, who seemed like an old friend, was actually their dad. It's all him. It has nothing to do with me. If there's a problem, go find him. Simon didn't know the specifics. He only knew that the boss mentioned he was the father of the Wright brothers. At that moment, what was the boss doing? He surprisingly performed a backflip and landed softly behind the fishing rod. That kind of difficult move really didn't seem like something someone his age could do. Hey, fisherman, where are you going? I heard you said something unbelievable. But the boss's meager skills couldn't compare to the Wright brothers, who had been trained by the town's top expert for many years. In the blink of an eye, he was caught. What? What are you talking about? What did I say? I didn't say anything. You must have heard some slander. He couldn't admit it. He could say anything to strangers, but he would never acknowledge saying those things to people in this town, especially the Wright brothers, who were his own sons. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think we'll believe you? Quickly tell us if what you just said to them is true. Right One grabbed the boss's shoulder, eager to know the truth. not caring at all about the boss's physical condition. Brother, take him to find our mother. What will we ask him here? Even if he said something, should we believe it? Seeing his brother treat the boss so violently, Wright too couldn't stand it. This was their old friend, after all. Although they didn't know if what he said was true or false. Wasn't it too wrong to treat their own father like this if it turned out to be true? That makes sense. Brother, you see things more clearly. Right one realized he had acted rashly. Looking at the somewhat frightened boss, he unconsciously eased his grip. You beast. The boss finally managed to catch his breath, his face full of grief and indignation. He hadn't experienced such treatment in decades and never expected to relive the nightmares of his youth. After chatting for a short while, the Wright brothers prepared to take the boss home to ask their mother. This was the most important matter. Wait, before you leave, can you clarify the story of the High Air brothers? I'm personally very curious about this. The good show had already ended, and Simon thought of what the Wright brothers had just mentioned about the High Air brothers. He was almost obsessed with the idea of whether or not there was treasure belonging to them. Well, I can only tell you one thing. Go to the back mountain and look for it. There's a cave that leads to history. There you will find the answers you seek. Wright too, eager to go back and find their mother, simply answered Simon's question. They actually didn't know much. After speaking, the Wright brothers quickly left, not giving Simon a chance to ask more. The back mountain will have answers. Could you clarify before leaving? Where is the back mountain? Simon muttered, unwilling to let it go, shouting at the backs of the Wright brothers, but the two of them walked off as if they hadn't heard. Sigh, not this again. Can't someone explain clearly? Once the figures of the Wright brothers were no longer visible, Simon sat down on a lounge chair, shaking his head helplessly. Simon, just go take a look, and you'll know you've already learned so much. Surely you'll find something different. Xiao Luo had turned enough and felt comfortable looking around. If she had to accompany Simon to the back mountain again, it wouldn't be impossible. Xiao Luo, that's great upon hearing they could finally go to the back mountain. Simon was overjoyed, even abandoning the lounge chair. Is it really necessary to be this excited? We haven't discovered anything, yet maybe this time it will just be another scenic tour like last time. Compared to Simon's excitement, Xiao Luo's reaction was very calm. She wasn't the least bit interested in the High Air brothers. In fact, she had only just heard their name recently. It's different. Xiao Luo. Legends and reality are intertwined. Although they are characters from fantasy novels, they must be historical prototypes. How could the treasure be dismissed so easily? Simon admitted that he had been a bit hasty when he gave up on the treasure earlier. But now he understood that treasure hunting had to be pursued to the end. If you give up halfway, it's no different from not searching at all. Not wanting to continue arguing with Simon, as it would just waste time, they closed up the fishing rod store and headed towards the back mountain again. I'm so looking forward to it. What wonderful discoveries will we make this time with hope? Even the journey was so enjoyable. Simon's expectations were higher than at the beginning. Hey, right, Xiao Luo. Do you know about the war god of the back mountain? Since traveling was somewhat boring, Simon suddenly thought of a very famous figure known as the war god of the back mountain. I don't know, that title sounds like something you made up. Who would use that title? Xiao Luo had never heard of it and didn't want to learn more, as it clearly hinted at another character's story, which she was not interested in. You never heard of this? The war god of the back mountain. The story was quite engaging, but Xiao Luo was completely indifferent. Soon, they reached the mountain peak again. This time, they didn't go down immediately, but searched for clues obtained from the town. Where's there a cave here? They must be lying, right? We've looked so many times, and besides the weeds, there's nothing else here. About half an hour later, Xiao Luo leaned against a tree at the peak, exhausted and complaining. There must be something. Just because we didn't find it doesn't mean it's not there. I want to give up. Although Xiao Luo stopped, Simon would not. The long period of repression had made him desperate for this treasure. He wouldn't give up until he turned the place upside down. Oh, then good luck. Seeing Simon working so hard, Xiao Luo couldn't say much, but she wouldn't continue searching. She just wanted to take a good rest for a while. Of course, without Xiao Luo saying anything, Simon would motivate himself. After all, his body was also quite exhausted. Round and round again, Simon swept across every inch of the ground like a locust. But unfortunately, after searching the entire back mountain, he didn't find a single entrance. Hey, this shouldn't be the case. I've searched everywhere. How can there still be nothing? Returning to Xiao Luo's side, Simon's brows were now furrowed tightly enough to crush a mosquito. Could it be that my searching method was wrong? Or is there another way in? Standing at the top of the mountain, Simon recalled the information he had gathered in town. TSK, it seems like there's nothing. It seems no one mentioned how to enter that passage in the back mountain. With no clues, Simon couldn't remember anyone telling him how to enter the cave. How can I get in? Damn it. Simon was truly at a loss now. He just couldn't find it. Really couldn't find it. Xiao Luo, Xiao Luo, what are you doing? Just as Simon was about to give up, he turned to look at Xiao Luo and found her climbing a tree. This made Simon curious. Wasn't she resting here nicely? Why suddenly? Simon, this tree is hollow. I think there's something inside. Moving up little by little, Xiao Luo shared what she had just discovered while resting. Hollow? Just this tree? Xiao Luo's words struck Simon like a thunderbolt. He suddenly thought of something. Could it be this tree? Have I missed it after searching for so long? It really seemed possible, after all. This was the only place he hadn't searched thoroughly. Everywhere else had been turned upside down. It couldn't really be true, could it? Staring blankly at Xiao Luo as she slowly ascended, Simon didn't jump up the tree. He was waiting for a miracle to happen. Xiao Luo didn't stop her upward climb to talk. She was already close to the leaves at the top of the tree. I found it. Simon, there's a hollow going down here. Just as she climbed onto the branch, Xiao Luo saw a hollow large enough for two people. Looking down from here, all she could see was a dark void. It really exists. Could that passage be here? Lucky, so lucky. With Xiao Luo's discovery, Simon's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. He didn't continue waiting below. With a big jump, he landed beside Xiao Luo. Simon, look, there's such a big hollow here. Once Simon steadied himself, Xiao Luo pointed at the hollow and said, so big. With this depth, it really could lead to an underwater cave. Just with a glance, Simon no longer had doubts. If this wasn't the passage, he would jump into the sea right now. Xiao Luo, do you want to go down and take a look? I think this must be the treasure's hiding place. Now that they had found the way, Simon thought it was unnecessary to waste time up here. I want to go. It's too dark. I'll just wait for you up here. Facing Simon's invitation, Xiao Luo did not agree. She took a few steps back and looked elsewhere, truly not wanting to go down here. Well, okay. Be careful here alone. Your armor should always be ready. Xiao Luo didn't want to go, and Simon didn't force her. After all, who could change the fact that she was afraid of the dark? Don't worry. I can handle this. Hearing that Xiao Luo was ready, Simon also didn't waste more time. He looked at the passage in the middle of the tree and leaped into it. Whoosh, the only sound in his ears was the wind rushing by. Simon had been descending for quite a while. Aren't I there yet? How deep is this passage? Jumping down from here, will I really not die? Moreover, once he came down from here, there would be no way to go back up. Looking down, he still couldn't see the end of the darkness, and looking up, he could only see a little glimmer of light. Who dug this passage? So deep, it looks abnormal. His patience was slowly wearing thin. Simon was now wondering if he should speed up his descent. Is that light? Am I almost there? Before Simon could adjust his posture and use his acceleration technique, he suddenly saw a bright light similar to the upper opening. Although he didn't know if he was truly nearing the end, since he had seen this light, he still needed to control his speed. Falling at this speed wouldn't cause any harm, but it would still hurt a bit. Bang bang with each step. Simon slowly decreased his speed, and after a while, he finally exited the passage. Wow, are these all fluorescent stones? So dreamy. Landing on the ground, Simon was amazed by the scenery. The fluorescent stones on the walls sparkled like crystals, very dazzling. Looking further ahead, he noticed a lake not far away, with a calm surface and not a ripple in sight. A lake? There really is a lake here? That old man from the seahorse shop wasn't lying? Seeing this lake reminded Simon of the old man, who told him that seahorses were caught from the lake in the back mountain. Curious, Simon slowly walked towards the lake. As he walked, there was nothing particularly strange, just very peaceful. Is this the lake I just saw? So shallow. Walking closer, Simon discovered that this lake was less than 2 meters deep, and he could even see the shells under the water. There's no way seahorses could be here. I knew that old man with the seahorse was definitely lying. After circling the lake, Simon found that he hadn't seen a single aquatic creature, let alone a seahorse. It was just an ordinary water pool. The water surface was calm, and there were no other passages. How could there be such a water pool here? And the water is so clear. Aside from the passage he entered, Simon did not find any other passages, which means this is a secret room. The pool in front of him shows no signs of any other flow, which looks suspicious. Did I overlook something? Or is it really just this pool at the end of such a long passage? It feels like there must be a secret here. Simon walked around the pool and began tapping on the stone wall, seemingly trying to find any hidden paths. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 30 minutes. After exploring the entire underground and tapping everywhere, Simon found no anomalies. So what is this place for? It can't be that the passage is under the water, right? Just as he casually mentioned this, Simon's eyes narrowed. He thought it might not be impossible that there is something beneath the water. How do I get in? I'm an ability user. Jumping in would be like asking for death. He was stuck at this point. He couldn't explore the world beneath the water, and the cave above the water had nothing. Can water make him disappear, or can it create a path for him? Looking at the pool in front of him, Simon didn't give up. He wanted to see if he could use his ability to deal with the water. After all, if Big MOM can give life to the ocean, there is no reason I can't judge the water. Let us give it a try. Once I could judge chains, now I can definitely judge this water. Repeating the normal judgment process, Simon planned to push the water aside to make it easier for him to search bit by bit. Justice, a wall apart. Referencing the separation between the prison and the outside world, Simon thought of this method of use. Under the cover of his ability, the water really did part to the sides, but the moment Simon's power dissipated, the parted water flowed back together again. How can this be? Isn't the effect of the judgment supposed to be permanent? Why is this happening? Simon really didn't understand. He had never encountered a judgment that only lasted a short time. Could it be because it's not a living thing and has no consciousness? Is the effect only valid at the moment of judgment? Constantly guessing, Simon figured that was probably the case, but he had no way around it. His ability could only judge once. It was possible to always be in that moment of judgment. Unconscious things can be judged, but once the judgment is complete, the ability ends. The effect of the judgment won't disappear, but there are no subsequent impacts. By observing the situation in the pool, Simon noticed that the water was still separated and had not merged back together, indicating that his judgment separation was still effective. What should I do? Continuously using the ability would just result in some large and small pieces of water. It's of no use at all. Frowning, Simon thought about solutions. His ability should have other uses. A great person once said that developing a devil fruit requires imagination. The greater the imagination, the stronger the ability. As long as you can think of a situation, the devil will respond to you. Justice fruit. Justice. Justice. As his thoughts began to flow, scenes passed through Simon's mind, and possibilities came to him one after another. But there was no way. He couldn't think of any situation that could solve the current issue. Awakening. Is it only possible to do this if the fruit's ability awakens? But awakening, is it something you can just do whenever you want? I can't think of it. The only possibility Simon could think of was the awakening of the fruit's ability. Besides that, he couldn't think of any way to maintain the separation of the water flow. Ability awakening. Giving up is not Simon's character. Now that he has come this far, he can't just turn back. Closing his eyes, he maintained the state of his ability and began to search for the wonderful relationship within it. Meanwhile, in the cave next door, the seahorse old man Simon had encountered before was comparing a map repeatedly, wondering where the treasure of the Sea brothers was. If he didn't find it soon, those two outsiders would definitely know he was lying to them. That would be troublesome. Indeed, this old man selling seahorses had taken the map he had studied for a long time to this underground cave ever since Simon and the others left the shop. He had lived through the era of the Sea brothers and was certain that there was treasure here. What's the point of hiding treasure if there isn't any? Not understanding how to empathize with the elderly, the old man muttered useless nonsense as he quickly walked toward a spot marked on the map, which he deduced was the most likely place where the treasure was buried. As he walked slowly, he was soon stopped. There was no way forward. This stone wall. Why is there a stone wall here? It's not on the map. Did I read it wrong? Stretching out his arm, which resembled a dry branch. The old man tapped the stone wall, but there was no echo in return. At that moment, his gaze became confused as he looked down at the map and then up at the stone wall, beginning to question his life. The map is correct. This must be a place to enter. After turning his eyes around many times, the old man put away the map, now convinced that this was definitely the burial site of the treasure. He had studied it for nearly 30 years. He couldn't be wrong. Let us dig. Although he didn't understand why this was the situation, fortunately, he was well prepared. Taking off the backpack he carried, the old man took out a pickaxe and slowly began to carve out a path forward. This was already deep sea. If he accidentally broke through, it would be hard to escape. Clang, clang. The crisp sound of tapping echoed continuously in the deep sea cave. 3 hours later, on the mountain top of the back hill, Xiao Luo looked at the completely darkened sky and left a note saying she would go to the boat. It was really time to sleep. Not long after Xiao Luo left, a sea breeze blew the note she had left into a hollow in the tree, slowly drifting down. Awakening. Awakening. What exactly is awakening? Why does one gain stronger abilities after awakening? Is it because of control, or is it something else? Scratching his ears and cheeks, Simon's eyes were red. Forgive him, he really didn't understand what awakening was. Although he clearly knew this concept, he had no clue about actually doing it. He really wanted to smash this place with a punch. Time had dragged on for so long, and now Simon felt like it was almost time to set off. There's nothing that can be done. It seems there's no fate for this now. Maybe he can explore again later. He gave up. Simon chose to give up. Now wasn't the time to be stubborn. He didn't have that much time to waste here. After sighing at the pool in front of him, he turned and walked toward the passage he came from. Ding, ding. However, he hadn't taken a few steps when he suddenly seemed to hear a sound, a bit faint but with a good rhythm. Illusion? There was nothing here. Why would this sound appear? The sudden noise made Simon stop in his tracks and listen quietly. Ding, ding. There really was a sound. It wasn't an illusion. After listening carefully for a while, Simon confirmed that this sound was not just in his head. It truly existed. But since the sound was too faint, he couldn't tell from which direction it was coming. This was deep sea. Why would there be such a sound? Could there be other passages besides this one? He could only guess. After all, at this depth, it couldn't just be the pickaxe moving by itself. Observation hockey. To find the direction of this sound, he needed to elevate his senses to the highest level. So Simon activated his observation hockey. Ding, ding, ding. Calming his mind, Simon quickly heard the amplified knocking sound. Little by little, he sensed and moved, and before long, he found himself in front of a wall. In front of him, someone was digging into the stone wall, looking at the stone wall across from the pool, directly facing the passage he came down from. Simon seemed to understand something. Although he didn't know who was digging over there, the person on the opposite side was definitely not digging without a purpose. They must know the location of the treasure. With a direction, Simon wasn't in a hurry to leave. He jumped up to the top of the pool and looked at the stone wall in front of him. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The opposite side was definitely safe. So even if he used a lot of strength, it wouldn't matter. Waiting too long was not an option. Let me speed things up. Left palm forward, right fist back. After aiming carefully, Simon concentrated hockey on his right fist and slammed it hard against the stone wall in front of him. Boom! Crash! Plop! This punch created a huge pit, and the rubble kept falling down. After one hit, Simon continued to strike, as if he were practicing his punches, hitting relentlessly, feeling very happy, and the hole was getting larger and larger. Boom! Zong! Suddenly, after a fierce punch, the stone wall in front of him broke open, revealing a round cave. It broke through? There was actually hidden space here. An ISNT, that a treasure chest. After the dust settled, Simon immediately saw the old treasure chest in the center of the space. Treasure. Did I just find it like this? There was no one here? Then where did that knocking sound come from? Excitedly running to the treasure chest, after examining it for a while, Simon suddenly remembered something. There was no one here digging. Ding! Just then, the knocking sound rang out again. On the opposite side? Was it still coming from the other side? Simon looked at the opening he had broken through, listening to the rhythmic sound, greatly shocked. It has nothing to do with me. Although I don't know who you are, I found the treasure first. Sorry. Having already found the treasure, Simon had no reason to stay, so he turned and left. Who knows when the person on the opposite side would come over? Leaving early was the right choice. Passing through the hole he made. Back to the top of the pool, Simon didn't stop and continued forward. It's easy to come down, but how do I get back up? How deep is this? Standing at the bottom of the passage, Simon took one last look at the opening leading to the treasure room in the distance, leaped forward, and began his climb. Because there were walls nearby to push against, he didn't exert much effort climbing. It just might take a while. Just like that, Simon jumped clockwise for a while, then counterclockwise, rapidly ascending. After about a few hours had passed, Simon's face suddenly brushed against a piece of paper. This sudden contact startled him, thinking it was some bug, and he quickly leaned against the earthen wall to clean his face. But in this pause, he realized that what was on his face was paper, not a bug. Why is there paper here? Did Xiao Luo come down here? With countless guesses in his heart, but Simon couldn't see the contents above. It was too dark, not a glimmer of light. I need to go up. Since this paper has floated down here, I should be able to get up soon. With this piece of paper, Simon felt it was no longer so tedious. At least he knew he was close to the top. But what he didn't expect was that he climbed for nearly another hour. Ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. How deep is this place? How they dig down so far? I jumped so quickly, and it still took this long. Standing on a tree at the top of the back mountain. Simon was truly speechless at the length of this passage. He couldn't understand why someone would dig so deep. I'm exhausted. My legs are sore. I must have his 6 captains give me a good massage later. Holding the treasure chest, Simon leaped down. Where's Xiao Luo? Why isn't he here? When Simon landed, he didn't see Xiao Luo, feeling a bit anxious, but suddenly remembered that he seemed to have encountered a note when he was coming up. Thinking of this, he quickly put down the treasure chest and took out that note. Gone. Can't stay any longer. I'll wait for you on the ship. TSK. Hiss. The elegant handwriting on the note left Simon at a loss for words. Shouldn't such a message be placed in the most prominent spot? Just toss into the tree hole like that. What if he came up too quickly and missed it? He definitely needed to talk to her about this. This time he was lucky, but what about next time? Not every time would be so fortuitous. Knowing that Xiao Luo wasn't in any trouble, Simon felt relieved. He picked up the treasure chest from the ground and walked towards the hanging boat. Under the moonlight, everything was so beautiful. When Simon reached the hanging boat, he saw a wolf standing at the cabin door, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Simon. How nice! Seeing this warm scene, Simon's lips curled into a joyful smile. As dawn broke, the residents of Greer Town, who had risen early, set out in their little boats to fish. Meanwhile, the hunters, having partied too hard the day before, were still fast asleep. In the back mountain, the old seahorse was still digging away. Simon, when did you come back? And what is this? Having had a wonderfully comfortable sleep, Xiao Luo got up not long ago and saw Simon fiddling with the treasure chest. Hey, Xiao Luo, come quick, come quick. This is the treasure I was talking about. I really found it. That book isn't just a legend. It has real historical records. Seeing Xiao Luo, Simon thought it was finally time to show off. Treasure? You really found it? Was it that simple? Xiao Luo couldn't believe it. This hidden treasure was supposedly undiscovered for many years, yet Simon found it overnight. Of course, I was just lucky. Let me tell you, yesterday, without going into too much detail, Simon recounted the events of the previous day in an exciting manner. Oh, that really is luck. After hearing Simon's story, Xiao Luo praised his fortune. Such situations were truly rare. However, it was a pity for the person who had been digging for so long. Seeing the treasure taken away after all that hard work must have been heartbreaking. By the way, Xiao Luo, do you want to guess what's inside? This is something left by a legendary figure. After studying it for a long time, Simon was almost ready to figure out how to open it. But before opening it, of course, they had to guess what it was. I think it's a devil fruit. Estimating the size of the treasure chest, Xiao Luo guessed it wouldn't be something very large, but if it came to value, only a devil fruit would be appropriate. What do you think, Simon? After sharing her guess, Xiao Luo naturally wanted to know Simon's thoughts. It's a weapon. Definitely a weapon. A pair of gauntlets. Simon was very confident. He had seen plenty of hints in that book. Really? I don't believe you. Looking at Simon's confident demeanor, Xiao Luo didn't think she could be wrong. Wait until we open it. and you'll see how wrong you are. Ignoring Xiao Luo's little mood, Simon placed the treasure chest on the table and then pulled out a rusty knife, preparing to cut it open. Simon, is that how you open the treasure chest? No technique. Xiao Luo, who had been pulled back a few steps by Simon, looked at him with a head full of question marks. After studying for so long, is this the result? Technique? That speed is too slow. We're about to set off again. There's no time for that. Although using a small wire could achieve the same result, Simon thought, since he could already cut through iron, why use such a troublesome method? Fine. With nothing left to say, Xiao Luo had no rebuttal. Looking at the sky outside, it was already close to noon. Swish! With a stylish draw, Simon swung the knife, and with a click, the lock on the treasure chest fell right off. See? That was quick. After tossing the rusty knife aside, Simon turned to Xiao Luo and said. Xiao Luo shot Simon a glance, but said nothing. Since the treasure chest was already open, they had no intention of moving away. They quickly walked over. It's really time to open it. What will it be? Grabbing the top of the treasure chest with both hands, Simon slowly lifted it. Before long, the contents of the chest were perfectly revealed before them. What is this? Is this what's inside the treasure chest? It was almost unbelievable. He saw a black cylindrical object. It should be known that the Hai-Bai brothers were men. How could what they left behind be? Simon, can you explain? This thing looks really strange, right? Can it really be seen? After taking a glance, Xiao Luo didn't want to look again. This thing seemed like it would explode with just one more glance. There must be something wrong. As Simon spoke, he grew less confident. He had found it in a very hidden place, so it was unlikely to be fake. Xiao Luo, the island we're going to next is Dodo Island. Maybe we can meet Thomas Bailey and Thomas Lilly. With the treasure already like this, Simon didn't want to say much more and quickly changed the topic, turning in another direction. We'll meet them? Why? How do you know they will definitely return to Dodo Island? Understanding each other well, Xiao Luo no longer brought up the treasure chest and began discussing the lilies with Simon. They must be in a hurry to leave. They definitely want to return quickly. No need to think about it. Engaging in small talk, they just said whatever came to mind, wanting to get through this treasure chest first. Everyone should be awake by now. It's time for us to set off. Xiao Luo felt it was a good time to embark, not knowing what would happen if they continued chatting. You're right. It's time to set off. Closing the treasure chest, Simon hugged it and left the cabin to call the hunters. 10 minutes later, the fleet hunting the South Sea pirates set sail again. But the port was left with a half-open treasure chest. The departing fleet was busy hunting pirates along the way, and time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Underground in the back mountain of Gree Town, Whoosh finally dug it open. The treasure of the C2 brothers will definitely be mine. After such a long time of digging, the old seahorse finally broke through. Looking at the light coming from ahead, he was excited. Ding, ding. It was already the last stretch. The old seahorse made a quick dash, preparing to reach the other side in a short time. As expected of someone who could dig for 3 days, he actually passed through the stone wall in just 5 minutes. Ha. I succeeded. The treasure is mine. What happened? Where's my treasure? I had such a big treasure. The pickaxe in his hand fell to the ground as the old seahorse stared blankly at the irregular big hole in the opposite wall. It's too late. Did I miss it? Who can I tell about the sadness in my heart? Suddenly, the old seahorse felt a tightness in his chest, and he couldn't catch his breath. Sigh treasure, my treasure. Gazing at the empty cavity with nothing in it, the old seahorse walked step by step towards a hole made by Simon. At least, let me know who took the treasure. As he walked, the old seahorse quickly saw the calm lake and the upward passage. This must be the way out, right? There's actually another path here. Unbelievable. Looking up, the old seahorse didn't need to think. This must be the one he dug himself. He didn't see it on the treasure map. No hope left. Time to go back. Sigh, what have I been doing all these years? Not many people could find this place. The old seahorse thought that if he went out, he might hear something. If he died without knowing anything, he would really be unwilling. He didn't take the vertical downward passage, but returned to the one he came down. Slowly, he climbed back up. Another 2 days passed, and the old seahorse finally made it back up. Familiar seaside, familiar seagulls, a strange treasure chest. A treasure chest? This treasure chest, ISNT at the one I gave to the C2 brothers? How did it end up here? The old seahorse was stunned. He looked at the treasure chest in the water ahead with a sense of joy at having found something lost. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. This must be the underground treasure. Without thinking, the old seahorse was very sure this was the treasure. The C2 brothers once told him they would use this treasure chest to hold a treasure. It's mine. It's mine. The treasure is mine. Not bothering to think about why the treasure chest was here, the old seahorse ran straight into the sea and brought the treasure chest out. Treasure, treasure, my treasure. Let me see what it is. Placing the treasure chest on the ground, the old seahorse, ignoring his weariness, opened it directly. It's, bang. Before he could finish his sentence, the old seahorse felt a rush of blood and couldn't catch his breath, leaving this world, lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. Transitioning to the sea with Simon. Simon, where did you put that treasure chest? Why haven't I seen it? Bored and thinking about a very cruel punishment for Xiao Luo, he wanted to do something with that treasure. But she searched the entire ship and couldn't find it. Huh, that treasure chest? Why do you want that? That thing isn't useful at all. Looking at Xiao Luo with a strange expression, Simon couldn't believe that even after everything, she was still thinking about that thing. What are you thinking? How could that thing be useful to me? It's been left for so many years. Can it still be used? I just wanted to punish that pirate I just caught. He said a lot of outrageous things, not expecting Simon to look at her with colored glasses. Xiao Luo was instantly speechless. Oh, so that's how it is, but unfortunately, I've already thrown that treasure chest away. Understanding what Xiao Luo meant, Simon expressed his regret. It's better to throw away something that shouldn't exist. Thrown away? Why? ISNT, that the treasure you found with so much difficulty? Just like that, it was thrown away? With eyes full of astonishment, Xiao Luo couldn't accept that the treasure Simon had searched for so long was just. But Simon didn't explain anything because of Xiao Luo's astonishment. That thing had already ruined his inner expectations. Throwing it away was not a problem. If not thrown away, what would it be kept for? It wouldn't be useful in the warehouse anyway. Since it serves no purpose, why keep it? That makes a lot of sense. Indeed, something that couldn't even be exchanged for Bailey would just take up space. After Xiao Luo learned about the fate of that thing, she turned and left. She was very angry now and needed to properly punish the pirate who had previously spoken disrespectfully to her. Huh, just like that, you're leaving? So your only goal was that treasure chest? After a while, without hearing Xiao Luo's voice, Simon looked up and saw that there was no one else here. TSK, seriously, is it necessary? Didn't that pirate just say a few words about your body? Do you really need to torture her this much? Shaking his head, Simon continued to read the newspaper that had just been delivered today. Xiao Luo couldn't be persuaded. However, it must be said that today's newspaper was quite good. The new star of hunters, Malachi Simon's South Sea Hunt, the public guild's total encirclement, the pirates' doomsday. The long-awaited big report finally came out. After such a long time, Simon thought he should go ask Mr. How How about what had happened. Now that the report was out, it was just in time. The hunting was nearing its end. The remaining pirates would mostly not pose much of a threat anymore. It wouldn't matter if they were exposed. After taking a sip of good juice, Simon thought about how there weren't many unscanned sea areas left. Blurp, blurp, blurp. However, on this happy morning, the phone bug, which Simon hadn't thought about for a long time, suddenly rang. Moshi putting down his cup, Simon answered the call. Lord Simon, the world government has sent word that the World Conference is about to be held. When will you be departing? The caller was G, who remained on the Lud Island. From her voice, it was clear she had been contemplating this call for a long time. G, when is the meeting? I still have things to finish here. Simon had no intention of returning to Lud Island. He just needed to know the time. 3 weeks later, according to custom, Lord Simon needs to arrive at Mariehua 3 days before the meeting. G didn't waste any words. No wonder she was an agent. 3 weeks. Got it. Upon hearing this time, Simon felt it was about right and he should be able to make it. Is there anything else? He waited for G, but after a long time without hearing her voice, he couldn't help but ask. No, Lord Simon, everything is fine at home. Knowing that this was the end of the conversation, G briefly mentioned the situation at home. Keep it up. With nothing more to say, Simon finished the farewell and hung up. The World Conference? Has it come to this already? There were still 2 years until the Summit War. If he worked hard on his training, could he catch up to those monsters? Unknowingly, he had been in this world for so many years, and Simon felt quite emotional. I can definitely do it. My Arhut golden body is about to reach its limits. I should be invincible like that senior. This was not a delusion. Simon had received some information from that senior, and he knew this could definitely be achieved. After all, he was. A few hours later, Xiao Luo, has your anger subsided? Lying on a deck chair, enjoying the sea breeze, Simon turned to see Xiao Luo walking out. Of course not. Simon, do all pirates have such tough mouths? I've already used my most brutal punishment. She hasn't reacted at all. Her face looked bad. Xiao Luo had not achieved the desired effect. Is she really that strong? She's just a little pirate with a bounty of 1 million. She shouldn't be this tough. Surprised, Simon hadn't anticipated that this pirate could endure such torture for so long. Could you tell me what your punishment was? I'm a bit curious. He genuinely wanted to know what kind of torture this pirate had endured for so long. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Do you really want to hear? It's quite cruel. Hearing Simon ask about the punishment, Xiao Luo hesitated. Her punishment was truly too cruel, to the point where just thinking about it was outrageous. Tell me, if she could withstand it for so long, perhaps she was a talent worth cultivating. If reformed, she would make a good guard, given that she could endure such punishment for so long. Simon thought that with his abilities to brainwash, it might be possible to gain a future super expert. All right then, since you're so insistent, I'll tell you. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Luo slowly revealed the punishment she had inflicted on the pirate inside. Huh? Is this the super strict punishment you mentioned? Are you kidding? At the first punishment Xiao Luo mentioned, Simon was stunned. Could something of this level even be called punishment? Of course not joking. This punishment is so cruel. It's no different from hell on earth. Seeing Simon's doubtful expression, Xiao Luo felt unhappy. The punishments she had devised were ones she herself wouldn't dare to recall. Hell on earth. You. Simon opened his mouth several times, trying to find the right words. Xiao Luo as punishment was really hard to describe. It was just two. Xiao Luo, haven't you learned interrogation techniques in the palace? What you did to that pirate can really be called punishment. Tickling the soles of her feet, blowing air in her ears, and eating super delicious food right in front of her. Wasn't this just childish games? It would be strange if she could scream. What an eye-opener. Simon had never seen such punishments. He even doubted whether Xiao Luo was really angry. Isn't that cruel? That tickling the soles of her feet. Doesn't that feeling of itchiness count as cruel? And the other few kinds, they all seem cruel as well. Xiao Luo didn't believe her punishments were easy. They were ones she found terrifying just to think about. You. Awesome. With nothing more to say, Simon could perfectly see from Xiao Luo's expression that she truly believed these punishments were the harshest. Simon, why don't you go take a look? Didn't you just say you wanted her to become a good guard? Receiving Simon's approval with a thumbs up, Xiao Luo directly chose to forget Simon's earlier doubts and wanted Simon to teach that despicable pirate a lesson. Well, I won't go. We're already at Dodo Island. We'll be landing soon. After learning about Xiao Luo's punishment, Simon lost interest in the pirate inside. At this level, he couldn't really judge anything. So soon? Haven't we encountered a few pirate crews yet? How do we reach an island already? Xiao Luo, who hadn't been out of the cabin much these days, hadn't heard many pirate shouts. Xiao Luo, by now, there are very few pirates in the South Sea. Those who are smart have already hidden away. The ones left are just brainless brutes. In the subsequent journey, they probably wouldn't encounter many pirate crews. Simon didn't say this without reason. He had already seen the reports submitted, and it was clear from them that the number of bounty pirates held by hunters had drastically decreased. Now, less than 1/10 of what it was last time. Oh, really? Pirates are so easy to catch now? Didn't they say we're in the great pirate era, with pirates coming in endlessly? How can it be like this? The disdain in her words was evident on her face. Little Luo had heard others talk about how the world was, but now it seemed it was nothing special. Little Luo, you're thinking about it the wrong way. Just because there are fewer pirates now doesn't mean there will be fewer in the future. Do you believe that as long as I leave the South Sea, in a few months, the number of pirates in the South Sea will return to what it was before the hunting began? Seeing little Luo's contempt, Simon immediately corrected her thinking. In this era, pirates can't be caught out completely. The dream isn't over, and there will always be someone. I don't believe it. Simon is lying to a child again. How is that possible? We still have so many hunters. No way, absolutely no way. Little Luo didn't believe Simon's words. How could so many bounty hunters allow pirates to run rampant again? How about a bet? Hearing little Luo's words, Simon smiled happily. A bet? Of course. Little Luo, who doesn't have a clear understanding of the times, has fallen right into Simon's trap. All right, great. Since that's the case, what do you think the stakes should be? Simon was impressed by little Luo's boldness. She was indeed adorable. You name the stakes. I absolutely won't lose. Looking disdainfully at Simon, little Luo didn't care about it all. Okay, awesome. The stakes are 100 super spicy shrimp. Is that all right? This bet was cruel. Neither Simon nor little Luo could handle spicy food, let alone super spicy. No problem. Just super spicy. Anyway, I'm not eating it. Little Luo had no objections. And the bet was established. Hee. You never know. With that, their casual chat was nearly over, as the ship had already arrived at Dodo Island's port. Welcome to Dodo Island. I'm Fat Manager. If you need any help, feel free to find me. After getting off the ship and walking to the port, Simon and the others were fortunate to meet the island's administrator, Fat Manager. Really? Anything? Little Luo asked curiously. Could you tell us about this island? Upon hearing this, little Luo looked at Fat Manager with a curious face, as she didn't know much about this island. Of course, our Dodo Island is the best. It's not far from the Redland continent and is the largest coal mining base in the South Sea. The transportation on the island is all by steam trains, totaling as many as 8. There are also plenty of entertainment facilities. Moreover, while waiting for friends from afar, Fat Manager still had time to explain to Simon and the others, as he didn't have any work at the moment. Wow, that's amazing, a steam train. I've never heard of that before. What is it like, Simon? Little Luo couldn't help but be curious. Having spent so much time in the palace, she had little chance to see such things. Well, maybe it's this? How to say it was hard to describe. Simon pointed to the train passing by little Luo and said to her, Huh, is this a steam train? So that's how it is? She felt somewhat awkward. Who would have thought a steam train would be right next to her? Hee-ha-ha, Fat Manager. It's our first time here. Can you recommend any places for us to play? Leaving the awkward little Luo behind, Simon asked Fat Manager about places to have fun. Recommended places? If you can take Thomas to the Sea Dragon amusement park, I think that would be great. When it came to recommendations, Fat Manager immediately thought of the island's most famous Thomas the Tank Engine. 2. Thomas? This Thomas is. Upon hearing the familiar name, Simon thought it was something he knew. It's our most famous little train. Its driver, Thomas Bailey, is the strongest driver on the island, so everyone affectionately calls it Thomas. As he spoke, Fat Manager's pride was undeniable. It was clear he was genuinely proud. Oh, I see. So that's how it is. That's really amazing. I didn't expect that Thomas Bailey is actually the driver of the steam train. So surprising. But since he's such a famous person, why was he kidnapped? That's so strange. Although Simon had thought about the connection between Thomas and Thomas Bailey, he didn't expect it to be this kind of relationship. With that came a lot of confusion. Someone of that caliber didn't seem like a person who could be easily taken away. Fat Manager, where can we catch Thomas? Can we have the luck to meet the famous Thomas Bailey? Politely, Simon didn't directly ask about Thomas Bailey's disappearance. You could take the Thomas train from platform 6. But right now, you probably won't be able to see Thomas Bailey. Her vacation hasn't ended yet. There's still 3 days left. Seeing that Simon was interested in visiting Thomas, Fat Manager moved slightly, almost leading Simon and the others to platform 6, if not for the important people waiting. Oh, I see. Then Fat Manager, we'll go explore the island first. Thank you for your answers. From Fat Manager's response, Simon understood why Thomas Bailey could be kidnapped. It turned out she was on vacation. Asking about Thomas Bailey was just curiosity, and without the suspense, it was better to enjoy themselves. Taking little Luo, the two quickly arrived at platform 6, where they didn't encounter any acquaintances. Simon, aren't you going to look for the lilies here? They should be on this island, right? While waiting, Little Luo noticed that Simon hadn't mentioned that pair of lilies even once and couldn't help but ask. If it's meant to be, we'll meet them. Moreover, they have their own lives. Don't disturb them so much. Let's talk about the stamp collecting thing after the World Conference. There is no time to strategize about this pair of lilies right now. Hey Simon, you weren't like this before. Why are you so timid now? It can't be. Hey. Perhaps you're thinking of something happy. Little Luo is really smiling happily. Her appearance is too lewd to describe. What are you thinking? Didn't you know about yesterday? Still laughing. Looks like you forgot who couldn't hold on and surrendered first yesterday. A hand chop landed heavily on Little Luo's head, making her arrange herself outside like this. Oomph. Simon, big fool. Pouting, Little Luo was unhappy. Ignoring the sulking Little Luo, Simon surveyed the nearby train station, dock, high-tech zone, 34 mine, high tower, Sea Dragon amusement park, Apple Plane dock. Wow. So many attractions. This island's famous spots must all be on this route. Just by looking at the names, Simon could imagine how fun this journey would be. A single line introducing the entire island. Ooh, the train whistle sounded. From a distance, Simon saw a small blue train. Is that Thomas? It looks really good. So small. So cute. It's a little train he hadn't seen before, and Simon was immediately drawn to it. No wonder it's the most famous little train. It really looks very reliable. Little Luo, stop drawing circles. It's time to get on the train. Don't blame me if I leave you here later. As Thomas approached the platform, it began to slow down, and Simon was also ready to board. But when he saw Little Luo doing something on the ground not far away, he shouted. Hearing the voice, Little Luo paused, then got up and walked over. Simon. I wasn't drawing circles. I was counting ants. Okay. Understanding what drawing circles meant, Little Luo was very dissatisfied with Simon's accusation, glaring at him and demanding an apology. Huh? Is that so? Sorry, I misunderstood you. Let us hurry. The train is about to leave. With a very perfunctory apology. When the train door opened, Simon directly stepped into the carriage. TSK. I knew it. Without any surprise, Little Luo had already anticipated this situation, but she only let out a dissatisfied TSK before following him in. When they entered the carriage, they found it very spacious with not many people. They found a spot and sat down. Simon, there are so few people here. Is this really the most famous little train on Dodo Island? After looking around and finding that besides herself and Simon, there were only 2 people in the carriage, Little Luo felt that the fat steward must have lied. This is definitely not the most famous little train. Little Luo, this is the dock, the starting and ending station here. How many people do you expect? Have a little common sense. Although Simon also didn't know why there were so few people in the carriage, it didn't stop him from pretending. Oh, is that so? I thought. After being educated, Little Luo believed him and no longer dwelled on the issue of the number of people in the carriage. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Woo, the whistle sounded and the train departed. Little Luo, you seem to know everywhere before. Why don't you know about this island? Don't you have any friends who have been here? Not knowing how long it would take to the next station, Simon suddenly thought of something. This island isn't country. The prison country doesn't have diplomacy here. In fact, Little Luo also wasn't very clear why, but none of her friends had ever mentioned this place. Huh? Little Luo, is your knowledge all obtained through diplomacy? For the first time learning about Little Luo's way of gaining knowledge, Simon was greatly shocked. Of course not. I'm just a palace maid. How could I have opportunities to meet diplomats all the time? It's just that the people I know are from countries with diplomacy. Here, Little Luo wanted to correct Simon's misunderstanding. She wasn't some hidden big boss of the prison country, just an ordinary little palace maid. Oh, then you. Just as Simon was about to continue asking, he suddenly saw Thomas Bailey and Thomas Lily outside the train, stopping directly and staring. Simon, why did you stop talking? What's over there? Lilies. Seeing that Simon had something to say, but suddenly stopped, Little Luo felt a sense of unease and wanted to ask. But following Simon's gaze, she saw the lilies they had just mentioned. They really saw them. Looking at the lilies not far away, Little Luo also quieted down. Watching those two, Bailey, you must not leave alone this time. Being taken away by those people, you were too careless. With one hand linked to Bailey's arm, Lily brought up the incident of Bailey being kidnapped. That was just an accident. Who would have thought they were actually human traffickers? I was still in the bustling area at that time. Having already heard Lily talk about it many times on the way, Bailey was getting a bit impatient. And how much longer are you going to hold on? My arm is numb. Stopping in her tracks, Bailey pushed Lily, who was holding her arm. I want to let go. If I let go, Bailey will disappear again. I don't want. Slightly loosening her grip, but Lily didn't let go of Bailey's arm. She was genuinely scared of losing Bailey again. Lily. Bailey's eyes were full of affection. We're home now. Do you want any strange rumors to spread out? After a softly spoken sentence, Bailey raised her voice a lot, her cheeks a bit flushed. Lily felt a sudden gust of wind, and she froze for a moment. Strange rumors? What could be strange? What is wrong with friends hugging? Looking around, Lily didn't feel like anyone was watching them. Lily, have you really never heard of the Dodo legend? They've already spread us into that kind of story. Have you really not heard, even a little bit? I'm not sure if Lily is pretending to be clueless, but Bailey has already heard many versions of the story, like the reaction of swords and steam, the power source and friction swords, and so on. This, that. Once Lily is pressed for answers, her eyes become a bit dazed. How could she not have heard of these things? They're as loud as thunder. Bailey, you know we have some rivals in our daily lives. Maybe. Yeah, that's right, it must be them. We can't let the topic end here. Lily quickly thought of a solution and soon had a very reasonable excuse. But Bailey just stared at her, pulling her arm away. Do you really think it's possible? Would they use this kind of thing to attack me? Do you think I'm stupid? Finally, when Lily was in the wrong, Bailey couldn't let it go and had to give her a good scolding. What about me? Before you do something, can you think it through? We're the most famous people on Dodo Island. Can we just do things that can be easily misunderstood like this? With her hands on her hips, Bailey lectured Lily, and I must say, this feeling is really great. Bailey, you mean? It's okay as long as we don't go overboard. As expected of Lily, she really has a lot of useless thoughts, even a bit problematic. During Bailey's lecture, she only heard the word overboard. You're really going to make me mad. Lily's words interrupted Bailey's train of thought, and the lecture couldn't continue. Bailey wasn't in the mood anymore and silently turned around to head home. Bailey, wait for me. If you're alone, it might be dangerous. Bailey had already left, so Lily had to follow her. Right now, she still didn't know who was threatening Bailey. In their playful banter, they returned home, and the rest of the story won't be revealed. On Thomas's train, Simon and the others have now arrived at the 34th mine. Looking at the crowd working outside, Simon couldn't help but exclaim, mining is truly a great profession. The first step in the fairy world often starts with mining. Even Luffy upgraded through mining. Thinking about it this way, the mine really is an unfathomable treasure land. Simon, are you saying you want to go mining? I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Xiao Luo, who had been paying attention to Simon, heard everything he said and covered her mouth with one hand, laughing without restraint. Me go mining? What a joke. Is the milk bad or the juice expired? Why would I go suffer? Are you kidding? It's impossible for me to mine. I'm already a big boss. Going mining would just lower my status. Besides, who says mining will definitely lead to upgrades? It might just be a waste of time. Hee. Simon, you sound like you want to go mining. Too, ha ha ha. One of Simon's reactions probably hit Xiao Luo's funny bone, and she laughed so happily that it was no longer just a simple giggle. Laugh. You're so happy. One day I'll make you go experience mining. With a dark expression, Simon no longer cared to argue with Xiao Luo. He was very generous. How could he ever think of giving her a chance to go mining? Amidst the laughter, they arrived at the next check-in location, the tower, one of Dodo Island's famous buildings. From this tower, you can see the entire island, and there are some windmills around it. What a tall tower. Simon, why is there such a tall tower on this island? In the middle of the island, you can't see much, right? Exhausted from laughing, Xiao Luo was drawn to the tower when she saw it. She had never seen such a tall tower before. It must be for sightseeing. It said that many people like to look down from high places. It should be a tourist attraction. Simon didn't have a good explanation for it either. His understanding of the island was limited. For sightseeing? If you just look from there, it's not as good as when Simon took me flying last time. Not interested anymore. Xiao Luo had already flown up to see the scenery, so she was really not interested in such a small building. Simon, the last time you took me flying was a long time ago, right? When will we do that again? Not interested in the tower, but because of it, Xiao Luo thought of the time she flew over Jean Island. That was really exhilarating. Next time, there will always be a chance. Right now, we're in a hurry and don't have time to do that. Simon didn't agree to Xiao Luo's request to fly. This isn't a deserted island, and it wouldn't be good if someone saw them. Oh, why is it like this? I really want to. Although a bit unhappy, Xiao Luo didn't dwell on it too much. She was just reminiscing. The train continued to run and soon arrived at the Sea Dragon Park recommended by the fat manager. At platform 6, Simon and the others got off the train and walked toward Sea Dragon Park. Simon, since the fat manager recommended it so highly, this Sea Dragon Park must not be an ordinary amusement park, right? He didn't even mention such an iconic place as the tower. Walking along the road, Xiao Luo didn't hide her curiosity about Sea Dragon Park at all. Really, it shouldn't be much different, right? Aren't amusement parks all about the same? This island probably doesn't have anything special that could build a different amusement park. Regarding the uniqueness of Sea Dragon Park, Simon expressed skepticism. To him, how much more could an amusement park be? Isn't it just those things? Hey, if that's the case, Simon, have you been to a lot of amusement parks? Hearing a story in Simon's words, Xiao Luo sensed a story behind it. No, don't think too much. I've just seen quite a few. Interrupting Xiao Luo's words, Simon quickly walked to the ticket booth. 2 tickets, thank you. He confidently lowered his head and extended 2 fingers to the cute little girl at the ticket booth. 2 tickets at a discounted price of 857 Bailey. Taking out 2 tickets, the ticket girl waited for Simon's payment. 857? Is it really that cheap? Hearing the quote, Simon was shocked. The place that the fat steward praised so much had such a low ticket price. It was simply beyond his imagination. After all, a single one costs 50 Bailey. Something's not right. It's so cheap. There must be some hidden costs, right? He had encountered too many bundling sales, and with such a low ticket price. He always felt there was something wrong. Sir, if you don't want to buy a ticket, could you please step aside? You're blocking the way for others. The ticket sales girl was also a good-tempered person. Although Simon stood there without moving, she still gently reminded him, Oh, I'm sorry. Turning around, Simon was startled to see the long line behind him. There had been no one when he first arrived. After hurriedly paying 857 Bailey, he took little Luo into the Sea Dragon Park. After all, they had come all this way. They couldn't just not go in, right? Simon, what were you thinking just now? You seemed so lost in thought. Was it really worth thinking for so long about just 857 Bailey? Upon entering the Sea Dragon Park, little Luo did not immediately look for attractions, but instead expressed great doubt about Simon's reaction at the entrance. Little Luo, it's not just about the 857 Bailey. Don't you find it strange? This is the place recommended by the fat steward. How can it be so cheap? You should know that the most famous places on an island have outrageous ticket prices. Little Luo asked, and Simon paused to explain his viewpoint thoroughly. Is this it? What's strange about it? Isn't a low ticket price good? What? Do you want to pay them more? Not understanding Simon's thoughts, little Luo couldn't grasp what was so puzzling. What are you saying? Why would I want to give them more money? I just feel a bit strange. That's all. Perhaps it was because he had been cheated before in his previous life. Simon always felt that there would be a painful price to pay here. Oh, you're just overthinking it. How could there be so much ill intent? You've already come in, so just enjoy it. Why think so much? Once she realized there was no major issue, little Luo focused her attention on the Sea Dragon Park, wanting to see what strange things the place recommended by the fat steward had. Seeing little Luo's excited expression, Simon stopped overthinking. Indeed, there was no use in thinking too much, and they should enjoy themselves since he wasn't short on money now. Simon, look, there are fishmen over there. After walking a few steps, little Luo was attracted by the fishmen by the nearby pool. She had only seen a fishman during the battle at the Rude Islands. Fishmen? This island has fishmen? That's a rare thing. Simon had cruised the South Sea for so long without encountering many fishmen. Following little Luo's gaze, he indeed saw many fishmen. That fishman looks a bit like an evil dragon. Are they brothers? As Simon walked towards that direction with little Luo, he suddenly saw a somewhat familiar figure. That sharp nose and a mouth full of fangs were just like the evil dragon. Simon, is this place famous because of these fishmen? They look so scary. As they gradually got closer to the fishmen, little Luo began to hesitate. The strong fishy smell was too overwhelming for her. Now you know to be afraid? Just now, who was so excited? noticing little Luo's slightly trembling lips. Simon's mischievous side kicked in as he came up behind her and whispered in her ear. Who? Who is afraid? Don't say random things. I'm not afraid at all. I just stepped on a rock. It was just an amusement park. What was there to be afraid of? Little Luo forced herself to perk up. So cute, although Simon had already lifted his head away from little Luo's shoulder, he was still immersed in her cuteness. Little Luo, wait for me. You're walking so fast. What if we get separated? Seeing little Luo walk further away without realizing he hadn't followed, Simon hurriedly called out. Hearing Simon's words, little Luo froze. She had been trying to prove herself, but had overlooked the most important thing. I'm such an idiot. How could I forget something so important? The unbearable fishy smell filled her nostrils, and little Luo anxiously twisted her body. Little Luo, why are you squirming? Is your body uncomfortable? Simon didn't mean to ask, but little Luo's twisting frequency was really too high, just like a piece of seaweed. Giving Simon a roll of her eyes. Little Luo stopped squirming and continued walking forward. What does that mean? Confused, Simon walked with little Luo to the pool occupied by the fishmen. Yo, brothers, come look. Someone actually dares to come here at this moment. A fisherman finally noticed Simon and little Luo. Upon noticing, he crazily called out to other fishmen, as if witnessing the most unbelievable scene. Huh? Where? Ha ha ha. It's a human. Slurp. Keek. With that fishman calling out. The fishmen in the pool stopped playing and fiercely locked their gazes on little Luo and Simon, their eyes flashing red. You. So scary. They wouldn't eat people, would they? Little Luo felt their gaze was intense, making her body stiffen and her heart race. Wow. So this is what the fishmen here look like. They seem so spirited. I wonder why I've never heard about them in the newspapers. The bloodthirsty appearance of the fishmen did not scare Simon. He watched these fierce-looking fishmen with great interest. Little Luo, do you want to go play with them for a while? They should know many wonderful things. Thinking about how these fishmen must have many secrets, Simon couldn't wait to go find them and have a good chat. Huh? You want to go near them? I don't think so. Let's just watch from a distance. Occasionally, they could see a fishman licking its teeth, and little Luo really didn't want to go. Little Luo, they're from the deep sea, you know? They're more likely to have come from the Grand Line. Don't you really want to hear about those distant adventure stories? Here we are, and Xiao Luo is still so timid. Simon never thought about just leaving like this. He still feels very unwilling. The Grand Line. Xiao Luo hesitated, knowing that they would definitely have to pass through the Grand Line to reach the New World. This is a great place to gather information. Simon, if anything happens, you must protect me. These fishmen are so scary. Their sharp teeth could probably bite through steel plates. Fishmen are terrifying, but Xiao Luo has Simon by her side, and she hesitates for just a moment. With Simon around, there shouldn't be too much danger. Okay. I will definitely not let them hurt you. However, they probably can't bite through the steel plate you have laid down. Glancing down, Simon smiled and waved at the fishmen in the distance, signaling them to come over. Laid down steel plate? Do I have that steel plate? Simon, why do I feel like you're saying something rude? Even though she couldn't quite understand what Simon meant from the smile on his lips, Xiao Luo knew it must not be anything good. Really? How could that be? That's a compliment. Many people express their affection this way. This is not misleading. There are quite a few people who do this, even the majority. Big brother, what do those two humans mean? Are they waving for us to come over? While Simon was flirting, the first fishman who spotted Simon and the others scratched his head in confusion and asked the fishman who somewhat resembled a dragon. Let's go. Since they invited us, we should definitely go take a look. It's been a long time since I've seen such bold humans. The sea dragon didn't answer the younger fishman's question, but instead swam ahead. Splash, splash. Following the sea dragon, the fishmen swam toward Simon, like a pack hunting together. Are they coming? They don't seem friendly. Simon certainly noticed the large group of fishmen moving and sensed their presence, knowing that some force might be needed. Are they going to fight? Xiao Luo, who had been close to Simon, heard his words and detected the underlying meaning. Maybe they will. If those fishmen, then I'll step back a bit. I'll come over after you handle it. Upon hearing there might be a fight, Xiao Luo immediately stepped back, thinking it might not be good here. Why are you suddenly so timid, Xiao Luo? You weren't like this during the previous battle. Xiao Luo's behavior left Simon at a loss for words. This was too strange. It couldn't be that her magical period has come, right? She never mentioned it. The fishmen arrived very quickly. Almost in seconds they reached Simon's platform. Hey, human, you just waved, right? Standing firmly in the water. The sea dragon revealed a cruel smile to Simon. Ah, yes, it was me. I wanted to talk to you about some things. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Simon was very enthusiastic while talking to the sea dragon, completely unconcerned about his cruel smile. Haha, interesting. Human, aren't you afraid? Being amused by Simon, the sea dragon hadn't seen such a bold human in a long time. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? You can't beat me. With a puzzled expression, Simon said confidently. But as soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent, and not a single fish spoke. Human, do you know what you're saying? Ah, exactly. How dare a weak human speak so boldly? Our strength is 10 times yours. At this moment, there was no hint of playfulness on the sea dragon's face. He looked at Simon seriously, feeling a bit like he wanted to make a move. I know. Of course, I know what I'm saying. You can't possibly be stronger than the heavyweights. Keeping his eyes on the sea dragon, Simon noticed when his pupils constricted, realizing that these fishmen were also from the Sun Pirates. Ha! Human, state your name. The sea dragon looked at Simon's face, and memories of recent newspapers started flooding his mind. He hadn't noticed before, but now he felt Simon looked somewhat familiar. Malachi Simon, just an ordinary bounty hunter, posing coolly. Simon covered half of his face and smiled at the sea dragon. Malachi Simon, you are that bounty hunter? The sea dragon suddenly remembered who Simon was, his eyes widening in panic. Just as the sea dragon wanted to continue the conversation amicably, a fishman behind him shouted wildly, Bounty hunter? Ha! Is a bounty hunter impressive? Do you know who my big brother is? I'll bite you to death. Exactly. Oh, they usually treat newcomers like this. And these fishmen who don't follow the news had no idea who Simon was. Shut up. Seeing Simon's eyes narrowing more and more, the sea dragon felt a chill rising from the bottom to the top of his body. Concerned for his own life, he immediately shouted at the noisy fishmen. Did you hear that, hunter? My big brother is furious. If you don't quickly kneel and surrender, be careful. The fisherman behind the sea dragon thought his voice was really loud and didn't realize he was yelling at them. I meant for you to shut up. Do you know who that person is shouting like this? Realizing the misunderstanding couldn't continue, the sea dragon turned around and gave the fisherman behind him a big slap. Covering his face that was just slapped by his big brother, a fisherman looked at his big brother with an incredulous expression. Big brother, why? Did you hit me for an outsider? Do you know how much damage a slap like that can do? At that moment, he thought he had crossed over. I'm doing this for your own good. That person is the bounty hunter who captured the heavyweight big brother. We are no match for him. Soon we can return to Fishman Island. There's no need to. How long doesn't T want to repeat revenge? Does he? Of course he does, but not now. Big brother, I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Yes, that's right. We're going back to Fishman Island with Jinbei, but that's not your cowardly excuse. I, Kashu, will never forgive the one who killed Brother Jinbei. Kashu is a long-mouthed fishman, and Jinbei has always taken good care of him. They were supposed to play games together before. Kashu, do you want to make things difficult for Brother Jinbei? Do you know how much he has done for us to return safely? Hailong's blood vessels were about to burst. He couldn't stand hearing his brother speak like this. Brother Hailong, do you remember what Brother Tiger said to us? We fishmen will no longer be bullied by humans. I never wanted to keep pretending to smile like this. Kashu didn't want to continue talking to Hailong. His mind was made up. Even if he couldn't defeat Simon, the enemy was right in front of him. Mouth gun, iron cannon shot. Kashu's long mouth launched water balls, hitting Simon like cannonballs, one after another. Hey, how dare you fight back? You're quite courageous. Did I mess up? Facing Kashu's water bubbles, Simon easily dodged with a slight sway. The difference in levels was too great. He could dodge such attacks with his eyes closed. Are you only going to dodge? Face me head on. Kashu, who kept shooting mouth guns but hadn't hit Simon, became a bit irritable. He rubbed his sore long mouth and assumed the stance of fishman karate. Interesting. This fishman, named Kashu, piqued Simon's interest. Such an interesting person shouldn't he in the battle too quickly. With one hand behind his back and one hand forward, Simon beckoned Kashu over. Who do you look down on? Fishman karate. 800-watt straight punch. Anger pushed Kashu to break through his limits, delivering a powerful punch he had never reached before. Bang! The impact from Kashu's punch was easily blocked by Simon with a wave of his palm. What? He actually blocked my. Maintaining his punching posture, Kashu fell into a state of existential doubt. He had never imagined the gap was so large. Kashu, you were right. I was wrong. At some point, I completely forgot Brother Tiger's words. Next, it's my turn. You step back. At that moment, Hai Long patted Kashu on the shoulder and stepped in front of him. Big brother. Looking at the figure blocking him, Kashu was dazed. He seemed to return to the days of battling on the Grand Line. Malachi Simon. Let me take Brother Jinbei's revenge. Hai Long was no longer confused. He wouldn't dwell in comfort. He was a warrior. Being afraid before the battle was not in his nature. So cool, big brother. No, big brother's strength is about the same as mine. I can't win. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Big brother you. Just as Kashu was immersed in Hai Long's heroic demeanor, he suddenly remembered his own powerless performance. Just as he wanted to remind Hai Long, he found that Hai Long had already charged at Simon. Boom! Dong! In less than 5 seconds, Hai Long leaped past Kashu and landed in the pool behind him. Big brother looking at Simon, Kashu finally realized that Hai Long had been knocked away in an instant. He didn't have time to think further and quickly turned to support his brother. So weak? I thought you were a few times stronger than that long-mouthed one. Simon, still in a punching stance, felt a bit awkward. He had only wanted to stalemate with Hai Long for a moment, but he hadn't expected to use too much strength and send him flying. However, now they probably wouldn't continue fighting with me, right? His expression looked better now, although the process was a bit different. The results seemed good. Now, they should be able to have a good chat with the fishmen. Xiao Luo, this side is already over. Let us go listen to those fishmen' stories. Making a judgment, Simon waved to Xiao Luo behind him, signaling her to come over as the matter here was already concluded. Top top. With light footsteps, Xiao Luo bounced over. Simon, that battle was way too quick. Is it really enough to defeat just 2 fishmen? No problem. I previously overestimated their strength. At this level, they pose no threat to you at all. Simon admitted that the fishmen he had encountered earlier, Jinbei, had given him a false impression of fishmen. He really thought that all fishmen were about that level. After hearing Simon's words, Xiao Luo nodded, somewhat understanding, but she still stayed behind Simon. She didn't want to get too close to those seafood. At that moment, at the Dodo Island dock, a whale shark fishman jumped onto the shore. Jinbei-san, welcome to Dodo Island. I am the fat steward, as I mentioned before. The moment he saw this fishman, the fat steward, who had been pacing back and forth, revealed a bright smile. He had finally waited for this moment. I've heard Hai Long and the others mention you. There's no need to be so formal. Seeing the cautious demeanor of the fat steward, Jinbei laughed loudly and walked over to pat the fat steward's shoulder, indicating there was no need to be so distant. Are Hai Long and the others doing well? They haven't caused any trouble here, right? While walking towards platform 6, Jinbei asked the fat steward. No, they're all good people, although they sometimes scare other tourists. As long as there's no major trouble, the fat steward assumed there was no trouble at all. After all, in this era, their behavior was quite light. Fat steward, it seems you really like them. I didn't expect that they, who used to be delinquents, would actually have such shining moments. I could faintly see the pride on Fat Butler's face, and Jinbei was very happy. It's been a long time since he saw humans not hating fishmen. Mr. Kadu and the others are all very nice people. Every time pirates come to the island, they're the ones who drive them away. Thomas arrived quickly, and as he got on the train, Fat Butler began sharing with Jinbei all the good things that Kadu and the others had done over the years, blah blah blah. After a friendly exchange, Kadu and his group of fishmen raised their heads by the pool to look at Simon, who was sitting cross-legged. Are you Kadu? What is your relationship with the evil dragon? Simon had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Before the fishmen started their storytelling segment, he wanted to know this. Evil dragon? I don't know who you're talking about. Hearing the name of the evil dragon, Kadu was stunned for a long time and couldn't think of anyone he knew with that name. Big brother, that's your distant cousin, the one from Fishman Street. Seeing Kadu's confusion, Keikyu spoke up. He knew who the evil dragon was. He was a prominent figure in Fishman Street, quite famous. Fishman Street. Oh, so it's him. After Keikyu's reminder, Kadu remembered, having not spoken for so long, it felt unfamiliar. That evil dragon is my distant cousin, but we haven't been in touch for a long time. I don't even know where he is now. Upon hearing Kadu say this, Simon narrowed his eyes. Why did he feel something was off? You don't know? Aren't you from the Sun Pirates? Haven't you seen the evil dragon? The friendly tone he had just now was gone. Simon felt these fishmen were hiding something from him. Sun Pirates? Is the evil dragon there too? Have you seen the evil dragon on the ship? Kadu didn't seem to be pretending. He really didn't know the evil dragon had once been on the Sun Pirates ship. Yeah, big brother Kadu. He was a squad leader, very active. The fishmen behind Kadu came over to tell him this. Huh, why haven't I seen him? Kadu was confused. He even thought he had lost part of his memory. Otherwise, how could he not know? All right, let's not dwell on that. I'm not interested in your family matters. Seeing that the fishmen seemed eager to discuss this further, Simon immediately interrupted them. He wanted to learn about something other than their family relationships. Can you tell me about Fishman Island? I'm really looking forward to it. When he said this, Simon's face showed a look of longing. Yeah. Can you talk about Fishman Island? I want to know. Finally hearing the content he wanted to hear, little Luo chimed in. Fishman Island? Why do you want to know about that? Could it be? Simon's words couldn't be taken lightly. After all, Kadu had a deep impression of what had just happened. But Kadu didn't immediately talk about Fishman Island. He looked at Simon with a wary expression. Don't worry. I'm not interested in the fishmen there. I'm just curious about the stories from there. Seeing Kadu's cautious demeanor, Simon understood what he was worried about. But there was nothing he could do. After all, this is the way of the world. Really? You're really not that kind of evil person? After hearing Simon's words, Kadu's suspicion lessened, but it didn't disappear entirely. People are the best at deceiving others. Of course. I'm a bounty hunter. I would never do anything that would give me a bounty. There's absolutely no one more, just than me in the South Sea. Looking sincerely into Kadu's eyes, Simon conveyed his goodwill. I believe you. Your eyes can't lie. That clarity will never deceive. Seeing into the soul through the eyes, Kadu didn't see any chaotic thoughts in Simon's eyes. They were like gems. Although I find your words a bit strange. But that's okay, I forgive you. Kadu's words made Simon feel a strange sensation, but he couldn't pinpoint why. You heard wrong. I didn't say anything that shouldn't be said. I can't talk too much about Fishman Island. I can only tell you a little bit. Moving the fishmen behind him slightly away, Kadu prepared to start telling stories. It's okay. Just listening is great. We haven't heard the hidden rumors of Fishman Island. Simon wasn't particularly concerned about what Kadu was going to say. He just wanted to understand things he didn't know. If you want to hear rumors, you found a wrong fishman. I'm just a nobody. Gradually, Kadu began to get into the mood, and his memories slowly returned to 10 years ago. The most infamous place in Fishman Island was Fishman Street, but it was also the place with the deepest memories for me. Blah, blah, blah. Kadu's story was very exciting, but it wasn't the gossip Simon wanted to know. It was completely uninteresting, and he was about to fall asleep. My cousin Sherry is the most famous prophet on the island. Her prophecies have never been wrong. She once told me I would die at the hands of a human. As the memories became clearer, Kadu suddenly thought of his cousin Lady Sherry's prophecy, and he instantly froze. Isn't the scene right now the same as what he told his cousin? On the shore and underwater. Amusement park. High tower. When he carefully thought about the scene, it was indeed exactly the same. Swallow. No way. Am I really going to die here today? No. Himbe. Why haven't you come yet? Stealing a glance at Simon, who had half-closed eyes, Kadu could no longer remain calm. After all, his cousin's prophecy was absolutely never wrong. Are you done talking? Your knowledge is lacking. It seems you haven't been to many places, otherwise, you wouldn't tell it like this. A jolt hit him, and Simon suddenly realized that he hadn't heard Kadu's voice anymore. Looking again, Kadu had indeed stopped talking. After listening to Kadu for so long, Simon didn't remember anything at all. Little Luo, wake up. Wake up. We should go somewhere else. These fishmen are not very knowledgeable. It's boring. Patting the sleeping little Luo's head, Simon moved his somewhat numb body. Ugh, it feels so comfortable to sleep. Simon, what are we eating? Huh? What? What? What's going on with these fishmen? Rubbing her face, little Luo usually asked Simon what to eat, but when she opened her eyes, she was surprised to see so many fishmen staring at her. Little Luo, didn't you come here to meet the fishmen? Why are you asking me now? Startled, Simon's heart raced a few beats from the scare. Huh? Me? Looking at Simon, little Luo incredulously pointed at herself, but then it seemed she remembered something. Her memory returning. It seems I really did bring them here, but this isn't my fault. Simon, wasn't it you who asked him to tell stories? If he hadn't told such boring things, would I have fallen asleep? Although it was indeed her decision to come here, little Luo didn't think it was her fault. After all, Simon kept bringing up storytelling. Little Luo, weren't you very interested when you first started listening? Why this attitude now? Sigh. With a pout, Simon shook his head and sighed, as if he had seen something remarkable. You. Wow. Grinding her teeth, little Luo suddenly lunged and bit Simon's arm hard. Oh no. Are you Wolf? Why are you biting right away? Let go, let go. Pressing her head down, Simon struggled to push her away, and seeing all this, the sea dragon was filled with big question marks in his mind. Am I really going to be killed by him? Or is it not today? But I'm leaving here today and won't be coming back. Not understanding what that prophecy meant, the Simon in front of him seemed to have no intention of killing him. Huh? Little Luo, aren't you awake? It's so bright out. What are you going crazy for? After a long struggle, Simon finally pushed little Luo away, and now he was lecturing her. It's all Simon's fault. With her little nose upturned and her lips pouted, little Luo looked like a stubborn pig not afraid of boiling water. Sigh. Little Luo, we haven't even explored much yet. Stop playing. The fishmen are still watching, and Simon didn't want to stay here too long. TSK. So boring. Simon, can't you just coax me a bit? Unhappily clicking her tongue, little Luo got up and left with Simon. As for the fishmen, that had nothing to do with her. The two figures gradually moved further away, slowly disappearing from the view of the sea dragon and the others. Brother sea dragon, did they just leave like that? What do you think they came here for? Kashu was confused. He still couldn't understand why Simon had beaten up those fish for just listening to the sea dragon's boring stories. You ask me? How would I know? I have no idea what they came for. Giving Kashu a harsh eye roll, the sea dragon stared in the direction Simon had left for a long time without turning back. Simon, look! Carousel, hurry up! Hurry up! In play mode, Simon and little Luo now arrived at a carousel, which was beautifully decorated and had a fairy tale feel to it. This chapter isn't over. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Slow down, There's no one competing with you. Why are you in such a hurry? Little Luo ran. Simon wouldn't run. He wasn't interested in such things. Little Luo, I'm in front of you. You're too slow. On the carousel. Simon turned around and laughed loudly at little Luo behind him, super happy. How annoying. If I hadn't gotten on first, how could you sit in front of me? I miscalculated. Looking at Simon on the horse in front, little Luo bit her lip in frustration, not expecting that arriving first would lead to such a complete loss. The carousel spun and spun, experiencing a childhood innocence she had never felt before, and the two gradually forgot. Simon, haven't you ridden this before? You look so happy. After getting off the carousel, little Luo noticed that Simon's smile hadn't stopped, something she had never seen before. No, little Luo, you must be mistaken. How could I be happy about this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although he said that, Simon's smile didn't stop, still lingering at the corners of his mouth. As Simon can be so cute sometimes, there's no need to continue pursuing the truth. After all, hasn't the smile already said everything with a sunny smile? Little Luo slowly followed Simon's pace, continuing towards the next place. Shinpai-san ahead is Sea Dragon Paradise. Sea Dragon and the others have been waiting for a long time. After such a long time, Shinpai and the Fat Manager also took the Thomas train to Sea Dragon Paradise, with the Fat Manager leading the way for Shinpai. I have it. Following the Fat Manager smoothly, Shinpai occasionally looked around at the environment. He noticed the curious gazes of the surrounding people, but they didn't seem inclined to approach him. Is it really like this? But Sea Dragon did well, the rest no. With a hint of contemplation in his heart, Shinpai seemed to be thinking about something. However, this silence disappeared when they arrived at the pool where Sea Dragon and the others were, bursting back into hearty laughter. Ha! Long time no see, Sea Dragon. Arriving here and seeing Sea Dragon deep in thought, Shinpai took the lead in breaking the silence. Shinpai, big brother, hearing the voice. Sea Dragon looked up and saw it was Shinpai, instantly getting excited. At a time when death could happen at any moment, having Shinpai around was truly reassuring. It's Shinpai, big brother. Oh, now I can safely go home. Woo. Guaulala. Hey, it's not just Jinbi who's excited. All the fishmen present are playing happily in the water. That's great, Jinbi-san. Everyone is. I won't continue to disturb you. There will be a banquet at the tower later. Looking forward to your arrival. The fat manager has basically completed the task of bringing Jinbi here. He didn't choose to stay and left after saying a few words. Go ahead, fat manager. We'll go to the banquet later. Now, they probably have a lot to say to me. Jinbi has no opinion on the fat manager's departure. After all, he also needs to have a good talk with the Sea Dragon and the others. Some things may not be suitable to discuss with outsiders. So, I'll take my leave. A bow of courtesy, the fat manager withdrew, and his chubby figure looked quite humorous as he walked away. After the fat manager left, Jinbi and the others began to chat, mostly sharing experiences from these years. Jinbi, big brother. I have something to say. Half an hour later, the Sea Dragon suddenly hesitated to speak, feeling a sense of crisis in his heart. Sea Dragon, what's wrong? Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Jinbi looked at the Sea Dragon, not understanding why he suddenly took this stance when everything was fine before. Jinbi, big brother. Before I left Fishman Island, my cousin Sherry once predicted that I would be hit in the chest by a trident here. You must save me, Jinbi, big brother. Originally, the Sea Dragon didn't really believe in this prophecy, but too many coincidences made it hard to ignore. Being hit in the chest by a trident here? Sea Dragon, are you really sure that Lady Sherry said this prophecy? Upon hearing this, Jinbi's expression became serious. He knows how accurate Sherry's prophecies are, never wrong. It's true. I only recently recalled it. Facing such a life-threatening situation, the Sea Dragon didn't dare to joke. He had never been this serious before. Big brother Sea Dragon. So your earlier low mood was because of this. Why didn't you tell the brothers? If you had said it earlier, we could have. Kachu immediately understood why the Sea Dragon had been lost in thought earlier. It was because of this. Sea Dragon, if what you said is true, then don't leave my side recently. If something happens, I can sense it. After thinking for a moment, Jinbi didn't suggest leaving. After all, prophecies are bound to happen, and if they panic and leave, they might really be unable to resolve it. Without Jinbi saying it, the Sea Dragon was also thinking this way. He had no courage today. Speaking of which, Simon and Xiao Luo have almost toured this amusement park. It's time to go back, right, Xiao Luo? There's nothing more to play here. With a bright smile under the shining sun, Simon felt very satisfied today. He didn't expect that playing without thinking would be so much fun. Are we leaving so soon? I feel like we could continue playing for a while longer. Xiao Luo felt like she could still wander around for a bit more. Still playing? What else is there to play? Haven't we already played everything? Simon looked at Xiao Luo, unsure of what interesting places she could mention. All the entertainment facilities here had been exhausted. No, there's still one place. There's still one place we haven't been to. Extending a finger, Xiao Luo had a confident look on her face, almost boasting. Another place we haven't been to? Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Where? How come I don't know? Didn't we come together? How do you know and I don't? Both of them were here for the first time and hadn't heard of this place before. Plus, they had been walking together the whole time, so there was no reason for Xiao Luo to know something Simon didn't. From a girl with twin tails. As for the timing, of course, it was when you were enjoying the giant swing that place. You've experienced it twice. Speaking of this made Xiao Luo speechless. How could someone leave their companion behind to experience it again? Where's it? Ahaha. Simon remembered that time. It was indeed his fault. He couldn't blame himself at that time. Who knew Xiao Luo would go down so quickly? All right, let's not talk about that anymore. What place is that? Let us hurry there. The awkwardness couldn't continue, so Simon quickly changed the topic. Ha. Simon, you have those moments too. Ha. Laughing hard and freely, When they were almost done laughing, Xiao Luo led Simon to that hidden check-in spot. Sigh. Finally passed. That was so difficult. Watching Xiao Luo finally move on, Simon breathed a sigh of relief. Who could understand how he felt during that time? But what could that place Xiao Luo mentioned be? Filled with curiosity, Simon hurriedly followed her. We're here. We're here. This should be the place. After looking around, Xiao Luo was almost sure of the location of this hidden spot. Here? Xiao Luo, are you sure? There aren't any amusement facilities here? Is it really here? Looking at the high wall in front of them, Simon found it hard to believe that there would be such a place in the amusement park. Yes, it's here. The girl with twin tails said it was this place. But we should still look for a ladder. That place is up above. Xiao Luo was sure it was here. It looked exactly like the place described by that girl with twin tails. Above? That thing? Hearing Xiao Luo mention above, Simon thought of the statue that could be seen by looking up. It shouldn't be, right? The girl said the fun part was swinging or something. Xiao Luo also knew about this statue. She saw it as soon as she entered the Sea Dragon amusement park. And that statue was enormous. You're not sure either? Is there a ticket for that place? It wouldn't be a restricted area, would it? At this moment, Simon suddenly felt something was wrong. Was there really no problem? This place, oh no, it can't be. Trust me, let's quickly find a ladder. Little Luo, seeing that Simon dared to doubt her, hurriedly pushed him, not wanting him to continue speaking. Sigh. Looking at little Luo, Simon sighed helplessly. What else could he do? He could only indulge her. Hard work pays off. Before long, they found the ladder. Although there was an iron fence here, it couldn't stop little Luo. Simon, come here. What are you doing outside? Come in. Little Luo had already taken a few steps up, but didn't hear any sounds behind her. Turning around, she indeed saw that Simon hadn't followed. I'm coming. I just got here. Although she felt it wasn't right to enter without permission, there was no other choice now. Little Luo had already gone in. Could she really let him go alone to a place that might be dangerous? As they climbed the ladder, they walked into the interior of a towering statue. This statue was probably of the sea god, wearing a crown with 5 little tufts and holding a trident about 10 meters long, entwined with countless seaweeds, looking incredibly flashy. Simon, look. This is what that twin-tail girl was talking about. A tabletop game you can chop freely. After searching for a while inside, little Luo pointed to a chessboard in the middle and said to Simon, Is this it? It doesn't seem that interesting, does it? Looking at the little figures on the chessboard, Simon felt that the expectation was greater than the reality. They had come all this way just to play this? Oh, Simon, you just don't understand. This game is not that simple. There's a lot of knowledge in it. How would you know if you don't try? Although he also felt that this thing wasn't worth it, since they were already there, they couldn't just leave it at that. Little Luo wanted to have a game with Simon, but Simon hesitated. He always felt that something strange would happen if he played this with little Luo. There's no but. Come on. Not waiting for Simon to continue explaining, little Luo pushed him to the opposite side. Simon, you should know this is recommended by that twin-tailed girl. It definitely won't be something boring. Once you play, you'll understand. After pushing Simon to the opposite side, little Luo took the first step and moved the piece in front of her. Sigh. Looking at little Luo waiting for him on the opposite side, Simon finally sighed and began his game with her. The two of them took turns playing, and as they did, the statue outside began to shake slowly. However, since the shaking wasn't severe, Simon and little Luo inside didn't notice anything. Brother Jinbei, why don't we leave now? Everyone is ready. There's nothing to be obsessed with here. Although the sea dragon felt relieved after receiving Jinbei's promise, he suddenly thought it was better to leave quickly. Sea dragon, when did you become so timid? You weren't like this when you were in the Sun Pirates. I remember back then. Jinbei, listening to the sea dragon, fell into memories and didn't agree. He knew very well that the prophecy would definitely come true. Moving would create chaos. It was better to stay here and wait it out. Brother Jinbei, I'm feeling cold all over, as if some danger is about to descend. It's really not me. Seeing that Jinbei didn't seem to move, the sea dragon was about to explain, but at that moment, he was suddenly hit by a rock. What hit me? Feeling a bit strange, the sea dragon looked up, but as soon as he did, a shower of stones came crashing down on him. Fishman karate, sea current shoulder throw. Of course, Jinbei noticed this unusual situation. Without time to explain, he unleashed a powerful move, sending all the stones flying aside. Brother Jinbei, before the sea dragon could feel moved for long, his body was pierced by a trident. Sea dragon. At this moment, Jinbei looked at the sea dragon's pierced body in disbelief, seemingly unable to believe that such a thing could happen under his protection. Little Luo, did you hear any sound? I feel like there was an earthquake. While playing chess with little Luo, Simon felt as if he heard a loud noise when there were only 3 pieces left on the board. Huh? Really? Could it be that you think you're about to lose and don't want to admit it? Little Luo, immersed in the chessboard, completely didn't feel what Simon was talking about, even casting a suspicious glance at him. I'm not the kind of person who can't accept losing. Maybe it was just an auditory hallucination. Simon listened carefully, but didn't hear any other strange sounds. Thinking it might really be an accident, he decided not to care and continued playing chess with little Luo. Checkmate. You lost, Simon. Ha ha. After not playing a few more moves, Simon was thoroughly defeated, having no pieces left. Wow, little Luo, you're amazing. Did you secretly learn some strategies? Otherwise, how could you beat me so easily when we're both novices? Simon said this casually, without any strange thoughts. But little Luo's reaction suddenly became odd. What? How could I know the rules from the twin-tailed girl? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Little Luo's reaction left Simon puzzled. Did she just admit it? What happened? Why did everything come out? Little Luo, you... She opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't get the words out. Little Luo's unexpected behavior completely disrupted Simon's thoughts. Simon, the game is finished. Let's go. I'm a bit hungry. I want to eat something. Without waiting for Simon to say anything further, little Luo quickly ran over, grabbed Simon's arm, and headed towards the ladder behind them. Being pulled outside by little Luo, Simon's mind still hadn't reacted. Huh? What has happened? Why has this place turned into this? As soon as she stepped out, Xiao Luo's footsteps stopped. She looked at the mess outside, her eyes wide with shock. Oh my goodness. Did an earthquake happen? No wonder Simon thought that way. The ground here is completely covered in stones, as if it has been blasted apart. Xiao Luo, see? I told you there was an earthquake. You didn't believe me. This really proves that I wasn't trying to cheat. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. I believe it now. But Simon, why did it change like this? And it's only here. After the shock wore off, Xiao Luo made a new discovery. Only the area around the statue was affected, while everywhere else showed no signs of disturbance. Huh? Just here? Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Simon looked around and indeed found it to be true. Xiao Luo, do you think it's possible that the reason for this anomaly is because we were playing chess? For some reason, this hypothesis appeared in Simon's mind, and he found it quite reasonable. Playing chess? How could that be? Didn't we feel anything at all inside? If it really was us. As she spoke, Xiao Luo paused, as if sensing something strange. With such a loud commotion outside, why didn't they feel anything inside? Simon, could it really be our doing? That twin-tailed girl didn't say anything about this happening. Feeling a bit flustered, Xiao Luo hadn't thought of this. She just wanted to play a game. Xiao Luo, now is not the time to think about that. With such a big commotion, what if someone gets hurt? Let's go take a look. Initially suspecting that it was their fault, Simon decided to confirm if there were any casualties, as no one wanted this to happen. Go up. Where to? Hearing Simon's words, Xiao Luo was a bit confused. They were already so high up. Where else could they go? To the top of the statue. From there, we can see everything below. While speaking, Simon had already found the way up, which had no path and could only be climbed forcibly. Xiao Luo, get ready. We're going up. Locking his gaze on a few footholds, Simon picked up Xiao Luo and started climbing. Only a gasp was left in the air, and by the time Xiao Luo reacted, she was already on top of the statue's head. Simon, couldn't you have let me prepare a bit more? After wobbling a few times, Xiao Luo managed to avoid falling, looking at Simon with dissatisfaction. Saw thee. As Simon scanned below, his apology lacked sincerity. Sigh. How tragic. Poor Xiao Luo, no one cares. Unable to see below, Xiao Luo could only stand helplessly aside. But Simon didn't turn back due to what Xiao Luo said. He was focused on what was happening below. Jinbi? Why is he here? And who is that under the trident? Why are the fishmen gathered there? Simon hadn't expected that beneath the statue was the pool where the sea dragon and others were located. Wait, the trident? Could it be the one held by this statue? The more he looked, the more familiar that trident seemed. Upon careful thought, wasn't it the one in the statue's hand? So the fishmen were gathered there because the trident pierced a fish. Could it be the sea dragon? He seemed to have heard something about a prophecy. Thinking of this, Simon felt he had uncovered the truth and breathed a sigh of relief. The area where the fishmen were had no other people, so basically no one was injured. If Jinbe was here, the sea dragon should be fine. I still want to go down to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Having figured things out, Simon felt it was time to leave. So he turned back to say something to Xiao Luo, but, Xiao Luo, what are you doing? When Simon looked back, he saw Xiao Luo sulking alone, as if she had been abandoned. No, I was just thinking, this person, once they have someone, they forget about others. After a moment apart, Xiao Luo surprisingly became a bit poetic, making Simon laugh. Come on, Xiao Luo. Stop it. We're going to eat now. If you don't come, you'll be all alone here. Convincing Xiao Luo was something to do once they got back on the ship. Simon didn't want to play around here now. Wait for me. I'm going to go down alone. Really now? Xiao Luo was just a bit dissatisfied. She was really upset about the food. Right now, her stomach was already growling with hunger. After Xiao Luo came over, Simon wrapped his arms around her waist and made a big jump, leaping down from behind the statue, completely disappearing from the fishman's view in front of the statue. Whoa, sea dragon. What happened behind the statue had nothing to do with Jinbe. He was currently glaring at the sea dragon, who had been pierced by the trident. His fists tightened and then relaxed, unable to accept such a coincidence. After standing in place for a while, Jinbe decided to take a closer look at the sea dragon's condition. Sea dragon, brother sea dragon, you're dying so tragically. Just as Jinbe approached, he was interrupted by Catch and the others. Their wailing was just too much. Catch, calm down. The sea dragon. Maybe he still has a chance. With Catch blocking him completely, Jinbe suppressed the urge to punch him and pushed him aside. After pushing Catch away, Jinbe clearly saw the sea dragon's condition. It seemed he hadn't been pierced by the trident. It merely passed through his arm, causing no serious harm at all. Not even a drop of blood. Sea dragon, what are you doing if you're fine? Why not say something? With a myriad of emotions that had no one to share them with, Jinbe clenched his fist and struck the sea dragon hard, sending him into the water. Brother Jinbe, why did you hit Brother Sea Dragon? He was already in that state, and even if he didn't save him, he shouldn't. The fishmen, including Kashu, didn't know that Sarayu was fine. They only saw Jinbe come over and punch Sarayu. Although Jinbe was their highly respected elder brother, they still couldn't. They surrounded Jinbe, asking him for tape. That's enough. If you want tape, go find Sarayu. He'll give you tape. Jinbe was not in the mood to deal with Kashu and the others. He just wanted to know what was blocking his observation hockey. Looking up the trident, he saw a statue above. His intuition told him that there must be answers he wanted there. Although Kashu and the others were still chattering, Jinbe had already started climbing up. Picolette. Soon, Jinbe reached the wrist of the statue. That thing definitely wouldn't fall for no reason. A falling stone of that magnitude must have someone behind it. Standing on the arm that only had a wrist left, Jinbe observed the area. Meanwhile, below, Sarayu also floated up from the pool. Wow, that hurts. As soon as he came out, Sarayu covered his head, howling continuously. Brother Sarayu, it's so good that you're okay. Seeing Sarayu unhurt and full of energy, the fishmen gathered around were overjoyed. Brother Sarayu, you were pierced by such a huge trident. How come you're fine? Can you tell us? Kashu recalled Jinbe's words before he left and asked Sarayu, Trident? Did I get hit by trident? I thought I was knocked into the water. Hearing Kashu's question, Sarayu was stunned. He didn't remember that it happened. No, Brother Sarayu, it was Brother Jinbe who knocked you into the water. Before that, you were pierced by that trident. Seeing Sarayu say this, Kashu pointed at the gigantic trident behind Sarayu, explaining to him. Sarayu followed Kashu's hand and looked. This was incredible. What is this? I was just pierced by this. Looking at the gigantic trident, Sarayu's mouth dropped open, and it seemed like some memories were surfacing in his mind. Yes, I remember now. At that time, Sarayu recalled everything. When Jinbei used the water flow to clear the fallen stones, the trident fell straight down towards him. At that moment, he looked up and felt a gust of wind before fainting. So why did it not hit me but pass by? Thinking of this, Sarayu touched his right chest. He could clearly feel a fiery sensation there. Pass by? Trident? Could this be the event foretold? Is this the truth? Sarayu looked at the trident in front of him with an incredulous expression. He was more familiar with this object that had accompanied him for decades than anything else. The prophecy has come true, so I've survived. That prophecy wasn't about my death, but a prophecy of danger. Remembering the prophecy from his childhood cousin, indeed seemed like such a thing had happened. Ha 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 ha. I'm safe as soon as he thought that the danger to his life was gone. Sarayu could no longer contain his joy and burst into laughter. Brother Sarayu, why are you laughing so happily? And you still haven't answered my question. Kashu was confused by Sarayu's sudden laughter and couldn't understand the situation. How could a fisherman laugh so happily after being hit? Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Ha ha. Kashu, do you know? I survived. I survived the prophecy of death. Ha ha. Unfortunately, Sarayu was already immersed in the joy of surviving and couldn't answer Kashu's questions at all, not to mention the fisherman's confusion. Jinbei had now climbed to the back of the statue. Here, he discovered a passage leading inside the statue. What is this place? Why is there such a hollow inside, a statue meant for viewing? Frowning, Jinbei walked in. This hollow clearly seemed very abnormal. A chessboard? Moreover, it was a chessboard that had just been manipulated. Without needing to investigate too closely, Jinbei quickly found a chessboard with only a few pieces left. The more he looked at this chessboard, the more he felt it was the culprit. To verify his thoughts, Jinbei pushed one of the pieces. At that moment, the place he was in emitted a strong tremor. What? It really is. The sudden tremor made Jinbei lose interest in continuing to explore here. He didn't know what impact this tremor would have outside. Now, he needed to quickly go outside to check. Soon, he ran back to the front, looking at Sarayu and the others below. Fortunately, nothing happened, just some small stones. But why would there be such a thing behind the statue? It seemed he needed to have a good talk with the fat steward. Jinbei stared at the place where the statue's arm was broken, falling into deep thought. Although he didn't find anything, the existence of this mechanism in the statue was problematic. Since he couldn't find any useful information up there, he returned to where Sarayu and the others were. Brother Jinbei, brother. As soon as Jinbei returned, Kashu and the others apologized to him. They had realized they had blamed Jinbei earlier. I can't stay here for long. If you're ready, let's go sit with the fat steward. Looking at the fallen trident, Jinbei hesitated to say anything, but ultimately said nothing, just asking the fishermen to prepare. After they finished the banquet with the fat steward, they would leave. Brother Jinbei, we're ready. We can set off at any time. Brother, let's go. Sarayu and the others packed their things quickly and were ready in no time. Before we go, I want to tell you, the reason we're going to this banquet is because of that fallen trident. This matter is shrouded in mystery, and there must be some secret behind it. How could they bully us like this? This absolutely cannot be overlooked. Until we get the real news, everyone stay quiet. Do you understand? In order to prevent any other characters from appearing in this situation, Jinbei made arrangements for the fishmen before setting off, hoping they would understand the significance of this journey. Big brother Jinbei, are you saying that this rockfall was not an accident? Is someone trying to harm us? Hearing Jinbei say this, the sea dragon paused and looked at Jinbei with confusion. Yeah, big brother Jinbei, what did you discover? Could it be that someone really doesn't want us to leave like this? Following the sea dragon's words, Kashu chimed in. But just that one sentence made Jinbei suddenly think of something. Kashu, what did you just say? Someone doesn't want you to leave? Is there really such a person? This is a human island, and the possibility Kashu mentioned isn't non-existent. Jinbei just wants to know if there really is such a person. I just said that casually. The people here are all afraid of us. How could they possibly want to keep us here? That's impossible, impossible. Big brother Jinbei, only Fishman Island is our home. Seeing that Jinbei actually asked seriously, Kashu awkwardly scratched his head. Over the years, he hadn't really spoken much with anyone, and such a situation should not occur. Is there really no human that left a deep impression on you? Like someone who often comes to see you? Jinbei didn't give up on this line of questioning, believing it might be the right direction. Someone we can often see? How could there be? It seems there really is such a person. Kashu touched his chin, and a figure flashed in his mind. She often wore her hair in pigtails and always spoke softly. Big brother Jinbei, I remember. When we first arrived on this island, we saved a little girl. She seems to always hide in the corner and watch us. Strangely, she has never come out from the corner. Although he didn't know how important this information was, it was always better to say it, right? So have you seen her recently? They had a direction, but clearly they couldn't go looking for her now. Getting home was the most important thing at the moment. It seems we haven't seen her for a long time. Big brother Sea Dragon, do you know? Kashu asked for help, not knowing this matter. I don't know. I have never discovered such a person. I had no idea there was someone like that. The Sea Dragon walked silently behind Jinbei, not wanting to say anything about this matter. He just wanted to hurry back to Fishman Island. Ha ha ha. Don't be so heavy. I believe the fat manager should know some inside information. Little ones, enjoy yourselves at the banquet. With that, Jinbei ended this heavy topic. As for the truth, he would find it out alone. The gradually setting sun illuminated the figures of the fishmen, and slowly they disappeared into the sunset. At platform 6, Simon and Xiao Luo, who had left the statue, were waiting for the Thomas train. They wanted to go see the Apple Plains. Simon, that statue really didn't cause any casualties, right? If someone really got hurt because of it, I would feel terrible. Xiao Luo did not see anything on top of the statue, so she didn't know what was below, and Simon hadn't said anything. Don't worry, no one was hurt down there. With that person around, how could there be an accident? Although he only glanced quickly, judging by Jinbei's demeanor. He probably hadn't sustained any serious injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. Really? You're not lying to me, right? Really, no one got hurt. It wasn't that Xiao Luo didn't believe him, but Simon's response felt too perfunctory, lacking sincerity, and Xiao Luo was very worried. It's true. Why would I lie to you? There's no benefit in that. Seeing that Xiao Luo was so concerned, Simon stopped thinking about other things and honestly explained to her. That's good, that's good. If someone really got hurt, I would feel terrible. Patting her slightly uneven chest, Xiao Luo repeated her worried words. Simon remained silent. He hadn't expected Xiao Luo to care so much about this, which was quite strange. Thomas arrived quickly, and it still felt familiar. They got on a little train and returned to their original position. What a coincidence, Simon. We're still in this position, and the carriage still only had the two of them. As soon as they sat down, Xiao Luo couldn't wait to share this perfect coincidence with Simon. Still just the two of us? Hearing Xiao Luo say this, Simon was taken aback. He hadn't looked closely before sitting down. He looked up and around to find that it was indeed the case. And what a coincidence. Moreover, these two people seemed to feel like the same ones from before. After taking a closer look, Simon noticed that the two people in the carriage looked very familiar, as if he had seen them before. Simon, what are you talking about? What's wrong with them? Xiao Luo thought that Simon would just look and then turn back to talk to her. But she didn't expect Simon to keep staring at those two people, and he seemed to be saying something. And no, it's nothing. I was just lamenting that they look like the two people when we first got on this train. Hearing Xiao Luo's question, Simon slowly turned back his head, no longer paying attention to that side. Huh, the two people when we first got on the train? Was it them back then too? As soon as Xiao Luo heard this, she immediately got excited. She really hadn't noticed this point. Thinking she should confirm it, Xiao Luo tilted her body and carefully examined the two people. Simon, why do I feel like they're mannequins? Their eyes and movements haven't changed at all. Staring for a long time made Xiao Luo discover the two people's abnormalities. They didn't move at all, just like mannequins. Huh, mannequins? How could that be? Would there be mannequins on the train? Hearing this, Simon's first reaction was disbelief. In such a crowded train carriage, how could there be fake people that no one had discovered? But they really were completely still. They hadn't even blinked. Thinking Simon should take a good look, Xiao Luo pouted and pointed in the direction of the two people. Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. They hadn't blinked? Really? Seeing Xiao Luo so confident, Simon believed her a little, but to say he completely believed it was impossible. Filled with doubt, Simon kept staring at the two people. Huh? No reaction? We've been looking at you two for so long. The more he looked, the more he felt that the two were just as Xiao Luo said. To verify his thoughts, Simon deliberately increased his movements, even to the point of being blatant. No reaction, completely like a statue, unmoving. Xiao Luo, let's go have a look. What's going on with these two? Frowning, Simon found it increasingly hard to understand the situation. He was troubled and anxious. Do we really have to go? What if there's something bad? At this point, Xiao Luo suddenly became timid. She recalled creepy stories from her childhood, but still daytime. What could happen? Besides, I'm here, what are you afraid of? If you don't go, I'll go alone. Saying this, Simon stood up, preparing to head over to the two people. I. Watching Simon's back, Xiao Luo sat in her seat without moving. But after a while, she felt uncomfortable all over. After fidgeting a bit, she stood up. Simon, wait for me. With a few quick steps, Xiao Luo ran to Simon's side and grabbed his hand. Shoo! With her index finger raised to her lips, Simon signaled Xiao Luo to stop talking for a moment. What's wrong, Simon? Did you discover something? Seeing Simon's gesture, Xiao Luo leaned close to his ear and whispered, looking at them. Doesn't it feel familiar? We should have seen something like this somewhere. Although it felt familiar, Simon couldn't think of where he had seen something similar. He wanted to ask Xiao Luo if she knew. Familiar? Oh, aren't their appearances just like those from the village? Hearing Simon say it was familiar, Xiao Luo felt a bit less scared and focused on the two again. But as she looked, she realized they looked exactly like the villagers who had been turned into stone on Jungle Island. Xiao Luo, do you know? Seeing Xiao Luo remember, Simon hurriedly wanted to know the answer. Yes, they're just like those statues from Jungle Island. They must have been done by that criminal. Releasing Simon's arm, Xiao Luo told him the answer. Jungle Island. So that's why it felt so familiar. So it was like this. But if they've turned into this, it means that the person, the user of the sculpt fruit, Maradi Coca-Cola, must have been here before. Upon hearing the keyword Jungle Island, Simon also remembered why the two looked so familiar. It was her. Xiao Luo. If we knew when they turned into this, wouldn't we be able to find Coca-Cola? His attention was no longer on the two statues. Simon was thinking about how far he was from that bounty of 130 million. Simon, are you being too naive? Just look at the dust on their heads. It can't be recent. And didn't we already find out the latest news about Coca-Cola? She's in the Bash Kingdom. Xiao Luo really wanted to punch Simon in the head. She had mentioned before that Coca-Cola had committed a crime in the Bash Kingdom. How could he not remember? Huh? In the Bash Kingdom? Xiao Luo, how do you know so much? Simon stared blankly at Xiao Luo, not understanding how she knew so much. Simon, have you ever listened to me seriously? After a moment of silence, Xiao Luo yelled at Simon. She felt her efforts were in vain. I know. Why are you shouting so loudly? Of course, I know what's going on. I just want to make a little joke. Not caring about Xiao Luo's shout, Simon tilted his head back in shock. Once Xiao Luo's voice lowered a bit, he rubbed his ears and said, a joke? Is this something to joke about? You ugh. Xiao Luo didn't let it go with a laugh. Simon's joke was too much and a bit hurtful. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Simon directly covered Xiao Luo's mouth. Staring at Simon in front of her, Xiao Luo's eyes widened. Her heart raced. She didn't expect Simon to do this. Let go. Let go of me. Feeling less than cheerful, Xiao Luo didn't want to yield to this behavior and struggled hard. But Simon didn't let her go. Instead, he hugged her tightly. Xiao Luo, it's my fault. Let's just let this go this time, okay? Simon did this to apologize. He truly had forgotten about the matter and wasn't joking. Simon, you... Xiao Luo looked at Simon complexly. His deep eyes made her deeply infatuated. Just this once. If you do this again next time, I won't let it go so easily. The power of love is great. Seeing Simon so sincere, Xiao Luo didn't say anything more. After all, she couldn't really ignore him. Yay, I knew Xiao Luo would forgive me. I won't do it again. When Xiao Luo said she forgave Simon, he happily picked her up. Oh no, Simon, we're still on the train? Be mindful of the surroundings. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Xiao Luo tightly hug Simon. To cover her embarrassment, she said, it's okay. It's okay. There's no one in the carriage right now. No one will say anything. Holding little Luo, Simon returned to their original spot. The issues between the two of them no longer seemed so important. Back in their seats, the carriage fell silent again, and they didn't do anything loud. About 3 minutes later, beep. Thomas's train horn sounded. Let's get off, little Luo. This is Apple Plain. I wanted to come here when I saw the station sign. I bet the scenery here is great. As the train came to a stop, Simon stood up and began to walk out of the carriage. Compared to the Sea Dragon Park recommended by the fat steward, he was more interested in this place. Huh, aren't we going to eat? Why are we getting off here? With puzzled eyes and touching her hungry stomach, little Luo had no choice but to follow after the departing Simon. Simon, I'm so hungry. Why do we get off here? Outside the carriage, little Luo finally caught up with Simon, standing in front of him, hands on her hips blocking his way. With his path obstructed, Simon stopped and looked at the adorable little Luo in front of him. How can you assume there's nothing to eat here? This place is called Apple Plain. There must be something to eat. Although Simon was a bit enchanted by little Luo's cuteness, he was determined to explore this place he was curious about. That seems reasonable. Apple Plain is indeed like that. After going through in her mind, little Luo was convinced and no longer blocked Simon. Then let's hurry, Simon. I can't bear this hunger any longer. Saying that, she grabbed Simon's hand and started running. She was really hungry. Run slower, little Luo. The ground here is uneven. Simon and little Luo stood on the plain, speechless as they looked around. Simon, where are the apples you mentioned? Is this what you said there would definitely be food? Finally, unable to bear her hunger, little Luo yelled at Simon, pointing at the barren land with only one apple tree in sight. You can't blame me. Who knew Apple Plain wouldn't have apples? Besides, there's still that one apple tree, right? Simon said this quietly, afraid to speak too loudly, because that apple tree was full of branches but had not a single green leaf or fruit. Can that apple tree satisfy my hunger? Can I eat from that apple tree? Little Luo was now very frustrated. How could she have believed Simon's words and ended up in such a barren place? Little Luo, look over there. Someone is pushing a cart this way. Simon, who had been staring at the ground, suddenly brightened up as he saw a person pushing a cart. Huh? Someone is pushing a cart? Do you think I would still believe what you say? You really think I? Simon's words triggered an even more intense reaction from little Luo, who began to roar at him. Are you two also here to plant apple trees? If so, I advise you not to, because it would be a waste of effort. The person pushing the cart had arrived. Since Simon and little Luo were at the only intersection, the person had to speak up. Simon, save me. The sudden voice startled little Luo, and she quickly ran behind Simon, grabbing his clothes. Little Luo's sudden reaction left both Simon and the cart-pushing person speechless. Little Luo, what are you shouting for? They're just passing by, okay? Seeing the awkward look on the cart pusher's face, Simon pulled little Luo out to show her who had just spoken. Just passing by? But why didn't he make a sound? Tilting her head to look, little Luo realized the person did have a shadow, so she relaxed and stepped out. But she was still quite conflicted. Why? Your voice was so loud, and I could hear his footsteps, which is strange. Also, didn't I tell you before? Someone is pushing a cart. Little Luo's remarks had a point, and Simon inadvertently ended up arguing back with her. If you two could you please let the way through? I'm in a hurry to get back. Watching Simon and little Luo go back and forth, the cart pusher grew anxious since he needed to hurry back to attend a banquet. He had heard that this banquet would have a very lavish feast. Saw thee. Hearing the cart pusher's words, little Luo felt very embarrassed and stepped aside. Sir, may I ask what you are doing pushing a cart in this plane? Simon did not step aside and began to question the person. Is this person crazy? Didn't I just say it? I'm here to plant trees. You jerk. The young man pushing the cart, although feeling very annoyed inside, did not express it and instead maintained a very polite demeanor. Oh, is that so? Sir, you're amazing. After hearing his words, Simon was very impressed. This guy was truly a brave soul. You, Simon, didn't he just say it? He is in a hurry to get back. Simon intended to say more, but at that moment, little Luo suddenly interrupted him. Well done. Yes, just like that. Let me go quickly. Little Luo cut Simon off, and the young man felt very pleased. Did he say that? Simon looked at the young man, wanted to know if it was true. Yes, I'm in a hurry to attend a banquet, and time is running out. The polite reply indicated that the young man was always very courteous in front of outsiders. A banquet? Where is there a banquet? You just said you were going to attend a banquet, right? Hearing about the banquet, little Luo suddenly perked up. Her stomach was already so hungry And if she could mooch off the banquet, that would be perfect. Ah, this is a banquet organized by the fat steward, and it's being held at the tower. I heard that a famous chef from the South China Sea will be cooking. This is not something that can't be said. Fat Butler doesn't mind others attending his banquet. Hey, it's actually Fat Butler's banquet. I really want to go. What do you think, Simon? With a slight glance at Simon, Xiao Luo made a very eager expression. If you want to go, just go. What's the big deal? I won't stop you. Xiao Luo's little thoughts couldn't escape Simon's eyes. He saw right through her. Really? Then let's hurry. Didn't he say it would start soon? Xiao Luo was already impatient, pushing Simon to leave, leaving the young man behind in silence. What's wrong with these two? Who are they? So rude. The young man watched Simon and the others walk away, feeling an inner fire burning. This feeling was really unpleasant. Damn, I want to go too. After staying quietly for a while, the young man suddenly remembered what he was supposed to do and hurriedly pushed his cart toward the train station. At this moment, Simon and his group, who set off first, had returned to platform 6, but unfortunately, the train had already departed. Huh, Jinbei, Sea Dragon, and the fishmen? What are they doing? Through the train window, Simon saw the train filled with fishmen. Simon, it's all your fault. If you had been a bit faster, we could have caught it. Looking at the departing train, Xiao Luo stomped her feet in frustration. Xiao Luo, it's no big deal. We'll just wait for the next one. It will be here soon. Simon didn't have much to say about this. It was just missing a train, and the next one would come soon. Sigh, why am I so unlucky? I really want to eat. Xiao Luo was so hungry that she had no energy left. She didn't want to move at all. Creak, creak. After a few minutes, a strange sound suddenly came from behind Simon and the others. Hey, you're that person from earlier. Didn't you leave long ago? Why are you still pushing your cart here? Hearing the voice, Xiao Luo turned back to see the young man pushing the cart. The young man immediately frowned. What's up with these two? Are they joking with me? Feeling that responding might lead to trouble, the young man silently pushed his cart away. Huh, Simon. Why isn't he responding? Looking confused at the young man who silently went to the side, Xiao Luo didn't understand. Maybe he's in a hurry. Rubbing his head, Simon didn't even glance at the young man. Oh, Simon's indifferent reaction made Xiao Luo lose the desire to continue, falling silent. The empty platform had only 3 people left, with a lifeless wilderness behind them. In this situation, if a note were to appear with something written on it, it would certainly be thrilling. Beep beep, the familiar sound of a train whistle rang out. Looking closely, it was indeed Thomas. Simon, did Thomas really make a round so quickly? It doesn't seem like much time has passed. Xiao Luo was surprised to see Thomas coming over. It was the 3rd time, and each time it was him. What is the point of thinking so much? We're going to eat. Who cares what it is? Even Simon didn't expect to end up on Thomas again after missing a train. After that, there was nothing more. Simon and the young man sat far apart, not getting close. The young man got off in the middle, looking like he was going home to prepare. When the sun set, Simon and the others also arrived at the tower. This place was now filled with lights, completely different from the deserted appearance during the day. Simon, hurry up, I'm starving. Before Simon could express any thoughts on the platform, Xiao Luo pulled him away. Bailey, are you still going? The banquet is about to start. At Thomas Bailey's home in the high-tech zone, Thomas Lily was urging Bailey at her room's door. Just a moment, I'm almost ready. Don't rush me inside the room. Bailey wasn't in a hurry. She knew Fat Butler's banquet wouldn't start so soon. With no success in urging her, Lily had no choice but to silently walk to the chair and stare blankly at the fish tank against the wall. Should I wear this one? Or this one? I think this one looks nice too. But that one looks good as well. This was the first banquet since returning from the island, and Bailey didn't want it to just pass by easily. She wanted to leave a good memory. I've decided. I'll wear this. After thinking for nearly 5 minutes, Bailey finally chose a lily flower dress. There was no particular reason. She just felt it was acceptable. Once everything was ready, Bailey walked out of the room. Lily, we can set off now. Stop looking at that empty fish tank. Holding her small bag, Bailey slowly walked towards Lily. Huh, Bailey, you're so slow. I've already counted how many pebbles are in the fish tank. After getting up, Lily immediately started complaining. Who could understand her torment of being here alone? All right, we're out now, right? Let us hurry. If we leave now, we should be able to catch Thomas. Gently comforting Lily, Bailey calculated the time. If they left now, they would just make it to the station in time for Thomas. This is the confidence of a top-notch driver. Besides Thomas again, Bailey. Don't you ever get tired of this little train? Picking up the prepared items. Lily and Bailey headed out, and along the way, Lily once again complained to Bailey. She really wanted to know why Bailey was so obsessed with Thomas. How could anyone get tired of him? Thomas is the most amazing little train. He is strong, upright, and hardworking. He is the perfect little train of Dodo Island. With a proud smile on her face, Bailey was always like this. Bang! Unfortunately, on their way to the station, Bailey and the others bumped into a lady. Ouch, that hurts. Are you all right, Lily? Although Bailey fell to the ground, her first reaction was to check if Lily was hurt. After all, Lily had been knocked away. I'm Fina, Bailey. I didn't hit anywhere. Shaking the dirt off her clothes, Lily stood up and walked back. Perhaps it was lucky that she had managed to brace herself with her hands and avoided serious injury. Hey, how are you walking like that? Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you see there's still someone on the road? After reconciling with Bailey, Lily shouted at the person who had bumped into them. It was late, and they had specifically crashed into them, clearly not a good person. However, what Lily didn't expect was that this person merely glanced at them and walked away, showing no intention of explaining. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Hey, stop. Clear things up. Could Lily tolerate this? Of course not. After all, Bailey had just been saved by her. Who knew what this person intended by bumping into them? Let go. Black was caught by Lily and couldn't move, but she didn't show any signs of giving in. Instead, she coldly told Lily to let go. Huh, you were the one who crashed into us. And now you're acting cold here? Who do you think you are? Lily certainly wouldn't let her off easily. She had a lot of pin-up anger recently. Chess piece, teleportation. Lack didn't have time to waste here. She still needed to go to the banquet and catch that troublesome little cutie. Lily felt a wave of dizziness, and when she came to her senses again, Lack had already vanished from sight. Bailey, what just happened? Lily was momentarily stunned, her anger fading as she looked at Bailey, wanted to understand what was going on. Lily, that person. She waved her hand, and then 2 chess pieces appeared. And you just zipped from over there to here. Then you were staring blankly. No matter how I called you, we didn't respond. Bailey had concealed some details. She had just fought with Lack and knew why Lack was in such a hurry. But to avoid worrying Lily, she said nothing. Devil fruit? That person is a user? This strange experience made Lily think of only one possibility, but she was truly speechless. Wasn't it said that users were rare? Why had she encountered so many recently? It felt like they were everywhere. So what should I do? I'm just an ordinary swordsman. Can I still protect Bailey in the future? Lily's confidence had been severely shaken. She recently realized she couldn't defeat anyone. She was always the powerless one. Lily, don't give up. You are the strongest. Believe in yourself. Seeing Lily's dejected appearance, Bailey felt heartbroken and stepped forward to hug her tightly. Bailey, Moo, are you the best? Sneaking a kiss on Bailey's cheek, Lily regained her energetic demeanor. She couldn't stay so down in front of Bailey. All right at this point. We probably won't be able to catch Thomas's carriage. Let's walk slowly and enjoy the night view. That would be nice too. Not wanting to hold Lily too long. Bailey released her embrace. Okay. Lily didn't refuse, and the two slowly walked down the street. Simon, it's food, delicious food. As soon as they entered the venue, little Luo's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't stop drooling. Mind your image, little Luo. Everyone is watching you. Following little Luo, Simon felt a sense of embarrassment. Why was everyone looking at them? It's okay. It's a banquet, so we should have fun, right, everyone? After hearing Simon's words, little Luo didn't hold back. She became even more unruly and even interacted with the people present. Yes, that's right, with such an energetic little Luo. Who could refuse? The atmosphere on site immediately became much more lively. So lively can an ordinary person's banquet be this enthusiastic? The old man was also captivated. Up in the tower, Jinbei, who was confirming messages with the fat steward, burst into laughter upon hearing the commotion below. The worries of not gaining anything also faded away. Jinbei, it's usually not this lively. The reason it's so lively today should be because of her. The fat steward also noticed the commotion below and immediately spotted the most dazzling person in the crowd, little Luo. It's a banquet. If there's anything, I'll come find you after the banquet. Jinbei was no longer in the mood to discuss anything. He just wanted to enjoy this unique banquet. Little Luo, we're here as guests. Don't turn someone else's banquet into ours. His head was spinning. What was going on? Why did it feel like the focus of the event had shifted? Well, that sounded about right. I'm here to eat, not to liven up the atmosphere. I don't have a show. Watching the excitement grow louder, little Luo took a step back and hid. But the already ignited party wouldn't settle down so easily. Everyone was dancing to a rhythm Simon couldn't understand. Dong dong, cha dong dong chong. Accompanying the lively banquet, music began to play. Everyone from Dodod Island, welcome to my banquet. Today we can be happy and enjoy. I'm the fat steward, your best friend. Coming down from the tower, the fat steward didn't say anything disappointing and simply finished his speech. This banquet, which was unknown for what it was celebrating, began just like that, completely free and without a host. Awoo was Simon. This fat steward is really a good person. Not only is he so nice, but he actually prepared so much delicious food. Satisfied after filling her stomach, little Luo thought the fat manager was really nice. The cutest person she had ever met. Yes, just enjoy your food. If you're hungry, eat more. It was already quite late, and Simon didn't have the energy to cause any trouble, so he quietly watched little Luo eat beside her. You eat too, Simon. Don't just let me eat alone. If you're not eating, what are you waiting for? Little Luo, who had randomly eaten a lot, paused when she saw Simon hadn't eaten anything, and placed a big piece of roast meat in Simon's hand. All right, just eat this. I was worried you wouldn't be full. With a doting smile, Simon also started to eat, and it seemed like nothing strange would happen at this banquet. At the train station, Lily, is there really a need to rush? The banquet won't start for a long time. We can walk slowly and still make it. Just getting off the little train, Bailey was dragged by Lily to run frantically. Seeing Lily's expression, she probably worried about missing the start of the banquet. Bailey, you always do this. What if the banquet starts early? Don't use your experiences to determine everything. The world isn't always the same. Just as Bailey wanted to argue, Lily showed no signs of stopping. She didn't know how long she had been frozen by that woman. She only had one feeling. The banquet had already started. Hey, Lily slowed down. If you go this fast, I can't keep up. Unable to persuade Lily, Bailey had no choice but to run along, but she didn't expect Lily to speed up again. This time, she was really taken off her feet, floating in the air. Bailey, there's no time to explain. The banquet has already started. Whatever you want to say, let's talk after we get to the venue. Bailey seemed to faintly hear something she said, but when she saw the fat manager stepping down from the stage, Lily knew the banquet had indeed begun. Huh, the banquet has started? How could that be? Didn't the fat manager always wait until late at night to start? Floating in the air, Bailey felt a bit dazed. She had never seen the fat manager start a banquet this early. Could something unexpected have happened? Or did someone change the fat manager's mind? With Lily pulling her along, Bailey could only think about the meaning of the fat manager's actions. Lily ran at an astonishing speed, almost instantly reaching the banquet venue. See, Bailey, I told you. The banquet has indeed started. You didn't believe me. Now that they had arrived, Lily no longer needed to run and slowed down, letting Bailey's feet touch the ground. Oh my Lily, you're the best. I was being shallow. I apologize, I admit my mistake. You can take the first bite of the chicken leg. Bailey had nothing more to say. Indeed, she had misjudged the situation. As compensation, she decided not to compete with Lily for the first bite of the chicken leg. Is that it? How insincere. At least you should feed me that chicken leg. Getting more than what she bargained for was exactly Lily's style. Hearing that Bailey actually yielded the first bite of the chicken leg, the first thing that came to Lily's mind was that she must see Bailey eat the first bite herself. Lily, have you been reading some weird books again? Why are you talking so strangely? It was clear that Lily was being excessive. After making such a huge sacrifice, she still wanted to take it a step further. And no, I haven't read anything weird. Before Bailey could interrogate her, Lily blurted it out. At that moment, both of them fell silent, quietly looking for a spot to prepare to eat. On the other side of the tower, Rack was walking through the venue, inspecting something. Where did she go? Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. Wasn't she supposed to come to this banquet? Rack, with a puzzled expression, suspected that the young man pushing the cart was lying to her. After searching for so long, how could she not see a single twin-tailed girl? Was she not here, or was she inside the tower? As she searched, Rack arrived directly under the tower. She looked up at the tower above, contemplating the possibility of that mischievous little darling being inside. High altitude, number of people, lies, TSK. This really is a place full of elements. No need to think too much. She was definitely here, just a matter of position. As the person who understood her best, Rack could assert this, but she was hesitating whether to go up the tower. After all, with her personality, just walking up would surely trigger something. A merman? Why is there a merman here? Aren't they always in that amusement park? Just as Rack was pondering and preparing to take a break, she suddenly spotted a merman in a window of the tower. She immediately halted her steps to leave, her brows furrowed. Is Yuma going to do that? How dare she? If she gets caught, she'll be in big trouble. In a flash, Rack understood everything. No wonder Yuma had been talking about mermen for the past few days. It turned out to be like this. Now, Rack couldn't leave. She had to catch Yuma before she completed her plan, or they would really face serious consequences, and they wouldn't be able to survive on this island any longer. Yuma, I hope you're doing this alone. Seriously, how could she have such an interest? Sighing and rubbing her slightly aching head, Rack ascended the tower, beginning her search for Yuma's trap. Meanwhile, Simon and little Luo were eating heartily. Simon, do you think there might be something even better to eat at the top of the tower? How about we go take a look? After eating to the point of being half full, little Luo, during a break, saw the lights at the top of the tower, which made her think there must be good stuff inside. Little Luo, isn't there enough food here for you? We're just here to mooch off a meal. How can we go in there? Simon ruthlessly rejected Xiaoluo. As soon as he heard her words, he had a premonition that if he followed Xiaoluo into the high tower, he would definitely get into trouble. How could he go in? After all, Simon, you are also a very famous person in the South Sea. It's just a high tower. Why can't you go in? Xiaoluo's focus was a bit strange. It seemed like she only heard the latter half of what he said. Yes, you could go in, you can go in. So, is my face meant for such things? He was being perfunctory, and no matter what, he couldn't let Xiaoluo drag him around anymore. Simon didn't want to encounter that incident in the paradise a second time. No, that's not what I meant. Xiaoluo didn't dare to speak anymore. She hadn't thought of that earlier. Are you still going? You. It's you. That bounty hunter. Before Simon could finish his sentence, Bailey suddenly walked over and pointed at him excitedly, calling out, Steam Princess? Hearing the voice, Simon turned around and unexpectedly saw that lily flower. It's me. You guys also came to Dodo Island. I'm really sorry for leaving so suddenly before. Bailey had always remembered Simon's life-saving grace. It's okay. It's understandable if you had to leave for something. Such a polite, good kid. She couldn't say anything bad. She still had a crush on him. Bailey, why are you greeting him like that? He. Seeing Bailey and Simon chatting happily, Lily was not happy at all. She walked over wanting to say something, but looking at the way Simon was looking at her, she held back. She had seen Simon's strength with her own eyes. It was superhuman combat power. Simon, I want to eat that. Like Lily, Xiaoluo was also unhappy, originally. This was just a two-person world for her and Simon. Wolf didn't even come along. Which one? This one? This? Can't you reach it? Looking at the thing Xiaoluo was pointing at, Simon was speechless. It was so close, yet she still wanted him to get it for her. She really loved to act spoiled, didn't she? No matter. I want Simon to get it for me. Throwing a little tantrum, Xiaoluo wanted Bailey to take the hint and leave. She didn't want to be with the group. Okay. Here you go. With Xiaoluo being so obvious, how could Simon not see it? Compared to the unrelated Lily pair, Xiaoluo was more important. Then, Mr. Simon, let's talk later. We'll go to the high tower first. The sweet atmosphere between the two was so obvious that Bailey certainly wouldn't stick around as a third wheel. See you later. Simon just replied politely, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Bailey had clearly mentioned the high tower, and Xiaoluo, who was thinking about how to enter the high tower, couldn't help but be excited. She immediately spoke up. Wait a minute. Steam Princess, you just said you were going to the high tower, right? Now Xiaoluo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her gaze towards Bailey was different. That's right. Xiaoluo's words left Bailey a bit confused. What did this mean? It would be great. I'm your life-saving benefactor, right? Step by step, Xiaoluo seemed to be guiding something. Yes, yes. Not understanding Shalawa's meaning, Bailey was a bit cautious at this moment. So if I ask you to help me with something, would you help? Their little hands intertwined, and Shaluo almost had lewd written all over her face. I guess so. Things were getting worse. Bailey now felt like she was the protagonist of comic book. Bailey, don't listen to her nonsense. She's definitely trying to make you do that kind of thing. You can't agree to her. Seeing Bailey's silly expression, Lily was anxious. Bailey was hers. How could she let Shaluo intercept her? What are you talking about? What kind of thing? It's just asking her to take me into the high tower for a look. What's so strange about that? With a strange look at Lily, she thought back to when they were on Yak Island. How did she not realize she was this kind of person? Hearing Shaluo's request, both Bailey and Lily were stunned, not expecting that after all that build-up, Shaluo's request would be this. The high tower isn't something anyone can enter, right? What kind of guide do you need? Don't you know? Hearing that Shaluo's request was actually this, Lily's anxious expression disappeared, replaced by a disdainful look at Shaluo, as if she were looking at a fool. Anyone can enter without conditions? Really? This is the high tower. Is it really okay without restrictions? And today is a banquet. This was different from Shaluo's understanding. In her impression, every time there was a high-level banquet, certain restrictions would be placed on some areas. When she was in the prison country, she had seen many people punished for barging in. A banquet? What's wrong with a banquet? A banquet wouldn't restrict the use of attractions. This is common sense. The more Lily spoke, the more excited she became. How could this feeling be so exhilarating? Really? Feeling insecure after Lily's words, Shaluo looked at Bailey, hoping for some comfort. That's indeed the case. Dodo Island is a very free island. No one monopolizes attractions here. No one can. Although Bailey didn't want to dampen Shaluo's spirits, the truth was as such, and she couldn't say anything insincere. The last hope was gone. Shaluo stood there in a daze, unresponsive. Seeing Shaluo like this, Bailey instantly panicked, feeling a bit flustered. Simon-san, this. She, fidgeting with her hands, stomping her feet, and glancing at Simon, Bailey didn't know what to do. It's okay. She's just a bit overwhelmed. If you have things to do, you could go first. I can handle it here. Bailey was so adorable, but it was clear this wasn't the time to admire her. Simon didn't keep Bailey and the others around, but told them they could leave. Is that really okay? She is already like that. Bailey still can't let go of Shaluo. She believes it's her fault that Shaluo has become this way. Don't worry, it's fine. I know her situation. Simon urged again, knowing that as long as Bailey and the others didn't leave, Shaluo might always be like this. Bailey hesitated, looking at Shaluo with great concern. Oh dear, Bailey, can't you understand what she means? She is talking about us. Let us go. We're just here to be the third wheel. Observant Lily, with a knowing expression, pulled Bailey away. What does that mean? Confused and clueless. Bailey didn't understand at all. Oh, it's just, we can't say it in front of her, right? Lily directly dragged Bailey away, saying they could explain slowly on the way. Let us go. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Shaluo, they left. Simon patted Shaluo's shoulder, not knowing what to say. Simon? Why are you the only one here? Where are they? Shaluo glanced with her small eyes and noticed that he and the others had really left, returning to her normal self. Seeing the strange Shaluo, Simon didn't say anything and just quietly watched her. Simon, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something strange? Ultimately too shy, Shaluo couldn't pretend nothing had happened. No, I just think you're so cute. Shaluo, so cute that it warms my heart. Simon wouldn't say that. Enjoying it internally was enough. Ugh, Simon, you're so gross. It's been so long. How can you still say that? Simon's words made Shaluo feel uncomfortable all over. She had no choice but to sit down and continue eating. Inside the tower, Lack had now reached the third floor. The fat manager and the fishmen. What are they gathering here for? And who is that person? I've never seen them before. At the spiral staircase, Lack observed the situation in the third floor room, wondering how Yuama would react to this. What are they talking about? Why does it sound so serious? Seeing that things were a bit unusual, Lack decided to watch for a while longer, putting UMA's matters aside for now. After all, she wouldn't do anything too extreme. It might just cause some chaos. Jinbei Sand, that statue in the Sea Dragon Paradise, absolutely has no internal space. It's just a sea god statue, placed there by a bunch of jokers. There really aren't any hidden mechanisms. The fat manager was trying hard to explain the situation of that statue to Jinbei, but as for what Jinbei said about internal space and a chaotic chessboard, the fat manager really didn't know what was going on. Fat manager, are you sure there's nothing there? Such an obvious hollow. Surely someone must have noticed it. Jinbei fixed his sharp gaze on the fat manager, seemingly trying to find some clue. But it was clear that the fat manager knew nothing, making Jinbei's efforts futile. Beside the place where the statue is located basically has no visitors. Even if something happens there, no one would care. I really can't help with this matter. Seeing Jinbei's expression, it was clear he wanted to know the reason behind this. The fat manager knew he couldn't just brush it off and had no choice but to tell the truth. Huh? Why? Why are there no visitors there? Furrowing his brows, Jinbei couldn't understand. It's South an amusement park. How could there be a place without visitors? Sigh. It's all because of them. After drinking some alcohol, the fat manager felt a bit dizzy. Perhaps that gave him some courage. And he began to speak about some secrets from these years. Oh, seeing the fat manager like this, Jinbei stopped pressing for more details and quietly sat down. 10 years ago, the sea dragons arrived on this island. Back then, they were quite wary of the island's residents. But the most famous little train driver, Thomas Bailey, wasn't afraid of them just because they were fishmen. In just one train ride, the sea dragons reached that amusement park. The more he drank, the redder his face became, and the fat manager's thoughts seemed to return to that time. Back then, that amusement park wasn't even called Sea Dragon Paradise. There weren't any amusement facilities. But once the sea dragons realized they could survive here, they began to build this amusement park. Later on, the amusement park was named Sea Dragon Paradise, and no one cared about its original name. The park successfully reopened, attracting visitors once again, leveraging Thomas's fame. More and more people came, and slowly the sea dragons only operated in that pool area. Later on, visitors unconsciously began to avoid the area where the sea dragons were. And then, ZZZ. Ultimately, unable to handle his alcohol, the fat manager got drunk and fell asleep. So this is how it is. Humans, fishmen. After hearing the whole story, Jinbei had a complex expression, although he had seen many similar things. Hearing such a story still made him think of a lot. Jinbei, that fishman looks so much like that warlord. Is it really him? After eavesdropping for so long, Lack gradually seemed to remember who Jinbei was, but she still couldn't figure out what the warlord was doing here. Is he here to visit family, or? I seem to remember Yuma saying the fishmen were leaving. Could he be here to take them away? No way, right? At this moment, Lack clearly felt a bit flustered. Yuma is currently doing something dangerous if she gets discovered. Thinking of this, Lack couldn't care less about eavesdropping anymore and quickly went up. Lily, why are you pulling me away? You've already made her like that. Shouldn't I take some responsibility? Even though she was dragged to the tower by Lily, Bailey was still worried about the newcomer, Xiao Luo, who was in a shutdown state. Bailey, don't you really understand? She is just embarrassed. Shy, do you know? We have already distanced ourselves from Xiao Luo, so there is no need for Lily to continue whispering. Speaking to the chattering Bailey, she said, Shy, but weren't you the one who made her like that? Bailey's mind was turning, but she still felt. So I was just that I spoke too quickly. Next time, I will definitely apologize. Knowing that if she didn't stop Bailey here, she would be entangled for a long time, Lily sincerely chose to yield. Really? You must apologize when we meet next time. Being tangled up wouldn't change anything. So it was better to put it aside for now. After all, the meeting with Simon and the others was just a little while away. All right. When we meet again, I will apologize. Let us hurry to the shop. Don't you have something to discuss with the fat steward? Seeing that Bailey was no longer pursuing the matter, Lily pulled her up the tower. Lily, slow down. I just want to talk to the fat steward. Why are you climbing so fast? Watching the flustered Lily in front of her, Bailey felt exhausted. Why couldn't this person learn to be more reserved? It's just that I want to finish early and play with you. Bailey, this statement was half true, as Lily might really want to play with Bailey. But her mood right now was definitely not that. Bailey was speechless, slowly climbing up. Soon, the two reached the third floor. Bailey, come quick. I found the fat steward. And there are those fishmen here too. Lily, who reached the third floor first, shouted to Bailey after seeing the situation in the room. I know, Lily, why shout so loudly? It will disturb others. Covering her face, Bailey didn't know how to respond to Lily. So what if we found him? Huh, people? The sound of drinking in the room startled Jinping, who turned around and saw a sword princess waving at the door. Hai Long, do you know her? Jinping, who was not familiar with the people on the island, asked Hai Long. Huh? Who? The happily drinking Hai Long was taken aback by Jinping's words, then looked in the direction Jinping was pointing. Bailey and Lily. Why are they here? Seeing the two at the door, Hai Long froze, feeling an indescribable sensation. Brothers, Bailey is here. But the days lasted only a moment. Soon, Hai Long shared his current joy with the Fishman brothers. Bailey? Bailey. Thomas. Hai Long's shout immediately attracted the attention of all the fishmen, who turned to the door and indeed saw Thomas Bailey. The enthusiasm of the fishmen felt like it would topple the entire tower. Jinping watched the madness of his fishman companions, unable to understand why they were so excited, filled with question marks. Similarly, there was someone on the tower who was also puzzled. What is wrong with these fishmen? Why are they cheering so loudly? They're all so troublesome. Disturbed by the cheers of the fishmen, Lak cursed a few times before continuing to climb up. Hai Long, Kashu, and everyone. What? Looking at these fishmen in the room, Bailey was shocked. She had never seen these fishmen outside the paradise. Bailey, why think so much now? They're all welcoming us. Isn't it very rude not to respond? The cheers easily excited people. Lily thought that since the atmosphere had been built up to this point, it would be rude not to shout something in return for their enthusiasm. Oh-ho, with the atmosphere harmonious, Bailey and Lily easily blended into the festive tide, while the fat steward beside them was still fast asleep. After a long while, when the excitement of the fishmen subsided, Jinping finally asked about Bailey and the others' identities. It seems like you two are getting along very well with Hai Long. Can we hear your story? Jinping looked at Bailey and them kindly, like a parent. After all, it was rare to see humans getting along so well with fishmen. Who are you? Seeing this somewhat unfamiliar face, Lily asked nervously. She had just noticed that this person was very calm during the celebration. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Alright. I haven't introduced myself. I am Jinping, known as the Sea Hero Jinping. Facing Lily and them, Jinping had no airs, as these two were friends of the fishmen. Jinping? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Bailey, do you know? Watching this cheerful fishman, Lily was shocked, but at the same time, when she heard Jinping's name, she felt a sense of familiarity. After thinking for a long time, without coming up with anything, Lily asked Bailey. But what she didn't expect was that Bailey actually opened her mouth wide, staring at Jinping with her big eyes in disbelief. Bailey, say something. What's wrong with you? Do you know him? Shocked Bailey was also very cute. Seeing Bailey like this, Lily shook her shoulder. Oh no, don't shake me, I'm so dizzy, Lily. Being shaken so vigorously by Lily, Bailey could no longer maintain her shocked demeanor. Her whole body went numb. The 7 warlords. The sea hero Jinping is one of the 7 warlords. After finally waiting for Lily to lessen her shaking strength a bit, Bailey finally revealed Jinping's identity. The 7 warlords. He is one of the 3 major powers at sea, the 7 warlords. Now, it was Lily's turn to be shocked. This identity was truly frightening. Such a big figure actually came here. Jinping watched the two create a scene without getting angry, clearly not minding it. Sorry, Jinping-san. We just lost our composure. After being shocked and making a fuss, Bailey and Lily finally realized how rude they had been and quickly apologized. It's fine. It's fine. Young people should have this kind of energy. It's nothing to mind. It's normal to have this situation when meeting for the first time. So, can you tell me your names? Although Hai Long and the others just called for Bailey and Lily, Jinbei still wanted to confirm if this Bailey was indeed the famous little train driver that the fat steward mentioned. Of course, I'm Thomas Lily. This is Thomas Bailey, the most famous driver on Dodo Island. As soon as Jinbei finished speaking, Lily eagerly began to introduce herself and Bailey. It's really that train driver. What a coincidence. Lily's introduction left Jinbei momentarily stunned. He didn't expect to hear Thomas Bailey's name just moments ago and now actually meet him. Oh, so you're Thomas Bailey. The fat steward just praised you highly. At that moment, Jinbei looked at Bailey with a kinder gaze. It's not that exaggerated being praised by such an important figure made Bailey feel a bit shy. Ahaha, humility is great. Jinbei continued. I heard you help Hai Long and the others find a place to live on this island. As they chatted, Jinbei brought up the story the fat steward told earlier. No, it's just a win-win situation. That amusement park was actually an abandoned area of my family's. In fact, Bailey felt a bit overwhelmed by Jinbei's praise. She hadn't done much, just given up a worthless family property. The current prosperity was also beyond her expectations. That amusement park is your family's property? Hearing this, Jinbei showed an expression of surprise. He hadn't heard this while talking to the fat steward. Yes, it has been passed down through the Thomas family for generations. After saying this much, Bailey didn't continue to talk about other properties. Do you know about the statue in the amusement park? Is there a hollow that can be entered? Thinking that Bailey might know more than the fat steward, Jinbei asked again. Statue? Is it the one holding a trident and wrapped in seaweed? When Jinbei suddenly asked this, Bailey thought for a long time before recalling where the statue was in the amusement park. Yes, that's it. Seeing Bailey deep in thought, Jinbei didn't have high hopes. If she was thinking so hard, her impression probably wasn't very deep. There seems to be a hollow, but that opening has already been filled in. No outsider should know, right? Jinbei-san, why are you asking this? Bailey's answer surprised Jinbei. He actually got an answer. Just today, in the amusement park, he briefly explained the situation in the amusement park and why he asked this question. What? How could this happen? That's impossible when the statue was built. There was no chessboard inside. It was just a hollow left for maintenance. Upon hearing about the tragic incident in the amusement park, Bailey was left speechless in shock. Are there others who know about this matter? Seeing Bailey's shocked expression, it seemed she wasn't the one behind it. Jinbei continued to ask in another direction. There shouldn't be. This amusement park has been abandoned for a very long time. The workers who built it have gone to other islands. Besides us on this island, no one else should know. Bailey didn't remember telling anyone else, and she didn't know what was going on now. Wait a minute. Didn't Yuama come to ask about this a while ago? Bailey couldn't remember clearly, but Lily had been paying attention to every detail that day. Yuama? Who is that? Do we know her? After hearing Lily's words, Bailey became even more confused. She had no recollection of someone named Yuama. Yuama. She's the one with the twin tails. The one who often hides behind the wall. You were the one who mentioned her first. How come you don't remember now? Lily looked at Bailey in disbelief, not expecting this to happen. Did I say that? Twin tails? Oh, is she the one who likes to play pranks? As she mentally went through familiar faces, Bailey finally remembered. Yes, that's her. Hearing that Bailey remembered, Lily was happier than Jinbei. But why did she put a chessboard inside the statue? She can't be an ability user, right? An ability user? Out of her fondness for her fishman friends, Bailey started to consider whether Yuama could have done this. But thinking about it, a problem arose. Recalling the ability user they encountered on their way here, she thought that person seemed to be looking for something. Could she be looking for Yuama? It seemed everything was connecting, and Bailey felt these coincidences were too unexpected. Jinbei-san, it seems there's another person on this island who knows about the statue, but it shouldn't be her. She just likes to play pranks. Such a serious matter shouldn't be caused by her. Thinking about that cute little girl in her memories, Bailey felt she couldn't have caused such a serious incident. There's one more. Jinbei looked at Bailey, who was deep in thought, and didn't continue asking. It seemed that now the matter wasn't so important. Compared to that criminal, the fishman friend in front of him was much more precious. Ha, Bailey. Let's just end this matter here. We're leaving tomorrow, and even if we find her, let's leave it at that. It's already so late. And even if we find her, we can't do anything. We're not going to pursue it. She almost harmed Mr. Hai Long, biting her lower lip. Bailey looked at Jinbei, torn between wanting a resolution and not wanting anyone to be hurt. That's enough. Continuing the investigation probably won't yield any clues. This is fine. Jinbei temporarily gave up the idea of pursuing the investigation. There wasn't much time left, and it would be better to look for opportunities later. Of course, This was what he said to Bailey. The real reason was that Jinbei already knew. That twin-tail girl must be the one Hai Long and the others mentioned. Well, okay. However, my guess is just a guess. It might not be hers. In the end, Bailey emphasized again, but after this part of the plot, this room was only filled with happy laughter. At the very top of the tower, Lack has now arrived here. I knew it. Looking at the chessboard he created, Lack felt a strange mix of foreseen speechlessness and helplessness. A prank. Another prank. You, Emma. Can't you be a bit more honest? Using his ability to dispel the special effects on the chessboard, Lack put the chessboard away. The stuff is here. Yuma should be here too. Just don't know where she went to find the lucky person. So I got you. I must spank you. Lack, who still didn't know about the happenings in the Sea Dragon Paradise, just wanted to teach Yuma a lesson and had no intention of making her correct anything. Continuing upward, Lack climbed to the top of the tower and observed the situation below at the banquet. It was much broader to see from here than from below. Found it. There you are. This time I'll see where you run. Standing tall allows for a better view, and soon Lack spotted the unique twin ponytails in the banquet. She leaped in that direction and quickly fell down. Simon, it's her. The chessboard thing in the statue was what she told me. Having eaten enough, Xiao Luo suddenly spotted a familiar figure with a glance. After careful identification, she realized it was the one who told her there were fun things in the statue. It's her? Let's go ask her what she means. Having eaten enough herself, upon hearing Xiao Luo's words, Simon picked up a drumstick and rushed towards the twin ponytails. Hey, what do you mean? Why are you blocking me? At the moment Simon blocked Yuma, she pretended not to understand, looking at Simon innocently, as if she were very innocent. Cut the nonsense, just tell us. What is the situation with the statue you sent us to? Are you playing tricks? Simon, who was munching on a drumstick, remained silent, while Xiao Luo came over and began to question Yuma. Oh, it's you. Did you go to the statue? Was it fun there? Seeing Xiao Luo not caring about her questioning tone, Yuma instead looked very happy, seemingly wanting to hear the story from Xiao Luo about the statue. Fun? What fun, huh? The statue is broken. Do you know that? It must be you, that bad woman. Quickly say, what did you do? Xiao Luo saw the damage caused by the statue, which was clearly a major incident, and felt very unbalanced. She had to get an explanation from Yuma. What did I do? I didn't do anything. I just shared a fun place with you. What you did has nothing to do with me. It was clear that Yuma had done this kind of thing more than once or twice, showing no intention of admitting it. You. Simon unable to argue. Xiao Luo looked helplessly at Simon, wanting him to take the lead. Ahem. This unknown lady, I'll just ask one question. Was the game in that statue something you told her about? Throwing away the nearly finished bone, Simon looked at Yuma with a serious expression. What are you to her? You two seem to have a good relationship. I envy you. To Simon's questioning, Yuma did not respond, but tried to shift the topic elsewhere. Be serious. I'm asking you a very serious question. If you insist on not cooperating, I will have to take some coercive measures. Simon remained true to his original intent, only asking the question he just asked, even using some intimidation while staring at Yuma. Yuma looked at Simon, initially wanting to say something else, but at the moment she opened her mouth, she suddenly felt a chill. Is it? What's wrong with me telling her? ISNT sharing a game, okay? In the end, Yuma chose to follow her heart. She just wanted a prank and didn't want to get into any trouble because of it. Then do you know what would happen if you played that chessboard? Continuing to ask, Simon gave Yuma no chance to breathe. Of course I don't know. How could I know that? That chessboard wasn't put there by me. Little master, this chapter still has more. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. In her nervousness, Yuma always said something wrong, not realizing that her expression had completely betrayed her. Oh, you put the chessboard there? Narrowing his eyes, Simon felt as if he had found the main culprit, his fists colliding repeatedly as if he wanted to do something. No, it wasn't me. Really, it wasn't me. I didn't What do you want to do? I'll tell you, my sister is very powerful. Seeing Simon about to take action, Yuma was scared. She had never encountered something like this before. How could anyone not listen to explanations? Retreating step by step, Yuma felt the greatest crisis of her life. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. It's just not too much to ask you to apologize to the victims, right? Slowly approaching, Simon wanted Yuma to realize her mistake. No way. Who wants to apologize to the people who were pranked? It's their fault for being fooled. There's no way I'll apologize. Those two words have never existed in UMA's dictionary. It's their fault for being fooled. Little girl, you're very brave. Simon has now felt what it's like to be fired upon in person. If he didn't take action to teach her a lesson now, it wouldn't be reasonable. Pranking is wrong. Lying requires an apology. It seems you need to be educated properly. Slowly stepping forward, Simon prepared to take action. Sister, save me accidentally tripping. UMA fell to the ground, crying out. Hee hee ha ha. After all, she is a little girl. At this moment, she actually thought of this. UMA's performance made Simon unable to hold back. Such a scene actually appeared in reality. Feeling that he had completely grasped UMA, Simon began to educate her. But at that moment, a loud noise erupted from the sky. Boom! The smoke and dust obscured Simon's vision. What is that? A hand shielded his eyes from the dust, and Simon cautiously looked at the situation within it. UMA, have you been having fun during this time? You haven't done anything bad, have you? As the smoke gradually cleared, a cold silhouette appeared before Simon. He heard an angry voice. Sister, did you come to rescue me because you heard my cries for help? UMA stared blankly, looking at the figure of Lack, tears welling up in her eyes. Rescue you? UMA, stop saying useless things. Tell me about the pranks you've been pulling these days so I can think about how to punish you. Lack frowned as she looked at the somewhat happy UMA. She used to be very rebellious when he found her, but why was she so quiet this time? Wah! Sister, I've been bullied. UMA didn't care how scary Lack was at the moment. In her eyes, Simon was clearly the most dangerous person now. Bullied? Feeling UMA's soft body in his arms, Lack turned her head in confusion and saw Simon, who hadn't exited the battle stance yet. Are you the reinforcements she summoned? Since UMA had already thrown herself into Lack's embrace, Simon couldn't help but think this way. He figured having one more person wouldn't hurt. He was determined to make UMA remember this lesson today. So you're the one bullying my sister? Even though she's quite mischievous. Not just anyone can teach her a lesson. Simon's tone was unarguable, which made Lack quite annoyed, especially after hearing that her beloved sister had been bullied by someone else. She immediately lost the desire to continue talking nicely. Bullied? You must be joking. I'm a proper bounty hunter. I would never do such a thing. It's just that she... Whoosh. Simon had intended to say more, but Lack clearly had no intention of giving him that chance. Before Simon could finish his sentence, Lack started to attack. Hey, can't you let me finish my sentence? Lack's attack didn't exceed Simon's observation hockey, and he dodged it easily while also observing Lack's movement trajectory. There's no use in asking. When you're out of strength, you can say anything. It was clear that Lack had a bad temper, especially when it came to her sister UMA. She always acted impulsively in such matters. TSK, Sai, you brought this on yourself. But you're right. Let's wait until after the battle to talk about punishment. Simon needed to move his body. He hadn't had any pirates to practice against for many days, and he felt like he was getting rusty. Taking this opportunity to stretch a bit seemed like a good idea. The seemingly cold woman appeared to be quite strong. Iron fist, armament binding. Taking a horse stance, Simon pulled his right fist back and wrapped it in hockey, slowly pushing it forward. This punch seemed slow, but it contained immense power. If it hit, it could probably break several bones. Hockey, I see. No wonder you're so confident. But if you think this will win you the fight, I can only say you're too naive. Lack was a knowledgeable person and could recognize hockey. Upon seeing it, she instinctively understood something. Chess, attack, and defense exchange. The moment Lack judged that Simon was using hockey, she stopped her forward charge and began to use her ability. With the change in Lack's hands, two chess pieces appeared in the air, one white and one black. The black piece landed on Simon, while the white piece gradually transformed into Simon's appearance between the two of them. What? The sudden change caught Simon off guard, and when he finally reacted, the black piece was already on him. At the moment the black piece touched him, Simon felt the hockey within him continuously flowing away. But he couldn't sense where it was going. Ability user? What kind of strange ability is this? How can it transfer hockey away? Confused, Simon didn't immediately shake off the black piece. Instead, he asked Lack, who used this ability. Are you surprised? Scared? This is the greatness of my lord Lack. Ha ha ha. Lack had no obligation to answer Simon's questions. She was very cautious during battle. Justice, judgment. Without obtaining important information, Simon silently activated his ability. In an instant, the flowing hockey returned. My strength is. You're also an ability user? The changes in the chess pieces quickly caught Lack's attention. After careful observation, she noticed the layer of field enveloping Simon. It was evident that someone capable of this level must have another ability of the same type. Just a bit of not very strong ability, but in some aspects, it could be said to be very useful. It was hard for Simon to comment on his own ability. After all, he hadn't developed any particularly powerful attacking capabilities yet. Although the principle is still unclear, don't think my ability is just this. Now Lack realized that Simon was not someone who could be easily dealt with. But she wasn't afraid. Chess Starfall. Lack waved her hands, and instantly, pieces resembling stars appeared nearby. These pieces had no pattern but were distributed over a wide area. Another chess piece? Is she a user of the chess fruit? Based solely on the manifestation of her ability, Simon could only make this inference. However, what effects would these pieces have? Judging by her development direction, they probably wouldn't directly attack him. Simon thought for a moment and decided to observe her abilities first. If he acted rashly, he might end up in a passive position. Moreover, with his current defense, she definitely wouldn't be able to break through. Armament, golden body. With his fists opposing each other, Simon wrapped his whole body in armament hockey, maximizing his defense. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. With unwavering composure amidst change, Simon was not one to recklessly charge into battle. Just as Simon was ready, Lack started her attack. Her figure flickered continuously among the chess pieces, and upon closer inspection, one could see that each flicker corresponded to a position change with a chess piece. Flat bang ding. One must admit, Lack's movements were truly unpredictable. At her current speed, Simon found it hard to keep up, but fortunately, her attack power wasn't very strong. So tough, Lack, in the midst of her assault, realized that her attacks were ineffective against Simon, but she couldn't stop now. Her speed hadn't reached its peak, and her attacks could still accumulate. Persistence pays off, but with pure defense, there was no way to dodge. Her attacks grew sharper, and Lack gradually focused all her strikes on a single spot. Zulfust. Is this the ability of the space element? So envious. Simon's eyes could barely follow Lack's speed. He was now relying on his observation hockey to sense her movements. As for having his defense broken, Simon didn't care at all, with such minimal attack power. The consumption of hockey was negligible. However, using abilities at this level drained physical stamina quickly. Can you really keep this up? Simon was confident he could last a week without any problems. Now, they were competing to see who would exhaust their stamina first. Lack's attacks became increasingly rapid, and Simon clearly felt the consumption of hockey rising sharply. Amazing, she can be this strong. I underestimated you. Suddenly, Simon felt a slight sting at that moment. He realized that Lack was using a point-to-surface attack. Although it was great to keep up the competition, if this continued, I might get hurt. So let's end this. I've completely seen through your movements. Already slightly injured, Simon didn't want to appear too ragged afterward, and since he was confident of victory, he decided to end this farce. Stop right there. Suddenly, Simon reached out a hand, grasping at thin air, as if Lack had collided with him, and he firmly grabbed her head. Boom! After seizing Lack, Simon didn't stop. He forcefully slammed her head down onto the ground. You lost. If you disagree, I won't hold back. Looking down at Lack, Simon said whoosh. Suddenly, Simon's hand was empty, and where Lack had been was now a chess piece. TSK. How embarrassing. Simon remained frozen in that position, his toes practically digging into the ground, while Lack, having shifted to another position, did not continue her assault. She had just endured a fierce blow, and her head was still a bit dizzy. How did he do that? I was so fast. Why could he catch me? Has he reached the level of predicting the future? Lack, who had once fought alongside Karakuri, knew of this realm. No, not yet. His observation hockey isn't at that level. Is it that I'm not fast enough? Lack was feeling a bit overwhelmed. That had been her fastest speed, and if it had been countered, she really couldn't attack anymore. Hey, are we going to keep fighting? The awkwardness didn't last long, as they were in the midst of battle. Simon quickly pushed the recent embarrassment out of his mind and spoke to Lack. He appeared relaxed, seemingly completely unguarded. Lack fell silent. Her ability could indeed affect Simon, but over time, it would be undone by that unknown ability of his. This time you won. But if you think we'll obediently endure your misdeeds, that's absolutely impossible. I can't fight anymore. I really can't. Lack didn't want to waste her stamina here. If she used her ability now, she could still escape. Misdeeds? What are you talking about? What misdeeds am I committing? Lack's words nearly made Simon lose his balance. After all, he only wanted to teach a lesson to the prankster Yuan. How did it turn into something so serious? No need to argue. I won't listen. Chess, reversal. Her tone was very firm, and she spoke as if she were about to attack. Is she coming? Simon was clearly deceived, adopting a defensive stance, anticipating Lack's next move. She's leaving? The cool night breeze stirred Simon's restless heart as he stared blankly at the spot where Lack and Yuama had been replaced by chess pieces. For a moment, it felt as if many divine beasts were rushing away from his heart. No. How could it end up like this? It shouldn't be like this. Aren't battles supposed to be? Feeling overwhelmed, Simon thought, is this what it means to be a free warrior? This is so unlike your cold exterior. Helplessly wanting to complain, Simon realized he couldn't pinpoint Lack's location anymore. Forget it. The strong always have privileges. Appreciating Lack's abilities, Simon decided to ignore Yuama's prank. If it were one of his own, it would just be a trivial matter. Besides, no one from his side got hurt, right? Simon, you let her get away. Are you feeling weak? Can't even handle one person? While Simon stood there dazed, Xiao Luo had witnessed everything perfectly. He looked so funny that she couldn't help but come over to tease him. Simon had a black line on his forehead, looking at Xiao Luo, and he already had many punishments waiting for her in his mind. Xiao Luo, you seem very happy. How about this? I recently thought a new game. Let's go back to the ship and talk about it. Still feeling a bit angry, Simon thought Xiao Luo was just asking for trouble. The banquet isn't over yet. Let's keep playing. What new game? You and Wolf can play. Xiao Luo looked a bit scared. She was quite normal and didn't have any strange preferences. You can't refuse. I thought of this just for you. What's so good about a banquet? Don't we hold them all the time? Be good, let's go back without giving Xiao Luo the chance to refuse. Simon picked her up and turned to leave the banquet hall. No. Sister, what are you doing? In a spacious room, Lack was staring expressionlessly at the performance by Yuama. Are you done? Or should you perform a bit longer? With her arms crossed, Lack's face was very cold, leaving no room for negotiation. Sister, what are you doing? Yuama is being very good. I really didn't do anything this time. To avoid the upcoming punishment, Yuama could only suppress her excitement and show off her charm to Lack. Oh, you didn't do anything? Then can you explain what this is? Yuama's demeanor did not soften Lack's heart at all. Lack knew her sister too well. This chessboard is so beautiful. Is it your new work? Sister? So cool. How could she not be familiar with this thing? After all, it was what she had stolen. But could Yuama admit it? No, of course not. She was a good girl and wouldn't do such things. Heck, keep pretending. Lack continued to look coldly at Yuama, but her expression became even more dangerous. Sister, how did you end up there just now? That was such perfect timing to save me. It was so cool. Yuama couldn't explain the chessboard situation, so she quickly changed the topic. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Why do you think I appeared there? Do some people really not know anything? As she spoke, Lack moved the chessboard in her hands again. I know. No way. It's not really that coincidental, is it? Sister found the chessboard and then Yuama felt a strong urge to bang her head against the wall. Why did she bring up such a topic? Why not talk about something else? Sister, your little sister was just bullied. Is it really okay to say this now? Not knowing how to find a way out, Yuama started to act pitiful, looking seriously hurt. Lack didn't speak, but her expression had indeed softened a lot. What was that person going to do to you? A strong person like him shouldn't be looking for trouble without reason, right? Although her sister had to deal with it alone, it was still good to clarify the reason. They were being unreasonable. I just recommended a fun place to his little girlfriend, and when something happened, they came looking for me. What a petty person. Perhaps she was genuinely angry. Yuama spoke the truth without making up excuses. Recommended? What did you recommend? Hearing Yuama's words, Lack suddenly had a bad premonition. The sea god statue. Lack fell silent. It really was that place. Yuama, how long has it been since you last stayed in the little black room? You must be missing a lot. Lack's face no longer had a cold look. It was full of a bright smile, her eyes squinting with joy. Sister? Why? I didn't do anything wrong. Seeing Lack like this, Yuama showed a fearful expression and asked tremblingly for the reason. Didn't do anything wrong? Do you know about the incident that happened in the Sea Dragon Paradise? Do you know where my other chessboard is? Gently stroking Yuama's head. Lack looked really gentle at that moment. Incident? Did something happen at that place? Upon hearing this, Yuama forgot her fear and looked at Lack with wide eyes, wanting to know what happened. The trident fell. A merman almost died. Yuama's reaction made Lack not immediately punish her. She wanted to know what Yuama was up to. How could? Is that not just some stones falling? I. Heartbroken, tears streamed down Yuama's cheeks, looking like she couldn't accept it. Unable to hold back, Lack burst into laughter. Yuama's performance was too fake. It was like a pile of poop splattered on your face. Sister, you laughed. Does that mean I don't have to go to the little black room? Although being laughed at was not pleasant, seeing Lack so happy, Yuama thought she might just get away with it. Yuama, She couldn't stop. She just couldn't stop. Every time Lack saw Yuama, she thought of Yuama's performance just now. Feeling helpless, Yuama could only silently watch Lack laugh uncontrollably, not knowing what was so funny. But that place really caused such a big incident? No wonder they were looking for me. Righteous people. In this day and age, they still have a conscience. Yuama felt no remorse for what she had done. In this era, it was better to be a little wicked. After a long time, Lack finally stopped laughing. Yuama, 3 days in the little black room. The trouble you caused this time is a bit big. Calm down. With nothing more to say, Lack directly handed down her judgment to Yuama. Why, sister, didn't you say? Yuama couldn't finish her next words as Lack covered her mouth, smiling at her. 3 days in the little black room, no problem, right? Hearing Lack's gentle words, Yuama dared not resist and nodded vigorously. Good, very good, you can go now. Remember to throw the key out. Patting Yuama's head, Lack turned and sat down, while Yuama, feeling dispirited, walked toward the little black room. Sighed, this is terrible, although she didn't understand her sister's actions. Yuama knew that her sister wouldn't send her to the little black room without reason. There must be some other reason. What? That person actually him. He's that strong? Lack looked at the newspaper that had been delivered a few days ago and learned about Simon's identity. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Such a strong person was actually a bounty hunter, not a pirate. This was truly unexpected and made no logical sense. My goodness, the South Sea has almost been cleansed by him. But what is the meaning of his actions? Without pirates, what will they eat? While surprised by Simon's identity, Lack was also puzzled. If there is a gap in pirates, doesn't that mean the Navy can control the South Sea? If this continues, will there still be bounties for them to earn? I don't understand. Completely don't understand. What is this new star planning? It can't be that he is really cleaning up the South Sea, right? Putting down the newspaper, Lack rubbed her brow and slumped on the sofa, her eyes filled with confusion. Jinbei, are you leaving tomorrow? Can't you stay a little longer? Suddenly, her fisherman friends were about to leave, and Bailey felt very reluctant. It was all too sudden. There has been some movement in the New World recently. We can't stay here for long. It seems that a certain pirate from the South Sea is planning something big. If you young ladies are interested, you might want to leave the South Sea for a while. She enjoyed the time spent with Bailey, and Jinbei inadvertently revealed some information. Leaving the South Sea? Why? Lily wasn't interested in pirates. The pirates in the South Sea had almost disappeared. She was curious as to why Jinbei wanted them to leave the South Sea for a while. Right, Jinbei? Is there a connection to this? Bailey also looked over curiously. A connection? I would say it's a big one. I just heard some things. It said that this plan will bring some great disaster to the South Sea. Jinbei couldn't explain what this was about. He had only heard some news. A great disaster? Bailey, how about we go travel for a while? It sounds really scary. Coming from Jinbei, a warlord of the sea, Lily felt that it must be something serious. Thinking that she couldn't lose Bailey again, she wanted to persuade Bailey to leave for a while. Lily, can you be a bit more composed? That pirate is in the New World, you know. Even if he is planning something, can he really cause something to happen to the entire South Sea? Besides, Simon wouldn't allow such a disaster, right? Bailey didn't feel worried. He was just an unknown pirate. What could he do? That seems to be true. But can we not mention Simon? Didn't he save you once? I was there too, okay. Although Lily was convinced, she was unhappy that Bailey thought of Simon at such a time. Are you there? Are you really there? Bailey didn't know what to say to Lily. With her level of strength, she wasn't even stronger than herself, yet she spoke so loudly. Ha ha ha. It seems you really believe in this Simon. Who is he? Watching the interaction between Bailey and Lily, Jinbei even felt like he was watching a shipper moment, naturally becoming curious about the third person they mentioned. Simon is a bounty hunter. He is the strongest existence in the South Sea. Pirates don't dare to appear in front of him. That must be what an idol is like. During this time back, Bailey had learned more and more about Simon. A bounty hunter. Hearing this profession, Jinbei didn't give any evaluation. It was hard to say, and from his position, it was difficult to comment. Moreover, Simon. But it was as if Bailey had flipped a switch, frantically promoting Simon to Jinbei. Bailey, stop talking. Showing a defeated expression, Lily now regretted provoking Bailey. Lily? What's wrong? Why that expression? Turning around, seeing Lily about to cry, Bailey felt a bit at a loss. How did it come to this? Bailey, do you still remember why we came here? Why do we start this kind of chat? Lily just wanted to vent her dissatisfaction. What little thoughts could she have? What are we here for? We are here to find the fat steward. Where's the fat steward? Didn't you say the fat steward was here? Once Lily reminded her, Bailey recalled that she was supposed to come here to talk to the fat steward about something. But she hadn't seen him anywhere yet. Bailey, you didn't see that big lump over there? Isn't the fat steward right there? Unable to continue her sadness, Lily pointed at the fat steward nestled among a pile of food, looking at Bailey speechlessly. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Huh? Over there? My goodness. Fat steward, what happened to you? Why are you lying here motionless? Following the direction Lily pointed, Bailey saw the fat steward. However, the color of the fat steward blended too well with the food. If not looked at carefully, one would be able to tell it all. After discovering the fat steward, Bailey hurried over, but it was no use, no matter how she called. She couldn't wake him up. Why is this happening? Did I just arrive a little late? How'd he get this drunk? Feeling helpless but unable to do anything, the fat steward in this state wouldn't remember anything no matter what was said. So let us talk about it tomorrow, sigh. Seeing the fat steward sleeping so soundly, Bailey didn't disturb him but returned to Lily. Lily, did you notice the fat steward was like that long ago? Returning, Bailey looked at Lily with a grievance. He not that early. Probably about half an hour after we entered, right? Lily just smiled foolishly, showing no other expressions. Wasn't he that quite a while ago? Why are you only reminding me now? Feeling wronged, her round face puffed up. Wasn't he it? Because you were having such a good chat with them. Besides, even if I told you at that time, it wouldn't have mattered. The fat steward was already drunk before we entered. Lily couldn't say much either. After all, this matter wasn't going smoothly. Oh, is it really like this? Bailey was shocked. She had never considered this possibility. Who would get drunk half an hour before a banquet starts? Of course, I asked many people about it. These were all told to me by Hai Long and the others. Pointing casually at Hai Long and the others who were happily enjoying themselves in the distance, Lily decided not to say anything more. The situation didn't allow for it, so Bailey could only continue to enjoy the banquet with tears in her eyes. So delicious. Sigh. How the little Luo who returned here was very quiet, no longer struggling as she had when leaving the banquet. As for why, it was hard to say. A loud howl interrupted Simon's interest. He looked up and saw Wolf howling at the moon from the mast. Wolf? Why is she howling here instead of sleeping? Simon couldn't help but be curious. He had never seen Wolf in such an unusual state before. It had been a long time since he had seen Wolf howling at night. With each howl, Wolf's voice was exceptionally clear, sounding like a normal call without any other meaning. However, as time passed, Wolf's body began to change. Fiery clouds started to wrap around her, and her figure became even more alluring. Beast transformation? No, this should be called Beastman transformation, or subhuman transformation. It was hard to say what to call Wolf's current state, but Simon had only seen something like this in a particular battle. What was Wolf trying to do by transforming like this? At that moment, Wolf moved again. Her body began to rise into the air, swaying left and right, as if performing a beautiful dance. Is that really her? Wolf couldn't possibly have such intelligence. Is it really Wolf up there? Xiao Luo, did you teach Wolf to dance? Confused, Simon looked at Xiao Luo, recalling that she seemed to have trained Wolf for a while. I only taught her etiquette, not this kind of dance. Never. Xiao Luo was also dumbfounded, staring at Wolf in the sky. If you ask why, it was simply too sacred, as if it were a symbol of divinity. So what is going on now? How can even a dog ascend to the sky? Unable to understand, Simon had already prepared for the worst. He was ready with his abilities and aura. If things went wrong, he would strike immediately. Wolf was still dancing in the air, and the fiery clouds slowly traced a pattern in the sky. In the end, Wolf transformed into a giant phantom beast. That pattern, looking at the pattern in the sky, Simon felt an indescribable sense of oppression, as if some disaster was about to descend. Awakening? No way. It seemed that the rumors about calamity bringers were true. Suddenly, Simon thought of a possibility. He stared blankly at Wolf above, unsure how to describe his current feelings. No way. Absolutely not. I haven't awakened yet. How could she possibly awaken? Just thinking about it made him laugh. How could that be possible? After all, awakening a devil fruit requires immense fortune and ability. How could a mere wolf manage that? Simon, look. Wolf is coming over. She seems to have seen us. Just as Simon was feeling down, Xiao Luo shouted happily. Huh. Looking up, he indeed saw the giant wolf that Wolf had transformed into, diving down towards them. Wow, the pressure is so strong. If this were to hit someone before battle, they might faint on the spot. As he looked directly at the giant wolf falling down, Simon felt a tremendous shock. The giant wolf, wrapped in flames, had not taken on a human form. She still resembled a phantom beast. Upon landing on the ship, her first words were, Master. Huh. This intelligence. Hearing Wolf call out, Simon looked into her eyes and indeed saw a hint of liveliness. Wolf, what just happened? With a bit of anticipation, Simon directly asked, not using his abilities to probe further. There was like a voice ringing in my body, and as I activated my abilities, I transformed like this. Strangely, after becoming like this, that voice vanished. At this moment, Wolf's intelligence was roughly that of a 5-year-old. She could still narrate the situation without any issue. Voice. Listening to Wolf, Simon fell into deep thought. It's rumored that some devil fruits harbor mysterious wills, and the Zoan type is particularly pronounced. Could it be this situation? Is the current wolf still the original wolf? Filled with doubt, Simon had never seen such a situation before, and he didn't know what to do. Can Wolf transform back? But in this form, she's too big. I can't even RU her. Compared to Simon, Xiao Luo had fewer worries. Whenever she saw Wolf, she couldn't help but want to RU her. After tapping the giant wolf's head, Wolf's body began to change again, and in a moment, she transformed back into her previous fiery form. Wow, Wolf, you look so beautiful and so warm after being embraced by Wolf for just a few seconds. Xiao Luo was deeply immersed in it. It was getting late, time to rest. Fixing his gaze on the two embracing each other, Simon felt that he didn't need to think too much now. Even if it really was like that, so what? He was already feeling hot-headed, and now Wolf was fanning the flames. This certainly couldn't be tolerated. Embracing the two, Simon headed towards the cabin. A night passed, and Dodo Island became lively. The entire port was filled with bustling crowds. Bailey, are we really okay following Jinbei and the others? Didn't you say there were no plans to go out before? Among a group of mermen, Lily was carrying her bag and looking at Bailey beside her. That was before. Puff called me yesterday. It seems there's something she needs my help with. Bailey was also quite helpless. She had wanted to clarify things with the fat steward, but now there was no time. Puff, is that the one who loves to steal food? Hearing Puff's name, Lily paused for a moment, but soon remembered who Puff was. It's her. I don't know how she ended up in the New World. She had been following the merchant fleet all along. Bailey was also confused about why Puff suddenly wanted to contact her. Oh, at this point, Lily also didn't say anything more because they were about to set off. On the boat, Simon, who had been busy all night, also stepped out of the cabin, not expecting it to be like this. The abilities of the animal system are truly amazing. Throughout the night, Simon completely understood what was happening with Wolf. She was still herself and had not been possessed by any other will. Those fishmen. Just as he reached the railing, Simon saw a nearby boat full of fishmen, and they all had familiar faces. Were they heading back to Fishman Island? And that pair of lilies were also on the boat? Where are they going? Curious. He looked in that direction, but Simon didn't ask more questions. There was no need. Where was today's newspaper? Why was it so slow? Could it be that the newsbirds were drunk too? The journey of the grand hunt in the South Sea was almost over, with only 2 islands left to go. Simon had been waiting on the boat for a long time and hadn't seen a single trace of a newsbird. No way, no news? What has happened to the world recently? Is it so peaceful? Simon was really unaccustomed to a day without news. What were those newspapers doing? Why weren't they reporting anything? Even some gossip would be fine, but there was nothing. Until Simon and the others set off. Not a single newsbird had come to this island. Simon, what are you looking at? Is there something strange in the sky? The boat had left Dodo Island for a day, but Simon had been looking up at the sky the whole time. No, my neck is cramping. This feels a bit better. Simon's answer left Xiao Luo speechless. She thought Simon had discovered something, but it turned out to be this? Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. A strong person like you can also cramp? If you're going to make up a story, at least find a suitable reason. That's right. Xiao Luo understood that Simon's reason for looking at the sky couldn't just be this. There must be some other reason. Simon's body absolutely couldn't cramp. I'm waiting for the newsbird. It hasn't come all day. I really missed that paper. Not expecting Xiao Luo to not buy this. Simon had no choice but to reveal his true reason for being here. Newsbird? Does that thing need to be waited for? Don't they come every day? Xiao Luo was also surprised. The newsbirds not appearing was a very rare occurrence. Even places not on the nautical charts, they could reach. Who knows? It's been a whole day, and not a single newsbird has been seen. Simon was still looking into the distance at the sky, waiting for the newsbird that delivers messages. A day? You've been waiting here for a whole day? No way. At this moment, Xiao Luo finally realized the issue Simon was talking about. He had actually been standing here for a whole day. Is this something a normal person would do? What is wrong? Can I stand for a day? Did I say anything when you slept for a day? Not even turning his head, Simon directly said something that left Xiao Luo speechless. Is it my problem if I sleep for a day? ISNT at you. Just whispering? Xiao Luo didn't dare to speak loudly at all. That night had been too brutal. Thinking back on it was still crazy. A few days later, as the boat approached Clive Village, Simon finally waited for the newsbird he had been thinking about. Why? Was there something wrong in the waters around Dodo Island? Why couldn't he find out any news at all? Looking at the fresh newspaper in his hand, Simon had many questions in his heart. From the reports on the newspaper, he could see that there had been reports a few days ago, but he hadn't seen any news on his way here. And even the hunters hadn't bought any newspapers. When he had the time, he definitely needed to ask Mr. How about this. He should know why. Simon planned to ask this secretly. It was now time to land and rest. Xiao Luo, you stay on the ship this time. As they were about to disembark, Simon stopped Xiao Luo from following, taking Wolf with him. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since Wolf had appeared. Hey, why? I want to go with Simon too. Xiao Luo was unhappy. Why was it like this? No, someone needs to stay on the ship. The 6 captains have been performing poorly lately. You need to train them. Refusal, still refusal. Xiao Luo had followed him for too long. It was time to change people. Fine. Xiao Luo wanted to say something else, but gave up after seeing Simon's serious expression. The last island. The Bash Kingdom will let you and me go together. Seeing that Xiao Luo agreed. Simon wasn't so heartless and promised that he would go with her on the next island. Hooray now, Xiao Luo was happy. And all the little unhappiness in her heart disappeared. After convincing Xiao Luo, Simon took Wolf and headed straight for the village. They quickly arrived at a village full of rural atmosphere after crossing the narrow coast. Wolf, today's goal is to test your strength. Do you understand? A big war is coming soon, and after this war, there may be no more stories. Simon had already planned in his heart. The upcoming war would be the end of everything, and at that time, the whole world would have to become his own. Yes, Wolf's answer was very simple. The two in front, wait a moment. Don't leave yet. Can I tell you a story? They hadn't walked far when an old man called out to them from behind. Who are you? What do you want with us? Can't you find someone else to tell stories? The old man's voice was very weathered, and as soon as Simon heard it, he frowned. Turning around, he found he didn't recognize this person at all, and Simon immediately started to vent. Young man, don't be too hot-headed. I see your body is strong and powerful. You must have practiced the Arhut golden body. What surprised Simon even more was that this old man came up and immediately mentioned what he practiced. Old man, who are you? How did you see that? Although this technique doesn't have much to keep secret, Simon still felt quite displeased when someone directly pointed it out. He grabbed the old man's collar, but the old man's reaction was even more astonishing. He just kept smiling and said nothing, staring at Simon. Aren't you afraid? Fine, you win. Go ahead and talk. I don't have much time to listen. This strange old man indeed piqued Simon's curiosity, and he decided to give the old man a chance to see what tricks he was up to. Is that right? I knew you would listen. The old man pushed Simon's hand away, straightened his appearance, and then slowly spoke. I noticed you as soon as you landed. You must be the leader of those people, right? Are you a pirate or a navy? For some reason, the old man didn't start with what he wanted to say, but instead asked this unrelated question. Neither. I'm a bounty hunter. There's no way to conclude I'm either of those professions. Why is it that when people think of professions, they only think of pirates and the navy? This world has other professions too, right? Suddenly, the old man froze, his eyes scanning Simon repeatedly. You're a bounty hunter? For some reason, at that moment, the old man showed a look of disgust, as if he had seen something filthy. That's right, it's me, the most famous bounty hunter in the South Sea. Completely oblivious to any abnormality, Simon proudly flaunted his identity. Damn, what a waste of my feelings. After Simon admitted it, the old man cursed under his breath and quickly left, no longer showing the enthusiasm he had just had to tell Simon a story. Watching the old man's departing figure, Simon almost rushed up to beat him up. What is wrong with this old man? Why does he just leave like that? What's wrong with being a bounty hunter? Did I provoke you? His mood instantly soured. Originally, Simon had a good impression of this village. Wolf has left, time to train. I shouldn't have stopped. Simon didn't have time to learn about an old man's story. Since he wasn't going to share, he wouldn't listen anyway. He hadn't planned to hear any stories in the first place. Together with Wolf, it took them a long time to find a relatively open space. Attack me with all your strength. Let me see what level your power is at now. After warming up a bit, Simon let Wolf attack him. Although the wolf's nature still existed within Wolf. Before transforming, she threw her head back and howled loudly at the sky. Accompanying Wolf's howl, some red flame clouds began to appear around her body, taking on a beastly form. No matter how many times he watched, this transformation looked so cool. Why can't my abilities transform too? In this day and age, even rubber can transform. While enviously admiring Wolf's impressive fruit abilities during her transformation, Simon also prepared his defensive measures. Let me see if the awakened mythical Zoan can break through my historically strongest defense. The encounter on Dodo Island had made Simon a bit insecure. That woman could actually make him feel pain. Flame Jet. After completing her transformation, Wolf immediately launched a fire blast at Simon. The long stream of flames rushed towards Simon at incredible speed, but he simply moved slightly and completely dodged it. Such an attack was easily predictable with observation hockey. Of course, Wolf didn't stop after firing. She pushed off the ground hard, and her whole body shot forward like a cannonball. A series of rapid punches, like a storm, struck toward Simon. Hey, not bad. You can actually produce this kind of attack. It seems that awakening really boosts combat power. Still not confronting Wolf head-on, Simon was testing her speed. After all, if they went all out from the start, many things might lead to misjudgments. One punch after another. Although Wolf's punches were quick, they had no real technique, relying purely on instinct to attack. But at this level, it wouldn't work. It seems I need to up the intensity. Having dodged for so long, Simon hadn't noticed any new moves from Wolf. She was just charging and recklessly. He came to test Wolf, so he couldn't just keep playing like this. Fist of Domination. With a body shift, Simon's right fist broke through all of Wolf's defenses and hit her in the abdomen. At the moment of impact, Simon's action paused for a second before he suddenly exerted force, sending Wolf flying. Boom! Thud thud. The powerful impact made it impossible for Wolf to control her body, and she kept retreating, leaving a long trail behind her. Ugh! Ha! Ha! Lying on her back on the ground, Wolf clutched her stomach, gasping for air, as if that hit had immense power. But after just a moment of catching her breath, Wolf got back up again. This time, she didn't charge in recklessly. She stood her ground, her eyes flashing with a dangerous light. But the chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Fully beastified, Wolf's control over her beast form was much more perfect than in human form. She wasn't human to begin with. As Wolf rampaged, everything around them was ablaze. Roar running on all fours, the symbol of disaster, the calamity beast, showed her wild side completely in this moment. Oh, a mythical beast. At this moment, it felt similar to when they first met. The familiar way of running made Simon fall into memories, recalling the time when he was still very weak. Swish a claw swiped by, and Simon ducked his head to avoid it. However, this time he didn't use observation hockey, still attacking as he did in the past. No matter when, you always seem to be like this. Turning to evade Wolf's pounce, Simon's movements were very practiced, as if he had simulated it countless times. Flame hell. But an unexpected situation arose. Just as Wolf pounced to the ground, the entire ground suddenly erupted in roaring flames. Not bad. Very good. It was my mistake. You are a mythical beast now. You're not the same as before. Simon, who was interrupted while trying to show off, didn't feel too embarrassed. After all, it was just him and Wolf here and no one else was around. Moreover, Wolf wouldn't say anything. I'm coming. Get ready. The flames still had some power, burning Simon's clothes away. Diamond Fist. Relying on his invincible defense, Simon threw his fists without holding back, but they were dodged easily. Simon's punching speed was very slow. Super slow. Even though he missed, he didn't stop and kept attacking with punch after punch. After dodging the initial few punches, Wolf's eyes flashed with ferocity, and she directly swiped her claws to clash with Simon. Bang! They were in a standoff, one person and one beast confronting each other, showing off their dominance. Wolf had actually mastered the Conqueror's hockey. With this clash, Simon sensed a change. Wolf's claws were actually wrapped in hockey. How could this be? When did she master it? I don't remember teaching her. Is she a genius? I can't believe it. Even dogs can show off like this these days. Bang! Bang! Seeing that she could actually clash fists with Simon, Wolf certainly wouldn't miss this great opportunity, continuously swiping her claws. Of course, Simon wouldn't back down either. It's just hockey, a shallow form of it that posed no real threat to him. But since she had mastered hockey, he thought it might be time to teach her flowing cherry. With her talent, she would probably learn it quickly. Fighting with Wolf posed no real danger, and Simon couldn't help but start thinking about what would happen next. But just then, while they were exchanging punches, Wolf suddenly spat out a burst of flames. Boom! Caught off guard, Simon was hit directly and was slammed into the ground. No martial ethics. How could she sneak attack like this? Although he was knocked down, Simon wasn't hurt at all. His face just turned darker. After expelling the surrounding flames with hockey, he became serious. He didn't expect to be caught off guard while facing Wolf. The use of abilities is prohibited. The physical battle hasn't been tested yet. Fair, and just duel. I declare that in this duel, no fruit abilities can be used. That's right. A new use of the just fruit. Although Simon hasn't awakened the fruit's ability yet, he has already grasped some aspects of it. To this extent, it can be done. This time, instead of creating a field, Simon's ability turned into ripples, starting from his body and continuously rippling outward, reaching the edge of perception. Now, he could have a good encounter. Let's go. Feeling that he had perfectly controlled the situation, Simon made a big leap and charged at Wolf. Wanted to clash fists with her. But, Flame Jet. It seemed like Wolf wasn't affected by Simon's fruit ability at all, as she spat out a burst of flames. Hey damn. When it came to the same situation, Simon certainly wouldn't fall for it twice. Before the flames arrived, he delivered a punch that dispersed the fire. It didn't work? Why? Looking at Wolf in the distance, Simon was extremely puzzled. It wasn't like this during the experiment. Why doesn't it work now? Is it my issue? Or is it an awakening issue? Since the ability had no effect, Simon decided not to keep this buff active. Roar Simon was confused But Wolf was not. She didn't receive any command to stop, so she lunged forward. Crackle. Bayou bayou. The battle became much more flashy, with flames, shockwaves, and various other effects flying around. So troublesome. Is this the power after awakening the fruit? This wasn't the first time Simon had knocked Wolf down, but each time, it didn't take long for her to regain her energy. One could only say that the recovery power of Zoan-type devil fruits is truly strong. Stop. The test no longer needed to continue. Simon had already understood Wolf's true condition. After hearing Simon's command, Wolf, who was preparing to continue her close-range verbal assault, stepped back, pressing her body against Simon. Very good, Wolf. Your current strength should be enough to participate in the upcoming battle. Simon was very satisfied with Wolf's strength. While Wolf was praised, and she grinned widely, smiling happily. There was still plenty of time. Let's take a stroll around the village. We could talk about training after the World Conference. After this test, due to various unexpected circumstances, Simon now looked a bit disheveled. Taking advantage of the time left, it would be nice to buy some clothes in the village. The two strolled through the streets of Clive Village, watching the chatting villagers, a sense of comfort rippling in their hearts. It's so peaceful, this is how it should be. Although he couldn't quite articulate the feeling, Simon felt very good right now. I found it. It's a clothing store. After walking for a while, Simon finally saw a clothing store. Having not encountered one for so long, he almost thought there wasn't one in the village. Upon discovering the shop, Simon stopped basking in the surroundings. Wearing these ragged clothes made him uncomfortable. Is anyone here? Come out and serve customers. As soon as he entered, he shouted to announce his presence, avoiding the awkwardness of being unnoticed. Clang! After his shout, a sound of something heavy hitting the ground came from behind the counter, followed by a loud curse that echoed in the room. Who's there? Is it no decency? Why are you making such a loud noise? Don't you know that an old man, can't be startled? The voice was full of energy, but Simon felt like he had heard this tone somewhere before. Who is it? Who is it? No decency at all. It's you, kid? What are you doing following me? The shopkeeper, slowly walking out, turned out to be the old man who wanted to tell Simon a story on the road. What a coincidence. This is incredible. Buying clothes. Seeing that it was this old man, Simon felt a bit awkward, but it seemed this village only had this one clothing store. Buying clothes? How you, kid? Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. You must have come for that story. I've seen through you. However, for this, you actually managed to make yourself like this. It seems you really have some sincerity. The old man was like a chatterbox. Simon had only said a single sentence, and the old man had already gone through the entire plot. Simon was speechless, watching the old man ramble on. He couldn't say anything against it. Whatever he said was fine, so he might as well sit down, given how eager the old man was for that story. Even if you were a bounty hunter. I'll tell you. In the silence while Simon was pondering, the old man had already set up the table and chairs, holding tea and waiting for Simon. I just want to change my clothes. Since the old man had already said that, Simon couldn't directly refuse. After all, he was curious about what story the old man could tell. But before that, he had to change his clothes first, otherwise he felt a bit exposed. Young people are just full of nonsense. Go change. Just pick whatever you like. Don't waste my time and delay my storytelling. Seeing that Simon wasn't sitting down obediently to listen to the story, the old man was not very happy. Slowly savoring his tea and impatiently urging Simon to hurry up. What is up with this old man? He is acting like he is sick. I think he just really wants to tell a story. No matter how much Simon wanted to complain about the old man, he didn't slow down his search for clothes. He didn't need to make a fuss over such matters. Once he focused his attention on the clothes, he found that there were many stylish options available. How trendy. They even had a collaboration coat with a white bearded character for sale. This was quite a discovery. Simon realized that the clothing here was truly a treasure trove, with all sorts of rare and bizarre outfits, even more comprehensive than the large stores outside. Bye, I must take them all. With so many good things, how could he let them go? After picking out a more ordinary outfit to wear, Simon packed up everything else. Old man, these are the clothes I want. I wonder how much they cost with a bountiful harvest. Simon's tone had softened considerably. It had been a long time since he had spoken so politely. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. 1,000,000 berries. The old man glanced slightly, not looking further, and directly stated the price. What? 1 million berries. You must be joking. Is it really that much for just these clothes? The price stunned Simon. Although these clothes were rare, they weren't worth that much money. Most importantly, didn't he have that much money on him? Can you negotiate? I never said that was the final price. The old man had never seen someone as honest as Simon, who didn't haggle when buying things. Wasn't that just asking to be cheated? Then, how about 500,000 berries? This was Simon's first time doing this, and with no experience, he thought he only had this much money. So he shouted that number. Deal. Pay up. What Simon didn't expect was that the old man agreed without the slightest hesitation, and for a moment, he even doubted whether he had asked for too high a price. Pressing his lips together, Simon handed the berries to the old man. But his mood was clearly not as good as before. All right, the clothes have been changed, so let us start the story. The berries Simon placed on the table. The old man didn't even glance at. He was ready to start telling the story. Huh? Seeing the old man like this, Simon suddenly had another guess. Could it be that the old man is so eager to tell the story that he would do anything? Could it be that I could get a freebie if I didn't say anything about paying? The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had hit the nail on the head, and at this moment his mood improved. It seemed he hadn't asked for too low a price. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, there was an invincible war god. He was undefeated, and wherever he went, no one could break through his defenses. This person is. As soon as the old man started to tell the story, Simon completely guessed what it was. Wasn't this just the story of the war god of the Luojia kingdom he had read? But knowing it didn't mean he would interrupt the old man's enthusiasm. He wanted to see if the old man could tell something different. The result was disappointing. There wasn't much new content, mostly the same old bits and pieces, just like what he had read before. The war god said, one day in the future, a just warrior will usher in a new era. That era is called hunting. Didn't expect it. He really didn't expect that in the end. The old man would drop a bombshell. This prophecy was something Simon had never encountered before. A just warrior? Could it be referring to me? Am I going to create a new era? Although I did have that plan, but to be prophesied, is it real? How could it be that this prophecy seemed to be about him? Who else in this world could be more just than him? As he was the embodiment of the justice fruit? Young man, I see you have also trained in the Arhut golden body. You must be from the Luojia kingdom. The old man had finished the prelude to the story and was now entering the dialogue phase. Yes, that's right. What's wrong? Not understanding why the old man suddenly questioned him, Simon looked at him in confusion. Why did you become a bounty hunter? Isn't the Navy good? The old man changed the topic too quickly, and Simon almost couldn't keep up. Huh? What does that have to do with anything? His already puzzled expression became even more confused. By the way, old man, you seem to really dislike bounty hunters. Can I ask why? Suddenly, Simon remembered the old man's reaction when they met at the village entrance, and out of curiosity, he asked, why? Of course, it's because of that Baroque works. They actually kidnapped my only grandson. That kid was doing fine training in the path of the half-human, half-demon. Why did he go and become Mr. 3? Mentioning this made the old man furious. His grandson was just a new breed who liked the path of the half-human, half-demon. Now, he was looking for the Kamabaka kingdom. He was just running around with a bunch of mysterious groups across the seas. Mr. 3? The path of the half-human, half-demon? Could be Von Clay? The more Simon listened to the old man's description, the more familiar it sounded. This person sounded just like Von Clay, whom he had encountered on Ruda Island before. Your grandson wouldn't be Von Clay, would he? Thinking it necessary to ask properly, Simon inquired. Huh, you know my grandson? The old man's reaction said it all. The grandson he referred to was indeed Von Clay. I've met him once, just once. I'm not familiar with Simon, and he isn't familiar with me either, but he actually got tricked into the Baroque studio. That's just ridiculous. Aren't I the biggest bounty hunter gang in the South China Sea? Why didn't he join my guild? I really can't understand it. Truly can't. Have they met once? What did they meet? Could it be that you tricked him over there? The old man immediately became alert when he heard that Simon had met his grandson, suspicion flashing in his eyes. Huh? Simon looked shocked, feeling very confused about the situation. No, why am I the one who tricked him? We really just met once. We hardly even spoke. It's unfair. Simon actually wanted to trick Von Clay, but unfortunately, he didn't have the chance. Oh, where are you from, kid? Tell me about it. Although Simon explained, the old man clearly didn't believe him. The Justice Guild, the biggest bounty hunter organization in the South China Sea. Reflexively, Simon blurted it out as soon as the old man asked. Indeed, he'd been introduced to it quite a lot recently. Is it that inexperienced newbie who established it? It's the biggest. The old man was speechless. Was there really such an introduction? He had heard of the Justice Guild's great name before. How to say it? The old man was a bit surprised by Simon's evaluation, hesitated for a moment, and wanted to know the old man's opinion. That Malachi Simon, he's been quite active lately. But all of this is just a castle in the air. The era is that of pirates. Can he really keep suppressing the South China Sea? Heroes can suddenly appear. The longer one lives, the more one sees. The old man had already seen many who were previously unknown but became famous overnight. In his view, what Simon was doing now was just small-scale antics. Capturing a few small fries wouldn't change anything. With all the heroes rising, can he continue to be arrogant? And does the old man have a solution? Seeing that the old man had such deep insights, Simon immediately felt that this old man was definitely a master and wanted to seek advice. No, I'm just a clothes seller. What insight could I have? You must be out of your mind. Rolling his eyes, the old man continued to sip his tea. It was quite sudden. The old man had said so much and Simon thought he might have some good advice, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be someone who could only talk big. But what the old man said is also true. There are still too few experts in the guild. Even if I win the upcoming battles, what good will it do? It still won't change the world. After this reminder from the old man, Simon finally realized his weakness, but he had no way to solve it. After all, experts are not cabbages. The tide of the times. After chatting amicably with the old man for a while, Simon and the others left the shop. Wolf, what do you think if I forcibly change the direction of the times? At the moment Simon stepped out of the shop, he suddenly asked Wolf. Huh? But clearly, Wolf couldn't understand Simon's intention and just made a confused sound. Looking at Wolf's cute expression, Simon smiled, as if he already had an answer in his heart. Everything will come to an end. The world will definitely change. No need to be entangled. Just do it. As for the outcome, let the future judge. There were no activities afterward, just waiting on the ship for supplies to be replenished. Another day passed, and the replenished fleet continued to sail towards the final area. Simon, it seems there are pirates gathering in the waters ahead. Not long after sailing, little Luo reported the situation discovered by the hunters. Pirates gathering? Little Luo, when did you start caring about this kind of thing? So what if they gather? Are there still pirates who can resist us now? It was quite rare for little Luo to care about the situation of hunting pirates. But Simon didn't pay much attention. It's different, Simon. The hunters said they saw Kaido's flag there. Even the gathered pirate captains have bounties exceeding 10 million. The event involves the 4 emperors, so little Luo couldn't help but feel nervous. Kaido, upon hearing that this character was involved among the pirates ahead, Simon slightly straightened his body, his eyes flashing with thought. Kaido's forces are in Wano. There's no need for him to develop in the South China Seas at Fake. Or has someone really joined the Beast Pirates? Simon wasn't afraid. He was just contemplating whether having some conflict with Kaido now would have any significant impact. Kaido couldn't possibly come to the South China Sea, and he hadn't heard any news of the 3 disasters leaving the New World recently. So the threat isn't great. However, if he makes a move, it would definitely reach Kaido's ears. If he personally intervenes, the guild might not be able to hold up, but it's already the end. Simon was still tangled up, wondering if facing a 4 emperor now was a good thing. Fight. We must fight. Little Luo instructed the hunters to get ready. The hunt was about to begin. The more he thought, the more concerns he had, and the more he thought, the more annoyed he became. Simon decided to stop thinking. Since they would meet sooner or later, it would be better to take this opportunity to test his strength level. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. After all, the battle ahead would definitely encounter Imperial-level opponents. Really, Simon, why don't we retreat a bit? The fame we have now is already enough. Little Luo didn't notify the hunters. She could see Simon's entanglement. No way, little Luo. Once you take a step back, there will be countless more. Besides, it's just a 4 emperor. There's no way he can make me retreat. Having made up his mind, Simon wouldn't change again. No matter how difficult it was, he had to face it, right? Little Luo stared blankly at Simon for a while, softly agreed, and then went to notify the hunters. Meanwhile, Simon found Wolf. Wolf, this time you'll take action. With your mythical zone ability, you can definitely attract Kaido. I must know how far I am from that level. Since he had already decided to go all out, he couldn't be timid. Wolf put down the piece of meat in his hand, indicating he understood. After making these preparations, Simon stood at the bow of the ship, looking into the distance, eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. Pirate Alliance, little ones, we have already discovered that guild's fleet. The battle is about to begin. The arrogant hunters must pay the price. The one speaking is Shiluo, who has just returned from a new world and is a newcomer to the Beast Pirates. Captain Shiluo, with you here, those hunters probably won't even dare to fight, right? Ha ha. The gathered captains have been terrified by Simon and his crew these days, fearing that hunters would come to take their heads every day. But now they don't have to be afraid, because they have members of the Beast Pirates here. I reckon no matter how bold those hunters are, they won't dare to act against us. Ha ha. Do they care if we are involved? Even if they beg for mercy, I believe you won't stop, right? Shiluo, still a young pirate, was filled with confidence after such flattery. That's right. We've been hiding for so long. How could we not have a bit of anger? I want Simon to watch me toy with his subordinates. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke such terrifying words, and for a moment, the scene fell into a brief silence. I bet that Simon will be speechless when he hears Captain Shiluo's name. But that person who lacked insight continued to flatter him, and those nearby quietly distanced themselves from him. It's you. Yes, it's you. Shiluo had been listening for so long, so he certainly wouldn't pretend he hadn't heard. He pointed at the person who just spoke. Me? This person incredulously pointed at himself, and upon realizing Shiluo was indeed calling him, he hurriedly ran over. Captain Shiluo, excitedly standing in front of a group of captains, he was quite thrilled. Such a glorious opportunity made him feel euphoric. What you just said was great. Very aware. Would you like to come aboard my ship? The elated Shiluo didn't think there was anything wrong with what the newcomer had said. Instead, he felt it was quite good. Really? Can I really join your pirate crew? Happiness descended upon me. This pirate didn't expect that just by shouting some slogans, he would receive such a huge opportunity. After all, Shiluo had already joined the Beast Pirates. Joining this pirate crew is essentially like joining the Beast Pirates, right? Of course. I appreciate someone like you. So, how about it? Shiluo showed great interest in this pirate and patiently answered his questions. Willing, I am willing. He was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. What was there to refuse? Such a big opportunity would never come again. Great, you can come to my ship later. I'm sure your original captain, 1T, disagree. Having already soared to the skies, the recent flattery from these pirate captains made Shiluo lose track of himself. He could even disregard others' opinions in such a wall-pulling act. Seeing Shiluo behave this way, the captains present turned green with envy, but they couldn't say anything. After all, they still needed to borrow Shiluo's identity next. After the interlude, the Pirate Alliance had essentially become a mere formality. Everyone was no longer as united as they had just gathered. An hour passed, and the prepared hunters encountered the already ready pirates on the sea. The hunters in front listened. If they put down their weapons, they might not die so tragically. Otherwise, our slaughtering knives won't stop. Arrogant. Just one word, arrogant. This newcomer who just joined Shiluo's ship displayed the behavior of being a bully behind the strong to the fullest. Simon, that pirate is so arrogant. He doesn't take you seriously at all. It has been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant pirate. Even Xiao Luo's stomach hurt from laughing. Wolf. Without looking at Xiao Luo, Simon directly instructed Wolf to take action. After receiving the order, Wolf transformed and charged forward. What bounty hunters, you should smell my butt. To leave a deep impression on Shiluo, this pirate boldly taunted while turning his back to Simon's fleet. What else with that expression? A bunch of cowards. Seeing the fear on the faces of the pirates in front of him, he felt utterly disdainful, thinking how fortunate he was to have transferred to Shiluo's ship. Otherwise, being with these idiots would surely drive him mad. Whoosh! Wolf charged over peacefully, regardless of whether you still had words left to say. Her eyes were filled only with slaughter. Puffed. In her beast form, Wolf's claws were incredibly sharp, and with a sweep, she split that person in half, blood spraying out and staining the entire mast. Don't be afraid. She is alone. We won't lose. Such a thrilling scene left the pirates unable to remain calm, but they had no choice but to force themselves to take a breath and prepare. On the other hand, Wolf was different. After smelling the scent of blood, her instincts seemed to awaken, her eyes gleaming with ferocity, drool gradually dripping from her mouth. Awu with a loud roar. Flames burst forth around her body, and Wolf appeared as if a demon had come from hell. Oh no, how could we possibly win against such a monster? I want to go home. The overwhelming power of nature made these pirates, who weren't seasoned veterans, feel fear, leaving them unable to muster the strength to resist. Creating the battlefield, Wolf continued her playful rampage. So fierce. Who is she? How have I never heard of her? The pirate captains gathered on the flagship. Watching Wolf flaunting her power on the burning ship felt a chill in their hearts. Should such combat power really exist in the South Sea? What should we do? It seems that things have exceeded our expectations. That newcomer showed no fear of the Four Emperors' name. Among the captains, there were smart ones. Seeing the current situation, they realized their plan should have failed. Should we surrender? Being sent to prison can still keep us alive. If that one takes action, we don't know if we can survive. After that captain's reminder, there was a moment of silence, and after a long while, one captain finally spoke of surrender. Impossible. We haven't even fought, and you're talking about surrendering. How will others see us then? We won't even be pirates anymore. As soon as that captain spoke, all the captains rejected him. What kind of joke is that? How could we possibly submit to that person's reputation without a fight? Then what do you suggest we do? If we really have to fight, do you dare to take action? The proposal was rejected, and the captain began to give up. He thought surrender was the best option. If the enemy really charged over, he would be the first to surrender. He didn't want to die. As soon as he spoke, all the captains fell silent. If they dared to take action, they wouldn't have been hiding for so long. While the captain hesitated, Shi Luo was fearless. With a few jumps, he landed on Wolf's ship. You must be a mythical Zoan type, right? How about joining the Beast Pirates? With your strength, you will surely replace one of the big names. After arriving, Shi Luo didn't attack Wolf. He just watched quietly. Soon, he discovered that Wolf was actually a user of the mythical Zoan Devil Fruit. He was excited. If he could recommend her to Kaido, he would definitely receive a huge reward. Wolf didn't hear what Shi Luo was saying, and even if she had, she wouldn't have thought much of it. In her world, she didn't know what the Four Emperors were. After a loud roar, Wolf charged at Shi Luo. TSK, has she gone mad? She doesn't seem to be an expert. She can't even control her devil fruit powers. Seeing Wolf's wild demeanor, Shi Luo felt disdain. A user of such low caliber could be dealt with using one hand. However, it wasn't good to let her rampage like this. Calm down and be obedient for a bit. I'll persuade you after the battle. Shi Luo hadn't forgotten his purpose for being here, to defeat the bounty fleet. This tempting treasure would have to be silenced for the time being. Armament, Great Serpent. As someone who returned from the New World, Shi Luo naturally used armament hockey. He swung his arms in the air, forming a snake made of hockey. Once the snake was formed, it swiftly lunged at Wolf. Fireball. Facing the approaching black serpent, Wolf shot a fireball that dispersed the snake. What? How is that possible? That's hockey. How could it be shattered by devil fruit power? Shi Luo didn't expect this situation. He thought his hockey should be invincible in the South Blue. Hesitation leads to defeat, and immersed in the fading hockey, he couldn't organize a new defense. Wolf seized the opportunity and burned Shi Luo completely, as easily as burning an ant. After finishing the battle with Shi Luo, Wolf didn't stop and continued to move between the pirate ships. Oh my, is Wolf really that strong? Simon, little Luo, upon accidentally witnessing Wolf's power, was left speechless, staring blankly at Wolf amidst the flames, thinking the enemy wasn't strong. This level is just above average. It's not a problem to say that. At high-tier combat, this level indeed doesn't hold up as strong. Huh? Little Luo's small eyes were filled with confusion. Isn't this strong? Little Luo, it's time to let the hunters take action. The pirates have suddenly gone quiet. There might be new moves, and I need to keep a close watch. Simon was very puzzled. Wolf had been wreaking havoc for so long, yet no one had gone to stop her. This was very unusual. Believing the pirates were definitely prepared, Simon thought it was better to be cautious, as there are always unreasonable things in the world. Can we take action? Can I join in? I want to test my limits. Little Luo wanted to fight too. He couldn't just watch Wolf show off. Okay, but you can't take off your armor. You must stay in it. There's nothing wrong with letting little Luo fight. That armor is much safer than being unprotected. Yay, don't worry. I won't leave my armor. That's my weapon. After getting Simon's approval, little Luo happily went to inform the hunters, while Simon continued to observe the changes in the pirate camp. The formation was in disarray. What were they doing? Why wasn't a captain stepping up to lead? If there were no further actions, Wolf would clear the stage. Simon had never seen such a situation before, feeling a sense that the enemy was waiting for something big. I say we just surrender. Look, the current situation is a total mess. That Shi Luo isn't impressive at all. Now, we can't even see anyone. The long wait made the captain who wanted to surrender even more determined. He saw that the other captains remained silent out of concern for their faces. To alleviate the awkwardness, he began to share his thoughts. Yeah, that makes sense. It's been so long. There can't be no signal to attack. Could it be that Shi Luo really ran away? Things often can't withstand scrutiny. After this captain spoke, those who were already scared began to believe him. By the way, does anyone have a way to contact Shi Luo? He wouldn't have left us without a way to reach him, right? The number of people speaking up increased, and doubts grew. They were genuinely panicking. I don't have it. I don't either. No way. As they discussed, they suddenly realized a new problem. Since no one had Shi Luo's contact information, who had contacted him? Brothers, how were you all summoned? Could it be that we were tricked? Someone with a bright mind had thought of a terrifying possibility and started confirming the situation. Shi Luo personally told me. Me too. I also. After another round of silence, everyone fell quiet again. It turned out that all the captains had been gathered by Shi Luo alone. Everyone, it's clear that we were deceived by Shi Luo. He is definitely not part of the Beast Pirates. He's just a big liar. People are always willing to believe what they want to believe. Now all the captains understood it was time to make a decision. Everyone, let us surrender. We stand no chance on our own. Before they attack us, let us find that Simon. With their fighting spirit completely extinguished, the captains only wanted to survive. They didn't want to participate in this battle they were sure to lose. Simon said, "We can attack now, you all arrange it, I'm going to fight." After Xiao Luo found the blue-robed individuals and informed them of the news, he transformed into an armored warrior and went off to fight. Disperse. Go prepare separately. I said Chairman Simon wouldn't be cowardly. Having evolved into a die-hard fan of Simon, Fei Tian felt that coming here was a waste of time. These people actually didn't believe in Simon. Looking at Fei Tian's departing figure, several blue-robed members exchanged glances. Hey, did I hit a sore spot? Why is everyone suddenly silent? TSK, TSK, TSK. After saying this, Chi also turned to leave. You know I'm not like this, right? Seriously, the colonel was very speechless at this moment. Just gathering together to wait for news. Was it really that serious? Why think so much? As long as we can make money, that's good enough. You didn't have so many emotions. He was just happy to be able to get the bounty. The Ho, you gathered us here, right? What do you mean? Unlike the other Blue Robe members, the Qian knew that the Ho had a mysterious background. It's none of your business. After giving the Qian a casual glance, the Ho left. I just want to test your purity after all. The war is coming soon. As the Ho left, it seemed like a phrase was left hanging in the air. Not long after, the hunters launched a full-scale assault, easily defeating the pirates. At this moment, Xiao Luo, wearing armor, had infiltrated deep into the enemy's rear. Wolf is making such a mess in front. There's no place for me to showcase myself. But thankfully, I'm clever. Such a big rear must be hiding their big shots. As long as we catch them. Hey. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Xiao Luo's steps became unsteady. Ships passed by one after another, but Xiao Luo didn't discover any presence resembling a big shot. Why are they all small fries? Where are those pirate captains? The war has started. Shouldn't they be commanding their subordinates from their ships? In this kind of situation, Xiao Luo had never seen a pirate encounter like this. It simply didn't make sense. Normally, a pirate captain wouldn't leave their ship. Why is that ship without a flag? Could it be a plundered merchant ship? In a bad mood, Xiao Luo was about to randomly board a ship to start fighting when she suddenly saw a large ship without any flag, piquing her curiosity. Adjusting her flight path, She quickly approached the ship. Bounty, bounty, still bounty. Are they all wanted pirate captains? What were they doing? As she got closer, Xiao Luo could clearly see who was on the ship. Without a doubt, these were the people from the wanted poster she had just seen. Whatever. They are all enemies. It's fine to fight them. After thinking for less than a second, Xiao Luo stopped contemplating. Thinking too much was useless. Anyway, they were all targets to be taken down. Rocket cannon. Boom. Eager to show off, Xiao Luo directly pulled out her most lethal weapon, the high-explosive rocket cannon. Who fired the cannon? Caught off guard, the captain staggered out of the smoke, looking around with dark expressions. Whoosh! At that moment, Xiao Luo fired another rocket. And after that, feeling unsatisfied, she pulled out even more rapid-fire launchers. The poor captains hadn't even seen anything before being showered in cannon fire again. For nearly 5 minutes, the cannon fire rained down on the ship until Xiao Luo could no longer shoot any more projectiles. Click, click, yeah? No more. That was quick. Looks like my firepower reserves are still not enough. Disappointed, she put away the launcher, wondering if she should max out her firepower later. Besides frustrating, I can't even establish fire suppression. How can I join Simon's battle later? Although the armor was indeed strong, her domineering aura would eventually run out, right? Go Dao's teachings had deeply ingrained in Xiao Luo that her domineering aura was practically inexhaustible. No one was as heavy as this. All right, let me see if these pirate captains have lost their ability to resist. After a while, the smoke from the exploded ammunition gradually dispersed, and Xiao Luo curiously looked at the situation on the ship. She knew that for pirates of this level, the power of gunpowder wasn't as great as it seemed, and the reality was similar to what Xiao Luo thought. Although the captains were lying on the ground, they were still breathing and could move their fingers. You must be the Pirate Alliance gathered this time, right? What's the matter? Do you still want to fight? Next, I'm going to get serious. Standing on a relatively intact plank, Xiao Luo activated her domineering energy, awakening the combat enhancement of her armor. Surrender, surrender. We surrender. Using their last bit of strength, the captains finally uttered the words of surrender. Who could understand the pain of these captains? They had originally agreed to surrender together, but who knew someone would go against the rules and start with rockets? Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Unable to resist, truly unable to resist, they had no strength left at all. Surrender? Why? I'm very weak. Are you really not going to give it another try? Xiao Luo, eager to show her skills, was stunned. The captain's surrender was something she had never considered, but in order to showcase herself, she kept trying to persuade these captains. The scene fell silent. The people who had lost all their strength couldn't even respond anymore. They must be trying to trick me. I want to be fooled. The pirate captains now had only one thought. The armored figure in front of them was too brutal, actually using these words to mock them. Why aren't you speaking? Move a bit, will you? Is this all a pirate with a bounty of 10 million? Are you really great pirates? The pirate captains remained motionless, and Xiao Luo didn't dare to approach easily. The situation became a standoff. Unlike Xiao Luo's situation, the hunters elsewhere were having great success, pushing through effortlessly. Xiao Luo, what is going on over here? Did you defeat all these? After the battle ended, the blue-robed members arrived at the ship where Xiao Luo was, looking at the multitude of pirates lying down, each revealing an incredulous expression. Be careful. They are pretending to be weak. Getting close will lead to an attack. Seeing that Big Oil was actually going to check on the captains, Little Luo hurriedly stopped him. As soon as Little Luo said this, many question marks appeared above the heads of the blue-robed people. They looked at the captains on the ground who couldn't move, and then at the vigilant Little Luo, momentarily at a loss for words. The captains on the ground were clearly in a state of immobility. But no matter how the blue-robed people argued, Little Luo refused to believe it. She was convinced that the captains were just pretending. Unable to do anything else, the blue-robed people had no choice but to inform Simon. When Simon received the news of their victory, he was also super shocked, staring at the sea of flames over here, feeling utterly speechless. What am I even being cautious about? Are these guys really here to besiege me? The battle was already over, so Simon didn't continue to observe. He quickly came to Little Luo. Simon, These pirate captains must be planning to ambush you. Act quickly and defeat them. Little Luo believed in Simon's strength, and after giving a reminder, she waited for Simon to take action. Just like the blue-robed people, Simon was also bewildered by little Luo. In his observation hockey, the auras of the people on the ground were nearly gone. How could they ambush him? However, seeing little Luo's serious demeanor, he thought for a moment and unleashed his conqueror's hockey, but without controlling the range, he released it freely. In that instant, everyone present felt difficulty in breathing and their legs went weak. How powerful! Those who had only a rough understanding of the power of Conqueror's hockey were shocked by Simon's strength. As Simon's hockey swept across, the already weak captains on the ground fainted directly. The imprisonment is up to you. Leaving behind this sentence, Simon took little Luo and left. He just wanted to find a pirate quickly to understand the current situation. Did you feel that? That Conqueror's hockey just now. Faitian gazed at Simon's back, feeling super shocked by the hockey he had just experienced, unable to say a word. Strong, invincible. He would definitely become the strongest person in the world. In the face of Simon's hockey, even Dehu couldn't maintain his composure. This level was beyond his imagination. Is it even necessary to mention it? This is a fact everyone knows, okay? Little Chi quietly squeezed her legs together, hiding the not-so-obvious flush on her face. Hey, you guys help out. What are you all doing over there? Big Oil, whose eyes were only on money, clearly had no comments on Simon's hockey. What was there to think about? As long as there was money. The few people who were discussing silently watched the busy Big Oil. In such an atmosphere, he was still thinking about this. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up, and with the actions of many hunters, the cleanup was completed in no time, continuing to move forward. What? The truth of the matter is like this. Constantly piecing things together, Simon gradually understood everything. It turned out this was all a plot by Shi Luo. He had deceived the pirates of the South Sea to advance further. Can such a fool really join the Beast Pirates? Is this really okay? So I worried for so long, and the result is just this? Can this small fry really reach Kaido's ears? At this moment, Simon finally realized that not everything was like in the anime, where bullying an outer member would reach the highest boss. Moreover, he was too arrogant. Such a big battle, and he didn't even show his face? This was also the most disgusting part for Simon, and there was still someone in the dark keeping an eye on him. However, what he didn't know was that this Shi Luo had already been burned by Wolf and turned to ash. Little Luo, have you seen this Shi Luo? With so many captains on that ship, he should be there, right? Not finding this Shi Luo made Simon feel a bit uncomfortable, so he asked little Luo, "Huh, I didn't notice that. When they fell, they all looked the same. How could I distinguish them?" Simon thought for a moment. When he saw those captains, it was indeed as little Luo said, every one of them was pitch black. Is that so? I wonder if others have seen him. It seemed necessary to hold a conference to discuss this. Shi Luo was already a pirate with considerable influence, and Simon certainly couldn't let him roam in the South Sea, especially since he would soon attend the World Conference, and there weren't many experts in the guild during this time. A conference? On the sea? Little Luo perked up at the mention. She had seen many conferences, but had never experienced one held at sea, curious about what would be different. On the deck of the hanging ship, it must be the kind where all the hunters can participate. Since it was an investigation, it had to be done in one go. If all the hunters knew who they were looking for, they might find him in an instant. A conference for 10,000 people? The conference model Simon mentioned felt familiar to little Luo. Upon careful thought, wasn't this exactly the conference for 10,000 people? Yes, that's right. It's the conference for 10,000 people. The name was nice and used well. After all, Simon hadn't seen many meetings. Of course, the conference couldn't be held immediately, as the hunters were still cleaning up the battlefield. The time was set for after dinner. Oh, Simon. During dinner, when the hunters learned that Simon was going to hold a conference, everyone was extremely excited and gradually started shouting Simon's name. Simon, everyone is so excited. Should I respond to them? The voices of the hunters echoed across the sea. Little Luo couldn't sit still. It was too hype, of course. These were all my brothers. Everyone was in high spirits, and Simon certainly couldn't be the one to dampen the mood. He stood up and took out a loudspeaker bug. Mina, did everyone enjoy today's battle? The opening routine was basically this phrase, and Simon directly used it. Oh, as soon as the words fell, the scene erupted again. Each hunter raising their cups or skewers high. Tonight, I have something to ask everyone, have you seen Shiluo? Simon's high and low question left the hunters bewildered. They didn't expect that after such a long build-up, this was what Simon was going to say. Huh? In the confusion, the sea fell silent, and everyone spoke their favorite lines. Have you seen him? I haven't seen him. I haven't either. I haven't seen him. I didn't see it, I don't know. But after some confusion, the hunters had a heated discussion, and after a while, everyone was surprised to find that no one had seen this person. President, who is Shiluo? Is he in this alliance too? A hunter who was closer to the hanging boat asked this question. He genuinely didn't understand why Simon would ask about such an irrelevant person. Don't you all know? Upon hearing this hunter's question, Simon vaguely realized something. I don't know what's wrong with this person. Everyone's answer was the same, aside from the hunters who reported the information. No one had heard of someone named Shiluo on the other side. At this point, the discussion couldn't continue, and Simon didn't ask further. The grand gathering of thousands came to an end just like that. That night, on the deck of the hanging boat, Simon was enjoying the evening breeze. Where could he be? The war organized by himself must be happening somewhere, right? He couldn't have just fooled everyone and run off to the new world, could he? This was the mood Simon was in. He couldn't understand how an ambitious person could act this way. Feeling Simon's disappointment, Wolf quietly rested his head on Simon's shoulder. Wolf, do you know? It's this person. Feeling the wolf's head on his shoulder, Simon lifted the bounty notice for Shiluo that he had been looking at for a long time. Ugh. Wolf looked at the bounty notice and, after thinking for a while, nodded lightly. The unexpected came so quickly. Heaven knows Simon was just venting. Sensing Wolf's head movement, his eyes blinked in confusion many times. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Do you know him? Have you seen him? A bit excited, Simon couldn't wait to ask if they had really found Shiluo. Ugh. Nodding again, Wolf seemed to have some impression. This person was quite strong and had given him some trouble. So where did he go? Did he escape? Wolf didn't think of the possibility that he had crushed this person. Simon just assumed Shiluo ran away when things looked bad. Long wails and shaking his head. Wolf did not agree with Simon's statement. He didn't escape? After a bit of thought, Simon changed direction and continued to ask. Wolf nodded. His eyes seemed to hold some expectation. I met him, but he hasn't run away. Then it must have been a fight. Wolf, did you fight him? Wolf kept nodding. Simon understood that it really was a confrontation with Wolf. But if that's the case, it still didn't make sense. What was the outcome? Did you win? Talking to Wolf felt like playing a puzzle game, a bit addictive. Simon didn't want to rush to solve it now. No surprise, Simon guessed right again. They were just a little bit away from the truth of the matter. If Wolf won, he definitely wouldn't hold back, so that means Wolf, Shiluo, is dead. Simon was very confident in this judgment. There was no other outcome. At this point, Wolf also suddenly nodded vigorously, looking like a happy little dog. What about his body? Do you know where it is? Even though he knew Shiluo was dead, Simon still wanted to confirm it again, since all the hunters said they hadn't seen Shiluo. How this time, Wolf hesitated for a long time. And in the end, it seemed like he figured something out, raising one hand and blowing a breath. What does that mean? Looking at Wolf's abstract performance, Simon's CPU burned out again, and for a moment he couldn't understand. Blow. What does it mean? Watching Wolf, Simon began to recall when he had made this action. Dandelion? Soil? Dust? Dust. It couldn't be that it was burned away. Suddenly realizing, Simon seemed to understand why everyone hadn't seen Shiluo. It turned out that during the battle with Wolf, Shiluo was blown away. TSK. What a cat biscuit. What kind of phoenix chick is Shiluo? Not only was the person looking for him crazy, but he was also quite mad himself. He really wanted to blow Shiluo's ashes again. Simon had never been so speechless. What kind of genius is this? With a knot in his heart resolved, Simon felt good. Even the sea breeze blowing over had a fragrant aroma. President, can you guide me in my training? I feel like my strength has declined. Recently, it's not an illusion. There really is a fragrance. Chi-Chi actually came to Simon's boat in the middle of the night. Chi-Chi, can't you come during the day? How long have you been here? Chi-Chi approached Simon without him noticing. which made him realize how much he had wanted to know about Shi Luo's situation. Not long, just arrived. As for the question and answer, I absolutely did not see anything. Chi was a smart person. Even if she had seen it, she wouldn't admit it at this time. Simon fell silent. Chi's answer could only mean one thing to anyone who heard it. I saw everything. Chi, you're here to seek advice, right? Just in time. I have time. Come to the devil's training. Thinking that the last training session had made Chi retreat, Simon was surprised that she actually came back. He felt that this time he should increase the intensity a bit to let her know that his training wasn't that simple. Swallow listening to Simon's authoritative words. Chi licked her red lips and swallowed a large gulp. Lord Simon, take it easy. I haven't stretched today. Of course, she wouldn't be scared. Chi came for this. The two didn't waste any more words and entered the training room one after the other. Ugh, on the deck above, Wolf watched the two leave, feeling a wave of desolation wash over him, a sense of melancholy. The next morning, Chi crawled out just like last time. Damn it, why is it still so powerful? Didn't I say I hadn't stretched? Although she cursed Simon, Chi didn't have much negative emotion. Her strength had improved a lot this time. And most importantly, she had mastered the skill of hockey wrapping. In the training room, Simon was staring blankly at the ceiling. Why? Why could she be so stubborn? Can this training really improve strength so much? After thinking for a long time and not being able to figure out why, Simon quickly stopped thinking about it. The kingdom of Bash was here. Was it about to end? He never expected that they really completed the mission of sweeping the South China Sea. While waiting for the ship to dock, Simon sighed. Isn't this a matter of course? What Simon was going to do would definitely not go wrong. Standing beside Simon, Xiao Luo was already impatient. Simon had promised to bring her along to the kingdom of Bash. After all, I am the protagonist, with a twinkle in his eyes. Simon recalled what he learned from his ancestors. The ship docked quickly, as expected of a kingdom close to the Red Earth continent. After the ship was docked, Simon took Xiao Luo and Wolf off the ship. Hey Simon, why aren't we the only two? Why is Wolf coming along too? On Simon's left, Xiao Luo pouted, feeling a bit disappointed. She thought this would be a two-person world with Simon. This time, they were going to meet the king of Bash, and necessary force was required. At the World Conference, they might need the king's help. They were about to head to Near-DeathExecution for the World Conference, and Simon certainly couldn't be unprepared. He was going to propose a big plan. We need this king's help. He can't even protect his own children. What use is he? It wasn't that Xiao Luo looked down on this king, but thinking of Coca-Cola as outrageous achievements, she felt that this king of Bash was a bit too hollow. Things aren't viewed that way. Xiao Luo, the World Conference is a king's game. Strength isn't the most important thing there. It's about national strength and influence. If I, as a newcomer, go up there, those kings want to give me face. Simon was very clear about what kind of kings those were. If he directly proposed, they would definitely not agree. But they would give the king of Bash face? His face isn't that big, right? Xiao Luo understood a bit, but not much. Anyway, she couldn't see what use this king of Bash really had. Although it's not much, it's useful. The connections of the kingdom of Bash are of great significance for this conference. After explaining too much, Simon shifted the topic. As this wasn't an interesting topic after all. After a while, the three of them arrived at the gate of the Bash Palace. After some negotiations, the soldiers, having learned Simon's identity, entered the palace to notify the king. Wow, the standard of this palace is so high compared to the kingdom of Laonia. This looks like a country bumpkin's mud house. The opulence of the Bash Palace shocked Xiao Luo. It was too rich. The jewel-encrusted pillars at the entrance were something Xiao Luo had only seen in the king of Laonia's study, and the quality was much better than what she had seen before. Is it necessary to be this surprised? It's just some decorations. Xiao Luo's rustic behavior made Simon a bit helpless. There were soldiers watching, after all. Hey, Simon, why are you so calm? Isn't this place extravagant? Xiao Luo's question was really good. It smoothly gave Simon an opportunity to show off. Simon seized this opportunity and placed one hand on his forehead, lowered his head, and revealed a mysterious smile. Then, hey, ha. This level is just so at. Anyway, what Simon said was really impressive. something others couldn't even paraphrase. Wow, that's so cool. Is there really such a place? Xiao Luo's limited experience made it hard for her to imagine how amazing the situation Simon described was. Of course, I've been to that place before. I even enjoyed it for a long time. In front of the soldiers, she couldn't show any weakness. After all, she had to impress the king of Bash. If any bad rumors spread, it might affect the cooperation between both sides. Wow, 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 Xiao Luo had nothing to say except to exclaim. As for Wolf, she was very quiet, enjoying the peacefulness, not understanding what was so good about these useless stones. Soon, the soldier who went to report returned. The king is waiting for you in the study. Please follow me. At this moment, Simon and Xiao Luo also stopped their discussions about the mysterious kingdom, politely nodded, and followed him. Passing through the not-so-complicated royal court, Simon and the others arrived at a study with only a few books. Here, he also saw the king of Bash, Malachi Simon, the king of the Yuan Su kingdom, the president of the Fairness Guild, the most dazzling bounty hunter. Why are you here at this time? Without waiting for Simon to speak, the elderly king waved his hand to dismiss the soldiers. Does the old man know my identity? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Well, this makes things easier to discuss. A smile quickly appeared at the corner of Simon's mouth. It was quite surprising that this old man knew him, which made things less complicated. Not long from now, at the World Conference, I want to propose something. I hope you can help me here. He sat down very rudely, so arrogant. Simon understood that this old king, who knew his identity, certainly wouldn't do anything thoughtless. Are you threatening me? The old king was also a king. Simon's demeanor made his brows furrow, constantly speculating about Simon's intentions. No, just friendly negotiation. We are all member states of the world government. There's no need for me to start a war. Simon waved his hand, indicating he didn't mean that, but his various actions seemed to express that intention. Speak about your proposal. The king of Bash was already very old. He didn't want to continue being troubled. Now he just wanted to live his later years peacefully. The proposal is very simple. I just want all member states to popularize my hunter system domestically and then establish bounty guilds. There's nothing that can't be said about this proposal. It's just a very simple matter. Your ambition is not small. However, this proposal is impossible to achieve. Those people are much greedier than you imagine. Getting them to spend money is simply impossible. The old king is a wise man. After listening to Simon's proposal, he thought about the distant future. Oh, can you elaborate? The old king's words piqued Simon's curiosity. His plan had just popped into his mind, and he hadn't really thought about the details. Do you know why the 7 warlords of the sea agreed? The old king didn't directly point out the problem, but mentioned something that seemed unrelated. Why? Simon really didn't know. He had never heard anyone discuss this. The 7 warlords of the sea are pirates with legal plunder. Their targets have never been the nobility, and when their interests aren't affected, everyone is easy to compromise. Although a large part of the idea came from the king himself, Simon felt this might be the truth. Would the bounty guild touch the interests of the nobility? Probably not. Simon didn't understand how the old king connected the bounty guild to the interests of the nobility. He couldn't see it. Yes, those fools can't see that far. Bounty hunters have always been an uncertain factor, just like pirates. Do you think they would put such a dangerous thing right under their noses? The old king was very patient with Simon, as if teaching a younger generation. How should we resolve this? Since you say so, there must be a way to solve it, right? This proposal can be considered important or unimportant, but if it succeeds, Simon might have a much easier future. Not really. The old king shook his head. He only saw the result and had no solution. Simon fell silent. At that moment, his mind was spinning wildly as he contemplated. Bash King, I must bring up this proposal. You just need to agree, and I will handle those fools. Until the end, there will always be a way to solve it. Simon didn't want to give up. He felt there was still a way to maneuver. I can agree, but I need you to promise me one condition. The old king would certainly not help Simon without a reason, even if Simon was strong. A condition? Let's hear it. This old king was very kind. Simon thought as long as the condition wasn't excessive, agreeing wouldn't be a problem. I want you to be the king of this country. The old king's gaze was serious. He really seemed to want Simon to do this. Why? Simon didn't agree, but frowned at the elderly king, unsure of what he was trying to do. I am old. My son and daughter have been turned to stone by that person. This country has no future. If it were you." The old king's expression was somewhat desolate. He had thought long and hard about this decision. "If that's the case, there's no need to worry. Your son's condition can be lifted. The kingdom doesn't need to be handed over to someone like me." The throne of the kingdom was tempting, but Simon didn't want it. His goal was to be a free bounty hunter. One kingdom was enough. He didn't want to be confined to a palace. What do you mean?" The old king seemed a bit confused by Simon's words. "What does no need to worry mean? What does someone like you mean?" "Malachi Simon, your son was turned into a statue by her, right? On an island at sea. I encountered a similar situation. After some maneuvering, I managed to revert those who had been turned to stone." Knowing the old king's inner conflict, Simon could easily sway him back. Inheriting this kingdom? Impossible, absolutely impossible. "You mean it can be reversed without finding the ability user? Have you really encountered such a situation?" The Bash King was very skeptical of Simon's words. He had searched many texts and found no solution. "Of course, this situation is quite simple. Her ability shouldn't have reached an outrageous level. It can be resolved through a weakness. The awakening of this level is hard to say, as not everyone knows about it. If that's possible, I would be very grateful. But are you really not considering becoming the king of this country? His son must be saved." But the old king still hadn't given up on wanting Simon to be king. "That son aside, no. I'm not suited to be a king. Such matters are too troublesome." A strong refusal. How could he hand over his own kingdom to his subordinates and then take on another? That's really too bad. The old king looked very disappointed, but his eyes didn't seem to show much disappointment. "Don't be regretful. Where is your son? Bring him here, and I will help him recover." The atmosphere was becoming increasingly unsuitable for Simon, and it felt very uncomfortable. "He is in the tomb. Let's go together." Seeing Simon so eager, the old king respected his thoughts and stood up, leading Simon toward the direction of the tomb. The tomb? This old man is quite impressive. His son is still alive. It's hard to say. Simon really couldn't comment. This kind of kindness was something he had never seen before. "Old king, after saving your son, you will help me with my proposal, right?" After walking for a while, Simon suddenly felt he should bring this matter up. Of course, just helping a bit in the meeting would be fine. The old king's demeanor was quite normal. Simon couldn't discern anything. His composure was too good. Hearing that the old king had agreed, Simon stopped pursuing further questions. In the face of one's abilities, no one can violate a contract. Having abilities gives one confidence and allows for less contemplation. "We're here. This is the Bash King's tomb." The Bash King brought Simon and the others to this place full of stone tablets and stopped. He didn't seem to like it very much. "Where's he? Why can't I see him?" Standing next to the Bash King, Simon looked around. Apart from the stone tablets, he couldn't find any human-like statues. Down below, the tone was neither excited nor plain. It was hard to say. "Huh? Below? You buried him?" At first, Simon was taken aback and didn't react. But after thinking it over, he understood the old king's meaning. It was just to keep it safe. It would be exposed to the sun and rain up there. If it weren't for the old king's bland tone, Simon might have really thought he cared about his son, despite not understanding the king's intentions. Simon chose not to continue the conversation. After some maneuvering, Simon obtained the statue of Prince Bash. "Well then, old king, let's go solve your problem first. After that, he should be able to return by himself." Saying this, Simon was about to leave with the statue. He didn't want to stay in this eerie place any longer. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. "Old king, when will the warship come to take you to the World Conference?" 3 days later. "See you in 3 days." Knowing the time the warship would arrive, Simon no longer lingered and quickly left with Xiao Luo and Wolf. "Malachi Simon, what exactly do you want to do?" The guild spread across the world. At the tomb, the old king watched Simon's departing figure, his demeanor no longer calm. His expression turned serious, as if he foresaw the turmoil in the world. "Simon, why not accept that old man's offer for the throne? Just make a deal with the people below, like with the elemental kingdom, right?" After leaving the palace, Xiao Luo finally spoke. She had been so quiet in the palace that Simon was still getting used to it. "It's not that simple, Xiao Luo. We can't just take the throne of this country. The king can't just be replaced by what the previous king said." Simon saw clearly that if he accepted the old king's request, he would surely be drawn into some troublesome matters that might waste time in the future. Huh, why not? Didn't we easily take down the elemental kingdom? Ultimately, it was the last coup that led Xiao Luo to misjudge the situation. She really thought seizing a kingdom was simple. The chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Xiao Luo, have you ever thought about how much advantage we had last time? It wasn't easy to explain, so Simon just complained a bit. What advantage? Didn't we just fight our way to the throne? Xiao Luo didn't understand strategy or human nature. In her eyes, Simon just beat the pirates and then announced he got the throne. You're right. We did fight our way to the throne. Unable to explain further, Simon felt that explaining would lead to trouble. Why can't we do it this time? But Xiao Luo still pressed on. She was eager to know why Simon would refuse this wealthy kingdom. This time, we didn't just sit around, did we? Can we really trust what that old man said? Very reasonable. Simon's reasoning was unassailable, simply brilliant. But Xiao Luo had nothing to say. She was convinced and understood his reasoning. After struggling for a long time, she couldn't utter a single word and, feeling a bit uncomfortable, chose to tease Wolf. Wolf was directly surprised. Why did she suddenly start being affectionate? It wasn't that bad, though. After safely liberating the prince by the seaside, Simon and the others left without letting him see them. However, they didn't fully leave. They followed the prince until he entered the palace. Then they felt relieved to depart. Simon, why sneakily follow him? Isn't it better to just ask him directly? Xiao Luo didn't understand Simon's sneaky behavior. They hadn't done anything wrong, so why be secretive? Don't have too much contact with irrelevant people. This person is of no use to us. If he knows about us, it will definitely bring no benefits. Simon had this idea for reasons he didn't fully understand. Perhaps such situations really existed. Xiao Luo didn't ask anymore. She was just curious. So where do we go now? We got 3 days, that's such a long time. We can play anywhere. Now that the main task was done, it should be time to enjoy some leisure, Xiao Luo thought to herself, praising her own cleverness. Xiao Luo, is there only play in your head? Can't you think of something serious? Simon was speechless. How could this person always be thinking about fun? It was the same thing every time. Wasn't she tired of it? Serious? Am I not serious? It's just for fun. What's wrong with that? Simon started to ramble, and Xiao Luo began to struggle to understand his thought process. Besides, Simon, is spying here serious? It's still the same thing. Not serious. Being called out, Xiao Luo dared to stand her ground. She was growing up. Oh, right. You're right. Since you're so insistent, then you suggest a place. Come on, say it. Forgive Simon. His mind had run out of fun places to go. He was just that boring. Xiao Luo didn't expect Simon's reaction to be so intense. She kept retreating. Say it. Who is afraid? We'll go. After stepping back a few times, Xiao Luo suddenly felt she shouldn't be so cowardly and decided to be brave. She gathered her courage to name a location, but hesitated when she opened her mouth, unable to think of an interesting place. Hey, why are some people suddenly at a loss for words? Don't tell me know where they want to go. This situation suited Simon's intentions perfectly. He began to grow impatient and started to act arrogantly. That's not it. I was just thinking. I already thought of a place. Stubbornness was the name of the game. At this moment, she absolutely couldn't admit that she hadn't thought of a place to go. Oh, really? I don't believe it. Just say it. Arrogance was Simon's forte. He cranked up the mockery to the max. Just shut up and follow me. What are you talking about? Xiao Luo had been told this repeatedly, and she was getting anxious. In this situation, she simply decided to stop thinking about it. If she kept walking, she was bound to find something. Could it be that she just can't say it? No way. Without hearing Xiao Luo mention a location, Simon was still able to mock her, and he wanted to have a good talk about it. However, Xiao Luo was already calm now. She no longer cared about Simon's words. She knew that as long as she could find an interesting place, everything would turn around. Really not going to say anything? Xiao Luo fell silent, and Simon, having no other options, also went quiet, seemingly pondering whether he had gone too far. Just then, Xiao Luo moved. After looking around, she chose a direction, nodded, and started walking. What does that mean? Why go that way? Simon didn't understand. Was there something good in that direction? But seeing Xiao Luo's complete lack of willingness to communicate, he thought for a moment and silently followed her. After all, there was nothing else to do right now. Meanwhile, the Prince of Bashir returned to the palace. It really changed back. The old king had heard the news before his son entered the palace. But seeing his son transform back was still surprising. "Old man, where's my sister? Why isn't she handling state affairs here?" The first thing this prince wanted to know upon returning to the palace was where his sister had gone. It was very important to him. "What did you say? Say it again." The old king frowned at his son's impolite words, his blood pressure rising. "Huh? Say it again. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me when I'm speaking so loudly? It seems old age means you can't do anything anymore, Tisk. TSK. If the Prince of Bashir could speak properly, he wouldn't be himself. He was the most notorious rogue in the kingdom of Bashir, having teased everyone in the entire country. "Sai, forget it. Forget it since you want to know so badly. I'll say it again. Where's my sister?" This time, it sounded much more pleasant. Although the prince's tone was still bad, it was at least an acceptable level. "Why do you care what she is doing? Does it have anything to do with you?" The old king felt uncomfortable with this Prince of Bashir and wondered how he ended up with such a child. "What does it have to do with me?" "Haha, you really know how to ask. Didn't Tishi tell you how I turned into a stone statue?" "Oh, my dear father." The Prince of Bashir was losing patience more and more. He had never experienced such a loss before. Not only did he not get the girl, but he was also trapped in stone for such a long time. You turning into a stone statue has something to do with her? Realizing the critical element, the old king knew his daughter well. She was someone who wanted to go out to sea every moment. "You don't know? Well, makes sense. It's not like my existence affects you." Seeing that the old king didn't know the reason behind the matter, the Prince of Bashir felt very disappointed. Although he had already thought of it, he still hoped for some sense of existence. But the Prince of Bashir didn't stay disappointed for long. He became defiant again. He was a rogue, and such an expression shouldn't appear on his face. "Old man, I'll give you one last chance. Quickly tell me where my sister went." "I'm not joking." The old king knew that it didn't matter to the Prince of Bashir, as the target of his revenge wasn't this old man. "You scoundrel! How dare you speak to me like that?" The Prince of Bashir's brazen behavior made the old king feel it was necessary to teach him a lesson, since this country would eventually be handed over to him. "Huh? I'm a scoundrel? This isn't a day or two. Is it necessary to be so surprised? There's no one else here. Who are you putting on a show for?" The Prince of Bashir twisted his body, looking at the old king repeatedly, feeling that the old man was a bit strange today. "Come here. Beat him." It was serious. The old king had lost his perfect daughter, and now he had to make this son wake up. Before the old king finished speaking, the Prince of Bashir burst out laughing. "Ha ha, old man. What are you shouting for in this palace? Can you still command the guards? Aren't they all under my good sister?" The Prince of Bashir, who had been confined for so many days, didn't know about the changes happening in this country. He naively thought everything was still the same as before. "Slap slap, huh? Guards? How could?" The Prince of Bashir was stunned as his shoulder was grabbed. He looked at the guard who had seized him, not knowing what to say. "Old man, how can you command the guards? What on earth happened?" He was caught, but he still wasn't flustered. He glared at the old king with wide eyes. "You'll be told everything, but that will be after you receive some education." It was useless to say anything. The old king had experience in education. After instructing the guards to begin, the old king went to prepare the necessary items for the education. You actually, really dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?" "I am." The threats from the Prince of Bashir had no effect on this guard. He was just a guard and could only be a guard. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. 10 minutes later, the old king returned with the educational materials he had used on his excellent daughter. Now the Prince of Bashir had turned into a puppet that could only shout mechanically. All his spirit was gone. He was just a rogue, not a tough guy. "Stop." After appreciating the scene for a while, the old king finally let the guards stop. After being called old man by this little brat for so many years, he finally felt a bit of comfort. After hearing the old king's words, the guards stopped swinging their sticks and took a few steps back. Just some superficial injuries. It won't affect the teaching. You can leave. What comes next is not something you can listen to. After checking the Prince of Bashir's injuries, the old king instructed the guards to leave. After all, what was coming next was his secret training, a required course to become an excellent king. "Yes." The guard set a line, then bowed and stepped back. The old king waited a few minutes after the guard left before approaching Prince Bashi with the teaching materials. No one knows what the old king taught, but people only know that after this day, the kingdom of Bashi gained a diligent king. Xiao Luo, where are you going? It's been such a long time. From the north of the city to the south, from the east to the center, Simon has followed Xiao Luo to many places. But Xiao Luo just won't speak, wandering aimlessly. Xiao Luo still didn't reply. She felt awkward. She thought that just walking would surely lead to something interesting, but unexpectedly, after such a long time, not even a single person had approached her. How could this happen? When Simon walked, it was stories after stories. Why has it changed when it comes to me? Someone please. If they walk a little more, they would have completely circled the city. Xiao Luo really wanted to encounter someone who could strike up a conversation, even if it was just a single sentence. Xiao Luo, no, let's go back. You not talking makes walking pointless. Simon really didn't want to continue. It was too uncomfortable. What did Xiao Luo want? If she could just say something, that would be good. After hearing this, Xiao Luo not only didn't reply, but instead quickened her pace. Xiao Luo's unusual behavior made Simon feel very awkward. He just wanted to talk. Was that a mistake? Just as Simon was about to catch up with Xiao Luo and ask her what's going on, something happened. Xiao Luo bumped into someone. So why was she walking so fast? Now, this has become a problem. Shaking his head, Simon slowly walked over. At least Xiao Luo had stopped. On Xiao Luo's side, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Even though she bumped into someone at that moment, Xiao Luo felt as if she had encountered Savior. Oh my God, she finally didn't have to continue searching for something fun. Sister, I'm fine. I'm very strong. A short girl with a long veil covering her face and wearing a sun hat, revealing only a bit of pink hair, waved her not-so-strong arms at Xiao Luo. As long as you're fine, that's good. Could you help me with something? Having met a savior, Xiao Luo wasn't about to give up easily. Just at that moment, Simon hadn't come over yet, so as long as she and this girl performed well, Kakura was very confused. Why does everyone want her help? That princess wanted it, and now this sister does too. Can I? Please. Xiao Luo was anxious. She knew Simon wouldn't stay far behind for long and would probably catch up soon. What do you want me to help with? If it's troublesome, I'm not going to help. Without rejecting her, Kakura was a kind-hearted girl. Although she often turned people into statues, she was warm-hearted. It's not troublesome. As long as you just do it like this. Leaning close to Kakura's ear, Xiao Luo shared her not-so-troublesome plan. Just like this? Why? Will there really be no conflict? Kakura was puzzled. Xiao Luo's request was strange, asking her to extort her. For some reasons, it's inconvenient to say, but you can rest assured, as long as he sees it, we will immediately reconcile. After that, as long as I tell him I'm in a bad mood, we can make a perfect exit. Xiao Luo understood Simon very well. With his temper, he absolutely wouldn't be angry with ordinary people, as long as it wasn't too much. Sister, you're so strange. Even weirder than that princess. Kakura had seen many oddballs, but the level of strangeness from Xiao Luo was a bit hard for her to comprehend. Princess? Oh no, there's no time. Hurry up. The princess that Kakura mentioned was unknown to Xiao Luo, who was now panicking because Simon was getting closer. Shut up. How can you be like this? Do you know how much damage your bumping causes to a little girl? Do you know? Kakura yelled, startling Xiao Luo, who thought she was really angry and froze, unable to continue the act. Sister, the lines. He's almost here. Kakura quietly reminded Xiao Luo, who seemed dazed. Oh. Xiao Luo clearly hadn't found her rhythm. Her performance was all over the place, but fortunately, she was facing away from Simon, so the flaws were minimal. Simon naturally noticed the unusual behavior, and seeing the two about to clash, he quickened his pace. But before he got too close, he saw. I'm sorry. I was too anxious. I apologize to you. Just be more careful next time, and this time I'll forgive you. It was very awkward. Simon looked at the unfolding situation in front of him, unable to help but dig his toes into the ground. Xiao Luo, what are you doing? Although it was awkward, he couldn't just stand there doing nothing. So Simon thought about stepping forward to ask. But this question just happened to hit the mark with Xiao Luo's intentions. She secretly smiled and put on a slightly sad expression. Simon, I was walking too fast and accidentally bumped into her. But fortunately, she didn't mind. She's such a nice person. taking all the blame on herself. That way Simon would have no reason to cause trouble. She felt very clever. Oh, really? Simon glanced at Kakura a few times and then stopped looking. This matter wasn't important. What he wanted to know now was whether Xiao Luo wanted to continue walking. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful girl before? Oomph. With that, Kakura left. She didn't have time to play house with these two. This is the nice person you mentioned? So blunt with her words? Kakura's current demeanor made it hard for Simon to reconcile with Xiao Luo's earlier description. Anyway, it's not a big deal, right? Why care so much? And, Simon, let's go back to the ship. I don't feel like playing anymore. Yay, I finally said it. Xiao Luo secretly felt excited. Finally, she could end this awkward situation. Huh? So suddenly? You weren't always eager to play. This is spinning way too fast. Although Simon is happy, he still feels quite uncomfortable. Oh dear, I'm just not in the mood right now with something like this happening. How can I possibly continue playing? I've decided to end this awkward situation here. Although the steps are not high, Xiao Luo can still get down. As long as you're happy, what can Simon say? What else can he say? Xiao Luo has already persisted so much. Should he really let her continue? He can't stand it anymore. What does as long as you're happy even mean? This is beyond his control. Plus, Wolf's stomach must be hungry. She must be missing the barbecue on the ship. Seeing that Simon didn't continue to say anything interesting, Xiao Luo gradually started to let go. This version of Xiao Luo is quite adorable. Simon has nothing to say and doesn't want to say anything. Simon, what are you thinking about? Let's hurry up, we won't be able to see the sunset soon after getting excited. When Xiao Luo saw Simon in a daze, she couldn't help but push him a few times. Then a radiant smile appeared on her face. It's time to go back. There's basically nothing left to do in this country, and Simon is already looking forward to the upcoming World Conference. The sun gradually sets, and Simon and their figures disappear into the sunset. Kakura, this time you must recognize your mistakes. You can't escape. On the western coast, Haru just parked her small boat. To give Kakura a big lesson, she prepared a powerful weapon. What is going on? Why am I suddenly trembling all over? Am I catching a cold? Just after leaving Simon and the others, Kakura returned to her small house and suddenly felt a chill, as if some immense danger was approaching. Is it an illusion? I am Mara D. Kakura, the greatest sculptor in the world. How could danger possibly come to me recently? Her omnipotence has given Kakura a sense of invincibility. She feels that there is no one in the world who can rival her. However, that older sister today was so cute, I really want to turn her into a statue and keep her. Kakura twisted her body, beginning to fall into a state of obsession. Artists are always defenseless against cute things. But that Malachi Simon is by her side. If he disrupts my creation, that wouldn't be good, little master. There's still more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Art must retain its most perfect state. Even a slight difference can cause art to lose its original charm. If only she were like that princess. Perfect coordination. Thinking of that perfect princess, Kakura felt a bit nostalgic. She was the most perfect existence she had ever encountered, as if she were a being that only existed in fantasy. Popham? This feeling, it's her. How did she come out? Wasn't she sealed in the statue? Suddenly, Kakura's expression became serious. It seemed she sensed someone who often taught her a lesson. Could it really be her? This feeling is so familiar. Kakura is now a bit flustered. She originally thought she was invincible, but unexpectedly, she still couldn't resist this instinct. What to do? Should I run? Last time, I sealed her with a sneak attack. The feeling of helplessness from that memory is something Kakura will never forget. Facing Haru, she couldn't muster the desire to fight at all. No, I'm not the same as before. I am a super Kakura now. Just watch me break through, you cow. And now, it seems I can't run anymore. With her entire body on high alert, Kakura watched Haru, who had already revealed herself, and became extremely vigilant. Yo, Kakura, are you coming on your own? Or do you want to lie down obediently after getting a lesson? Haru's face showed no sign of anger as she slowly wrapped the bandages around her hands. Now that she has found Kakura, everything is over. Who would obediently surrender? I'm not the same as before. Don't think you could defeat me so easily. Before doing anything, one must not lose momentum. Kakura's spirit has definitely improved after wandering around for so long. Oh, not bad, you actually dare to resist. Looks like you've really grown a lot. I'm very pleased. With a smile on her face, Horu was very satisfied with Kakura's change, which meant she could teach her a lesson without holding back. Are you coming? That attack is absolutely impossible to withstand. Although she didn't admit defeat, Kakura knew it was just for show. She had never successfully defended against Horu's attacks since she met her. Wind of the fist. After wrapping her bandages, Horu threw a punch, the powerful speed creating a strong wind that rushed forward about an 8th level gale. Kakura stood still against the approaching strong wind. She knew it was just intimidation, and the lack of harm would only make her look a bit messy. Hey, she actually didn't look that messy. Seems like she has really grown a lot of courage, so are you ready? I am coming. Enjoyment. Horu is all about enjoyment. What could be more interesting than being close to a beautiful girl, right? Bang, in an instant, Horu launched herself off, kicking down as her body shot towards Kakura like a bullet, a speed so fast that the eyes couldn't keep up. Where is she? Left or right? When Horu made her starting move, Kakura already knew what the attack was, but she couldn't determine where it was coming from. So she could only rely on her experience. When she came in, she stepped with her right foot first, then swung her right fist. The starting foot is the left foot, so the one kicking me is her right leg. According to her habits, this attack is coming from my upper left. Sculpture, stone plate. With her rich experience of being hit, Kakura instantly thought of the attack's location, and she twisted her body counterclockwise, sliding her right hand to bring out a thick stone plate. Boom! The shattered stones exploded as Kakura perfectly blocked the attack without taking a single bit of damage. But Horu's attack didn't just stop immediately. Following the momentum of her body, she executed a downward strike aimed directly at Kekula's head. Tisk sculpture, engraving. There was no way to dodge it. Kekula's strength relied entirely on her fruit ability, and she couldn't evade such a fast attack. After using her fruit ability, a phantom of a seal appeared above Kekula's head, but unfortunately, it couldn't block Horu's downward strike. The kick landed squarely on Kekula's head. Smack. The dizziness from the blow left Kekula unable to think about how to avoid further attacks. Fortunately, Horu didn't continue her assault after hitting Kekula. She paused her advance. You haven't improved much, huh? I thought you could at least exchange a few moves with me. So what kind of punishment awaits you after your failure? You. No, right? Horu stood a meter away from Kekula, not getting closer, eagerly anticipating Kekula's reaction. Are you so certain of your victory? I'm not the weak Kekula from Jungle Island anymore. Not bringing me the Sea Prism Stone just now was your biggest mistake. Even though she had been knocked down, Kekula wasn't discouraged. Instead, she wore a radiant smile, as if she were the one who had won. And not bad for a speech. If you think you could defeat me, then come on. Kekula's expression was quite good, and Horu decided to lessen her punishment a bit. After all, those who have grown deserve some special treatment, right? Haven't you realized? You no longer have a chance. Fall into eternal darkness. Sculpte, rapid carving. The smile on Kekula's face, stained with blood, made her look like someone turning the tables in a desperate situation. But the extended right hand and the expression on her face revealed her madness. In an instant, a transparent boundary appeared around Horu's body. Then a statue of Horu expanded and contracted into existence. Ha ha ha. Deserved. This time I won. I finally, just as I expected. Horu's arrogant personality would definitely show off before winning. And at this point, she just needed to activate her ability to secure a complete victory. Horu, you're strong, very strong. Ever since I met you, I've been thinking. After turning Horu into a statue, Kekula, after going a bit crazy, began to confide in Horu's statue. She actually liked Horu a lot, but she had to do something dangerous and couldn't let her follow along. Why does this statue look different from the previous one? Is it an illusion? As she kept confiding, Kekula suddenly felt something was off with the statue. No matter how she looked at it, it had no spirit, completely soulless. It's not an illusion. This statue is indeed different. A chilling voice suddenly came from beside Kekula's ear, accompanied by a milky fragrance. Startled, Kekula jumped and turned around to see Horu standing there. Impossible. How'd you do that? My ability should have definitely caught you. The twin tails behind Kekula swayed with her emotions as she looked between the statue and Horu, completely unable to understand why her ability hadn't captured Horu despite being activated. Who knows? So, are you still going to resist? If you have no means, I might just have to start your education. Unfazed, Haru didn't even make a move to approach. She simply waited quietly for Kekula's reaction. Kekula fell silent. She had no way out. Until she figured out how Haru had evaded her abilities lock, she couldn't resist any longer. Why? Why can't you just stay in the statue? With no way out, Kekula's emotions began to break down, and she could only express her helpless rage. Huh? Is this your growth? If that's the case, then I must have misjudged you. Kekula's state made Haru feel quite uncomfortable. Sure enough, you're still the same Kekula. There hasn't been much change after all this time. All right, you must have misjudged me. What can I do? I don't want to lose you. In her agitation, Kekula could no longer care about anything else. She just wanted to vent. You don't want to lose me? What are you talking about? Why would you lose me? Kekula's words made Haru feel that there must be something she didn't know behind this situation, so she decided not to take any further action. New world. That person sent a message. A massive attack will happen soon. How can I let you do something so dangerous? With tears streaming down her face, Kekula revealed the secret she had been hiding. Kekula, although I don't know how big this attack you're talking about is, that person definitely wouldn't do anything without certainty. If you're worried about me, we could go together. The person Kekula referred to could only be one, and Haru had already understood the truth of the situation. She had previously thought Kekula had gone bad, but it turned out to be this. Really? Is it really not dangerous? At that moment, Kekula's tears stopped flowing, and her expression turned cute and silly, completely different from her previous crazy demeanor. Of course it's real. You'll know when you go. That person isn't someone who can't foresee things. At this moment, Haru's cautious posture relaxed. She seemed to have no defenses. Haru, let's go together. New world. Having given up on resisting, Kekula was no longer conflicted. She had figured it out. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Oh really? Are you really sure? My punishment is quite heavy. Finally giving Kekula a chance to resist, Haru prepared to seal Kekula's abilities. She wouldn't stumble in the same place twice. Yes, I'm ready. Kekula's expression was serious. She wasn't joking. Recent experiences had made her realize that she was also very important to Haru. Then just don't regret it saying this. Haru directly cuffed Kekula with Sea Prism Stone, her movements smooth and fluid. Regret? Me, Kekula? Absolutely not. Help. I regret it. Anyone can say grandiose statements. But Kokoa doesn't seem like a tough guy. She couldn't even hold on for a moment. At night, a small boat carried 2 warriors away from this country. A new world awaits them. On the other side of the hanging boat. Simon, are you not done yet? My stomach is so hungry it feels like it's going to eat me. Little Luo lay on the table, weakly shouting. Ah la la, is it that exaggerated? That really is a mischievous stomach. It won't be long now. It will be ready soon. It seems little Luo is recovering well. She can even joke around now, which is great. Gulu Gulu, the soup is bubbling as it heats up, and the fierce roar from her stomach makes it hard to tell who is who for a moment. After a while, Simon's special mixed stew is ready for the feast. Simon placed a large pot directly on the table, filled with many types of ingredients, and the soup was surprisingly orange-white. Wow, what is this? Simon, it smells so good. The moment the lid was lifted, little Luo, who had been weakly lying on the table, instantly perked up, her nose sniffing continuously. How to describe this aroma? It has neither the fishy smell of meat broth nor the spicy scent of white soup. It is a refreshing scent that is hard to put into words. Mixed stew, a very popular way of eating. This thing needs no explanation. The name was thought up by Simon himself and has nothing to do with other places. Oh, there is such a way of eating? I've never tried it before. Saliva was already flowing heavily. Little Luo just wanted to eat it quickly, but Simon was like a wooden log, staring dumbly after putting down the pot. Simon, where are the bowls? The chopsticks? Are you just going to let me eat like this? After waiting for a while and not getting any eating utensils, little Luo expressed her confusion to Simon. Don't you have any? I thought you were so enchanted by this aroma that you didn't want to eat so soon. This awkward? How could this happen? Little Luo can't be allowed to stay hungry any longer. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Simon quickly brought out many bowls and chopsticks. That's right. This meal is not just for Simon, but also for little Luo, Wolf, and 6 captains who hadn't appeared for a long time. Simon, is this eaten directly? Don't we need to dip it in some seasoning? The pot is large, and there are many things inside. Looking at the bowls without any sauce, little Luo expressed her doubts. That's right, it's eaten directly. This is Simon's secret recipe. Other seasonings would only lower the taste. Saying this with confidence. But the real reason is that Simon was too tired and didn't want to make any seasonings anymore. Oh, little Luo didn't understand. But after hearing Simon say this, she stopped worrying and took some to start tasting slowly. Oucha, so hot, taking a bite. The warm ingredients rolled in her mouth, the impact giving her whole mouth a feeling of excitement. But that irresistible aroma made it impossible to stop. Swallow how the heat rolled in her mouth, and after the temperature dropped to a certain level, the delicious ingredients flowed down her esophagus into her stomach. And that last puff of heat made her involuntarily exhale a sigh. So great, so refreshing, so delicious. Little Luo really liked this dish. How could it be so delicious? It felt like she was about to ascend to the heavens. If it's delicious, I'll eat more. I prepared a lot. You definitely won't run out. After making the perfect dish, one always unconsciously starts to show off. Little Luo was already satisfied, but there were still 7 others who hadn't tasted this earthly delicacy. Let us start eating. Immerse yourself in the ocean of food. Simon ate very little. All he needed was to see the satisfied expressions on a few people's faces as they ate, and he felt full. It was so comfortable. An hour later, Simon is out of food. This is already the last bowl rubbing her little belly. Little Luo was very surprised. She never thought she would eat so much one day. Do you want to eat? I'm almost done. Having already felt happiness, Simon thought that it was okay for him to eat a little less. No, I can't eat any more. This bowl should be left for them, wanting to eat, but having no more space in her stomach. Little Luo smiled broadly. She was really happy with today's meal. Just feeling full is good. After finishing her own meal, Simon supported his head with both hands, watching the others eat. A day later, the bounty has already been distributed, right? Did everyone get their bounty? On the deck of the hanging boat, Simon looked at the blue-robe hunters across from him, feeling calm without any excitement. Of course, this is the most bounty I've ever gotten since my debut. This time it's really, really amazing. Big Oil was so excited that he wanted to dance. Who knows how long he could enjoy such a bounty. The hunters were all very happy. Their gains might have reached their annual income from previous years. The Major spoke his mind on this matter. He believed that the Justice Guild could now enter a period of development, and in the short term, no one would go hunting pirates anymore. Is that so? That's good. In 2 days, I'll be attending the World Conference. During this time, I need you to do something. Hunting in the South Sea is complete, so the hunters don't need to gather so closely anymore. Some plans can also begin. President, I might not be able to do it. There's something important I must complete. Upon hearing Simon was about to assign tasks, Kiki spoke up. She wanted to go to the New World to help her, so it would be better not to listen to this task. Why? Looking at this blue-robed person who had asked him for advice twice, Simon was curious about her reasons for doing so. Well, it's a secret that can't be said, but as long as the president knows I won't do anything to betray the guild. That's enough. Kiki was grateful for Simon's training, but she had to repay that person's kindness. Will you come back? Simon paused for a moment, looking at Kiki with a calm expression as if he didn't care about anything. Of course, I will definitely come back. I'm not going to do anything dangerous during the time in the hunting fleet. Kiki was very happy. She wanted to continue staying in the Justice Guild. She was tired of a wandering life. Wait for you to come back. Chi-Chi said this, and Simon didn't say anything more, giving his blessing. After nodding, Chi-Chi turned and started walking. A year later, there will be a huge transformation. It would be great if you could come back before that. What the hunters need to do is very simple, but it's not that simple either. Watching Chi-Chi leave, Simon mentioned this time frame. Chi-Chi paused for 0.3 milliseconds and then continued walking, but she must have remembered that moment. President, what exactly do you want us to do, and why will there be a big transformation in a year? Until Chi-Chi left, Fei Tian couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Things a year later, we can't say yet. What I want you to do doesn't have any special requirements. Just promote our Justice Guild after the new forces are born. It's not a complicated matter originally. What Simon needs to do will ultimately rely on himself. This is also to facilitate the future. Is it just this? It should be more than that. It's also fine for us to do more things, children of the era. Daha noticed something and could hardly hide his smile. This plan is too crazy. No need. The amount of work you do will not affect the final result. You just need to do these things. There is no need to continue this topic. It's just a precaution anyway. In the following time, Simon gradually explained the details to a few people, and the task of changing the world was distributed like this. Hey, unexpectedly simple. Anyone can do this. Dakian didn't see anything strange about these tasks. Simple enough for even a 5-year-old to accomplish. As long as it can be done, it's fine. 2 days later, I will head to Mary Joa, and after that, you can take the hunters back to the Loot Islands. Of course, if any hunters want to act alone, they can do so. After all, hunters are free. It doesn't matter whether Simon says this or not. Everyone didn't intend to stay together all the time. Yes, X5 the remaining time is just waiting, as there is nothing to do now. 2 days later, the warship welcoming the king of Bashu to Mary Joa arrived. Old king, you haven't forgotten what you need to do, right? After not seeing this old king for 3 days, Simon felt that his complexion seemed much more vibrant. Of course, my son has indeed returned. I will fulfill the promise I made to you. Young master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting, but whether it can succeed is uncertain. There is not much change. Apart from looking more spirited, there is nothing unusual. Just do it. Whether it succeeds or not, I will make him succeed. It may be difficult, but it can also be very simple, as long as Simon wants to do it. While confidence is a good thing, indeed, you are the most. The old king still felt regret. He still wanted Simon to inherit the throne. It doesn't matter how this goes. What about your son? You bring him to participate in a world conference and get familiar with the connections? Indeed, Simon thought a lot and finally sensed a bit of abnormality. How many more years can this old king live? Should he introduce his connections to his son as soon as possible? He is learning how to be a qualified king. Connections can be solved with just one banquet. The old king certainly wouldn't say the reason. This is his secret. Unable to find out more, Simon didn't continue to ask. Such things are of no use to him. He should think about how to act in Mary Joa. Your Excellency, Simon, can you give me an autograph? My daughter is your super fan. After the preparations for departure were completed, the ship set off. The vice admiral responsible for escorting came over with a piece of paper after Simon finished talking with the old king. Well, I guess, but is this really okay? Signing is something Simon has never been particularly interested in. His handwriting is poor. It's fine. This is the best birthday gift for her. She will definitely be thrilled and rush over when she sees it. Just thinking about how his daughter would leap into his arms made the vice admiral extremely excited. Birthday gift? Your daughter is about to have a birthday and is still going on a mission. Is that really okay? Since it's his own fan. Simon thought he might be able to do something. No. Her birthday isn't soon. It's still a few weeks away. By then, I'll be on vacation. The excited vice admiral, upon hearing Simon's words, realized Simon misunderstood and quickly waved his hands to show he wasn't that kind of person. Is that so? Sorry, I misunderstood you. Admitting one's mistakes and apologizing is a beautiful quality. It's fine. You care about our relationship. If I told her about this, she would definitely be even happier. It can be seen that this vice admiral is absolutely a daughter-doting father. So much talk, and hardly any of it strayed from his daughter. You are very happy. With a father like you, she must be very proud. One can't help but marvel that such a touching thing actually happened in front of him. Not really, she is quite indifferent towards me. When it came to this, the vice admiral's mood seemed to drop a bit, as if there was a story unfolding in his gaze. Why? Such an excellent father. Why would she? Xiao Luo didn't understand. In her eyes, such a father was already the best. Why wouldn't she be proud? Because of her mother. The Navy can't protect everything. On that day, her mother left her forever. This is the vice admiral's eternal pain. Once, he was so weak that he couldn't even protect his own wife. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Seeing the vice admiral's sad expression, Xiao Luo felt a bit guilty, wondering if she shouldn't have asked that question just now. It's fine. I'm used to it now. I can't lose her again now that my wife is gone. Just dwelling in the past brings no good. The vice admiral has already moved towards the future. Vice admiral, may I ask what your daughter's name is? I also have a birthday gift for her. How can such a determined and shining person not touch people's hearts? Although Simon doesn't have a good impression of Navy, this general is indeed a respectable person. Really? Is that really possible? Want to be too much trouble? Fortune has come to my side. The general never expected that after just chatting for a while. He would receive such a big surprise. Of course not. It's just a blessing when it comes to someone he respects. Simon always shows great patience. Yun, Kraft Yun. That's her name. General Kraft excitedly tells Simon about his daughter's name. Yun, how then this will be my birthday gift. What Simon is going to give is a gun he found in a pirate group, its body covered with cloud patterns, named Flame Cloud, a famous gun. Huh, can I really accept this? Looking at the gun Simon handed over, General Kraft was once again stunned. Happiness came too quickly. Just accept it, it's a benefit for your daughter occasionally. Simon does some unexpected things. Thank you. Simon's and General Kraft's eyes were filled with tears of gratitude. He was starting to become a fan of Simon. He was at a loss for words. Simon's mood was quite strange. He suddenly wasn't that moved anymore. After quietly patting Kraft's shoulder, Simon returned to the cabin. Some mental preparation was still needed before the World Conference. At the Red Line's aerial port. Wow, what is that, Simon? The ship is flying, opening up a new world. Little Luo had never seen such a situation. The ship actually rose into the air in bubbles. Its bubbles, the fantastical situation in front of him, still shocked Simon. It was different from what he saw on the screen. This kind of shock was truly indescribable. Simon, I obviously know it's bubbles. I'm asking what these bubbles are. Little Luo was speechless. Was he lamenting about that? He wanted to know the reason. Okay. Huh. Is that what you're asking? It's just bubbles. It's hard to say. Simon didn't study this knowledge. Wonders cannot increase combat power. Simon, it's okay to say you don't know. There's nothing shameful about it. How to describe Simon's response? It's hard to say. Little Luo's brows were now furrowed together. Don't know? How is that possible? I still know about this. Okay. He was anxious. Simon was now frantically thinking about the bubbles. It should still be explainable. Where have I heard this before? It's Sabati Archipelago. Ah, got it. It's been more than 10 years. And what was in his mind was indeed not that clear. Do you know the Sabati Archipelago? Having something in his mind gave Simon confidence. He was no longer flustered. Although the explanation might not be correct, he could still fool little Luo for now. Sabati Archipelago? Where is that? Is it like the Root Islands? Fortunately, little Luo really hadn't heard of this place, his eyes filled with curiosity. Hearing that little Luo didn't know, Simon smiled. Now the chance of being exposed had decreased a lot. It's somewhat similar. It's just that there are no rulers here. Just a little more? Simon could quickly think of an explanation. Huh? Why? Why are there no rulers? Are there more families here than in the Root Islands? Innocent little Luo followed Simon's rhythm, gradually shifting from the original purpose. No, it's the celestial dragons. The Sabati Archipelago is closer to Mariewa, so the chances of celestial dragons appearing here are higher. The ship was ascending. Simon was now thinking about what to do if he encountered celestial dragons in Mariewa. He hadn't thought about this before, which led little Luo and Wolf to follow him. Oh, that indeed sounds very dangerous. Hey, Before little Luo could finish her sentence, Simon quickly covered her mouth. Little Luo, not understanding what was going on, kept trying to pull Simon's hand away, her eyes filled with confusion. Simon looked around and, seeing no one paying attention, slowly released his hand from covering little Luo's mouth. What's wrong, Simon? Why? After Simon's hand was lowered, little Luo, able to speak, looked a bit aggrieved. Little Luo, where is this place? You haven't forgotten, have you? What were you about to say just now? Those people can't be discussed here. Although saying it wouldn't be a big deal, it was better to hold back if it was unnecessary. After all, who wants to do something that has no benefits? Got it. With Simon's reminder, little Luo also realized that she had indeed been reckless. Everyone on this ship was an agent. Then Simon, were these bubbles? You still haven't told me. Unable to say that, little Luo brought the topic back. She had been thinking about these bubbles all along. That is, such a sudden twist left Simon momentarily speechless. Now all he could think about were the celestial dragons. What? Simon's vague response did not dampen little Luo's interest. She continued to ask persistently. Since you're so insistent, I'll tell you. These so-called bubbles are produced by the trees in the Sabati archipelago, because the liquid secreted by the resin of these trees is too. So, little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. This was the only thing Simon could remember. He couldn't think of a concrete explanation. How these bubbles really grow from the trees. But why is it so sturdy? It can actually hold up a ship floating in the air. Knowing its origins, Xiao Luo feels even more incredible. A bubble that pops with just a touch can actually do this. Who knows? Nature is so amazing. No more explanations. Simon can't explain any further or he might give himself away. Wow, it really is amazing. We're about to reach the red Earth continent. Xiao Luo has stopped asking questions. She's been curious about this place that ordinary people can't reach for a long time. The bubble rises and safely lands, and at this moment, Simon arrives at the world's highest center of power. Wow, so white. The buildings here are so white. Looking at the vast streets ahead, Xiao Luo feels that her previous impressions in the Bash Kingdom were somewhat misguided. Her experience is still too limited. Old King, where should we rest before the meeting? As a newcomer, I really don't know anything. While Xiao Luo admires the surroundings, Simon is chatting with the Old King. Simon, who declined the government's transportation, didn't receive any hints. The places for resting and the meeting are both in the east. This point must be noted. Outside of this area, it's all the territory of the celestial dragons. Of course, the east isn't necessarily safe. Occasionally, you might encounter some special celestial dragons. The Old King, having lived so long as a politician, is quite skilled at necessary courtesies. Is there a specific division in the east? There won't be no main gate, right? This matter is serious. Simon must take it seriously. After all, no one wants trouble. There is a main gate, but do you think it will be useful? If you're unlucky. The Old King has seen many tragedies. Even the kings of allied nations have no difference when facing celestial dragons compared to commoners. It seems you have many stories, Old King. For me, just having a gate is enough. After all, one is different from a group. Knowing there is a gate to block the celestial dragons, Simon feels a lot more at ease. At least he won't have to be cooped up in a room every day. Is that so? Although you are strong, it's best to still be cautious. Not all celestial dragons are as they appear. There are indeed some experts. On the slow journey to the eastern castle, the Old King speaks quite boldly. This is a relatively safe area. Experts? Are they CPs? The Old King's words are strange, and Simon becomes a bit interested. No, not those people. It's the celestial dragons themselves. The normal ones. They can't continue speaking as they're approaching the main gate, and at this moment, any surprise is possible. The Old King stopped, and after Simon looked at him with confusion, he glanced at the main gate ahead, showing a contemplative expression. Is there a problem here? Or is it? Just using his eyes, he can't see anything. Simon thought for a moment and used his observation hockey. This is telephone bugs. In Simon's observation hockey, there are many small sounds. He has only seen this kind of sound from telephone bugs. Old King, how can a newcomer like me know where my resting area is? There should be guidance, right? Now that Simon knows what the situation is, he naturally won't continue discussing the celestial dragons with the Old King. He smoothly changes the topic. There will be someone inside to guide you. You don't need to worry about these things. The Old King looked at Simon with some surprise. But he didn't show any strange reactions and has already started approaching the main gate. No entry. Arriving at the gate, they were indeed stopped. The guards at the gate crossed their halberds to block Simon and the others' way. The Old King made no move. The guards behind him stepped forward, talked for a while, and after confirming their identities, the guards at the entrance finally lowered their halberds. Open the gate. Accompanied by the guard's powerful voice, the gate rumbled open. Do we have to go through identity verification every time we come here? You've been here so many times and they don't recognize you? After entering, Simon asked the Old King with confusion. To him, the guard's previous behavior was too serious. It's a necessary procedure. Our allied nation's king only comes once every 4 years. Their exchange frequency is quite high, so it's normal for them not to recognize him. There's nothing to say. This level of caution has already been greatly reduced. If it weren't for the World Conference, it would be absolutely impossible to enter here without an agent following. Continuing forward, the group soon saw the moving ground. Simon, look, The ground is moving. Do you think it's technology? Excited, Xiao Luo has been running around and encountering such an interesting thing. Of course, she wants to ask. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Simon also snapped back to reality from the old king's comments and stared at the moving ground, pondering. Ha ha ha, this is not technology. There is unimaginable darkness beneath. The old king laughed, but didn't seem very happy. He doesn't comment on such matters. Unimaginable darkness? What is that? Is there such a thing in this holy place? When the old king mentioned darkness, Xiao Luo misunderstood. She thought it was something among the celestial dragons. Yes, of course there is. The world is like this. Darkness is everywhere. While speaking, the old king has already walked onto that street, not showing any signs of reluctance. Hey, even gods can fall into darkness sometimes. This is just too funny. Xiao Luo is the epitome of schadenfreude. She has no idea what she's thinking right now. Xiao Luo, it's not them. It's the slaves. In this holy place, only slaves are shrouded in darkness. With his observation hockey, Simon has already realized what is actually down there. Seeing Xiao Luo's happy expression, Simon feels the need to say something. Huh? Really? Xiao Luo put away her smile, feeling less happy than before. If the celestial dragons are not suffering, it's not interesting at all. Here are the highest world nobles, and their status among each other isn't that different from those below. Without any rules, how could it be? As she spoke, she was about to get agitated, but Simon held back. Clearly, this wasn't the time to discuss such things. On the unfamiliar parade route, they quickly reached the resting area. President Simon, you can find someone over there to take you to the lounge. I'll take my leave first. Having brought Simon here, the old king had finished all the introductions and was now going to meet some old friends. After all, some things still need to be done. Don't forget to mention the proposal. Let everyone know that it will be much easier on my side, not stopping the old king from leaving. Simon indeed needed some free time. Don't you need my help to persuade them? Not hearing Simon say he would try to persuade them, the old king was a bit surprised. Did Simon give up on this plan? If possible, that'd be great. But it's not necessary to persuade everyone. A small number of people can't change the final outcome. There's a plan here too. I can't say the specifics, but if the old king can do it, that would be very good. Understood. It seems President Simon has a deep plan, knowing Simon's attitude. The old king's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Luo, don't run so far away here. What if you encounter danger? Besides, we still have things to do. After the old king left, Simon immediately scolded Xiao Luo. Now is not the time for free wandering. Hey, I'm just a bit too excited. This is Near-DeathExecution, one of the most desirable places according to legends. Simon's words were still effective. Xiao Luo didn't stray too far from him, but that feeling of excitement just wouldn't dissipate. Is that so? Then what about other places? Have you summarized them? While chatting, they walked towards the people the old king pointed out. Not really, I want to go to too many places. Summarizing doesn't help. After all, it will be updated, soon it's indeed like that. When hearing about interesting places, one will always generate super interest. I see, why does your mood change so quickly every time? Although the two are unrelated, they are not completely unrelated. Simon felt he understood everything. Huh? What are you talking about? Unable to comprehend what Simon meant, Xiao Luo touched her lower lip with her finger, cutely leaning forward. Now I was just thinking about whether to take you to some good places. Now was negotiation time. After leaving Xiao Luo with infinite imagination, Simon went to ask those people about the accommodation. Blah blah, oh ho, the negotiation speed was quick. These people were incredibly skilled, clearly well prepared. Having obtained the location of the lounge, Simon returned to Xiao Luo's side and led her in that direction. Still thinking? Is it necessary to think for so long? The calmness along the way made Simon feel a bit lonely. He hadn't said anything, so why was it like this? Of course, this is the first time you, Simon, mentioned wanting to go to a certain place. This little chapter isn't finished yet. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Before, it was always for something specific. Are you excited? Of course I am. This is just pure leisure time for two people without any purpose. Is that so? You should have been to some place, right? Simon's memory wasn't very deep. He felt he must have gone to many places without any specific purpose. Of course not. Simon always chooses islands to do something. He had never gone out just for fun. Speaking of this made him excited. Xiao Luo had fantasized about vacationing with Simon for a long time. But when Xiao Luo focused on Simon, she noticed he looked somewhat strange. Simon, what is wrong? Why do you seem so complicated? Simon's expression was hard to describe. It was one of anxiety, complexity, nostalgia, and confusion. Is there something over there? Simon, Duke Malachi, with a curious glance. Xiao Luo was completely blown away. This was Simon's father. What to do? What to do? To run into him in such a situation is really unexpected. Xiao Luo's feelings were extremely complicated, almost unbearable. Jo Simon, you grown up. In the end, it was still Duke Malachi who first greeted Simon. All living well, it seems. To be honest, Simon didn't know how to face this father. 10 years ago, during that execution, this man had done his utmost. Smile, Duke Malachi is smiling. He is very happy that his son has accomplished such impressive things. Shall we have a parent-child talk? We haven't had a good chat in a long time, right? Still retaining the affection from 10 years ago, Duke Malachi continued to dote on Simon. There is no reason to refuse. Simon also wants to have a good talk with his father. After all, he didn't want to disturb his current life before. Hey, parent-child talk, can I listen? Is this something I can listen to? Can I really join in on your parent-child talk? Such warm words made Xiao Luo immerse herself in a happy fantasy. It was her favorite gossip segment. No, Xiao Luo, you have to wait outside. Simon naturally rejected her. This wasn't some touching reunion. What is so nice about it? Let her listen. It's just a conversation between us father and son. There is no secret, right? Besides, isn't your family? Duke Malachi and Simon had two different meanings. He didn't intend to prevent Xiao Luo from listening. Rather, he was eager to know the story of this girl who had always been by Simon's side. All right then, but Xiao Luo, it's best not to make any strange noises. After a moment of silence, Simon had no objections. After all, this was the celestial dragon's territory, and it was better for Xiao Luo to stay a bit closer to him. Of course. I still know a little about this. It would be better if I didn't exist. Xiao Luo readily agreed. She is a perfect audience and is looking forward to the interaction between parents and children. Moving the room, Simon and the others are currently in an open garden, where there is a small pavilion with a small round table inside. Do you still have the same thoughts as before? Do you want to be a bounty hunter? The only topic that King Malachi, who hasn't seen Simon for 10 years, can start with is this. I already am. The biggest one in the South China Sea. Simon looks somewhat smug when talking about this. How wonderful it is to show off in front of his father. I know this. You are already the strongest bounty hunter in the South China Sea. Do you want to be king now? Small talk is just small talk. King Malachi has no other intentions, just wants to know more about Simon. No, I'm not interested in being a king. I came here just so bounty hunters can do better. My ideals won't change. Simon's wish has always been the same. Is that so? Sure enough, it's you. You are still the same as when you were a child. Seeing Simon's determined eyes, King Malachi's thoughts drift back to 10 years ago when Simon looked at him with the same determination. No, I'm different now. I am much stronger than I was back then, whether in strength or other aspects. Simon doesn't want to think back to his naive self. Life isn't as ideal as it used to be now. Nothing has changed. Everything is the same. You're still like that. King Malachi's tears are about to fall. It's still the familiar feeling, and he has missed this scene for over a decade. Finally today, Simon looks at the emotionally unstable King Malachi, feeling very complicated. He originally thought he was strong enough. Say whatever you want. I'm not the past me anymore. Not admitting that he hasn't changed at all, Simon has thought a lot over the years. Nothing has changed. In my eyes, you still. King Malachi enjoys this feeling too much. It is the most nostalgic time in his memory. Can we stop talking about this? The past is the past, and it's better not to disturb your life now. King Malachi is reminiscing, and Simon certainly feels something too. His heart also wants to return to the past. Is that so? Yes. After all, I couldn't. King Malachi understands Simon's feelings. He realizes that it is all his fault. Didn't we say not to talk about this anymore? No one was wrong back then. It's all in the past now, isn't it? Forcing an end to this topic. Simon doesn't want to discuss it further. All right. Let's not talk about this. You came to attend the World Conference. It shouldn't just be a simple attendance, right? Indulgence is King Malachi's greatest virtue. Since Simon wants to talk about other things, he changes the topic. How did you guess? King Malachi's sudden topic change shocked Simon. He didn't think he was showing it too obviously. Your personality is like that. You won't waste time on unnecessary things. If this world conference is of no use to you, then those who came here are your subordinates. Knowing his son well, even after being apart for over a decade, King Malachi feels it upon their first meeting. Is that so? King Malachi's words once again put Simon in deep thought, recalling past events. So what is it? If you need help, you can tell me anything. Dad, I have a little influence recently too. Simon's unfamiliar demeanor makes King Malachi feel he must do something to make up for it, even though he doesn't know what the reason is. I can handle this myself. It's not something particularly difficult. Not wanting to accept King Malachi's goodwill, Simon's feelings are extremely complicated. He is overwhelmed with turmoil now. King Malachi looks at Simon, and in his determined eyes, he understands everything. He smiles, then shakes his head, giving up on asking further. No matter what you want to do, there will be people supporting you at the conference. Go ahead and do it. I lost you once before, and no one will make me step back again. Silent support is the way King Malachi ultimately chooses. He just needs to support him quietly from behind. Do whatever you want. Even if you do this, I won't thank you. Although he says this, the slight smile curling up at the corner of Simon's mouth is impossible to hide, even if it's not very noticeable. That kind of thing is really unnecessary. After an inexplicable mutual understanding, the following conversation becomes much more relaxed. After a long while, the father and son, having talked enough, part ways and walk in different directions. Nighttime, in Simon's resting room. Simon, is your relationship with your father not good? Why does it seem so awkward when you chat? Simon might not have felt it during the conversation, but Xiao Luo, listening nearby, saw it clearly. Really? Isn't it normal? Standing by the window, Simon looks at the clouds above, replying to Xiao Luo calmly. Not normal at all. Simon, you definitely have some barriers with your father. My eyes are clear enough to see that. Even though Xiao Luo came from the palace, she has seen many people. How could she not notice Simon's obvious demeanor? Why do you say that? Isn't it normal for a long-lost parent-child to act like this? Feeling gloomy, Simon is touched by Xiao Luo's words, reflecting on something deep inside. No. A long-lost parent-child meeting should definitely be a polite exchange. But you're different. At that time, you had no intention of getting closer. Instead, you kept rolling your eyes. All of this indicates that you absolutely have not opened your heart. Predictive reasoning. Xiao Luo has seen the appearances of prisoners in cells. She is quite knowledgeable. Have I been found out? Xiao Luo, tell me, if the person you love most and who loves you most suddenly appears when you're being executed, you saved me, but not completely. Then we were separated for more than 10 years due to punishment, and that person has his own family now. What would you do? If you can't figure out yourself, let Xiao Luo help you think about it. After all, she is family now. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. If I encountered such a situation, I might choose to observe from a distance after all. They're all people I love. Simon's words were a bit heavy, and as Xiao Luo spoke, tears began to fall. Wow, no. I don't want to be separated from the people I love. Such things shouldn't happen at all. While crying, Xiao Luo's emotions broke down. When she thought about the people in the story being herself and Simon, she couldn't suppress her feelings. It shouldn't have happened, right? Xiao Luo's words made Simon realize that since it has already happened, there's nothing that can be done. Don't cry anymore. With me here, how could such a thing happen? Wipe away your tears and face life with a smile. That's what you should do. Continuing to think about the past is pointless. Now Simon has decided to move towards the future. At this time, how could he let his family Xiao Luo fall into tears? Red bean paste. In Simon's embrace, Xiao Luo raised her face, looking at Simon as if she feared losing this warm embrace one day. Of course, I am someone who will change the times. In this era, no one can defeat me. So confident, Simon, who has learned his true identity through some means, is now fearless. After all, no matter how he acts, in the end, he will definitely succeed. Here it comes again. Simon is always super confident at times like this. Xiao Luo was amused by Simon's actions. Although she knew he was trying to reassure her, she chose to believe him. After all, what could be happier than this? It's not confidence. It's certainty. Even when Xiao Luo smiled at him, Simon showed no signs of shame. What he said was the truth. All right, what Simon said is all true. But Simon, why did you tell such a story just now? What does it have to do with your past? Calm down. Shaluo suddenly remembered what she was supposed to do at this moment. Oh, that's my past, a story that shouldn't have happened, generously admitting it, Simon, who can now face this past directly, no longer has any thoughts of hiding. Shaluo was shocked. She didn't expect that the story that made her cry and unable to accept was actually about Simon himself. Now, she felt a sense of guilt. Simon just now, Shaluo was about to apologize when Simon covered her mouth. Don't think about anything. The past is already the past. I'm not that fragile. I've already let go of that past. The smile on his face was completely genuine. Simon had truly been healed. You can't just let it go like that. The person in the story is your father, right? Such an important person. How can you say to let go? Letting go is not possible. Deeply immersed in the story, Shaluo understood what kind of feelings this was. It was precisely because she understood that she found it so difficult to accept Simon's choice to give up. Hey, Simon didn't understand why Shaluo's reaction was so strong. His actions should be fine, right? Simon, you still want to go back to the past, don't you? How could you let go of that once most important feeling? Output, still outputting. Shaluo felt the need to make Simon understand what was most important to him. Even if you deceive yourself, what you get in the end will definitely not be happiness. If you wait until things can no longer be salvaged, it will be too late to regret. Accept it. Even if you no longer have your place, things that need to be faced must still be faced. Shaluo spoke to Simon in silence. Every word hit Simon's heart, causing his previously firm thoughts to change once again. Shaluo. Looking at Shaluo's concerned eyes, for some reason, Simon suddenly felt an urge. He didn't want to hide anymore. Thank you, Shaluo. Now I finally know what I should do the most. Without a trace of confusion, the Simon who spoke these words was much more emotionally uplifted than before. This is Simon. How could he give up his love? Feeling Simon's sincere heart, Shaluo was very satisfied with her own performance. I'll give up what? Who would do that? The next morning, Simon found King Malachi again, no longer displaying any tsundere behavior, honestly returning to his past self. Simon, wow, after hearing Simon's words, King Malachi couldn't hold back his tears anymore. Heaven knows how long he has waited for this day. Wow, it's really too moving. What a touching scene. Seeing such a scene, Shaluo couldn't help but cover her eyes with her hands, afraid that if she looked any longer, she would shed tears of emotion. The barriers between King Malachi and Simon were eliminated, and they embraced for a long time. At noon, the world popularizes the Bounty Hunter Guild. You came here for this? During lunch, after hearing Simon's purpose for his visit, King Malachi was surprised and stopped his movements. That's right, the era of pirates is about to reach a turning point, and at that time, it is the easiest to realize the ideals in one's heart. For that time, it is necessary to fill the world with bounty hunters. Elegantly cutting the meat on the plate with a knife, Simon was like a normal noble, the bounty hunters of the whole world. But if there are no restrainers in the Bounty Hunter Guild, wouldn't it become another pirate era? King Malachi thought about the world Simon described, but after considering it, he realized that if the world were just filled with bounty hunters, then what Simon is doing now is no different from GOLD. Roger, he cannot become someone like Rox. This point does not need to be worried about. Bounty hunters are for survival. There are not many madmen who do it for dreams and freedom. Even if someone does this, others can still restrain them. Reality may differ from ideals, but the gap is definitely not unimaginable. Simon believes he can restrain those scoundrels. If you really think so, it is not impossible. But do you have the awareness to face the rampaging era? In front of the entire world, a person's power is indeed limited. Without the thought of stopping his son from pursuing his dreams, King Malachi confirmed one last time to Simon, I am not alone, am I? Simon's face showed a confident smile. He truly is my son. This confidence, this wisdom. Go ahead and do it. I will be here for everything. Even if I can't compete with the world, I can always return to my place. Just as Simon knows his identity, King Malachi has his own secret, an absolutely invincible power. If I cannot fail, not now, nor in the future, just take care of yourself. A confident man never leaves a way out. Only by moving forward bravely can one achieve ultimate victory. Wow, so cool, Simon is really awesome. Little Luo could no longer bear the overwhelming emotion in her heart, cupping her hands and gazing dreamily at Simon. Is this level not enough, little Luo? You are still too naive. This is how a mature man behaves, perhaps dazzled by little Luo's admiration. Simon's current demeanor was slightly greasy, even unconsciously playing with his bangs. At that moment, a man in a black suit approached. "Excuse me, are you the famous bounty hunter Malachi Simon from the South Sea?" The man who approached was very polite and seemed to be a promising individual. "Ah, that's me. What do you want?" At Mary Geos, Simon needed to be extremely vigilant. After all, no one knows who sent the person to talk to him. "Let me introduce myself. It doesn't matter what that is. What exactly are you here for?" Simon had no need to know this person's name, since there would be no more interaction afterwards. He was only concerned about the purpose of this person's visit. "The 5 elders have summoned you. Please come with me to the royal chamber." The agent, interrupted in his self-introduction, was clearly not pleased, but he did not show it on his face. He was just an inconspicuous agent. The 5 elders summoned me. What do those 5 old men want with me? I shouldn't have done anything recently that would require them to personally inquire. Right. Hearing about the summons from the 5 elders, Simon furrowed his brows. Those 5 old men would definitely not seek him out just to chat. Something unpleasant must be about to happen. No doubt, it is the 5 elders summoning. Please hurry and follow me to the royal chamber. Although it was subtle, it was clear that the agent's attitude was not as good as when he first arrived. Simon, seeing the silent Simon, little Luo anxiously clenched her hands. "It's okay, little Luo. It's just that the 5 elders want to talk to me." Little Luo's soft voice brought Simon back to his senses. He knew that worrying wouldn't help, and it was better to face the situation head-on. Besides, he couldn't let little Luo be tense anymore. They couldn't do anything here. Especially with the world meeting starting, it was even safer than at sea. "Lead the way," gently patting little Luo's head to dispel her negative emotions from his thoughts. Simon prepared to meet the 5 elders. "Please follow me." The agent slightly bowed, then turned and led the way forward. "Little Luo, go back to your room and wait for me." Before leaving, Simon instructed little Luo to return to her room without him there. If she were seen by the celestial dragons, it would be a big issue. Not saying anything further, little Luo understood that she just needed to wait now. After all, there was nothing she could do. After instructing little Luo, Simon did not linger and followed the agent towards the royal chamber. If anything unpleasant were to happen, he would just make a scene. As he passed by King Malachi, he suddenly said, "Hey." Hearing King Malachi's words, Simon paused for a moment, then continued walking. "I would have done that without saying. No one can hold me down now." In the worst-case scenario, Simon would certainly not do nothing. It's just that he hoped such a situation wouldn't occur. After winding through several turns, Simon followed the agent to the entrance of the royal chamber. Once there, the agent knocked on the door, received a response, and stood to the side, gesturing for Simon to enter. Simon glanced at the agent standing quietly with his head down, feeling no other emotions, and stepped inside. Whoa, is this the 5 elders? Such an impressive presence upon entering the room. Simon faced 5 old men staring at him, their gazes revealing nothing. What could be the purpose of specifically summoning me? I shouldn't have anything here that interests you. Taking the initiative? Although Simon was unsure of why the 5 elders were looking for him, he knew he couldn't lose momentum. "Malachi Simon, why did you specifically occupy the Lud Islands? Do you know what is there?" The old man on the left immediately questioned him. "Is that the attitude you're taking?" The old man's demeanor annoyed Simon. He initially wanted to cooperate quickly and leave, but now he changed his mind and decided to drag it out a bit. "What are you talking about? What do I know? I don't know anything at all." Casual and relaxed, Simon was even more at ease now than when he first entered. "You." The old man was furious at Simon's response and was about to explode, but the old man next to him blocked him, shaking his head before speaking. "Malachi Simon, we just want to understand how much you know about that place. There's a pirate in the New World planning something big to avoid huge losses. This is very important." After saying this, the old man looked at Simon, giving him time to think. "Pirate? New World? Losses? What does that have to do with me? Just because I'm the king of the Source Nation? If I don't know something, I just don't know." Moreover, Simon wasn't in a good mood right now. "We hope for your cooperation. This will relate to the survival of the entire South Sea. You probably don't know how powerful the weapon in that pirate's hands is. The man in the middle couldn't help but speak, clearly agitated by Simon's casual attitude despite the urgent situation. Relating to the survival of the South Sea? What is going on? It's just a weapon. How can it affect the South China Sea? Isn't it in the New World? Simon was also serious. Upon suddenly hearing this news, he was filled with confusion. You don't need to know the reason. Since you don't know about this thing, please leave. It's no longer your concern. The 5 elders made a judgment. They still needed to think of a solution. Simon, who didn't know about this weapon, was now of no use. Hey, how is it no longer my business? I'm also in the South China Sea. Shouldn't I have a right to know? Unable to endure being spoken to like this, Simon couldn't let it go. It was one thing not to know before, but now that he knew, how could he just leave? After all, there were many things in the South China Sea that he couldn't part with. Simon's sudden loud voice attracted the attention of all the 5 elders. They looked at Simon and then gathered together to whisper among themselves. After a while, they returned to their previous positions and said, "It's not that we can't tell you, but do you really have the courage to face that weapon once you know?" The last 5 elder who hadn't spoken was now looking seriously at Simon. It's just a weapon. It's not some unstoppable natural disaster. What is there to be afraid of? With a determined gaze, Simon was not lazy at all now. His serious and domineering aura was almost leaking out. That's hard to say. This weapon is not much different from a natural disaster. That is, at this point, he suddenly stopped, and it was clear that what followed should be a secret. Simon looked at this last 5 elder in confusion, wanting to hear more. You should know that this weapon is not a good thing for you. Moreover, your attempts to stop her won't be able to deal with this weapon. The mysterious ultimate weapon was thus skipped over by the 5 elders. Indeed, it was something that couldn't be disclosed. I don't know how to stop this weapon. Speaking of which, you still haven't said what that person is trying to do. Not being able to get more information, Simon did not continue to entangle with them. After all, the most important thing right now is not this. After hearing Simon's words, the 5 elders did not keep anything secret and directly told Simon, Bahamut Flame, a woman who attempts to challenge the majesty of the gods. According to our intelligence, she is planning a major event that will affect the world. The second 5 elder on the left was now explaining this event to Simon, and the weapon she planned to use would drain all the underground fire veins of the South China Sea. At that time, all the islands in the South China Sea would sink. The ocean would also face a super tsunami. The one on the far left provided additional explanation, looking somewhat worried. Stunned, Simon was frozen when he heard the name Bahamut. That person, she now has the power to influence the world. Are you kidding me? I've never heard of such a thing. The unexpected development. The flame that the 5 elders spoke of, had just a few million bounty not long ago. This truly was perplexing. After all, there was no memory related to this pirate group in Simon's recollections. Is it my fault? Did they not originally obtain this weapon? This question had to be deeply contemplated. If it was really like this, then this event would likely be his own story. How can he stop her? He didn't know the principles or the locations, but he understood that if someone could save the South China Sea, that person must be himself. After all, the 5 elders would not be merciful enough to give up the Holy Land to care about the South China Sea. Under the Lut Islands, there is a piece of elemental crystal. That thing is the way Bahamut can drain the fire veins of the South China Sea. As long as that thing is sent into the sky, it can stop her. The solution was mentioned by the 5 elders, but for some reason, Simon always felt that these 5 old men seemed to be looking forward to him taking on this matter next. Is it really that simple? You're sure you're not lying to me? I haven't heard of any weapon that can transmit materials across half the world. Not fully believing the words of the 5 elders. If it were truly like this, such technology would be impossible to exist in this world. You can't help but not believe. After all, that weapon was left behind by someone from 500 years ago. It seemed that if he didn't explain, Simon might not take on this person. The elder on the far right thought for a moment and decided to tell Simon. 500 years ago, suddenly receiving new information, Simon furrowed his brow. How could it be something from that era? 500 years ago, a figure named suddenly appeared, and in just a few years, he reached heights never seen before in the world. No one knew where he came from, only that he was searching for a place called Mount Luoja. Mount Luogia. Upon hearing this, Simon felt a sense of familiarity. Isn't the country he comes from called Luogia? He is the god of war of Luogia. It really is him. Standing outside among the kings, Simon had a complex expression. He didn't expect this person to have left behind so many legends. If it were him, then it wouldn't be surprising. After all, in such a world, anything is possible. Now, can he only search for that crystal supermodel? Too much of a supermodel. Why leave so many powerful weapons in this pirate world? The world has been destroyed like this. But Simon had no choice. After all, he had no golden finger, relying only on the blessings left by his predecessors. But he couldn't escape the shadow of his predecessors. Leaving this place, Simon quickly returned to the area where the kings were gathered. It's useless to think too much. Right now, he should focus on what he needs to do. It's just a leftover tool. It can't change the whole world. Looking at the kings ahead, Simon felt it was necessary to have a good discussion with them. Among the kings, he could clearly sense that the 5 elders were not worried at all, as if the flame was just a clown. Simon thought that if the 5 elders didn't think the sinking of the South China Sea would embarrass the world government, they wouldn't even summon him. Your Majesty, I have something to discuss with you. One by one, they engage in in-depth discussions. No one knew what Simon was doing, only that they seemed to be enjoying the conversation. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. After a roughly simple round, Simon returned, feeling very happy on the way back, as it seemed he had reached some important agreement. Simon, you're back so late. Did the 5 Elder Stars have a lot to discuss with you? As soon as he returned, Xiao Luo rushed over, and judging by her excited demeanor, she must have been worried for a long time. It's just a small matter. The one who delayed me was the king on the road. They insisted on having a good chat with me. Ruffling Xiao Luo's hair, Simon felt a sense of comfort. Suddenly knowing so many things weighed heavily on his heart. Is that so? Let's not talk about this anymore. Simon, look what I've prepared. Just a moment of confusion. Xiao Luo turned her head and no longer thought about that matter. She proudly held up a round object to Simon. A badge? Looking at the object, the only possibility Simon could think of was that. But Xiao Luo shook her head and extended a finger. No. This is the Rogoat commemorative medallion, the rarest item from this holy land. Filled with pride, Xiao Luo must be very happy as she obtained herself. Rogoat commemorative medallion? What is that? Is it famous? I've never heard of it. Also, Xiao Luo, how did you manage to get such a rare item? With a pile of questions, looking at the round medallion in Xiao Luo's hand, Simon felt there must be some secret behind it. Famous? Of course it's famous. Even the kings of Cola Country and Soda Country hold it in high regard. I spent all the money I had to buy it. Looking at the medallion, Xiao Luo's smile never stopped. She hadn't seen many good things. Cola Country? Soda Country? Where are these small countries from? Xiao Luo, are you really sure you weren't scammed? I've never heard of these 2 countries. The more Simon listened, the more he felt Xiao Luo must have been deceived. If they were famous countries, how could he not know about them? Not small countries. Their trade spreads all over the world. They're super big countries. As a palace maid, Xiao Luo certainly knew more than Simon, who had been exiled at the age of 8. These 2 countries were places you wouldn't even see on a regular basis. Now I'm really curious. I want to know what the situation is. So I can't help but ask about the Rogoat commemorative medallion. Xiao Luo, tell me about these 2 countries. What is the deal with these 2 countries? How come I've never heard of them? Didn't they ever promote themselves? Reflecting on those years, Simon had encountered quite a few countries and had a fair amount of knowledge about them. Yet, he had never heard of these 2 countries, even though they were so famous. If you say that, then I'll tell you properly. These 2 countries are quite hidden. Nobody knows where their territories are. However, every royal family has legends about them. I once heard the king of the Laonian kingdom say, Cola, Soda, are you trying to conquer the world? Xiao Luo spoke very seriously, and the mystery in her words made Simon feel as if he were experiencing it firsthand. And in what? Although it felt a bit strange, Simon still thought it was worth continuing to listen. Perhaps there would be some other twists. Then the king helplessly surrendered. You have to know, the king of the Laonian kingdom is a person with very big ambitions. What could make him surrender if not a superpower? By now, Xiao Luo hadn't doubted anything in her story. Ah, Simon was already sure that Xiao Luo had definitely been deceived. If what she knew about these two countries was true, then her story didn't sound much like a country at all. Xiao Luo, let's just say, is it possible that these two countries don't even exist? Of course, I'm just saying. To prevent Xiao Luo from having a negative reaction, Simon's tone was a bit exploratory. Don't exist? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I heard it with my own ears. And if they don't exist, what did I encounter? Is it a ghost? Just as Simon thought. Xiao Luo indeed became a bit agitated, but fortunately, it hadn't reached an unreasonable level. Calm down, Xiao Luo. Is it possible that what you heard, then, was just the king of Laonian complaining? And even if these two countries do exist, do you think with the money you have, you could have gotten such a rare item? That seems to make a bit of sense. Could it be that I was really scammed? Xiao Luo was persuaded by Simon. After thinking seriously, she realized that the process of obtaining this item was indeed too simple. So what should Simon do now? That is all my life savings, just because of this roe goat commemorative medallion. Before she understood, Xiao Luo had no negative emotions. But now she was starting to feel uneasy about how she encountered such a situation. Calm down, Xiao Luo. First, tell me how you met those two kings who claim to be from Cola Country and Soda Country. Seeing Xiao Luo's emotions becoming increasingly extreme, Simon understood that this couldn't go on. He started thinking of a solution. That was after you left, Simon. After saying goodbye to King Malachi, I was on my way back. Halfway back, I suddenly heard someone discussing cola and soda. Remembering the reputation of those two big countries I had heard of, I went up to join the conversation. Rubbing her chin, Xiao Luo began to recall what had happened at that time. And then, what was their reaction? Up until now, everything seemed normal. Simon didn't feel any hint of conspiracy. And then, it seemed like they didn't want to pay attention to me. They were very rude at that time, really bad. Remembering the rude attitude of those two, Xiao Luo raised a fist, looking fierce, as if she wasn't actually uncomfortable. Since they were like that, of course, I didn't continue to pester them. But after I walked a short distance, they suddenly chased after me. They looked super enthusiastic, even crazier than the wild dogs in the village. They were talking and telling stories. I really believed them, and then I bought that thing, feeling a bit regretful. Xiao Luo now somewhat understands that the situation didn't seem normal at all. How could she have been deceived? Suddenly, her emotions changed? When was that? There wasn't a single clue. After listening, Simon couldn't figure anything out either. Time? I don't know, but it shouldn't have been long. She hadn't gone far at that time. Xiao Luo had no idea. She just obediently returned to her room. How could she remember the time, right? Still without any clues. There shouldn't be anyone in this holy place with intentions against her. So what were those two people about? Simon, do you think if we go find them, we can get the money back? That was my savings for a long, long time. Being scammed, of course, she couldn't act like nothing happened. If she couldn't get it back, Xiao Luo probably wouldn't be able to rest well today. Do you know where they live? Do you understand their true identities? This sudden request from Xiao Luo made Simon realistically ask her. I don't know. They came up saying they were the kings of Cola Country and Soda Country. I didn't have time to think about it. With this question, Xiao Luo felt awkward. Other than knowing the two people's disguises, she understood nothing. This is going to be difficult. Simon looked at Xiao Luo, thinking about how to comfort her. But Simon, I know what they look like. If I could see them again, I would definitely recognize them. Of course, Xiao Luo had her own strategy. She had carefully remembered the appearance of those two when she wanted to show off the round token she received. Oh, can you draw it? Key information obtained. But finding it now seems impossible. Simon thought that if she could draw it, maybe he could find those two at the World Conference. This won't work. I'm very bad at drawing. It won't look like anything. What a pity. Although Xiao Luo could do many things, drawing was definitely not one of them. Then there's no way. You can't attend the World Conference. After the conference, the kings will leave quickly, and there won't be any chance to find them. All possibilities have been blocked, and Simon was at a loss. Why is this happening? My poor little money, I'm about to lose my little pearls, and her feelings of grievance suddenly surged up. Seeing Xiao Luo like this was hard for Simon too. After a moment of silence, he pressed down on Xiao Luo's shoulder. Xiao Luo, tell me what they roughly look like. I will remember those people at tomorrow's conference. After all, The conference will last 3 days. There's plenty of time. In the end, with no other options, Simon had never seen those people. He couldn't just view Xiao Luo's memories, right? Memories? Suddenly, Simon seemed to realize something. Really? As long as you tell me what they look like, can we find them? This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Hearing Simon's words, Xiao Luo reignited her hope. She began to work hard to recall those people's appearances. Simon? What's wrong? Just when Xiao Luo was about to tell Simon the key element she remembered, she suddenly noticed Simon was frozen, seemingly deep in thought. Xiao Luo, my ability seems to allow me to see memories. I think I used it before. Simon finally remembered his ability. It was not easy. Looking back from the beginning to now, he could count on one hand the number of times he had used his ability. Seeing memories? It seems like I have used it, but wasn't the success rate low? Hearing Simon say this, Xiao Luo remembered too. The situation when Simon used this ability was really unacceptable. It wasn't that it was low, but that the usage method was wrong. What is my ability? It's fairness. In that judgment, not cooperating would obviously make it hard to succeed. But if it's cooperative, it is bound to succeed. His ability wasn't as inadequate as Xiao Luo said. Simon had been tested and understood the rules long ago. Is it really bound to succeed? Hearing this made Xiao Luo excited. If that's the case, releasing her memories would be better than describing them. Of course, this was based on the valuable experiences gained from the contributions of many living beings. No lies, what Simon said was true. Those beings that disappeared in the South Sea could testify for him. Then hurry up. If we know who they are sooner, we can find them quickly. Xiao Luo was very anxious. She couldn't wait at all. She just wanted to find her savings back quickly. No need to be so anxious, it's already so late. Finding them will be a matter for tomorrow. It's okay to be a bit early or late. Although Simon said it didn't matter, he still watched Xiao Luo's recent memories at the first opportunity. In the memories image, he saw the two people Xiao Luo mentioned. Are these two really kings? Why do they look so sleazy? Looking at the appearance of those two in the image, Simon's brows never relaxed. They looked too unattractive. Couldn't anyone overthrow their tyranny? Xiao Luo, take a closer look. Do they really look like this? The appearance of these two made Simon start to doubt life. Do such people really exist? They don't look real at all. It's like this. When I saw them, they looked like this. Undoubtedly, in Xiao Luo's perception, those two looked like this. Xiao Luo at first glance. These people don't seem to be kings of any major country. That sleazy aura is something only super tiny countries would have. It left Simon speechless. How could Xiao Luo have been deceived by such people? It seemed impossible to think about it. They were just bluffing me at that time. I really thought they were important figures I couldn't reach. There was nothing before. But now Xiao Luo felt so awkward thinking about it, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. All right, let us wait for the conference to start tomorrow. At that time, if they were really kings, they would definitely be visible. It's useless to say anything now. It's already late, and it's time to do what needs to be done. In the morning, during the meeting, there were over 100 kings waiting for the conference to begin. Simon, sitting in a corner, started observing the kings as he entered the conference room, trying to find those two deceptive kings. So many people. This grand scene was truly captivating. But where are those two? Why haven't I seen them at all? Indeed, Simon had been searching for a long time, but none of the people matched those two. The kings here appeared either dignified or graceful. Not a single one looked sleazy. So it seems something is definitely wrong. Perhaps those two are not kings after all. After searching without success, Simon had scanned the room once, and by now, most of the kings had arrived. The king presiding over the meeting had already begun preparing to speak. Maybe I could ask King Bash and my father. They should be able to think of something. After all, those two had very representative appearances. With this thought in mind, Simon began to listen seriously to the contents of the meeting. This was a conference that would determine the direction of the world. Can you come find me tonight? Get lost. Look at him. TCH. The flow of the meeting was completely different from what Simon had imagined. It didn't seem like a meeting that would determine the fate of the world at all. Is this really the right conference room? Damn, are they all crazy? The only thing he heard was useless gossip, and Simon felt a wave of disgust. he began to question whether he was in the right place. What does this conference room look like now? The kings were gathered together, discussing topics that would only come up at a banquet. And the chairperson seemed just like these kings, as if they had no intention of discussing serious matters together. So I should have asked King Bash about the meeting's agenda. Is the situation really normal? Simon was seated in a rather remote position. He chose a spot farthest from the chairperson to see the whole venue. And coincidentally, King Bash and King Malachi were sitting right next to the chairperson, the farthest from Simon. But if everyone is like this, wouldn't it be out of place if I didn't do something? After looking at the chairperson for a long time, Simon glanced in other directions. There were small groups everywhere. Looking back at himself, he was all alone. Should I find someone to ask? Since everyone is like this, right? This situation must be clarified quickly. Or else on the first day of the meeting, wouldn't I just be sitting here like I'm in prison? After thinking this, Simon began to look for someone to approach. He looked left and right, and after a while, he realized he had no options. Am I really the last one here? The only person I can talk to is this one on my left? This situation is really unexpected. Who would have thought there would be empty seats in a conference room? Despite feeling helpless, now is not the time to think about that. After hesitating for a moment, Simon decided to speak to the person next to him. Blah blah, this king was very friendly and didn't hesitate to talk to Simon just because he didn't know him. From this king, Simon learned a lot of information. Oh, so that's how it is. The first and second days of the conference are for resolving conflicts between member states. And the third day will involve very important proposal activities. After understanding the situation, Simon had no more questions about the behavior of these kings. It seemed quite normal. However, once he knew, Simon immediately realized he was indeed going to be stuck here. What conflicts does he have to resolve? No way. This is 2 days. If it keeps going like this, I'll burst. How about asking him about those 2 people? Since I'm just sitting here doing nothing, Simon thought. Rather than waiting until the end of the meeting to ask King Malachi, I might as well ask right now. Do you know these 2 people? Taking out the photos he had taken of the 2, Simon showed them to the king. Never seen them. Why are you looking for these 2? Is there some deep reason? The king thought for a while and couldn't recall where he had seen those 2. Never seen them? The king's words deepened Simon's doubts. Listening to this king, it was clear he had attended many world conferences, and if even he hadn't seen them, how could Simon find them? But even if he thought that, he still had to respond. After all, it wasn't something that needed to be hidden. I feel embarrassed saying this. Those 2 are con artists. They use something called the Roget commemorative medallion to swindle my maid of all her possessions. Hearing about the maid piqued Simon's curiosity about those 2, and he wanted to see them for himself. Speaking half-truths. A necessary embellishment was still needed. Roget, are you talking about that Roget? But what Simon didn't expect was that when this king heard Simon mention Roget, he became extremely agitated, as if he had heard of someone who should not exist at all. That Roget? Seeing this king so excited, Simon knew there must be a story behind it. Thinking about it, sitting here doing nothing was boring. He might as well listen to what was going on with this person. Hey, you don't know? That Roget is very famous. But it seems he doesn't know where he has run off to now. As he spoke, this king showed a look of regret. As if he were talking about an idol he could no longer see. Very famous? Can you tell me more? Who is this person? Simon's sixth sense told him that information about Roget might be very important to him. Right now, don't you have any issues to resolve? Simon's question was quite abrupt. At this world conference, how could anyone not engage seriously in socializing and inquiring about things? Yes, that's right, it's now. My country is very peaceful right now. There's nothing to discuss here. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Having strength means having confidence. No one can invade my country, all right? Well, actually, it would be better to discuss these things separately. But since we have nothing to talk about with other kings right now, let's talk about this legendary figure. Simon's agreement hit the mark, as the king was a super fan of Roget. After learning about Roget's disappearance, he searched for a long time. As the king began to speak, Simon even started to breathe more quietly, wondering what story would unfold. Roget was originally a coach for a certain agency under the world government, and his outstanding educational abilities propelled that agency to the strongest position in just a few years. But that was just his basic operation. Do you know what his most famous event is? At this point, the king looked at Simon, who, like most storytellers, enjoyed hearing the ignorance of the listener. What is it? Of course, Simon, who was caught up in the exciting part of the story, chose to follow the king's lead, and indeed he knew nothing. He single-handedly battled the three admirals. He fought the Navy's three admirals for nearly 3 days without a victor. You must know that those are Navy admirals, and 3 of them. The king became more and more excited as he spoke. Perhaps he would never forget that scene in his lifetime. It was truly spectacular. Huh? Fighting the 3 admirals alone? Is that true? Why haven't I seen any news about it? It's not that I don't believe it, but what the king is saying is too outrageous. The strength of the 3 admirals is already at the ceiling level, right? Yet that Rocket actually fought against them for 3 days without losing. That seems a bit fake. And why did Rocket fight the 3 admirals? It's true. As for why, I saw it with my own eyes. Right in my country. The king's expression didn't seem like he was lying. Simon could fully see the admiration in his reminiscing demeanor. But why? If they were all people of the world government, there would be no need to fight. Simon, like an elementary school student, kept asking questions. He truly couldn't figure out. No, at that time, Rocket was no longer a government person. He was wanted, although the reason is unknown. The ones pursuing him were undoubtedly the 3 admirals, and they were pursuing him together. The king's current mood wasn't very high. Perhaps he was reminded of the time when the 3 admirals surrounded him. Together, they came after him. Did you see this with your own eyes? It's hard to imagine how exciting the experiences of this king in front of him must be. How did he randomly find a king to talk to? And it turned out to be such a top-tier figure. At that time, the distance between me and the 3 admirals was only as far as a pumpkin. Who can understand that kind of pressure, that kind of indescribable feeling? The king now looked a bit strange, somewhat intoxicated, but also with a hint of guilt. So Rocket really exists, and he is indeed a super celebrity? Simon was stunned. He initially thought little Luo had been deceived, but now it felt like he wasn't deceived at all. Since you know about Rocket, is that round token real? Confused, Simon thought for a moment and took out the round token he got from little Luo. The round token? Is this it? Simon's action of taking out the round token interrupted the king's memories. You can take a look. I don't know what this Rocket is about. Whether this thing has any relation, I don't know. But this is the protagonist of the scam I mentioned. He showed it to the king, but didn't completely hand it over. After all, this is little Luo's thing. Even if it's fake, it still cost little Luo all of his savings, so it can't be lost. This pattern, this outline, this wild feeling. The moment the king saw the Rocket commemorative round token in Simon's hand, he felt an uncontrollable sensation. This style was too familiar to him. It was exactly the style from his memories. It's fake. At a glance, it's fake. This thing has nothing to do with Rocket at all. After reluctantly retracting his gaze, the king directly concluded that this thing was fake. So it's really like this. Pretending not to see his performance, Simon prepared to take back the round token. But at that moment, the king moved. He grabbed Simon's wrist. Huh? What does that mean? Well, since this is a fake thing, how about selling it to me? As for the price, let us calculate it based on what your maid paid. On the surface, the king seemed to have no issues, appearing genuinely thoughtful for Simon. Why? Since you know this is a fake thing, why spend this money? Simon didn't quite understand what the king was trying to do. They shouldn't be able to reach this level on their first meeting. Let's be friends. From the moment I saw you, I knew we would definitely become good friends. So sincere that it couldn't be more sincere, this king, who had been on the throne for decades, showed no hint of change in his expression. Be friends? If it's just to be friends, there is no need to spend so much. Besides, it's just a maid's item. Hanging on to him, Simon wanted to see how long this person could keep up the act. Of course, what was said now couldn't be taken seriously. He had no right to decide whether to sell it or not, as this was little Luo's item. No, although it's just a thing belonging to your maid. I can see the value you place on her in your eyes. You must really cherish that maid, right? With a firm and imposing voice, the king at that moment transformed into a wise man, confidently stating, you could say that. But this thing, unexpectedly, the king understood so well, immediately seeing through Simon's hidden affection for little Luo. Now, Simon felt that this king truly had something about him, but not too much. I know, I understand. I get it. You're afraid she will worry, right? The king understood again. His expression seemed to completely see through Simon. But don't worry. As long as you don't say it, I want to say it. How would she know? When you bring back the property she lost. Just tell her the money is back. And that would be enough. This king has thought of every aspect, and what he mentioned is indeed a solution. However, what he doesn't know is that Xiao Luo is not someone who will just let things go. If she doesn't find the two people who deceived her and only brings back the money, then Xiao Luo will definitely cause a scene. You can't really want this, can you? This is fake. Could it be that this is actually not? With suspicion showing in his eyes, Simon began to apply pressure. If he continued to follow this king's pace, it might really not progress further. Huh? How could that be? I am the most honest king. How could I deceive you in this regard? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although he wasn't feeling guilty, this king had an extraordinarily thick skin. This level of pressure was just normal. Oh, is that so? Simon pressed step by step, wanting to see this king's defenses break. But you might as well give up. This thing is not for sale. I want to find those two con artists. Since they brought out something like this, it cannot be ignored. The pressure did not yield the desired effect. The king showed no reaction, not even a step back, unable to maintain a flirtatious demeanor with this king in public. Simon directly sat back down as if nothing had happened. Not for sale? Why not? This thing is fake. The king couldn't remain calm anymore. That was really the Rogoat commemorative medallion, the only thing close to the idol Rogoat. Even a fake wouldn't be given away so easily. This is a treasure that can mock her properly. After all, such a good opportunity is rare. With his eyes on the medallion, Simon revealed a silly smile, leaving the king speechless. Just because of this, the king's mindset crumbled. Looking at the medallion, so close, it felt like it was separated by a galaxy. You two really have a good relationship, unlike my harem of over 300. Not one can share their heart. After a moment of breakdown, the king let it go. At this time, he actually began to appreciate Simon and their feelings, something he did not have. Silent and unable to speak, Simon couldn't respond. How could he answer? After all, there are over 300. Forget it, forget it. Let me tell you, that medallion is real. It is indeed something from Rogoat's side. It should be the latest one made. Without his personal greed, this king is still a really good person. Is it real? This is actually a genuine item? But why did you just? At this moment, Simon pretended not to know anything, looking surprised at the king. That was just a little bit of greed after all. Everyone has something they want, right? This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Speaking of this, the king felt very awkward. Having acted in such a way in front of others and then being exposed and questioned, that was truly embarrassing. So that's how it is. It's okay. It's very normal. I would never laugh at you. After all, say not to laugh, but how could Simon hold it in, accidentally letting out a little sound? Zero. The king stared blankly at Simon, feeling uncomfortable sitting here. This. That was not intentional. Since you say this thing is real, then what would be the identities of those two people? Not knowing much about Rogoat, Simon wanted to know more detailed information. I don't know, probably the PC alliance newly established by Rogoat. He must have spent a lot of time to counter the government's CP agency. The king also didn't know much about the rumors regarding Rogoat. The only connection he could make was that unknown PC alliance, which may or may not exist. PC Alliance. What is that for? Is it an agency like CP? A brand new force that I don't know about. This is too good. I actually got so much information. It must mean someone is helping me. That's right. The training methods of the PC Alliance are the same as CP. After all, Rogoat was once an instructor. Re-establishing some is not difficult at all. The king had no hesitation about this question. He firmly believed that even if Rogoat was just one person, he could definitely form a team as strong as CP. Is that so? Then why did those two approach Xiao Luo? She doesn't have anything worth Rogoat's attention, does she? Besides, does Rogoat know Xiao Luo? Understanding what he wanted to know, Simon began to make connections and think about the causal relationship of the whole matter. Xiao Luo said they originally didn't want to pay attention to her, but suddenly changed their attitude. Why? The unfolding of the event was getting more interesting. Simon already had an answer in his heart, but he couldn't understand why. The first day's meeting ended abruptly. While Simon was still in a daze, the venue was already empty. No, there was still a king present. President Simon, I've already contacted many kings. I believe they will definitely help you the day after tomorrow. Listening to the words in his ear, Simon came out of his thoughts and looked up to find it was the old king. Really, I believe the world will definitely get better by the way. Let me ask you something. Do you know Rogoat? The old king must have been in the royal court longer than the previous king. So Simon thought comparing the two might yield more information. Rogoat? That name sounds somewhat familiar. The name Simon mentioned caused the old king to fall into memories. It seemed he had heard it somewhere before. Rogoat. Rogoat. Rogoat? President Simon, you're not referring to the former CP, Instructor Rogoat, are you? The old king also knew, so it seemed that king was not lying after all. If he is the only one, then it must be him. It was hard for Simon to say here. Indeed, his information confirmed it. Why do you ask him? That person is a taboo. If those people hear it in this holy place, the consequences could be very serious. After a slow recollection, the old king finally remembered who this Rogoat was. He was someone who had been banned by the world government, and two suspected subordinates of his had appeared in the Holy Land. They even tricked away all of little Luo's possessions. Simon truthfully told the old king. After all, this old king was an ally, and there was nothing he couldn't say. What? How could this be? This is bad. I must quickly inform the five elders. Hearing that those people had appeared in the Holy Land, the old king panicked and hurriedly went to find the five elders. Wait. Is it really that serious? It's just a suspicion. Simon quickly stopped the old king, saying that he couldn't let him leave so easily before understanding the situation clearly. It would be troublesome to find him again next time. President Simon, this is no longer a matter of severity. That man has even confronted the five elders head-on, and he escaped with only minor injuries. If we accidentally come into contact with his subordinates, it's better to stay in the Holy Land for a while longer. That person is extraordinarily strong. The old king, being pulled back by Simon, told him what he wanted to know, but it was the first time Simon saw him looking so serious. Confronting the five elders directly? Is this true? Is he really that outrageous? This news stunned Simon. He simply couldn't imagine that such a thing had actually happened. You must know that with that level of combat power, any action would surely spread throughout the world, yet there is no record of this anywhere. It's just that absurd. That person is probably the strongest in the world. Sometimes I really doubt whether that degree of power belongs to a person from this world. President Simon, I advise you not to do anything eye-catching recently. I will go find the five elders. This is really serious. In the end, Simon couldn't hold back the old king, and he went to find the five elders. Not from this world. The old king might just be saying that, but Simon felt that the possibility was very high. After all, who said that only he could travel to this world? Traveling through time? Reincarnation? Possession? He must have some kind of special ability. Such a level of strength definitely wouldn't come from short-term training. After guessing one by one, Simon reached a conclusion. This person is not normal. After all, as an ordinary human, it makes no sense for him to be this strong. So in this case, that round token might be some kind of artifact, since the deception has to be delivered into little Luo's hands. Is the target me? After summarizing everything, Simon thought of a possibility, which was that the person was plotting against him. But why? How did he know I would definitely come here? And it really coincided so perfectly? Simon's narrow perspective made it difficult for him to understand why this was happening, especially since he hadn't even met him until now. What did I overlook? Simon continued to ponder, while the old king had already arrived at the meeting with the five elders to report the whole situation. We already know the situation. You can go back now. Be careful not to let this matter slip out. Although it was the old king reporting the situation, he didn't have the chance to hear the five elders' decision regarding Rogoat, as it was highly confidential. The old king was momentarily stunned, and then said nothing, bowing and exiting. He came back. What does that person want to do? Does he want to destroy the world? Just after the old king left, one of the five elders couldn't hold back any longer, his anger making his beard bristle. No matter what that man wants to do, we absolutely cannot let him escape this time. He is very dangerous. The round-headed elder, arms crossed with a grim expression, said, "Activate the national treasure." That man's strength must have increased significantly over the years. Relying solely on our abilities may not be enough to punish him. Moreover, there's a pirate recently trying to create a big incident. The bespectacled elder felt it was time to use the national treasure, as it was better to resolve this matter quickly. National treasure? Has it reached that level already? Should we try again? Hearing the proposal to use the national treasure, one elder was not very agreeable, as using the national treasure requires asking Lord Emu. If it gets to that point, wouldn't it mean they are quite incompetent? No. It has now reached the level where the national treasure must be used. If that pirate is in cahoots with him, the consequences are beyond what we can bear. If they join forces, they can break through our defenses. The bespectacled elder considered the worst-case scenario, as this level of incident had already reached their limit of handling. I agree. Let us ask Lord Emu. This matter must be done. Imagining the scene of Rogoat and Bahamut the Flame teaming up, the 5 elders knew they could not accept such consequences. This time, there was no need for a vote. They all unanimously agreed. On the other side, Simon, unable to think any further, decided to stop and left the meeting room, returning to the rest area. Simon, how is it? Did you find anything? As soon as Simon returned, little Luo eagerly began to ask. She was so eager to punish those two. No, they may not have come as kings to attend the meeting. Their figures were not present at the meeting. Simon shook his head in regret. It truly was unavoidable. If the intelligence is wrong, how could they achieve the desired results? What should we do? Does it mean I really can't get back my lovely little money? A sense of grievance surged up, and this feeling of powerlessness was really unbearable. Perhaps, but there were also gains from this meeting. Little Luo, that round token is real, and there really is a super celebrity named Rogoat. The money can't be retrieved, but the matter of this round token still needs to be explained clearly to little Luo. What does that mean? Now little Luo was even more confused. Why did it suddenly seem like she didn't understand? Didn't they not see those two people? How could they say that the round token is real? Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. It's like this. Blah, blah, blah. After a round of conversation, Simon shared all the information he got from the meeting with Xiao Luo. Is it really like this? That Roger is actually such a powerful figure. Shock filled Xiao Luo's entire face. She really couldn't have imagined that Roger existed. However, Simon, even if he really exists, what does it matter? I'm not a fan of him. Whether this thing is real or not is meaningless. Even a little bit of memorabilia isn't enough to qualify. After the shock, Xiao Luo still didn't won the round badge. After all, how could she suddenly become a fan of a famous person she didn't even know? So Xiao Luo, if you could exchange this round badge for something of equivalent value to your original property, would you want to exchange it? Seeing that Xiao Luo had no feelings for this thing at all, Simon thought again about the king he had talked to. He really wanted this item, and its origin was unclear, which could lead to some bad consequences, so it was better to get rid of it quickly. Can it be exchanged? This was another exciting matter. Xiao Luo was a bit afraid that Simon was tricking her. Yes, it definitely can. At the meeting, there was a king who wanted to exchange it for something of equal value. It was good that Xiao Luo agreed. He figured if he found that king again, he would definitely be able to make the exchange. So let us do it. I still want my little money. This thing is completely useless. The disgust in her eyes was almost impossible to hide, and Xiao Luo began to doubt why she had bought this thing in the first place. Fine, let us wait until tomorrow. By the way, Xiao Luo, do you have any news about Pudding lately? Is she safe now? After one matter concluded, Simon suddenly remembered that Xiao Luo had Pudding's contact information. Pudding? Simon, why are you asking her? She is a bounty pirate now. Are you planning to capture her? Simon's question made Xiao Luo catch a whiff of gossip. It had been so long since she had seen Pudding. Why was he suddenly bringing her up? No. I heard from the 5 elders that a pirate is about to do something big. It's Flame, since Pudding is one of their crew members. I want to know if there is anything we can find out. After all, the 5 elders said that their actions could lead to the destruction of the South Sea. Simon poured some water into a cup and sat down. After being in the conference room for so long, his mouth felt extremely dry. What? Is it such a big deal? Another shock. Today Xiao Luo was shocked. But unfortunately, I can't contact Pudding. She hasn't been in touch with me for a long, long time. After the shock, Xiao Luo felt a sense of loss. Pudding was her best friend. But not having contacted her for such a long time was definitely abnormal. Is that so? Not receiving news made Simon feel regretful too. But it didn't matter. He had already guessed this situation. If I can't contact Pudding, then Flame probably can't be contacted either. Where is this situation heading? What exactly do you want to do? Why are you doing this? You know that this level of action can't shake the world government. To be honest, Simon didn't understand what Flame was doing. It didn't seem like something she would do. In Simon's impression, that woman was extremely intelligent. At that moment, Xiao Luo suddenly grabbed Simon's sleeve and whispered, Looking up at Xiao Luo, Simon didn't understand what she meant. Let us go save Pudding. She must be in danger. There's no way she hasn't chatted with me for this long. If Simon hadn't mentioned what Flame was planning to do, Xiao Luo wouldn't have worried so much. After Simon finished speaking, thinking it over carefully, Xiao Luo's worries peaked. Xiao Luo, we have no information about her at all. Where are we going to save her? After silently looking at Xiao Luo's sad expression, Simon told her this. It's not that we want to save her, but we have no direction. I have the information. Pudding gave me her life paper. Following that, we can find her. Hearing that Simon agreed to save Pudding, Xiao Luo excitedly started looking for that life paper. Simon stared blankly at Xiao Luo. This development was something he never expected. Earlier, he was still thinking about having no information, but now there was actually a life paper. Found it. This is it. Simon, let us hurry. Such an important thing. Xiao Luo definitely wouldn't have put it in a hard-to-find place, and she quickly found it. Simon looked at the life paper in Xiao Luo's hand. There were no burn marks. Xiao Luo, the World Conference hasn't ended yet. And she's still safe right now. Let us wait for 2 more days. Once the World Conference is over, we'll set off immediately. After all, the matters of the World Conference are more important. Simon thought that nothing would happen in 2 days. Simon is putting life not more important than this conference. Releasing Simon's hand, Xiao Luo no longer had the previous emotions. She felt confused, not knowing what to do. No, Xiao Luo, look at this life paper. There's not a single sign of burning, and there are no signs of it having burned. So putting in any danger right now. Besides, Flame is also there, right? That woman Wu Ti let her partner get hurt. Xiao Luo couldn't understand, and Simon naturally tried to persuade her. After all, he couldn't just let Xiao Luo suffer alone. Really? Is Pudding really okay? Just as Simon thought. Xiao Luo indeed didn't know much about life papers. She only knew that life papers could be used to find Pudding. Of course, if there's a life-threatening situation, the life paper would burn. If it burned out, that person would. Explaining this to Xiao Luo, it was much more credible than if he said it alone. So that is how it is. Then, let us wait for 2 more days. But Simon, after the World Conference ends, we must go. It's decided. In this situation, although Xiao Luo still wanted to find Pudding quickly, she wasn't firmly set on going. Of course. After all, only the World Conference is needed here. There's no need for us to stay here any longer. Xiao Luo didn't say anything. And Simon was also eager to leave after the meeting. This holy land is not as safe as it used to be. 2 forces have their eyes on it, and they seem quite strong. The next day's meeting was still the noisy gathering of kings, but on this day, Simon exchanged a round token and treasure with the king he had spoken to earlier. The king was quite surprised when Simon agreed to the exchange. Xiao Luo, little Qian is back. See, I wasn't lying. When little Qian was placed in front of Xiao Luo, her melancholic eyes finally regained some sparkle. Wow, really? Someone actually wants that thing. Counting 1 belly at a time, Xiao Luo felt incredibly lucky to encounter such kind-hearted people. Meanwhile, Simon sat on the chair, thinking about the meeting tomorrow, as it would be the day to make the final decision. Whether or not it can succeed depends on tomorrow. It's highly likely to succeed. After all, I have someone backing me. Right. Simon was not wrong. He had done a lot today, and everything was already arranged. Time arrived at the last day of the World Conference. The kings today were completely different from those of the previous days. Each one sat very solemnly, ready to vote on proposals regarding the world situation. The Navy requested an increase in military spending. What does everyone think about this? The presiding king began to read the first proposal from a well-organized document. And of course, it was a no. If military spending increases, won't that mean more gold from the sky? My country can barely hold on as it is. Absolutely not. The smaller, less affluent nations certainly could not sit idly by. If the world government really passed this, they would face annihilation. Indeed, the Navy's current scale is sufficient. No need to continue increasing military spending. Yes, yes, yes. The opinions on site were unexpectedly unanimous. Everyone did not want to spend this unnecessary money, and it was unanimously rejected. I will convey our final conclusion to the 5 elders. Let's move on to the next item. The meeting proceeded quickly. It seemed there was nothing much to discuss this year, as there were hardly any lengthy discussions. One proposal after another was passed, and gradually it came to Simon's proposal. Next, the proposal for establishing bounty guilds domestically. Does everyone agree or disagree? After the presiding king proposed the idea, he waited for everyone to speak. Questions arose. Which country is domestic? Who will fund it? The king who asked this question had nothing to do with Simon. He was unclear about what the proposal entailed. Same question. Same here. Roughly estimating, about a third of the kings in the hall asked these questions. Little Lord, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Domestic refers to each country, and the Navy will cover the bounty. Everyone only needs to ensure the normal operation of the domestic guilds. Besides that, there are no responsibilities towards the guild. After surveying the entire meeting room, the presiding king explained the situation to those uninformed kings. Presiding king, may I know whose proposal this is? Is it really necessary to bring this up in this meeting? If one wants to establish bounty guilds, can't they build them themselves? The speaker was Domi from the North Sea. He was a tyrant in his own country and had no interest in discussing what he deemed a worthless matter. Your Majesty, please be mindful of the occasion. Today's meeting is not a place for loud discussions. The presiding king warned Domi once. The moment Domi spoke, the presiding king realized he was a newly crowned king whose words were too immature. After being warned, Domi sat down unhappily. He knew he absolutely could not oppose the presiding king at this moment. After all, if he disrespected the meeting, it would not go smoothly when it was his turn to be the presiding king. Is there any other question? If not, let us proceed to the voting. After Domi sat down, the presiding king scanned the hall again. After a round of observation, no king wanted to express their opinions. Now, let us begin the voting. Please raise your ballots. Finally, it was this tense moment. When the presiding king announced the voting, Simon directly raised his approval vote, confidently looking at the kings in the hall. The kings hesitated slightly before raising their votes. Of course, there were some who did not raise them, like Domi. After an intense voting session, the presiding king collected the results. 68 votes in favor, 26 against, and some abstentions. After the voting, this proposal was passed. It will be announced in the world news, so all kings should prepare accordingly. No proposal could affect the presiding king's mood. This was something decided upon when he took on the role. After this proposal passed, Simon did not pay much attention to the subsequent matters. It passed. Just as I thought. I knew it would definitely work. Well done, King Bash. Simon thought the number of votes was quite good, considering so many countries were involved. That concludes all the proposals. With the end of the last proposal, the World Conference came to a close. After some mutual pleasantries, the kings began to exit. The social occasion was not in this venue. The world's number 1 is impossible. How could such a thing happen? Has everyone lost their minds? Can such a ridiculous proposal actually pass? Just a mere bounty guild. Just as Simon was about to leave, he heard a string of curses beside him and turned to see the king Domi, who had been warned by the presiding king. Who is this? What does the bounty guild have to do with him? Such a temper? Looking at this king, Simon felt no goodwill. His remarks in the meeting and his current words all conveyed a sense of rebellion. Damn, I should have opposed it earlier. Next time, I will make sure this bounty guild disappears. Huh? What are you looking at? Do you want war? As Domi walked, he found himself next to Simon. Although he didn't closely examine Simon, his gaze was too piercing for Domi to ignore. Kid, you're quite arrogant. War is something you just declare. Impressive. There's no need to attack such a child, especially since the next World Conference is in 4 years. By then, I will have completed everything, and there is really no need for conflict. Of course, no one in the North Sea is better than me. So how about joining my side? Domi, unable to discern that Simon was being sarcastic, extended an invitation. Simon rolled his eyes at Domi and turned to leave, as speaking with such a fool was beneath his dignity. Huh? What did you just say? Come back and apologize. Otherwise, my army will definitely invade your country." After being stunned by Simon's eye roll for a few seconds, Domi shouted at Simon, but Simon had no intention of turning back. He didn't have time to waste with Domi. "Hey, I'm serious. If you don't come back, I really will get angry and start a war." Domi's cries only brought Simon's retreating figure, which quickly disappeared from sight. War, it must be war. When has Domi ever suffered such humiliation? Seriously, how could someone ignore him like this? Domi was about to go crazy. In another direction, the recently departed Simon encountered King Bash, who had returned looking for him. "What do you mean? Why are you stopping me?" Simon was surprised to see King Bash blocking his path. "President Simon, urgent news. Ragat has declared war on the world government." Such an explosive statement left Simon stunned, unable to believe it was true. "Tell me this is a lie. At this time, there can't be such a huge event." It felt like all the planning had become useless in an instant. Feeling the story was about to collapse, Simon stepped forward and grabbed King Bash's shoulder, wanting to know the truth. "I'm sorry, President Simon, but this is indeed true. It's news from the 5 elders. Right now, Ragat's army should have already engaged with the government troops." King Bash also hoped it was false, but unfortunately, it was true. If he hadn't been in the kingdom at that time, he wouldn't have received this information. How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. What about Luffy? He hasn't set sail yet. In utter chaos, Simon found it impossible to calm down. Is it my fault? Has the butterfly effect reached this extent? What will happen next in this world? President Simon. President Simon. In the midst of confusion, Simon vaguely heard King Bash calling him. He snapped back to reality and saw that it was indeed King Bash calling him. "Huff, what happened to you just now, President Simon? I almost thought you were under some spell." Seeing Simon regain his composure, King Bash finally relaxed, as the coming time in the Holy Land still depended on Simon. His old bones couldn't handle any unexpected events. "Why come to tell me? It wouldn't matter if you didn't tell me." Now, Simon could remain calm, as the situation had not yet reached its worst. In fact, things might go even smoother this way. "President Simon, saying that is a bit far, isn't it? In this chaotic situation, I certainly can't leave everything to the world government. They don't value us member countries at all. To gain favor." King Bash had no idea how the world government would respond to the sudden rebellion of Ragat, and at this moment, Simon's side was the safest place. "You think I will protect you? How do you know I will definitely do that?" Seeing through King Bash's intentions, Simon didn't react much. He wasn't particularly concerned about this matter. "No need to always protect me. Just let me stay with you. There's south no safer place than here." King Bash looked at Simon, and he could feel the sincerity in his eyes even from across the air. "Suit yourself, but I'll say it up front. I'm leaving Mary Geos soon. If you're really not afraid of danger, you can come with me." Having understood the situation, Simon was ready to leave. It was just a rebellion by Ragat, which posed no immediate threat to him. As for King Bash, he was now in shock, having never thought Simon would choose to leave Mary Geos at this time. Simon getting old, silently watching Simon leave. King Bash ultimately did not chase after him, knowing that if he wanted to leave, he would definitely encounter the rebels. With a mind full of thoughts, Simon returned to the resting area. "Simon." As soon as little Luo saw Simon's figure, she hurried over. "Let us go. If everything is packed, we can go find Puff now." Without needing to say much, Simon understood little Luo's meaning. The matters in Mary Geos were done, and staying here might force him to participate in the war. It was better to leave early. Hearing Simon say this, little Luo instantly beamed with excitement and went to pack up. "Sai, why is it like this? Did I really do something? But what could I have done to make things so absurd?" He couldn't make sense of it at all. There had been no signs for such things. Is this really a world of pirates? Could it be? He dared not continue the thought, as that kind of speculation was too terrifying. "Simon, I'm ready. Let us go." Little Luo was quick, and before Simon could think for long, she had already packed everything. But saying it was packing, there wasn't much to take, just a few small items. "I'll let us go. I have so many questions for that person." Without a hint of hesitation, she walked straight away. If anyone knew something, it had to be Flame. Simon had a feeling Ragat was definitely connected to Flame. Let us go." As Simon passed through the gate and returned to the airport, he was truly shocked by the agents coming and going here. "Va? It's so magnificent. It seems my plan needs to be more cautious. But just as he thought this, what they needed to do now wasn't to make plans, but to set sail. Simon, it seems we don't have a boat. How do we get there? Having reached this point, Xiao Luo only then realized this serious issue. They had come here on a warship, but what boat could they use now? No boat. Hearing this, Simon was clearly also taken aback. How could he have not thought to prepare for such an important matter? Well, let us just go down first. There should be a usable boat down there. Right? Although he wasn't very sure, they were already here, and they couldn't go back now. Besides, whether they could get in again was another matter. Thus, the two of them, filled with various emotions, took a bubble boat down from Holy Mary Joa. Would there really be a boat? Even if there were those boats, we probably couldn't use them before they even got down. Xiao Luo had already started to feel down. Relax, Xiao Luo. Even if we can't use the other boats, can't we just buy a boat? When we went up, I saw that there is a shipyard here. There's really no need to panic. Simon had already thought of the worst-case scenario. At worst, we could just buy one. Hey, really? Is there really a shipyard? Instantly excited, upon hearing this, Xiao Luo finally stopped sighing. The bubble boat was moving slowly, and since there was nothing to do now, they could just enjoy the scenery. A bird? At a glance, Simon noticed something unusual. There seemed to be a black dot in the sky far away. It looked like a bird, but it was too far to see clearly. A bird? What bird? Where's there a bird? Having grown tired of looking at the clouds, Xiao Luo perked up when she heard Simon mention a bird in the distance and had to take a good look. Look over there, pointing casually. Simon didn't continue to pay attention to that direction. One bird couldn't interrupt his calculations about the world situation. Hey, it really is following along. Xiao Luo indeed saw a black dot, but hesitated because she couldn't see it clearly. So she put her hands over her eyes in a binocular shape. Can't see it. Is that really a bird? It doesn't seem like it. After looking for a while, Xiao Luo felt something was off. That black dot didn't look like a bird at all. Fire? Why is there fire on the bird? Just then, the black dot seemed to be getting closer, and Xiao Luo could finally see something. Simon, look, that bird is on fire. How strange. This interesting thing had to be shared with Simon. So Xiao Luo interrupted Simon's thoughts directly. What? Due to being too focused earlier, Simon hadn't heard what Xiao Luo was saying and asked again in confusion. The bird is on fire. There's fire on that bird. Excitedly tugging at Simon's hand, Xiao Luo pointed at the black dot. Fire? What bird is on fire? Simon was, of course, puzzled, but since Xiao Luo said so, he decided to take a look. That is. Upon seeing it, the problem became clear. That black dot was not a bird at all. It was a person. White hair, black wings, and flames burning on their back. This could be that race. Now Simon's curiosity was fully piqued. It should be known that that race was rumored to have been exterminated. That race? Simon, what race is it? Upon seeing that it was actually a person, Xiao Luo was so surprised she almost shouted, but at that moment she heard Simon's words. So she asked directly without hesitation. The Lunaria tribe. A tribe known as the strongest race. Speaking of this, Simon was also very emotional. Such a strong race was actually exterminated. It was really, the strongest race? Why do you say that? Xiao Luo wanted to ask questions. This was something she didn't know about and was interested in. That because the Lunaria tribe could adapt to all kinds of environments. In the entire natural world, there isn't an environment they can't conquer. Hey, are they really that strong? Then why haven't I heard of such a perfect race? Xiao Luo couldn't believe that such a powerful race existed in the world. After all, she had no knowledge of this race whatsoever. Because they were exterminated. Speaking of this, Simon felt very regretful. After all, he had crossed over at a later time, and the wild Lunaria tribe no longer existed. Exterminated? Why would such a perfect and powerful race be exterminated? Didn't they resist? Listening to Simon's contradictory words, Xiao Luo felt like her brain was going to explode. What was this? Can a single race resist the orders issued by the world government? Especially when that race lacks high-end combat power. The more he spoke, the more regretful Simon became. He really wanted a Lunaria tribe companion, but it was simply impossible, and after hearing about the world government, Xiao Luo didn't continue to ask. She knew it was no longer necessary. The salty sea breeze was still blowing. and that Lunaria person was now very close to the Red Earth continent. Going up. What was he here for? ISNT, this walking into a trap? Watching the Lunaria person fly up to the Red Earth continent, right in front of him, Simon stared with innocent eyes, dazedly looking up. Indeed, that person must be out of their mind. Knowing that the world government was after them, they still dared to come alone. That's just pure insanity. Xiao Luo also perfectly observed all of the Lunaria person's actions. How to say it? She felt quite speechless and completely couldn't understand what that person was trying to do. No, maybe there's a problem. Right now, there might not be many troops in Holy Mary Joa. There might not be many high-level agents either. He might not have come here without a plan. In abnormal circumstances, something unknown must have happened. Simon knows that Rogoat and the world government are already at war. Now, this Lunaria tribe may possibly be the vanguard. But how enviable. I wonder where Rogoat found this Lunaria tribe. Isn't that mindless? Simon, do you know any insider information? Charging into the Holy Land alone. There seems to be a problem with that. There is still some distance to land, and Xiao Luo, seeing Simon's thoughtful expression, really wants to know what happened. You don't need to know these things yet, Xiao Luo, just be happy. After all, the news hasn't come out yet. Who knows what will happen? Simon has now realized that since he cannot control the situation, it's better to just wait for the outcome. Anything could happen before that. Oh, since Simon said so. Xiao Luo stopped asking. She was just curious and didn't need to know everything. The bubble ship continued to descend, as if nothing had happened. Boom! When the ship landed on the sea, a sound like explosives echoed from the sky. Did they start fighting? Although the sound was faint, Simon still heard it. After hearing it, he stopped walking and looked up. Huh, Simon, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly stop? Simon's sudden stop caused Xiao Luo to bump into him. But fortunately, she wasn't walking fast and didn't fall. And no problem, I just heard a sound. They continued walking forward, and it was clear what was happening above. Sound? What sound? With the loud sound of the waves. Is there any other sound? Confused, Xiao Luo hadn't heard anything, but when she wanted to ask carefully, she found that Simon had already walked quite a distance away. Wait for me, Simon, I haven't caught up yet. Seeing Simon getting further away, Xiao Luo couldn't think too much and hurriedly chased after him. Why did you stop? Can't you talk and walk at the same time? Xiao Luo shouted as she caught up, leaving Simon speechless. Once Xiao Luo arrived, she kept repeating, Oh, but you're the one who stopped first, Simon. I thought you had something to do, so I didn't continue walking. Who knew you just walked away? Xiao Luo was indeed not at fault. It was Simon who stopped and bumped into her. Then I guess it's my fault. What could he say? There was no room for Simon to argue, as Xiao Luo's reasoning was quite valid. With Xiao Luo's nod of agreement, the atmosphere between the two became quiet. Shipyard, what? No ships left? Are you kidding me, uncle? Simon couldn't believe it. There wasn't a single ship in this shipyard. Yes. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. But there's a ship over there. Xiao Luo pointed at a seemingly intact ship not far away and said to the owner, Ladies, there are indeed no ships for sale here. All the ships were purchased by the world government a day ago. As for that ship, it's a model ship and cannot set sail. The owner had no solution. No ships meant no ships, and he couldn't conjure one up. Where are they buying ships for? Does the world government need ships? Another unexpected piece of news. It was outrageous. How could the world government have reached this point? I don't know, they just did it. There are no ships left here. The owner was also very apologetic, but had no way to help. There really were no ships left. Is there really not a single ship left? We need to set sail urgently. Not wanting to give up easily, Simon thought that if the government was buying ships, they should have left some dangerous ships behind. None, really not a single one. The dilapidated ships were destroyed 3 days ago. Now the shipyard really has no ships at all. All that's left are just those piles of wood. The owner continued to express his apologies. No one could have anticipated this situation. Simon fell silent. Since the owner had said this much, he certainly couldn't keep pressing. Simon, are we really not able to leave? Xiao Luo's mood had also become very low. She was no longer as happy as when she had not come down. Simon looked at Xiao Luo and saw her disappointed expression, feeling as if a stone was blocking his heart. He glanced at the owner and then at the pile of wood. Boss, sell me the wood, and give me some rope. Determined, Simon decided to build a raft to set sail. If Blackbeard could do it, there was no reason he couldn't. Young man, you don't mean to go to sea on that thing, do you? That's too dangerous. The owner, being a conscientious person, immediately tried to advise Simon when he realized what he wanted to do. Sailing on a raft is no joke. One careless move could lead to a watery grave, especially in this dangerous new world where the sea is unpredictable. Boss, just sell it to me. As for the danger, I'm a bit capable. If something really goes wrong, I can handle it. Knowing the owner meant well, Simon still didn't want to give up. He had a premonition that it would be better to find Puff quickly. There's nothing I can do if you won't listen. Helpless, the owner chose to compromise and sold the wood to Simon, also offering to help him assemble it into a raft. Simon, is this really okay? Maybe it's better to be cautious. Before setting sail, Shaluo looked at the raft with mixed feelings. She always felt a sense of guilt. Shaluo, I've already made you wait for 2 more days. If we keep waiting, you won't be able to wait any longer. Besides, there are many pirates in the new world. If we encounter a pirate crew, won't we have our ship? Don't worry. Everything is within my calculations. He couldn't show his anxiety in front of Shaluo, and besides, wasn't there really nothing to be anxious about? Little Luo stared blankly at Simon, and at that moment his figure seemed to grow taller, giving a sense of wanting to lean on him. In the end, little Luo didn't say anything more and sat with Simon on the wooden raft to start looking for puff pastries. An hour after going out to sea, Simon said, "Let's go back. This is too dangerous." Crouching down with his head in his arms, little Luo didn't dare to stand up at all. "Don't give up easily. It's just a rainstorm. It can't defeat my sword energy. Watch me cut it down." Simon now understood that he had underestimated the weather of the new world. It changed too quickly. Just a second ago, it was clear skies, but he wasn't panicking. Force can change the weather. But just as he drew out the nebula and was about to slash through the dark clouds, the weather changed again. Snow? I haven't even made my move. This is so unfair. Feeling the chill on his face and looking at the white scenery, Simon felt a bit frustrated. Wow, it's snow. The snowflakes, made little Luo drop her crouching position and start happily running around. At that moment, she no longer wanted to go back. Simon watched little Luo running around with a smile on his face. Everything was good now, wasn't it? But the weather wouldn't stay pleasant for long. And soon a powerful storm hit. Slash. This time Simon didn't say much and directly struck with his sword to disperse the storm, restoring calm to the weather. A little Luo stared blankly at the sword energy that cut through the air. At that moment, she wanted to say something, but it seemed she couldn't say anything at all. The next part was relatively smooth. Aside from the weather, they didn't encounter any other incidents. "Simon, when can we see a ship? I want to sleep." The downside of the raft was that rest was always interrupted by all kinds of weather, making it impossible to rest at all. "It's coming soon." As soon as Simon heard little Luo's question, he smiled. He knew they would definitely encounter a ship soon. I don't understand, little Luo thought, unable to comprehend why Simon could be so confident when there was nothing on the sea. But Simon wouldn't explain now. He was seriously observing which direction a ship might appear from. Meanwhile, the weather was pitch black, and after a while, or perhaps a long time, there was a loud bang in the sky, and the weather changed suddenly. "A ship! It's a ship! Simon, look, there really is a ship." As the dawn broke, visibility opened up, and little Luo immediately spotted a pirate ship not far away. I knew it. Upon seeing the ship, Simon no longer needed to stay tense. After stretching his body, he unleashed a sword energy and sped towards the ship. At that moment on the pirate ship, a group of useless crew members who said it was impossible for them to go off course. Captain So-and-so was scolding the crew members on board, and he was very angry. If it weren't for that useless navigator, would he have missed the call of the Red Lip Pirates? Speak up. Why is everyone mute? You. Yes, you. Navigator. The crew's silence only made So-and-so angrier. He randomly pointed at one person and began to interrogate him. Captain. The man pointed out was a relatively weak-looking man, his lips pressed together as if he had a dry mouth. Don't call me captain. I don't have a captain like you. So-and-so was so angry that he was getting confused, and his words started to lack logic. How did I become the captain in such a short time? What are you talking about? Speak, navigator. If you don't talk, I'll throw you overboard. The crew member hesitated to speak, and So-and-so began to suspect he knew what was going on. He directly grabbed the man's collar and threatened to throw him overboard. Captain, we don't have a navigator in a life and death situation. The pirate's voice was unusually loud. No navigator, navigator. The weak man's voice echoed in So-and-so's ears. And at that moment, he finally woke up. Thinking carefully, it seemed their navigator had already died a long time ago. Oh no, navigator, how could you die? So tragically slowly releasing the weak man back on his ship. So-and-so's tears welled up. He remembered that once mighty navigator. It's all my fault if it weren't for me. Thanks to the departed navigator, the pirates on the ship were temporarily safe. Meanwhile, Simon and little Luo had already arrived right under the ship. Little Luo, wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Since he wasn't sure about the strength of the pirates on the ship, Simon decided not to let little Luo come with him for safety's sake. I can go too. Simon was very fast. Before little Luo could finish her sentence, he had already gone up. Little Luo watched Simon disappear from the raft. And after a moment of silence, she put on her armor. After all, the weather in the new world could change quickly. If she got blown away during this time, what would she do? On the pirate's ship, as soon as Simon came up, he immediately saw So-and-so kneeling on the ground, and he was momentarily stunned. Did he know I was coming? It had to be said that this scene was indeed a bit similar. The way So-and-so was positioned now looked like he was kneeling. Well, never mind. We'll talk about the details later. We must eliminate the danger. After thinking for a moment, Simon chose not to speak directly, but to launch a surprise attack. Thud, a sword pierced through his abdomen. Blood splattered across the entire deck. Cough, cough. Who are you? Why do you? This sword unfortunately hit So-and-so's kidney, and he felt very uncomfortable, as if he was losing strength. But Simon didn't say anything, coldly drew his sword out, and continued to clear the pirates on the ship. After all, he didn't know who the captain was here, right? Nebula, chaotic sword. Nebula, ordinary sword. One strike after another. Although each hit was very easy, Simon did not let his guard down. This was the new world. Completely different from the South Sea. Huh, are they all this weak? Soon, he cleared the entire pirate ship and found that these pirates were ridiculously weak. He could clear 3 or 4 of them with just one sword. Where's the captain? Does this ship not have a captain? Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The reason for this doubt is that these pirates had no strategy at all when he started attacking. It was very chaotic, and they seemed quite fearful. I can't make sense of it, but it doesn't matter. Finally, we have a ship now. As for you, accept your fair judgment. There's no time to keep rambling on, and Simon didn't have the patience to ask what happened one by one. He chose the simplest way to use his fruit ability, justice, judgment, sentencing. He even omitted the questioning process, directly declaring them guilty. I must say, Simon is becoming more and more skilled at using his ability, especially smoothly. Little Luo must be getting anxious. It's better to let her come up quickly. The weather seems to be changing. After resolving the pirates' issues, Simon approached the side of the ship, leaned his head out, and shouted to little Luo below. You can come up now. It's all over. Little Luo naturally heard him immediately. She had been paying attention to what was happening above. Activating her armor, little Luo flew up and quickly arrived on the ship. How did Simon finish so quickly? Is that all the level of pirates in the new world? The first thing she said upon coming up was this. As for why, of course, she was curious. You have to know that clearing a pirate crew in the South Sea isn't usually this fast. Perhaps this was a defeated pirate crew. I didn't even see their captain. While speaking, Simon shrugged his shoulders, completely unconcerned about the certain someone beneath him. You're high and mighty. You're amazing. I'm a captain. Unfortunately, the certain someone's inner thoughts could never be voiced. The nebula is a peculiar sword, and it struck right at the certain someone's main artery. Hey, is it really like that? But it seems not very important. Having a ship is good enough. And it was clear that little Luo didn't want to know about this ship either. Simon, what is going on with them? Why do they all look like dead people? Just as little Luo was about to go rest, she couldn't help but notice those crew members who had been judged by Simon. They are puppets. They're free labor. After all, I need a rest too. They can stand guard. Yes, that's right. The reason Simon judged these people was, of course, to use them as laborers. He hadn't rested in a long time, and his state was starting to decline. Oh, I seem to understand, yet I also seem not to understand, but it doesn't matter. What little Luo wants now is a comfortable sleep. These things can be thought about after waking up. I'm going to sleep now. My eyes can hardly stay open once the mind relaxed. Sleepiness surged up immediately, and little Luo couldn't hold on any longer. Go. Simon still had things to do here, so little Luo went to rest in a cabin by herself. After little Luo left, Simon began to assign work to those pirates he had judged. Speaking of assigning work, there was really only one job, which was to wake Simon up in case of an unsolvable situation. All right, everything has been arranged. Now let me take a little rest in the cabin closest to the deck. Simon gently closed his eyes, allowing his weary body to recover. The pirate ship continued to sail, encountering various kinds of weather along the way, but there were no major issues until 3 hours later. What happened? Simon was woken up, and when he opened his eyes and saw the person who woke him, he almost punched them. The people who had just been judged looked like this, resembling zombies. After waking up a bit, Simon stepped out of the cabin. He knew that these judged people couldn't communicate with him. There was still a slight issue with his ability. Oh, no wonder. In this situation, of course, they couldn't cope. Just as he stepped outside, Simon understood why. A tsunami was rushing in from a distance. However, this level was still within a solvable range. Sword slash. Drawing his sword, he made a cut. This strike wasn't very strong, just enough to create a gap to pass through. But that was already sufficient. Expending more effort wasn't necessary. The impact of the tsunami was incredibly powerful, and sailing in the midst of it, Simon didn't dare to relax at all. Who knows if there would be a second wave? Fortunately, this tsunami only came once. There was no follow-up, and after it passed, the weather returned to clear skies. An island? Where have we sailed to? Just as Simon was about to go back for a nap, his eyes caught sight of a faintly visible island. That island looks like a bullet head. Such a distinctive island instantly perked Simon up. He took out the life paper of Puff and looked at it, discovering that the direction indicated by the life paper aligned with this island. Found it? No way. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it really be this simple? He was completely wide awake now, and Simon began to instruct the puppets to adjust the direction. Let us go check it out. Maybe he could surprise little Luo. After all, it wasn't too far. They could probably arrive in about 10 minutes. What they found it. The ship moved quickly, and the weather didn't change much, possibly because they were getting closer to the island. Before long, the ship docked. There's actually a war going on here. I don't even know who is fighting. Just as they arrived on the island, Simon heard the deafening sound of explosions. The thick smoke rising here was absolutely explosive. After observing for a while, Simon focused his attention back on the life paper in his hand. Across the way, could it really be this island? Looking at the direction in which the life paper was fluttering, it was indeed ahead. At this point, Simon felt that the possibility of this being the right place had greatly increased. Let us wait a little longer, and then I'll call little Luo. For now, it's better to let her rest a bit more. As for me, I'll meditate for a while. My spirit is still a bit fatigued. Simon thought it would be best to recover a bit. After all, there's a war happening on this island. What if I end up fighting when I go over? While Simon was meditating, familiar figures arrived on the other side of Bullet Island. Fire Lu, what do you think Flame is thinking? Why did he agree to ally with Roger? It's impossible to go against the world government, right? Maladi, Kokora is feeling quite depressed now. Although she had imagined what the situation might be like, it is obvious that the current situation is abnormal. She may have her own thoughts, but we just need to help. Once this matter is over, the debt of gratitude owed to her will be gone. Horu may have her own ideas, but she has to take action in this matter. Considering that Lai Yin is either a benefactor or a friend, she won't stand by and do nothing. However, asking us to participate in the war is simply outrageous. What if we run into a general? Wouldn't that be the end of us? It's hard to be optimistic. With the involvement of pirates, the Navy will probably join the battlefield as well. What if we accidentally encounter a general? How is that possible? We're not pirates. We don't even have a bounty. What would a general want with us? Horu couldn't help but laugh at Kokora's words. What kind of brain circuit would think of such a possibility? That situation is simply impossible. Moreover, even if they did encounter a Navy general, Horu would still be able to smile and walk past the general. Hey, it seems like it. No, wait, Horu. I have a bounty, and it's over 100 million. Kokora was almost swayed by Horu's words. But then she suddenly remembered that she had been wanted while wandering in the South Sea. Who told you to bring this upon yourself? Can't you be a bit more stable? It's really speechless in this situation. What could Horu say? She could only be left speechless. She spoke too quickly earlier and forgot about this matter. What do now, Horu? I won't really be caught, will I? I heard that in prison, you have to take a bath in boiling hot water. I won't be disfigured, will I? Boo-hoo, the more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Kokora grabbed Horu's arm, feeling as if a general was staring at her from around. Relaxed generals don't just appear out of nowhere. And to run into us by chance? After calming Kokora down, Horu didn't say much more, but her movements quickened a bit. What if we really encounter one? Horu, you have to save me. Seeing Horu quicken her pace, Kokora didn't dare to fall behind and hurried to catch up. All right, the two of them chatted as they made their way toward the battlefield on the island. After walking for about a few minutes, they saw the ongoing battle between the Gunslinger Mercenary Corps and government agents. Is Horu going to join the battle now? I see that the Mercenary Corps is almost done for analyzing the situation. Kokora believed that the Mercenary Corps was at a disadvantage and was in a precarious situation. Let's wait a bit longer. We just need to ensure the Mercenary Corps wins. As for how much they lose, it has nothing to do with us. Horu didn't act immediately. It was clear she had some objections to Lai Yan's decision. Moreover, this Mercenary Corps was under Roger's command, and it didn't have much to do with them. Great Horu is the best. Kokora fully supported Horu's decision. Such a safe approach aligned perfectly with her thoughts. There was no need to engage in dangerous combat right now, but to wait and pick off the remnants later was really cool. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. During their conversation, the battle below was also raging on. Both sides had very few high-level fighters, and no one had been injured yet. Bang, bang, boom, boom, clang with cannonballs, bullets, and swords clashing. A large number of people died in a short time. At this moment, the high-end combat strength of the Mercenary Corps could hardly hold back. Their casualties were too great. Where are the reinforcements that Lord Roger mentioned? If this continues, what meaning would victory have? The pressure was becoming unbearable. The leader of the Gunslinger Mercenary Corps looked at the few remaining members and felt his heart bleed. These were all his brothers. He would rely on them to live a carefree life in the future. How could he lose them all here? No more waiting. Even if it's just me, I will. The painful moans of his brothers echoed in his ears, making this leader, who dreamed of enjoying their service, unable to endure any longer. He began to go berserk. It was time to get serious. This prolonged battle should come to an end. The world belongs to gunslingers. You wouldn't want to have nowhere to go, would you? Death gun technique, smoke barrage. With a dazzling reloading technique and an irresistible barrage of strange bullets in a short time, this leader attracted the attention of 3 enemy experts. Wow, Horu, look, that guy's amazing. He can take on 3 at once. The gunslinger leader's performance made Kokora exclaim in admiration. Such high-level combat strength is only now getting serious. Kokora felt that it was absolutely right they hadn't rushed to assist earlier. Flashy but lacking in damage. He can only show off for a while. Once he runs out of bullets, that'll be the end of him. Horu also noticed the leader's actions. She only needed to glance a few times to understand where this leader's flaws lay. But Horu, don't you think his fighting style is cool? I also want to use a gun. Unfortunately, I have to carve my hand, so I can't. There was admiration in her words. But Kokora didn't look very admiring at all. From her expression, it seemed like she was analyzing how to make this leader into a good-looking sculpture. Cool. How could I not see that? The kind of gun technique is not elegant at all. He's just a brute, right? After looking a few more times, Horu couldn't see any elegance in that leader. His 2 guns are really cool. This left Kokora speechless, but thankfully she quickly found a way to explain. She managed to turn it around. Horu stopped talking. She was now seriously watching. The battle in the arena was already quite clear and would probably end soon. Horu fell silent, but Kokora couldn't stand the quiet atmosphere. She hadn't watched for long before she spoke again. They're all injured. Horu, are you waiting for them to be completely done before you take action? I think we should wait until a few of them die before we make our move. Kokora is really bad. No wonder she can get such a high bounty after just a few days at sea. They can't die. If they die, who will guard this island? Us? That's impossible. Let's wait for an opportunity. Kokora's words are just for listening. Fire Ru has planned everything well. This time, She wants to make her appearance at the most handsome moment, leaving these people speechless and providing an opportunity to showcase her invincibility. After all, silencing these people requires strength, and she doesn't have much time to waste on them. Opportunity? What opportunity? Kokora doesn't think too much. She doesn't believe they need to pay attention to anything else besides fighting here. She'll just keep quiet and watch. You'll know soon. Explaining this matter is difficult to say. Fire Rue raised a finger to her lips, signaling Kokora to be quiet. They are currently at an exciting moment. Although Kokora was puzzled, she remained silent, waiting for Fire Rue's actions. At this moment, the battle in the streets was nearing its end, with all the warriors from both sides unable to stand, leaving only the last high-level combatants. These high-level fighters were also at their limits, and confronting the world government led to this outcome. Take this. Finger gun. The mercenary leader had run out of bullets and was now in a vulnerable position. Those agents he had suppressed for so long would not show mercy, charging forward with their finger guns. Who is it over? Lord Rogoat, where are the reinforcements you mentioned? You're not deceiving me, are you? Unable to hold on, the mercenary leader was not very skilled in combat, and he could already see his own end coming. Uft. Leader, don't give up. If you give up, there will be nothing left. In this critical moment, the mercenary team members proved reliable, using their bodies to block the agent's finger guns. Yeah. No. The leader was stunned as he looked at the team member in front of him. He never expected that a moment of distraction would turn one of his brothers into this. Cough. Cough, leader, we can do this. Just wait a little longer. With all his strength, Ernyo restrained the agent's hand, trying to create an opportunity for the leader. In this situation, the leader could not afford to be harmed anymore. You're right, Ernyo. It's my fault. When did I start waiting to die in place? Ernyo's words successfully lifted the leader's spirits, and a smile appeared on his face as he recalled the early days of forming the team. Ernyo, move aside. Domineering fist, straight punch. This perfect opportunity created by Ernyo must not be missed. After gathering his spirits, the leader unleashed a fist technique he hadn't used in a long time. Following the leader's instructions, Ernyo endured the pain in his body and turned. No boom. The impulsive agent paid the price for his actions as the leader's punch struck hard at his abdomen, sending him flying far away. Are you okay, Ernyo? After repelling the agent, the leader rushed to Ernyo's side, concerned about his condition. I'm fine, not dead yet. He, the leader in this state, was one that Ernyo hadn't seen in a long time, and he felt extremely happy looking at this familiar leader. Hearing that Ernyo was okay, the leader also smiled, but within seconds his smile froze. He stared blankly at the sight of Ernyo's body being pierced. How this is a battlefield. What are you playing at with brotherhood? It disgusts me. Pulling out his hand that pierced through Ernyo, another agent looked disdainful. The leader could no longer speak. The hope he had felt before was now replaced by despair. At the same time, he was very angry, his rage threatening to destroy his rationality. Yo, why are you silent? Acting all profound with your head down? This agent was enjoying the moment, feeling an exhilarating sense of superiority. But being a trained professional, he quickly snapped out of it and charged at the leader again. Don't forget my name in hell. He was confident. What strength could a mercenary leader relying solely on marksmanship have? Before his 6 techniques, there was no way to resist. Slap. In the silence, the leader grabbed the agent's arm, his powerful grip preventing the agent from moving at all. What? The agent widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at the large hand that had him pinned. Is this really the strength a marksman should have? At the same time, Fire Rue, who was watching the situation, couldn't help but be drawn in. Is there still a master? The leader's action made her reconsider her intention to assist. She felt she could continue to observe, expecting an unexpected development. You should die. The leader spoke, his voice hoarse, like a burning desert. He felt this way in a long time. Initially, he had no feelings for his team members, viewing them merely as expendables. But Ernyo's actions made him realize that he still cared for these brothers. At the moment Ernyo was pierced, the leader fully understood that what he wanted was not a stable life waiting to die, but to do the freest things together with his brothers. Ha, no matter how strong you are, what does it matter? Can you break this indestructible iron block? The agent had only panicked at first, but now he understood they were all at their limits, and he still had the invincible defense of the iron block. How could he lose to a marksman who didn't understand close combat at all? Staring at the laughing agent in front of him, the leader appeared calm, but upon closer inspection, one could see the fire burning in his eyes. Really? I don't believe it. With his left hand gripping the agent's arm tightly, he gathered the last of his strength in his right fist and swung it out. Bang! It struck the agent's face directly, but the agent with the iron block felt nothing and instead laughed even louder. Seeing this, the leader showed no reaction and continued to punch, as if he were a robot. Thud, 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 your fists are like a gentle breeze. Lacking any power, the agent was infinitely arrogant, having confirmed that the leader posed no threat to him. He let everything out, just wanted to make the leader's mindset collapse. However, he never considered one thing. Why could the leader keep holding onto his hand while he couldn't pull it out? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Ernyo, and everyone, what did I forget my past dreams? It shouldn't be like this. The captain seems to be striking at the agent, but in reality, his heart is lost in memories. Many years ago, he was also a passionate young man. The suffering captain couldn't hold back anymore. He let out a roar as if trying to shout everything out. Accompanied by this roar, his fist was wrapped in a mysterious power. Boom! Like the impact of a venomous dragon drill, the captain's punch directly smashed the agent's head into a shower of blood. But after doing all this, tears welled up in the captain's eyes, and he bit his lip, trying hard not to let the tears fall. He's a strong man. Such weakness cannot be shown in front of his brothers. And you, letting go of the lifeless agent. The nameless leader of the Gunner Mercenary Corps abandoned his name at this moment. He no longer wanted to carry that incompetent self. So strong. How did that punch come about? It didn't seem to be an imposing sight. Horu, who witnessed the entire process, couldn't figure out how the captain did it, even as a master herself. Can't make sense of it. It must be some kind of tool. But in the current situation, I probably won't need to assist anymore. Should I reveal myself? The captain's sudden outburst shocked everyone. Horu looked at the gradually clarifying battle situation and felt that with the captain's current strength, it might not be impossible to settle this fight. Over there is. Just then, Horu spotted a person in a white robe wearing an animal mask. This person moved very smoothly, and no one could withstand their attack in their path. Soon, the person arrived in front of the captain. You're quite impressive. If I weren't here, you might have really defended this island. But your luck ends here. Adjusting his clothes, the high-ranking agent from CP0 said to the captain, another one is coming? Bring it on. I won't retreat weakly anymore. My future is mine to protect. With the same mindset as before, the mysterious power within him continued to flow. After standing still for a moment, both of them struck at the same time. The captain used his traditional fist, while the CP agent unleashed an iron block punch. He had seen how the captain smashed that agent's head, and this iron block was reinforced with haki to prevent himself from ending up like that agent. Bang! The fierce collision caused their fists to lock together. At this moment, the CP agent's expression slightly changed. He understood why that agent couldn't take the captain's punch. This was actually similar to the internal destruction of armament haki, a high-power skill. Bang! Bang! Their exchange of punches continued, and after learning the captain's specific information, the CP agent realized this might be a long battle. However, he wasn't worried at all. He was fully energized, while the captain probably could barely stand now. You hide it well, but now it all means nothing. Everything will end. After nearly 3 minutes of fighting, the CP agent had fully grasped the captain's situation. He could only say that the punch was powerful, but too slow. And? What a joke. I am invincible now. After some resistance, the captain gradually discovered the strange power within his body. He could now control some of it. It's a gift from Lord Roget, truly the man who conquered me. He had everything figured out. The captain speculated about the power in his body, recalling that night when Roget injected something into him. Invincible? With that slow speed of yours? Shave. The CP agent didn't want to continue entangling with the captain. After all, there were other places that needed his help. Entering super speed, the CP agent dashed behind the captain, and his finger gun was already ready. Clang! What? One finger strike, and the CP agent was shocked. He never expected this situation. His finger gun was blocked by flesh, failing to land a hit. The The CP agent quickly retreated while contemplating what had just happened. Huh. As expected, I am invincible. The slight pain on his back made the captain, who hadn't reacted to the CP agent's move, smile. The fact that he could defend against that meant he was now enveloped by Roget's mysterious power. Did you see that? This is Lord Roget's power. The captain was feeling high. With his power for revenge, he certainly wanted to instill fear in his enemies. He slowly turned around, staring at the cautious CP agent in the distance, his eyes filled with aggression. So it is that person. With this explanation, the CP agent understood. It was this after all. At the same time, the agent was no longer so terrified. Although this power was extraordinary, it was not unrecorded in the world government's archives. When Roget was a commander in CP, this ability was indeed documented. As long as he receives 3 fatal injuries, this power will dissipate. It's just a false strength. Understanding the solution in his heart, the agent began to move around, probing for an offensive direction. Meanwhile, Horu, observing from the rooftop, bit her finger, unable to comprehend the current battle situation. Why was the advantage on their side? What was that power? Could it really withstand attacks of that level? Horu couldn't help but feel curious about the power the captain displayed, a force she had never encountered before. As someone who pursued the limits of martial strength, it was hard not to be intrigued. But why was that guy in a white robe so composed? Did he find a solution? It was probably about time to provide support. There were already very few people left fighting after observing the battlefield again. Horu felt it was about time. If she continued watching, the Gunner Mercenary Corps might be completely wiped out. Kekala, prepare to strike. Don't disturb those two fighting. Pointing at the captain and the CP agent engaged in battle, Horu said to Kekala, Can we strike now? Aren't we waiting for them to kill a few more people? Kokora looked around the battlefield and noticed that there were still nearly a dozen mercenaries fighting. She felt that it seemed a bit too many people were left behind. If they didn't take action soon, they would all be dead. After dropping this line, Horu jumped down to join the battle, and Kokora was clearly taken aback by Horu's action. Watching Horu's departing figure, she hurriedly shouted, Wait for me. Just take action already. The scene returned to the edge of the island, where Simon had also rested enough. He looked at the island in the midst of war and prepared to wake up Xiao Luo. He didn't know if Pudding was on this island. It would be great if she was. Getting up and heading towards the cabin, Simon didn't know if Xiao Luo was awake yet, as nearly 10 hours had passed. With light footsteps, Simon quickly arrived at the only clean lounge on the ship. Just as he was about to push the door open, it suddenly swung open, and out came a disheveled Xiao Luo, looking as if she had slept very comfortably. Simon? What are you doing standing here? Aren't you supposed to check the course? After stretching, Xiao Luo finally noticed Simon. She was puzzled as to why Simon looked so indifferent considering they were currently at sea and in the New World, where the weather was highly unpredictable. We've landed. We found an island midway, and the life paper is pointing in this direction, so we came up to take a look. Just in time for you to wake up. Let's set off. Showing Xiao Luo the moving life paper in his hand, Simon felt there was no need to go inside anymore. Huh, really? You found it so quickly? After looking at the life paper, Xiao Luo realized that it was indeed as Simon said, and her already energetic demeanor became even more lively. She didn't even plan to freshen up. She needed to hurry to find her good friend and talk a lot. Who knows, just finding out will do. This was Simon's first time using life paper to find someone, and he didn't know if his judgment was correct. Set off. Set off. Xiao Luo fully agreed with Simon's viewpoint and stopped hesitating, darting past Simon towards the island. Boom! Just as she reached the cabin door, a loud explosion abruptly halted Xiao Luo. What was that? She stared in shock at the smoke-filled island, completely unprepared for such a world outside the cabin. What's wrong? Why aren't we continuing? After Simon walked over slowly and saw Xiao Luo standing still, he curiously asked why. Simon, why is there such a big war on this island? Pudding won't be in trouble, right? Shocked, Xiao Luo's emotions shifted entirely to worry. She felt a bit panicked and didn't know what to do. Of course not. Look, the life paper is still fine. To reassure Xiao Luo, Simon took out Pudding's life paper again to show her. Xiao Luo had one too. A red bean. After looking at the life paper, Xiao Luo felt a lot more at ease, and her emotions calmed down. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Then let's hurry over. What if putting runs into danger? No longer dwelling on why there was a war on this island, Xiao Luo resolutely walked towards the interior. Simon watched Xiao Luo walking ahead and silently followed. Clearly, he believed the possibility of putting being on this island was very low. The range of the war is so large. It's obvious that Pudding's chances of being here are extremely low. Besides, there are no traces of flames here at all. After calmly thinking for a while, Simon realized that the weapons on the island were of the gunpowder type, and he understood that the battle here was not with flames. If it were her, she would have used the super weapon obtained from the Origin Elimination. The two continued walking through the ruined streets, following the guidance of the life paper. In an instant, Xiao Luo stopped and hid behind a wall. Seeing Xiao Luo in this state, Simon quickly joined her behind the wall. "What's wrong, Xiao Luo?" "Why?" Just as Simon was about to ask, he peeked ahead and instantly understood. It turned out there were people fighting in front. That figure is CP0. Why are they here? And fighting so brazenly? Among those fighting ahead, there was someone in a white robe, clearly a member of the World Government Special Agency CP, and the highest level, CP0. And what about that person? What is that disgusting power? What caught Simon's attention was not the CP agent, but the captain. The flashing power emanating from him gave Simon a nauseous feeling. "Simon, let's go around. It's better not to get involved in this battle." After watching for a while, Xiao Luo felt that the fight here might not end anytime soon. So she thought about taking a detour. She didn't want to suddenly join someone else's battle, especially since this battle had nothing to do with her. "Simon?" After calling out once and receiving no response, Xiao Luo looked at him in confusion and called out again. What did you say?" Xiao Luo's tugging brought Simon out of that nauseating feeling. He looked at Xiao Luo in confusion, not knowing what she had just said. "I said, why don't we take a detour? Pudding shouldn't be here." Xiao Luo repeated, feeling speechless. What was Simon thinking? They had just arrived here. Take a detour? Why? Can't we just walk straight through? Simon had no intention of taking a detour. They were just two small fries. Why take a detour? Would they dare do anything if they passed through here? "Simon, we aren't here to fight. Passing through here will just waste time. Change it." Still holding on to her original idea. Xiao Luo didn't want to stir up trouble, and taking a detour was just fine. All right, since Xiao Luo is so adamant, let's let those two people go this time. But before leaving, Simon took another glance at the captain. He was curious about the power within the captain's body and why he felt so repulsed by that power. While taking a detour, after walking through several streets, Simon and the others arrived at a dead end. "Simon, take me flying." Xiao Luo looked at the wall blocking her path and didn't want to change routes anymore. She wanted to get through here. "Huh? Is it really okay to go through here?" Xiao Luo's sudden insistence surprised Simon, considering that in the previous attempts, she had always chosen to take a detour. "Yes, that's right. It's here. I've had enough. What's going on with this island? Why are there so many dead ends?" Her words were filled with indignation. Xiao Luo's patience had reached its limit. She didn't want to waste any more time, especially knowing that Puff might be in danger right now. All right, come on up." From Xiao Luo's words, Simon sensed her determination, so he stopped with a small talk, squatted down in front of her, and whoosh after Xiao Luo got on. "Simon, jump high into the air, Xiao Luo direction. Now that we've come this far, going straight might be faster." While in midair, Simon let Xiao Luo call out the direction, which would be quicker. That way. After hearing Simon's words, Xiao Luo cooperated, glanced at the life paper, and pointed in a direction. "That way, right? Hold on tight." After confirming the direction from Xiao Luo's raised hand, Simon told her to hold on and then super accelerated. Whoosh, 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 like an arrow released from a bow. The two sped through quickly. If someone below wasn't paying attention, they wouldn't even notice. But as fate would have it, after supporting the mercenary group, Haru, with a casual glance, spotted Simon and Xiao Luo flying by. Xiao Luo. To see Xiao Luo in such a place was something Haru never imagined. In an instant, she gave up on checking how the captain's battle was going and chose to chase after Simon and the others. Meanwhile, on a street, Kokola, upon seeing Haru's movement, also chased after her. "Haru, wait for me, don't leave me here." So, the few of them quickly ran towards the edge of the island, with the captain and the CP agent still entangled in battle. Muda, is your attack really this weak?" The clash was intense, with the captain persistently chasing after the CP agent, fully ridiculing him. But the agent remained calm. He understood that the captain's current strength was merely a house of cards. As long as he found an opportunity, the battle would soon turn. What's wrong? Speak up. That arrogant attitude you had earlier. Can't keep it up anymore. Although he couldn't hit the CP agent, the captain was enjoying himself, wanting to vent all his frustrations. The CP agent continued to dodge, with one of the 6 styles, shave. Avoiding the captain's attacks was no challenge at all. But soon, his eyes narrowed as he carefully observed the captain's state. Purple steam? Shouldn't it be red? Has it upgraded? Unlike the government records, the CP agent decided to observe further. After all, according to the records, lethal damage could only occur when red steam appeared. Otherwise, any actions would be futile. Bon tout. The captain's condition was a bit off. Ever since the purple steam appeared, he had begun to pant heavily, like someone who had been exercising vigorously for a long time. Meanwhile, the captain's speed had also significantly decreased, and the frequency of his attacks was not as fast. Seeing the captain like this, the CP agent jumped to a distance to observe the changes. On the other side, Simon and Xiao Luo had sprinted to the seaside, standing there looking at the life paper in their hands, feeling quite speechless. Wrong, not on this island. Looking at the distant ocean, Simon didn't know how to explain to Xiao Luo, especially since he had initially thought Puff might be on this island. Not here. Xiao Luo also stared at the distant ocean, her complex emotions indescribable. She stood there quietly, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Everything felt so natural. Xiao Luo, suddenly, a familiar voice broke the tranquil scene. Before Simon could turn around to see who it was, he felt a gust of wind rush past him. What just rushed by? Horu, why are you here? Given this unusual situation, Simon quickly needed to confirm. What if someone was attacking? But upon closer inspection, he realized the problem. The person who suddenly rushed over was none other than Horu, with her super huge chest. Simon stared at her large, white features, unable to look away. Xiao Luo, but Horu had no intention of acknowledging Simon, continuously rubbing against Xiao Luo. Horu, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to find Coco La? Suddenly hugged, Xiao Luo was momentarily stunned, but feeling that familiar sensation behind her and hearing that unbearable voice, she suddenly understood. Although she understood, she was still very confused. Why did Horu come to the new world when Coco La wasn't even there? That must be. Horu, what are you doing there? Before Horu could start explaining, Coco La, who had followed closely behind, was furious, seeing her beloved Horu hugging another woman. Thud, 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 thud in Simon's shocked gaze. Coco La rushed over to Horu, then hugged her from behind. What's going on? Who is this? Why does she look a bit familiar? The 3 of them formed a triangle, and Simon was very conflicted about whether to separate them. It seemed like there was no problem, and they all looked familiar. I'll wait a bit longer. Perhaps they can help Xiao Luo temporarily forget her worries. After thinking it over, Simon decided to continue watching. After all, Xiao Luo had just experienced a roller coaster of emotions, and her mood wasn't great. During this time of contemplation, the 3 over there also introduced themselves to each other. What? You are Coco La. Xiao Luo looked at the smaller figure, standing obediently next to Horu, completely shocked. She never expected that the actress she casually found in the Kingdom of Bash was actually Coco La. What a coincidence. What's wrong? Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. I'm Coco La. Is there any doubt? Don't think that just because you're beautiful, you can do whatever you want. When Horu saw that the person Horu was hugging was the cute Xiao Luo, the little bit of grievance in Kekala's heart disappeared. So it turns out it's this perfect person, and now there's a chance to interact. Have you two met? After Horu finished the introduction, she noticed the interaction between the 2, scratching her head in confusion, not quite understanding the current situation. Never met. Met. The 2 spoke at the same time, but their words were completely different. Horu was amused by the interaction between these 2 cute beings. What a kawaii scene, it almost melted her whole being. Xiao Luo and Kekala were left speechless by each other's words, just staring at each other, saying nothing. But it felt like everything was said. Horu, why are you here? After finding that guy, shouldn't you go back to Forest Island? In the end, Xiaoluo chose to ignore Kekala. After all, they weren't very familiar, and Horu, while having special interests, was still an acquaintance. So you didn't know Yo-Yo-Yo upon hearing Xiaoluo's question. Kekala immediately started mocking. She had cooperated without compensation during that performance in the Kingdom of Bash, and in the end, got nothing. Kekala, be polite. How can you treat friends like this? Although she enjoyed the atmosphere between Xiaoluo and Kekala, it was still necessary to speak up when appropriate. After all, Xiaoluo hadn't won her over yet. I'm sorry. After looking at Horu for a long time, Kekala saw the hidden desires deep within Horu's eyes, and suddenly she understood. That. Actually, you don't need to apologize to me, right? It's no big deal. Kekala's formal apology made Xiaoluo feel very uncomfortable, creating a super discordant feeling. She didn't know what to do now. It was too difficult. It's necessary. Xiaoluo, it's very necessary. Unexpectedly, after Xiaoluo said this, Horu's reaction was huge. Her serious expression almost made Xiaoluo believe she really thought that way. If Xiaoluo hadn't known her true nature before, she wouldn't have been so easily convinced now. Those things don't matter. You still haven't told me why you're here. Xiaoluo was so confused she didn't even want to ask anymore. Was it too much to just want to know this little bit? Let me tell you, the situation is like this. When we were in the South China Sea, we decided to come to the New World for a spin. But you can't just spin anywhere, right? So we ended up here. Horu's explanation had an artistic flair. It didn't feel like an explanation at all, leaving Xiaoluo with a sense of having heard nothing. Are you kidding? What are you talking about? Xiaoluo's mouth twitched. She felt like asking this question was pointless. Forget it, she pushed past Horu and Kekala, heading toward Simon. Rather than wasting time here, it would be better to set sail sooner to find Puff. With a slap, Horu grabbed Xiaoluo's arm. She hadn't said much yet. How could Xiaoluo leave so quickly? Who knows when they would meet again? Xiaoluo, this isn't just a joke. The reason we came here is because of this. Picking some things they could say, Horu told Xiaoluo why they were here. What? You came here because of Flame. Have you seen Puff? This person. After hearing Horu's words, Xiaoluo couldn't stay calm. These two actually came from Flame, and she was supposed to go to Flame to find Puff. Saying this, Xiaoluo showed them Puff's photo, wanting to know about Puff's situation. Haven't seen her? What's wrong with this person? After taking a closer look, Horu didn't remember seeing this person at Flame, and was curious why Xiaoluo was so anxious about her. Right? What does this person have to do with Flame? Is she her crew member? Kekala also looked at the photo, but had no impression either. However, the sunny appearance of Puff in the photo was somewhat appealing to her. Hearing that the two hadn't seen Puff, Xiaoluo's previously rising emotions fell again. How's it going? Having a good chat? When Simon saw Xiaoluo pushing the two away, he walked over in this direction. After arriving here, he only asked Xiaoluo, showing no enthusiasm for the other two. It's okay. Xiaoluo didn't seem very happy. She wasn't very familiar with these two. Simon, let's continue to set sail. Puff might be waiting for me somewhere. Although the news from Horu and the others surprised Xiaoluo, she had no intention of staying with them. It would be better to look for opportunities with a life paper. After all, it was more effective and faster. Okay, without asking why, Simon looked at Xiaoluo and prepared to leave. Hey, are you just leaving like this? We just met. Seeing them about to leave, Horu couldn't stand still. She had chased all the way here. How could it end so easily? Hearing Horu's words, Simon's steps paused slightly, but he only stopped for a moment before continuing to walk. It was clearly not the time to talk to these two. There was still a crisis that hadn't been resolved. Horu, they don't appreciate it. I'm still the best, as Simon and the others were about to leave. Horu and the others couldn't stop them, just watching them leave. But at that moment, Kekala started to make her presence known. Stop talking so much. Let us see how that person is doing in battle. Hurry up and finish things here, and let us chase after them. Unable to let go, Horu decided to follow Xiaoluo all the way. After all, they were free now, and there were no other arrangements on Flame's side. Horu's words left Kiki-La in disbelief. This was actually the Horu she knew. To be fair, Kiki-La remembered Horu as a very rational person. How could she do something so impulsive? But the reality was here, and she could only go with Horu to see how the captain's battle was going. Speaking of both sides, the battle with the captain indeed had a strange appearance. The captain, surrounded by purple energy, was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, while the CP agent stood with arms crossed, quietly observing everything that was happening. Was this a side effect? Could it be a new type of effect? Could he only hold on for so long? With many speculations in his mind, the CP agent did not approach immediately. He was very cautious. After all, he had witnessed agents loaded with Rogoat's power in action, and their miraculous traits were truly beyond words. However, just standing by didn't seem right. What if he really was in a weakened state? If he missed this opportunity, wouldn't he have to fight him again? Torn between two choices, the CP agent felt conflicted. He was both afraid the captain was feigning weakness and worried about missing a potentially perfect opportunity. No, I need information. How long is this going to last? Watching the purple gas on the captain start to dissipate, the CP agent realized he could no longer hesitate. Otherwise, he would truly be clueless about the captain's current condition. Flying finger gun. He certainly wouldn't dare use close combat, not knowing what the situation was. Fortunately, the CP agent could use the advanced skill of this finger gun. After firing a shot, he prepared to retreat. Puff! Suddenly, a spurt of blood shot out from the captain's shoulder, right where the CP agent had attacked. Huh! He really was in a weakened state. Had Rogoat's power leveled up? This blood spurt made the CP agent realize that it was indeed a hollow phase. He had missed such a great opportunity, which was truly regrettable. However, it wasn't too late. He began attacking the captain with the flying finger gun continuously. I should have known. They all improve the same way. How could their power keep increasing infinitely? Though the power was strong, once he understood the principle, it was no longer intimidating. That said, the CP agent still lacked the courage to approach the captain. A voice inside him kept warning him that despite the captain's current disheveled state, he was just pretending. If he got too close, the captain would surely catch him, and he would never escape his grasp. Puff puff, air finger guns exploded one after another on the captain's body, and the blood burst out in clumps, making the captain look extremely disheveled. Ha-hee ha-ha-ha, is this all you've got? If it's just this, I can only say you're too inexperienced. Even though blood was continuously bursting from his body, the captain was now laughing maniacally. He knew his own body best. The invincible feeling he had before had returned. He was no longer the painful version of himself from earlier. There's actually a backlash. I can't waste this at all. Lord Rogoat, grant me the strength to defeat him. While the captain laughed maniacally, deep down he was not so calm. He had fully understood that using this power came at a cost. Fortunately, that person had not attacked earlier. Otherwise, he would have had no way out. But now he had nothing to fear. After enduring the pain, it seemed his power had upgraded, and that agent was no longer his opponent. However, it seemed he couldn't let his guard down. I seemed to not be able to hold on much longer. Breathing heavily, only the captain knew. He understood that he could probably only last 3 more minutes before returning to that powerless state. Hurry up and end this. Everyone is all ready. It wasn't just that he couldn't hold on. His brothers couldn't either. If they didn't receive treatment soon, they would really die. Bayou the purple energy hidden within his body. The captain moved slightly, and his figure vanished in an instant, appearing behind the CP agent in the blink of an eye. What? Although he couldn't see the captain, the agent's battle instincts made him evade just in time. And it was this dodge that allowed him to see a hairy, thick leg sweep past his nose, and he could even feel the softness of the hair. Shave, not daring to stay in place any longer. The CP agent quickly used Shave to try to escape the captain. However, he never expected the captain's current speed to be just a fraction slower than his own. The moment he tried to catch his breath, he was immediately caught up. Damn, damn, damn. Has he evolved to this extent? What level has that Rogoat person developed his abilities to? He could no longer remain calm. If the captain touched him even once, he would probably be done for. Under the threat of death, the CP agent dared not stop, continuously using Shave to move. Fortunately, his stamina could support such high-intensity movement for over 3 minutes. Damn, why can't I catch up? If this goes on, it's really over. After chasing for a while, the captain also realized the problem. He was indeed fast now, but he couldn't catch up, and the distance seemed to be widening a bit. Not knowing how much longer the CP agent's stamina could hold out, he felt he couldn't continue like this and needed to change tactics. With this thought, the captain stopped and no longer continued chasing the CP agent. Domineering fist. Left palm forward, right fist back, the captain gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful strike, sending a super high-speed shockwave forward. This speed was faster than his running, and before the CP agent could evade, he was hit, breaking an arm. When did this happen? Covering his broken arm, the CP agent turned to look in the direction of the shockwave, and when he saw the captain poised to strike, he was truly furious. Why didn't he chase after him? Not a sound was made. Boom! After one effective strike, the captain continued using the domineering fist. This move was indeed physically taxing, but he no longer had that deficiency. While the captain was pleased, Simon on the other side was not happy at all. You all fight among yourselves. Why involve me? No problem. The captain's powerful punch crashed through the CP agent and directly hit the distracted Simon. You have to know how big the psychological shadow is when you get hit like this without any defense. If it weren't for Simon's observation, hockey sensing it, the consequences would be unknown. Simon, are you okay? Xiao Luo also came back to her senses from the shock and hurriedly asked, looking at Simon, who was in front of her. It's fine, this little bit of power can't hurt me. Simon gently brushed off the dust on his body, staring at the passage formed by the impact, starting to feel displeased. What the hell? Before Simon could get angry, a series of attacks suddenly started from that direction again. How could Simon withstand this? He directly drew out Nebula, and his sword chi slashed over. Damn! Do you really think I have no temper? No matter who you are, if you dare to charge at me, let me show you my strength. Holding Nebula and waving the sword chi, Simon marched towards that direction. Xiao Luo watched Simon, swinging his sword step by step ahead, completely mesmerized. After Simon walked far away, she realized that she wasn't safe here. Transform. After putting on her armor, she felt much safer. However, at this moment, Xiao Luo began to feel dissatisfied with just watching from afar. She wanted to get closer to see what was going on. So she jumped, using the power of her armor, to chase after Simon. On the other side, Horu and Kukola were quite lucky. The impacts did not hit them, but swept past them instead. However, such arrogant behavior clearly made these two hot-tempered individuals very displeased, and they stopped jogging, directly accelerating to charge forward. So refreshing. So refreshing. Ha ha. Looking at the CP agent in the distance who was jumping around like a monkey, the captain felt great. It should be like this. The CP agent was not flustered. He had calmed down. The captain's current attack frequency was not enough to make him get hurt again. As long as he kept a close watch on the captain's movements, he wouldn't lose as long as he didn't give him a chance. Powerful punch. Powerful punch. The captain continued to strike blow after blow, and he could see the CP agent gradually adapting to his frequency, but he couldn't do anything about it. His current strength was still insufficient to crush the CP agent. Just then, while the captain was happily throwing powerful punches, a massive sword chi struck his face. This big hit really surprised the captain. The CP agent looked at the captain, who was blown away by the sword chi in confusion, wondering how a sword chi suddenly appeared while he was fighting. Was it his reinforcements? But that didn't make sense. There were no sword masters among the agents coming here. And besides, wasn't he the only one left? The curious CP agent didn't pay attention to the captain's situation, but turned to look at the direction from which the sword chi had come. Strong. With just one glance, he understood that the man in front of him was someone he couldn't fight against. The domineering aura emanating from him had even materialized. Was he a passing master? Why did he have such hostility toward the captain? Seeing Simon's furious expression, the CP agent realized it was better to stay cautious and observe. Now was not the time to snatch kills, and he wouldn't be able to snatch them anyway, right? The captain was someone he couldn't confront right now. After all this talk, the perspective shifted back to Simon. He was continuously slashing towards the captain with Nebula, his steps constantly moving. It's you, kid. I didn't even lay a hand on you, and you dare to provoke me? Are you out of your mind? After coming here, Simon also recognized who the person throwing punches was. It was that person whose power he found disgusting. With this double feeling, Simon's desire to strike reached its peak. All he wanted now was to teach the captain a good lesson and find out what that power on him was all about. After all, in his new world, there was no need for such filthy power. Ordinary strike. Ordinary sword. With his observation hockey fully activated, Simon knew he had completely suppressed the captain. But the captain didn't appear to be injured. Although he didn't know why, Simon understood that everything had a limit to the damage it could endure. As long as he kept attacking, the captain would definitely not be able to withstand it. Of course, all this was inferred after Simon saw the wounds on the captain. After all, even weak attacks from the CP agent could break through defenses, so there was no reason his own attacks couldn't. Swoosh, swoosh, whoosh, whoosh, Sword Chi flew continuously, creating a spectacular scene that made Xiao Luo want to eat seeds while watching. Val so cool, so fleshy, so awesome. Landing in a safe observation position, Xiao Luo cheered for Simon nonstop. Who is she? That armor. Xiao Luo's loud cheering caught the attention of the CP agent. Initially, he didn't pay much attention, but upon seeing the armor Xiao Luo was wearing, his eyes squinted as if he recalled some rumors. A certain family from the South Sea seemed to have done research like this, and I remember staring at Xiao Luo for a long time. The CP agent felt his mind was stuck. He couldn't remember where he had seen it. What was it again? It seemed quite important. The CP agent felt very uncomfortable, clearly knowing he recognized this thing, but just couldn't remember. This feeling was too unpleasant. Just then, Horu and the others also arrived. Why is it Simon who's fighting the captain? Horu was super shocked. She looked at the distant CP agent watching the battle, and then at Simon who was bombarding the captain nonstop, trying to figure out how everything had changed so quickly in such a short time. Horu, should we help that person? It's Simon attacking now. Kukola, noticing Horu's hesitation, tilted her head cutely and asked, Xiao Luo. Looking at the situation in the field, Horu was quite conflicted. If Simon really killed the captain, their mission would fail. But blocking Simon didn't seem like a good idea either, especially since Simon looked very angry right now. Just as she was endlessly conflicted, Horu's eyes caught sight of Xiao Luo, who had removed her facial armor on a nearby high slope. Now, there was no need to hesitate. They could just ask her what was going on. Kukala, let's go ask. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Ignoring the constantly showcasing Kukala, Horu said a line before walking toward Xiao Luo. Here we go again. What am I lacking? Clearly, I am also very cute. Another day of being ignored by Horu. Kukala looked at her not-so-abundant chest and sighed helplessly as she followed along. Xiao Luo, we meet again, didn't you go back to the ship? How come you're here, trying her best to act normal? Horu was afraid of scaring Xiao Luo again with her condition. Horu, why are you chasing after me again? Hearing the conversation, Xiao Luo turned her head and instantly frowned. Why is it you again, this big-chested woman? What do you want? I have a mission here, definitely not here to chase you. Seeing the disgust in Xiao Luo's eyes, Horu suddenly understood that Xiao Luo might have misunderstood her. Heaven knows she really doesn't have that kind of thought right now. Such things would definitely have to wait until after the mission is completed. Mission? Who can give you a mission? Are you kidding me? It was obvious that Xiao Luo didn't quite believe Horu's words. This person would do anything for a certain purpose. I really don't. You have to believe me. Sincerely. Horu could only rely on her sincerity to move Xiao Luo. Her eyes were fixed on Xiao Luo without a hint of deviation. Xiao Luo stared at Horu for a long time, and for Horu's eyes, she understood that what Horu was saying was true. She really didn't come here just to chase her. You have a mission to do. What are you talking to me for? I want to help you with your mission. Although she understood Horu's purpose, Xiao Luo didn't think it had anything to do with her. She had no such intention. It's not like that I'm not asking you to help with the mission. It's just, why did Simon fight with the captain? Horu hurriedly explained, but soon realized that continuing like this would lead to endless conversation. So she directly asked the core question. Why are you asking this? Does it have anything to do with you? Obviously, Xiao Luo couldn't understand Horu's meaning. She didn't think she needed to tell her why. Our mission is to help the captain defend this island. If Simon ends up killing the captain, she said it out loud. Horu revealed the mission. She understood that if she didn't say it, Xiao Luo could drag this out until the battle was over. Help him? That uncouth person? The one who almost hit me while throwing punches? Hearing the specifics of the mission, Xiao Luo found it hard to imagine that things could be so coincidental. But she didn't take any action, clearly dissatisfied with the captain. What? Horu was also shocked at this moment. She hadn't expected the captain to almost hit Xiao Luo. Hearing this made her instantly have the thought of not wanting to help the captain. However, after hesitating for a moment, She still chose not to do so because Lian had told her before coming that the battle here was very important and absolutely could not be lost. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. Xiao Luo, can you make Simon stop for a moment? If there's a misunderstanding, we can talk it out besides. There's someone over there waiting to steal the chicken. The situation couldn't become more complicated. They had to eliminate that white-robed CP agent first. Otherwise, what if he sneaks up and kills the captain later? Steal chickens? A world government agent can't possibly do such a thing. Besides, are there even chickens here? I haven't seen any. Their thoughts were not on the same wavelength. Xiao Luo knew the attire of CP agents, and in her opinion, this agent was on her side and wouldn't act against her. No, that's just a metaphor. Xiao Luo, CP agents won't leave any witnesses who have seen them while on a mission. If we don't drive him away first, he might. Upon hearing Xiao Luo say that the person was a world government agent, Horu thought of a very dark storybook. Now she definitely couldn't let this CP agent stay here. How could it be like that? Oh my god. Horu's words scared Xiao Luo. She hadn't expected that world government agents could be like this while on a mission. She hesitated, wondering whether she should let Simon stop for a moment. Let Simon stop. You guys go find Puff, and I'll solve the problem here. Horu's thoughts were beautiful, but it was clear that Xiao Luo didn't agree with this idea. Horu, Simon is very angry right now. So I can't make him stop. After all, it was the captain's fault, wasn't it? Although Horu spoke nicely, Xiao Luo had already seen through Horu's intentions. That kind of thought was too naive. Can Simon's decisions be changed? Besides, she didn't want to change it either. Besides, with this time, shouldn't you deal with that person first? Is it really okay to just waste time here? Pointing at the still pondering CP agent, Xiao Luo stopped paying attention to Horu. She wanted to admire Simon's heroic posture. Horu had nothing to say. She knew that what she had just said was too presumptuous. The CP agent, her gaze shifted to the CP agent's head, and Horu contemplated the results of taking action now. I can't show my powerful force to the gunner mercenary group. The consequences could be very troublesome later. So do I have to wait even longer? She thought of two outcomes, but in the end, both would waste her time, leaving her with no time to chase Xiao Luo. Now Horu knew she couldn't take action, at least not with other experts present besides herself. What to do? Should she take action? Coco Lai had been watching Horu for a while. After seeing the determined look in Horu's eyes, she finally asked, "No, let's wait a bit longer. If it's just a Vin anger, Simon probably won't kill the captain. There might still be a chance." Horu shook her head and chose not to intervene. She thought that if it was just a matter of getting angry from being hit, it probably wouldn't escalate too seriously. However, what Horu didn't know was that there was a power on the captain that Simon very much disliked, which made the outcome hard to predict. In the intervals of the spectators' discussions, Simon had been bombarding the captain with sword energy for quite a while. Now, Simon paused the barrage not because he felt it was insufficient, but because the captain was once again enveloped in purple mist. What was this disgusting feeling? It didn't seem like his own power. Moreover, with the appearance of this mist, it seemed that the captain's defenses had dropped. Indeed, Simon had chosen to stop when the sword energy had sliced through the captain's body, as that slash had nearly cut the captain in half. An external power? Was it his own, or this power, which didn't belong to the pirate world, made Simon feel the need to expel it? His sixth sense told him that this power would affect his plan to change the era. He couldn't let the captain recover. He would be enhanced again once the purple mist disappeared. Quickly, take advantage of this moment and cut him down. The lack of movement on this side also piqued the curiosity of the CP agent who was deep in thought. However, when he glanced over, he saw the captain enveloped in purple mist again, which made him lose his composure. If the captain was enhanced once more, how could he fight? Wouldn't he be completely crushed, unable to play at all? Now he couldn't care less about whether he would anger this unknown powerhouse. He directly moved to kill the captain. Would he be enhanced? Simon saw the CP agent's actions, but chose not to stop him. After all, he had vented most of his frustrations already. Now he was merely curious about this power, with the CP agent acting as cannon fodder to probe ahead. What reason did he have to stop him? However, Gru, who was watching alongside Simon, couldn't just stand by. Although she didn't quite understand the situation, she knew that the agent's urgency indicated there was a problem. So, She stopped observing and accelerated towards the CP agent rushing towards the captain. Wow, Huaru's speed was astonishing. So fast that even Simon couldn't help but exclaim how incredibly fast she was. As Huaru soared past Simon, it was like a high-speed train, causing Simon's body to shift slightly. Huaru, why did you want to stop that agent? After seeing Huaru's figure clearly, Simon was extremely puzzled. What did Huaru have to do with that uncouth person? In the midst of Simon's thoughts, Huaru had already delivered a powerful kick to block the CP agent. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? The CP agent was going crazy seeing yet another unknown powerhouse. What was going on? Why were strong people appearing one after another? Couldn't anyone just do their job in peace? But Huaru didn't feel the need to explain to the CP agent. She spun around with the momentum of her charge and kicked again at the CP agent. Bang. A solid hit sent the CP agent staggering back a few steps. He couldn't withstand Huaru's powerful attack. Pointing spear. Seeing that Huaru wasn't responding, the CP agent stopped asking questions, deciding this was an enemy. He knew he didn't have much time, so he launched a counterattack, fearing that the captain might enhance to the point of defeating him in one blow. This CP agent was particularly forceful, almost using all his strength. Bang! Bang! Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. But it was useless. Huaru stood like a mountain, blocking every attack, not even budging. You lost. The captain's consciousness had now recovered, and he looked at the CP agent being blocked by Huaru, feeling extremely happy. Although he didn't know why Huaru was stopping the CP agent, that didn't stop him from mocking the agent. The captain's laughter made Huaru unhappy, and anger appeared on her face. After blocking the CP agent's attack again, she chose to dodge to the side, giving the agent a path. Huaru's dodge confused the agent. What did that mean? But the agent wouldn't miss such a perfect opportunity. He sidestepped Huaru and aimed a pointed spear at the captain's right chest. Damn! Looking at the agent's attacking spear, the captain couldn't smile anymore. He stared blankly at the coldly observing Huaru, a surge of panic rushing through him. Help me! Save me! The pain in his body prevented the captain from moving. Even if he could move, he wouldn't be able to evade the CP agent's attack. Helpless! He called out to Huaru for help. He couldn't die here after fighting so hard. Huaru still didn't move. She was still watching, clearly wanted to let the CP agent teach the captain a lesson. He who's only gone after attacking for so long without facing Huaru's retaliation. The CP agent felt a bit relieved and couldn't help but show off. The captain's mocking laughter had ignited his anger. Pointing spear. He attacked blow after blow, but the CP agent didn't directly take the captain's life. He had been chased too embarrassingly before. He targeted the captain's arms and thighs, first destroying the limbs that the captain might use to move. He knew that even if that mist could enhance power, physical damage couldn't be repaired. As long as he destroyed the limbs, even if the captain's strength increased, he wouldn't be as afraid. Have you ever seen a hell of survival? After destroying the captain's limbs, the CP agent finally could start torturing the captain. He licked his lips, though no one saw it. No help. Help me. It was too terrifying. The captain couldn't manage his emotions from this fall. Perhaps this was the side effect. He kept pleading with Huaru for help. He was genuinely scared now, having lost all ability to resist. That's it. Huaru didn't intervene. She noticed that this CP agent likely wouldn't kill the captain in a short time, so watching a bit longer was not an issue. With the battle here concluding, Simon also stopped observing and approached, ready to investigate the power on the captain. Can I come first? Arriving behind the CP agent, Simon politely asked, as this agent had just reminded him. Of course, he needed to be more courteous now. Who are you? You, please. Upon hearing someone trying to cut in line, the CP agent was furious. He had worked so hard for so long. How could he let someone go ahead? But when he turned around, cursing, he saw Simon smiling at him, and instantly his anger subsided. He respectfully stepped aside. Thank you. Simon was a polite kid, and since the CP agent had given way, he naturally had to say thank you. It's fine, it's what I should do. The CP agent waved his hands repeatedly. He valued his life greatly and dared not overstep in front of such a powerful person. Not wanting to continue entangling with the agent, Simon stepped in front of the team leader, looking at the swirling mist. It was neither inner strength nor mental power. It also didn't seem like microorganisms. A virus? It didn't look like that, either. Unable to discern, Simon felt an urge to destroy the person in front of him. Hey, what is that purple thing on him? You must know, right? If he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it for now. Besides, there was someone here who knew. I know. This is... Simon's sudden question caught the CP agent off guard. Looking into Simon's eyes, he revealed everything. Roger? Is that thing on him made by Roger? Are you sure? Upon hearing it was related to Roger, Simon's brows furrowed even tighter. Yes. It's definitely him. There are records in the archives. Roger. Seeing how sincere the CP agent was, Simon understood that this was likely the truth. He immediately fell into deep thought. Outrageously unreasonable teaching ability. Strange, magical powers that don't belong to this world. Is he the center of all anomalies? After a brief reflection, Simon realized he wouldn't find what he wanted on the team leader. At this point, he didn't want to waste any more time here. The leader's current state was already quite miserable, and his anger had subsided. Glancing back at the frail leader, Simon left without any hesitation. He left? Ha. Seeing Simon's unconcerned back, the CP agent felt delighted. He was indeed just a passing strong person. This was fantastic. His mission wouldn't fail. Silently observing the departing Simon and the ecstatic CP agent, Horu directly punched the CP agent. Bang. I knew it. Unfortunately, Horu's punch didn't inflict any damage. The CP agent was well prepared. After all, with such a strong person standing there, how could he be completely unguarded? The CP agent's reaction did not exceed Horu's expectations. She continued to attack, seemingly wanting to end the battle quickly. The fight on Horu's side would take a long time to determine a victor, while Simon had already started to leave with Xiao Luo. Simon, earlier Horu told me that the reason they came here is, after walking a distance and ensuring that Coco-La couldn't hear, Xiao Luo shared what Horu had discussed with her. Oh. Is that so? That's really interesting. Simon's reaction was not intense, as if these matters had no impact at all, and in fact, that was indeed the case. Soon, Simon and the others returned to the captured pirate ship, gathered the released puppet pirates, and set off. First, they circled the island, then proceeded in the direction indicated by the life paper. Time rewound. After Simon and the others left, Coco-La did not stay behind watching Horu fight, but joined the battlefield. With a wave of her small hand, various stones appeared around the CP agent, blocking his actions. 2 against 1. That's unfair. If you have the ability, face me one-on-one. I'm going crazy. I don't even have a chance to resist at all. If this continues, I'll be worn out. Naive, are you going to listen to the loser-s howls when you have the advantage? Horu had no dissatisfaction with her current fighting style. After all, she was not a gentleman. Horu's punches were not so easy to block. The CP agent had no chance to do anything to the leader lying on the ground, as stones continued to appear to hinder him. The CP agent knew that if he couldn't break through this predicament quickly, he might die. Damn it, who are you? Why are you blocking me? Don't you know the severe punishment for obstructing the world government? He was about to explode. What was wrong with these two? Why were they blocking him for no reason? He hadn't done anything to provoke these two. No reason. It's just a mission. Although keeping the CP agent in the dark was fine, Horu still told him the reason, as this person's combat power had earned a recognition. Mission. Upon hearing this, the CP agent seemed to understand something. While attacking the leader, he had mentioned something about reinforcements. So that's it. You're also a hidden 6th player until the end. I didn't expect that a 6th player at the end would still have someone even more 6th. No longer exploding with emotion. If it was the enemy, there was nothing to complain about. It was all due to his own recklessness. So if I could do it again, I should have ended this quickly. The CP agent was exhausted, unable to evade any longer. His body was directly pierced by Horu, and he was defeated by his own caution. If I did it again, would it be the same? Would you put yourself in danger again? It would be the same. Hearing the CP agent's words, Horu felt a surge of anger. Do you really think it would be different if you did it again? It absolutely wouldn't. The CP agent could no longer cause trouble. Now the battlefield had returned to calm, and aside from the groans on the ground, everything was so beautiful. Can you still move? If you can, hurry and let your people clean up the battlefield. I won't stay here long. The CP agents have all fallen, and no new enemies have appeared. It seems that it's really over. Horu no longer wants to stay on high alert. Looking at the barely alive captain on the ground, she says to him, cough. Cough. Can't move anymore, I'm done for. The little chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Horu's words seemed to have triggered something, as the purple mist surrounding the captain completely vanished. Without that thing supporting him, his body seemed to have been tossed around in a blender for centuries. He can still talk, so he is not completely done for. Have your men clean up the battlefield. Use this loudspeaker bug. Horu doesn't need the captain to do anything. As long as he can still talk and instruct the gunman mercenaries, that's enough. The captain was speechless. He looked at the loudspeaker bug in front of him, his expression matching it, blank and dazed. All right. In the end, the captain complied. He knew these two meant business. If he didn't take the opportunity to instruct his brothers now, there might really be no chance left. Everyone, the battle is over. Now, those who can move, hurry, and provide medical assistance. Everyone. After saying these two sentences, he used all his strength, and now he couldn't even open his eyes. After a moment of confusion, his eyes closed. Hey, Horu, look. He asked dead as soon as the captain closed his eyes. Kekula seemed to discover a new continent, constantly poking Horu, looking very happy. Kekula, what do you mean dead? Can you see clearly before speaking? He clearly is. Horu initially wanted to criticize Kekula, but after watching the captain for a while, she noticed that his chest wasn't rising and falling much. He can't really be dead, right? That shouldn't be. He was so energetic just now. This is a problem. Although the battle has ended, without this person, the island might descend into chaos for a while. That won't do. The Flames had said when she arrived that now is a crucial moment. It can't be allowed to get chaotic here. Wait, isn't he still breathing? He should just be tired. If he rests for a bit, he'll probably recover. Just as Horu was about to force the captain to wake up, she suddenly realized that although his breathing was slow, it was very rhythmic, unlike someone who was dying. What is this? Horu, do you really think he is not dead? Kekula was eager to interact with Horu, and this was a perfect opportunity. I don't think so. He is actually fine. If you have time, why not help them clean up? At their speed, how long will it take? After confirming that the captain was still alive, Horu stood up to look at the battlefield, and the more she looked, the more difficult it seemed. Is this cleaning up the battlefield? It really seems like a scene of idleness. And not doing that. That's all blood. I don't want to dirty my hands. Clearly, Kekula didn't care much about the captain on the ground. She just wanted to talk to Horu. As for Horu asking for her help, she was just listening and would definitely not do it. Why should she help those people she didn't even know? Use your abilities. What are you thinking? Quickly turn these dead agents into stone statues. The smell of blood is too unbearable. Horu looked at Kekula speechlessly. Is that what she meant? Dirty her hands. Huh? Is that it? You should have said so earlier. I thought you wanted me to move these corpses. After hearing that Horu wanted her to use her powers to turn these people into stone, Kekula was delighted. This was her favorite thing to do. Stop talking. Hurry up and finish, and we'll leave. The rest, they can handle themselves. It hasn't been long since Simon and the others left, and Horu felt that if they were quick, they might be able to catch up with them. All right, I'll be there soon, don't rush me. Kekula also stopped procrastinating, crossing her little hands and looking at the corpses on the ground, starting to use her abilities. Sculpt, sculpt, flowers everywhere. With a clear shout, Kekula's powers erupted, and suddenly, stone-colored spots appeared all over the corpses. Then these spots slowly spread, quickly covering the entire body. A gentle breeze blew by, and there was no trace of blood left at the scene, only a forest filled with stone statues. Power upgrade? Last time you couldn't do this level, right? Looking at the rapidly transforming stone statues on the ground, Horu couldn't help but glance at Kekula in surprise. She had underestimated her. She could actually reach this level. Of course. My powers are different now. They've been upgraded. Welcome to the Sculpt 195 era. Kekula was so proud, especially since Horu had praised her. What a wonderful paradise this was. Kekula was very satisfied. 195. What the heck? Hearing Kekala's self-introduction, Horu couldn't hold back. What kind of nonsense is this? What kind of calculation is 1? 95? 1. 95 is just 1. 95? Didn't I tell you before that my ability could only do contact changes? But now it's different. Anywhere I can see, it could be sealed by this ability. A super upgrade. But unfortunately, it seems a bit imperfect, but I can feel it. That boundary is going to be reached soon. Seeing Horu's speechless expression, Kekala couldn't help but want to explain. So it's because you didn't fully meet your expectations that you chose this stage to name it? There's no other meaning? Kekala's explanation was really too simple. Horu was still wondering if there was some special meaning. Yeah, that's it. How about it? Perfect. Right? I'm definitely a genius. Kekala was very proud. She didn't feel there was anything wrong with her naming method. Horu was already speechless. She felt it was better not to continue entangling with Kekala on this matter. It felt like it would never end if she kept going. Hurry up and finish. We're leaving. I really don't want to stay on this island any longer. The most effective way to interrupt Kekala was to directly tell her what she thought. Otherwise, you would never know where her thoughts would drift. Hey, you can trust me to get things done. It's already over. Kekala's speed increased by 3 percentage points when she became serious, and not long after, she finished the cleaning work here. Are we leaving directly now? In their current state, they shouldn't be able to guard this island, right? Although Kekala is eager to leave, she has many thoughts. If these people fail to guard the island because of their departure, what will Flame say? Before coming here, the feeling of trust from Flame was truly moving. They will hold the fort. After all, we're not the only ones coming here to provide support. After saying something meaningful here, Horu began to chase in the direction Simon and the others left. Not just us. Are there experts as well? Kekala looked around after hearing this, but found nothing. It was still the same ruins. No way would someone choose not to support if they came. What was the Gunner mercenary group like before? These people are really enduring. Is it really happening? It can't be that there's no one, right? There's no use in thinking too much. Horu has already left, and of course, Kekala wouldn't continue to stay here. The two figures gradually disappeared into the smoke. They've been discovered. Number 1. Your strength hasn't declined, has it? On a rooftop, a pitch-black figure emerged from the shadows, speaking to a nearby shadow. It's better to say less nonsense. Number 2. Lord Roger didn't send us here to discuss these things. Moreover, did she truly discover me? When she left, she was looking at you, right? Another pitch-black figure gradually emerged from the shadows, but this one appeared much more composed, showing no signs of panic. TSK, I certainly know the purpose of coming here. Can't you smile more? Seriously, why are you number 1? I'm clearly more popular. Just can't stand number 1's attitude. Number 2 tilted their head slightly, looking like they were pouting. If you could figure it out, you'd be number 1. Enough small talk. We need to activate that quickly. Once the government's next wave of attacks comes, we won't be able to hold them off. Once Horu and the others disappeared from sight, number 1 stopped talking to number 2 and directly merged into the shadows to carry out their own mission. This is what really annoys me. Damn it. Watching number 1 vanish into the shadowy corner, number 2 stomped their feet for a while. Wow, Simon, why did the weather suddenly change? After sailing for a short while, Simon and the others encountered a sea tornado. Little Luo's hair was blown up by the sudden tornado, making her look somewhat funny. Calm down, little Luo. It's just a sea tornado. Its danger isn't even as great as a tsunami. It's just that we've left the island's weather range. Behind them was clear sunny skies, and in front was the howling winds of a sea tornado. This very obvious weather, Simon understood without much observation. This is the bizarre weather of a new world. Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you. Little Luo, with her hair still dancing in the wind, was in such a chaotic state that she couldn't hear what Simon was saying at all. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Simon fell silent for a moment. After thinking it over, he decided not to continue speaking. After all, talking in this weather was quite effortful. If he had that time, it would be much simpler to change the weather directly. Nebula, meet the starry sky. Taking a step forward, his right hand slid to the left, fingers gently curling, listening to the rhythm of the wind. In a flash of inspiration, Simon's sword was drawn. It appeared to be a simple sword aura, but it was not. This sword aura contained the bond between Simon and the nebulous sword. This was a sword technique Simon had comprehended within the sword. It wasn't anything particularly sophisticated, but this sword technique had a very important special effect. As long as the sword was swung, one would definitely see the starry sky, regardless of the weather at the time. Simon, what is this? You can change the weather so freely now? Little Luo was super shocked. It was daytime, and there was still sunlight behind them. Yet how did the starry sky appear above her head? Hey, how did you do it? Tell me. Hurry and tell me. Such a romantic thing. Little Luo couldn't refuse at all. Her curiosity was constantly rising, and it felt like many things were crawling in her heart. Sword technique. Slowly retracting the drawn sword, Simon softly spoke these two words. So cool, no, it's not this. How did Simon do it? Hurry and tell me. It's a realm, just like how I like good juice without reason you. Understand, right? Simon couldn't explain this. It wasn't an ordinary sword technique, but included some of his fruit abilities, which was quite complex. Huh. Simon's magical metaphor left little Luo completely unable to understand what he was saying, and in fact, little Luo also didn't know what she was doing now. Her mind was in a chaotic daze for a while. Little Luo stopped entangling herself with these things. She looked at the stars in the sky. Simon, why do you think I sometimes show a different side of myself? It's really strange. Why did you suddenly say that? Seeing little Luo's sudden change in attitude, Simon was filled with question marks. What was going on with her, and what did that mean? Just because I didn't tell you the principle of this sword technique doesn't mean it should be like this. The naive Simon didn't realize there was something unusual about little Luo. He felt that little Luo had always been like this. No, it's not this. It's not like that. Little Luo shook her head. She was very clear that her meaning wasn't this, but she couldn't express what that feeling was. Little Luo, Simon fell silent, watching little Luo continuously shake her head in denial. He didn't know what to say. He wanted to say something comforting, but didn't know where to start. In the end, he quietly walked to little Luo's side and hugged her. Let's end this story. Such a tale. Let's let it conclude. Don't think so much. You are you, and you won't be anyone else. Feeling the squirming of little Luo in his arms, Simon finally made up his mind. He would no longer wait for that opportunity. He wanted to end this story and rush into the infinite world of freedom. After drifting at sea for 15 days, Simon and his companions reached one island after another, encountering members of the Rocket forces. Today, they finally arrived at the island where the war was most intense, Lidoria Island. Simon, have I wasted too much time for you? Or, this prolonged, ineffective search made little Luo feel very guilty. At this moment, she no longer wanted to continue this futile search. Little Luo, giving up now is the worst-case scenario. We've been searching for so long. How can you be sure that Puff isn't on this island? I have a feeling that this chapter will end here. Without waiting for little Luo to finish speaking, Simon immediately interrupted her. At this point, even if little Luo wanted to give up, he would not. Simon, looking at the determined Simon, little Luo bit her lip and fell silent. She felt she also needed to have such determination. You're right. We definitely shouldn't give up. Let's keep searching, right here on this island. Although she said that, little Luo had already decided that if they couldn't find Puff on this island, she would really temporarily give up searching. After all, she knew Simon had a very big plan, and if she delayed that plan, she would never forgive herself. Let's go. The last island. Rocket, what do you mean? Why are you doing this? Answer me. In the central palace of Lidoria Island, Flame shouted at Rocket, who was picking his nose. But Rocket merely glanced at Flame and continued picking his nose, which really provoked a surge of anger. Hey, are you even listening? Answer me. Why? Flame couldn't contain her anger. She had done so much to take revenge on the world government, only to have it all ruined by this man in front of her. Perhaps tired of picking his nose, Rocket finally spoke, world peace. Slowly uttering these 4 words, Rocket showed no significant emotional fluctuation. Are you joking? Just for this reason? You're not that kind of person, right? Flame did not believe Rocket's reasoning. She was well aware of the man's ideals. In the face of such ideals, her actions were utterly insignificant. She believed there must be other reasons. Believe or not believe. It's your choice. The answer is this: Flame's doubts still failed to shake this mysterious man. He seemed to have everything under control. After all, Flame had never seen him flustered since she met him. I will not give up. The world government did that. I must take revenge. As for your plan, it seems we are not suited to continue cooperating. In a not-so-long time they had spent together, Flame had figured out Rogged's character. In this situation, there was no way she could get anything out of him. As a pirate who had been through many adventures, she was not weak enough to need someone else's protection. If you like it, that's good. Rogged's face showed no other expression. He was very calm and did not worry at all about Flame, this powerful ally, leaving. I hope you can stay this confident. Oomph. When leaving, Flame felt extremely uncomfortable. How did she end up listening to this man's words and cooperating with him? If it weren't for him, her own plan would have succeeded long ago. Bang. With a loud crash, the constantly swaying door frame revealed just how much anger Flame had inside. Sure enough, young people can't stand it at this level. Sigh, looking at the shaking door frame, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Rogged's mouth. This is good. Let me bear it all. I didn't expect the world government to have such secret weapons. Am I really too hasty? After driving away this friend he had recently made, Rogged's calm demeanor could no longer be maintained. He now wore a bitter smile on his face. All of this began 3 days ago with the infiltration of a PC agent into the world government. 3 days ago, Rogged had been using his abilities to monitor the frontline battle situation as usual when suddenly a purple snail phone at his waist rang. It's me. Knowing he had set a very high permission level for this snail phone, Rogged understood that some super important intelligence was coming through. He didn't hesitate and picked it up immediately, even stopping his handiwork. Lord Rogged, what I'm about to tell you is very important. You must find a way to save the brothers. The voice from the snail phone was extremely frantic, sounding utterly desperate. Seeing the agent he had trained in such a state for the first time, Rogged felt completely unwell. However, as the agent began to relay the information he had received, Rogged could no longer smile. He had no means to fight back. Synopsis: traveling through 8 years, never daring to forget that it is very dangerous here. But I never expected that because of this reason, the kingdom's judgment hall would come to an end. Malachi Simon could no longer maintain his usual calm. Just give me one more chance.